Born with a flawed meridian and abandoned by his family, subjected to scorn and derision, young Lin Chen faced public humiliation when his fiancée came to annul their engagement. However, fate took a remarkable turn when he unexpectedly acquired the enigmatic 10,000 path furnace, setting him on a path of redemption. In this world, everything can be refined. Defective elixirs? Melt them down into pure medicinal essence. Incomplete martial arts? Refine them, completing their pathways toward the ultimate truth. Powerful bloodlines? Fuse them. Chapter 1. In the height of summer, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the town of Qingyang, located on the southeastern edge of the Xianhuan continent. The town was modest in size, nestled between mountains and rivers, with a relatively simple folk culture. Yet in the eastern part of the town, the sprawling Grand Lin family estate bore an atmosphere as stifling as the sweltering heat. Deep within the estate, near a secluded corner by the back mountain, lay a dilapidated courtyard that stood in stark contrast to the rest of the Lin family's meticulous surroundings. Its walls were weathered and overgrown with weeds, exuding an air of desolation. Underneath an ancient locust tree in this courtyard sat a slender, pallid youth, cross-legged in meditation. Approximately 15 or 16 years of age, he donned a faded coarse cloth tunic. Despite his handsome features, the furrowed brow and the shadows lurking in his eyes betrayed a melancholic demeanor that belied his youth. His name was Lin Chen. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Chen formed an unusual and archaic seal with his hands, his chest rising and falling gently with each breath. However, unlike the typical martial practitioners who summon the essence of heaven and earth, creating a tempestuous aura around them, the air surrounding him was as still as a stagnant pond, untouched by even the slightest breeze. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to dust his forehead, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and his body started to tremble slightly. At last, Lin Chen exhaled a long, weary breath, slowly opening his eyes. What should have been bright and clear now only reflected an inescapable depth of disappointment and bitterness. "It still doesn't work," he murmured softly, his voice quivering imperceptibly. "For 3 entire years, no matter how hard I strive, this cursed meridian remains stubbornly blocked, like a solid stone, incapable of absorbing even a trace of the heavenly essence." In the Xianhuan continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. To be human and unable to cultivate is to be destined as nothing more than an insect, a mere blade of grass, trampled underfoot. Alas, Lin Chen was indeed such a chosen failure. He had not always been so. In truth, prior to awakening his martial vein at the age of 12, Lin Chen was regarded as a prodigy, a beacon of hope for both Qingyang town and the Lin family. At that time, he possessed extraordinary intelligence, sensing the essence of heaven and earth far beyond his peers. Even the head of the Lin family had predicted that Lin Chen would surely achieve greatness, leading the Lin family to glory. Yet, fate seemed to have played a cruel trick on him. During the family awakening ceremony 3 years ago, while other youths sensed the essence of heaven and earth and illuminated their martial veins, Lin Chen experienced an inexplicable upheaval within his body. A mysterious force rampaged through his being, ultimately sealing off his meridians entirely, resulting in an unheard-of flawed meridian. From that moment on, the halo of genius shattered, replaced by unending ridicule, disdain, and neglect. The once amiable elder has become distant and indifferent. Companions who once shared brotherly bonds now revel in his misfortune. Even those who once regarded him with utmost respect now cast scornful glances in his direction. The genius has fallen and been reduced to waste, a staggering descent from the heights to the depths that could shatter the spirit of anyone lacking in resilience. Yet, Lin Chen remains unbroken. For 3 years, he has endured unimaginable pressure and humiliation, never once relinquishing hope. He has scoured the family library of the Lin clan, seeking every text available, experimenting with countless remedies to unblock his meridians, and tirelessly meditating day after day, year after year. Even when aware of the futility of his efforts, he has never faltered. He firmly believes that the heavens do not entirely forsake the human spirit. One day, he will shatter these accursed shackles and reclaim his path to cultivation. Alas, reality is cruel. After 3 years of arduous training, his meridians remain as they were, showing no signs of loosening. Instead, the forced attempts to break through have left his body with numerous concealed injuries, and his vitality has steadily dwindled, rendering him weaker than his peers. There are just 7 days left. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from strain. In 7 days, the Lin clan's annual family test will commence. The family test serves not only as an evaluation of the younger generation's cultivation achievements, but also as a pivotal moment that determines their future status and resource allocation. According to the Lin clan's rules, disciples who reach the age of 16 without achieving the 3rd level of body refinement will be deemed useless. The consequences are dire. The lighter punishment involves relegation to the clan's peripheral enterprises as laborers, while the severest could result in expulsion, leaving them to fend for themselves. Lin Chen, at 15 years and 11 months, stands just a breath away from the threshold of 16. Yet his cultivation level remains at 0. The body refinement stage is the first major realm in martial arts cultivation, divided into 9 levels, aimed at tempering the physical body and fortifying the bones to lay the groundwork for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. For an ordinary youth with average talent, achieving the 3rd level of body refinement within 3 to 5 years is hardly a daunting task, provided they follow the proper training regimen. Yet Lin Chen cannot even accomplish the first step of guiding qi into the body, let alone progress to body refinement. Expulsion from the family. These words weigh heavily upon Lin Chen's heart, nearly suffocating him. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He cannot surrender, he must not surrender. As long as a glimmer of hope remains, he will fight to the bitter end. At that moment, raucous laughter and unabashed mockery echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. Well, if it isn't our Lin clan's great genius, Lin Chen, still lost in dreams of recultivation, are we? Ha ha! Lin Chen, I suggest you save your energy. With that Dreg's vein of yours, even a deity couldn't save you. Just wait patiently to be kicked out of the Lin family in 7 days and go sweep the streets. Sweep the streets? That would be too generous. I think it would be more fitting for him to clean up after the fiery red pigs we keep in the back mountain. Amidst the jarring laughter, 3 elegantly dressed young men swaggered into the dilapidated courtyard. At the forefront stood a tall and robust figure, bearing an air of arrogance. Lin Bao, the grandson of the Lin family's elder. Following closely behind him were his subordinates, Lin Hu and Lin Lang, both of whom were formidable and influential members of the Lin family's collateral branches. These 3, emboldened by their powerful connections, often exerted their dominance over the younger generation of the Lin family, frequently humiliating and mocking Lin Chen. Particularly after Lin Chen's downfall, their cruelty intensified, seemingly deriving pleasure from trampling upon the once revered genius. Lin Chen gradually rose to his feet. His slender frame appeared somewhat frail in the presence of the 3 burly youths. However, the icy glint in his eyes momentarily startled Lin Bao and the others. "What business do you have with me?" Lin Chen's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. The relentless oppression over the past 3 years had taught him to conceal his feelings. Still daring to act tough, Lin Bao scoffed, stepping closer and looking down upon Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, don't overestimate yourself. You are nothing but useless scrap, a mere slag. Who in the Lin family doesn't know that you are even inferior to a dog?" The term slag was a derogatory nickname that Lin Bao and his cohorts had bestowed upon Lin Chen, implying that his meridians were akin to the worthless remnants left after a failed alchemical endeavor devoid of value and utterly filthy. Every time Lin Chen heard this word, it felt as though a needle had pierced his heart. Yet, he maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly regarding Lin Bao. "Are you finished? If so, kindly leave. You court death." Lin Bao exploded in fury. He despised Lin Chen's pretense of dignity despite his current pathetic state. "Brother Bao, why waste breath on this useless wretch? Just take action and teach him a lesson." Lin Hu fanned the flames, eager for conflict. "Indeed, let him understand who truly holds power in the Lin family now." Lin Lang chimed in with a sinister grin. A glint of malice flashed in Lin Bao's eyes as he raised his hand to seize Lin Chen's shoulder, cursing, "You worthless thing, today you shall learn your lesson." Having attained the 4th level of body refinement, Lin Bao's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Should his grasp connect, Lin Chen's frail body would likely be crushed. As the sudden attack approached, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Though he could not cultivate, he had never relinquished physical training over the past 3 years. Daily chopping wood, carrying water, and honing his muscles had endowed his body with reaction speed and strength that exceeded appearances. Just as Lin Bao's hand was about to make contact, Lin Chen swiftly sidestepped, his right foot striking like a venomous serpent, landing a precise and ferocious kick to Lin Bao's shin. The kick was both swift and brutal, catching everyone off guard. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Lin Bao let out a piercing scream, hopping on one leg, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this insect he had belittled as a worthless being dared to retaliate with such ferocity, nearly shattering his leg. Lin Hu and Lin Lang stood momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating this outcome. "You dare strike me?" Lin Bao grimaced in agony, pointing accusingly at Lin Chen, astonished and enraged. Lin Chen retracted his foot, casting a cold gaze at him. "You initiated the attack. I was merely defending myself." His voice remained unremarkable, yet within his jet-black eyes flickered an icy flame. The rabbit bites when cornered. 3 years of patience do not imply that he lacks temper. How dare a worthless fool lay hands on Brother Leopard? "Let's take him down together. Cripple him." Lin Hu and Lin Lang reacted swiftly, roaring as they lunged towards Lin Chen from either side. Lin Hu practiced the fierce tiger fist, his punches howling through the air with sheer brute force. Lin Lang excelled in grappling techniques, his fingers like claws aiming for Lin Chen's vital joints. Both were at the third level of the body refinement stage, and their combined might was formidable. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He understood that, without the ability to cultivate and devoid of any spiritual energy within, he stood no chance against 2 third-level body refinement warriors. In a heated clash, his sole reliance lay in the instinctual prowess he had honed over the past 3 years and his acute understanding of the human body's vulnerabilities. His form shifted like a specter, narrowly evading Lin Hu's forceful punch, while his elbow thrust backward, striking Lin Lang squarely in the chest. A dull thud resonated as Lin Lang felt a sudden constriction in his chest, as if struck by a mighty hammer, staggering back several steps, his complexion paling instantly. Though Lin Chen's strike appeared casual, it was executed with precision, targeting the vital point near Lin Lang's center, momentarily disrupting his breath and rendering him unable to continue the fight. Simultaneously, leveraging the recoil from the elbow strike, Lin Chen spun like a top, his right leg whipping out like a lash, forcefully sweeping towards Lin Hu, who had just regained his footing. Lin Hu was caught off guard, feeling a flash before his eyes, pain seizing his lower body as he lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a thud. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had toppled both Lin Hu and Lin Lang with sheer willpower. This spectacle left not only Lin Bao, who clutched his leg in agony, but also the distant Lin family members and servants, who had been drawn by the commotion, utterly astonished. Was this truly the same Lin Chen who once struggled to draw breath? When had he become so formidable? "You worthless fool! How dare you?" Lin Bao, astonished and furious, found himself hesitating in the face of the 2 incapacitated henchmen and Lin Chen's frigid gaze. Ignoring him, Lin Chen coldly surveyed the onlookers, whose faces bore expressions of shock, confusion, and perhaps even a hint of fear. A chilling smile crept into his heart. This was reality. When you are weak, everyone is eager to trample you. It is only when you reveal your fangs that they begin to tremble in fear. "Begone!" Lin Chen uttered a single word, his voice unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable chill. Lin Bao's complexion fluctuated between green and white, but ultimately, gritting his teeth, he assisted the moaning Lin Hu and Lin Lang, retreating from the courtyard in disgrace. "Lin Chen, you wait. This is far from over. At the family test in 7 days, I shall make you pay." Lin Bao's furious shout echoed from afar. Lin Chen remained indifferent, standing silently in place until the 3 figures vanished from sight. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, whispering among themselves about the events that had just unfolded. "Goodness, Lin Chen is truly remarkable. How can a person with a useless meridian fight so fiercely? Who knows? Perhaps he has been pent up for 3 years? A cornered beast will still struggle. What does it matter how skilled he is? Without the ability to cultivate, he remains a waste. In 7 days, he will be expelled from the Lin family. Won't he? Exactly. Having offended Brother Bao and his crew, he will surely suffer later on." The murmurs floated away with the wind, yet Lin Chen seemed oblivious to them. He slowly approached the edge of the courtyard wall, gazing at the tenacious weeds growing in the corner, his expression intricate. The earlier confrontation appeared effortless, yet it was fraught with peril. His victory was solely due to his element of surprise and precise strikes at his opponent's vulnerabilities. Had his adversary been on guard or possessed a cultivation level of 5 or above, he would have had no means to retaliate. Ultimately, Without cultivation, everything is mere conjecture. Power. He craved power. But where was the path forward? Did he really have to, as those people suggested, be cast out from the Lin family like a stray dog in 7 days? No, absolutely not. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, a defiant fire igniting in his gaze once more. He returned to the old locust tree and sat cross-legged anew. He refused to succumb to fate. Even if his meridians were blocked like unyielding stone, he would use his flesh and blood to break through and grind against them. Even if there was but a sliver of hope, he would fight for it. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to channel the fundamental qi induction technique, which he had memorized but never successfully executed. However, just as he focused his energy, preparing to assault the seemingly impenetrable meridians, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A modest black iron piece, inconspicuously kept against his chest, suddenly emitted a faint warmth without warning. This piece, roughly the size of a palm, was entirely black, neither gold nor iron, its material unknown. Its surface was adorned with ancient and obscure patterns, appearing as if it were part of some broken artifact. It was the only relic left to him by his mother. For 3 years, this iron piece had lain quietly in his possession, showing no signs of uniqueness. Lin Chen had once examined it closely, but discerned nothing extraordinary, considering it merely a common keepsake. Yet just moments ago, at the pinnacle of his turbulent emotions and indomitable will, this long-dormant iron piece had begun to warm. A spark of realization surged within Lin Chen, and he instinctively infused a sliver of his weak spiritual power into the iron piece, as if he had triggered a long-sealed switch. A vast, overwhelming torrent of ancient information surged into Lin Chen's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. In the primordial chaos, before the heavens and earth were divided, I become the furnace, refining myriad paths. The world is copper, all things are coal, yin and yang are fire, the creation is the craft. Melt. A domineering, ancient incantation reverberated through Lin Chen's very soul. Simultaneously, his meridians, which had been as solid as rock and blocked for 3 long years, began to emit a series of crackling sounds under the assault of this mysterious power. It felt as though the icy layers were shattering, as if the dam were collapsing. An indescribable agony surged throughout his body, yet was accompanied by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Obstruction. It was melting away. Lin Chen was both astonished and delighted, scarcely believing his own sensations. The enigmatic black iron shard now hovered above his dantian, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. It seemed to transform into an abyssal black hole, a furnace capable of refining all things in the world. Threads of celestial energy, once repelled by his blocked meridians, now surged towards the suspended black iron shard like rivers returning to the sea. Upon entering the shard, the energy appeared to be cast into a searing furnace, instantly decomposed, purified, and compressed into streams of pure, unparalleled energy, imbued with a hint of peculiar fiery essence, which then slowly flowed into Lin Chen's long dry meridians, nourishing, repairing, uniting. His meridians, once resembling desiccated riverbeds, were revitalized at an observable rate under the influence of this pure energy. The stubborn obstructions that had plagued him for 3 long years crumbled before this extraordinary force, as fragile as tofu, easily melted and absorbed. The conundrum of his waste meridians was unexpectedly resolved in this astonishing moment. This is... Lin Chen trembled with excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. He could distinctly feel his meridians being reshaped, becoming more resilient and expansive than ever before. The celestial energy flowed unimpeded through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian, forming a minuscule cyclone, drawing energy into his body. He had entered the first level of the body refinement realm. He had finally embarked upon the path of cultivation. And this was merely the beginning. The mysterious black iron shard, known as the myriad path furnace, continued to ceaselessly absorb the celestial energy from the surroundings, refining it into the purest energy, propelling Lin Chen's cultivation to new heights. Mid-stage of the first level of the body, refinement realm. Latest stage, pinnacle. It was as though he had shattered some invisible barrier. The cyclone within Lin Chen's body suddenly expanded, its flow accelerating and its power becoming more concentrated. Second level of the body, refinement realm. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lin Chen's cultivation soared from 0 straight to the 2nd level. Moreover, this astonishing pace showed no signs of abating. Incredible. Lin Chen felt the surging power within him and the profound sensations brought by the mysterious furnace, his heart swelling with tumultuous waves. What exactly was this enigmatic myriad path furnace? It not only repaired and reshaped his meridians, but also actively absorbed celestial energy, refining it into the purest form for his cultivation. Such a speed of advancement was truly astonishing. Even more astonishing was that he sensed the furnace's capabilities seemed to extend far beyond this. To refine all paths, Lin Chen murmured, the echoes of ancient and profound knowledge resonating in his mind. Could it be? They can not only refine celestial energy, but also other substances. For instance, martial arts, elixirs, magical artifacts, even bloodlines, enemies? A frenzied thought burgeoned within Lin Chen, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. If this were indeed the case, then this myriad paths furnace would be nothing short of miraculous. Lin Chen forcibly suppressed the excitement and shock surging within him, gradually withdrawing his energy. At this moment, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the initial stage of the 2nd layer of body refinement. The furnace's absorption of spiritual energy began to slow, seemingly reaching a state of saturation, or rather, his current physical endurance had temporarily reached its limit. Yet this was already astonishing. 3 years of being deemed worthless, and now it had all turned around in an instant. Lin Chen rose, feeling the abundant power coursing within him, along with the unimpeded sensation throughout his meridians, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of ease and confidence. He clenched his fist, the joints emitting a crisp, crackling sound. He could feel that his strength now surpassed what it had been by more than tenfold. If he were to confront Lin Bao and his companions again, he was certain he could effortlessly crush them all. Lin Bao. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. The family test in 7 days? Very well, I await it. When the time comes, I shall make it known to all who the true waste is. Who truly is the useless dross. His gaze swept over the dilapidated courtyard, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. This place had once stood as a testament to his humiliation and despair. But from this day forth, it would serve as the starting point of his formidable rise. The myriad paths furnace, refining the heavens and earth. The legend belonging to Lin Chen was only just beginning. He lowered his head, glancing at his still humble garments, feeling the surging power within him, and took a deep breath. The immediate priority was to quickly familiarize himself with this explosive strength, and to explore whether the myriad paths furnace possessed any other extraordinary capabilities. His gaze fell upon the mountain of discarded medicinal dregs piled in the corner of the courtyard. Those were the useless remnants discarded by the Lin family's alchemy chamber. Perhaps he could start from there? Chapter 2. The night enveloped Qingyang town like ink, a tranquil darkness descending over the landscape. Sparse stars twinkled in the sky, casting a cold glow that struggled to penetrate the dense shade of Lin Chen's courtyard. Within the confines of this space, Lin Chen was far from resting. The exhilaration stemming from his recent breakthrough in cultivation, coupled with the surging power coursing through him, left him wide awake and brimming with energy. More importantly, he was fervently eager to validate a bold hypothesis. Could the mysterious Wandao Ronlu truly refine substances beyond the spiritual essence of heaven and earth? His gaze ultimately settled on a pile of discarded medicinal refuse in the corner of the courtyard. These remnants were the byproducts of the Lin family's alchemical endeavors. Mostly charred and withered, exuding a peculiar aroma reminiscent of burnt herbs and scorched plant matter. To the average observer, these remnants were akin to dirt, utterly worthless. However, the Lin family, perhaps in a bid to save on disposal costs or simply dismissive of this secluded corner, allowed these refuse to accumulate, eventually forming a small hill of medicinal waste. For Lin Chen, who once yearned for cultivation but found it elusive, even the faintest trace of medicinal potency within these discarded remnants was a distant dream. Yet now, they might just serve as the first stepping stone on his path to becoming powerful. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Lin Chen approached the heap of refuse, bending down to pick up a piece roughly the size of a fist, entirely blackened and still retaining some traces of roots and stems. It felt cold to the touch, its texture firm, and it emanated a faint, burnt odor. He settled into a cross-legged position, cradling the piece in his palm, and cautiously immersed himself in concentration, attempting to communicate with the Wandao Ronlu hovering above his dantian. The moment his consciousness grazed the enigmatic black shard, a familiar pulling force surged forth from the furnace. Unlike the previous absorption of spiritual essence, this time the force precisely targeted the medicinal refuse in Lin Chen's hand. Before his eyes, the surface of the blackened refuse began to visibly wither and gray, as if the last remnants of its essence were being forcibly extracted. Fine strands of grayish-black, impure energy flowed along Lin Chen's arm and were drawn into the Wandao Ronglu. It truly works. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. He could distinctly observe how the amalgamation of energies and useless impurities within the refuse were instantaneously enveloped, broken down, and refined by an invisible, searing force. The refuse twisted and churned violently within the furnace, as if it were engulfed in ethereal flames. Within moments, all traces of toxins and charred energy were completely annihilated, dissolving into the purest azure smoke, leaving behind an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure green energy. Though minuscule in quantity, this energy was imbued with the essence of herbs and medicinal potency. In the next instant, this pure medicinal energy flowed forth from the furnace, directly entering Lin Chen's meridians. A wave of warmth and nourishment instantly coursed through his body. Lin Chen felt enveloped in a soothing warmth, as if immersed in a gentle herbal bath. Just after his breakthrough to the second level of body refinement, his state was still somewhat unstable. Yet, under the nurturing influence of this pure medicinal power, he rapidly found his footing. Moreover, it seemed that his physical body had undergone an imperceptible enhancement, his blood circulation becoming smoother, invigorating his spirit. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming urge to leap for joy. A piece of refuse considered worthless by all had, through the refinement of the Wandao Ronglu, produced such remarkable effects. Although the enhancement was slight, it undeniably confirmed his hypothesis. The Wandao Ronglu could indeed refine all things, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Could it be? Lin Chen's gaze ignited with fervor as he looked upon the towering mound of refuse, perceiving not waste, but rather a vast treasure awaiting his discovery. If one piece yielded such effects, what about 10? 100? 1,000? There lay thousands of pounds of refuse before him. The thought of refining them all was almost beyond his imagination. Suppressing the impulsive urge to consume all the refuse at once, Lin Chen understood that moderation was key. Having just achieved a breakthrough, his state was still delicate, and refining medicinal refuse seemed to require a measure of mental focus. It couldn't be rushed. Patience. He whispered softly to himself, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. With the Wandao Ronglu in his grasp, his future would undoubtedly extend far beyond the confines of this small Qingyang town, unshackled from the constraints of familial tests. He picked up another piece of refuse. Immersing himself in the marvelous sensations of refinement and the steady enhancement of his abilities, time slipped away unnoticed. The night deepened, the surroundings steeped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Lin Chen was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, lost in the moment. However, just as he had refined a dozen pieces of refuse and felt the stability of his second level of body refinement solidify, perhaps even inching toward the mid-second level, an unmistakable sound of footsteps, accompanied by a distinctly haughty and impatient female voice, abruptly shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Is this the place? Humph, it's truly dilapidated. Not even as good as a servant's quarters. I can't fathom how I ever became associated with such a place. The voice was melodious, akin to a yellow warbler emerging from the valley, yet the blatant disdain and contempt within it pierced through the night's serenity like a cold needle. Lin Chen's brows furrowed sharply, and his refining ceased. Slowly opening his eyes, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the courtyard. There, in the moonlight, stood two figures at the threshold. The first was a young girl clad in a pale blue dress. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her figure graceful and her beauty unparalleled, her skin radiant under the moonlight, resembling a bud poised to bloom. Yet at that moment, her enchanting visage was marred by an icy indifference and unabashed disgust, her brows furrowed tightly, her gaze sweeping over the dilapidated courtyard as if surveying something foul and unclean. This girl was known to Lin Chen, etched into his memory. She was Su Qingyao, the jewel of the Su family, one of the three prominent families in Qingyang town. Lauded as the town's most beautiful maiden, and also Lin Chen's former fiancée, beside Su Qingyao stood a tall, imposing young man clad in splendid garments. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, his handsome features adorned with a hint of an arrogant smile. His gaze towards Su Qingyao filled with unmasked possessiveness and admiration, while his glance towards Lin Chen was laced with scorn and disdain, as if he were observing an ant easily crushed beneath his heel. This young man was Wang Ting, the heir of another prominent family in Qingyang town, the Wang family. He was also the master of Lin Bao and others, whom Lin Chen had previously taught a lesson. Wang Ting was gifted, reportedly having already broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, making him a standout among the younger generation of Qingyang town, relentlessly pursuing Su Qingyao. In that moment, the two stood side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, appearing quite the pair. Yet their presence here, particularly at such a late hour, was anything but coincidental. A thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind, and his expression grew cold. He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His gaze steady as he met the eyes of the two at the entrance, remaining silent. 3 years of cold glances and mockery had taught him the art of remaining inscrutable. Moreover, his state of mind had transformed significantly. Lin Chen, you are indeed here. Su Qingyao was the first to speak, her voice icy and imbued with a condescending indifference. I had thought that after your daytime exploits, you would hide away, too ashamed to face anyone. She had evidently heard about Lin Chen's confrontation with Lin Bao and his companions earlier that day. Yet her tone bore no trace of surprise or admiration. Rather, it was laced with scorn, as if she deemed Lin Chen's actions foolish and presumptuous. Lin Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he replied, "This is my courtyard. If I'm not here, where else could I be? Yet, Miss Su and young Master Wang, what brings you both to my humble abode at such an hour?" His voice remained calm and devoid of any tumult, as though he were addressing two unrelated strangers. This tranquility momentarily startled both Su Qingyao and Wang Tong. In their recollection, while Lin Chen had always been resilient, he had spent the past 3 years enduring various oppressions with more silence and restraint than indifference. Never had he exhibited such an aloof demeanor. Especially for Su Qingyao. She had anticipated that upon their reunion, Lin Chen would either be awkwardly self-conscious due to lingering feelings of inferiority or perhaps harbor some illusions about her presence, possibly even bearing a hint of resentment. She had not expected, however, to encounter the calmness that now stood before her, so serene that it left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Humph. Lin Chen, spare us the theatrics. Wang Ting scoffed, stepping forward to partially shield Su Qingyao behind him, adopting a protective stance as he scrutinized Lin Chen with a derisive gaze. I heard you dealt with those blind fools, Lin Bao and his lot, today. What is this? After 3 years of being a waste, have you finally learned a trick or two? Or is it merely a case of a cornered dog leaping in desperation? His words dripped with contempt, and his gaze towards Lin Chen was that of a spectator observing a mere clown. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, but his expression remained placid. My affairs with Lin Bao seem to have little concern for young Master Wang. However, it appears quite irregular for you to visit my residence in the middle of the night with my former fiancée. He emphasized the phrase former fiancée, tinged with a subtle mockery. You. Wang Tong's countenance darkened, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. The mention of Lin Chen and Su Qingyao's past engagement was a sore point for him. Su Qingyao's expression grew even colder, her demeanor hardening as she stepped forward. Her voice sharp. Lin Chen, mind your words. We have long severed all ties. She paused, inhaling deeply as if to suppress her rising disdain and impatience. We have not come here to engage in idle chatter. Lin Chen, 3 years ago, your meridians were destroyed, rendering you a waste. In light of our family's past connections and our youthful acquaintance, my Su family granted you 3 years. This is the essence of the so-called 3-year agreement. During this time, should you have managed a miracle, even merely restoring yourself to the first level of body refinement, I, Su Qingyao, might have considered. But alas, it appears you remain a complete waste. You have even sunk so low as to associate with those unworthy scions of the Lin family, engaging in brawls. What a disgrace. Thus, Su Qingyao raised her alabaster chin, akin to an arrogant swan, her tone condescending as she declared, Today, I formally notify you, and by extension the Lin family, that the engagement between myself, Su Qingyao, and you, Lin Chen, is hereby completely annulled. From this moment forth, we are to live separate lives, unconnected. The word annulment fell like a thunderclap, reverberating in the air. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the chilling detachment with which Su Qingyao pronounced it pierced Lin Chen's heart, as if struck by something sharp. It was not due to any lingering affection for Su Qingyao, but rather the public humiliation and the air of superiority she exuded. He recalled 3 years prior when he was still that spirited young genius, and the engagement had been set. He remembered how Su Qingyao had looked at him then, her eyes filled with shyness and admiration. He also reflected on how, over the past 3 years, the Su family's attitude had shifted from initial pity and observation to coldness, distance, and ultimately disdain, eager to distance themselves. Ah, how fickle is human nature, how harsh the world can be. The commotion had drawn the attention of onlookers. Figures began to emerge in the shadows around the courtyard. Servants of the Lin family and some late returning scions were lurking nearby, whispering and pointing in hushed tones. Did you hear? The miss of the Su family has come to annul the engagement. It was about time. How could a waste like him be worthy of such a celestial beauty? Indeed, this Lin Chen is like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. He ought to reflect on his own worth. Now that the engagement is dissolved, I reckon he will be expelled from the Lin family within a week. What a pitiful fate. The cacophony of scornful and mocking voices surged like a tide, seeking to engulf Lin Chen. Wang Teng, observing Lin Chen's silence, wore a triumphant smile, wrapping his arm around Su Qingyao's slender waist in a display of dominance. Lin Chen, are you listening? Qingyao is now mine. A waist like you isn't even fit to carry her shoes. If you know what's good for you, hand over the token of our family's engagement and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Su Qingyo feigned a struggle against Wang Teng's hold, yet did not truly push him away. Instead, she leaned slightly closer to him, as if seeking protection, while casting a cold gaze at Lin Chen, awaiting his response, or, rather, anticipating his disheartened disgrace. However, disappointment awaited them. Lin Chen slowly raised his head, his countenance devoid of the expected anguish, fury, or supplication. What remained was an icy calmness and a hint of subtle derision. Annulment? He softly echoed, his voice low yet resonant in the courtyard. Miss Su, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Su Qingyao paused, taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What I mean is, it is not you, Su Qingyao, who needs to annul this so-called engagement. It is I, Lin Chen, who must do so. What? Upon uttering this proclamation, not only were Su Qingyao and Wang Teng rendered speechless, but even the eavesdropping members of the Lin family nearby nearly dropped their jaws in shock. This waste of a Lin Chen? Has he lost his mind? The Su family mistress had come to annul the engagement, a monumental act of grace, and yet he dared to utter such words? On what grounds? What right did he possess? Lin Chen, you are outrageous. Su Qingyao felt a mix of shame and fury, her cheeks flushed crimson. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Do you think you are still that genius from 3 years ago? Do not humiliate yourself. Whether I am a genius or not is of no concern to you. Lin Chen's indifferent gaze swept over Su Qingyao's face, which was contorted in anger. His tone was flat, yet each word pierced deeply. I merely wish to inform you, Miss Su, that your so-called 3-year agreement is nothing more than a farce in my eyes. The Su family, including you, Su Qingyao, hold no significance for me any longer. 3 years ago, when I fell into despair, your family chose to protect themselves, watching coldly from the sidelines, even throwing in their lot against me. I, Lin Chen, have not forgotten. In these past 3 years, you, Su Qingyao, have treated me as a pariah, a source of shame. I have taken note of that. Now, you come here with another man, intruding upon my dwelling in such a condescending manner to annul our engagement, seeking to assert your superiority while trampling on my dignity. Lin Chen stepped forward, an invisible, frigid aura radiating from his slender frame, causing Su Qingyao and Wang Ting to instinctively retreat a half-step. Su Qingyao, you overestimate yourself. The engagement was announced with Lin Chen's voice suddenly rising, imbued with an unyielding determination. Today, it is not you who can abandon me, but rather I, Lin Chen, who shall dismiss you. The word dismiss resonated like a thunderclap. In this patriarchal society, it is customary for the male to cast aside the female. Never before had a woman taken the initiative to break an engagement, only to be publicly rejected by the man. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Su Qingyao's complexion turned pale in an instant, her body swaying perilously as she pointed at Lin Chen, trembling with rage. You dare to humiliate me? Humiliate? Lin Chen scoffed coldly. I am merely stating a fact. The bonds between us have long been severed. From this moment forth, you are you, and I am I. We have no further ties. As he spoke, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a small, exquisite jade pendant tied with a red cord. This pendant, with its smooth texture and intricately carved phoenix, was the token given by the Su family during their betrothal. Once, Lin Chen cherished it as a treasure. Yet, at this moment, it felt like a scalding hot potato in his hands. Without a glance at Su Qingyao, he tossed the pendant towards Wang Ting as if discarding refuse. Take it. Return it to its rightful owner. Wang Ting instinctively caught the pendant, feeling its icy chill. He regarded Lin Chen's indifferent, even disdainful expression, then looked at Su Qingyao, whose face was ashen and on the verge of fainting from rage. A surge of unbridled fury erupted within him. The woman he desired had been publicly cast aside by a worthless man. This was an affront to his pride. Lin Chen, you seek death. Wang Teng roared, unleashing his formidable aura as a 5th-level body refining cultivator. A powerful gust of wind erupted from him, causing the weeds in the courtyard to sway wildly. You dare to humiliate Qingyao. Today, I shall cripple you. Before his words faded, Wang Teng sprang forward like a leopard, his right hand clawing through the air, aiming directly for Lin Chen's throat. He intended to end this insolent fool swiftly and make him pay the most excruciating price. Faced with Wang Teng's furious strike, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. 5th-level body refining. A few hours prior, he might have been powerless to resist. But now, The power of his second-level body refining surged within him, his blood roaring with vitality. Although the disparity in levels remained vast, he bore the essence of the myriad forges, his body having undergone initial refinement, endowing him with speed and strength that far surpassed others of the same rank. More crucially, his mindset had evolved beyond that of the previously submissive youth. Let no man offend me, lest I retaliate tenfold. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen did not retreat but advanced. Rather than confront Wang Teng's claws head-on, he slightly sidestepped, launching his right fist like a cannonball, targeting not Wang Teng's vital points, but the wrist of the hand that sought to grasp him. Capture the leader before subduing the followers. Strike at the serpent's vulnerable spot. This punch was swift, precise, and fierce. It embodied the full force of his second-level body refining, even emanating a hint of the furnace's searing heat. Wang Teng, clearly unprepared for Lin Chen to counterattack with such speed, thought his claw would effortlessly crush Lin Chen's throat. In a moment of panic, he could only transform his claw into a palm, attempting to block Lin Chen's fist. Bang! The collision produced a resounding thud. A tremendous force surged through. Wang Teng felt his wrist numb, as though struck by a frenzied bull. His entire arm throbbed with pain, and he stumbled back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. Lin Chen, too, felt the impact. The gap in their realms was undeniable. He was pushed back several meters, his right arm trembling, blood surging within him. Yet, he had successfully blocked the attack. Moreover, he had forced the 5th-level Wang Teng to retreat 3 steps. This scene left everyone in shock. Wang Teng clutched his tingling wrist. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? This waste, was he not devoid of any body refining level? How could he withstand my furious strike? And that force, it even bore a hint of threat. Su Qingyao was equally astonished, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. The onlookers from the Lin family appeared as if they had seen a ghost. He blocked young Master one strike? Am I seeing things? Lin Chen forced Wang Teng back. How? How is this possible? Was he not a cripple? Could it be he has regained his powers? In an instant, myriad speculations and uncertain gazes converged upon Lin Chen. He shook his slightly numb right arm, his gaze icy as he surveyed the astonished Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, this is the Lin family. Do you wish to instigate conflict between the Wang and Lin families here? He deliberately emphasized the Lin family, hoping to instill caution in Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression shifted, caught between fluctuating emotions. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's hidden strength. Though he had not unleashed his full power in that last strike, being forced back by a supposed second-level waste was still an immense humiliation. Under normal circumstances, he would have torn Lin Chen to shreds. However, given that Su Qingyao was nearby, and this was indeed Lin family territory, creating too much of a ruckus would benefit neither him nor the Wang family. Humph. Lin Chen, consider yourself fortunate. Wang Teng suppressed the murderous intent simmering within him and coldly stated, Today, out of respect for the Lin family, I shall spare you this once. However, I will remember your humiliation of Qingyao. I expect to see you at the family test in 7 days. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I, Wang Teng, will ensure you pay dearly. With a venomous threat, Wang Teng departed, taking the still-dazed Su Qingyao with him, quickly vanishing into the night. As he watched their departing figures, Lin Chen's expression remained frigid, devoid of fear. 7 days? Family test? Very well, I shall await your arrival. When the time comes, I will settle both old and new scores. He withdrew his gaze, surveying the surrounding Lin family members still in shock, and coldly commanded, Have you all seen enough? If you have, begone. His chilling words sent shivers down the spines of the Lin family members, recalling Lin Chen's earlier display of strength in repelling Wang Teng. They dared not linger, scattering like frightened birds. Soon, the dilapidated courtyard returned to tranquility. Lin Chen stood in place, the moonlight casting a long shadow upon him. Dismissed? For him, this was not a setback but a liberation. From this moment onward, he bore no further burdens. His path lay solely in the pursuit of strength, strong enough to seize control of his own fate, strong enough to make all those who once belittled and humiliated him tremble beneath his feet. He lowered his gaze to the pile of medicinal refuse in the corner, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. The myriad forges, my foundation. He once again settled into a meditative posture, continuing to refine the medicinal refuse, solidifying his realm and accumulating power. This night was destined to be sleepless. The skies over Qingyang town seemed poised to change quietly, heralding the emergence of this once silent youth after 3 long years. Chapter 3. As the night breeze grew cooler, it rustled the weeds in the dilapidated courtyard, producing a soft whispering sound akin to hushed conversations. Wang Teng and Su Qingyao departed, each burdened with their own complex emotions, while the prying eyes around them gradually dissipated, allowing the courtyard to return to its customary silence. Yet beneath this stillness, a current of unrest surged. The brief yet intense conflict and Lin Chen's astonishing declaration of severance were destined to stir considerable turmoil within the Lin family. Lin Chen stood quietly in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a long shadow of his slender figure, illuminating his somewhat pallid yet remarkably calm face. He did not immediately revert to his cultivation state. The earlier clash with Wang Ting, though he had managed to repel his opponent, had nonetheless inflicted significant impact upon him. The chasm between the second and fifth tiers of body refining could not be bridged solely by a momentary burst of strength. At present, he felt a lingering ache in his right arm, and the qi and blood within him churned uneasily. More crucially, his mind, having experienced such drastic fluctuations, required time to settle. The shackles of his broken engagement had been severed by his own hand, which indeed offered liberation. Yet it also signified a complete rupture from his past. From this moment forward, within the Lin family, and indeed the entirety of Qingyang town, he would exist in a state of greater isolation. The ties with the Su family had vanished, and enmity with the Wang family had been firmly established. As for the internal dynamics of the Lin family, recalling the brazen arrogance of Lin Bao and his companions earlier in the day, and the tacit understanding that had allowed Su Qinyao and Wang Tung to intrude unimpeded in the dead of night, he shuddered at the derisive glances from other Lin family members who reveled in his misfortune. A chill enveloped Lin Chen's heart. This place that had birthed and nurtured him had long since ceased to offer sanctuary. The concepts of family and kinship appeared utterly feeble in the face of absolute interests and harsh realities. Expulsion crisis. Lin Chen whispered these words, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. 7 days. Only 7 days remained. The family assessment to come was not merely a matter of determining his fate, but rather a test of life and death. Given Wang Tung's display of murderous intent today, coupled with the Wang family's collusion with the Lin family's elder, should he falter in the assessment, or even barely pass, yet still be deemed a threat, the consequences would likely extend far beyond mere expulsion. Wang Ting's threat of annihilation was no idle boast. Power. Ultimately, it all boiled down to power. In this world where the strong dominate, lacking strength relegates one to mere prey, stripping away the very right to dictate one's own destiny. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fist. Feeling the faint yet real flow of true qi within him, sensing the mysterious and formidable myriad furnace in his dantian, an unprecedented resolve surged through his heart. He was no longer the talented individual who could only endure in silence 3 years ago, nor the despondent wretch he had been during this time. He was now Lin Chen, the possessor of the myriad furnace. He would seize these 7 days to fervently enhance his abilities. Not only would he pass the family assessment, but he would rise with such force that all would be left in awe. He would make those who had once belittled and trampled upon him pay dearly. The thoughts within him ignited like a raging inferno, swiftly dispelling the remnants of fatigue and turmoil brought on by the earlier conflict. Lin Chen's eyes rekindled with fervor, and he once again cast his gaze upon the inconspicuous pile of herbal refuse in the corner. There lay his solitary hope for swift empowerment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen settled into a cross-legged position once more, clearing his mind and delving into his dantian to commune with the myriad furnace. He grasped a handful of herbal refuse, this time not sampling it piece by piece, but seizing it all at once. The myriad furnace seemed to sense its master's determination. A flicker of black light surged, and a forcefully potent suction enveloped the handful of herbal refuse in his hand. Before his very eyes, the charred, hardened remnants rapidly transformed into a pale gray, disintegrating as the furnace refined and separated the impurities and useless components at an accelerated pace, leaving behind a more concentrated essence of medicinal energy that continuously flowed into Lin Chen's meridians. A warm current spread throughout his body once more. Lin Chen distinctly felt the barrier of his second-tier body refining cultivation being relentlessly assailed by this pure medicinal energy, loosening its grip. The rotation speed of the qi vortex in his dantian quickened, its color appearing increasingly solidified. Effective. Moreover, the efficiency was markedly heightened. With a sense of certainty flooding his heart, Lin Chen devoted himself entirely to the refining endeavor. One handful after another of herbal refuse was grasped and swiftly turned to ash. In the courtyard, apart from the weeping of the night wind, only the barely audible hissing of the refining herbs and Lin Chen's gradually deepening breaths remained. Time silently slipped by amidst this monotonous yet hopeful refining process. He was unaware of how long it had been when he had refined nearly 100 gene of herbal refuse and felt the true qi within him brimming to a critical point, poised to shatter the barrier of mid-second-tier body refining. Suddenly, a distinct and hurried sound of footsteps, accompanied by a sharp voice tinged with evident dissatisfaction, shattered the tranquility of the courtyard once more. Humph, what a stroke of bad luck, to have to come to this wretched place in the dead of night. The family head too. Is it worth wasting breath on a useless person? In my view, Just expel him with a stick in 7 days. The footsteps halted at the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, exiting his cultivation state. He sensed that the person approaching bore a more stable aura than Lin Bao or Wang Tong, suggesting a higher status. He lifted his gaze, spotting a middle-aged man clad in a gray silk robe, wearing a melon-shaped cap, standing at the courtyard's entrance. This man was of average build and unremarkable appearance. Yet his triangular eyes darted about, exuding shrewdness and opportunism. With his chin slightly raised, he surveyed the courtyard with undisguised disdain and contempt. Lin Chen recognized him as Lu Fu, the chief steward of the Lin family. Lu Fu held a significant position within the Lin family, overseeing numerous internal affairs, particularly the allocation of resources and management of servants across various courtyards. He was notably sycophantic, bowing and scraping to the elder faction while treating Lin Chen, a side branch scion who had fallen from grace, with overt disdain. Flanking Lu Fu were two burly, arrogant servants, clearly there to bolster his presence. Lin Chen, Lu Fu called out with a pinched voice, employing an icy tone as if addressing an object rather than a person. The family head commands your immediate presence. The family head? Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. Lin Xiaodian, the patriarch of the Lin family, was one of the few masters in Qingyang town, reputed to have achieved the foundational stage of cultivation. He typically remained reclusive, engrossed in his training, delegating most family matters to several elders. 3 years ago, when Lin Chen encountered difficulties, Lin Xiaodian had taken note but ultimately shook his head in helplessness, offering no further intervention. Why, at this moment? Did the family head suddenly wish to see him? Was it regarding Su Qingyao's broken engagement, or the conflict with Wang Tou? Lin Chen rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and calmly regarded Lu Fu. Steward Lu, do you know the purpose of the family head's summons? Lu Fu's triangular eyes rolled, his smile devoid of warmth. The family head's intentions are beyond our lowly station to fathom. Lin Chen, you should hasten to follow me, lest you keep the family head waiting. Though his tone remained relatively courteous, the disdain and impatience in his gaze were unmistakable. It was as if any further inquiry from Lin Chen would be a waste of his precious time. Lin Chen refrained from asking further questions. He understood that from a man like Lu Fu, no useful information could be gleaned. Moreover, when summoned by the head of the family, he had no grounds to refuse. Very well, I shall accompany you, Lin Chen replied with a faint nod. Lu Fu, surprised by Lin Chen's compliance, quickly regained his haughty demeanor, snorting disdainfully before turning on his heel, as if lingering for even a moment would tarnish his status. Lin Chen followed leisurely, flanked by 2 attendants who, rather than escorting him, seemed to surveil him, their eyes filled with vigilance and contempt. After traversing several serene corridors and navigating through a few rock gardens, Lin Chen was led to the entrance of a brightly lit hall at the heart of the Lin family estate. This was the council chamber, a place typically reserved for the family's elite. At this moment, the hall was ablaze with light, and indistinct voices could be heard from within. Lu Fu halted and instructed Lin Chen to wait outside while he entered to announce his presence. With a slight adjustment of his attire and a sycophantic smile, he cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. Standing outside, Lin Chen felt the night breeze caress his garments, bringing with it a refreshing chill. He sensed several powerful presences within the hall, one of which was particularly deep and formidable, undoubtedly the family head, Lin Xiaodian. The other auras exuded varying degrees of pressure and scrutiny, one of which was cold and sharp, instinctively causing discomfort within Lin Chen. It belonged to the Grand Elder, Lin Zhenhong, Lin Bao's grandfather and a staunch advocate for his expulsion from the family. It seemed that tonight's so-called summons was anything but simple. Lin Chen chuckled coldly within but maintained a tranquil exterior. When soldiers come, I shall block. When water comes, I shall cover, he thought, eager to see what tricks these individuals had up their sleeves. Before long, Lu Fu emerged from the hall, his obsequious smile replaced by an air of solemnity and indifference. Lin Chen, you may enter. Remember to speak cautiously in front of the family head and the elders. Do not lose your composure, he warned, as if addressing a wayward child. Ignoring him, Lin Chen took a deep breath to steady himself, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and stepped into the council chamber. The interior was remarkably spacious, adorned with an ancient yet imposing decor. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man of commanding presence, clad in a purple robe, his eyes gleaming with authority. It was Lin Xiaodian, the family patriarch. To his left and right sat 3 elderly men, their auras thick with gravitas, clearly high-ranking elders of the Lin family. The first elder on the left was an elderly man with a hawkish nose and a sharp gaze, radiating a chilling intensity. This was Lin Zhenhong, the Grand Elder, who held significant power within the family and could nearly rival the patriarch. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, a flicker of disdain and contempt crossed his eyes. The other 2 elders, Lin Zhinshan and Lin Zhinyue, displayed varying expressions. The second elder appeared indifferent, while the third wore a frown, scrutinizing Lin Chen with a mix of doubt and skepticism. In the center of the hall stood several individuals, including Lin Bao, who had been reprimanded by Lin Chen earlier. He wore an expression of grievance and fury, standing behind the grand elder with eyes filled with resentment. Beside him stood a flamboyantly dressed young man with an arrogant demeanor, Wang Ting, the young master of the Wang family, who had just taken his leave. How could he be here? Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly as understanding dawned upon him. This was not a summons from the family head. Rather, it was a trial orchestrated by the grand elder in collusion with the Wang family, a trap designed to plunge him into despair. Lin Chen, do you acknowledge your crimes? Just as Lin Chen steadied himself, a thunderous voice reverberated through the hall, akin to a clap of thunder. The voice belonged to Lin Xiaotian, who gazed at Lin Chen with an intensity that harbored unmasked anger and disappointment. Lin Chen's heart sank, yet he maintained his composure, bowing slightly. Lin Chen greets the family head and esteemed elders. May I inquire what transgressions I have committed? Humph, you dare to quibble. Before Lin Xiaotian could respond, the grand elder slammed his hand on the table, reproaching Lin Chen with righteous indignation. As a descendant of the Lin family, your lack of ambition and neglect of training is already a disgrace to the clan. Today, you have audaciously assaulted your kin, Lin Bao, causing him injury. Furthermore, you brazenly humiliated Miss Su, who came to dissolve the engagement, and even clashed with the Wang family's noble scion. Each of these actions tarnishes the Lin family's reputation. What more can you say? Lin Jinhong's voice boomed with authority, as if Lin Chen had committed an unforgivable crime. Behind him, Lin Bao feigned pain, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen. Family head, grand elder. Lin Chen envies my superior cultivation and deliberately provoked me, nearly crippling my leg. I implore the family head and elders to seek justice. Wang Tung stepped forward, bowing to Lin Xiaotian and the elders, adopting a victim's stance. Family head, esteemed elders. I had only the best intentions in accompanying Miss Su, fearing Lin Chen might act rashly upon hearing of the dissolution of their engagement. Yet, he not only rebuffed our goodwill but also insulted Miss Su and threatened me. Had I not possessed some strength, I might have fallen victim to his ruthless hands. Such a cold-hearted individual is truly a blight on Qingyang town. Their words intertwined, reversing black and white, casting all blame upon Lin Chen while portraying themselves as innocent victims. The atmosphere in the hall grew oppressively heavy, with the elders' gazes fixed on Lin Chen, rife with scrutiny, suspicion, and unabashed disdain. Lin Xiaotian's face darkened, evidently displeased with Lin Chen's demeanor. He had once held a flicker of pity and hope for this descendant, but upon hearing Wang Ting and Lin Bao's testimony, especially regarding the tarnishing of the family's reputation and the enmity with the Wang family, his anger ignited. Lin Chen, Lin Xiaotian's voice chilled the air. Is what they say true? Meeting the collective gaze of those present, Lin Chen stood tall, unwavering, his expression calm. In response to the family head, Lin Bao provoked me first. I merely acted in self-defense and did not cause him lasting harm. As for Miss Su, he paused, his eyes sweeping over Wang Tung's duplicitous face, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. She clandestinely met with young Master Wang in my courtyard, speaking harshly and arrogantly, seeking to dissolve our engagement. Though I am considered a waste, I possess some dignity and did not wish to endure such humiliation. Hence I proposed the dissolution myself. What wrongdoing is there? Regarding young Master Wang, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto Wang Tung, his eyes sharp as a blade. He sought to defend his beloved and attacked me. I merely retaliated in self-defense. Had I not considered the Lin family's reputation, would he still be standing here unscathed? His calm tone belied an undeniable strength. He refrained from delving into excessive details, merely stating the essence of the facts and justifying his actions as self-defense and a preservation of dignity. These words resounded powerfully, causing Lin Bao and Wang Ting to change color, while even the elders and Lin Xiaotian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated that this youth, whom they deemed a waste, could remain so composed and articulate under such circumstances, even exuding a subtle air of defiance. Nonsense. Lin Jinhong slammed the table once more, furiously rebuking, even facing death. You dare to be defiant. Self-defense? Integrity? You, a worthless individual who has yet to reach the first stage of body refinement. What do you have to defend yourself with? What do you know of integrity? It is clear that you harbor resentment and seek revenge. He turned to Lin Xiaotian, cupping his hands in respect, and continued, Family head, this child is incorrigible and malicious. Keeping him in our home will inevitably lead to disaster. He has already offended both the Su and Wang families, severely damaging the interests of the Lin family. According to clan regulations, such a person who tarnishes our reputation and harms the family should have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the clan. A warning to others. Abolishing his cultivation? Expelling him from the family? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, this was their ultimate aim, to fabricate a charge. They need only find a reason. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. Once Lin Chen was cast out of the Lin family, stripped of their protection, would he not be at their mercy? Lin Xiaoyan's brow furrowed as he lightly tapped the armrest, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. For any member of the family, having their cultivation abolished and being expelled was the harshest punishment, akin to a death sentence. Lin Chen was, after all, of Lin blood and had once been a highly regarded talent. However, as the elder had stated, he had offended both the Su and Wang families, particularly the Wang family, with which the Lin family's ties were intricate. If enmity arose from this, it would indeed be detrimental to the Lin family. Moreover, a worthless individual unable to cultivate was merely a burden, even a disgrace. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew tense and Lin Xiaodian was about to make a decision, the usually silent third elder, Lin Jinyue, suddenly spoke. Family head, elder. Is there not room for discussion on this matter? Lin Jinyue said slowly. Although Lin Chen is at fault, he is still young and impetuous. Moreover, the family test is merely 7 days away. According to clan rules, he will be judged then. Is it not too hasty to impose such a heavy punishment now? The third elder, responsible for administering punishment within the clan, was known for his fairness and often clashed with the first elder. Though he too was disappointed in Lin Chen, he did not agree with imposing such a severe punishment immediately. Lin Jinhong snorted coldly. Elder, you are mistaken. Clan rules are clan rules. But what he has done today has severely crossed the line. If we do not punish him severely, how will we maintain order? How will we explain ourselves to the Wang family? He deliberately mentioned the Wang family to pressure Lin Xiaodian. Wang Ting also seized the moment to speak. Family head. I do not wish to force your hand. However, Lin Chen's actions have indeed caused Miss Su great distress, and it has left me disheartened. If the Lin family cannot offer a fair resolution, I fear I will also struggle to explain this to my father. A blatant threat. Lin Xiaoyan's expression darkened further. He glanced at the expressionless Lin Chen, then at the aggressive Lin Jinhong and Wang Tong, feeling increasingly agitated. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. His laughter, though soft, resonated sharply in the oppressive hall, even sounding somewhat jarring. What are you laughing at? Lin Jinhong glared at Lin Chen, incredulous that he could still find amusement in such dire circumstances. Lin Chen stifled his laughter, calmly surveying everyone present before speaking slowly. I laugh because you all seem rather eager. The first elder claims I am tarnishing the family's reputation and harming clan interests, demanding I have my cultivation abolished and be expelled. Young Master Wang is also keen for me to pay the price. The family head appears to be weighing whether to preserve the dignity of a waste or uphold our interests with the Wang family. His voice was not loud, yet each word was clear, as if he wielded an invisible blade, slicing through the hypocrisy that cloaked their hearts. However, Lin Chen's tone shifted, a glint of sharpness sparking in his eyes. But on what basis do you assume that in 7 days, I, Lin Chen, will certainly fail the family test? On what grounds do you deem me a waste who can be sacrificed at will? Is it merely because I have been unable to cultivate for the past 3 years? Or is it your deep-seated prejudice against me? As he reached the climax of his words, his voice rose, infused with 3 years' worth of suppressed indignation and fury. This declaration sent a tremor through the hall. Lin Xiaodian suddenly raised his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Lin Jinhong's expression shifted dramatically as he barked. Lin Chen, do not speak nonsense. Your blocked meridians are a well-known fact. Do you still dare to hope for a miracle in 7 days? You are utterly delusional. Whether delusional or not, 7 days will reveal all. Lin Chen stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met Lin Xiaodian's eyes. Family head, I implore you for 7 days. If I, Lin Chen, cannot achieve the 3rd stage of body refinement by the family test, I will voluntarily abolish my cultivation and leave the Lin family. But, if I succeed in the test, Lin Chen's voice rang out with conviction, echoing through the hall. I hope that today's matter can be considered resolved. From henceforth, let us part ways in peace. He sought no grand fairness, only a chance to prove himself. A fleeting opportunity to escape the immediate crisis. His words brimmed with confidence, even tinged with a hint of defiance. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden declaration. A man universally regarded as a failure dared to make such a bold vow? On what grounds did he base this confidence? Lin Jinhong was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, his tone dripping with derision. Good, good, good. Such audacity. The 3rd stage of body refinement? Lin Chen, have you lost your mind in your dreams? Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant you that. He turned to Lin Xiaodian, family head. Since he has set this challenge himself, why not let him have his way? This way, no one can claim we denied him a chance. Wang Ting's eyes also glimmered with mockery. The 3rd stage of body refinement? 7 days? It was nothing short of a fantasy. He eagerly awaited Lin Chen to cement this impossible bet. After all, what face would he have left in the Lin family after such a failure? Third elder Lin Jinhua frowned, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Xiaotian regarded Lin Chen deeply, as if seeking something in his calm demeanor. Yet all he found was profound determination, and in those dark eyes, a fleeting sharpness that sent a shiver down his spine. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaotian spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Very well. Lin Chen, I shall grant you this opportunity. 7 days. The family test will be your chance. If you can reach the third stage of body refinement, we will let today's matters rest. But if you, Lin Xiaotian's eyes sharpened, fail to meet this challenge, do not blame me for enforcing clan regulations, abolishing your cultivation, and expelling you from the Lin family. Not even the King of Heaven could save you then. Once uttered, his words could not be retracted. The looming crisis was momentarily postponed by Lin Chen's audacious gamble. Yet those 7 days now hung over him like the sword of Damocles. Either he would soar to greatness or plummet into the abyss. Thank you for your consideration. Family head. Lin Chen bowed respectfully, his expression inscrutable. Humph. Lin Jinhong snorted, refusing to glance at Lin Chen again. To him, Lin Chen was already as good as dead. Wang Ting smirked cruelly, whispering in a tone only Lin Chen could hear. Lin Chen, savor your last 7 days as a Lin family member. After the test, I will show you what it means to wish you were dead. Lin Chen shot him a cold glance, offering no response. A mere clown. There was no need to pay him any mind. His sole focus now was to make the most of these precious 7 days to unleash the full potential of the myriad furnace. All right, everyone disperse. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand, seemingly weary. Lin Chen bowed once more and turned to leave the conference hall. As he stepped outside, the night breeze caressed his face, and he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although the night was fraught with peril, he had managed to navigate the crisis, albeit temporarily. Moreover, he had gained a clear understanding of the true nature of certain members of the Lin family, severing the last remnants of his unrealistic hopes. From this moment forth, he vowed to live solely for himself. His gaze once again grew resolute and fervent. The third tier of the body refinement realm? Ah, Lin Chen murmured softly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Without the acquisition of the myriad path furnace, such aspirations would indeed be mere folly. However, now, 7 days was ample time for him to forge a miracle that would leave everyone astounded. He quickened his pace, making his way toward his dilapidated courtyard. There, a treasure trove awaited his mastery. Chapter 4. The night was profound, akin to a thick ink that could not dissolve, momentarily concealing the clamor and intrigue within the depths of the Lin family estate. Yet, on the periphery of this silence, Lin Chen's dilapidated courtyard appeared as the eye of the storm, brewing an unknown upheaval. Cloaked in a chill and the nauseating pretense of the assembly hall, Lin Chen returned to this place that was uniquely his, yet emblematic of his shame and despair. Pushing open the creaking courtyard door, the familiar desolation came into view. Weeds swayed in the night breeze, and the pile of medicinal refuse in the corner emanated a faint burned odor, while the air was suffused with a sense of abandonment and decay. However, in stark contrast to this environment, Lin Chen's state of mind was ablaze. Within his chest, a fierce fire seemed to burn. The scenes from the assembly hall were imprinted in his mind like a brand. Lin Jinhong's aggressive demeanor, Lin Bao's twisted truths, Wang Ting's sinister ruthlessness, and Lin Xiaotian's indifferent oscillation between familial bonds and clan interests, alongside the varied gazes of the elders, some sympathetic, some disdainful, and others gleeful at his plight. All of this coalesced into the most primal and potent motivation, surging into his indomitable heart. 7 days. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Lin Chen clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. In 7 days, he would reach the third level of body refinement. This was not merely a goal, but his sole opportunity to escape from despair and seize control of his own destiny. He understood well that Lin Jinhong and Wang Tung would never relent. Should he fail the family test in 7 days, the consequences would extend far beyond mere cultivation forfeiture or expulsion from the family. Wang Tung's whisper of a fate worse than death was no baseless rumor. He could vividly imagine the brutal retaliation and pursuit he would face upon losing the meager status of a Lin family descendant. This was a true dead end. With a ferocious tiger blocking the path and a precipice behind him, he had no retreat. His only glimmer of hope resided in the mysterious black iron shard radiating a faint dark light within the energy sea of his Dantian, the 10,000 path furnace. This sole relic left by his mother, dormant for 3 years yet awakening in his moment of utmost despair, was his sole trump card against this dire situation. It was also his greatest reliance for defying fate. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen expelled a cloud of turbid air, forcing himself to calm down. While anger and resentment could provide impetus, Only absolute tranquility and focus could unleash the full potential of the 10,000-path furnace. His gaze returned to the towering pile of medicinal refuse in the corner. What others deemed worthless refuse now appeared to him as the cornerstone of the staircase leading to survival. Without hesitation, Lin Chen strode purposefully to the refuse pile, settling down cross-legged once more. Ignoring the dust clinging to him and the coldness of the ground, his entire being plunged into his dantian. Buzz. As his thoughts connected, the black iron shard hovering above the energy sea, the core of the 10,000-path furnace, emitted a low, resonating hum. The dark light swirled as an invisible, domineering suction surged forth, enveloping the medicinal refuse before him. This time, Lin Chen no longer proceeded with caution, gingerly grasping handfuls. Instead, he extended his hands and, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on prey, gathered a substantial amount of refuse towards himself. Melt. He uttered a low command within his mind. The 10,000-path furnace seemed to sense his determination to burn bridges, accelerating its operation. The invisible suction intensified, transforming into a voracious vortex, greedily extracting the last remnants of essence from the medicinal refuse. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of sharp, piercing sounds echoed. A vast quantity of medicinal refuse visibly shriveled and crumbled into powder. Threads of energy, of various hues and laden with impurities, were forcibly drawn into Lin Chen's body, coursing through his meridians towards the 10,000-path furnace in his dantian. Within the furnace, the invisible flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all, burned more fervently. Regardless of how muddled or tainted the energy was, once it entered, it was akin to snow encountering the blazing sun, instantly decomposed, purified, and refined. A plethora of impurities were transmuted into nothingness, leaving behind streams of energy that, though faint, were exceedingly pure. These energies exhibited various colors, some radiated a pale green, embodying the vitality of flora, others glimmered red, infused with a hint of fire attribute energy, and still others appeared earthy yellow, imbued with a sense of weightiness. It was evident that these refuse remnants originated from different medicinal concoctions, each retaining unique medicinal properties. For an ordinary warrior, absorbing such a lang of energy could result in meridian damage at best, or a descent into madness at worst. Yet, the 10,000-path furnace seemed to possess the extraordinary capability to transmute the corrupt into the miraculous. It flawlessly refined and harmonized these energies of differing attributes, ultimately transforming them into a gentle, harmonious energy flow, imbued with immense vitality, which gradually infused into Lin Chen's recently restored yet remarkably resilient meridians. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen felt warm currents coursing through his limbs and bones, cleansing him with each surge. With every wash, his physical body grew increasingly robust, his vitality surged, and the true energy within his dantian became more concentrated. He ascended rapidly through the ranks of body refinement. Early stage of the second level, mid-stage of the second level. In less than half an hour, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the second level of body refinement. Moreover, this acceleration showed no signs of abating. Quick! Even faster! Lin Chen cried out in his heart, his hands tirelessly shuffling the surrounding refuse before him, allowing the furnace to voraciously devour and refine. He lost all sense of time, exhaustion, and the world around him. His entire focus was consumed by the exhilarating surge of power and the intense desire to confront despair and master his fate. In the little courtyard, only the towering mound of refuse diminished at a visible pace, accompanied by a faint warmth emanating from Lin Chen as his true energy surged. The moon hung high, gradually inclining westward. In the darkest hour of the night, footsteps accompanied by a somewhat aged and weary voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Alas, a wretched fate. An elderly servant, stooped and trembling, approached the courtyard door, carrying a food container. He was Lin Fu, tasked with delivering 3 meals a day to Lin Chen. The so-called waste. In the days when Lin Chen was still a prodigy, Lin Fu treated him with utmost respect, but over the past 3 years, he had grown increasingly indifferent and numb. He pushed open the courtyard door and beheld Lin Chen, who was engulfed in a trance, covered in dust and surrounded by a mountain of refuse. A complex expression flickered in his murky old eyes, compassion, confusion, but predominantly apathy and resignation. Young Master Lin, here is your meal for today. Lin Fu placed the food container on the stone steps at the courtyard entrance, his voice dry and rasping. The container was quite simple, containing only 2 dark, coarse buns and a bowl of bland vegetable soup. This was the treatment afforded to a waste of the Lin family. In the past, Lin Chen might have felt a twinge of humiliation at such deliberate neglect. However, at this moment, he did not even lift his eyelids. His entire focus was absorbed in the mysterious workings of the 10,000 path furnace and the frantic surge of power coursing through him. Lin Fu observed Lin Chen's dazed demeanor, shook his head, and sighed. Alas, the shock must have driven him mad. Perhaps it is better this way. Madness is preferable to suffering while awake and being cast out. He said no more and silently departed, leaving behind the modest food container and Lin Chen, who remained immersed in his cultivation. Unfazed by Lin Fu's arrival and departure, Lin Chen found his consciousness engaged in a wondrous communion with the myriad furnace. As the remnants of alchemical concoctions accumulated, his mastery over the furnace grew increasingly adept. He sensed, almost intuitively, that this furnace was not merely an inanimate object. It seemed to possess a faint spark of sentience. It could discern the quality of energy contained within the various residues. For those remnants imbued with purer and more concentrated energy, perhaps the byproducts of crafting superior elixirs, the furnace absorbed them with remarkable swiftness, converting them into formidable power. Furthermore, Lin Chen discovered that during the refining process, not only was his cultivation advancing, but his mental faculties seemed to be expanding as well. Each interaction with the furnace, each guiding of energy felt like a forging of his will and soul. To his delight, as the refining continued, his recently restored meridians appeared to be continually tempered, broadened, and strengthened by the potent essence of the elixirs. The barriers of his meridians became increasingly translucent and resplendent, capable of accommodating and channeling an ever greater amount of true energy. This myriad furnace was truly a transcendent treasure crafted for me. Lin Chen's heart swelled with awe and gratitude towards this enigmatic artifact. He even began to entertain the thought that the mishap 3 years prior, which had caused his meridians to become blocked, might not have been entirely detrimental. Perhaps that very incident had fortified his body to withstand the awakening of the myriad furnace? Perhaps it had enabled his meridians to transcend the norm after being reshaped by the furnace? Though this was merely conjecture, it ignited within Lin Chen an even more fervent hope. As night gave way to dawn, and the first light pierced the darkness, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes. In his gaze, a fleeting brilliance shone forth, akin to 2 piercing stars. After a night of fervent refining, the mountain of alchemical remnants before him had diminished by 1/3. He had thoroughly absorbed hundreds of pounds of residues. His cultivation had skyrocketed, successfully breaking through the barrier of the second stage of body refinement, firmly establishing him at the pinnacle of that stage. Only a single step remained to reach the 3rd stage. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, far greater than the previous night, and the pure, condensed true energy flowing through his meridians, Lin Chen finally allowed a genuine smile to grace his face. In a single night, he had ascended 2 minor realms to reach the peak of the 2nd stage. Such a pace of cultivation, if known, would surely astonish the entire Qingyang town. It would send the so-called esteemed families and great sects into a frenzy. This was the miraculous nature of the myriad furnace. However, Lin Chen remained grounded, unclouded by elation. He acutely sensed that as his cultivation advanced, the energy derived solely from these ordinary residues began to wane in effectiveness. To breach the barrier of the 2nd stage and step into the 3rd within the remaining 6 days, he would likely need to refine more, perhaps even higher quality materials. The residues were still insufficient. His gaze swept over the remaining heap of remnants, his brow furrowing slightly. Moreover, mere cultivation was not enough. The family assessment would likely not only test his cultivation level, but might also encompass practical combat evaluations. He needed to swiftly acclimatize to his surging power and translate it into genuine combat prowess. Otherwise, possessing merely the cultivation level would render him a mere flawed, ill-equipped to confront Lin Bao, let alone the ruthless Wang Tong. Cultivation, combat, resources Lin Chen rapidly contemplated. 7 days may seem ample, yet it was, in truth, exceedingly urgent. He had to seize every moment. Rising to his feet, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. A sleepless night, coupled with the intense operation of the furnace, had placed a tremendous strain on both his body and spirit. Were it not for the continuous nourishment of energy from the furnace, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. Even so, he now felt waves of fatigue and hunger. Casting a glance at the cold meal box resting on the stone steps, he felt indifferent. Relying on the family for cultivation resources was akin to dreaming. To obtain superior resources and enhance his strength, he could only depend on himself. The Red Flame Pig Farm in the back mountains of the Lin family, a thought suddenly flickered through Lin Chen's mind. This was a property of the Lin family, raising a low-tier demon beast known as the Red Flame Pig. This beast yielded exquisite meat and valuable hides, serving as a source of income for the family. More importantly, the Red Flame Pig contained a trace of fire attribute energy. Its blood and inner core, though rarely formed, were immensely beneficial for body refinement stage warriors. Of course, Those truly valuable parts were beyond the reach of someone deemed a waste. However, the farm routinely disposed of deceased or obsolete red flame pigs, and what others considered worthless, blood, flesh, and bones, might very well serve as resources for him to refine. Moreover, working at the pig farm would allow him to remain inconspicuous, preventing others from discovering the abnormal growth of his strength. With this in mind, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He tidied up briefly, clearing away the ashes of the remnants in the courtyard, then pushed open the courtyard gate and set off towards the back mountains of the Lin family. The Lin family mansion gradually awakened in the early morning. Along the way, he encountered several early rising servants and Lin family disciples out for their morning exercises. Upon seeing Lin Chen, their expressions varied. Some avoided him like the plague, steering clear in fear of catching bad luck. Others whispered and pointed, their eyes filled with disdain and schadenfreude. Look, isn't that Lin Chen? I heard he was summoned by the family head for a scolding last night. Not just a scolding. Apparently, the young lady of the Su family publicly annulled their engagement, and he had the audacity to retort, even offending the young master of the Wang family. TSK, truly asking for trouble. The elder has declared that if he does not reach the third stage of body refinement by the assessment in 7 days, he will be stripped of his cultivation and expelled. The third stage? Huh. If he manages that, I'll write my name backward. I reckon this waste is utterly hopeless. Probably just waiting for his inevitable downfall. These jarring voices buzzed around him like flies. Had this been the Lin Chen of old, he might have felt anger, humiliation, or even despair upon hearing such remarks. Yet, at this moment, his heart was as serene as a still lake. He couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance at those people. The summer insects cannot discuss ice. How can the sparrows understand the aspirations of the swan? Such short-sighted individuals, who only know how to curry favor and kick others when they are down, were hardly worth a fraction of his emotional investment. His sole objective was to grow stronger, and then, with absolute power, to trample all doubts, mockery, and disdain underfoot. With unwavering conviction, Lin Chen's figure vanished into the morning mist leading to the back mountains. There, he awaited not only the flesh and blood of the red flame pigs, but perhaps another starting point on his path to strength, a means to combat this cruel fate. Meanwhile, the mysterious black iron shard, the myriad furnace, within his dantian emitted a faint glow, resembling an ancient beast lying in wait, ready to devour all and refine the myriad. In the direst of circumstances, the spark of hope had already been ignited. Chapter 5. As one ascends the back mountain of the Lin family, the terrain gradually rises, and the trees become increasingly sparse, giving way to an expansive area enclosed by rough wooden fences and low stone walls. Before one even approaches, a potent, nauseating odor, mingled with the cries of livestock, assaults the senses, making one feel quite ill. This is the Lin family's Qian pig farm. In stark contrast to the exquisite elegance of the front courtyard of the Lin residence and the solemn grandeur of the central hall, the pig farm presents a scene of rustic chaos. The ground is a quagmire, muddied with black sludge, scattered fodder, and either dried or fresh animal droppings. Rudimentary pigsties constructed from raw timber are lined up, emitting the characteristic grunts and occasional sharp squeals of the Qian pigs, which are larger than ordinary domestic pigs, with dark red fur, exposed tusks, and eyes that glimmer with a hint of wild ferocity. Though they are low-tiered demonic beasts, when provoked, even a robust man would find them formidable. Some of the Lin family's servants or distant relatives, clad in rough cloth and smeared with filth, are shouting, herding the Qian pigs, or laboriously cleaning the filthy pigsties, their faces marked by numbness and fatigue. The arrival of Lin Chen does not attract much attention. Even if someone notices, it is merely a fleeting glance, their eyes reflecting indifference or a barely concealed disdain for a useless individual who was likely sent here as a laborer after being cast out of the family. Lin Chen remains unfazed by these looks and strides directly toward a relatively cleaner small building in the corner of the pig farm, where the overseer resides and handles affairs. As he reaches the door, a gruff voice, tinged with evident impatience, calls out from within. Who is it? Don't you see I'm busy? Get lost. Lin Chen furrows his brow slightly, halting his steps, and replies in a clear voice. Lin Chen, here on family duty. The door creaks open abruptly, revealing a stout, middle-aged man with a face full of excess flesh. He is clad in a greasy silk short jacket, unbuttoned to reveal a patch of dark chest hair, and a belt adorned with inferior jade. His small eyes gleam with a shrewd and fierce light. This man is named Lin Zhong, the overseer of the Qian pig farm, and a distant nephew of the grand elder Lin Zhenhong. Utilizing this connection and his position, he rules the pig farm with an iron fist. Lin Zhong narrows his eyes, sizing up Lin Chen. Upon recognizing him as the infamous waste of the Lin family, a flicker of undisguised disdain and disgust crosses his face, and he spits on the ground. Oh, so it's you, the good-for-nothing? Finish strutting your stuff in the assembly hall, and now you know your worth. Coming to this godforsaken place for work? Let me tell you, I don't keep idle people here, especially not useless ones. His words are laced with cruelty. And a few passing servants cannot help but stifle their laughter, casting even more contemptuous glances at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression remains calm, as if he has not heard the insults, and he simply states, "It is an arrangement from the family." An arrangement from the family? Lin Zhong scoffs, digging his finger into his ear. Fine. Since it's a family arrangement, Lin Zhong, want to be rude. However, he deliberately drags out his words, surveying Lin Chen's somewhat frail physique with a glint of malice in his eyes. You look so delicate, I doubt you can even lift a pig. How about this? Look over there. He points to the farthest corner of the pig farm, where the stench is most potent. Piled with the carcasses of deceased Qian pigs and heaps of refuse, flies buzzing around in a nauseating spectacle. That's where we handle the sick and dead pigs. It may be dirty and foul, but at least it's quiet, undisturbed. You'll be responsible for dragging those dead pigs to the designated pit on the back mountain and cleaning up the filth over there. Do it well, and you'll get 2 black buns a day. Fail to do so, well, you'll go hungry. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Handling dead pigs and cleaning the filth is the dirtiest, most arduous task in the entire pig farm, one that no one wishes to undertake. Moreover, the dead pigs often carry diseases, making it taboo for ordinary people to approach, let alone drag and bury them. By assigning this task to Lin Chen, Lin Zhong aims to humiliate him, to torment him, to make him retreat or perish from exhaustion or illness here. The surrounding servants look at Lin Chen with pity, but more so with a sense of schadenfreude. He deserves it for offending the Grand Elder's faction. Lin Chen internally scoffs, yet his exterior remains unflappable. Not even a crease appearing on his brow. Very well. He utters a single word and turns toward the corner indicated by Lin Zhong. This reaction momentarily stuns Lin Zhong, who had anticipated Lin Chen to be angry, defensive, or even in tears. This fellow, why is he not reacting at all? Has he truly been rendered foolish? Or has he resigned himself completely? Humph. A waste is a waste. Lin Zhong spits in disdain at Lin Chen's back, his expression one of contempt, wondering how long he can endure. Little does he know, within Lin Chen, there is no trace of humiliation or anger. Instead, a wave of uncontrollable excitement and anticipation surges. Handling dead pigs? Cleaning filth? What others deem as a loathsome chore represents a treasure trove of resources to Lin Chen. A vast amount of flesh essence that can be refined in the myriad furnaces. This is precisely what he desires. The more remote, the less disturbance. The more convenient it is for him to act in secret. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen strides steadily toward the foul-smelling corner. As he approaches, an overpowering stench of blood and decay nearly overwhelms him, threatening to induce vomiting. The ground is littered with several stiffening Qian pig carcasses surrounded by heaps of foul refuse, swarming with flies like a dark cloud. The environment here is far worse than he had envisioned. Even with his steadfast resolve, Lin Chen cannot help but frown. He does not immediately set to work. Instead, he carefully surveys his surroundings. This corner is indeed isolated, a fair distance from the main pigsties and where people congregate, surrounded only by dense weeds and a few crooked trees. If he is cautious, it would indeed be difficult to be discovered. Excellent. Lin Chen nods to himself. He endures the stench, retrieves tools, and begins to clear away the towering refuse. This task is undoubtedly dirty and laborious, but he performs it with utmost diligence, even more so than those specifically assigned to clean. This is not mere servitude. It is preparation for his forthcoming actions. Only by tidying the surroundings can he more conveniently manage the pig carcasses and locate a discreet place for refining. Sweat soon drenches his thin garments, his body covered in muck and filth. Yet, he pays it no mind, silently and intently focused on his work, resembling a true, numb laborer. This sight, occasionally spotted by Lin Zhong or other servants passing by, elicits only scoffs and further contemptuous glances. Look at that waste. He is actually doing it. Probably afraid of starving. What a farce. I doubt he can last half a day. Lin Chen pays no heed to their comments. After about an hour of labor, he finally manages to clear away a significant portion of the refuse, also becoming slightly familiar with the surrounding environment. At this moment, the sun had gradually ascended, and the people in the pig farm began to bustle with activity, leaving this secluded corner even more neglected. An opportunity had arisen. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was paying attention before he promptly approached a relatively fresh corpse of a fire pig, which had not yet fully decomposed. This fire pig appeared to have died from illness, showing no apparent external injuries, yet its vitality had completely extinguished. Lin Chen took a deep breath, held it, and attempted to place his palm against the cold, rigid skin of the fire pig. Then, with a mental command, He connected to the myriad furnace within his dantian. Ignite. A hum resonated. A sensation entirely distinct from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or refining medicinal residues surged forth. The myriad furnace seemed to transform instantly into an invisible greedy maw. A tremendous, domineering suction force directly acted upon the fire pig's corpse. No longer was it extracting ethereal spiritual energy or medicinal power, but rather directly siphoning the essence from the tangible matter. The surface of the fire pig's corpse exhibited a dark red hue, rapidly becoming desiccated and losing its luster, while the flesh beneath the skin visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Strands of thick, sanguine energy, imbued with the stench of death, were forcibly drawn from the carcass, flowing through Lin Chen's palm into his meridians. This energy was entirely unlike the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the gentle medicinal power. It was imbued with a violent, searing essence, intermingled with the malevolent aura unique to demonic beasts in the chill of death. Were an ordinary martial artist, even a high-level practitioner of body tempering, to forcibly absorb this energy, their meridians would undoubtedly rupture, leading to madness. Yet, Lin Chen possessed the myriad furnace. As these chaotic, violent energies of flesh and blood entered his body, before they could inflict any harm, they were instantly pulled in by an invisible force, spiraling into the furnace within his dantian. Boom. Within the furnace, it felt as though true divine fire was ablaze. The viscous, violent, and impure energies of flesh and blood, upon entering the furnace, were akin to scrap iron thrown into a smelting pot. The malevolent aura, the chill of death, toxic mutations, and various useless components were instantaneously incinerated, purified, and decomposed under the furnace's terrifying heat and mysterious power. Hiss. A copious amount of black smoke and foul energy roiled and dissipated within the furnace. Ultimately, only pure, exquisite energy remained, radiating a pale red hue. This energy no longer resembled the ethereal spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nor did it possess the gentle qualities of medicinal power, but rather was filled with explosive strength and vigorous vitality. This was the essence of blood and qi, refined through the myriad furnace. In the next moment, this pure and immense essence surged forth from the furnace like a flood breaching its dam, instantly flooding into Lin Chen's limbs and bones. Boom. Lin Chen felt as though he had been thrown into a colossal furnace. An indescribable sensation of searing heat and power coursed through him. His blood felt as if it were igniting. His muscles rejoiced. His bones trembled. The fatigue brought on by a night of arduous cultivation and labor was instantly swept away. In its place surged an unprecedented feeling of explosive power and vitality. His physical strength was rapidly enhancing at an astonishing rate, rejuvenated by this overwhelming essence. The barrier of the peak's second level of body tempering began to tremble violently under this furious force, as if just a bit more effort would shatter it completely. Effective. The results were astounding. Lin Chen's heart surged with elation. Refining the essence of demonic beast flesh was far superior to refining medicinal residues for enhancing physical strength and vital energy. This was truly a cultivation method tailor-made for the body tempering realm. He could feel every muscle, every bone, greedily absorbing this essence, becoming more resilient and powerful. Even his strength, speed, and resistance to impact were simultaneously soaring. Continue. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fervor as he unhesitatingly pressed his palm against another fire pig's corpse. Refine. Absorb. Purify. The cycle continued. In the corner of the small courtyard, the corpses of the fire pigs visibly shriveled away, ultimately transforming into lifeless hides and skeletons. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's aura surged at a terrifying pace, intensifying. The surface of his skin even glowed faintly red due to the overwhelming vitality, making him appear like a blazing furnace radiating tremendous heat. The barrier of the peak second level of body tempering was on the verge of collapse under his deliberate assault, like a candle flickering in the wind. Just as he was about to refine the third pig's corpse, preparing to break through in one go. Hey, that waste. What are you doing? Slacking off, are you? Lin Zhong's coarse, angry voice thundered from nearby. Lin Chen's heart jolted, and he hastily withdrew his hand, forcibly interrupting the refining process. The myriad furnace within his dantian instantly concealed its presence, and the red glow emanating from his body, due to the boiling vitality, swiftly receded. He quickly turned around to see Lin Zhong approaching with his hands on his hips, a look of suspicion and discontent in his small eyes. Damn it, I told you to handle the dead pigs, yet here you are daydreaming? Lin Zhong approached, noticing the several visibly shriveled pig corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing even deeper. What happened to these pigs? Why did they seem to have shrunk? Although he sensed something was amiss, he could not grasp the reason, attributing it to dehydration or some insects gnawing at them. Lin Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had stopped in time. Otherwise, If Lin Zhong had witnessed the refining process, the consequences would have been dire. He immediately lowered his head, feigning an utterly exhausted and submissive demeanor. His voice hoarse as he stammered, I was transporting the corpses and accidentally twisted my waist, just wanted to rest for a moment. As he spoke, he grimaced, clutching his waist as if genuinely injured. Lin Zhong scrutinized Lin Chen with suspicion, observing him drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and covered in filth. Along with the timid expression typical of a waste, his doubts dissipated significantly. After all, in his eyes, Lin Chen was a complete failure. How could he possibly conjure anything unusual in such a short time? Humph, a waste is still a waste. Can't even manage this simple task. Lin Zhong derisively scolded, kicking one of the unprocessed pig corpses on the ground. Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and drag these off to the back mountain to bury them. If you don't finish before dark, don't expect to eat dinner. With that, he waved his hand in disgust, as if merely looking at Lin Chen brought him bad luck. Turning and muttering curses as he walked away. Watching Lin Zhong's retreating figure, Lin Chen slowly straightened up, his eyes instantly regaining their previous coldness and sharpness. That had been a close call. It seemed that even in this secluded corner, absolute safety was not guaranteed. He needed to be more cautious. However, feeling the surging power within him on the verge of breaking through the barrier, a cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips. The third level of body tempering was within reach. Without hesitation, he immediately procured a rickety cart, enduring the stench as he laboriously loaded the pig corpses, now drained of their essence, leaving only hides and skeletons, along with a few whole bodies, onto the cart. Once he had completed this task, he pulled the heavy cart toward the designated burial site deep in the back mountain. This process not only allowed him to familiarize himself with the surge of power, but also distanced him from the watchful eyes of the pig farm, thereby creating an opportunity for his ultimate breakthrough. The cart was heavy, particularly on the rugged mountain path, making it exceptionally arduous to maneuver. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen felt no strain whatsoever. Through the refinement of his vital essence, his physical strength had multiplied several times over. Pulling this hefty cart felt as effortless as a leisurely stroll. He even deliberately slowed his pace, savoring the sensation of power coursing through his muscles. Meticulously controlling the amplitude and force of each step, gradually integrating the burgeoning strength into the instincts of his body. After approximately half an hour of walking, he finally arrived at a more secluded and desolate hollow in the rear mountains. Here lay a vast pit, already excavated, emanating a foul odor. Clearly designated by the Lin family for waste disposal, once he confirmed that the surroundings were devoid of any presence, Lin Chen unceremoniously shoved the pig carcasses from the cart into the deep pit. Having completed this task, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he sought out a relatively clean large stone and sat down cross-legged once more. He could sense that the power within him, poised for a breakthrough, had reached its zenith. It felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Just one final push was needed. Now was the moment. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as his mind plunged into his dantian. Furnace. Ignite. This time, he refrained from refining anything external. Instead, he focused all his intent within his dantian's qi, guiding the vast, surging power accumulated from the refining of abundant vital essence towards the resilient, invisible barrier that obstructed his entry into the third stage of body refinement for one last assault. Boom. It resonated within him like thunderclaps from the heavens. The power, amassed to its utmost limit, surged forth like a rampaging tiger, striking the barrier with an unstoppable force. Crack. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Resonating deep within Lin Chen's soul, that solid barrier, which had plagued him and kept him lingering at the pinnacle of the second stage of body refinement, shattered under the onslaught of this ferocious power, rumbling like a river breaching its banks. More abundant and refined true qi instantaneously filled Lin Chen's dantian. The previously swirling vortex expanded by more than double. The flow of true qi accelerated, its potency became even purer and more formidable. A sensation of strength far surpassing that of before coursed through his limbs. Third stage of body refinement. Achieved. With just 6 days remaining until the family test, Lin Chen, aided by his extraordinary furnace and his ironclad will, successfully broke through to the third stage of body refinement, meeting the minimum standards set by the family. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen released a breath laced with a fiery essence and slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as if stars were swirling, radiating a confident and powerful light. Feeling the vigorous energy pulsating within him, aware of the enhanced strength of his physical form, Lin Chen gradually rose to his feet and silently shouted towards the heavens. The humiliation endured for 3 long years, the crisis that had brought him to the brink. In this moment, it felt as though this breakthrough provided a preliminary release. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The third stage of body refinement was simply the minimum standard established by Lin Chen, a temporary reprieve from immediate expulsion. To truly astound everyone at the family test in 7 days. To make Lin Zhenhong and Wang Teng pay the price. To seize control of his own destiny. This level of strength was still far from sufficient. His gaze became resolute and piercing once more. The myriad paths of the furnace, refining all. Lin Chen murmured. A glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. If he could refine medicinal residues and the flesh of demonic beasts, then could he also refine higher-level substances, such as techniques, martial skills, even the cultivation of his enemies? A more audacious and frenzied thought quietly took root within his heart. The furnace door had opened. The true path of myriad refinements was just beginning to unfold before him. In the upcoming 6 days, he would make Qingyang town go utterly wild in the name of Lin Chen. Chapter 6. In the depths of the rear mountains, silence reigns. Disturbed only by the mournful whispers of the wind brushing through the treetops and the nauseating stench emanating from a vast pit. Lin Chen stood quietly atop a large stone. His eyes tightly shut, intently experiencing the vigorous energy coursing through him, far surpassing anything he had felt before. He had reached the third level of the body refinement realm. This threshold, once an insurmountable chasm that had stifled him, was finally shattered through a near-primitive force of will. 3 years of suppression, despair, and resentment found their release in that moment of breakthrough, transforming into a surging tide of passion within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a long, defiant roar to scatter the humiliations and taunts he had endured over the past 3 years. Yet, he restrained himself, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze pierced like lightning across the desolate hollow, ultimately settling in the direction of the Lin family estate. There were those who looked down upon him, enemies who wished him dead, and the high-ranking family members who dismissed his fate with indifference. The third level of the body refinement realm was merely a beginning. It would allow him to barely maintain his place within the Lin family during the upcoming clan test in 7 days, temporarily escaping the threat of expulsion or assassination by Wang Teng. Yet, this was far from sufficient. What he sought was not mere survival. He yearned to rise with dignity and repay the humiliations inflicted upon him 100-fold. He ached to trample underfoot those who regarded him as insignificant and trampled upon his honor. He longed to truly seize his own destiny, no longer manipulated by others. To achieve this, the third level of the body refinement realm was still woefully inadequate, especially after witnessing Wang Teng's prowess at the 5th level of the body refinement realm and the unfathomable aura of the Lin family's upper echelons. Lin Chen's desire to grow stronger intensified, blazing like a wildfire. Strength. I need even greater strength, Lin Chen murmured to himself, his clenched fist whitening with exertion. The myriad furnace could refine medicinal dregs in the essence of beastly blood and flesh, providing him with a continuous source of energy to rapidly elevate his cultivation. However, mere cultivation without formidable techniques or martial skills to back it up would render him nothing more than a brute, unable to unleash true combat power. He recalled the brief encounter with Wang Teng during the day. Although he had unexpectedly forced Wang Teng back, it was primarily due to the sudden surge of physical strength and his cunningly vicious strikes. In a genuine life-and-death struggle, the rudimentary techniques he currently possessed would surely falter against Wang Teng's evidently superior martial skills. Techniques. Martial skills. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. I need more powerful techniques to enhance my cultivation efficiency and sharper martial skills to bolster my combat capabilities. The Lin family's repository of techniques and martial skills, without a doubt, resided within the scripture pavilion. This thought ignited a fervor within him, swiftly consuming his every thought. The scripture pavilion, the heart of the Lin family. It housed various techniques and martial arts manuals collected and created by the ancestors of the Lin family, serving as the foundation for its legacy and growth. 3 years ago, when he was still the celebrated genius, he had once qualified to enter the first level of the scripture pavilion to peruse the basic cultivation methods. Yet, at that time, he had been arrogant, aspiring to more profound techniques, dismissing the foundational texts. After his fall from grace, the doors of the scripture pavilion had been completely shut to him. It had become a sacred ground he could only yearn for, a source of deep-seated pain within him. But now, it was different. He had broken through to the third level of the body refinement realm. According to the Lin family's rules, as long as one reached the first level of the body refinement realm, they would be eligible to enter the first level of the scripture pavilion and study the basic techniques and martial skills. Although his current disgraceful position and the deliberate oppression from the elder faction would likely present significant obstacles to entering the scripture pavilion, he was determined to try. There, he might uncover the opportunity to leap forward in strength. Moreover, a meaningful smile graced Lin Chen's lips as his mind delved into his dantian. Sensing the mysterious myriad furnace, If the furnace could refine medicinal dregs and the essence of blood and flesh, could it not also refine the tome's recording techniques and martial skills? Could he directly absorb the information of techniques, or even optimize and deduce them? This idea was utterly revolutionary. If it were feasible, it would surpass mere enhancement of cultivation. Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. Time was of the essence. He no longer hesitated and immediately set off, swiftly returning along the rugged mountain path toward the Lin family estate. After breaking through to the third level of the body refinement realm, his speed and endurance had significantly improved, allowing him to traverse the mountain path in less than half the time it had previously taken. Upon reappearing in the Lin family's rear courtyard, it was nearly noon. The servants and younger members present were more numerous than in the morning. Seeing Lin Chen return from the rear mountains, looking somewhat better than when he had left that morning, though still in tattered, filthy clothes, many regarded him with expressions of surprise and confusion. How did this waste return from the rear mountains? Wasn't he supposed to deal with the dead pigs? Did he finish that so quickly? He doesn't look like he did much work. He must have slacked off. I told you he wouldn't last. Truly a hopeless case. Just wait to be expelled. Various whispers echoed once more, yet this time, Lin Chen keenly sensed that among them, there seemed to be less pure disdain and more inexplicable curiosity. Clearly, the military order he had established in the discussion hall last night and his earlier confrontation with Wang Teng had quietly spread within the Lin family, stirring some ripples. Although the vast majority still held a low opinion of him, some now regarded him with a hint of intrigue. Lin Chen paid no heed to this, maintaining his focus as he strode directly toward the direction of the scripture pavilion, guided by memory. The Lin family's scripture pavilion was located in a relatively central area of the estate, a standalone, three-story ancient building. Constructed entirely of sturdy blue stone and an unknown dark wood, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, it exuded a majestic aura. Surrounded by a ring of verdant pine trees, lending an air of solemnity and dignity. The grand entrance was firmly shut, flanked by two imposing stone lions, while a spacious blue stone plaza lay before it, currently deserted and exceedingly quiet. Unlike the bustling noise of other areas, this place seemed to exist in a realm of its own, suffused with the timeless essence of ancient tomes and a faint, oppressive aura. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the plaza, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar pavilion, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. 3 years prior, he had entered here brimming with hope and pride. Now, 3 years later, he was about to knock upon its door once more as a waste and a disgraced figure. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within and stepped onto the blue stone plaza, advancing toward the heavy black wooden door. Just as he was within 10 paces of the entrance, an elderly yet somewhat languid voice unexpectedly emerged from the shadows beside the door. Halt, newcomer. Lin Chen paused, turning toward the sound. In the shadow beside the grand entrance sat an aged figure in a gray robe, reclining in an old, ornate armchair. His hair and beard completely white. The elderly man appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old, his face etched with wrinkles, eyes half closed. Holding a purple clay teapot, leisurely sipping tea as if he had been waiting here for quite some time. This elder was known to Lin Chen. He was Qiu Lao, the guardian elder of the scripture repository. It was said that he had been in the Lin family for decades, holding a high status and possessing unfathomable strength. Yet he was eccentric, rarely involved in family matters aside from overseeing the repository. Disciple Lin Chen pays his respects to Elder Qiu. Lin Chen did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed. Qiu Lao's strength was likely several notches above that of the family head, Lin Xiaodian. And offending him was not something Lin Chen could afford to do. Qiu Lao lifted his eyelids, his murky eyes leisurely scanning Lin Chen. Upon seeing Lin Chen's slightly pale yet extraordinarily calm face, a flicker of imperceptible surprise crossed his gaze before it returned to its usual composure. Lin Chen? I remember you. The little fellow with blocked meridians from 3 years ago, Qiu Lao remarked, setting down his teapot, his tone flat, making it difficult to discern whether it was mockery or mere observation. Yes, it is your disciple, Lin Chen replied respectfully. What brings you here? Qiu Lao inquired. The scripture repository is a significant place. Not just anyone can enter at will. Especially you. I've heard you are in quite a bit of trouble now. It was evident that Qiu Lao had heard about the events of the previous night. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart, realizing the crucial moment had arrived. He lifted his head, meeting Qiu Lao's seemingly murky yet seemingly penetrating gaze, and said, with neither humility nor arrogance, I report to Elder Qiu that I have fortuitously broken through to the third level of the body refinement realm. According to family rules, I should be qualified to enter the first level of the scripture repository to peruse basic cultivation techniques. As he spoke, he slightly circulated his internal energy. a wave of aura belonging to the third level of the body refinement realm clearly emanating from him. Oh, a deeper surprise flickered in Qiu Lao's eyes this time, more pronounced than before. He scrutinized Lin Chen closely, as if attempting to see through him. A boy once deemed a failure, unable to cultivate for 3 years, had unexpectedly broken through to the third level of the body refinement realm in such a short time? This indeed exceeded his expectations. After a moment of silence, Qiu Lao slowly nodded. The third level of the body refinement realm, that just barely qualifies. He paused before adding, however, rules are rules. The first level of the scripture repository is accessible to outer disciples and those of the body refinement realm from levels 1 to 3. Each entry requires a payment of 10 low-grade spirit stones or 100 family contribution points. The duration of the visit must not exceed 1 hour. No noise is allowed, and no damage to the text is permitted. Can you comply? 10 low-grade spirit stones, or 100 family contribution points. Lin Chen's heart sank. Spirit stones were the common currency of the Xianhuang continent, infused with pure spiritual energy. Though low-grade spirit stones were the most basic, they were still a considerable sum for ordinary Lin family members. As for family contribution points, they could only be earned through various family tasks. For the past 3 years, he had been regarded as a waste, his monthly allowance from the family long since cut off, and he could not produce even a single low-grade spirit stone, let alone 10. His contribution points stood at 0. This seemingly fair rule posed an insurmountable barrier for him. Could it be that after finally arriving here, he would be turned away due to a mere 10 spirit stones? Lin Chen's expression darkened. Qiu Lao noticed Lin Chen's embarrassment, a hint of inscrutable meaning flashing in his murky eyes, but he remained silent, merely lifting the teapot to take another leisurely sip, seemingly waiting for Lin Chen's reaction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. He could not give up. He must not abandon this opportunity. His mind raced as he pondered his options. Simply barging in was out of the question, and confronting Qiu Lao would be suicidal. Pleading for leniency? Given Qiu Lao's temperament, he likely would not entertain such a request. What to do? Just as anxiety surged within him, a thought struck like lightning. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Qiu Lao, and said earnestly, Elder Qiu, I truly have no spirit stones or contribution points. However, I am willing to offer my labor in exchange. I am willing to clean the scripture repository, organize the texts, or perform any menial tasks. I only ask for the chance to enter and read. Labor in exchange? Qiu Lao set down his teapot, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of amusement. Oh, cleaning? Organizing texts? Do you know how many texts are in the repository? Just the first level alone contains tens of thousands of volumes. Organizing them is no simple task. I do not fear hard work, Lin Chen declared resolutely, his tone filled with determination. As long as it allowed him to enter the repository, he was willing to pay any price. His gaze was so earnest, so full of longing, as if within the repository lay the only straw that could save his fate. Qiu Lao regarded Lin Chen for a long while, and in the depths of his murky eyes, a glimmer of approval seemed to flash, along with a hint of nostalgia. After a prolonged silence, long enough to make Lin Chen's heart race, he finally spoke slowly. Very well. Qiu Lao sighed, waving his hand. Seeing that you still possess some spirit, and have indeed reached the third level of the body refinement realm, I shall make an exception today. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Not so fast, Qiu Lao interrupted him, speaking slowly. I can allow you entry. However, the rules cannot be entirely broken. Since you lack spirit stones, you will compensate with labor. You are responsible for cleaning the fallen leaves in the courtyard of the scripture repository. You may enter once you finish. The courtyard of the scripture repository was vast, and although the pines and cypresses seldom shed leaves, the sheer area meant that thorough cleaning would require considerable time and effort. This was evidently a small test from Qiu Lao. Yes, I shall obey. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all, immediately agreeing. Compared to the monumental opportunity to enter the repository, what was a little cleaning? He quickly walked to the edge of the courtyard, found a broom and dustpan leaning against the wall, and began to clean diligently. He swept with great care, leaving no room for negligence. Every fallen leaf, every speck of dust, was meticulously cleared away. Qiu Lao remained reclined in his armchair, half closing his eyes, occasionally glancing at Lin Chen's busy figure, a subtle hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This young man, though beset by misfortune, possessed a commendable spirit. Unfazed by praise or blame, he had a clear goal, was adaptable, and was willing to put in hard work. Perhaps he truly could create a miracle? Time passed gradually, the sun shifting towards the west. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of diligent labor, Lin Chen had cleaned the expansive stone courtyard to a pristine state, nearly spotless. He approached Qiu Lao respectfully and said, Elder Qiu, I have completed the cleaning. Qiu Lao slowly opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. it is indeed clean. He rose and walked to the heavy black wooden door, gently pressing his hand against it. With a creaking sound, the dust-laden door slowly opened inward, revealing a profound world filled with the sin of ancient texts. Enter. Qiu Lao stepped aside, stating calmly, remember, only 1 hour. No noise, no damage to the texts. The first level, outer area. Manage it yourself. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement as he bowed deeply once more, then without hesitation stepped into the repository he had yearned for over the past 3 years. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by a rich aroma, a mlang of aged paper, ink, and a hint of sandalwood, which instills a profound tranquility in the mind. The chamber is dimly lit, with only a few high windows allowing a trickle of natural light to filter through. Before the eyes lies a row of towering bookshelves, crafted from the same dark hardwood, densely populated with tomes of various materials, yellowed ancient texts, azure bamboo slips, and even peculiar jade stone rubbings. The vastness is reminiscent of an endless ocean. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Lin Chen is nonetheless awestruck by the grandeur before him. This is the accumulated essence of the Lin family over centuries. Suppressing his excitement, he refrains from immediately perusing the alluring texts and instead takes a moment to scan the layout of the first floor. The space is immense, akin to a grand library, with bookshelves arranged in an orderly fashion categorized by different sections. As one ventures deeper, the quality of the shelves appears to improve, and the preservation of the texts becomes increasingly exquisite, indicating that these are the more precious volumes. The outer area mentioned by Elder Qiu refers to the section nearest the entrance, where the shelves are the most ordinary, and the texts appear weathered and chaotic. This area predominantly houses the foundational techniques widely circulated across the Xianwang continent, low-level martial arts, as well as miscellaneous notes, legends, and geographical records. Lin Chen's objective is clear. He seeks a foundational technique that will enable him to swiftly enhance his cultivation, suitable for the myriad furnace. His gaze swiftly locks onto a familiar-looking beast skin scroll on one of the outer shelves. The scroll's label bears the ancient characters, Fundamental Qi Refinement Technique. This is precisely the technique, the most widely practiced and fundamental method of Qi refinement in the Xianwang continent, renowned for its stability. 3 years ago, it was while practicing this very technique that he encountered an unfortunate accident. This technique has nearly become his nightmare. Yet, at this moment, upon seeing it again, Lin Chen feels no trace of fear or revulsion. Instead, his eyes sparkle with an unusual light. The most fundamental techniques often embody the essence of cultivation. Furthermore, the widespread nature of this method suggests it possesses unique merits. However, due to its commonality, it may harbor subtle flaws or might not be suitable for everyone. What if it could be refined by the myriad furnace? Lin Chen's heart races uncontrollably at the thought. He reaches out, taking the somewhat aged beast skin scroll into his hands. It feels slightly heavy, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Instead of opening it immediately, he carries the scroll to a secluded corner of the first floor, where a few dilapidated tables and abandoned shelves are piled. The light even dimmer, an ideal location for his endeavor. After ensuring the area is unobserved and that Elder Qiu's consciousness is not focused here, Lin Chen takes a deep breath, sits cross-legged, and spreads the beast skin scroll across his knees. He does not read the text but instead closes his eyes, directing his mind into his dantian. Myriad furnace. Refining techniques. Buzz. Within the dantian's qi si, the mysterious black iron piece bursts forth with brilliant ethereal light. Unlike the previous instances of refining medicinal remnants and flesh essence, this time, the force emanating from the furnace is no longer mere suction. Rather, it is a more profound and intricate power. This force silently spreads out, enveloping the scroll of fundamental qi refinement technique resting on Lin Chen's knees. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolds. The ancient characters upon the beast skin scroll seem to come alive. Each character rises from the scroll, transforming into streams of luminous information, as if drawn by some mysterious force, continuously flowing into Lin Chen's brow. As these streams of information enter Lin Chen's consciousness, they are instantly drawn into the ethereal furnace suspended within his mental realm, resonating with the dantian furnace. Boom. Lin Chen feels as though his head might burst. A torrent of information crashes against his awareness like a flood breaching a dam. The outline of the fundamental qi refinement technique, its operational pathways, detailed acupoint explanations, and precautions all are vividly clear in his mind. Yet this is merely the beginning. Under the influence of the furnace's mysterious power, the original information of the technique is rapidly being analyzed, deconstructed, and reassembled. The obscure aspects of the technique are instantaneously dissected, transforming into the most straightforward insights. Those latent, hard-to-detect flaws and shortcomings are ruthlessly eliminated and corrected. Moreover, the furnace is optimizing and extrapolating this foundational technique based on Lin Chen's uniquely enhanced meridian characteristics. Far exceeding the norm, Lin Chen is completely immersed in this wondrous state. He feels as though he has become an exceedingly experienced master, scrutinizing, analyzing, and perfecting this seemingly simple foundational technique from an extraordinary perspective. He observes how qi flows through the meridians under the guidance of this technique. He identifies the critical acupoints and discovers more efficient pathways. He learns how to maximize the attraction of celestial and earthly spiritual energy and how to refine and absorb it more swiftly. Countless realizations flood his mind like an enlightening revelation. Time slips away, and when the last character dissolves into light, completely absorbed and refined by the furnace, buzz, the ethereal furnace quivers gently. A brand new fundamental qi refinement technique, both similar and strikingly different from the original, is deeply imprinted within Lin Chen's soul. This new technique retains the core framework and reliability of the original method, yet its operational pathways are more streamlined and fluid. With an increase in qi absorption speed of at least 30%, the refining efficiency has soared by over 50%. Furthermore, the technique now includes subtle, esoteric methods for better refining the meridians and nurturing the physical body. Most importantly, it seems tailor-made for him, aligning perfectly with his unique meridian structure. This is simply. Lin Chen slowly opens his eyes, filled with incredulous shock and elation. The myriad furnace can indeed refine techniques. Moreover, it can autonomously optimize and extrapolate. This is no longer merely extraordinary, it borders on the miraculous. He immediately attempts to circulate his qi according to the newly acquired fundamental qi refinement technique. Boom. In an instant, he senses the surrounding spiritual energy being irresistibly drawn in, surging into his body at a pace several times faster than before. The spiritual energy flows along the new, smoother pathways, encountering virtually no obstacles, and is swiftly refined into pure qi, converging in his dantian. The speed of cultivation skyrockets. Lin Chen trembles with excitement. With this optimized version of the fundamental qi refinement technique, combined with the myriad furnace's ability to refine all things and provide energy, how terrifying will his cultivation speed become? 7 days, not to mention the third level of body refinement. Perhaps he might even challenge higher realms. Just as Lin Chen revels in this immense surprise, Elder Chio's aged yet calm voice resonates in his ear, akin to the ringing of a morning bell. Young man. An hour has passed. It is time to emerge. Lin Chen's heart jolts. He realizes how swiftly time has flown. He hastily collects himself, carefully rolling up the beast's skin scroll, which, at this moment, appears no different from ordinary hide, for all its essence has been thoroughly absorbed by the myriad furnace. He rose, adjusted his attire, returned the scroll to its rightful place, and then strode swiftly out of the scripture pavilion. Elder Chio remained seated in the grand armchair. His eyes squinted, appearing as if he were in slumber. Thank you, Elder Chio, for your support. Lin Chen once again bowed respectfully. Elder Chio did not lift his eyelids, merely uttering a soft HM, while gesturing with his hand, indicating that Lin Chen could depart. Without lingering, Lin Chen turned and left the plaza of the scripture pavilion. He sensed that Elder Chio's seemingly murky gaze lingered momentarily on his retreating figure, imbued with a hint of inquiry and perhaps anticipation. Yet, Lin Chen had no time to ponder further. His heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of confidence and strength. He had acquired the foundational techniques, now a superlative version refined through the 10,000 paths forge. Next, he would harness this unparalleled training efficiency, alongside the unrefined remnants of medicinal concoctions and the essence of the crimson flame boar, to elevate his cultivation to new heights. Family trials? Lin Bao? Wang Teng? Just wait. I, Lin Chen, have returned. This time, I shall ensure that you are left utterly astonished. He quickened his pace, dashing towards his dilapidated courtyard, his silhouette casting a long shadow filled with hope and combativeness in the twilight glow. Chapter 7. The setting sun melted into gold, painting the clouds at the horizon in a brilliant orange hue. The afterglow filtered through the layered eaves and dense foliage of the Lin family mansion, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the bluestone path. Lin Chen's figure darted like an arrow, weaving through the interplay of light and shadow in the corridors and pathways. His footsteps were brisk and urgent, imbued with an uncontrollable excitement and eagerness. With each breath, he could feel the low rumble of the mysterious furnace within his dantian and the profound rhythm emanating from the newly transformed, perfectly aligned fundamental qi refinement technique in his mind. The journey to the scripture pavilion had yielded rewards beyond his wildest imaginings. The myriad furnaces could not only refine tangible essences but also distill intangible techniques, optimizing and evolving them. Such extraordinary methods were unheard of and unseen before. He felt immense gratitude for choosing what appeared to be the most ordinary, the most elementary fundamental qi refinement technique. Its foundational nature provided a sturdy framework, ensuring its widespread transmission, and it likely contained the essence of simplicity in the grand scheme of things. After the myriad furnaces refined and optimized it, this technique had undergone a metamorphosis. Its cultivation efficiency and potential had likely surpassed many so-called high-tier techniques housed within the Lin family's scripture pavilion. Faster, even faster. Lin Chen's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must seize every moment. Only 6 days remained until the family assessment. In this brief span, he was determined to elevate his strength to a level that would astonish all and instill fear in his adversaries. Soon, the familiar yet dilapidated courtyard came into view. Compared to when he left, the yard seemed even more desolate, with the sunset's glow failing to dispel the chill and desolation lingering here. Yet, at this moment, in Lin Chen's eyes, this place no longer symbolized shame and despair, but rather the ideal ground for his clandestine rise and rebirth. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the courtyard door, slipped inside, and swiftly secured the worn wooden door from the inside. Although it was merely a rudimentary bolt, offering little in terms of defense, it provided him with a semblance of psychological security and helped prevent unnecessary prying. Having completed these tasks, he immediately moved to the center of the yard, his gaze fixed intently on the heap of discarded medicinal residues in the corner, which still resembled a small mountain. These would serve as his fuel for reaching greater heights, though the blood essence from the Crimson Flame pig farm was more effective in refining flesh and blood. The multitude of people and distractions there posed too great a risk for prolonged cultivation. Moreover, while the essence purified by the furnace significantly enhanced physical strength and vitality, its effect on the enhancement of true qi cultivation seemed less direct compared to these residues, rich in various herbal energies. Perhaps a combination of both would yield the best results. First, he would use the medicinal residues to elevate his cultivation level, then seek opportunities to refine the blood essence to temper his physique. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to suppress the exhilaration brought on by acquiring such a remarkable technique, striving to restore his mind to a tranquil state. The path of cultivation abhors restlessness. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and did not immediately attempt to communicate with the myriad furnaces, but instead began to operate the newly optimized fundamental qi refinement technique in his mind. He aimed to thoroughly familiarize himself with this technique, sensing its vast differences from the original version. Buzz. As he activated the technique, Lin Chen's body transformed into an ethereal vortex, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if responding to a powerful summons, surged toward him at a speed several times, if not a dozen times, faster than before. To an observer, it would appear as though a miniature vortex of spiritual energy had formed around Lin Chen, the air itself seeming to thicken. So fast, Lin Chen was astonished. This was merely the speed at which the technique guided the spiritual energy. If he were to combine it with the active absorption of the myriad furnaces, what a terrifying spectacle that would be. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body, it raced along the newly optimized meridian pathways. Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that this route was far simpler and smoother than the previous fundamental qi refinement technique. With almost no sense of stagnation, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like the most obedient steed, easily guided and refined. The refining efficiency had also increased severalfold. In just a moment, he felt the true qi within his dantian condensing further. Having recently broken through to the third level of the body refinement realm, he was rapidly solidifying his advancement through this efficient refining process. Even more delightfully, as the technique operated, fine yet pure energies continuously nourished his meridians and physique, filling him with warmth and vitality. This was evidently an additional effect derived from the furnace's optimization, absent in the original technique. Perfect. Simply perfect. Lin Chen marveled inwardly. With this technique, even without the myriad furnaces, his cultivation speed could rival those so-called geniuses of the family, and the combination of both no longer hesitating. Lin Chen familiarized himself with the technique's operation and immediately divided his focus to connect with the myriad furnaces within his dantian. Furnace. Activate. Refine the medicinal residues. Buzz. The mysterious black iron plate once again emitted a faint glow. The overwhelming suction immediately enveloped the pile of medicinal residues in the corner. This time, Lin Chen did not reach out with his hands. Instead, he guided the process with his intent. Before his eyes, a great quantity of medicinal residues floated upward as if drawn by an invisible force, transforming into torrents of dark gray that surged continuously toward his body. The energy-laden residues, upon entering Lin Chen's body, were instantaneously captured, decomposed, and purified by the myriad furnaces. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Inside the furnace, invisible flames blazed fiercely, incinerating all impurities, toxins, and waste energies, leaving only streams of exceptionally pure, multicolored medicinal energy. Simultaneously, the optimized fundamental qi refinement technique within Lin Chen was operating at high speed. The technique guided the spiritual energy from the outside world, while the furnace provided a continuous supply of refined medicinal power. The two flowed together like two rushing rivers, ultimately converging in Lin Chen's dantian. Boom. Lin Chen felt as though his dantian was on the verge of explosion. An unprecedented surge of energy crashed through his limbs and body like a tsunami. His cultivation soared at a terrifying speed, akin to a vessel propelled by the wind. Beginning at the early stage of the third level of the body refinement realm stabilized. Mid-stage of the third level breakthrough. Late stage of the third level breakthrough. Pinnacle of the third level. In less than 2 hours, Lin Chen's cultivation had leaped 2 minor stages, soaring from the early stage of the third level to its pinnacle. He was now just 1 step away from the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Such speed, if known to outsiders, would surely leave them astounded. For a typical martial artist, even a talented genius would require months, if not half a year, of arduous training to ascend from the early stage of the third level to its pinnacle. Yet Lin Chen achieved this in under 2 hours. The overwhelming power of the myriad furnaces, combined with the terrifying efficiency of the optimized technique, produced results that were nothing short of miraculous. Too fast. Even Lin Chen, with his resolute will, was shaken by this extraordinary rate of improvement. He could distinctly sense that the quantity of true qi within him had swelled several-fold since his recent breakthrough. The strength of his physique and vitality had also received a significant boost from the nourishing true qi. He even felt that, with his current strength, should he face Wang Tong again, he might just hold his own, even without employing the special abilities of the myriad furnaces. Certainly, this is merely a preliminary estimation. Wang Tong, after all, is at the 5th level of the body refinement realm and undoubtedly has mastered the exquisite martial arts of the Wang family, with real combat experience that far surpasses his own. The true outcome of the battle remains uncertain. However, this undoubtedly instilled immense confidence in Lin Chen. Yet, it was still insufficient. Lin Chen's gaze burned with fervor. He was but a step away from the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Today, he vowed to forge ahead and break through. Once more, he glanced at the noticeably diminished pile of medicinal dregs, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. He was determined to extract every last drop of these dregs, transforming them into the sustenance for his ascension to a higher realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen immersed himself once again in his cultivation. The myriad furnace operated at full capacity. The optimized version of the basic qi refining technique was pushed to its limits. He, alongside the furnace, seemed to transform into an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring the residual energy within the medicinal waste. In the courtyard, spiritual energy surged, and energy fluctuated. Even the air became slightly distorted due to the heightened concentration of energy. Time flew by as Lin Chen fervently cultivated. Night fell once more, the stars and moon dimmed, leaving only the faint glow emanating from Lin Chen as he channeled his techniques, alongside the deep black radiance of the myriad furnace, illuminating the darkness in a harmonious display. The pile of medicinal dregs in the corner diminished at a visible rate. Finally, when the last handful of dregs was completely consumed by the myriad furnace, and the refining concluded, the energy accumulation within Lin Chen reached an unprecedented pinnacle. He could distinctly feel the formidable barrier obstructing his entry into the 4th level of the body refinement realm lay just before him. Break for me. Lin Chen roared internally. He summoned all the true energy within him, charging forth like a raging dragon, forcefully colliding with that invisible barrier. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated within his dantian, echoing like the creation of the universe. The solid barrier trembled violently under the impact of his concentrated power and will. Crack, 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 fine fissures spread across the barrier like a spider web. Success. Just a little more. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy as he prepared to muster the last vestige of his strength to shatter it completely. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. He suddenly sensed that the energy within his dantian seemed to falter. The medicinal dregs were entirely exhausted. Without the continual external supply of energy, relying solely on his accumulated internal strength, it seemed he lacked just a fraction to burst through this even more solid barrier. Damn it. Lin Chen's heart sank. Was he to fail at this last juncture? If this attempt failed, it would not only squander the immense energy he had gathered, but could even result in damage to his meridians due to the forced impact. The next attempt would be even more challenging. What to do? Where could he find energy to refine immediately? The Crimson Flame Pig Farm? No. It was deep into the night. Venturing there recklessly would draw too much attention. Furthermore, time was of the essence. Medicinal pills? He didn't possess even a single spirit stone, let alone the means to purchase pills. Was there truly no way out? Lin Chen's heart plummeted. A wave of profound disappointment and unwillingness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Just as he was on the verge of despair, within his dantian, the myriad furnace, which had been silently operating, suddenly erupted with a radiance more resplendent than any previous display of black light. This light was profound, dark, yet seemed to embody the supreme power to devour the heavens and refine all things. Following this, an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally pure energy, imbued with a hint of a strange fiery essence, began to seep slowly from the body of the furnace. Although its quantity was minuscule, its quality far surpassed the energy from the previously refined medicinal dregs and blood essence. It was even purer and more refined than the spiritual energy of the world. Upon its emergence, it seamlessly integrated into Lin Chen's waning impact energy, akin to the finishing touch to a masterpiece. Boom. As if bolstered by the mightiest of aids, the energy that had been faltering surged again with unparalleled potency, crashing against the already fissured barrier. Bang. A deep yet clear explosion resounded. The solid barrier, which had obstructed Lin Chen's entry into the fourth level of the body refinement realm, finally crumbled under the immense force. Shattering like glass struck by a mighty hammer, it utterly disintegrated. With a roar, it cascaded forth like a torrential flood, flooding Lin Chen's dantian with an even more vigorous, pure true energy. The scope of his energy reservoir expanded once again, and the quality of the true energy experienced a qualitative leap. A powerful aura, far exceeding that of the third level of the body refinement realm, erupted from within Lin Chen, sweeping through the entire courtyard. Even the dust on the courtyard walls was shaken loose. The fourth level of the body refinement realm. He had succeeded. Moreover, this breakthrough was not forced. It was a solid foundation, with true energy that was immensely robust. Lin Chen gasped for breath, his face illuminated with an overwhelming sense of relief and indescribable ecstasy. That had been perilously close. Just a fraction more. And had it not been for the myriad furnace releasing that mysterious and pure energy at the last moment, his attempt would certainly have ended in failure. The furnace, could it store energy? Or did it inherently contain some form of primal power? Lin Chen was filled with confusion and astonishment. He could sense that the origin of that pure energy had not come from the outside world, but rather from the body of the furnace. That mysterious black iron piece. Did this signify that the furnace itself was a vast source of energy? Or did it, while refining all things, also retain a portion of the purest primal energy within itself for future needs? Lin Chen attempted to probe the interior of the furnace with his consciousness, but it remained a chaotic enigma, offering no glimpse into its core secrets. Regardless, he owed this success to it. Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. He rose, stretching his limbs, reveling in the surging, potent power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous capabilities. The fourth level of the body refinement realm. In just over a day, he had risen from being a cultivator unable to progress to the fourth level of the body refinement realm. Such speed was utterly astonishing. If Lin Zhenhong and Wang Teng were to learn of this, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coursing through his fingertips, a cold yet confident smile gracing his lips. Now, he possessed absolute confidence that in the family assessment in 7 days, he would crush Lin Bao. Moreover, he was even prepared to face Wang Teng head-on. Of course, he would not be satisfied with merely this. There were still over 5 days until the assessment. He must continue to advance. The fourth level of the body refinement realm was not enough. He needed to grow stronger. Strong enough to command the awe of all. Strong enough to eradicate all threats in their infancy. Yet Lin Chen glanced at the now empty ground in the corner, his brow furrowing. The medicinal dregs had been exhausted. To continue advancing swiftly, he needed to seek new, higher quality fuel. The essence of the crimson flame pig's flesh was a viable option, but the risks were too great, and its effects seemed to lean more towards refining the body. Medicinal pills? Spirit stones? He remained penniless. Techniques? The foundational techniques of the first level of the scripture pavilion held little significance for him now. At present, he lacks the qualifications to engage with the more advanced martial arts techniques. It seems he must devise an alternative strategy. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Perhaps he could procure some cultivation resources from those who have wronged him. For instance, Lin Bao. A bold scheme began to quietly take shape within Lin Chen's mind. Chapter 8 is the first light of dawn, akin to a bashful maiden. Gently parted the heavy curtain of night, filtering through the cracks of the dilapidated window frames and cascading into Lin Chen's humble abode. The youth seated cross-legged upon the frigid ground slowly opened his eyes. A night spent in tranquil meditation had not been consumed by frenzied cultivation. The breakthrough to the fourth stage of body refinement not only heralded a dramatic surge in power, but also signified a profound metamorphosis. He required time to adapt, to master, and, most importantly, to conceal this transformation. At this moment, his gaze was deep and serene, having perfectly tempered the ecstasy and excitement experienced during last night's breakthrough. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a newfound composure and restraint within his eyes, akin to a sword sheath, appearing unremarkable yet harboring an unspoken sharpness. The fourth stage of body refinement. Lin Chen murmured to himself, gradually lifting his hand. His fingers were long and well-defined, the skin appearing delicate and smooth due to the richness of his vital energy, even exuding a faint luminescence. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power concealed beneath this seemingly ordinary hand. It felt as if he could effortlessly pulverize a solid stone into dust with a mere grip. This sensation of power was so palpable, so intoxicating. Yet he understood that now was not the time for indulgence. He must exert control, perfect control. Lin Chen's expression sharpened as he consciously began to restrain the natural aura radiating from his being. At the fourth stage of body refinement, his vital energy was already quite substantial, and his movements naturally exuded an aura vastly different from that of lower-tier warriors. Though such an aura might escape the notice of the ordinary, it would be glaringly apparent to those seasoned or deeply skilled in martial arts. Akin to a firefly in the dark of night. The family assessment in 7 days would undoubtedly serve as a stage to prove himself, but prior to that, revealing his full strength too soon would only invite unnecessary troubles and heightened vigilance, potentially provoking Lin Jinhong and Wang Teng into taking drastic measures against him. He must continue to play the role of the fortunate fool who had just barely broken through to the third stage. To feign ignorance was to ensure that when the moment was critical, he could deliver an unforgettable surprise to those self-satisfied individuals. This was his strategy, playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. With this thought, Lin Chen began to practice controlling the flow of vital energy within him. He no longer pursued ultimate speed and efficiency. Instead, he deliberately slowed the operation of the optimized version of the basic qi refinement technique, allowing the fluctuations of his vital energy to become more subdued and inconspicuous. Simultaneously, he exerted effort to control his muscular strength, mimicking the state expected of a second or third stage body refinement warrior. This was no simple task. The surging power resembled a wild stallion, yearning to break free from its constraints and gallop unchecked. It required considerable focus to suppress and disguise it effectively. He rose to his feet and attempted to take a few steps. Bang! The blue stone floor beneath him suddenly emitted a faint thud. Cracking slightly under what appeared to be a casual step, Lin Chen was taken aback, quickly retracting his strength. Such an involuntary movement had nearly exposed him. Frowning, he began to meticulously control every subtle movement of his body, adjusting the size of his steps, the weight of his ascents and descents, the speed of his turns, the rhythm of his breathing. Each aspect was deliberately calibrated to align with that of a young man who had just broken through to the third stage. With a still fragile foundation, even his gaze was consciously moderated, toning down its sharpness to retain merely a hint of post-breakthrough exhilaration, mingled with trepidation about the future, and the appropriate reverence and unease when confronting the strong. This performance was, for him, also a form of cultivation, a honing of his ability to control his own strength. After approximately half an hour of repeated attempts and adjustments, Lin Chen finally felt a reasonable command over his surging power. At least on the surface, he bore little distinction from an ordinary youth at the initial or mid-stage of the third level of body refinement. Of course, this disguise was not flawless. A true expert or one who scrutinized him closely might still detect subtle clues. Yet, it sufficed to handle the majority of Lin family's ordinary descendants and servants. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow. This intricate control demanded more mental energy than mere cultivation. With the disguise perfected, his next concern was the issue of cultivation resources. The remnants of medicinal herbs had been depleted, and relying solely on the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even with an optimized technique, would not suffice to meet his urgent need to significantly enhance his strength within the next 5 days. The 10,000-path furnace, this voracious beast that devoured all, required a continuous supply of fuel. His gaze sharpened once more. Lin Bao, that name coiled around his mind like a venomous serpent. According to his recollection, Lin Bao, as the favored grandson of the Grand Elder, had never lacked for cultivation resources. Pills, spiritual stones, and even low-tier magical artifacts and armor were certainly in abundance. Furthermore, Lin Bao was known for his arrogance and vindictiveness. After suffering a public humiliation at Lin Chen's hands, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, refusing to let the matter rest. In light of this, rather than passively awaiting his fate, it would be far wiser to take the initiative. Borrowing some cultivation resources from Lin Bao would not only resolve his immediate dilemma, but also allow him to collect a small interest. Why not seize the opportunity? Naturally, a direct confrontation was out of the question. That would be tantamount to courting disaster, instantly attracting the wrath of the Grand Elder and possibly the entire family. He must resort to cunning strategy. Lin Chen began to rapidly devise a plan in his mind. First, he needed to ascertain Lin Bao's recent whereabouts and habits. Where did he reside? What places did he frequent? Who typically accompanied him? Did he have any particular hobbies or weaknesses? Next, he needed to identify a suitable opportunity and location for his endeavor. It had to be a scenario where success was assured, while leaving no trace to implicate him. This required time and intelligence. Lin Chen resolved that he could not remain cooped up in the courtyard as he had done yesterday. He needed to venture out, observe, inquire, and seek out that potential opportunity. Moreover, remaining secluded could easily raise suspicions. A proper appearance. Maintaining the guise of a youth who had just broken through and was diligently preparing for the assessment was also a fundamental aspect of his strategy. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen adjusted his tattered yet relatively clean coarse cloth attire, recalibrated his aura and demeanor, ensuring he resembled a typical, somewhat anxious youth at the third stage of body refinement. He then took a deep breath and pushed open the courtyard door. The morning sun was somewhat blinding. Lin Chen squinted slightly, acclimating to the brightness. On the path outside the courtyard, several Lin family servants and distant descendants were already passing by. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge from the dilapidated dwelling, their reactions exhibited subtle changes compared to the previous day. Contempt and disdain still lingered. Yet the brazen mockery seemed to have waned, replaced by curiosity and scrutiny. Some of the more timid or lower-ranking servants even instinctively lowered their heads and hurriedly averted their gaze upon making eye contact with Lin Chen. Evidently, Lin Chen's cultivation at the third stage of body refinement, as they believed, and his audacity in confronting Su Qingyao and challenging Wang Ting, even issuing a military order, had begun to instill a degree of intimidation within the Lin family, albeit based on what many deemed foolishness and insanity. Lin Chen observed these subtle shifts with a quiet smirk within, yet maintained a facade of awkwardness and unease, keeping his head lowered as he ambled along the path. As though merely seeking a breath of fresh air, he strolled aimlessly through the central and rear areas of the Lin family's grand residence, devoid of a specific destination. Passing by the training grounds, he observed numerous Lin family disciples fervently honing their skills. The air was filled with the whoosh of fists and the glint of blades, accompanied by the cacophony of cheers and shouts. As Lin Chen approached, some disciples paused, casting either curious or disdainful glances his way. Look, it's Lin Chen. Does he still have the audacity to show his face? If I were him, I would have long sought refuge in a crevice, scoffed one. So what if he's at the third level of the body refinement stage, in front of those of us who have already reached the third or even fourth levels? He is nothing but a waste. A youth, clearly a sycophant of Lin Bao, raised his voice intentionally to draw Lin Chen's attention for the purpose of ridicule. Lin Chen feigned indifference, merely glancing from afar before lowering his head and hastening his steps away. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, a glimmer of icy malice flickered. These pompous clowns would soon learn the true meaning of regret once he found the opportunity to retaliate. As he wandered past the mission hall, he noticed a flurry of activity with many Lin family disciples accepting or completing family tasks in exchange for contribution points and cultivation resources. Lin Chen's attention was caught by a list of tasks posted at the entrance, stirring a thought within him. Perhaps accepting some simple tasks could be a means to acquire resources? However, given his current need to conceal his strength, there would likely be many restrictions on task acceptance. He decided to take note of this for future consideration. He even passed by the alchemy room from a distance. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from within, stirring a yearning within Lin Chen's internal furnace, as if it craved the elixirs and materials housed there. Yet, the alchemy room was heavily guarded, far from a place he could covet at this moment. As he meandered, Lin Chen appeared to lack purpose. Yet he had attuned his ears to the conversations and discussions around him. Naturally, there were plenty of rumors about him, mostly mocking his arrogance and anticipating the spectacle of his downfall in 7 days. Some conversations revolved around the family assessment. It was said that, with the triennial competition among the 3 major families of Qingyang Town approaching, this year's Lin family test would be more stringent than in previous years, with a preliminary internal selection phase where only those who excelled would qualify for the final assessment and receive better resources. Internal selection? Lin Chen felt a spark of interest. Could this be an opportunity for him? A chance to assess his own strength while legitimately acquiring resources? Moreover, much of the discourse centered on the prominent figures among the younger generation of the Lin family. I heard that Brother Lin Yin broke through yesterday. He has reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the body refinement stage. Truly impressive. Indeed, Brother Lin Yin is the foremost among our young generation. He will undoubtedly secure first place in this family test. Not necessarily. Miss Lin Shui is no slouch either. Rumor has it she is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level as well. And then there's Lin Bao from the Elder's household. Although his character leaves much to be desired, he has managed to accumulate resources, forcing his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th level. And he is supposedly attempting to break through to the 5th level now. Upon hearing Lin Bao's name, Lin Chen's ears perked up. The pinnacle of the 4th level? Attempting to break through to the 5th? This information was of utmost importance to him. If Lin Bao was indeed sequestered in his training to reach the 5th level, it could mean he might currently have few guards around him. His stash of resources might also be more vulnerable. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened as he sensed an opportunity beckoning him. He casually approached a few peripheral disciples discussing Lin Bao, seeking to glean more details. But I've heard that Lin Bao's attempt to break through to the 5th level hasn't gone smoothly, a slender youth said in a hushed tone. Oh, what do you mean? Inquired a chubby boy, curiosity piqued. Hee, I heard it from my cousin who helps out in the alchemy room. Apparently, the elder spent a fortune to procure a consolidation pill for Lin Bao to aid his breakthrough. Unfortunately, Lin Bao either rushed it or something went awry. He ended up injuring his meridians and is now hiding in his courtyard recuperating. The slender youth chuckled, relishing the misfortune. Is that true? That sounds like poetic justice. He deserves it. The chubby boy chimed in, intrigued. Shoo, keep your voice down. We can't speak of this openly. If the elder hears of it, we'll be in deep trouble. The slender youth quickly gestured for silence. A consolidation pill? A failed breakthrough? Injured meridians? Hiding in his courtyard to recover? These key phrases detonated like thunder in Lin Chen's mind. This was a fortuitous opportunity. With Lin Bao injured, his strength would surely be significantly diminished. Furthermore, being confined to recuperation would mean he would likely not have many interruptions. Even Lin Bao himself would be in a vulnerable, unguarded state. Visiting him now would be akin to an opportunity served on a platter. Lin Chen forcefully suppressed the immediate urge to rush over and plunder Lin Bao's resources, allowing his mind to race with thoughts. No, he must not act impulsively. Although Lin Bao was injured, he was still the elder's grandson, and his courtyard would surely be guarded. Besides, who could say whether this was not a trap set by Lin Bao or the elder to lure him in? Caution was imperative, yet this revelation undeniably provided Lin Chen with a clear direction and immense hope. He ceased his aimless wandering and feigned nonchalance as he made his way toward his small courtyard. Along the way, he meticulously recalled the layout of the Lin family residence and the location of Lin Bao's lavishly appointed courtyard known as the Leopard Garden, along with its surrounding environment. Upon returning to his dilapidated courtyard and securing the door, the dullness and awkwardness on Lin Chen's face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling calm and sharp contemplation. He did not immediately commence cultivation but instead paced within the courtyard, piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered and analyzing them. Lin Bao's injury was highly probable, but it remained unconfirmed. He was hiding in the Leopard Garden to heal, a relatively secluded environment. While he had a general sense of the location, the specifics of the guards and internal structure needed further verification. The ideal moment to act would be during the deep of night. How could he infiltrate? How could he avoid detection by the guards? How could he locate Lin Bao's stash of resources, usually in the bedroom or a secret chamber? How could he quietly depart without leaving any trace of his involvement? A series of questions surfaced in his mind. This required a meticulous plan, with no room for error. A misstep would lead to dire consequences. Lin Chen understood that despite possessing the strength of the 4th level of the body refinement stage and the formidable advantage of the 10,000 paths furnace, he remained as insignificant as an ant in the shadow of the elder and the family head. He needed to proceed with extreme caution and prudence. Feigning weakness before the enemy was not merely about appearing powerless. It was also about preparing thoroughly before taking action, akin to a true hunter. Patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively, Lin Chen's gaze flickered as a preliminary outline of a plan began to take shape in his mind. First, he needed to conduct close reconnaissance of the Leopard Garden. Daylight would be too conspicuous. It had to be at night, utilizing the darkness as cover. Next, he needed to prepare some auxiliary tools, such as ropes for climbing or substances, to temporarily incapacitate the guards, though he lacked funds to purchase them. Perhaps he could use the furnace to extract from common herbs. Furthermore, he needed to practice the routes for both infiltration and retreat, ensuring absolute precision. Lastly, and most importantly, he needed to adjust his own strength to its optimal state and be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Although the medicinal residue had been exhausted, rendering him incapable of achieving the frenzied enhancement of his cultivation as he had the previous night, he could still operate the optimized version of the fundamental qi refinement method, absorbing the ethereal energy of the cosmos to solidify his realm, while simultaneously honing his mastery over his own power. Moreover, his gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary weeds in the courtyard, as well as the moss and low shrubs nestled in the corners. The 10,000 path furnace was reputed to refine all things. Did these unassuming plants harbor a trace of energy that could be extracted by the furnace? Better than nothing. Lin Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture, re-entering a state of cultivation. This time, he did not deliberately strive to break through realms, but instead focused on consolidating his cultivation, refining his control, and, additionally, attempting to refine the miscellaneous items in the courtyard. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the 10,000 path furnace's dominance surpassed all expectations. Even the most ordinary weeds and moss contained a faint essence of plant vitality that the furnace could forcibly extract and purify, although this energy was exceedingly scant. Nearly negligible for enhancing his cultivation, it continuously replenished the energy consumed during his training and disguise, allowing him to maintain an optimal state at all times. Furthermore, during the process of refining these various plants, Lin Chen's comprehension of the 10,000 path furnace seemed to deepen once more. He sensed that the furnace was not merely extracting energy, but was also akin to deciphering the essence of these materials. This feeling was profound and ineffable, yet it filled Lin Chen's heart with greater anticipation. Time quietly slipped away in this seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous stream of cultivation and preparation. Nightfall descended once more. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within, only to revert to an unruffled calm. After an afternoon of cultivation and consolidation, he had not only firmly established his fourth level of physical refinement, but had also achieved a more nuanced mastery over his own strength. More importantly, he had devised a clearer and more meticulous plan for the actions of the night ahead. The night was the perfect cover. This evening, he would transform into a hunter within the shadows, stealthily approaching his first prey. A silent and unseen hunt targeting Lin Bao was about to commence, and all of this would unfold under the guise of a cunning ruse. The Lin family would never suspect that the so-called waste, on the verge of being discarded in their eyes, was, at this moment, like a venomous serpent in the dark, quietly revealing its icy fangs. Chapter 9. The night descended like a vast black velvet curtain, silently enveloping the Lin family estate. The clamor and restlessness of the day faded away, leaving only profound silence, deep enough to seem capable of swallowing all light and sound. Occasionally, the distant chirping of insects echoed, further accentuating the night's depth and tranquility. In the dilapidated courtyard, Lin Chen was already dressed. He donned a set of inconspicuous black attire, the darkest he could find at the bottom of a trunk. This was clothing he had procured 3 years prior, before his downfall, though it hung a bit loosely on him now. It effectively concealed his slightly taller frame that had resulted from his recent cultivation. He stood in the courtyard, motionless as a rock, adjusting his breathing. Each inhalation was long and subtle, each exhalation barely audible. This rudimentary breathing technique he had gleaned from a miscellaneous text, while simplistic, combined with his current mastery of his own power, allowed him to suppress his breath to an absolute minimum. Within his dantian, myriad forges floated quietly, emanating a faint black glow, akin to the eyes of a beast lurking in the shadows, cold and perilous. After an afternoon of acclimatization and consolidation, he had mastered the power of the fourth level of body refinement, the awkwardness following the sudden surge of strength having vanished, replaced by a sense of control as fluid as an extension of his own limbs. The hour was right. Lin Chen raised his gaze to the sky. It was now the dead of night, the time when people's drowsiness was at its peak and vigilance at its lowest. Without further hesitation, he slipped into the shadows beneath the eaves, his form blending into the darkness like wisps of smoke. Without a sound, he moved with the stealth of the most agile of cats, effortlessly leaping over the low wall of his courtyard, disappearing into the vast night. The layout of the Lin family estate was etched deeply in his mind. Over the past 3 years, despite being neglected, he had not squandered his time. In addition to attempting cultivation, he had stealthily traversed the estate during the quiet of the night countless times, familiarizing himself with every path, every rockery, and every shadow. This familiarity now served as his greatest protection. He skillfully avoided the sporadic patrols of guards on the main thoroughfare, opting instead for the more obscure, shadowy paths. His speed was remarkable, yet he landed soundlessly, weaving deftly among the rockeries, thickets, and pillars, flickering like a specter in the night. The fourth level of body refinement granted him speed and agility far beyond that of ordinary people, as well as heightened senses. He could distinctly hear the faint sounds of armor clinking from distant patrols, detect the subtle scents lingering in the air from different areas, and even discern the contours of objects in the dark. Leopard Garden. Lin Chen silently recited the name, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. According to his memory, Leopard Garden, where Lin Bao resided, was located in the eastern part of the Lin family estate. It was a serene and expansive area, one of the most luxurious courtyards aside from the residences of the family head and several core elders. This clearly illustrated the extent of the elder Lin Jinhong's indulgence towards his grandson. As he drew closer to Leopard Garden, Lin Chen's pace slowed, and his movements grew more cautious. He sensed that the guards in this area were distinctly more vigilant than elsewhere, although the night was quiet. Several faint presences lingered in the shadows, indicating the existence of hidden sentinels. Humph, quite watchful indeed, Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. However, most of these guards were at the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement. Given his current strength and breath-concealing techniques, avoiding them would not prove overly difficult, provided he remained cautious. Like a gecko, he silently adhered to the wall of a garden, utilizing the dense foliage as cover, inching closer to the outer wall of Leopard Garden. Finally, a brightly lit and expansive courtyard came into view. The tall walls were constructed from grayish-blue stones, with sharp iron spikes glinting ominously at the top to deter intruders. The entrance was a grand red door, flanked by 2 bright lanterns that illuminated the entrance area as brightly as day. Beside the door stood 2 burly guards, their imposing presence scanning the surroundings like vigilant sentinels. Within the walls, pavilions and towers could be vaguely seen, along with rockeries and flowing water, and even a small training ground. The opulence of this place starkly contrasted with Lin Chen's dilapidated courtyard. Indeed a golden nest, Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and the desire to upheave this place surged within him. He did not approach the grand entrance recklessly, but instead took refuge in the branches of an ancient tree approximately 30 paces from the outer wall. This location was well concealed yet offered a broad view, allowing him to observe most of Leopard Garden's circumstances. He held his breath, seamlessly blending his presence with the surrounding night and foliage, and began to scrutinize the scene intently. The 2 guards at the entrance exuded a presence around the 4th level of body refinement, appearing quite alert, occasionally exchanging words. Yet their focus remained fixed on the entrance area. Along the top of the courtyard wall, sentinels seemed to stand at regular intervals, hidden in the shadows. However, Lin Chen, with his keen perception, could approximate their locations and strengths, most being at the 3rd level of body refinement. Inside the courtyard, while brightly lit, there were few figures moving about, lending an air of tranquility to the scene. This corroborated the notion that Lin Bao might be recuperating in seclusion. The strength of the guards was somewhat more formidable than expected, yet there were still vulnerabilities. Lin Chen analyzed calmly. The most powerful guards were stationed at the entrance, their attention fully occupied there. Although numerous, the sentinels on the walls were spaced apart, and their strength was relatively weaker. If he were careful in his approach, avoiding their line of sight, success was not out of reach. The crux lay in determining Lin Bao's precise location and where he stored his resources. He could not simply charge in like a headless fly and search aimlessly, could he? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, a series of suppressed pain coughs emanated from within the depths of Leopard Garden, from a brightly lit pavilion. Cough, damn it. That condensation pill, the potency is too strong. Cough. The voice, though weak, was unmistakably Lin Bao. Immediately following, a sycophantic voice chimed in. Brother Bao, how are you feeling? Should I fetch a physician for you? This voice was somewhat familiar to Lin Chen, seemingly belonging to one of Lin Bao's lackeys. Get lost. What physician? I can handle this little injury myself. If outsiders learn that I failed to break through to the 5th level and injured my meridians, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Lin Bao cursed irritably, especially regarding that waste of Lin Chen. If he finds out cough, I'll flay him alive. Yes, Brother Bao is right. That waste of Lin Chen won't be hopping around for much longer. Once the family test is over, the elder will surely make him wish he were dead. At that time, I'll be the first to avenge you, Brother Bao. Humph, you're perceptive. Lin Bao seemed to feel a bit better. Go. Fetch me a glass of water. Also, check on my Qiang grass to see how it's growing. It's my precious remedy for healing and stabilizing my realm. There must be no mistakes. Understood. I'll go right away. The door of the pavilion swung open, and a youth resembling a thin monkey emerged, carrying an empty cup and heading toward a small kitchen in another direction. Lin Chen absorbed every detail, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Indeed injured. And it sounds quite serious. Even the condensation pill went awry. Qiang grass. It was a rather rare 2nd-tier spirit herb, imbued with pure solar energy, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing wounds and stabilizing the realms of martial practitioners, significantly enhancing their cultivation. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Lin Bao possessed several of these precious herbs. It was as if he had been granted a pillow while in deep slumber. Lin Chen's breath quickened involuntarily. Initially, his objective was merely the spirit stones and elixirs that Lin Bao might have hoarded, but he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall. The value of the Qiang grass was likely greater than all his anticipated treasures combined. Should he manage to acquire those few plants, refining them in the myriad Dao furnace would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to unprecedented heights. The prospect of breaking through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm seemed entirely plausible. The immense temptation made Lin Chen's heart race. Yet, he understood that the more enticing the opportunity, the more he needed to maintain his composure. Although Lin Bao was injured, the friliest camel was still larger than the horse. and his peak 4th-level cultivation in the body refinement realm posed a significant threat. If cornered, even a wounded beast would fight back fiercely. Moreover, anything he deemed a treasure would undoubtedly be guarded with utmost vigilance. Lin Chen forced himself to regain his calm, directing his gaze once more toward the illuminated pavilion and the direction from which the gaunt, monkey-like youth had departed. It was likely the location where the Qiyang grass was cultivated. He needed to confirm this further. Relying solely on his hearing from such a distance rendered the information somewhat ambiguous. Additionally, it was uncertain whether there were other defensive measures or traps within the courtyard. Could he draw closer? Perhaps even spy on the interior? A bold idea began to take shape in Lin Chen's mind. He cast his gaze upon the tall, sturdy walls of the leopard garden. Climbing was out of the question, as the iron spikes and hidden sentries posed substantial threats. Could he perhaps approach from underground? Or directly pass through the wall? Passing through the wall? For him, at this moment, it seemed a fanciful notion. However, the myriad Dao furnace was reputed to refine all things. If it could process herb remnants, flesh, and even the essence of martial techniques, might it also be capable of melting this seemingly impenetrable stone? Even if it could only refine a minuscule portion, creating a pinhole through which he could glimpse the interior. Or perhaps soften the wall enough to employ certain specialized stealth techniques. Once this thought emerged, Lin Chen felt his heartbeat quicken once more. It was feasible. Perhaps it truly was. Although he had never attempted to refine useless substances like stone or earth and was uncertain of the results, what harm could there be in trying? He silently descended from the ancient tree, merging seamlessly with the shadows of the night, and once again pressed against the garden wall. Moving toward a relatively secluded corner of the leopard garden, away from the sentry's line of sight. Soon, he reached a corner of the wall, where weeds thrived and the light was dimmest. He cautiously extended his palm, gently pressing against the cold, rough, bluish-gray stone wall. With a focused thought, he connected with the myriad Dao furnace within his dantian. Melt. This time, his intention was highly concentrated. Not seeking broad absorption, but attempting to condense the furnace's power onto an exceedingly small point. The furnace vibrated subtly, and an extremely delicate, yet intensely concentrated. Invisible force penetrated the hard stone wall like the sharpest drill. There were no earth-shattering sounds, nor violent energy fluctuations. Lin Chen only sensed that the small area beneath his palm seemed to undergo a marvelous and exceedingly gradual disintegration. Some impurities, the tiniest particles, appeared to be directly erased by the furnace's power. This process was incredibly slow, consuming far more mental energy than refining herb remnants or flesh. Yet, it was truly effective. After what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, beads of sweat formed on Lin Chen's forehead, and his complexion paled. However, beneath his palm, a minuscule hole, barely perceptible to the naked eye, had emerged in the stone wall. This tiny opening pierced through the half-foot-thick stone wall. Lin Chen's heart surged with joy. He quickly leaned closer to the hole, peering into the courtyard. Although his view was exceedingly narrow, akin to glimpsing a leopard through a tube, it was sufficient for him to catch sight of part of the interior. Adjusting his angle, he soon surveyed the vicinity of the pavilion and the direction the gaunt youth had departed. Surrounding the pavilion, apart from a few rooms occupied by servants responsible for cleaning, which still glimmered with faint light, there were no other guards present. The direction in which the gaunt youth had vanished seemed to lead to a small medicinal garden. Encircled by a fence, it housed various exotic herbs and flowers, emitting a subtle fragrance. Among them, several plants, entirely crimson with leaves resembling flames, stood out vividly in the night. Those must be the Qiyang grass. Adjacent to the medicinal garden appeared to be a small tool shed. Location confirmed. Target identified. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. Yet, he also discerned a new predicament. Although the medicinal garden was modest in size, it seemed to be equipped with some form of warning array. He could faintly sense that beneath the ground surrounding the garden lay buried stones or metal pieces emanating weak energy fluctuations, interconnected through a simple defensive system. Should anyone or any creature intrude, it might trigger an alarm. It was indeed not so simple. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Although this warning array appeared rudimentary, given his current strength and understanding of arrays, it would be nearly impossible to dismantle it silently. What to do? A direct breach was out of the question. Should he abandon the Qiyang grass? Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he directed his gaze back to the wall through which he had created a small hole. Since the furnace could melt stone, could it also refine these basic array materials? For instance, could he melt a fraction of the buried stones or metal pieces, disrupting the energy circuit of the array? This notion was bolder, even more reckless, than the previous idea of melting stone. Arrays involve the flow of energy and the application of rules, far more intricate than mere material. Could the myriad Dao furnace truly achieve this? Lin Chen inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. If he did not attempt it, how could he know? He pressed his palm against the wall once more, this time directing his intention not upward to create a hole, but downward to sense and connect with the buried array materials at the garden's edge. Simultaneously, he activated the myriad Tao furnace, releasing that invisible, delicate refining power, cautiously penetrating toward the energy-emitting array foundations. This process was 100-fold more arduous than melting stone. The mental toll skyrocketed exponentially. Lin Chen felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his head, causing excruciating pain. The true energy within his dantian was rapidly depleting. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He could vividly see the furnace's power, akin to mercury flowing, laboriously seeping through the earth, gradually making contact with one of the shallower, softly glowing jade stones. Melt, he silently commanded. Sizzle. It was as if something had been silently obliterated. The energy fluctuations emanating from the jade stone momentarily grew chaotic, then faded. Effective. Lin Chen's heart soared with elation. The myriad Tao furnace could indeed dismantle the array, although it was merely the simplest of warning arrays and he had only disrupted an inconsequential node. This undoubtedly opened a new door for him. The capabilities of the 10,000 path furnace are far more profound than he had ever imagined. With this revelation, Lin Chen felt no further trepidation. He refrained from continuing to dismantle other array bases, as such commotion might easily attract attention. All he needed was the knowledge that he possessed the ability to silently dismantle this warning formation at a crucial moment. That was sufficient. With his objective accomplished, Lin Chen did not linger. He cautiously retracted his hand, confirming once more that the surroundings were devoid of any presence, then his form glided like a wisp of smoke, silently retracing his steps. Upon returning to his dilapidated courtyard, the eastern sky had already begun to blush with a faint hue of dawn. Despite a night spent in reconnaissance and experimentation that yielded no tangible resources, the gains were far beyond Lin Chen's expectations. He not only confirmed the news of Lin Bao's injury and the existence of the Qiang grass, but also began to grasp the astonishing ability of the 10,000 path furnace to refine non-energy substances and even dismantle simple formations. This filled him with an unprecedented confidence for the impending hunting expedition. A more meticulous and audacious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Lin Bao, Qiang grass. Condensing qi pills. A cold glint of resolve and fervent greed flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. These would become the stepping stones for his ascent. As night faded and dawn approached, a meticulously orchestrated hunt was on the verge of commencing. This time, the identities of hunter and prey might undergo a revolutionary inversion. Chapter 10. The dawn's radiance, akin to gentle tides, cascaded over the eaves and corners of the Lin family mansion, dispelling the final remnants of the night. The vast family, having slumbered through the night, began to awaken like a colossal beast, gradually regaining vitality and spirit. Within the dilapidated courtyard, Lin Chen had not closed his eyes all night. Yet, far from feeling fatigued, he appeared invigorated, his eyes sparkling with an inner fire, reminiscent of burning stars. The reconnaissance and discoveries of the previous night had ignited a fierce blaze within him, instilling a fervent anticipation and unwavering confidence for the impending hunt. The unimaginable capabilities of the myriad forges provided him with boundless assurance. However, he did not plunge into action immediately. After a night of calm reflection, he recognized that while infiltrating the leopard garden to pilfer the Qiang grass and potentially other resources was a highly feasible plan, the associated risks remained significant. No matter how injured Lin Bao was, he was still a peak practitioner at the 4th stage of body refinement, accompanied by followers. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce conflict. More crucially, should he falter or leave any trace, he would invoke the wrath of the family elder, Lin Zhenhong, sealing his fate irrevocably. It was imperative to minimize risks and devise a flawless alibi. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, his fingers gently tapping his knee as his mind raced with possibilities. He required an opportunity, one that would allow him to approach Lin Bao openly, or, at the very least, furnish him with a plausible explanation for his whereabouts during the time of Lin Bao's potential misfortune. This opportunity, it seemed, was not far off. Lin Chen lifted his head, directing his attention towards the Lin family's martial arts arena. According to family tradition, approximately 5 days before the official family test, a preliminary assessment or internal selection would typically take place. This was intended to eliminate those of insufficient strength and to provide the elders with a general understanding of the younger generation's capabilities, facilitating better resource allocation during the formal tests. In previous years, such preliminary assessments held no significance for Lin Chen, who was deemed a waste and lacked even the qualifications to participate. Yet this year appeared to differ. Firstly, he had fortuitously broken through to the 3rd stage of body refinement, barely meeting the minimum criteria for participation. Secondly, his recent engagement termination with the Su family His confrontation with Wang Ting and his declaration of military orders in the council hall had stirred considerable chatter within the clan, regardless of the elders' private disdain. To uphold the family's integrity and silence the murmurs, they would likely have to grant him the opportunity to partake in this preliminary assessment. And this was precisely what Lin Chen needed. The preliminary assessment would undoubtedly take place publicly in the martial arts arena. At that time, nearly all of the young clan members, including elders, managers, and even the clan leader, might be present to observe. This would create a stage of immense scrutiny. He could exploit this opportunity to accomplish numerous objectives. For instance, he could subtly showcase a modicum of strength during the assessment, ensuring he did not astound too greatly, thus maintaining the facade of a newly advanced third-stage practitioner with potential but unstable foundations. This approach would not only address the prior military orders, but also lull Lin Jinhong and Wang Ting into a false sense of security. Moreover, he could seize the chance to engage in sparring with Lin Bao or his followers during the assessment. Ideally, he could inadvertently injure them, further diminishing their prowess and creating more favorable conditions for the subsequent hunt. Of course, this would require exceptional skill and control, ensuring he inflicted damage without appearing overly intentional, while concealing his true strength at the fourth stage of body refinement. Furthermore, he could utilize the chaos of the assessment to create alibis or distractions for his nocturnal endeavors. A series of audacious and meticulous plans blossomed in Lin Chen's mind like mushrooms after rain. This was the course of action he would take. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as a cold smile graced his lips. He hesitated no longer and commenced final preparations for the imminent preliminary assessment and the ensuing hunt. First and foremost, he focused on his strength. Although he could not procure new high-quality fuel for the time being, he could still operate the optimized version of the fundamental qi refining technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to solidify his fourth-stage body refinement level while continuously honing his mastery over his own power. He practiced his punches, kicks, dodges, and blocks repeatedly, seeking to utilize every ounce of strength with precision, capable of unleashing formidable force while perfectly concealing his aura. He even began to recall some rudimentary martial techniques he had encountered 3 years prior. Back then, he had regarded these basic skills with disdain, failing to devote himself to their cultivation. However, now, with the assistance of the myriad forges, he endeavored to meld and integrate these fragmented memories. Though he could not gain the complete legacy and optimization akin to the refining manuals, the forge seemed to facilitate a degree of clarity and inspiration. Some previously vague techniques gradually came into focus, while seemingly clumsy movements revealed their underlying principles. Mighty Tiger Fist Mountain Splitting Palm Willow Fluff movement, as Lin Chen recalled. He maneuvered within the confines of the small courtyard, practicing these fundamental martial arts. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy and rigid, but as time passed, bolstered by the vigorous true qi within him, they became fluid and natural. Though these techniques were of low tier and limited in power, they were better than nothing. At the very least, they would enhance his capabilities in the upcoming preliminary assessment, aligning more closely with the expected performance of a typical third-stage body refinement practitioner. In addition to cultivating and practicing martial techniques, Lin Chen did not neglect preparations for his nocturnal exploration of the leopard garden. He utilized the seemingly useless plant remnants he had refined and purified, along with various readily available materials, to attempt crafting rudimentary tools. For instance, he gathered some resilient vines and, using special techniques, wove them into an inconspicuous yet exceptionally strong rope, one end affixed with a makeshift grappling hook carved from hardwood. This would facilitate climbing and navigating challenging terrains. Moreover, he collected herbs with mild paralyzing or stimulating scents, common in the Lin family, typically used for pest control or medicinal purposes, thus raising no suspicions. He then meticulously employed the myriad forges for delicate refining and purification. This process was incredibly taxing and perilous. A moment's inattention could destroy the herb's efficacy or even yield unpredictable toxins. Yet, through his increasingly adept control over the forge and an iron will, Lin Chen succeeded. He extracted a small amount of colorless, odorless powder with mild paralyzing effects from the ordinary herbs, along with another powder emitting a faintly stimulating scent capable of temporarily disrupting the sense of smell and mental acuity. Though these substances were not potent enough to confront true masters, they could potentially create chaos or temporarily incapacitate the third and fourth stage body refinement guards within the leopard garden at a critical moment, yielding unexpected results. Having completed all preparations, it was now midday on the third day. During these 3 days, Lin Chen had scarcely rested, dedicating all his time to cultivation, practice, and tool preparation, apart from essential meals brought by Lin Fu, which he consumed without concern. Although his cultivation had not broken through once more, the fourth level of the body refinement realm was now thoroughly solidified, and his control over his own power had reached an exquisite level. He was confident that even without employing the myriad path furnace, relying solely on his realm, physical strength, and a few rudimentary martial skills, he could easily contend with opponents at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the body refinement realm. Moreover, the aura he exuded was perfectly masked to resemble that of an early to mid-stage third level of the body refinement realm, and due to his diligent training, his presence appeared somewhat ethereal, adding to the allure of his facade. Just as Lin Chen felt that everything was in place, waiting for an opportune moment to arrive, a series of deep and melodious bell chimes suddenly resonated from the heart of the Lin family estate, echoing throughout the entire clan. This was the summons for all Lin family disciples to gather at the martial arena. Such a bell was typically rung only during significant ceremonies or the announcement of momentous matters. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and his eyes instantly brightened. The moment he had been waiting for had finally come. He immediately ceased his cultivation, tidied his attire, and adjusted his demeanor, his eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety, anticipation, and a tinge of awkwardness and unease from facing the crowd. Then, he pushed open the courtyard door and blended into the throng heading toward the martial arena. Along the way, nearly every Lin family disciple he encountered would instinctively cast him a few extra glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. There was derision, disdain, curiosity, sympathy, and even a hint of inexplicable expectation. Evidently, the matter of his military pledge and the impending assessment had become a focal point of interest within the Lin family. Everyone was eager to witness whether this once promising genius had truly lost his mind, or if he was concealing some unknown trump card. Was his so-called third level of the body refinement realm genuine? How long could it endure? Lin Chen took it all in, a cold smile playing in his heart while his face maintained a perfectly measured expression of tension and unease. His head bowed as he silently trailed behind the crowd. Soon, the Grand Martial Arena came into view. At that moment, it was already teeming with people, abuzz with excitement. At the center of the arena, a high platform had been erected. Seated at the center was the family head, Lin Xiaodian, flanked by the first elder Lin Zhenhong, the second elder Lin Zhenshan, the third elder Lin Zhenyue, and several core family administrators. Below the platform, a dense throng of Lin family youths stood, numbering in the hundreds. They were roughly categorized by age and cultivation level, each one standing tall, eager, and brimming with anticipation. At the forefront of the crowd, several exceptionally powerful young individuals drew all eyes like cranes among chickens. One among them, tall and handsome with sharp eyes, was none other than the Lin family's acknowledged top talent, Lin Yan. He stood there quietly, exuding an air of formidable confidence and authority. Another, a graceful maiden in white, possessed a chilling elegance akin to an ice lotus atop a snowy peak. She was Lin Shui, equally renowned alongside Lin Yan. Amidst the crowd near the first elder Lin Zhenhong, a youth with a pale complexion and a sinister gaze was being surrounded by a few lackeys. Who else could it be but Lin Bao? Lin Chen's gaze immediately locked onto Lin Bao. He meticulously observed the signs of Lin Bao's condition and fluctuations in his aura. Indeed, though Lin Bao tried to mask it, a hint of abnormal paleness was evident, and his aura appeared somewhat unstable. Far from the refinement expected at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the body refinement realm, it seemed the rumors of his injuries were true. Moreover, his wounds were serious. Lin Chen felt a sense of assurance wash over him, a subtle smile curving at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Bao seemed to sense Lin Chen's scrutiny, abruptly turning his head to meet Lin Chen's gaze. In an instant, Lin Bao's eyes were filled with resentment, hatred, and unabashed murderous intent. He even made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smirked inwardly, yet his face instantly adopted a look of panic. As if intimidated by Lin Bao's ferocity, he quickly lowered his head, evading Lin Bao's glare, and melted into the crowd. This display of cowardice naturally drew a chorus of derisive laughter and scornful glances from Lin Bao and his entourage. Humph. A waste is a waste. How dare he glare at me? Just wait until the assessment begins. I shall craft his downfall. Lin Bao muttered darkly, completely oblivious to the fact that he had become a lamb for slaughter in someone else's eyes. On the high platform, family head Lin Xiaodian surveyed the dense crowd below, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice. Fellow Lin family disciples. His resonant voice, infused with true energy, cut through the clamor of the martial arena, instantly silencing all noise. In 3 days, our Lin family will hold its annual family assessment. This assessment not only pertains to your future resource allocation and family standing, but also to whether our Lin family can achieve outstanding results in the upcoming competition among the 3 great families of Qingyang Town, thereby elevating our Lin family as prestige. To better select the true elites of our Lin family and to help everyone acclimate to the atmosphere of the assessment, we will hold an internal preliminary test today. This preliminary test is open to all those aged 12 and above with a cultivation level of at least the first level of the body refinement realm. The test will consist of 2 parts, a cultivation assessment and a practical combat duel. The cultivation assessment will be conducted by the elders personally, who will evaluate your levels. The practical combat duel will be determined by drawing lots, with pairs competing against each other. The winners will advance, while the losers will be eliminated. Ultimately, those who perform excellently in the preliminary test will not only gain priority in the formal assessment, but will also receive additional resource rewards from the family. Lin Xiaoyan's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring the crowd below into a frenzy. Indeed, there would be a preliminary test, and there would be practical combat duels. Moreover, additional resource rewards. The eyes of all the young disciples ignited with fervor and desire, especially those self-proclaimed talents, who were eager to showcase their abilities on this stage and prove themselves. At the mention of practical combat duels and drawing lots to determine opponents, a flicker of discreet brilliance sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. An opportunity. This was an opportunity tailor-made for him. Drawing lots? Heh. If luck were on his side and he faced Lin Bao or his lackeys, wouldn't he that allow him to engage in a legitimate spar? A more refined and exhilarating plan began to take shape in his mind. Enough talk. Let us begin, Lin Xiaotian declared with a wave of his hand. The preliminary test commences now. First, we will conduct the cultivation assessment. All participating disciples, please step up in order of your cultivation level, with the family head as command. The atmosphere of the martial arena soared to a fever pitch. Under the gaze of the multitude, a test concerning honor, resources, and future destinies officially commenced. And among the crowd, the seemingly inconspicuous, even somewhat timid young man in black harbored a predatory glint in his eyes. His stage was about to unfold. This time, he would let everyone know that the dross that had lain dormant for 3 years, once ignited, would shine with an unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 11. The resounding voice of the clan leader, Lin Xiaotian, echoed across the vast martial arts arena, each word striking a chord in the hearts of all the Lin family disciples. Internal assessment, actual combat, additional resource rewards. These keywords ignited the enthusiasm of the hundreds of young disciples present. The air itself seemed to heat up, charged with a sudden surge of martial spirit and desire. On the fringes of the arena, those with lower cultivation levels, or who were aware of their slim chances, branch family members, were filled with excitement, but more so with a mindset of spectatorship, ready to enjoy a fierce contest. Meanwhile, those standing at the forefront, such as Lin Yin and Lin Shui, bore sharp gazes and burgeoning auras, akin to unsheathed swords, prepared to showcase their overwhelming prowess in this first round of selection to establish their dominance. Lin Bao stood among the disciples aligned with the elder Lin Zhenhong, forcing a sinister smile upon his pale face, feeling the reverent gazes directed at him. The frustration from his recent setback began to ease somewhat, although he had failed to break through to the 5th level. His peak cultivation at the 4th level of the body refinement realm still placed him among the elite of the younger generation. He had resolved to make a formidable impression during this assessment, especially seeking an opportunity to crush the oblivious Lin Chen underfoot, teaching him a lesson for crossing him. As for Lin Chen, at this moment, he remained with his head bowed, blending into the relatively rear positions of the crowd, striving to play the role of an inconspicuous figure. Yet, the slight tremor in his fingertips, an act of feigned composure, along with his seemingly anxious but keenly observant eyes, betrayed his inner turmoil. The stage was set, the audience was prepared, and now it was his moment to perform. The cultivation assessment begins now. The 3rd elder, Lin Zhenyue, rose to announce with a clear voice that, as per tradition, those at the 1st level of the body refinement realm should step forward for evaluation. With the elder's command, a smooth, dark stone tablet, approximately a person's height, radiating a faint aura of mystery, was revealed in the center of the arena. This was the Lin family's martial assessment tablet, said to possess unique properties that could sense the strength and attributes of a warrior's inner energy, displaying varying colors and sounds in response. Soon, a boy appearing to be around 12 or 13, with a nervous demeanor, stepped forward to the tablet under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He took a deep breath, pressed his palm against the cold surface of the stone, and slowly infused it with his feeble inner energy. Buzz. A dim, white light flickered on the surface of the tablet, ephemeral like a candle in the wind. Lin Shan, mid-stage of the 1st level of the body refinement realm, qualified. Next, the emotionless attendant announced. The boy, Lin Shan, breathed a sigh of relief and retreated, slightly embarrassed. Although he had only reached the minimum qualification, it was still an accomplishment. Next, one young disciple after another approached. Most at the 1st level elicited only faint responses from the tablet, their lights dim. As they reached the 2nd level, the tablet's glow brightened noticeably, emanating a clearer white light that lasted for a breath or two. Occasionally, those at the peak of the 2nd level produced even brighter illumination, accompanied by a soft humming. Each time a brighter light appeared, it stirred murmurs and excitement among the crowd. As time passed, the disciples' cultivation levels increased. When a robust young man pressed his hand against the tablet, it suddenly erupted with dazzling white light and a clear buzzing sound. The brilliance enduring for 3 full breaths before gradually subsiding. Lin Hu, late stage of the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. Excellent. The 3rd elder Lin Chen remarked with a hint of approval. Wow. A wave of astonishment and admiration surged through the crowd. It's brother Lin Hu. He has reached the late stage of the 3rd level. Impressive. It seems he has a chance to break into the top 10. No wonder he is close to brother Bao. Lin Hu, who had previously been knocked down by Lin Chen, basked in the spotlight. A smug smile creeping across his face as he provocatively cast a glance toward Lin Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. It seemed to say, "Did you see that? Waste? This is true strength." Lin Chen continued to keep his head down, as if oblivious to Lin Hu's taunts, yet his heart felt frigid. Late stage of the 3rd level? Soon, you will learn what despair truly means. With Lin Hu's success, several others reached the 3rd level in succession. Albeit with less impressive displays, yet they left clear marks on the tablet, earning rounds of applause. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Everyone knew that the moment for the true geniuses, and the much-discussed focal point, was nearing. Next, Lin Bao. The attendant called out loudly. Swish. Almost every gaze instantly converged upon Lin Bao. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, adjusted his attire, and donned an arrogant smile. Striding confidently toward the assessment tablet amidst the adoration of his followers, he intended to use his undeniable strength to cleanse the shame of the past, to show everyone who the true powerhouse of the younger generation was, aside from the freaks Lin Yin and Lin Shui. As he approached the tablet, his eyes glinted maliciously in the direction where Lin Chen stood, then he slammed his palm down upon the stone. Boom. In an instant, the assessment tablet trembled violently. A blinding white light shot skyward, nearly rendering onlookers unable to open their eyes. Within the brilliance, a faint golden hue shimmered. Simultaneously, a deep, penetrating buzzing resonated throughout the arena. Buzzing. The light and sound persisted for a full 5 or 6 breaths before gradually calming. Peak of the 4th level of the body refinement realm. The voice of the 3rd elder Lin Chen carried a hint of surprise. Lin Bao, you are impressive. You are but a step away from the 5th level. Wow. The arena erupted into chaos. Heaven. The peak of the 4th level. Brother Bao has reached the peak of the 4th level. Incredible. This power is second only to brother Lin Yin and Miss Lin Shui, right? No wonder brother Bao is so confident. That Lin Chen is doomed this time. It seems the rumors of his failure to break through to the 5th level were false. Or perhaps he has already recovered. A flood of astonished, envious, and reverent voices surged forth. Lin Bao, listening to these praises and feeling the awed gazes of the crowd, felt a flush of pride spread across his pale face, his previous frustrations vanishing entirely. He turned around triumphantly, his gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, locking onto Lin Chen once more, filled with blatant provocation and murderous intent. As if to say, Waste, do you see this? This is the insurmountable gap between us. Await your demise. On the high platform, the elder Lin Zhenhong stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he looked at Lin Bao with pride. Clan leader Lin Xiaodian nodded slightly. Although he disapproved of Lin Bao's character, the talent and strength he displayed were indeed rare assets for the Lin family. However, at this moment of peak attention, an ill-timed name was called out by the attendant, who recorded the results, in a tone that was somewhat hesitant and peculiar. Next, Lin Chen. Swish. The once bustling martial arts arena fell eerily silent, as if the pause button had been pressed, plunging it into an uncanny stillness. All eyes converged like searchlights, fixated on the black-clad youth who stood quietly with his head bowed at the rear of the crowd. The moment had arrived, finally. It was his turn. This once prodigious talent, now deemed a failure. The audacious individual who dared to confront the Su family, to challenge Wang Ting, and who had boldly issued a military decree. Would he truly step onto the stage? Was his so-called 3rd level of body refinement genuine? Countless gazes, imbued with curiosity, skepticism, mockery, and anticipation, bore down on Lin Chen, weighing upon him like a tangible force. Lin Bao's smug grin froze on his face, swiftly transforming into a more intense expression of malice and disdain. He was eager to witness what this so-called failure could conjure. Hi, Buff. Lin Zhenhong let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with contempt. Lin Xiaodian, however, observed Lin Chen with a profound gaze, as if attempting to discern the increasingly elusive nature of the boy. The 3rd elder, Lin Zhenyue, furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Perhaps Elder Qiu, if present, would reveal a barely perceptible smile from some hidden corner. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, Lin Chen slowly raised his head. A subtle tension and unease adorned his countenance, Yet more prominent was a resolute determination akin to a do-or-die spirit. Ignoring the myriad gazes surrounding him, he inhaled deeply, an act of pretense, and took steady steps towards the central testing stone of the martial arena. His pace was unhurried. Yet each footfall seemed to resonate with the heartstrings of all present. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Every breath was instinctively held in suspense. At last, Lin Chen reached the testing stone. He lifted his gaze to the cold, dark monument, as if he could see the humiliations and grievances of the past 3 years reflected within it. Then he slowly raised his right hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently pressed his palm against the stone's frigid surface. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Hearts raced, rising to throats. Lin Bao wore a cruel smile, anticipating Lin Chen's embarrassment, waiting for the stone to remain unresponsive. Lin Zhenhong, brimming with disdain and disgust, was prepared to pounce the moment Lin Chen faltered. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was complex, tinged with a barely perceptible hope and profound concern. Yet, at the instant Lin Chen's palm made contact with the stone, a sudden hum erupted. Without warning, a clear, luminous white light, as pure as autumn water, burst forth from the testing stone. This brilliance, though not as dazzling as Lin Bao's, nor adorned with the pale golden hue of the pinnacle, was exceptionally pure and condensed, radiating an exhilarating aura of stability akin to the most pristine crystal. Following this, a melodious hum, reminiscent of jade chimes, resonated forth. The sound, though soft, was remarkably clear, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. This light and sound, while not as grand as Lin Bao's display, possessed an unwavering stability and duration that was nothing short of impressive. Indeed, it seemed to surpass even that. The spectacle lasted for nearly 4 breaths, signifying a level of energy refinement and foundational solidity far beyond that of his peers. The attendant tasked with recording was left dumbfounded, nearly dropping his pen. On the high platform, the third elder, Lin Zhenyue, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with incredulity. He scrutinized the fading white light upon the testing stone and Lin Chen's palm still resting upon it, as if to affirm he was not mistaken. After a brief silence, Lin Zhenyue inhaled deeply and announced, his voice trembling with astonishment, "Lin Chen, mid-stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. Foundation solid. Qualified." Boom. It was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped upon the tranquil surface of a lake. The martial arena erupted into chaos. What? Mid-stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. I must be mistaken. Lin Chen, that worthless Lin Chen. How is this even possible? Just 3 days ago, he was devoid of any cultivation. Could it be? He has truly recovered and directly broken through to mid-stage. With a solid foundation? The third elder even used the term solid foundation? My heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle. Gasps of astonishment, voices of doubt, and incredulous discussions swept through the crowd like a tsunami. Everyone was utterly stunned by this outcome. This was no mere qualification. It was a sensational revelation. A being once deemed a failure, silent for 3 years, had not only regained his cultivation in mere days, but had also ascended to the mid-stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. Even more astonishing was the evaluation of his foundation as solid. This utterly subverted everyone's understanding. Amid the crowd, Lin Hu's smug expression turned ashen. His eyes filled with horror and fear. He was at the late stage of the 3rd level. Yet, the reaction of the testing stone seemed even less impressive than Lin Chen's mid-stage. How could this be? Lin Bao's expression of malice and disdain solidified into a mask of shock and uncontainable fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. He screamed in agitation, the intensity of his emotions exacerbating his internal injuries, causing him to cough violently, his pallor deepening. On the high platform, the grand elder Lin Zhenhong's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a stormy expression. He glared at Lin Chen, his eyes dark with malice, as if they could pierce through him. How could this failure be possible? Had he been concealing his strength all along? Or had some unfathomable change occurred within him? A wave of intense unease engulfed him. The family head, Lin Xiaoyan, felt his pupils constrict. A spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in his gaze. He fixated on the boy standing before the testing stone, his demeanor calm, though internally, he was calculating, and felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within him. Mid-stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. A solid foundation. This was even more radiant than he had been 3 years ago. Could it be? The prodigal son of the Lin family was truly returning. A wave of immense joy and hope washed away his previous doubts and discontent. The second elder, Lin Zhenyue, whose expression had always been as calm as still water, now exhibited a rare flicker of surprise. Meanwhile, in an obscure corner, Elder Qiu, who had been silently observing the events, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in his murky eyes, lifting his teapot for a contented sip. Amidst the astonished gazes and the uproar of discussions, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hand. A look of relieved fatigue and gratitude graced his face as he deeply bowed to the elders on the high platform. His voice soft yet imbued with a sense of liberation from humiliation. Disciple Lin Chen, I have not disgraced my mission. Upon concluding his statement, he chose not to regard the reactions of those around him, whether shock, jealousy, or scrutiny, and turned, silently retreating into the crowd, disappearing as if the sensation he had just caused had never been his doing. Yet this understated demeanor only added to the air of mystery and inscrutability surrounding him. A sensational revelation, a shock that rippled through the entire arena. Lin Chen responded to all doubts and mockery in the most direct and astonishing manner, successfully thrusting himself into the spotlight. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. The assessment of his cultivation was merely an appetizer. The forthcoming battle would be the true spectacle. It was also the crucial moment for him to implement his next plan. His gaze subtly swept over Lin Bao, who stood not far away, his face ashen and his eyes filled with malice. The prey was already ensnared. The next step was to determine the method of the hunt. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent and uncanny due to Lin Chen's astonishing performance. Everyone's eyes involuntarily darted between him and Lin Bao, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 12. The air above the training ground seemed to still reverberate with the astonishing tremors of the recent event. Lin Chen's calm declaration of "I have not disgraced my mission" and his serene figure as he retreated into the crowd struck each member of the Lin family like a heavy hammer, stirring up tumultuous waves far more intense than those witnessed during Lin Bao's display of strength. Mid-stage of the body refinement realm, third level, a solid foundation. These 8 words echoed like an incantation in everyone's minds. The once ridiculed waste who had endured 3 years of derision, the one deemed incapable of cultivation. The discarded child publicly rejected by the Su family, regarded as mere fodder by the young master of the Wang family, and nearly abandoned by the clan as higher-ups, had returned. Moreover, he made his comeback in such an unfathomable, breathtaking manner. After a brief silence, a more fervent and incredulous wave of discussions erupted. Is this real? Am I seeing things? Lin Chen, he truly is at mid-stage of the 3rd level? And Elder 3 confirmed his solid foundation. How is this possible? He has only resumed cultivation for a few days. Could it be that he has been secretly training all along? Or, was he never a waste? Had he merely concealed his strength? Concealing strength? For 3 years? And subjected to such bullying? How much must one endure? I refuse to believe it. Could it be he encountered some fortuitous event? Perhaps he ingested some rare treasure? It is plausible. Otherwise, how could one explain such an astonishing breakthrough and solid foundation? Various speculations, doubts, and exclamations surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. Almost every gaze directed at Lin Chen was laden with complex emotions: shock, confusion, jealousy, scrutiny, and even a hint of latent fear. The sudden rise of a waste who had been silent for 3 years had a far greater impact than a genius advancing step by step. And it was all the more unsettling. Among the crowd, those who had once bullied and mocked Lin Chen now appeared pale, their eyes evading contact with his tranquil gaze. They were filled with trepidation and regret, fearing retribution from Lin Chen, especially Lin Hu, the one who had previously flaunted his strength, provoking Lin Chen as a mid-stage cultivator of the body refinement realm. He now cowered at the back of the crowd, scarcely daring to breathe. He vividly recalled that just days prior, Lin Chen seemed like a powerless waste, yet he had easily subdued both him and Lin Lang with ruthless methods. Now, with Lin Chen revealing his mid-stage prowess and such a solid foundation, how formidable could his true strength be? Lin Hu could scarcely fathom it. As one of the focal points of the gathering, Lin Bao's expression was beyond mere distress. It was contorted. He fixated on Lin Chen, who remained low-headed in the crowd, his eyes seething with resentment and murderous intent, almost palpable. Impossible. This cannot be. That waste. That refuse. How could he reach mid-stage in such a short time? And with such a solid foundation? Cheating. It must be cheating. He surely employed some underhanded means. Or perhaps the testing stone malfunctioned. Yes, the testing stone must have malfunctioned. Clinging to this thought as if it were a lifeline, Lin Bao abruptly lifted his head to address the elevated platform, eager to voice his doubts and expose Lin Chen's supposed conspiracy. However, when his gaze met the astonished and grave expressions of the elders on the platform, the words lodged in his throat. If even Elder 3 confirmed the solid foundation, wouldn't his challenge only serve to slap Elder 3's face? Moreover, without any evidence, his outburst would only portray him as incompetent and frantic. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Lin Bao trembled with rage, his pale face flushed with a sickly hue, the injuries he had suppressed threatening to resurface. His companions quickly steadied him, whispering reassurances. Brother Bao, calm down. Even if that waste lucked out and broke through, so what? Mid-stage of the 3rd level is nothing compared to your peak of the 4th level. Just wait for the practical duel. If you draw him, you can publicly crush him. Let him know who the true leader is. Exactly. Let him revel for now. Soon, it will be his time to weep. As he listened to his followers, Lin Bao's mood eased slightly, yet the venom in his gaze deepened. Indeed, what of midstage? He was at the peak of the 4th level, having trained in the clan's advanced martial arts. Even with some injuries, dealing with a newly ascended waste would be more than manageable. In the upcoming duel, he must draw Lin Chen. He must personally cripple him, making him pay 100-fold for the past humiliations. Lin Bao silently vowed, looking at Lin Chen as if he were gazing at a corpse. On the elevated platform, the atmosphere was equally charged. The Grand Elder, Lin Zhenhong, wore a sullen expression, as dark as storm clouds. He could not fathom how the waste he had viewed as a thorn in his side could suddenly soar to such heights. This completely disrupted his plans. He had believed this test would be the perfect opportunity to eradicate Lin Chen from the Lin family, yet unexpectedly, he instinctively glanced at the clan leader, Lin Xiaodian. The Lin Xiaodian maintained his authoritative demeanor. The excitement and satisfaction barely concealed in his depths did not escape the eyes of this old fox. Alarm bells rang in Lin Zhenhong's mind. He understood Lin Xiaodian all too well. Though he appeared impartial, he placed immense value on the clan's potential and future. Lin Chen's talent displayed 3 years ago had once earned Lin Xiaodian's high hopes. Now, with Lin Chen's astonishing return, the scales in Lin Xiaodian's heart had likely begun to tip. No, he must not allow this young wretch to regain the clan leader's favor. He must not allow him to threaten the position of his grandson, Lin Bao. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Zhenhong's eyes. He had to devise a plan to utterly crush him in this test. Even if he could not kill him directly, he must ruin his reputation and extinguish any hope of his rise. Elder 2, Lin Zhenshan, remained as composed as ever, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events, merely casting an occasional curious glance at Lin Chen. Elder 3, Lin Zhenyue, however, furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the testing stone's reaction. His gaze filled with profound interest and inquiry. As the elder in charge of punishment and testing, he valued strength and potential above all. The words solid foundation, spoken from his lips, carried substantial weight. This signified that Lin Chen's breakthrough was not a fluke, but rather grounded in solid fundamentals. This ignited considerable intrigue in him regarding this former waste. Meanwhile, the clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, found his emotions in turmoil. Shock, delight, gratitude, and confusion intertwined. On one hand, he felt genuine joy at Lin Chen's return. The Lin family desperately needed fresh blood, a true genius to uphold their reputation. The potential Lin Chen displayed gave him a glimpse of hope for the clan's future. Yet, on the other hand, he was riddled with doubts. What had Lin Chen experienced during these 3 years? How could he have suddenly broken through? What did his solid foundation imply? Did it conceal some hidden secret? Furthermore, Lin Chen's earlier confrontation with the Su family and his defiance against Wang Tong raised his concerns. This child seemed to have changed. He appeared more resolute, even somewhat unruly. Lin Xiaodian resolved to temporarily suppress his excitement and questions, choosing to continue observing. In the forthcoming combat showdown, the true test of capability is at hand. He yearns to discover whether Lin Chen is merely a fleeting flash of brilliance or truly capable of soaring to great heights. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the onlookers and the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the venue, the assessment of cultivation continues unabated. Following Lin Bao, several other disciples who have reached the 4th stage of body refinement step forward to undergo the examination. Though they elicit some applause, their achievements pale in comparison to the resounding impact made by Lin Bao and Lin Chen. At long last, it is the turn of the Lin family's most distinguished youth, Lin Yan and Lin Shui. First to take the stage is Lin Shui, dressed in pristine white. Her demeanor is as cold and refined as an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. She glides gracefully to the martial assessment monument, her delicate hand seemingly nonchalantly pressing against the stone tablet. Buzzing. In an instant, the monument erupts with a radiance more dazzling and brilliant than that of Lin Bao. The light transcends mere whiteness, manifesting as a faint, icy blue reminiscent of crystal. Within this luminescence, golden patterns are distinctly visible. A chilling and powerful aura swiftly permeates the surroundings, causing the air to feel several degrees cooler. The buzzing of the monument intensifies, becoming more vibrant and sustained, as if it were celebrating. Initial stage of the 6th realm of body refinement. I attribute true energy. Remarkably solid foundation. The voice of Elder Lin Zhenyue is filled with awe and excitement. A wave of thunderous applause and gasps of astonishment erupts throughout the crowd. The 6th realm. Miss Lin Shui has indeed broken through to the 6th realm. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, she wields the rare ice attribute true energy. No wonder she is renowned alongside my esteemed brother Lin Yan. Lin Shui remains indifferent to the accolades surrounding her. merely nodding slightly towards the high platform before retreating like a drifting snow lotus. Next, the moment everyone has been eagerly awaiting arrives, the appearance of Lin Chen. The foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family. Lin Chen stands tall, his features resolute, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an overwhelming confidence and an air of dominance. Without a hint of hesitation, he approaches the martial assessment monument, firmly planting his stance, clenching his right fist, and then delivering a powerful blow to the monument. Boom! A resounding explosion erupts, reverberating like a colossal bell, shaking the entire arena. A blinding crimson-gold light shoots skyward from the monument, akin to a volcanic eruption. The brilliance is scorching and domineering, as if it seeks to pierce the heavens. A terrifying wave of heat radiates from the monument, causing nearby disciples to feel a stinging burn on their skin, prompting them to hastily retreat. Roar. The sound emanating from the monument transforms from a simple buzz into a roar filled with raw power, akin to the growl of a ferocious tiger. Pinnacle of the sixth realm of body refinement. Lin Chen abruptly rises from his seat, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride, personally announcing, "Yenner, well done." At that moment, the atmosphere reaches its zenith. Applause, cheers, shouts. They resonate like a tidal wave, unending. The pinnacle of the sixth realm of body refinement, a mere step away from the next major realm, the foundation establishment stage. Such talent, such prowess, sufficient to command respect among the entire youth of Qingyang town. Lin Chen retracts his fist, his expression radiating confidence, bowing slightly towards the high platform. His gaze sweeps across the crowd, ultimately lingering on Lin Chen for a brief moment, his eyes betraying a hint of intrigued appraisal. Lin Chen feels a slight tremor within. This Lin Chen is indeed formidable, far surpassing the likes of Lin Bao. The intense and domineering intent of his punch sends a flicker of threat, even from a distance. However, it is merely a flicker of threat. Lin Chen meets Lin Yan's gaze with calm determination, showing no sign of retreat. One day, he shall trample all talents beneath his feet. The assessment of cultivation concludes with Lin Yan's earth-shattering punch. The outcome is unmistakable. Lin Yan and Lin Shui stand at the forefront with absolute dominance. While Lin Bao performs commendably, he pales in comparison. Yet the greatest dark horse is undoubtedly Lin Chen. With his solid performance at the mid-stage of the third realm of body refinement, he shatters all skepticism, successfully disrupting the previously clear hierarchy among the younger generation of the Lin family. In an instant, he becomes the focal point of discussion. Some marvel at his serendipity and resilience. Others envy his fortune and potential. Yet, some remain disdainful, believing him to be a mere flash in the pan or suspecting the use of dubious methods. Moreover, individuals like Lin Bao and Lin Jinhong have already marked him as a thorn in their side, yearning to eliminate him without delay. Lin Chen observes all these reactions with an unperturbed heart. This is precisely the effect he desired, to exhibit sufficient potential, allowing the family head to perceive hope and gain breathing room, to maintain an appropriate degree of moderation, avoiding unnecessary trouble and threats to his life, while successfully attracting animosity, blinding his enemies and paving the way for his forthcoming plans. At this juncture, everything remains under his control. All right, the assessment of cultivation has concluded. Elder Lin Jinyue's voice once again quells the discussions within the venue. Next, we shall proceed to the second event, the practical combat showdown. All disciples who have passed the cultivation assessment, please step forward to draw combat numbers. Here it comes. Lin Chen's eyes sharpen, his spirit suddenly attuning to a heightened focus. This is the segment he has truly anticipated. It is also the most crucial part of his plan. He moves with the crowd towards a colossal wooden box, already prepared at the high platform. Within the box lie numerous number plates crafted from special materials, positioned in the middle of the line. He observes those ahead drawing their numbers, silently calculating in his mind. He needs to draw a suitable opponent, preferably one of Lin Bao's lackeys. This way, he can justifiably inflict serious injury upon them, weakening Lin Bao's minions while further testing his own combat capabilities. As for drawing Lin Bao directly, a cold smile graces Lin Chen's lips, given his current mid-stage third realm strength. Facing Lin Bao at the pinnacle of the fourth realm would appear akin to striking a stone with an egg in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, this is precisely the outcome he yearns for. He possesses absolute confidence that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he will deliver an unforgettable surprise to Lin Bao. Of course, luck plays a significant role in such draws. As Lin Chen waits in line, he discreetly channels the power of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace, attempting to permeate a nearly imperceptible thought into the enormous wooden box. He wishes to ascertain whether the furnace's power can influence the number plates, or at least allow him to sense in advance which plate corresponds to whom. This is yet another audacious attempt. However, to his delight, when his faint thought, accompanied by the furnace's subtle and refined power, touches the number plates within the box, he astonishingly perceives them. Each plate seems to bear a faint, distinct aura belonging to the individual who would draw it. Among them, several plates emanate the familiar essence of Lin Bao and his lackeys. Could it be truly possible? Lin Chen's heart swells with elation. The capabilities of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace have once again surpassed his expectations. It not only refines all things, but seemingly possesses the ability to sense and even interfere with faintly infused energies or auras, though this interference is exceedingly subtle. Preventing him from directly controlling the draw's outcome, it nonetheless allows him to discern in advance which number plates target his desired opponents. This is more than sufficient. He suppresses his excitement, maintaining a fade of nervous anticipation as he proceeds with the line. Soon, it was his turn. He took a deep breath, feigning an air of intense nervousness as he reached into the enormous wooden box. His fingers explored among the myriad of numbered tags, though his mind had already locked onto one that radiated the essence of the Lin leopard. This was the one. A surge of determination coursed through Lin Chen as his fingers deftly grasped the chosen tag and slowly withdrew it. He refrained from examining it immediately, instead stepping aside to await the completion of other selections. Before long, everyone had drawn their tags. All done. Everyone has completed their draw, proclaimed Elder Lin Jinyue with a booming voice. Now, let the steward announce the combat list. A steward promptly stepped forward, taking up a ledger and began to read aloud with vigor. In the first match, Lin Yin versus Lin. In the second match, Lin Shui versus Lin. As each name was called, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Lin Chen's heart raced, feeling as though it was lodged in his throat. Although he had secured the Lin Leopard's tag, it remained uncertain whom Lin Leopard would face. Finally, in the 32nd match, Lin Leopard against. The steward paused, glancing at the list in his hand, and with a tone imbued with a hint of disbelief and peculiarity, he announced the last name. Lin Chen. Lin Leopard versus Lin Chen. Boom. The entire arena erupted in chaos. Chapter 13. The 32nd match, Lin Bao versus Lin Chen. When the steward uttered these two names in a tone tinged with disbelief and peculiarity, it was as if a scoop of cold water had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting a tempest of excitement throughout the martial arena. Boom. After a brief, suffocating silence, a volcanic eruption of commotion and uproar engulfed the entire venue. What? Lin Bao is facing Lin Chen. Surely. I must be mistaken. Good heavens. What sheer luck is this? Or is it deliberate? This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. One is a pinnacle genius of the fourth realm, albeit injured, while the other is a newly emerged dark horse deemed useless. Dark horse? I see it as a quest for annihilation. Brother Lin Bao has pinned up fury, and this time, Lin Chen, the waste, is as good as finished. Perhaps not? Lin Chen's earlier performance was so astonishing, his foundation so solid. Who knows? Who knows what? The disparity between the mid-stage third realm and the pinnacle fourth realm is insurmountable. There's simply no contest. Alas, just as Lin Chen had begun to rise, he is poised to be utterly crushed by Brother Bao. Various exclamations, discussions, schadenfreude, and expressions of concern surged through the crowd like boiling water, swirling and spreading wildly. Almost every gaze was fixated on the two individuals about to ascend the martial stage. This dramatic scene was more captivating than any previous duel. Among the crowd, Lin Chen lowered his head, a barely perceptible cold curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Luck? Perhaps. Yet within that luck lies a subtle guidance from the myriad forges, known only to him. He was not passively accepting his fate, rather, within the confines of the rules. He was crafting the most favorable battlefield for himself. This was the result he desired. He aimed to trample beneath his feet the grandson of the elder who had humiliated him countless times, treating him as mere vermin, all under the gaze of the masses. This would be his first step towards reclaiming his dignity and striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. It was also the perfect prelude to his grand hunting plan. Meanwhile, upon hearing the match announcement, Lin Bao first froze, then a grotesque smile of unrestrained joy twisted across his face. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! He could not contain his laughter. Filled with malice and cruelty, truly, heaven has favored me. Waste, you have come to seek your demise. Let me see if I can beat you into a state of disarray today. His sycophantic companions immediately chimed in. Congratulations, Brother Bao. Well done, Brother Bao. This waste has delivered himself to your doorstep. Brother Bao is magnificent. It's the perfect opportunity to establish your authority. Let everyone know the consequence of offending you. Brother Bao, do not hold back. It would be best to cripple him entirely. Lin Bao licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen like a serpent eyeing its prey, as if he could already envision Lin Chen kneeling in supplication, being trampled and humiliated beneath his feet. The frustration and unease that had previously arisen from Lin Chen's astonishing display evaporated in an instant, replaced by this sudden stroke of fortune. To him, this was a divine opportunity for vengeance and to restore his prestige. Upon the high platform, the expressions of the elders and family heads became markedly intriguing. The Grand Elder, Lin Chen, initially furrowed his brow, seemingly surprised by the match arrangement, but then a fleeting glint of ruthless satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He had been pondering how to find an opportunity to rationally eliminate Lin Chen during the test, never expecting such an opportunity to present itself so swiftly. Although he was aware of his grandson's injuries, dealing with a mere mid-stage third realm waste was more than sufficient. He had already begun to strategize how to express heartfelt sorrow and intervene once Lin Bao had severely injured or even nearly killed Lin Chen, minimizing the ramifications of the situation. The family head, Lin Xiaodian, furrowed his brow, casting a complex glance at Lin Chen, followed by another at the grinning Lin Bao. Sighing inwardly, while he appreciated the potential Lin Chen had displayed, he could not deny that facing Lin Bao, a pinnacle fourth realm practitioner, with a mere mid-stage third realm cultivation, left virtually no chance of victory. This match was likely to end in disaster. He could only hope that Lin Chen would exhibit a modicum of intelligence and concede promptly to preserve himself. The third elder, Lin Jinyue, looked on with a hint of regret. He was quite intrigued by Lin Chen, a well-grounded youth, and had wanted to see his subsequent performance. However, it seemed that his first foray into actual combat would be against the calamity that was Lin Bao, especially given the latter's pin-up rage. It appeared that this promising seedling was likely to be extinguished prematurely, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, as the steward announced loudly. Lin Chen and Lin Bao slowly ascended the central martial platform paved with blue stone, which was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of combatants simultaneously. At this moment, only the two of them stood face to face, rendering the arena even more desolate. Lin Bao stood on the stage, arms crossed, chin held high. A cruel smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse gracing his face as he looked down upon Lin Chen. He deliberately exuded a powerful aura befitting a pinnacle fourth realm practitioner, attempting to crush Lin Chen with sheer presence. Waste. Did you not see this coming? Your luck has run out. Lin Bao's voice was icy, laced with derision. Just a moment ago, were you not so imposing at the martial testing stone? What is this? Are you trembling in fear now? Lin Chen raised his head, maintaining an expression of slight tension and awkwardness, his eyes betraying just the right amount of fear and reluctance. As if genuinely intimidated by Lin Bao's presence. Lin Bao, you. He trembled as he spoke. What do you intend to do? This is merely a test. A test? Lin Bao erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Yes, a test. A test to see how resilient your worthless bones truly are. A test to see if my fist can reduce you to a puddle of mush. His smile suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer ferocity. Waste. Kneel. Bow your head 3 times. Then sever an arm. Perhaps I might consider allowing you to suffer less. To crawl off the stage like a dead dog. Arrogant. Overbearing. Unyielding. Lin Bao's words echoed clearly throughout the martial arena, inciting a wave of uproar. How outrageous. He actually demands someone to bow and sever their own limb? Hush. Keep your voice down. Brother Bao is in a foul mood. Who dares provoke him? Lin Chen is indeed unfortunate to encounter such a calamity. Humph. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant and defend Brother Bao? On the high platform, Lin Xiaoyan's brow was tightly knitted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Lin Bao's actions were undeniably inappropriate. Yet, out of respect for the Grand Elder, he refrained from immediate reprimand. Lin Zhenhong stroked his beard, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly pleased with his grandson's dominance. In his view, the strong ought to exhibit the demeanor of the strong. Crushing the weak is only natural. In the face of Lin Bao's humiliating provocation, a swift glimmer of frigid, bone-chilling killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Yet, he still wore that mask of fear and rage. You go too far. Lin Chen cried out, his body trembling slightly from anger. I will fight you. Fight? Ha. With you? A waste? Lin Bao laughed even more wildly. Excellent. I shall see how you intend to contend with me. At that moment, the officiating elder, evidently a member of the elder lineage who disregarded Lin Bao's arrogance, proclaimed loudly, the 30-second match, Lin Bao versus Lin Chen. The contest begins. As his voice fell, Lin Bao could no longer contain the murderous intent and brutality within him. With a roar akin to a wounded beast, he lunged at Lin Chen like an arrow released from a bowstring. He did not employ any elaborate techniques, instead channeling the full force of his peak 4th level of body refinement into his right fist, conjuring a fierce gale as he aimed a devastating blow at Lin Chen's face. His intent was singular, to obliterate this disgraceful waste with a single punch, denying him even the chance to concede. The punch was powerful and swift, infused with a palpable intent to kill. Onlookers seemed to foresee Lin Chen's head bursting, blood splattering in the aftermath. Many timid female disciples even shut their eyes in terror. Upon the high platform, Lin Xiaotian's pupils contracted, nearly compelling him to intervene. However, just as Lin Bao's assured punch was about to strike Lin Chen's face, Lin Chen moved. His actions were not swift, appearing somewhat clumsy, as though paralyzed by fear. He merely pivoted abruptly to the left while raising his arm, adopting an awkward stance to block Lin Bao's wrist. This was the most fundamental blocking technique he had practiced. Seemingly devoid of skill. Seeking death, Lin Bao's eyes flashed with intensified disdain and cruelty. Such a block was utterly insufficient against his peak 4th level strength. It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He could almost envision Lin Chen's arm shattering in the next instant. Yet, a dull thud echoed, resembling leather being struck heavily. The anticipated scene of Lin Chen's arm breaking and him screaming in agony did not unfold. Lin Bao felt as if his fist had collided with an incredibly resilient and oddly elastic iron plate. A tremendous backlash, far exceeding his expectations, surged from the point of contact. Lin Bao's expression shifted dramatically, pain radiating through his wrist as if his bones might splinter. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, propelled by this recoil, glided backwards several steps, appearing somewhat disheveled but utterly unharmed. His face retained an expression of shock, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. How is this possible? Lin Bao clutched his painfully throbbing wrist, disbelief flooding his eyes. This waste managed to block it? Moreover, how could his strength be so formidable? In that fleeting moment of contact, he distinctly sensed that Lin Chen's power was far beyond the mid-3rd level of body refinement. The resilience and explosive force he felt hinted at. Peak 3rd level? No. Impossible. It must be an illusion. It must be due to my injury. Surely, my strength has diminished. This waste merely got lucky. Lin Bao forcibly suppressed his shock and unease, attributing everything to his injury and Lin Chen's fortuitousness. The spectators below were equally astonished. He blocked it. Lin Chen actually withstood Brother Bao's punch. Though it appeared quite desperate, he indeed managed to block it. And it seems he is uninjured? What is going on? Could it be that Brother Bao is severely injured? His strength diminished drastically? It must be so. Otherwise, how could a mid-3rd level possibly withstand a punch from a peak 4th level? Whispers of speculation arose once more, but this time tinged with uncertainty and doubt. On the high platform, Lin Zhenhong's face darkened further. Lin Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while the 3rd elder, Lin Zhenyue, stroked his beard, watching Lin Chen with keen interest, as if he had stumbled upon an uncut gem. Lin Chen smirked inwardly. That block had utilized less than 50% of his strength, deliberately employing the most awkward posture to create the illusion of luck and the impression that Lin Bao's injury had impaired him. His ruse had achieved preliminary success. Waste. You seek death. Lin Bao, incensed at having his first strike blocked and hearing the murmurs of doubt from the crowd, was consumed by rage. He felt utterly humiliated. Roar. Frenzied leopard claw. Lin Bao unleashed his fury. With a roar, his fingernails transformed into sharp, black talons, a characteristic of a certain nefarious claw technique. And his hands became a flurry of claws, akin to a truly enraged leopard, as he surged toward Lin Chen with renewed ferocity. This time, he unleashed his most formidable martial technique. The claws sliced through the air with a razor-sharp hiss, each strike imbued with the power to shatter stone and a malevolent force. He intended to tear Lin Chen to shreds. In the face of Lin Bao's tempestuous assault, Lin Chen's performance commenced. He employed the seemingly clumsy yet rhythmically aligned willow catkin steps, his figure swaying like floating fluff in the wind, deftly navigating through the storm of claws. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Bao's talons continuously ripped through the air, even leaving shallow scratches on Lin Chen's clothing. The danger appeared palpable. Each evasion elicited gasps from the audience. Lin Chen maintained an expression of panic and exhaustion, accompanied by heavy gasps, as though he were on the brink of being torn apart. Waste. Is dodging all you know? Have the courage to stand and fight. Lin Bao grew increasingly alarmed and furious. He could sense that each of his claws could easily shred Lin Chen, yet each time, Lin Chen evaded by the thinnest of margins. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, powerful yet utterly ineffective. The frustration was unbearable. What astonished him further was that this waste could endure for so long under such intense assault. Was his meager true energy inexhaustible? Little did he know that Lin Chen's true energy, both in quantity and recovery speed, far exceeded that of his peers. Additionally, the myriad furnaces were silently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy for replenishment, rendering this expenditure trivial for him. Dodging. I'm merely warming up. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. Yet outwardly he continued to feign breathlessness, taunting, Lin Bao. You're not all that impressive. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? Your strength seems lacking. A blatant provocation. Though his tone lacked confidence, the words ignited Lin Bao's already simmering rage. Waste. I will kill you. Lin Bao lost all semblance of reason. His eyes were aflame, utterly oblivious to his injuries, as he recklessly channeled all his true energy into a more ferocious onslaught against Lin Chen. However, just as his fury and injuries caused a barely perceptible flaw in his technique, Lin Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. The opportunity had arrived. His figure, previously swaying like a flickering candle in the wind, abruptly halted. No longer evading, he instead launched a counterattack with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Tigers might punch. The roar of the tiger in the mountains. Lin Chen uttered a low growl, naturally. To enhance the performance, his right fist clenched tightly. As the true energy of his peak fourth level erupted at 70%, a surge of raw, explosive power, rich with vigor, erupted forth. As if a mighty tiger were truly roaring behind him. His fists, no longer feeble and powerless as before, surged with an indomitable spirit, striking with precise ferocity toward the exposed vulnerability in Lin Bao's chest, a result of his fury. What? Lin Bao's pupils constricted suddenly. He had never anticipated that this seemingly worthless individual, who had been passively enduring blows, would unleash such a formidable counterattack. The intent behind that punch, the sheer force. It was beyond what could be possessed by someone in the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. He attempted to change his stance to block. But it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as that seemingly ordinary fist, harboring terrifying power, rapidly loomed larger in his vision. Bang! An earth-shattering sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum. Lin Chen's fist landed solidly on Lin Bao's chest. Poof! Lin Bao was struck as if by lightning, his body flying backward like a kite with its string severed, spewing forth a copious amount of blood from his mouth. Fragments of internal organs mingled within. His shirt exploded open, revealing a distinct, deep imprint of a fist beneath, accompanied by the faint sound of bones cracking. This punch. Lin Chen had exerted 70% of his strength, precisely targeting the damaged meridian node due to the mishap with the qi condensation pill. With this double blow, Lin Bao was instantly gravely injured. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence once more. All present stared dumbfounded at Lin Bao, who flew backward like a lifeless dog, struggling futilely to rise at the edge of the arena. They looked upon Lin Chen, still standing in place, retracting his fist. His expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, a flawless performance. He won. He actually won. And moreover, with a single punch, he had sent Lin Bao, a peak practitioner in the fourth stage of the body refinement realm, reeling and bloodied. What in the world was happening? Everyone's mind seemed to malfunction, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. This was no longer an underdog. This was a prodigy. On the platform, Lin Chen abruptly rose to his feet, his face ashen, trembling with rage as he pointed at Lin Chen. You, child. How dare you strike with such malice? He could hardly fathom that his own grandson had been defeated, and so utterly, so pitifully weak. The family head, Lin Xiaodian, was equally stunned. He had anticipated Lin Chen might concede, or perhaps hold on for a while through some fortuitous event or skill. But he had never imagined such an outcome. One punch, merely one punch, had severely injured Lin Bao. Just how profound was Lin Chen's hidden strength? The third elder, Lin Jinyue, froze with his hand poised over his beard, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. What a remarkable lad. Indeed. I did not misjudge him. Such composure, such strength, such performance. He was truly a born prodigy. Below, Lin Hu and Lin Bao's lackeys were utterly terrified. Their faces drained of color. If even Brother Bao had been struck down like this, how could they possibly stand a chance? Lin Chen, after a brief moment of astonishment, revealed a hint of realization and embarrassment, bowing slightly toward the stage, his voice sincere. Esteemed elders, family head, in my moment of desperation, I did not restrain myself and inadvertently exerted too much force. I beg for Brother Bao's forgiveness. Poof. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao, already gravely injured, was struck with renewed fury, forcing out another mouthful of blood, his head drooping as he fainted from the sheer rage. Not restraining oneself, exerting too much force. Was this even human speech? All who heard this could not suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Their gazes toward Lin Chen becoming increasingly peculiar and wary. This fellow not only possessed monstrous strength but also a rather sinister heart. He injured someone and then aimed for their psyche. Yet Lin Chen paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. He slowly approached the unconscious Lin Bao. Looking down at this once mighty figure, now akin to a lifeless dog, his eyes cold and devoid of pity, he crouched down and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, began to rummage through Lin Bao's robes. What are you doing? Several of Lin Bao's lackeys mustered the courage to step forward to intervene. Get lost. Lin Chen did not lift his gaze, merely coldly uttering two words. An icy aura radiated from him, causing those lackeys to feel as though doused with cold water, freezing them in place, too frightened to move. Soon, Lin Chen retrieved a small, exquisite storage pouch, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. This was a low-tier spatial treasure capable of storing a small number of items. For ordinary members of the Lin family, it was an exceedingly precious possession. As Lin Bao, the grandson of the Grand Elder, he was indeed well off. Lin Chen weighed the pouch in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Then, he stood up, casting not even a glance at the unconscious Lin Bao, turning to survey the entire arena, especially the faces of those who had once ridiculed and bullied him. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across every corner, imbued with an undeniable chill and authority. Is there anyone else who believes I am worthless? Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and offer guidance? Silence fell. The entire martial arena was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. All who met Lin Chen's gaze instinctively lowered their heads or averted their eyes. Fear. All. In this moment, no one dared to associate the young man before them with the term waste. With a resounding, overwhelming victory, he had fiercely slapped the faces of all his doubters. He declared his return in the most direct manner possible. Who, then, was the true waste? The answer was self-evident. A powerful rebuttal. A triumphant proclamation. In this moment, Lin Chen shone with unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 14. In the arena, an eerie silence lingered. Lin Chen's simple yet profoundly authoritative retort, "Who else thinks I am a waste? And who else wishes to admonish me?" struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of every member of the Lin family, rendering them speechless and hesitant to meet his gaze. Sunlight cascaded upon the youth's somewhat slender yet upright figure, as if draping him in a resplendent golden armor. He weighed the storage bag seized from Lin Bao with an indifferent expression and icy demeanor, presenting a stark contrast to the nervous and awkward boy he had been before. This intense disparity instilled a chilling sense of awe and reverence in the onlookers. A waste? If even someone capable of delivering such a crushing blow to a formidable opponent at the peak of the fourth stage of body refinement could be deemed a waste, then what could be said of them? They were hardly worth even the dregs. Dominant, tyrannical, unfathomable. This was the most genuine impression Lin Chen left in the minds of the crowd at that moment. The previous speculations regarding his luck, fortune, and unstable foundation were utterly shattered by that single punch, leaving no trace behind. On the high platform, the expressions of the elders and the family head varied, but all were unmistakably filled with shock and complexity. The eldest elder, Lin Jinhong, could scarcely be described as merely pale. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Lin Chen, his murderous intent nearly materializing. He never expected that his highly regarded grandson would suffer defeat, especially such a complete and humiliating one. Not only had he been publicly incapacitated, but his storage bag had also been brazenly taken by Lin Chen. This was an outright slap in the face to Lin Jinhong and the entire lineage of the eldest elder. He longed to rush down and dismantle Lin Chen, but the remnants of his rationality warned him against it. In front of so many witnesses, Lin Chen had triumphed justly, though his methods appeared ruthless. Martial competitions were fraught with the inevitability of injury. Lin Bao's earlier arrogance and provocation had led him to this fate, and he could hardly blame anyone else. Should he act rashly now, he would only provide fodder for gossip and appear even more frantic. Moreover, Lin Chen's display of strength and potential far exceeded his expectations. This young rascal could no longer be viewed through the lens of the past. A long-term strategy was essential, suppressing his overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Lin Jinhong signaled to the other elders nearby, whose faces were equally grim, to send someone to carry Lin Bao away for treatment. Simultaneously, his mind raced, contemplating how to address this suddenly rising thorn in his side. The family head, Lin Xiaotian, was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, and gravity coalescing. He was exhilarated by Lin Chen's performance, which had once again surpassed his expectations. That seemingly casual punch contained an exquisite power and timing that was truly remarkable. Such prowess could not possibly be the work of an ordinary mid-level martial artist. This child undoubtedly harbored great secrets and immense hope for the Lin family's resurgence. Yet, he was also weighed down by concern regarding Lin Chen's domineering style and the irreconcilable conflicts with the eldest elder's faction. Such overt brilliance might not bode well. Furthermore, the enmity with the Wang and Su families required careful navigation. Balancing various factions and guiding this immensely talented yet headstrong youth onto the right path would pose a formidable challenge for him moving forward. The third elder, Lin Jinyue, stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with admiration and astonishment as he regarded Lin Chen. What a remarkable young man! Not only was he immensely powerful, but his intellect also surpassed that of his peers. He understood the value of patience, seizing opportunities, and obtaining maximum benefits at minimal cost. A person of such caliber if nurtured properly, could achieve unimaginable heights. He had already begun devising strategies to win Lin Chen over to his side. Amidst the swirling complex emotions, the officiating steward finally regained his composure, stepping onto the platform. He glanced at the unconscious Lin Bao, then at the expressionless Lin Chen. His voice trembling slightly as he announced loudly, "Match 32, Lin Chen wins." With this declaration, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished gasps and discussions. Lin Chen, however, appeared unfazed, merely offering a slight bow to the high platform as a gesture of respect before turning away, calmly descending from the martial stage amidst the gazes of awe, curiosity, jealousy, and resentment. He did not return to the original crowd but instead found a relatively secluded corner, resuming his low-profile demeanor as if he were merely an ordinary spectator. Yet, he knew that from this moment forth, his status within the Lin family had undergone a monumental transformation. No longer would anyone dare to regard him as a mere waste to be bullied at will. The competitive matches continued unabated. Lin Yin and Lin Shui effortlessly defeated their opponents, showcasing overwhelming strength that drew cheers from the audience. Other matches also displayed excitement, with previously unnoticed dark horses seizing the opportunity to shine. However fierce the battles were, all eyes would invariably drift towards the quiet figure in the corner, the young man clad in black. He was the true protagonist of the day, the most dazzling star to emerge in the night sky. Lin Chen paid little mind to these gazes, his focus entirely on the storage bag in his hand. Though it was inconvenient to inspect it at present, he could distinctly sense the faint spiritual energy fluctuations and the subtle sounds of items colliding within. Lin Bao had indeed possessed considerable wealth. The contents should suffice to support his cultivation for some time. Perhaps, he might even discover some unexpected treasures, such as healing elixirs, or remnants of the qi condensation pill that had caused his earlier failure. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen awaited the conclusion of the assessment, which persisted until dusk. Ultimately, Lin Yin and Lin Shui secured the top two positions without a doubt. Miraculously, Lin Chen, thanks to his extraordinary punch and the ensuing deterrence that silenced any challengers, also found himself among the top 10. While his rank was not exceptionally high, for someone who had been a zero in cultivation just 3 days prior, this was a miraculous achievement worthy of the Lin family annals. Following the conclusion of the assessment, the family head, Lin Xiaodian, publicly announced the rewards for the test. The top 10 participants would receive generous rewards in the form of spirit stones, elixirs, and contribution points. When it was Lin Chen's turn to claim his reward, he once again became the center of attention. Lin Xiaodian personally handed him a weighty silk pouch, his gaze filled with complexity and expectation. "Lin Chen, you performed admirably today and did not disappoint me. I hope you continue to strive diligently, remain humble, and achieve further success in the formal assessment 3 days hence, bringing glory to our Lin family." Though these words may have been mere formalities, their delivery by the family head lent them extraordinary weight. This was undoubtedly a declaration of the family head's renewed regard for Lin Chen. Standing nearby, the eldest elder, Lin Zhenhong, wore an expression so dark it seemed he could wring water from it. He scoffed coldly, but said nothing further. Lin Chen accepted the pouch, his face reflecting astonishment and gratitude as he respectfully replied, "I shall exert every effort to live up to the family head's expectations." His demeanor was notably humble, a stark contrast to his earlier display of dominance and authority on the platform. This left the onlookers puzzled and perplexed. Had Lin Chen genuinely changed his nature? Or was he merely concealing his true self with great cunning? After claiming his rewards, Lin Chen did not linger. Under the scrutiny of various complex gazes, he swiftly departed from the martial arts arena and returned to his modest courtyard. He needed to immediately assess his spoils and make the final preparations for tonight's hunting expedition. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, he secured the gate. The humility and respect that had adorned Lin Chen's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy calmness and anticipation. He first opened the pouch rewarded by the family head. Inside were 50 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of blood-replenishing pills commonly used in the body-refining realm, and a certificate of 100 family contribution points. This reward was quite substantial for an ordinary member of the Lin family, sufficient to support their cultivation for a month or two. However, Lin Chen merely curled his lip, casually stowing the pouch away. For him, these trinkets were mere appetizers. What he truly yearned for was Lin Bao's storage bag. He retrieved the exquisitely crafted storage bag, adorned with an intricately embroidered fierce leopard head. Such bags typically possess simple restrictions, requiring the owner to employ specific incantations or mental energy to unlock them. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed the myriad path furnace, this posed no challenge. He need not even attempt to decipher the restrictions. With a mere thought, he connected with the furnace. Fusion. An invisible, subtle force of refining instantly enveloped the restrictions on the storage bag. With a faint sound, the layer of restrictions that would typically require considerable effort to unravel was swiftly dissolved, as if melting away like snow. Simple, brutal, effective. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth as he eagerly probed his mental energy into the storage bag. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an uncontrollable ecstasy. He struck gold. The space within the storage bag was modest, measuring only 1 or 2 cubic meters. Yet, the items within were enough to make any body-refining warrior envious. The first sight to greet him was a small pile of low-grade spirit stones, gleaming with a pearly white light. A rough count revealed at least 300 to 400 stones, 7 or 8 times more than the family's reward. Next, there were various medicinal pills, housed in exquisite jade bottles, each labeled. There were healing pills, bone repair ointments, energy-enhancing powders, body-refining liquids, and even several bottles of higher-tier pills specifically designed to assist in breaking through bottlenecks. Among them was one bottle prominently labeled Condensing Chi Pill, Remnant. Indeed, it was there. Although merely a remnant, the pure energy contained within was undoubtedly formidable. Besides the spirit stones and pills, the storage bag also contained several items emanating faint spiritual fluctuations. One was a soft armor radiating a subtle azure glow, evidently a defensive artifact. There was also a sharp dagger and several items resembling talismans. While these items may not be of high grade, they were nonetheless a pleasant surprise for Lin Chen at this stage. Lin Bao was indeed a veritable treasure trove. Lin Chen licked his lips in excitement. Just these items alone would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation speed to new heights. He sprawled the contents of the storage bag on the ground, creating a small pile reminiscent of a treasure hoard. Instead of immediately commencing his cultivation, he meticulously sorted the pills into categories. The healing ones were of no immediate use, and the ordinary pills for enhancing cultivation likely paled in comparison to directly refining the spirit stones. His gaze ultimately settled on the jade bottle labeled Condensing Chi Pill, Remnant, along with the several hundred low-grade spirit stones. These would be the key to his ascent to a higher realm tonight. As for the soft armor and dagger, he set them aside for the time being. He couldn't decipher the talismans, so he stashed those away as well. Having completed these tasks, night had fully descended. Without hesitation, Lin Chen promptly settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to embark on a new round of fervent cultivation. However, just as he was about to channel his energy, knock, knock, knock. A faint knocking sound unexpectedly broke the silence of the night. Lin Chen's brow furrowed sharply. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Who could be seeking him at this hour? Moreover, who would knock in such a polite manner? He immediately concealed his aura, hastily returning the spirit stones and pills to the storage bag, which were now his, then rose and approached the door, lowering his voice to inquire, "Who is it?" A voice, slightly aged yet tinged with respect, responded from outside. "Young Master Lin Chen, this is Lu Fu, the old servant, sent by the family head to deliver some items to you." Lu Fu? That sycophantic steward? The family head dispatched him? To deliver items? Lin Chen was filled with doubt. The family head had already given rewards during the day. Why send someone to deliver more items at night? Furthermore, why send Lu Fu, who was clearly aligned with the elder faction? There was something peculiar about this situation. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen decided to assess the situation. With his significantly enhanced strength, he had no fear of Lu Fu attempting any tricks. He unlatched the door, opening it slightly to peer outside warily. Indeed, Lu Fu stood there, his face adorned with a smile that starkly contrasted with the one he wore during the day, a smile almost obsequious in nature. He held a delicately crafted food box and a small package. "Young Master Lin Chen, please forgive me for startling you." Lu Fu immediately bowed his head and spoke in a low tone, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. "You worked hard today for the family, and the family head specifically ordered the kitchen to prepare some nourishing supper for you. He also instructed this old servant to bring you some fresh clothes and daily necessities." As he spoke, he extended the food box and package toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze flickered momentarily, hesitating to accept immediately. He scrutinized Lu Fu, attempting to discern any underlying motives behind his sycophantic demeanor. "The family head is thoughtful," Lin Chen replied with a neutral tone, "but I cannot accept something without earning it. Please take these back, Steward Lu." He did not believe the family head would suddenly show such concern for him, nor did he trust that Lu Fu, a man of evident opportunism, would genuinely come to offer goodwill. There was surely something amiss. "Oh dear, young Master Lin Chen, you flatter me." Lu Fu's smile broadened, even tinged with a hint of anxiety. "You have brought glory to the family today by defeating formidable foes." He deliberately avoided mentioning Lin Bao's name. "The family head is delighted and would not think twice about such a trivial matter. If you refuse, the family head might take offense, and I cannot bear that burden." As he spoke, he forcibly pressed the food box and package into Lin Chen's hands. Then, from his sleeve, he produced a small pouch, handing it over with a conspiratorial whisper. "Young Master Lin Chen, this is something the family head secretly instructed me to pass on to you. Meant to Calm your nerves. Lin Chen accepted the pouch, feeling its weight, suggesting it contained numerous spirit stones. A private gift from the family head. To calm his nerves? Lin Chen's confusion deepened. What exactly was Lin Xiaotian plotting? First, public rewards, then private favors? Was he attempting to curry favor with him, or was it a test? He discreetly stored the pouch away and replied coolly, "Please extend my thanks to the family head." "I dare not." Lu Fu hurriedly waved his hands. "As long as young Master Lin Chen is satisfied, I shall not disturb your rest any longer and will take my leave." With that, he bowed deeply once more and cautiously turned to depart, his demeanor now a stark contrast to that of the day. Watching Lu Fu vanish into the night, Lin Chen closed the courtyard gate, and the calm expression on his face swiftly evaporated, replaced by a solemn contemplation. He opened the food box, revealing several exquisite and appetizing dishes, still steaming as if freshly prepared. The package contained several sets of new, high-quality clothing and some daily necessities. Finally, he opened the pouch that the family head had privately bestowed upon him. Within it lay a full 100 inferior spirit stones, a quantity that surpassed even the rewards granted by the daytime competition. Lin Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The intentions of Lin Xiaotian were becoming increasingly apparent. He recognized Lin Chen's potential and sought to mend their relationship, thereby re-establishing control over him. For Lin Chen, who was in dire need of resources, this might seem advantageous. Yet, trepidation filled his heart. He was acutely aware of the machinations of those in power. Such gestures of goodwill often concealed motives of manipulation and control. Lin Xiaotian's current benevolence stemmed from Lin Chen's demonstrated value. Should he lose that value or pose a threat to Xiaotian's interests, the speed at which he would turn hostile would be swifter than the turning of a page. Moreover, the Lin family was rife with internal factions, with the elder and the head of the family engaged in covert power struggles. Having already offended the elder, if he were to easily align himself with the head, he would undoubtedly become a pawn in their contest, placing himself in an even more precarious position. Deception and pretense. Indeed, he could only resort to such tactics. Lin Chen swiftly resolved to accept the head's goodwill and the resources offered, yet he would never allow himself to be subjugated or indebted. His sole reliance was upon himself and the myriad furnace. His objective was to exploit every available resource, employing any means necessary to enhance his strength, and ultimately escape the mire of the Lin family to seize control of his own destiny. With this realization, Lin Chen's state of mind regained its tranquility. He stored away the spirit stones gifted by the head, and with the nearly 500 inferior spirit stones from Lin Bao's storage bag, he now possessed an impressive fortune. He glanced at the meal in the box. Though it wafted an enticing aroma, he refrained from partaking. Who could tell if it had been tampered with? Caution is the mother of safety. He had far more pressing matters at hand. That was to continue his cultivation, striving for a higher realm to amass greater strength for the evening's hunt. He once again settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the bottle of residual qi consolidating pills, his eyes aglow with fervor. The failed elixir from Lin Bao's attempt to break through to the 5th level. The energy contained within must be extraordinary. Coupled with the nearly 500 inferior spirit stones, this night, he would achieve a significant leap in power. The myriad furnace began to operate once more, and a silent yet frenzied consumption of energy unfolded within the dilapidated courtyard. Chapter 15. As night deepened, the Lin family's grand estate fell into a profound silence, with only a few courtyards still aglow, resembling islands amidst an ocean of darkness. Within a dilapidated courtyard, however, a starkly contrasting and almost frenzied energy surged. Lin Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the yard, enveloped by a faint, visible halo of pearly light. This luminescence was not an outward manifestation of his vital energy, but rather a phenomenon caused by the overwhelming power surging within him, stirring the surrounding spiritual essence of the world. Before him lay a small pile of transparent, jade-like low-grade spirit stones, alongside an exquisite jade vial containing remnants of a qi condensation pill. After a brief moment of contemplation and preparation, he resolutely embarked on a new round of fervent cultivation, aiming to reach a higher realm and amass the utmost strength for tonight's hunting endeavor. Furnace. Ignite. With a focused thought, the mysterious black iron plate of the myriad furnaces erupted with a profound and domineering radiance. This time, its target was the low-grade spirit stones brimming with pure celestial energy. A powerful, invisible force instantly enveloped the pile of spirit stones on the ground. The surface of the crystalline stones dimmed with a visible swiftness, as strands of pure, ethereal white energy were forcibly extracted, transforming into radiant beams that surged wildly into Lin Chen's body. Simultaneously, his optimized version of the basic qi refinement technique operated at an unprecedented speed. guiding the thin spiritual essence from the environment while the furnace directly extracted energies from the stones, magnifying the purity of the energy by hundreds and thousands of times. The result was a cataclysmic surge. Lin Chen felt as though his body had transformed into a colossal vortex of energy. The vast torrent of spiritual energy surged through his resilient veins with the ferocity of a raging river. His dantian, akin to a parched sponge meeting a torrential downpour, absorbed the pure energy with fervor, expanding its capacity and rapidly increasing the total volume and quality of his vital energy. Having just broken through to the initial stage of the fourth level of body refinement, he ascended rapidly, propelled by the immense energy without any pause. The pinnacle of the initial stage, mid-stage of the fourth level. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen's cultivation had once again transcended a small realm, firmly stepping into the mid-stage of the fourth level of body refinement. Moreover, this acceleration showed no signs of abating. The pile of low-grade spirit stones visibly diminished, each stone losing its luster, ultimately disintegrating into lifeless gray powder. What pure energy! Lin Chen's heart swelled with ecstasy. The effects of directly refining spirit stones indeed surpassed that of refining medicinal residues and ordinary beast blood. The energy contained within the spirit stones was inherently pure, and through the myriad furnaces' further refinement, it was nearly devoid of impurities, perfectly absorbable by him. This sensation was akin to a famished individual feasting on a banquet of exquisite delicacies after days of hunger. Every cell rejoiced in jubilation. He could even perceive the gradual enhancement of his physical strength under the nourishment of such pure energy. Although less direct than refining blood essence, it far surpassed ordinary cultivation. Continue. Lin Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he relentlessly urged the furnace to consume more spirit stone energy. With nearly 500 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he had ample resources to indulge for a while. Time flew by in the fervor of cultivation. 1 hour, 2 hours. As nearly 200 spirit stones were consumed, Lin Chen finally approached a new threshold, the pinnacle of the fourth level of body refinement. Just a step away from the fifth level. Feeling the immense power within him, now several times stronger than before, Lin Chen's breath grew heavier. In a single day, he had soared from the initial stage of the third level to the pinnacle of the fourth level. Such a rate of cultivation would be deemed unbelievable, a veritable legend. Yet, Lin Chen remained unsatisfied. His aspirations reached beyond the pinnacle of the fourth level. He aimed to break into the fifth level. Once he ascended to the fifth level, his vital energy would undergo a transformative change, resulting in a significant leap in power. At that point, he could contend not only with Lin Bao, but even with ordinary practitioners at the sixth level of body refinement. This was crucial for his forthcoming plans and to confront potential crises ahead. However, he clearly sensed that the challenge of advancing from the pinnacle of the fourth level to the fifth was far greater than before. The intangible barrier stood as formidable as an iron wall. Relying solely on the energy provided by the low-grade spirit stones seemed insufficient. His gaze fell upon the exquisite jade vial containing the remnants of the qi condensation pill, which he had meticulously set aside. This was indeed his true trump card for breaking into the fifth level. The qi condensation pill was a second-tier elixir, specifically designed to assist practitioners of body refinement in overcoming their bottlenecks and condensing vital energy. The purity of its contained energy and the potency of its medicinal properties were beyond comparison to low-grade spirit stones. Even in its residual form, its value was immeasurable. Lin Bao had failed in his attempt due to his impatience, unable to fully refine the pill's overwhelming power, resulting in injury to his meridians. But Lin Chen was different. He possessed the myriad furnace. Regardless of how fierce the medicinal force or how challenging the energy to refine before the furnace, it would transmute into the most docile and pure nourishment. Let me witness the true strength of this second-tier elixir's remnants. A glint of madness and anticipation flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He cautiously opened the jade vial, and an intense, pungent aroma, laced with an exotic medicinal fragrance, instantly filled the air. Inside the vial lay a little more than half a bottle of deep brown, viscous liquid, still emanating astonishing waves of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen brought the vial to his lips and swallowed the remaining liquid in one gulp. Boom! In that instant, as the elixir coursed through him, Lin Chen felt as though he had consumed a blazing sun. An indescribable, violently scorching energy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, assailing his organs and limbs with a ferocious onslaught. Even his body, honed through numerous enhancements, felt a tearing agony. His skin flushed crimson, as if the energy threatened to burst forth. What a potent force! Lin Chen was taken aback. No wonder Lin Bao had failed in his endeavor. The explosion upon ingestion alone could shatter the meridians of an ordinary practitioner at the fourth level, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet Lin Chen harbored no fear. Furnace, refine for me. He roared inwardly. Within his dantian, the myriad furnace erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A terrifying force of absorption surged forth, akin to a bottomless black hole, forcibly drawing in and devouring the rampant medicinal power wreaking havoc within him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Within the furnace, invisible flames blazed fiercely. The wild and domineering medicinal energy, under the furnace's formidable power, thrashed about like a defiant beast, roaring in rebellion. But ultimately, it was gradually decomposed, purified, and refined. The impurities, toxins from failed refining, and excessively volatile fiery energies were mercilessly eradicated by the furnace. Ultimately, what remained was an exceptionally pure and refined essence of primordial medicinal power, glowing with a faint golden hue, reminiscent of liquid gold. The quality of this energy surpassed even that which was previously released by the furnace itself. In the next moment, this liquid gold-like essence surged forth from the furnace, akin to a divine revelation, instantly merging with Lin Chen's turbulent flow of true energy, which was on the verge of breaking through its limits. Thunderous roars echoed, as if an army poised for battle was donning the most formidable armor and wielding the sharpest weapons. Lin Chen's true energy, already at its peak, underwent a profound transformation with the infusion of this primordial essence. It became more concentrated, more substantial, and utterly unstoppable. Break for me. Lin Chen's eyes burned crimson as he summoned all his strength and will, directing this unprecedented torrent of true energy, which embodied all his might, into a fierce charge against the impregnable barrier of the fifth layer of body refinement. A resounding boom, echoing as if from the dawn of time, reverberated deep within Lin Chen's soul. The formidable barrier, seemingly unshakable, finally shattered under the overwhelming impact that combined the furnace's power, the spirit stone's might, the medicinal force, and Lin Chen's unwavering will, as if struck by a divine hammer. With a crisp crack and a thunderous explosion, it disintegrated into a myriad of glowing specks, cascading like rivers converging into the sea, becoming even more vast, more grandiose, and more pure. A brand new flow of true energy, imbued with a hint of golden radiance, instantly filled Lin Chen's expanding dantian. At the center of this energy sea, the true energy spiraled rapidly, subtly coalescing into a more stable and solid core, a hallmark of the fifth layer of body refinement, true energy transformation. A terrifying sense of power, far exceeding that of the fourth layer, surged through Lin Chen's limbs, causing his heart to race. He could distinctly feel that his strength, speed, defense, and perception had all undergone a qualitative leap, as if a trickle of water had suddenly merged into a roaring river. He had reached the fifth layer of body refinement, not merely entering, but achieving this with the overwhelming potency of the condensing chi pill remnant. Even after undergoing layers of refinement in the furnace, it still harbored unimaginable energy. After breaking through the barrier, the residual essence continued to flood into his dantian, propelling his cultivation ever upward. Initial peak of the fifth layer, mid-stage of the fifth layer. Only after completely absorbing and refining the remaining medicinal essence did Lin Chen's cultivation stabilize at the mid-stage of the fifth layer, just a step away from the sixth layer. Exhaling a breath imbued with a faint golden glow and the scent of medicine, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were revolving, profound, luminous, and filled with a disquieting pressure. Feeling the vast ocean-like true energy within him and the formidable power that seemed capable of tearing through the air with every motion, Lin Chen finally revealed a genuine smile, brimming with confidence. This was his true strength at the mid-stage of the fifth layer. With such power, combined with the formidable card of the 10,000 Paths furnace, he dared to confront even Lin Yin at the pinnacle of the sixth layer. As for Lin Bao, nearly a buffoon. Previously, he had exerted only 70% of his strength, and even that was a disguised 70%. If he unleashed his full power, Lin Bao would scarcely be able to withstand even a single finger. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The surge in strength filled him with confidence for the forthcoming hunting expedition. He glanced at the ground, where nearly 500 low-grade spirit stones had dwindled to less than 100. The condensing chi pill remnant had been entirely consumed. In pursuit of this breakthrough, he had nearly exhausted all his spoils and rewards. Yet, every sacrifice was worthwhile. Strength is the only true reliance in this world. Time was drawing near. Lin Chen looked outside at the dimming sky. It was nearly midnight, the perfect moment for action. Rising to his feet, he moved his limbs, reacquainting himself with his newfound power. This time, he no longer suppressed or disguised it, but allowed the formidable aura of the mid-stage fifth layer to flow freely. In his domain, there was no need for pretense. He collected the remaining spirit stones and assorted items into his storage bag, donned the azure soft armor close to his body, and concealed the sharp dagger within his boot. While confident in his current strength, it never hurt to be well prepared. Finally, He carefully tucked the 2 bags of specially refined medicinal powder into his bosom. All preparations were complete. Lin Chen approached the window. Gazing at the distant lights still flickering in the direction of the leopard garden, his eyes shimmering with a cold, excited glint. Akin to a top predator poised to pounce on its prey. Lin Bao, I have come to claim your treasures. With a swift motion, Lin Chen vanished into the thick darkness of the night, as if he were a phantom. Chapter 16. The hour of the midnight had passed, and the night enveloped the Lin family's mansion like a dense ink wash, casting an eerie silence over the estate. Only a few tenacious beams of moonlight managed to pierce through the clouds, casting faint and indistinct patches of light on the eaves and ground, adding an extra layer of foreboding and mystery. A dark shadow, akin to a specter merging seamlessly with the night, stealthily prowled beneath the shadow of the walls of the leopard garden. Lin Chen exercised his breath-concealing techniques to perfection, rendering himself almost one with the darkness. The formidable cultivation of his mid-stage 5th level of body refinement enabled him to master his own aura to an unprecedented degree, even in the profound silence of the night. He moved without stirring a whisper, leaving no trace behind. He returned to the secluded corner he had scouted the previous night. The meticulously prepared rope woven from resilient vines and the grappling hook were quietly retrieved. He raised his gaze to the towering wall, adorned with sharp iron spikes. His expression calm and devoid of hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the simple grappling hook soared into the air, as though imbued with life, and silently latched onto the gap between 2 iron spikes atop the wall. Lin Chen gave it a gentle tug, confirming its security before taking a deep breath. With a light push of his feet against the wall, he ascended with the grace of a nimble ape, utilizing the rope's strength to stealthily climb upward. His movements were agile and soundless, and as he neared the wall's edge, he proceeded with utmost caution, evading the glinting iron spikes while attentively listening for any sounds from within and beyond the wall. Ensuring his safety, he executed a deft maneuver, landing softly in the shadows within the garden. As soon as he touched down, a richer scent of flora and a faint medicinal aroma wafted into his nostrils, intermingled with a subtle hint of opulence. The interior of the leopard garden was even more exquisite and luxurious than he had glimpsed from outside the wall. Jagged rockeries and gentle streams, though the water's sound had ceased in the dead of night, adorned with pavilions and towers, were meticulously designed and maintained. Lin Chen had no time to appreciate the surroundings. His gaze was immediately drawn to the small medicinal plot deep within the garden, the very target of his quest, the crimson sungrass. He reconfirmed his direction and, like the most vigilant of leopards, crouched low, utilizing the shadows of the rockeries, flowers, and columns as cover, swiftly and silently advancing toward the medicinal plot. The guards within the leopard garden were indeed more vigilant than those outside. In addition to the hidden sentinels on the wall, several patrols traversed fixed routes within the garden. However, perhaps due to the late hour or the fact that Lin Bao was injured and confined indoors, the guards appeared noticeably lax, mostly following their routines without diligently inspecting corners. This provided Lin Chen with an exceptional opportunity. Armed with strength and perception far surpassing that of the guards, he consistently found hiding spots before the patrols approached, skillfully evading their line of sight. Several near misses only served to bolster his confidence in his abilities and stealth. Before long, the small medicinal plot, exuding a gentle fragrance of herbs, came into view. The plot was modest, roughly half an acre in size, enclosed by a low jadestone fence. Within it grew a dozen varieties of unusual flowers and herbs, most of which Lin Chen did not recognize, yet all exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly indicating their considerable value as spiritual medicines. At the center of the plot stood several half-foot-tall plants, entirely crimson, their leaves flickering like flames, radiating a scorching presence. These were the crimson sun grass. Lin Chen counted them quickly, precisely 5 plants. Their vibrant hue and the energy they emanated suggested they were quite mature, rich in medicinal potency. Lin Chen's breath quickened, his eyes shimmering with an irrepressible fervor. 5 mature, crimson sungrass. This represented an immense fortune. If he could refine and absorb them entirely, his cultivation would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. It was even conceivable that he could directly ascend to the 6th level of body refinement. Yet, he refrained from rushing forward impulsively. His gaze fell upon the seemingly smooth ground surrounding the medicinal plot, the warning formation he had scouted last night. Although it was merely a low-level defensive measure, triggering it would undoubtedly alert the entire leopard garden. At that point, not only would seizing the crimson sungrass become problematic, but his own escape would also be in jeopardy. He must first disable this formation. Lin Chen's expression sharpened. He once again concealed himself at the dimmest edge of the medicinal plot, closest to the formation's base, and slowly extended his palm, pressing it against the ground. His mind sank into his dantian, connecting with the myriad of the refining furnace. refined. With the experience from the previous night, he executed the task with greater ease. The invisible, subtle power of refinement seeped into the soil, silently targeting the jade stones and metal pieces buried underground that constituted the formation's nodes. He did not attempt to completely refine these materials, as that would create too much noise and demand excessive focus. He merely needed to sever their energy connection. Hiss, hiss. The almost imperceptible sounds of energy annihilation rang out continuously. Lin Chen could clearly see the energy threads that had previously connected to form the formation circuit, snapping one by one under the precise slicing of the refining power. In merely a few breaths, the originally subtle energy fluctuations surrounding the medicinal plot came to a sudden halt, then vanished entirely. The formation was broken. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy, but he remained vigilant. He knew this disruption was temporary. Once someone knowledgeable about formations arrived to investigate, they would easily discern the issue. He needed to act quickly. He immediately rose, his figure darting like lightning as he leaped over the low jadestone fence, charging directly toward the center of the medicinal plot where the 5 crimson sun grass awaited. Up close, he could feel the intense and pure solar energy radiating from the crimson sun grass, akin to holding a warm little sun. With no time to admire, he reached out, carefully uprooting the 5 plants along with their roots from the soil. Having completed this task, he did not linger for a moment, turning immediately to make his escape. However, just as he was about to leap over the fence, a voice called out in alarm, laced with drowsiness, "Who goes there?" Suddenly, the door to a small tool shed beside the medicinal plot swung open, and a groggy servant, clutching a hoe, stumbled out, rubbing his eyes. Clearly, he was responsible for guarding this plot, and had seemingly awakened from a light slumber due to the faint noise Lin Chen made while uprooting the plants. As the servant looked up, he caught sight of a shadow leaping out from the medicinal plot. He froze for a brief moment. Then his expression shifted dramatically. "Not good. Thief. Someone is stealing the herbs." He shouted at the top of his lungs, ready to raise an alarm. Deadly mistake. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated the presence of a guard hidden here. Such a lapse was truly his folly. He could not allow him to cry out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing before the servant in an instant. In the servant's terrified gaze, Lin Chen's fingers, poised like a blade, struck precisely at the back of his neck with a swift and fierce gust. Bang! With a muted thud, the servant fell, unable to utter a sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Chen cast not a glance in his direction, swiftly scanning the area to ensure no one else had been disturbed before feeling a measure of relief. Yet he understood that this was not a place to linger, though the servant had not cried out. The sounds of the door opening and falling could easily attract the attention of the patrolling guards nearby. He must leave at once, with utmost care. He tucked the 5 alluringly radiant Qiang herbs into his bosom, although a storage pouch is convenient. Keeping living herbs within it could lead to a loss of their medicinal properties. His figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, swiftly retreating in the direction he had come. Just 10 breaths after his departure, a voice echoed, seemingly from Old Wang's side. A team of patrolling guards had indeed been alerted and was hastening toward the herbal garden. Lin Chen's heart raced, prompting him to quicken his pace. He flitted through the pavilions and towers like a bat in the night, and in just a few flickers, he found himself near the outer wall of the leopard garden. He retraced his previous steps, scaling the wall with the agility of a spirit monkey, and silently descended again, finally leaving the confines of the leopard garden. Only when he had distanced himself from the garden and confirmed that no pursuers were in sight did Lin Chen finally exhale in relief. However, the excitement and exhilaration within him surged like a tidal wave. Success! 5 mature Qiang herbs were in his possession. This nocturnal excursion to the leopard garden, though marked by a minor mishap, had ultimately exceeded his expectations in its ease. Yet, Lin Chen did not immediately return to his small courtyard. His gaze shifted toward another direction, the main loft where Lin Bao resided. Having secured the Qiang herbs, he had accomplished his primary objective, but to leave just like that seemed a bit too advantageous for that fellow Lin Bao. He had yet to tally the spirit stones and elixirs in his storage pouch. Moreover, given Lin Bao's vengeful nature, once he recovered, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. It would be wiser to take advantage of his current state to seize his wealth and completely eliminate his chances of a swift recovery. Fortune favors the bold. A glint of madness and greed flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Since he had already infiltrated once, what harm would there be in doing it again? Moreover, with the guards redirected toward the herbal garden, the defenses near the loft might be even more lax. Once that thought took root, he could no longer suppress it. Lin Chen adjusted his breath, concealing his presence, and stealthily approached the illuminated loft like the most patient of hunters. As he neared, he found the area around the loft even quieter than before. Perhaps it was due to the late hour, or perhaps Lin Bao was healing and preferred solitude. For not even a night watchman was present. Lin Chen carefully approached the loft, straining to listen. Inside, he could still hear Lin Bao's suppressed coughs and the obsequious voice of his simian attendant. Brother Bao, drink some water to soothe your throat. Get lost. I'm irritated. Cough. Cough. Where are those Qiyang herbs? Tell old Wang to hurry. They should be here soon. Brother Bao, do not fret. Lin Chen smirked coldly, evidently. They were unaware that the Qiyang herbs had changed hands. He chose not to enter through the front door but instead circled to the back of the loft. Finding a tightly shut window, the wooden window was covered with paper. Lin Chen summoned the myriad furnace once more. This time, he controlled its power with the precision of a finely honed scalpel, silently melting a small opening in the sturdy wooden frame, just enough for his fingers to slip through. After cautiously unfastening the window latch, he gently pushed it open. Confirming that the two occupants were in the front hall and had not noticed the movement at the rear window, Lin Chen, like a ghostly feline, silently slipped inside. Upon entering the loft, he was greeted by a luxurious blend of sandalwood and medicinal aromas. The room was exquisitely furnished, with tables and chairs crafted from precious woods, and several seemingly valuable paintings adorning the walls. Lin Chen's target was clear: Lin Bao's bedroom. Typically, cultivation resources and valuables are kept in bedrooms or secret chambers. He held his breath, treading lightly, as he ghosted through the outer hall toward the inner chamber. The door to the inner room was ajar, and it was shrouded in darkness. Lin Chen paused at the threshold, listening intently. There was no sound within. He cautiously pushed the door open and slipped inside. The bedroom was even more opulent, dominated by a massive, intricately carved wooden bed that took up most of the space, its bedding in disarray, clearly indicating Lin Bao had been recuperating there. In one corner stood a large cabinet made of rosewood, alongside a seemingly weighty Nama chest. Lin Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the Nama chest. Such chests are typically reserved for storing valuables. He hurried over and attempted to open it. A brass padlock hung from the chest. Lin Chen sneered. This posed no obstacle for him. Once more, he summoned the furnace. With a soft hiss, the seemingly sturdy brass lock melted and deformed under the furnace's precise power. With a soft click, the lock sprang open. Lin Chen lifted the heavy lid of the chest. Instantly, a wave of rich spiritual energy and dazzling treasures surged forth. The chest was filled to the brim with an array of treasures, besides several hundred lower-grade spirit stones. There were also a few mid-grade spirit stones radiating stronger energy fluctuations, a number of seemingly high-tier magical artifacts, even a few ancient books wrapped in satin. This fellow is truly swimming in wealth. Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. How many treasures had the Grand Elder bestowed upon this pampered descendant? Without hesitation, he swiftly stuffed all the spirit stones, magical artifacts, and those ancient-looking tomes, likely martial arts manuals, into his storage pouch. He dismissed the clothing and jewelry as inconsequential. Just as he was about to leave after emptying the chest, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a small object tucked in the corner of the chest, encased in a black satin box. The material of the box was unique, neither metal nor jade, and felt icy to the touch, adorned with runes that seemed to isolate its aura. Intrigued, Lin Chen opened the box. Inside lay a stone about the size of an infant's fist, entirely black, with 9 natural orifices on its surface, exuding an extremely ancient and obscure energy, as if it contained the profound truths of the universe. This stone appeared unremarkable, akin to a roadside pebble, yet the 9 natural orifices and its unique resonance irresistibly captivated Lin Chen's attention. Even more astonishing was that at the moment he laid eyes on the stone, the myriad furnace within his dantian began to tremble violently. It seemed to have encountered something it yearned for intensely. An unprecedented and overwhelming desire to devour emanated from the depths of the furnace. What is this thing? A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Chen. To provoke such a fierce reaction from the myriad furnace, this seemingly ordinary black stone must be an extraordinary treasure. Although he had no idea what it was, Lin Chen wasted no time in sealing the box and tucking it into the most secure pocket of his clothing. The value of this item likely far surpassed all his other gains from this night. At that moment, a panicked voice from the outer hall of the loft broke the silence. Brother Bao, it's bad. Old Wang has been knocked out. The Qiyang herbs, they're all gone from the herbal garden. Crisis. They had been discovered so quickly? Lin Chen's heart sank, realizing he could no longer linger. He swiftly closed the box, despite its emptiness, and in a flash, like a wraith, he leapt through the rear window once more. Barely 3 breaths had passed after his departure when a shocking revelation struck. The Qiyang grass had been stolen. Who could have done this? Coughing violently, Lin Bao's voice, laced with intense fury, reverberated throughout the entire leopard sanctuary. Following this were chaotic footsteps, cries of alarm, and the piercing sounds of various alarms being triggered. The entire sanctuary was thrown into utter disarray. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Lin Chen, had long since melded into the night like a specter, disappearing into the vast darkness with a few swift movements, racing towards his dilapidated courtyard. With a heavy storage bag containing 5 precious qiyang grasses and a mysterious black stone that had incited unusual activity in the furnace, Lin Chen's heart brimmed with unprecedented excitement and anticipation. The bounty of this night was indeed monumental. The next step was to assimilate these spoils and usher in a dramatic transformation of his strength. Lin Bao, the Grand Elder? Just wait. Even greater surprises lie ahead. Chapter 17. The night wind howled, carrying with it distant echoes of chaos and commotion from the leopard garden, sweeping through the silent corners of the Lin family mansion. A shadow darted like lightning across the eaves, silently landing in the dilapidated courtyard. It was Lin Chen, returning triumphantly. He quickly slipped inside, securing the creaking wooden door behind him, then leaned against the door panel, exhaling a long, silent breath. At this moment, the excitement and tension that had caused his heart to race began to subside slightly. How exhilarating! The night's endeavor, though fraught with peril and moments of near exposure, had yielded results far beyond his expectations. 5 mature sunblaze herbs, nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a few precious mid-grade spirit stones, a trove of valuable elixirs, several low-tier magical tools and incomprehensible talismans, and even a few seemingly extraordinary ancient texts treasured by Lin Leopard. Yet, what thrilled him the most was the mysterious black brocade box that he had kept close, which had triggered a violent response from the myriad furnace. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to regain his composure. Now was not the time for pride. The theft from the leopard garden, especially the pilfering of the sunblaze herbs, would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Lin family. The Grand Elder, Lin Jinhong, would surely erupt in fury, employing all means to investigate. Although he had been sufficiently discreet, leaving no direct evidence, Lin Jinhong's cunning and his animosity toward Lin Chen made it impossible to guarantee that suspicion would not fall upon him. In the days to come, he must remain even more low-key and cautious, ensuring not a single slip-up. Simultaneously, he needed to swiftly convert these spoils into strength. Only through personal empowerment could he confront any crisis. With this resolution, Lin Chen approached the rickety wooden table within the room, cautiously extracting the storage bag, the 5 sunblaze herbs, and the enigmatic black brocade box. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the fiery red leaves of the sunblaze herbs emitted an alluring warmth and potent fragrance, raising the room's temperature by several degrees. Lin Chen's gaze first settled upon the 5 precious second-tier spirit herbs. These were truly remarkable, containing pure solar energy. They not only healed and prolonged life but also significantly enhanced the cultivation and physical strength of body-refining warriors, particularly invaluable for those practicing fire attribute techniques or needing to temper solar energy. Although Lin Chen practiced an optimized version of the basic qi refining technique, which was not purely fire attribute, the myriad furnace could refine any energy perfectly, transmuting it into the most suitable pure energy for himself. He decided to first elevate his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer using the spirit stones and sunblaze herbs, perhaps even attempting to break through to the 6th layer. With determination, he placed the 5 sunblaze herbs aside and poured the spirit stones he had scavenged from the storage bag, along with the remaining stones, onto the table. The clatter of nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, alongside a few mid-grade spirit stones, which radiated stronger energy fluctuations and were the size of pigeon eggs, formed a small mountain of spirit stones under the dim light, shimmering enticingly. Such an abundance of spirit stones would drive any outer or inner disciple of the Lin family to madness. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. Yet he did not immediately begin refining the stones. His gaze turned to the black brocade box that had long piqued his curiosity. Something capable of eliciting such a violent reaction from the myriad furnace must be extraordinary. He carefully picked up the cool, uniquely textured box and scrutinized it once more. The surface of the box was smooth, devoid of any patterns, save for a few almost imperceptible runes etched along the edge of the lid, seemingly designed to obstruct the probing of breath or energy. Attempting to probe the interior of the box with his mental energy, he found himself thwarted by an invisible barrier, unable to glean any insight. Indeed, it was peculiar. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The more mysterious it appeared, the more it indicated the preciousness of its contents. Without further hesitation, he gently opened the brocade box. Buzzing, an indescribable, ancient, and obscure aura, imbued with the essence of cosmic truths, surged forth from the box. This wave was not a powerful energy shock, yet it jolted Lin Chen's spirit, as if his very soul had experienced a baptism. He quickly focused his gaze, Nestled within the silk lining of the box lay a black stone, roughly the size of a baby's fist. This stone was entirely black, its surface rough, appearing utterly unremarkable, akin to a random rock discarded by the roadside. However, unlike other stones, its surface bore 9 naturally formed apertures of varying sizes and depths. These 9 apertures, seemingly haphazardly arranged, subtly resonated with a profound pattern, as if they were traces of the natural evolution of cosmic principles, faint yet extraordinarily pure. As if the primordial essence of creation was emanating from these 9 apertures, intertwining with the ancient and obscure wave, creating an ineffable mysterious charm. 9 apertures. Blackstone? Lin Chen's heart raced. Though he lacked extensive knowledge, he had encountered sporadic references to celestial oddities in the tattered ancient tomes at home. Among them was a legend about a treasure known as the 9-aperture wonder stone. It was said that this wondrous stone was birthed during the primordial chaos, possessing 9 apertures that aligned with the principles of the universe. Each aperture seemed to connect to a small world or a source of fundamental laws. To comprehend the mysteries within could grant one the power to ascend to unimaginable heights. Of course, that was merely a legend. The true 9-aperture wonderstones were said to have vanished eons ago or been claimed by those who transcended the earthly realm. This black stone before him, although possessing 9 apertures, exuded a faint aura and appeared unremarkable. It could not possibly be the legendary treasure, could it? Perhaps it was merely a peculiar stone that bore a resemblance? Yet, as Lin Chen felt the tumult within his dantian, the myriad furnace thrummed with an insatiable desire at the sight of the black stone. His doubts were swiftly overturned. This stone was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even if it were not the fabled 9-aperture wonder stone, it was assuredly a supreme treasure with some mysterious connection to the essence of the universe or the myriad furnace. Otherwise, its nearly uncontrollable reaction could not be explained. What on earth is this? Lin Chen trembled with excitement, extending his hand cautiously to touch the enigmatic 9-aperture black stone. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the stone, buzz! The myriad furnace erupted with an unprecedented, all-consuming force. This force was not directed at Lin Chen but acted directly upon the 9-aperture black stone. Whoosh! To Lin Chen's astonishment, the mysterious 9-aperture black stone, as if irresistibly summoned, transformed into a stream of black light, shooting out of the brocade box and, with a soft plop, like a droplet merging into the ocean, it directly entered Lin Chen's dantian, fusing instantaneously with the core black iron fragment of the myriad furnace. Boom! In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though his dantian was on the verge of exploding. An indescribable, vast and magnificent torrent of ancient and boundless energy surged forth, as if it harbored the terrifying essence of the universe's birth and demise and the endless cycles of existence. It rushed into his consciousness like a deluge from the celestial river, a stark contrast to the trickling streams of information he had previously encountered while refining his techniques. Simultaneously, the core black iron shard of the myriad furnace, infused with the essence of the 9 orifices black stone, began to undergo earth-shattering transformations. The once palm-sized black iron piece suddenly expanded, its surface etched with ancient and obscure patterns that became increasingly vivid and intricate, as though countless stars were born and extinguished within it. The 9 natural orifices spun wildly, reminiscent of deep black holes, each seeming to connect to an unknown realm filled with boundless mysteries. Threads of increasingly pure and primal energy, tinged with a hint of chaos, began to seep from these orifices, merging with the body of the furnace. At that moment, the furnace's aura deepened, expanding into an unfathomable expanse, as if an ancient behemoth, dormant for eons, was finally awakening to a fragment of its true power. Yet, Lin Chen, the one enduring these cataclysmic changes, felt as though he were adrift in an infinite chaos. His consciousness was on the brink of disintegration, buffeted by an overwhelming tide of images, sounds, symbols, and laws, flooding his mind like a relentless wave. It was the birth and destruction of stars, the evolution and cyclical nature of worlds, the blaze of flames, the rush of flowing water, the roar of thunder, the proliferation of life, the silence of death, the origins and destinies of all elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. This torrent of information was colossal, profound, and far beyond his current grasp. He felt as though his mind were a balloon on the verge of bursting, teetering on the brink of collapse. Unable to contain his anguish, Lin Chen let out a pained roar, clutching his head as veins throbbed visibly. His face contorted in excruciating torment, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. He sensed his very soul was being torn apart by the terrifying deluge of information. Just as he neared the brink of unbearable collapse, a peculiar humming resonated from the myriad furnace. From the 9 swirling orifices emerged a wave of warmth and coolness, imbued with unmatched suppressive power. This wave swept through Lin Chen's consciousness like a divine stabilizing force, forcibly calming and organizing the chaotic torrent of information, preserving only a small portion that he could barely comprehend, gently integrating it into his soul's memory. With a sigh of relief, as if pulled back from the brink of drowning, Lin Chen gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. The excruciating pain receded, replaced by an unprecedented fatigue and an ineffable clarity. Though the majority of the information had been sealed away, he had glimpsed astonishing revelations regarding the cosmos, the myriad paths, and the furnace itself. It became clear that the myriad furnace was no mere refining tool. It resembled a seed of the Tao, containing the essence of countless paths, capable of refining the heavens and evolving myriad laws. The 9 orifices black stone seemed to be a companion to this seed, serving as a foundation to carry and communicate with all paths. The fusion of the two was what truly awakened the long-dormant myriad furnace. Lin Chen was utterly astounded by his own deductions, realizing they had transcended the bounds of his imagination. The concepts of Tao seed, Tao foundation, refining the heavens, and evolving myriad laws sounded almost mythical. Yet the terrifying torrent of information in the furnace's present transformations vividly affirmed that it was all too real. He had unwittingly brushed against an unimaginable, earth-shattering secret. With a long exhale, Lin Chen endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts, though he could not fully comprehend everything. He understood that, with the integration of the 9 orifices black stone, the myriad furnace had become significantly more powerful and mysterious. He sensed the furnace's operations had accelerated. Its refining efficiency had soared, and its capacity to absorb the spiritual essence of the world had multiplied exponentially. Moreover, the 9 enigmatic orifices seemed to harbor even deeper functions. Yet he lacked the cultivation and comprehension to fully unlock and utilize them. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. A sparkle ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. With this enhanced myriad furnace, his future path of cultivation would be smoother and boundless. Suppressing the impulse to immediately explore the furnace's newfound abilities, he recognized that the immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation level. He turned his gaze to the mountain of spiritual stones and the 5 blazing red sun grasses before him. Let the journey commence. With unwavering determination, Lin Chen seated himself once more. This time, not only would he strive to reach the pinnacle of the 5th stage of body refinement, but he would also attempt to touch the threshold of the 6th stage. Myriad Furnace, upgraded version. Operating at full capacity. Optimized basic chi refining technique. To be pushed to its utmost limits. Spiritual stones. Red sun grasses. Melt for me. An even more violent, surging, and pure torrent of energy erupted within the dilapidated courtyard, igniting a fervor for cultivation once again. Lin Chen's aura skyrocketed, ascending at a staggering pace akin to a roller coaster, rapidly climbing towards the mid-5th stage pinnacle, then onto the later 5th stage, approaching ever closer to the 6th stage of body refinement. Chapter 18. The night lay still, as tranquil as a pool of congealed ink. The dilapidated courtyard became the epicenter of this profound silence, a swirling vortex of unrest. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly closed, his countenance solemn. The ethereal halo enveloping him radiated with intensified brilliance, now more concentrated and solid, even hinting at a faint golden sheen. The air shimmered, slightly distorted by the immense convergence of spiritual energy and the overwhelming waves of power, emitting an almost imperceptible hum. Before him, a mountain of low-grade spirit stones was being consumed at an astonishing rate, their luminosity rapidly fading as they transformed into powder. Simultaneously, he carefully extracted one of the 5 invaluable qiyang herbs from his embrace, cradling it in his palm. The myriad furnace, having integrated the enigmatic 9-aperture black stone, seemed to be infused with an entirely new soul. Its operational speed, smelting efficiency, and absorption range experienced a qualitative leap. At this moment, the furnace operated with an unprecedented, terrifying efficiency. On one hand, it acted like an insatiable black hole, forcefully drawing forth the pure, searing solar energy essence contained within the qiyang herb in his grasp. On the other hand, it unabashedly devoured the low-grade spirit stones scattered on the ground and the naturally converging spiritual energy in the air. The solar energy of the qiyang herb was fierce and domineering. The energy from the spirit stones was pure and tranquil, while the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was gentle and diverse. These 3 distinctly different energies surged forth like 3 tumultuous rivers, forcibly drawn into the myriad furnace, where they were instantaneously decomposed, refined, infused through the unseen divine fires smelting and the profound transformation of the 9-aperture Tao foundation. All impurities, all attributes unsuitable for Lin Chen's constitution, and all volatile elements were utterly obliterated. Ultimately, only the most refined, primal energy stream remained, a pale golden essence, akin to the nectar of life, perfectly attuned to Lin Chen himself. Boom. This unprecedented torrent of energy, of unsurpassed quality, cascaded forth from the furnace like a celestial waterfall, surging into Lin Chen's already substantial Dantian energy sea, which had reached the mid-stage of the 5th level of body refinement. Under the impact of this energy, his Dantian energy sea expanded and rotated wildly, as if infused with boundless vigor. At the center of the energy sea, the once stable core of the true chi vortex now burst forth with dazzling brilliance, akin to a star's core ignited in an explosion of light. Its rotation quickened. Its size diminished, yet it grew increasingly solid, as if undergoing a metamorphosis from gaseous to a higher form. Lin Chen's cultivation surged upward like a dragon unshackled, ascending at a breathtaking pace. Mid-stage peak of the 5th level, late 5th level peak. Having merely refined half of a Qiang herb and nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones, his cultivation brushed against a new barrier, the 6th level of body refinement. Not enough. Lin Chen roared internally, his gaze resolute. He sensed that the energy accumulation required to break through from the peak of the 5th level to the 6th was far more colossal than any previous attempt. That layer of boundary felt even more fortified, more formidable, like a true chasm. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. Myriad furnace. Unleash full power. He summoned the remaining half of the Qiang herb from his palm, all remaining low-grade spirit stones on the ground, and even a few precious mid-grade spirit stones, encompassing them within the furnace's voracious grasp. Not only that, he also retrieved several vials of enhancement elixirs, including gathering chi powder and body refinement liquid, previously seized from Lin Bao, and directly forced them into the furnace along with their jade bottles for smelting. With a myriad furnace at his command, regardless of the elixir's quality or the impurities and toxins they harbored, they would ultimately transform into the purest energy. For him, these elixirs were no different from spirit stones or herbs. They were merely fuel for energy. Such an extravagant method of cultivation, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely cause them to faint in astonishment. It is worth noting that even someone of Lin Bao's stature had to meticulously consume elixirs, following a careful regimen. Yet Lin Chen brazenly cast such precious resources into the furnace as if they were mere kindling. But the results were undeniably evident. Boom. As the final vestiges of the Qiang herb's potency, the last remnants of spiritual energy from the spirit stones, and the tremendous energy from the elixirs were wholly consumed, purified, and transformed within the myriad furnace, converging into an unprecedented torrent of energy that threatened to burst Lin Chen's Dantian. His eyes widened, veins bulging, as he summoned all his focus and willpower to guide this pent-up force, akin to a world-ending tsunami, launching a ferocious final assault against that impregnable barrier of the 6th level of body refinement. Chapter 19. Boom. 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 This time, it was not a singular thunderous sound. Instead, it was a series of terrifying, resounding roars akin to 1,000 drums beating in unison, a cataclysmic rupture reverberating within Lin Chen's being. The formidable barrier of the 6th level of the body refinement realm, which had withstood countless trials, began to tremble violently and distort under the immense energy surge. A culmination of all Lin Chen's hidden resources and unwavering will, a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Crack, crack, crack. Like a frozen river shattering beneath the roar of spring thunder, visible fissures spread across the barrier at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, bang, a soul-shattering explosion erupted. As if breaking free from some celestial restraint, the once indomitable 6th level barrier of the body refinement realm could no longer withstand the catastrophic impact and shattered into a brilliant cascade of light. Like a deluge released from a dam, like endless magma breaking free from the Earth's crust, it surged forth, vaster and more tumultuous. Imbued with a radiant golden glow and searing heat, the newly formed true energy surged into Lin Chen's expanding Dantians with reckless abandon. In that instant, his Dantian transformed into a true golden ocean, boundless and unfathomable. At the center of this ocean, the swirling core of energy vanished, replaced by a tranquil sea of true energy flowing like liquid gold. True energy had liquefied, condensed like mercury. This was the most significant hallmark of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Once true energy transforms into liquid, it signifies a monumental change in both the quantity and quality of the energy, as well as an elevation in the martial artist's control, explosive power, and endurance to an entirely new level, laying a solid foundation for future ascension to higher realms. An unprecedented, formidable power surged through Lin Chen's limbs and every fiber of his being, a terrifying sensation akin to wielding dominion over all. He could distinctly perceive that his strength had increased at least 5-fold compared to the mid-stage of the 5th level of the body refinement realm. His speed was as swift as lightning. His defense was as solid as iron. His senses had sharpened to an astonishing degree. He could even hear the faintest sound of a mosquito flapping its wings from 100 feet away, and see the trail of an ant crawling in the darkness. This was the power of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Moreover, Lin Chen sensed that he was not merely at the threshold of the 6th level. The energy, forged from numerous resources, was overwhelmingly vast. Even after breaking the barrier, a considerable portion of this energy continued to propel his cultivation forward. It was only after completely absorbing and refining all the energy that Lin Chen's cultivation finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the early stage of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. He was but a hair's breadth away from the mid-stage of the 6th level. Inhale. Exhale. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, taking a long, profound breath. Chapter 20. As he breathed, the surrounding ethereal energies seemed to be drawn towards him, forming a visible microcyclone that he inhaled into his being before gently exhaling. His already profound and bright eyes appeared even more like two black holes, harboring infinite galaxies. With the flicker of his gaze, golden sparks of light danced. An invisible, overwhelming pressure naturally emanated from his form. Should any other martial artist be present at that moment, they would likely find themselves compelled to kneel beneath the weight of his unintentional aura. The 6th level of the body refinement realm. The peak of the early stage. Lin Chen murmured to himself, feeling the liquid true energy within him surge like a roaring river and the explosive power contained in his physique, a radiant and confident smile blooming upon his face. 2 days. In merely 2 days, he had ascended from a cultivator deemed useless to the pinnacle of the early stage of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Such speed, such achievement. It was truly unprecedented, likely unmatched by any who would follow. The myriad furnace, the 9 orifices foundation. All of this stemmed from this extraordinary and miraculous boon. Of course, it was also due to his own diligent efforts, unyielding will, and the abundant resources borrowed from Lin Bao, Lin Jinhong, Wang Ting. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as his smile gradually turned frigid. The humiliation and harm you have inflicted upon me will be repaid. Piece by piece, in kind. He slowly rose to his feet, casually stretching his limbs. Crackling sounds akin to frying beans erupted from within him. It was the resonance of his sinews and bones, the surging vitality within. He even sensed that, should he choose not to utilize his true energy, the sheer strength of his physical form could easily rend apart martial artists at the 4th or 5th levels of the body refinement realm. It was time to make final preparations for the official family test. Lin Chen's gaze flickered. His strength had become formidable, even surpassing his prior expectations. Now, he needed to contemplate how much power to reveal during the assessment. Should he expose it all? The peak of the early stage of the 6th level? No. Such an overwhelming display would undoubtedly attract endless troubles. It could even invite lethal consequences. An old fox like Lin Jinhong would never permit a prodigy, one with a deep-seated vendetta against him, to continue to grow unchecked. He must continue to conceal his true capabilities, to play the fool. Yet, he could not hide too deeply. During the preliminary assessment, he had already revealed a stable strength at the mid-3rd level and had fortuitously injured Lin Bao. If he maintained the same level during the official test, it would appear too contrived, raising suspicions instead. He needed to progress slightly within a reasonable range. The 4th level of the body refinement realm. Early or mid-stage. Lin Chen pondered. This level would showcase his considerable potential and rapid advancement, drawing greater attention from the family head and securing more resource allocation. Yet, it would not be so exaggerated as to lead enemies to lower their guard, believing him merely fortunate and limited in potential, incapable of truly threatening them. Yes, it shall be the early stage of the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Lin Chen quickly made his decision. With his current mastery over his power, perfectly simulating the aura and state of the early stage of the 4th level would be effortless. Having determined the tone of his performance, Lin Chen felt entirely at ease. He turned his attention to the ancient tomes he had scavenged from Lin Bao's storage bag, wrapped in silken cloth. These volumes, their pages yellowed and inscriptions archaic, clearly bore the marks of age. Lin Chen casually flipped through a few pages. One was the martial arts manual for Frenzied Leopard Claw, the very sinister claw technique Lin Bao had previously exhibited. Its rank was not high, nor was its power particularly impressive. Lin Chen lost interest after a mere glance. Chapter 21 features a tome titled Lin Family Basic Sword Technique, which represents the most widely circulated foundational swordsmanship of the Lin clan, conventional and unremarkable. However, another book catches Lin Chen's attention. His gaze sharpened slightly upon noticing that the cover of this particular volume is utterly blank. Moreover, its material appears distinct from the others, resembling an unknown type of beast hide, supple to the touch and emanating a faintly mysterious aura. Intrigued, he cautiously turns to the first page. Instead of text, he encounters a rather hasty yet seemingly profound human figure illustration. The lines of this figure are simple, sketched with minimal strokes. outlining a vague silhouette engaged in an exceedingly peculiar and contorted stance that seems to resonate with the fundamental truths of the universe. Is this a technique of movement? A flicker of realization strikes Lin Chen. He examines the illustration closely, endeavoring to decipher the secrets it may hold. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the chaotic design eludes his understanding. The depicted movement is bizarre, defying the norms of human anatomy, and attempting to imitate it might lead to grievous injury. Perplexed, Lin Chen furrows his brow. Given that Lin Bao treasures this book so dearly, it must possess some extraordinary significance. Nevertheless, the illustration remains exceedingly enigmatic. He turns to the second page, only to find yet another hasty human figure illustration. The pose is even more peculiar, more contorted, yet the profound essence seems to intensify. Lin Chen continues to leaf through the pages, discovering that the entire book comprises such hasty, bizarre illustrations, dozens of them, each devoid of any textual explanation. What kind of movement technique is this? Or perhaps a unique method of refining the body? Lin Chen is at a loss. He attempts to activate the Wandao furnace, hoping to melt and absorb the content in order to glean any information. To his surprise, the Wandao furnace reacts to the beast-hide tome. Yet it does not assimilate the information as it would with conventional techniques. Instead, it emanates a peculiar wave, enveloping the illustrations as if attempting to simulate, deduce. In Lin Chen's mind, indistinct images begin to materialize. These images are none other than the peculiar human figures from the book. Furthermore, these specters evolve, combine, and flow at an exceedingly slow pace. Although he still cannot fully discern or comprehend them, Lin Chen captures a fleeting essence of speed and trajectory. Could it be that this is an incomplete or perhaps an esoteric technique that requires a unique approach to fully grasp? A tempest of excitement surges within him. He harbors a strong intuition that this seemingly bizarre beast-hide tome possesses a value far surpassing that of spirit stones, elixirs, or even the coveted qi-yang grass. If he could unravel its mysteries, to what terrifying heights could his speed ascend? His heart races with fervor. Yet, he understands that this knowledge cannot be acquired overnight. The immediate priority lies in preparing for the impending family assessment. With utmost care, he secures the mysterious tome close to him, intending to utilize the power of the Wandao furnace to gradually comprehend it when time allows. Having completed these preparations, Lin Chen rises, pushes open the door, and steps into the courtyard. The dawn is breaking, heralding the arrival of a new day. Only 2 days remain until the formal family assessment. Lin Chen inhales the crisp morning air, feeling the surge of power within him, his eyes gleaming with confidence and sharp determination. He is fully prepared. Be it his hidden prowess, his performance strategy, or his burning desire to prove himself and vanquish all adversaries. Lin family, await the surprise I shall bring. Chapter 22. The morning bell resonated through the air above the Lin family mansion, echoing like a promise fulfilled. Yet, this chime was more resounding, more solemn, and even more exhilarating than the one 3 days prior. Today it marked the Lin family's annual and most significant event, the official family test ceremony. This day would not only determine the allocation of resources and family status for the younger generation of the Lin family for the coming year, but also impact the family's standing in the imminent competition among the 3 prominent families of Qingyang Town. Its significance was evident. From the break of dawn, the Lin family mansion was abuzz with activity. Countless servants busily prepared the venue, hanging colorful banners and arranging refreshments. The young members of the Lin family had risen early, grooming themselves meticulously and donning their most dignified and spirited attire, their expressions brimming with excitement, tension, and anticipation. Especially those who had performed admirably in the preliminary test 3 days ago, or who believed in their own considerable prowess, stood tall and proud, ready to shine on this final stage and solidify their status within the family. The training grounds were already a sea of people, far more lively than 3 days earlier. Not only were all the Lin family members and senior officials present, but representatives from the other 2 prominent families, the Su and Wang families, as well as notable figures from the town, had also come to witness the event. This was not only an opportunity for the Lin family to showcase their strength and heritage, but also a moment for various factions to subtly gauge the potential of the younger generation. The high platform was filled with spectators. The family head, Lin Xiaodian, donned a brand new purple robe, exuding an air of authority as he exchanged pleasantries with the elders from the Su and Wang families, while his gaze occasionally swept over the young members below, filled with expectation. The eldest elder, Lin Jinhong, wore a grim expression, yet it seemed even darker and more calculating than 3 days ago. He glanced at his grandson, Lin Bao, who sat nearby with a pale face and resentful eyes, having barely regained his mobility thanks to precious medicinal pills, albeit at a cost to his strength. Then, his cold gaze shifted to an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible cruel smile. The third elder, Lin Jinyue, maintained a serious demeanor as one of the main overseers of the test, ensuring its fairness and impartiality, at least on the surface. Meanwhile, the elder from the Su family scanned the crowd with a discerning eye, seemingly searching for something. Upon spotting a particular figure, a complex mixture of emotions flickered in his gaze. The elder from the Wang family, with an air of arrogance, appeared dismissive of the Lin family's test. Yet beneath that facade lay a hint of vigilance and scrutiny. Amidst the crowd was Lin Chen, the focal point who had stirred a sensation 3 days prior. He maintained a low profile, blending into a position towards the back of the throng, dressed in a half-new blue outfit granted by the family head, though of decent fabric. It hung awkwardly on him, complementing his deliberately constructed expression of tension and unease, perfectly embodying the image of a young man who had risen by chance yet lacked confidence. He could distinctly feel the myriad gazes directed at him, more intense and intricate than 3 days ago. Curiosity, scrutiny, jealousy, disdain, and expectation mingled in the air, not to mention the unabashed malice and murderous intent emanating from Lin Bao and his cronies. He even keenly sensed a few scrutinizing glances from the direction of the viewing platform, indicating that his remarkable performance had not only shaken the Lin family but also attracted the attention of external forces. Excellent. This was the effect he desired. Lin Chen smirked inwardly, allowing just a hint of unease and tension to surface on his face, as if overwhelmed by the multitude of eyes upon him. He understood that he stood at the eye of the storm, countless pairs of eyes fixated on him, eager to see whether he could continue to create miracles or would be swiftly relegated back to obscurity. This was precisely the outcome he relished. The greater the attention, the more impactful his forthcoming performance would be, allowing him to further disarm his adversaries and carve out more time and space for himself. Silence. With a commanding shout from the third elder, Lin Jinyue, infused with genuine energy, the previously bustling training ground fell silent in an instant. Chapter 23. The auspicious moment has arrived. The annual family test of the Lin clan commences. Without unnecessary formalities, let us delve directly into the essence. As in previous years, the examination consists of 3 distinct phases. The third elder proclaimed with clarity, firstly, we shall conduct the cultivation assessment. All individuals who have reached the age of 12 and attained the first level of body refinement must participate. This will serve to evaluate their foundational rank. Secondly, we shall perform a potential test. Utilizing the family's secret potential stone, we shall gauge your future developmental potential. The results of this assessment will be a crucial reference for the allocation of family resources. Lastly, the most significant phase is the combat ranking contest. All those who have reached the 3rd level of body refinement or above are eligible to partake. Through a process of drawing lots and dueling, we will ultimately determine the top 10 participants of this examination. The top 10 will receive substantial rewards and represent our Lin clan in the grand competition of the 3 prominent families in Xingyang town, set for half a month from now. The mention of the potential test, the combat ranking contest, and the grand competition ignited a fervor among the young disciples. Particularly, the allure of securing a place in the top 10 and the opportunity to participate in the competition sparked a fiery glimmer in the eyes of the talented individuals. Lin Chen felt a stir within his heart. A potential test? Now, that is indeed a novel concept. However, he harbored unwavering confidence in his body, transformed by the myriad furnace, as well as in the enigmatic 9 apertures Dao Foundation. As for the combat ranking contest, that was precisely the stage he had long awaited. Now, let us commence the first phase, the cultivation assessment. The third elder gestured grandly, signaling the initiation of the process. Akin to the preliminary test, with participants stepping forward in succession. Much like 3 days prior, the assessment resumed once more. With the experience from the preliminary test, the proceedings were swifter and more fluid this time around. The lower-tier disciples still exhibited only faint glimmers of light, failing to evoke much reaction. When those who had excelled in the preliminary test took the stage, the atmosphere within the hall became animated once again. Lin Hu and others stepped up, and although their cultivation had not markedly improved, they still garnered considerable applause. Lin Bao also made his reappearance. This time, the arrogance that once adorned his face had significantly diminished, replaced by an expression of gloom and resentment. As he placed his hand upon the martial examination stone, it erupted with a brilliant white light, yet compared to 3 days ago, the radiance appeared noticeably dimmer, and its duration was considerably shorter. With the faint golden hue completely absent, Lin Bao, 4th level of body refinement, late stage. There is some damage to your foundation. Careful recuperation is required. The third elder stated expressionlessly. Despite remaining at the late stage of the 4th level, this evaluation undeniably served as a public rebuke. It confirmed that he had indeed suffered considerable injury, and his strength had diminished. Lin Bao's countenance darkened further, and he cast a venomous glare at Lin Chen. as if he wished to devour him whole. The spectators below murmured in sympathy. It seemed that Brother Bao was genuinely injured. Nevertheless, even so, his fourth-level late-stage prowess remained formidable compared to the average person. Next, Lin Shui and Lin Yan took the stage once more, delivering performances that were nothing short of overwhelming, igniting the entire audience. Lin Shui stabilized at the early stage of the 6th level, her ice attribute True Qi becoming increasingly pure. Meanwhile, Lin Yan exhibited signs of approaching the pinnacle of the 6th level, nearing complete perfection. This brought joy to the clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, and the elders, while the elders from the Su and Wang families in the viewing area exchanged glances of concern. Finally, under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes, it was Lin Chen's turn. He inhaled deeply, wearing an expression of feigned nervousness, and slowly ascended the stage. This time, almost all eyes were fixated upon him. Everyone eagerly anticipated whether this miraculous youth's cultivation had undergone any changes over the past 3 days. Had he stagnated? Or would he continue to create miracles? As Lin Chen approached the martial examination stone, amidst the collective attention, he once again pressed his palm against it. Buzz. The scene unfolded almost identically to that of 3 days prior. Chapter 24, a brilliant, pure white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. It was stable and enduring. The soft, bell-like chime resonated once more, clear and melodious. The radiance and sound persisted for approximately 4 breaths. The realm of body refinement. Early stage 4. The voice of Elder Lin Jinyue carried a hint of undeniable astonishment and admiration. Lin Chen, in just 3 short days, you have once again transcended a minor realm, and your foundation remains remarkably solid. Excellent. Truly excellent. Boom. If Lin Chen's performance 3 days prior had been astonishing, this moment was nothing short of earth-shattering. It ignited the entire assembly. Early stage 4. Am I mistaken? 3 days. Nearly 3 days. He has broken through again? Is he even human? This is a prodigy, is it not? His foundation remains steadfast. How can this be possible? With such a rapid ascent, how could his foundation possibly remain secure? Could it be he is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Was he merely delayed for 3 years due to some extraordinary circumstances? This is terrifying. Such a pace in cultivation. It is unprecedented. Gasps of astonishment. Screams of disbelief. The sounds of incredulity surged and receded. This time, no one dared to question. No one dared to mock. What remained was profound shock and deep reverence. Lin Bao's countenance turned ashen in an instant. Early stage 4. That waste has actually reached the 4th stage, though only in its early phase. Combined with his peculiar strength and solid foundation, could he still be assured of victory over him? A wave of unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Lin Jinhong's expression darkened to an almost palpable gloom. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. 4th stage. This little wretch has truly reached the 4th stage, and it took only 3 days. Such talent, such speed. If allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences are unthinkable. He must be eliminated. At all costs. This threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Lin Xiaodian leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him as his beard trembled slightly. 4th stage. A solid foundation. This is no mere genius. This is a Qilin child. A rare prodigy for the Lin family in a century. He envisioned the Lin family, under Lin Chen's leadership, ascending to glory, dominating Qingyang town, and even emerging from this remote region. His gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with unprecedented fervor and determination. No matter what, this child must be protected. Even if it means severing ties with the Grand Elder, it is a price worth paying. In the observation area, the elder of the Su family narrowed his eyes. A flicker of shock and regret? If only he had not called off the engagement. The elder of the Wang family's complexion shifted drastically. His eyes brimmed with apprehension and murderous intent. This child cannot be allowed to live. He must be eradicated swiftly. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat to the Wang family. Lin Chen once again became the undeniable focus of the entire gathering. Yet, he maintained an expression of humility and slight bewilderment, as if he himself could not comprehend why his breakthroughs were occurring so swiftly. I'm not quite sure what happened. These past few days, it just feels unusually smooth in my cultivation. He awkwardly scratched his head, addressing the stage. This display of modesty elicited further twitches at the corners of the spectators' mouths, their hearts churning with disbelief. Unusually smooth? And you managed to break through a realm in 3 days? Is that what you call smooth? Even the elders on the platform found themselves at a loss for words. This lad, not only possessing monstrous power, but also a remarkable talent for feigning ignorance. All right. You may step down now. Elder Lin Jinyue waved his hand with a smile, signaling Lin Chen to retreat. The more he observed Lin Chen, the more satisfied and approving he felt. Lin Chen, as if granted a reprieve, promptly bowed in gratitude and, under the gazes of those who regarded him as a curiosity, returned to the crowd. The assessment of cultivation had become rather dull due to Lin Chen's astonishing feat, rendering the performances of the subsequent participants unable to stir any significant waves. Soon, the first test concluded. Next came the second, the potential test. The attendants presented a peculiar stone, about half a person's height, perfectly rounded and emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. This was the Lin family's secret potential stone. Chapter 25. It is said that by placing one's hand upon the potential stone and infusing it with vital energy, the stone will emit varying colors and intensities of light, reflecting the tester's qualifications, bloodline, and the strength of their soul, among other factors. The greater the potential, the more brilliant the glow, with hues approaching the legendary purple or even gold. Although this test may not be as direct as assessing cultivation levels, it more accurately reflects an individual's future potential and is thus highly regarded by families. The testing begins with the lower-ranked disciples. Most ordinary disciples can only cause the potential stone to emit a faint white or pale yellow glow, indicating mediocre potential. Those with slightly better qualifications may produce a bright yellow or light green light, signifying moderate potential. When Lin Hu approached for testing, the potential stone radiated a dazzling green light, garnering admiration and indicating excellent potential. When it was Lin Bao's turn, despite his injuries, his potential remained commendable, as the stone erupted with a deep green, almost blue light. This was already quite impressive, bringing a slight smile to Lin Zhenhong's face. When Lin Shui tested, the stone unleashed a resplendent deep blue light, pure as ice crystals, representing top-tier potential. However, when Lin Yan tested, it triggered a phenomenon. The potential stone not only emitted a blindingly bright hue of reddish gold, close to purple, but it also quivered slightly, as if struggling to contain his terrifying potential. Splendid! 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 Lin Xiaotian exclaimed, standing up in excitement and repeating the word 3 times. Such potential foretold immeasurable future achievements, with the promise of leading the Lin family to even greater glory. At last, amid the anticipation of the crowd, it was Lin Chen's turn. All eyes once again focused on him. This boy, who had achieved miraculous speeds in cultivation, what potential would he reveal? Would it match his astonishing pace of advancement? Or would it merely be a fleeting moment of brilliance, signifying mediocrity? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. He was uncertain how his myriad furnace and 9 orifices foundation would manifest under this test. He walked slowly to the potential stone, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, and gently placed his hand upon the stone, which shimmered with iridescent light. Then, he cautiously infused a trace of the vital energy he had deliberately suppressed and disguised, belonging to the early stage of the 4th level of body refinement. Buzz. The potential stone lit up. However, to everyone's astonishment, it did not erupt with earth-shattering brilliance. It did not display the colors of top-tier potential blue, purple, or gold. Instead, it merely illuminated with an extremely dim, gray glow. As if shrouded in a thick layer of dust, it was dull and lifeless, even less impressive than those ordinary disciples with mediocre potential. What was happening? The entire venue fell into a profound silence once again. Chapter 26. Silence. A silence as profound as death. In the vast training ground, the gazes of thousands fixated, as if frozen in disbelief, upon the center where a potential stone emitted a dim, grayish light. And there lay the hand of a young boy, seemingly at a loss, pressed against the stone tablet. Gray. The potential testing stone only glows with the color that signifies the lowest tier of potential, the most abysmal, even suggesting a complete lack of promise. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, during the cultivation assessment, that prodigy who had achieved a breakthrough in 3 days, whose foundation was astonishingly solid. Where was he? The one who had severely injured the peak of the 4th stage of body refinement, Lin Bao? The miracle boy who had stirred excitement in the family head, admiration from the elders, and among his peers. How could he now be reduced to this? The stark contrast. This incomprehensible result. It was even more shocking than when Lin Chen had displayed his remarkable strength. It left one utterly bewildered. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a cacophony of uproar erupted, more intense and chaotic than before. Gray, gray. Surely I am not mistaken. The potential stone is indeed gray. What is happening? Could it be that Lin Chen possesses such low potential? Impossible. His cultivation speed was so rapid. His foundation so stable. How could his potential be so poor? Could the potential stone be faulty? Or was there a problem with the true energy he had just infused? I suspect he is merely a flawed. His previous prowess must have stemmed from some nefarious means or a depletion of potential. Now that his potential is tested, his true nature is revealed. Yes, it must be so. I knew it. How could there be such a prodigy? Turns out he is just a hollow shell. Alas, what a pity. He possesses cultivation but lacks potential. His future achievements are bound to be limited. At this moment, the winds of fortune seem to shift subtly. The awe and shock previously inspired by Lin Chen's extraordinary capabilities were swiftly replaced by disappointment and disdain brought forth by his apparent lack of potential. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, potential often holds greater significance than present cultivation. It determines how far one can advance in the future. A person with poor potential, even if they possess temporary superiority in cultivation, will ultimately fall behind those truly gifted individuals. The revelation of Lin Chen's gray potential undoubtedly doused the nascent halo of genius that had just begun to flicker around him with a bucket of icy water. It could even be likened to a jarring blow to the head. Among the crowd, Lin Bao was momentarily taken aback, then a manic, ecstatic smile spread across his face. Bordering on madness. Aha, gray. It is indeed gray. Useless. You truly are a waste. He pointed at Lin Chen on the platform, laughing uproariously, nearly doubling over with mirth, which aggravated his chest injury, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Yet, he paid it no mind, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight and endless mockery. I told you. How could you suddenly become so powerful? It turns out you were employing some trick to exhaust your potential. Ha! Truly, the heavens have aided me. A waste such as you, even if currently possessing higher cultivation than I, is destined to be trampled beneath my feet. You shall never rise again. His lackeys immediately joined in the ridicule. What a mere decorative pillow. Appealing on the outside but useless within. A potential waste. Even if you are slightly formidable now, you will ultimately be a failure. Brother Bao speaks the truth. Such a person is unworthy of comparison with you. On the high platform, the elder's expressions shifted dramatically. The Grand Elder, Lin Zhenhong, had half of his previous gloom and murderous intent dissipate, replaced by an uncontrollable surprise and schadenfreude. Great potential. Aha. Truly the will of heaven. This little wretch is indeed but a fleeting phenomenon. With such low potential, what does it matter if he possesses some strength now? He is hardly a threat. He even felt somewhat regretful for earlier contemplating the immediate elimination of Lin Chen. Now it seemed entirely unnecessary. A person with exhausted potential is hardly worth further investment. With just a slight suppression, he would gradually sink into oblivion. The family head, Lin Xiaodian, found his excitement and relief solidifying into a state of disbelief and a tinge of profound regret. Great potential? How could it be gray? He had distinctly sensed a vast reservoir of energy within Lin Chen. His foundation was exceptionally solid. How could his potential be so dire? Could it be, as Lin Bao suggested, that he had resorted to some method of exhausting his potential? If that were the case, had the Lin family merely indulged in false hopes? The overwhelming sense of disappointment plunged Lin Xiaoyan's spirits into despair. The third elder, Lin Jingyue, felt his admiration and praise dissipate, leaving behind a thick cloud of confusion and misunderstanding. He furrowed his brow, intensely fixating on the dim gray light emanating from the potential stone, utterly perplexed. With such a solid foundation and rapid cultivation advancement, how could his potential be so abysmal? This defied all logic. Could it be that the potential stone was truly flawed? Or perhaps, Lin Chen harbored even deeper secrets yet to be unveiled? Chapter 27. In a secluded corner, old Xiao, who had been quietly observing, experienced a flicker of understanding and an even deeper intrigue in his murky old eyes. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. Could it be that even the potential stone could not unveil its true essence? The secrets harbored by this little fellow surpassed the old man's imagination. Under the gaze of the audience, filled with complex emotions that could be described as a radical reversal, the instigator Lin Chen displayed a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment, disappointment, and incredulity. He stared blankly at the potential stone in his palm, which emanated a grayish glow, as if struck by a devastating blow, his eyes vacant and his spirit shattered. Gray. Gray? How? How could it be gray? He murmured to himself, his voice laden with despair and reluctance. Impossible. This cannot be. He even attempted to channel his vital energy once more, hoping to alter the outcome. Yet the potential stone remained in its seemingly lifeless state, radiating a disheartening grayish light. This superb performance only served to further convince everyone that Lin Chen indeed possessed inferior potential. His earlier stunning display was likely nothing but a fleeting moment, perhaps achieved at a tremendous cost. The steward responsible for recording the events looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with sympathy and regret. He shook his head and announced loudly, Lin Chen, potential, inferior. Next, this label of inferiority was akin to the final straw, utterly shattering Lin Chen. He numbly withdrew his hand, resembling a soulless entity, stumbling down from the high platform and retreating to the shadows of the crowd. With his head bowed and shoulders subtly trembling, he appeared to silently weep, embodying the image of a shattered prodigy, his future shrouded in darkness. This heartfelt display of emotion dispelled any lingering doubts among the spectators. Laughter, derision, and malicious glee erupted once more, even more unabashed than before. Ha! I told you so. A waste is ultimately a waste. What good is brute strength? Without potential, you remain refuse. Such a waste of cultivation. How pitiful he looks, truly lamentable. But he deserves it. Lin Bao reveled in his triumph. He felt as though the wounds on his chest had healed significantly. Approaching Lin Chen with an air of victory, he looked down upon him with utmost scorn. Waste. Do you see? This is reality. Even if you stumbled upon a stroke of luck and improved your cultivation, what does it matter? Your potential condemns you to be a waste for life. Meanwhile, I, Lin Bao, though slightly injured, am destined to soar like an eagle in the vast skies. You are only worthy of gazing up at me from the ground. Ha! Lin Chen kept his head bowed, his body trembling slightly, as if Lin Bao's words had struck a profound chord of pain within him, leaving him too disheartened to retort. However, in a hidden angle unnoticed by others, a cold, piercing glint flickered in the depths of his downcast eyes, accompanied by a hint of sly amusement. Inferior potential? Grayish light? This was precisely the outcome he desired. Or rather, it was the result chosen for him by the myriad furnace. Just moments ago, when he infused his vital energy into the potential stone, the myriad furnace within his dantian suddenly generated an unusual wave. This wave was neither an attack nor a defense, but rather a form of isolation. A shielding barrier, invisible and impervious to scrutiny, enveloped his entire being in an instant. It perfectly concealed the depth of his true potential, enhanced by the fusion of the 9 apertures Tao foundation from the probing of the potential stone. Moreover, the furnace deliberately emitted a faint aura reminiscent of discarded energy, disrupting the potential stone's judgment and ultimately presenting the representation of inferior potential in the form of grayish light. All of this transpired with remarkable subtlety and swiftness. Even Lin Chen himself felt a twinge of astonishment. Clearly, the myriad furnace appeared to possess a form of autonomous consciousness or instinct. It did not wish for its existence or its connection to its host to be perceived by the outside world. It was actively aiding Lin Chen in his masquerade and concealment. This revelation filled Lin Chen's heart with both shock and delight. Chapter 28. To his astonishment, the furnace appeared to be even more enigmatic than he had anticipated, imbued with an uncanny sentience. Elated by the furnace's cooperation, his ruse of feigned incompetence was now bolstered, rendering his scheme seamless and impeccable. The emergence of this gray potential was nothing short of a stroke of genius. It not only elucidated his previously implausible surge in cultivation, attributable to overextending his potential, but also allowed him to descend from the spotlight of an infinitely talented prodigy back to the safer identity of a seemingly inept individual. This shift would inevitably diminish the expectations of the clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, who would continue to regard him with importance, yet would no longer scrutinize him excessively. Furthermore, it would lead the elder Lin Zhenhong to lower his guard, ceasing to view him as the principal threat, thereby granting him more time to develop discreetly. Additionally, this would cause the arrogant fool Lin Bao to underestimate him entirely, providing an excellent cover for his forthcoming hunting endeavors. It was, in essence, a trifecta of success, simply perfect. Lin Chen's heart brimmed with joy, yet his countenance remained that of a despondent soul, thoroughly embodying the art of performance to its fullest extent. The potential testing phase concluded amidst this dramatic reversal. Although Lin Chen's gray potential had become the subject of ridicule and gossip, the testing was set to proceed. Enough. The potential test has concluded. The third elder, Lin Zhenyue, cleared his throat, redirecting the assembly's attention. However, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen, tinged with an unmistakable blend of confusion and curiosity. Next, they would embark on the final and most crucial segment, the practical ranking battle. All individuals with cultivation levels reaching the 3rd tier of the quenching body realm were eligible to participate. The rules were straightforward. Duels would ensue in pairs, with victors advancing and the vanquished being eliminated. Challenges were permitted, as were forfeits, but deadly force was strictly prohibited. Strikes were to be measured and controlled. He emphasized the prohibition of lethal force, clearly mindful of the almost irreconcilable conflict between Lin Chen and Lin Bao, as well as Lin Chen's earlier display of ruthlessness. The battle roster would follow the results of the preliminary draw. If there were any objections, challenges could be raised. Following the draw from the preliminary testing, upon hearing this, Lin Chen, who had previously felt despondent, once again sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, Lin Bao, who had been basking in his triumph, felt his smile falter slightly. The first match is Lin Yin versus Lin. The attendant began to announce the names. The matches unfolded rapidly. Lin Yin and Lin Shui continued to dominate their opponents effortlessly, advancing with ease and eliciting rounds of applause. Other duels also showcased a variety of outcomes. each thrilling in its own right. Soon, the moment that had everyone on edge arrived. Match 32, Lin Bao vs. Lin Chen. Chapter 29. As the names were uttered once more, the entire assembly's gaze converged sharply upon the two individuals. However, this time, a subtle transformation had occurred in the spectators' mindset. Previously, the consensus was that Lin Chen was destined for defeat, perhaps even a tragic demise. Yet now, despite Lin Chen's ostensibly limited potential, he had undeniably demonstrated the capability to deliver a formidable blow to Lin Bao. Although Lin Bao possessed a higher realm of power, he was evidently injured, and his strength seemed to have waned. Could it be that the suspense had returned? Indeed, many in the crowd felt a flicker of hope that the seemingly underwhelming Lin Chen might truly create another miracle. After all, his previous performance had been most peculiar. Lin Bao's countenance darkened ominously. He sensed the peculiar gazes surrounding him. He felt the shift from absolute certainty in his victory to a burgeoning doubt. This ignited a profound sense of humiliation within him. Worthless, even if your potential is abysmal. Today, I shall make you aware that the chasm of disparity in realms is a divide you shall never bridge. Lin Bao gritted his teeth and growled, forcibly suppressing his unease as he ascended the arena once more. He intended to cleanse all disgrace with a resounding victory. He would reaffirm his status as the exalted prodigy. Meanwhile, Lin Chen appeared as if haunted, seemingly still reeling from the blow of the potential assessment, his steps faltering as he approached the arena. Yet, deep within his downcast eyes, the cold glint of murderous intent and an unwavering belief in victory burned more fiercely than ever before. Limited potential? Just perfect. Let all of you believe my future is bleak. Let your guard down. Only then can I hone my claws more effectively in the shadows. And when you least expect it, I shall deliver the most lethal strike. The duel commenced, with the referee's command. A confrontation destined to astonish the crowd once again officially began. This time, Lin Chen no longer needed to conceal his strength deliberately. He aimed to secure a hard-fought victory to solidify his image of insufficient potential yet respectable power. Simultaneously, he sought to reclaim a measure of interest from Lin Bao, perhaps by utterly crippling his right hand that wielded the frenzied leopard claw. A cruel and icy smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. I shall melt you, with no room for negotiation. Chapter 30. On the arena, tension mounts. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize, laden with an invisible, oppressive scent of gunpowder. Below the stage, thousands of gazes converged like searchlights upon the two youths standing in opposition. One was a once celebrated genius, pale and filled with resentment, pushing through his wounds to reclaim his lost honor. The other, a mysterious boy who had just experienced a dramatic fall from grace, his expression still dazed and forlorn. This confrontation was fraught with suspense and theatricality. Could the underdog, whose potential was deemed insufficient, rise once more to vanquish the higher-ranking genius, albeit injured? Would Lin Bao succeed in avenging himself, defending his dignity by utterly crushing the disgraceful waste that had brought him endless humiliation? The hearts of all present raced, caught in a breathless anticipation. Waste. Prepare to die. This time, Lin Bao refrained from unnecessary banter. He understood well the peril of delay and was eager to cleanse his shame with a resounding victory. Accompanied by a roar filled with unending malice and murderous intent, he forced down the surging blood within him, unleashing his internal energy without reservation. Though his aura, stemming from the late stage of the fourth realm of body refinement, was slightly diminished due to his injuries, it remained formidable, like a descending tiger. He charged with a fierce, do-or-die determination towards Lin Chen once more. Frenzied leopard claw. He tore through the heavens. This was still the ferocious claw technique that had earned him renown. However, this time, he seemed to have learned from past lessons. Abandoning aimless assaults for a concentrated application of power upon his claws. His fingers darkened and sharpened, akin to tempered steel, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The claw strikes no longer sought mere density, but became more cunning and vicious. Each claw aimed directly at Lin Chen's vital points, throat, heart, and dantian. Clearly, he intended not just to win, but to incapacitate Lin Chen, perhaps even to take his life. Faced with Lin Bao's lethal onslaught, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Excellent, just as I wished. Since you seek to ruin me, I shall first ruin you. Yet, his countenance betrayed a facade of confusion, as if he had yet to recover from the blows of the potential assessment. Ah, you're serious? He exclaimed, once again invoking the seemingly clumsy willow fluff technique, moving like a leaf caught in the wind, beginning to evade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Bao's claws pursued mercilessly, the fierce gust tearing Lin Chen's garments and leaving shallow blood traces upon his arms and shoulders. Evade? I wonder how long you can keep this up. Lin Bao chuckled, regaining confidence as he continued to press the attack. Although this waist's movements remained elusive, he sensed a notable delay in Lin Chen's responses this time. His focus appeared fractured. Several times, he nearly caught him. It seemed the result of the potential assessment had struck a significant blow to his spirit. With mental fortitude waning, Lin Chen's strength was undoubtedly diminished. Lin Bao's confidence surged, and his assault became even more ferocious and frenzied. He was determined to shred this irritating waist to pieces with utmost swiftness. The crowd below murmured among themselves. Look, Lin Chen is indeed faltering. He is being thoroughly dominated by Brother Bao. Yes, his spirit is dazed, and his movements have slowed. The impact of low potential has clearly been too great. I knew it. A waste is just a waste. His earlier victories were mere flukes. Alas, I had hoped to witness a fierce rivalry. On the high platform, Lin Jinhong finally revealed a cruel smile. Waste. Let us see you remain arrogant now. Await your demise. Lin Xiaodian, however, frowned deeply, disappointment and helplessness filling his eyes. It seems potential is ultimately a critical flaw. With such instability of spirit, how can one achieve greatness? Only the third elder, Lin Jinyue, remained furrowed in thought. His sharp gaze fixed on every move Lin Chen made on the stage, sensing something amiss. This boy's movements, though seemingly awkward, were always perfectly timed in evasion. And the seemingly serious wounds he bore appeared to bleed less than expected, more akin to superficial injuries, just as the crowd's thoughts diverged. Almost certain of Lin Chen's imminent defeat. Enough. Lin Bao, do you truly believe I fear you? Lin Chen, previously passive and bewildered, suddenly lifted his head, letting out a roar filled with grief and despair. His eyes, bloodshot, indeed, a result of channeling his energy, reflected a madness born of desperation. Like a cornered rabbit, he was prepared to fight with all he had. Even a frightened rabbit will bite. Today, I shall show you. Even if I am deemed a waste, I am not one to be bullied at will. Chapter 31. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Lin Chen ceased to evade. With a sudden stomp, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging directly into the flurry of claws unleashed by Lin Bao. Mountain-splitting palm, he roared as his right hand formed a seal, unleashing the true energy within him that concealed its true prowess beneath the guise of the early stage of the fourth level of the body refinement realm. A formidable and robust intent, akin to that which could cleave mountains and shatter stones, surged forth in an instant. His palm was enveloped in a faint, earthy glow, a testament to the intense concentration of true energy. In this strike, he wielded merely 60% of his might, yet, when combined with the foundational technique of the mountain-splitting palm and his remarkably refined true energy, its power was still formidable. Crucially, he chose his moment to strike perfectly. Just as Lin Bao's previous strength had waned and his new energy had yet to manifest, leaving him vulnerable due to overconfidence. What? He dares to retaliate. Lin Bao was momentarily taken aback, but then a deeper contempt flickered in his eyes. Mountain-splitting palm? Such a pedestrian technique dares to show its face? He sneered, unwavering. As the dark sheen on his claws intensified, exuding an aura capable of rending anything as he lunged directly at Lin Chen's incoming palm. He aimed to crush this audacious insect's hand, along with his arrogance, with absolute force. However, at the very moment their palms were about to collide, a chilling glint shot through Lin Chen's eyes, accompanied by a cunning spark of triumph. His hand, aimed at Lin Bao's chest, maintained its course. Yet, simultaneously, his left hand, previously hanging idly at his side, snaked out with the swiftness of a concealed serpent, targeting not Lin Bao's vital points, but rather the wrist of his right hand, which was poised to grasp Lin Chen. This maneuver was executed with blinding speed and an unexpected angle. Lin Bao, entirely focused on the ostensibly powerful strike of Lin Chen's right hand, failed to anticipate such a treacherous counter. By the time he sensed the impending danger and sought to adjust his defense, it was already too late. Alarm bells rang in Lin Bao's mind. Yet, with his previous strength depleted and new energy yet to manifest, coupled with an open vulnerability in his chest, he found himself incapable of addressing both assaults simultaneously. Helplessly, he could only watch as Lin Chen's right palm, imbued with immense force, struck his chest with a resounding thud. Bang! Another thunderous crash echoed through the air. Lin Bao felt as though an invisible colossal hammer had smashed into his chest, causing his blood to surge and intense pain to radiate through him. He staggered backward uncontrollably. But that was not the end. In the very moment his chest absorbed the blow and his stance faltered, Lin Chen's serpent-like left hand had deftly seized his right wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Then, Chapter 32. A chilling glint erupted in Lin Chen's eyes. The terrifying power of the sixth level of body refinement within him surged forth unreservedly through his left hand. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible yet overwhelmingly forceful refining energy emanating from the 10,000 paths furnace silently seeped through his fingertips into Lin Bao's wrist meridians. Crack. A sound that sent shivers down the spine. The unmistakable sound of shattering bones reverberated throughout the arena. Accompanying this were Lin Bao's heart-wrenching screams, filled with boundless agony and terror. Ah, my hand. My wrist. Lin Bao's right wrist twisted grotesquely at an unnatural angle, completely deformed. The stark white bone shards pierced through the skin, exposed to the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. What horrified him further was the realization that a searing, domineering force was wildly surging through his shattered wrist meridians. Where it flowed, his meridians felt as though they were being scorched by raging flames, corroded as if by acid, fracturing inch by inch. The chilling claw energy he had cultivated through the frenzied leopard claw was utterly obliterated before this overwhelming force. Akin to snow melting under the blazing sun. Ruined. His right hand, the very hand he relied on to execute the frenzied leopard claw, his most potent means of attack, rendered completely useless. It was not merely a matter of broken bones. His meridians had been utterly destroyed. Even if the bones could be mended, this hand would never be able to cultivate again. It could no longer wield true energy. This was far more brutal than death. It inflicted a deeper agony. No. Lin Bao let out a heart-rending, despair-laden howl. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, fixed on Lin Chen, brimming with boundless resentment and profound fear. This guy? This worthless wretch? How could he be so powerful? How dare he strike with such malice? Was he not supposed to be lacking in potential? Should he not have been mentally defeated? Why? Why is this happening? The arena fell into a profound silence once more. Everyone was utterly stunned by the gruesome and brutal scene before them. No one had anticipated that this seemingly lopsided confrontation would conclude in such a tragic manner. Nor could anyone have foreseen that the disheveled and seemingly fragile Lin Chen would suddenly unleash such terrifying strength, such ruthless tactics, to cripple Lin Bao's right hand, and utterly destroy his meridians. This was tantamount to a heartless execution. You insolent wretch! How dare you! Upon the high platform, the Grand Elder Lin Chen could no longer maintain his composure. He leapt to his feet, his hair standing on end. An overwhelming pressure belonging to a foundational realm expert crashing down upon Lin Chen on the martial stage like a cataclysmic tide. He intended to personally eliminate this audacious little beast. However, just as his oppressive aura descended, humph, a cold snort, equally imbued with formidable pressure, emerged from the mouth of the clan leader Lin Xiaotian. A more profound and tyrannical aura instantly countered Lin Jinhong's might. Grand Elder. Lin Xiaotian slowly rose, his expression somewhat grim, yet his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Lin Jinhong, speaking in a deep voice. In martial arts, fists and feet are blind. Lin Bao's lack of skill is his own misfortune. Furthermore, he has repeatedly provoked and even sought to kill, and now he finds himself in this predicament, which is entirely his own doing. If you dare to bully the weak and intervene in the juniors contest, do not blame me for being heartless. The clan leader openly defended Lin Chen, even risking a rift with the Grand Elder. Lin Xiaotian's words sent shockwaves throughout the arena. The already astonished crowd found themselves even more bewildered. Lin Jinhong's face turned ashen, his gaze locked onto Lin Xiaotian. Then glancing at the still bewildered and innocent-looking Lin Chen on the stage, his chest heaving violently, nearly bursting with rage. Chapter 33 Yet. He knew that Lin Xiaotian spoke the truth. If he were to act rashly now, he would not only fail to justify his actions, but would also incite Lin Xiaotian's wrath, leading to chaos within the family. Good, good, good. Lin Jinhong repeated the words, his voice chillingly cold, imbued with boundless murderous intent. Lin Xiaotian. Lin Chen. Wait for me. After uttering these fierce words, he abruptly flung his sleeves and turned away, departing the training ground with several loyal elders, not even glancing back at his severely injured grandson, who had genuinely lost consciousness from the pain. Clearly, his fury had reached its zenith, and he recognized the gravity of the situation. He must return immediately to reorganize his plans against Lin Chen. Watching the elder's furious exit, a flicker of determination crossed Lin Xiaotian's eyes. He understood that from this moment onward, the conflict with the elder's faction would be laid bare for all to see. There would be no room for reconciliation, yet he felt no regret, for the sake of Lin Chen. This child of boundless potential, despite the peculiar results from the potential stone test, he trusted his own judgment more. For the hope of the Lin family as future, all of this was worth it. He turned to gaze at Lin Chen on the platform, his expression softening considerably, even tinged with a hint of admiration. In contrast, Lin Chen remained the picture of distress, overwhelmed by the chaos he had inadvertently caused, his demeanor fraught with fear and grievance. He timidly addressed the assembly, head of the family, esteemed elders. I truly did not mean to. It was Brother Bao who. He forced me. This statement left the onlookers speechless once more. Not intentional? Forced? Who would believe such claims? The series of movements he had executed were fluid and lethal. It was evident that he had plotted this all along. However, in that moment, no one dared to step forward to accuse him. With the elders' retreat and the head of the family clearly shielding him, who would risk incurring misfortune? The officiating steward, drenched in sweat, hurriedly approached to assess Lin Bao's injuries. Once he confirmed that only his right arm had been rendered useless and that his life was not in jeopardy, he tremulously announced, the 30-second match, Lin Chen wins. With this declaration, Lin Chen's name was once again indelibly etched into the hearts of all the Lin family members. This time, the reaction was no longer one of mere shock and reverence, but rather of fear. A figure of strange power, ruthless and cunning. Adept at masquerading as a harmless lamb while cunningly ensnaring his foes. Such a person must never be offended. Lin Chen, under the scrutiny of all, bowed nervously once more and then, in a daze, descended from the martial platform, retreating to a secluded corner. The ranking battles were still underway. Yet, regardless of how thrilling the subsequent matches might be, they all seemed utterly lackluster. Everyone's thoughts lingered on the breathtaking, tumultuous duel that had just transpired. Lin Chen's name was destined to leave a profound mark on the Lin family today. Meanwhile, Lin Chen kept his head bowed, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a smile that only he could comprehend. By incapacitating Lin Bao, he had reclaimed a modicum of interest, instilled fear in his adversaries, and garnered the protection of the head of the family. Everything was unfolding according to plan. In fact, it was even more flawless than anticipated. The next step was to await the opportune moment to execute the final hunt. Jianggrass, here I come. Oh no, I have already arrived. The mysterious beast skin book and the enigmatic 9-aperture black stone that had stirred the furnace into action ignited a fiery passion within Lin Chen's heart once more. Chapter 34. As the sun set, a golden glow enveloped the Lin family's martial arts arena with a warm, hazy light. The family assessment ceremony, which had lasted the entire day, gradually came to a close amidst the watchful eyes and murmurs of the crowd. The final rankings were undisputed. Lin Yin, with his absolute prowess at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of body refinement, firmly secured the first position, unassailable by any challenger. Lin Shui, with her initial 6th stage cultivation, settled for 2nd place. Yet, the most remarkable surprise was undoubtedly Lin Chen. Despite his underwhelming performance during the potential assessment, receiving a gray rating denoting mediocrity, he astoundingly rose to the top 5 in the combat rankings. First, he fortuitously delivered a devastating blow to Lin Bao, and then, due to the intimidation instilled by his ruthless tactics and peculiar strength, none dared to challenge him. Thus, with his initial 4th stage of body refinement, he miraculously claimed a spot among the elite of this assessment. This outcome left the onlookers astounded, rendering Lin Chen's name an undeniable presence within the younger generation of the Lin family, one shrouded in controversy and enigma. Some still regarded him as lacking potential, attributing his success solely to luck or perhaps some malevolent sorcery, deeming him inconsequential. Others were awed by his fierce methods and the surprises he continually unveiled, keeping their distance in reverence. Furthermore, particularly among the lower tier and collateral descendants, witnessing Lin Chen, once deemed a mere wastrel, rise and even trample the lofty Lin Bao, sparked an unusual sentiment. Could it be that a wastrel might not truly be devoid of hope? The sentiments among the higher echelons of the Lin family were even more intricate. The faction of the eldest elder, Lin Zhenhong, harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Lin Chen, wishing nothing less than his utter ruin. However, due to the patriarch's explicit stance and Lin Chen's display of bizarre strength, they could only bide their time in silence, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Patriarch Lin Xiaodian, after initially feeling disappointment, found his attitude towards Lin Chen shifting to one of subtle complexity. Although the results of the potential assessment were perplexing, Lin Chen's demonstrated courage, intellect, and combat prowess far beyond his stage could not be overlooked. He sensed that this youth harbored a significant secret. This air of mystery only fortified his resolve to protect and nurture Lin Chen. Perhaps the potential stone did not hold the entirety of one's fate? The third elder, Lin Zhenyue, openly expressed his admiration for Lin Chen. In his view, while potential was undoubtedly important, qualities such as character, cunning, and the ability to seize opportunities were equally vital in becoming a formidable force. Lin Chen undeniably possessed these traits. He had even begun to contemplate how to incorporate Lin Chen into the punishment hall or the law enforcement team under his purview for further development. Amidst this peculiar and convoluted atmosphere, the final segment of the assessment, the awards ceremony, commenced. According to their rankings, the top 10 descendants ascended the stage to receive their rewards. Lin Yin and Lin Shui were bestowed with the most substantial rewards, including a wealth of mid-grade spirit stones, high-tier elixirs, and even the opportunity to select martial techniques from the 2nd level of the family's core scripture repository, drawing envious glances from the audience. When it was Lin Chen's turn to claim the reward for 5th place, he once again became the center of attention. The one presenting the awards was still Patriarch Lin Chen. Observing the young man before him, whose expression bore traces of trepidation and unease, his gaze became complex. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a markedly gentler tone than before. Lin Chen, your performance today has once again taken me by surprise. He carefully chose his words, acknowledging that despite the unsatisfactory results of the potential assessment, the courage and wisdom you displayed in combat merit recognition. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. Lin Chen handed Lin Chen a storage bag, more substantial and exquisite than the previous one, containing 300 low-grade spirit stones, 10 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 bottles of body refinement pills, and a manual for the mid-grade yellow-tier martial technique, layered waves palm. A collective gasp erupted from the audience. The richness of this reward even surpassed that of the 4th-ranked contestant, a practitioner at the initial stage of the 5th stage of body refinement. The 10 mid-grade spirit stones in the yellow-tier martial technique, reserved only for core inner disciples, incited envy among many. It must be noted that a single mid-grade spirit stone contained the essence of spiritual energy equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones and was far purer. The Patriarch's actions were a blatant display of favoritism. Everyone could see that his intentions were to cultivate and support Lin Chen, regardless of his great potential assessment. The faction of Lin Chen wore grim expressions, yet with the Patriarch personally presenting the awards, they dared not voice their discontent. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a generous reward. It seemed that his flawed of possessing low potential yet adequate strength, coupled with an understanding of humility, had successfully piqued the Patriarch's appreciation for talent. Chapter 35. He harbored a cold smile within, yet his face instantly displayed an expression of astonished gratitude. Trembling, he accepted the storage bag with both hands and bowed deeply to Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous favor, esteemed family head. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, advising him to return and focus on his training. Remember, potential is not the sole determinant of success. The effort and opportunities one seizes are equally vital. The family will not forsake any promising descendant. His words carried profound significance, serving both as encouragement for Lin Chen and as a veiled warning to certain others. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude once more with a respectful bow, then descended the high platform amidst a myriad of envious, jealous, resentful, and scrutinizing gazes. The awards ceremony concluded, marking the official end of the family assessment event. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet discussions surrounding Lin Chen persisted, akin to pebbles thrown into a lake, sending ripples that would linger. Destined to become the most talked-about topic within the Lin family for an extended period. Not lingering in the martial arena, Lin Chen yearned to return to his modest courtyard, to appraise his bountiful gains and resume his cultivation. With such abundant resources at his disposal, he felt confident that he could elevate his prowess significantly in a short span of time. Upon arriving at the familiar courtyard, he secured the door, shutting out all external distractions. The humility and gratitude etched upon his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling calmness and fervent anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the storage bag gifted by the family head. 300 low-grade spirit stones, 10 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 bottles of body refinement pills, and an aged tome on the layering wave palm technique. Coupled with the treasures he had previously acquired from Lin Bao and the family head's initial secret gift, his current collection boasted an astonishing near 900 low-grade spirit stones and 13 mid-grade spirit stones. In terms of elixirs, aside from the 5 bottles of body refinement pills, he also possessed a plethora of rejuvenation pills, bone repair ointments, energy-boosting powders, and more. This was an immense fortune that would make any body refinement practitioner green with envy. Lin Chen truly had invested generously. Lin Chen weighed the mid-grade spirit stones in his hand, feeling the tremendous pure energy they contained, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, such gestures of goodwill and attempts at affiliation held no significance for him. He would accept the resources without hesitation, but to expect him, Lin Chen, to pledge loyalty or bow in submission, that was a mere fantasy. Carefully storing the spirit stones and elixirs, he then picked up the tome on the mid-grade yellow-tier martial technique, layering wave palm. This technique was quite commendable within the Lin family, offering power far surpassing the basic skills he had previously practiced. He casually flipped through a few pages. The layering wave palm emphasized the use of deft strength to harness energy, with palm strikes that layered upon one another like relentless ocean waves, boasting astonishing might. Mastered to a profound degree, it could unleash 9 layers of hidden force with a single strike. capable of shattering stone and possessing power comparable to some high-grade yellow-tier martial techniques. Indeed, quite impressive. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. This palm technique would aptly compensate for the current limitations in his offensive capabilities. However, he did not commence training immediately. He had a superior choice. With a thought, he connected to the myriad furnace. Refinement. Layering wave palm. Buzz. The familiar scene reemerged. The characters from the tome transformed into flowing light, surging into his consciousness. Chapter 36. In the unparalleled furnace of myriad paths, under the extraordinary analytical and deductive prowess, the mid-grade yellow-tier technique, the layered wave palm, began to be comprehended, assimilated, and even optimized at an astonishing velocity. In but a fleeting moment, a brand new, more concise, and efficient version of the layered wave palm, imbued with a subtle enhancement in power, was indelibly etched into his very soul. It felt as though he had immersed himself in this technique for decades. When executed, it would flow effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. Exhilarating. Lin Chen could not help but exclaim. The sensation of directly downloading knowledge and skills into his mind was utterly euphoric. With this optimized version of the layered wave palm, his combat capabilities had undoubtedly ascended to a new echelon. After concluding his engagement with the martial arts manuals, Lin Chen's gaze finally settled upon the towering piles of spirit stones and the 4 untouched qiyang herbs. This, indeed, would be the key to his impending surge in strength. He currently stood at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 6th layer of body refinement, a mere hair's breadth away from the mid-stage of the 6th layer. The peak of the 6th layer was also not beyond reach. If he could fully absorb and refine these resources, to what heights could his cultivation ascend? The 7th layer of body refinement? Perhaps even higher? Lin Chen's heart raced fervently at this audacious thought. The body refinement realm is divided into 9 layers. The 1st to 3rd layers represent the initial stage, where one tempers the physical form and draws energy into the body. The 4th to 6th layers denote the mid-stage, where true energy transforms into liquid, becoming dense and profound. The 7th to 9th layers signify the late stage, where true energy emanates outward, connecting with the heavens and earth. Once one steps into the 7th layer, one could engage in external attacks with true energy. A qualitative transformation and strength would ensue. At that juncture, not even Lin Bao, nor the prodigies Lin Yin and Lin Shui, would stand a chance against him. With fierce determination and unbridled fervor igniting in his eyes, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented resolve surge within him. He hesitated no longer. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, gathering all the spirit stones and the remaining 4 qiyang herbs before him. Myriad Paths Furnace. Ignition at full throttle. Optimized fundamental qi refinement method. Maximum operation. Devour. Refine. Absorb. Transform. A more terrifying and frenzied energy absorption unfolded once again in this dilapidated courtyard. This time, armed with more abundant and superior quality fuel, a mightier Myriad Paths furnace, and a more perfected cultivation method, Lin Chen's pace of cultivation reached an unprecedented zenith. His aura soared like a rocket, ascending at a speed that would instill despair in any observer. Mid-stage of the 6th layer of body refinement. Breakthrough. Chapter 37. Late stage of the 6th level of body refinement. Breakthrough. The pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement. In merely half a day. After expending nearly 300 low-grade spirit stones, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and a single red sungrass, Lin Chen's cultivation surged forward with unstoppable momentum, directly reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement. Only one final and exceedingly arduous barrier remained before ascending to the 7th level of body refinement. Feeling the vast, ocean-like liquid true energy within him, on the verge of overflowing, and sensing the impenetrable barrier of the 7th level, which seemed to separate 2 worlds, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Not enough. Continue. He paused not for a moment. Once more, he activated the furnace, drawing all remaining spirit stones and the 3 red sun grasses into his devouring range. He aimed to make one final push to shatter this last shackle and step into the late stage of body refinement. Boom. Within the small courtyard, energy surged. Spiritual aura boiled. Even the surrounding air could barely withstand the terrifying waves of energy, emitting a groan of unbearable burden. Lin Chen's body resembled an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming all forms of energy. His aura continuously accumulated, compressed, and refined in an exceedingly terrifying manner, launching one fierce assault after another against the final barrier. In the extremity of his cultivation, time seemed to lose all meaning. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps 2. When the last red sun grass on the table dimmed entirely, and the final mid-grade spirit stone crumbled into dust, the energy Lin Chen had amassed reached an unprecedented, terrifying peak. That force seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth, of shaking the very stars. Now, Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Golden light erupted from his gaze, akin to two blazing suns. Give me. Breakthrough. Accompanied by a roar that emanated from the depths of his soul, the terrifying torrent of energy, which had consolidated all his will and strength, transformed into a golden divine dragon that cleaved through the heavens. It crashed fiercely against the barrier of the 7th level of body refinement that separated the realms. Boom. A sound, reminiscent of the universe's birth, an indescribable tremor that shook the entire Lin family estate, though only a handful of top-tier powerhouses could faintly sense it, erupted from the depths of Lin Chen's Dantian. The seemingly indestructible 7th level barrier, under this near-divine impact, finally shattered as if made of mere paper. Chapter 38. A thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of the primordial explosion at the dawn of the universe, reverberating deep within Lin Chen's Dantian. The aftermath lingered, an enduring resonance. The impenetrable barrier of the 7th level of body tempering, which had withstood all his hidden cards and will, finally shattered like fragile glass under the terrifying impact of his concentrated might. It transformed into a dazzling cascade of golden light, dissipating into the ether, like a celestial dragon that had broken free from its final shackles. Like a cataclysmic wave unleashed from the depths of the underworld, it surged forth, ever more vast and tumultuous, more concentrated and profound, even exuding a hint of solemn authority. This new vital energy, akin to the waters of a raging river unleashed, rushed into Lin Chen's Dantian, which had expanded to its limits, as if it had become an endless golden ocean. Each droplet of this ocean was composed of the purest energy, embodying unfathomable power. At the center of this ocean of liquid vital energy, subtle ripples began to form upon its surface, no longer mere rotations but rhythmic ebbs and flows as if animated by life itself. Each rise seemed to summon the forces of nature, while each fall appeared to accumulate even greater potency. Simultaneously, Lin Chen felt a profound transformation occurring within his entire being. His limbs, organs, and meridians were nourished and refined by this new energy. His physical strength ascended to a new echelon, with bones becoming more resilient, flesh more solid, and even his skin faintly shimmering with a layer of ethereal brilliance. Ordinary blades would struggle to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Moreover, his mental acuity underwent significant enhancement during this breakthrough, with his perception expanding and his thoughts racing with newfound swiftness. His command over his own power reached an unprecedented, intricate level. Most importantly, he sensed an unprecedented, delicate connection between himself and the world around him. He could now vividly perceive the spiritual essence flowing through the air, faintly grasp the trajectory of the wind, the rhythm of water, the heat of fire, and the weight of earth. He even harbored a powerful intuition that with a mere thought, he could unleash the vast liquid vital energy within him, manifesting it as a tangible attack capable of striking from a distance. This was the most palpable hallmark of the 7th level of body tempering, the externalization of vital energy. Stepping into this realm signified a true departure from the realm of mundane warriors, brushing against the threshold of the extraordinary. His strength was incomparably greater than that of the 6th level of body tempering. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, softly uttering these words. His voice was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar charm that caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His eyes no longer shone with the piercing golden light of before, but transformed into a deeper, more reserved shade of black, reminiscent of two bottomless ancient wells, occasionally shimmering with starlight, concealing a terrifying power capable of devouring all. An invisible, formidable aura, imbued with the subtle pressure of the heavens and earth, naturally emanated from him. This aura could no longer be easily concealed or disguised. It was the natural force that emerged after a leap in the order of life, a dignity inherent to the strong, impossible to mask. As Lin Chen sensed the unprecedented power within him, a power that seemed to grant him control over all, and felt the delicate connection with the world around him, a genuine smile filled with overwhelming confidence and a hint of disdain spread across his face. From being a useless individual incapable of cultivation to attaining the 7th level of body tempering in less than 5 days. Chapter 39. An unreplicable miracle. A myth capable of overturning the entire cognition of Qingyang Town. The architect of this myth is none other than Lin Chen, along with the enigmatic Wan Dao furnace residing within him. As his vital energy emanated outward, Lin Chen concentrated, slowly raising the index finger of his right hand. He endeavored to guide the liquid gold essence of qi from his dantian to the tip of his finger. Buzz. He observed a slight distortion in the air above his fingertip, where a slender, yet profoundly condensed strand of qi, radiating a faint golden glow, gradually coalesced and extended outward, as if possessing life itself. Though merely an inch in length and as fine as a hair, The penetrating and destructive power contained within this strand left Lin Chen utterly convinced of its ability to effortlessly pierce even the hardest rock. It could even pose a lethal threat to a martial artist at the 6th level of body refinement. Indeed, it was possible. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This is the power of the 7th level of body refinement. The ability to transform formless qi into a tangible attack. Striking unseen. Inescapable. He attempted to control the strand of qi, letting it spiral and dance upon his fingertip. Akin to the most agile of sprites, the qi flowed freely at his command, devoid of any hindrance. Clearly, his mastery over this newfound power had reached a commendably high level. With the ability to project qi outward, my combat capability has increased by at least 30%. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Should he encounter Lin Bao now, it would likely be impossible for his opponent to even make a move from several paces away. He could pierce him with a mere flick of qi. However, Lin Chen did not forget that this surge in power also brought forth new dilemmas. How to maintain concealment? The aura and pressure of the 7th level of body refinement were far more challenging to disguise than before, especially the ability to project qi, once unleashed. It would inevitably reveal his presence. Clearly, during the forthcoming family assessment, he must exercise heightened caution. The flawed of the initial 4th level of body refinement now necessitated even more exquisite performance to uphold. Nevertheless, Lin Chen harbored no concerns. With his current mastery over power and the unfathomable assistance of the Wandao furnace, he was confident that as long as he remained prudent, he would not easily expose himself. While Lin Chen reveled in his newfound strength and reflection, he remained unaware that the terrifying energy fluctuation and celestial phenomena triggered by his recent breakthrough, although fleeting and largely concealed by the Wandao furnace, had still stirred certain entities deep within the Lin family manor. In the innermost sanctum of the Lin family estate, within an ancient and tranquil chamber, the family head, Lin Xiaodian, sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a dense purple aura, evidently engaged in the cultivation of a profound technique. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, which erupted with a fierce radiance. His gaze penetrated the thick stone walls, directing itself toward the direction of Lin Chen's courtyard. Such potent fluctuations. So pure. Has someone broken through? A look of shock and disbelief filled Lin Xiaodian's face. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed an extraordinarily terrifying energy wave, one that even caused a twinge of trepidation within him, fleeting from a corner of the family estate. The intensity and purity of that wave were certainly beyond the capability of mere body refinement. It even seemed to graze the threshold of foundation establishment. Moreover, entwined within that wave was an exceedingly familiar aura that made his heart skip a beat. It is Lin Chen. How is this possible? Chapter 40. That direction was precisely where Lin Chen resided, in that dilapidated courtyard. Could it be? Could it be that young man has broken through again? Yet, how could this be possible? He had only just demonstrated his initial cultivation at the 4th level of the body refinement stage yesterday. It had merely been a day. How could he possibly achieve another breakthrough? Moreover, the magnitude of the disturbance was utterly terrifying. This was entirely illogical. Unless he had concealed a deeper strength all along. Or perhaps he had encountered some earth-shattering opportunity. Lin Xiaodian's heart raced furiously. Countless thoughts flitted through his mind. He yearned to rush over immediately and uncover the truth. However, in the end, he forcibly suppressed the impulse within him. He understood that Lin Chen was a child brimming with secrets. Approaching recklessly might not yield answers and could instead provoke his wariness and aversion. The potential assessment. Gray. Lin Xiaodian recalled that enigmatic result, his gaze deepening and growing more solemn. It seemed that the potential stone could not be entirely trusted. This Lin Chen was far more mysterious than I had imagined, and significantly more important. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes once more. Yet the excitement and determination in his heart grew ever more resolute. No matter what had transpired with Lin Chen, no matter what secrets he harbored, he must firmly grasp this child within his control. He would be the beacon of hope for the Lin family's future. Meanwhile, in a damp, shadowy room heavy with the scent of medicine, the grand elder Lin Zhenhong gazed grimly at his grandson Lin Bao, who lay unconscious on the bed. His right hand swathed in layers of bandages. Nearby, several of the Lin family's finest physicians reported the situation with trepidation. Grand elder. Young Master Bao's bones have been set, but the meridians in his wrist have been utterly destroyed by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force. I fear. The physicians' voices dwindled, laden with dread. Fear of what? Speak. Lin Zhenhong's voice was as cold as the icy depths of the underworld. I fear. Young Master Bao's right hand may never be able to cultivate again. The physician mustered his courage, trembling as he spoke. Bang. Lin Zhenhong slammed his palm onto the table. The sturdy mahogany surface splintered into pieces instantly. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He roared. his eyes brimming with a torrent of murderous intent. You cannot even heal such an injury. What purpose do I have in keeping you? At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy rippled forth, like thunder, flashing from the distance. Lin Chen head snapped up. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his gaze. What a powerful aura. Is it from that direction? He quickly deduced the source of the disturbance. It was indeed the courtyard where that little rascal Lin Chen resided. Could it be? Could it be him? Lin Chen heart plummeted. An ominous premonition engulfed his mind instantaneously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That little rascal was only at the initial 4th level yesterday. How could he possibly break through again within a day and create such a formidable disturbance? Yet that aura was unmistakably clear. Chapter 41. Someone approaches. Lin Chen shouted sternly. Here. A trusted guard immediately responded from outside and entered. Quickly investigate the source of that energy fluctuation. Where did it originate? Hurry. Lin Chen voice was urgent, laced with an unmistakable hint of panic. He had an intense premonition. If that fluctuation was indeed triggered by Lin Chen, then this little beast truly could not be allowed to remain. His rate of growth had far surpassed his control. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the entire Lin family was at his command. At that point, would his own faction have a favorable outcome? He must take action promptly, regardless of the cost. He must eliminate him completely. A frenzied and ruthless light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the external turmoil. He was still immersed in the powerful sensations brought about by his dramatic increase in strength. Gradually, he retracted the aura surrounding him, allowing the pressure of his 7th level of body refinement to fade, reverting to the unremarkable state of an early 4th level. Of course, this disguise was now more refined and seamless than before. He glanced out the window. Dawn had fully broken. Only one day remained until the official family test commenced. His strength was more than sufficient to handle the test, even surpassing it comfortably. A confident smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he began to contemplate matters beyond the test. After this upheaval and the complete severance of ties with the Grand Elder's faction, he understood that remaining in the Lin family was no longer safe. That old man, Lin Chen, would undoubtedly not let this slide and would employ every means at his disposal to deal with him. Although he had the protection of the family head, Lin Xiaodian, the latter prioritized familial interests and stability and would not necessarily engage in a full-blown conflict with the Grand Elder for his sake. Moreover, Lin Chen was reluctant to place his safety in the hands of another's goodwill. Ultimately, the Lin family was merely a novice village. A glimmer of longing and sharpness crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He yearned for broader horizons. He sought more formidable resources. He required harsher trials. Only then could the myriad of forges unleash their true power. Only then could he truly seize control of his destiny. Departure. He must leave the Lin family as swiftly as possible. This thought crystallized and solidified in his mind. However, where to go? His gaze unconsciously drifted to the window. To the undulating peaks of the Qifeng Mountains shrouded in morning mist. That was an expansive and untouched mountain range lying to the north of Qingyang town. Teeming with wild beasts and fraught with peril, yet concealing countless opportunities and treasures. It was said that deep within the mountains lay passages to even broader worlds. Perhaps that would be his first destination after leaving the Lin family? To venture there, hone his skills, hunt beasts, refine their essences, seek rare materials, and enhance his strength. Once he was formidable enough, he could contemplate his next steps. A vague plan began to take shape in Lin Chen's mind. Of course, leaving the Lin family was no simple task. He was still a member of the Lin family and had just shone brightly in the test, drawing significant attention from the family head. To depart quietly would likely prove quite challenging. It seemed he would need an appropriate opportunity. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he began to meticulously devise his scheme. Perhaps he could utilize the rewards from this family test? Or leverage the upcoming competition among the 3 great families? Thoughts collided and flickered in his mind one after another. A more long-term and meticulous plan began to slowly unfold within him. Chapter 42. The arena remained as raucous as ever, yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Lin Chen's astonishing display of great potential and the brutal blow that incapacitated Lin Bao's right arm struck like 2 resounding hammers, utterly transforming everyone's perception of him. The once clear structure of the test now appeared shrouded in mystery, with undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. The rankings of the practical combat were still unfolding, yet all eyes involuntarily drifted towards the quiet figure standing in the corner, the black-clad youth, whose expression bore traces of daze and melancholy. Fear, reverence, curiosity, jealousy, disdain, an intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined, enveloping Lin Chen in an invisible net. He was akin to a colossal enigma, elusive and unfathomable, drawing others in with a desire to discover, yet instilling a fear of being consumed. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to all this, remaining immersed in his own world. However, in reality, his mind functioned like the sharpest radar, keenly attuned to the shifting dynamics of the arena and the reactions of the prominent figures on the platform above. He understood that his performance was far from complete. The practical combat rankings not only sought to determine the top 10, but also aimed to establish the final standings, crucial for subsequent resource allocation and the opportunity to participate in the grand competition among the three illustrious families. Given his current display of early-stage fourth-tier body refinement strength, coupled with the label of low potential, he would need to exert further effort to secure a place among the top 10, or even strive for a more favorable standing. Soon, the preceding duels concluded, and it was Lin Chen's turn to re-enter the fray. His opponent was Lin Feng, a robust inner disciple at mid-fourth-tier body refinement. Known for his formidable mountain-splitting fist, Lin Feng's expression soured upon realizing his adversary was Lin Chen, his eyes filled with apprehension. Despite Lin Chen's dismal potential test results, the memory of Lin Bao's crushing defeat lingered vividly. After all, Lin Bao was at the peak of the fourth tier. Although injury played a role, the power behind Lin Chen's punch was undeniably formidable. Senior brother Lin Feng, I seek your guidance. Lin Chen ascended the stage, his face adorned with a standard expression of slight nervousness and self-doubt as he bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, adopting a humble demeanor. Observing Lin Chen's seemingly harmless appearance, yet recalling his ruthless display against Lin Bao, Lin Feng's heart raced with uncertainty, unable to gauge his opponent's true depth. Humph. Junior brother Lin Chen, please. Lin Feng feigned calmness, adopting a defensive stance, hesitating to launch an attack, intending to probe first. Lin Chen, noticing this, internally chuckled. It appeared that his previous reputation had effectively instilled fear. However, he had no intention of revealing his true strength just yet. If he were to perform, he would deliver the entire act. Lin Chen called out, employing the seemingly clumsy willow fluff movement, his form wavering as he charged towards Lin Feng. He refrained from utilizing the more powerful rising wave's palm, instead opting for the basic fierce tiger fist. The wind from his punches howled, presenting an imposing front. Yet both speed and power were evidently restrained within the parameters of early-stage fourth-tier body refinement. Due to his low potential and unsettled mind, he even appeared somewhat lacking in follow-through. Initially, Lin Feng remained cautious, on high alert. However, after exchanging several blows, he began to realize that Lin Chen's attacks were not as formidable as he had anticipated. The force behind his punches, while vigorous, paled in comparison to the earlier blow he had dealt to Lin Bao, an insurmountable difference. His movements still exhibited that unsteady rhythm, as if he might topple at any moment. Could it be that his previous success was merely a stroke of luck? Or was it true that his low potential genuinely hampered his performance? As Lin Feng's mind settled, his confidence grew. Mountain-splitting fist. Seizing upon a flaw in Lin Chen's defense, he unleashed a fierce roar. His right fist akin to a massive axe, slicing through the air with fierce momentum aimed squarely at Lin Chen's chest. Chapter 43. With this strike, he exerted 70% of his strength, aiming to push Lin Chen back decisively and secure his victory. Faced with such a formidable blow, Lin Chen's face once again displayed a look of panic. He hastily raised his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Lin Chen was sent staggering backward as though struck by a heavy hammer, retreating 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady himself. His complexion paled significantly, and a trace of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth, though this was intentionally forced out using his true energy. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the spectators below. Did you see that? Lin Chen has indeed faltered. He was repelled by a single punch from senior brother Lin Feng. I told you so. A waste of potential is simply incapable. There must have been some trickery behind his previous victories. It appears his strength is merely mediocre, hardly a cause for concern. Those who had previously been intimidated by Lin Chen now began to stir restlessly, their gazes once again filled with contempt and disdain. Lin Bao, who had already been carried off for urgent treatment but was now conscious, watched the scene with a venomous grin. Useless. He truly is a waste. Just wait until the test concludes. I shall make you pay dearly. On the elevated platform, the members of Lin Jinhong's faction were also invigorated. It seems this young wretch has truly exhausted his potential, his strength capped at this level. Even Lin Xiaodian and Lin Jinyue, who had harbored hopes for Lin Chen, were now furrowing their brows in concern. Could it be that they had misjudged him? However, just as everyone believed Lin Chen had reached his limit, he coughed laboriously, wiping the blood from his lips. Yet, suddenly, a wild and defiant light ignited in his eyes, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Senior brother Lin Feng, you are indeed formidable, but I shall not concede, he roared, as though expending every ounce of his strength. Then, he staggered forward once more, launching into his familiar fierce tiger fist, still exhibiting that same exhausted demeanor. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. It appeared this waste was at his last gasp. He sneered, swinging his fist to meet Lin Chen's challenge once again. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding with a series of dull thuds. In that moment, Lin Chen was clearly at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pressured by Lin Feng, retreating step by step. Perilously close to defeat, his body marred by new wounds, looking utterly beleaguered, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, time and again, he endured. Fueled by an indomitable will, each time he was pushed back, he defiantly charged forward again. With every injury, his gaze grew ever more frenzied. This unyielding resilience, akin to an unkillable cockroach, coupled with an intensity that seemed to ignite his very being, only served to alarm the increasingly pressured Lin Feng. What is happening with this guy? He appears to be on the brink of collapse, yet he continues to hold his ground. And that look in his eyes, it is utterly terrifying. It's as if he intends to drag me down with him. Lin Feng was taken aback by Lin Chen's fervor. He began to hesitate, reluctant to strike too hard, fearful that he might truly provoke this madman into a mutual destruction scenario. And just as Lin Feng's resolve wavered, his offensive faltering for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 44, Opportunity. This was the moment he had awaited. He let out another anguished roar, as if he had concentrated all his strength into this final strike. This time, he did not employ the fierce tiger fist, but instead utilized the wave palm, a technique bestowed upon him by the clan leader. Of course, it was the wave palm that he had intentionally weakened and disguised. A dull yellow light emanated from his palm once more. Yet, in comparison to before, it appeared rather dim, and the force did not seem to accumulate in layers, but rather manifested as a single strike, barely resembling a double strike. Nonetheless, this palm still harbored an undeniable power. Moreover, the timing was impeccable, striking at the precise moment when Lin Feng was bereft of his old strength, yet had not yet summoned the new, his mind in disarray. Bang! Lin Feng felt a fierce force surge towards him. Although the impact did not seem as formidable as he had imagined, the timing was exceedingly cunning. In a rush, he could merely manage a feeble block. Instantly, he was jolted back, his blood surging, retreating 5 or 6 steps. A heaviness settled in his chest. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, after delivering this palm strike, felt as though he had lost all strength, abruptly leaning back and collapsing to the ground with a thud. His face was as pale as paper, gasping for breath, as though he lacked the strength to rise. He gazed at Lin Feng, who had also retreated, disbelief and a sense of survival reflected in his eyes. I have won. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness once more. Everyone stared in astonishment at this dramatic scene unfolding on stage. Lin Chen has actually triumphed again? Though the victory was so arduous, so fortuitous, so brutal, even exhausting himself to the point of collapse. Yet, he ultimately emerged victorious. The seemingly exhausted youth, once regarded as lacking potential, had, through an almost frenzied will, managed to bring down Lin Feng, who was in the mid-stages of the body refinement realm. This is simply commendable willpower. Commendable willpower indeed. On the high platform, Elder Lin Jinyue stroked his beard in admiration. His gaze towards Lin Chen filled with appreciation. Although the victory was unsightly, this indomitable spirit was an indispensable quality for a true warrior. Lin Xiaodian also nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Though he remained skeptical of Lin Chen's potential, this fighting spirit was still worthy of acknowledgement. Only those from Lin Jinheng's lineage bore even graver expressions. Useless. Unable to defeat even a washed-up contender. Truly pathetic. Meanwhile, on stage, Lin Feng's face fluctuated between green and white as he looked at Lin Chen, who lay on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death, then glanced at his numbed arm and the dull ache in his chest. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he cupped his hands towards the referee, his voice tinged with reluctance and humiliation. I concede. He was genuinely frightened by Lin Chen's reckless fervor, continuing the fight. Who knew what this madman might do next? Furthermore, losing to a contender who had run out of potential, while shameful, was preferable to being dragged down into mutual destruction. Lin Chen wins. The referee announced loudly, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 45 at last, Lin Chen seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. With the assistance of 2 attendants, he struggled to rise to his feet and once again, albeit weakly, bowed towards the stage before limping down from the arena. This battle had once more altered the perception of Lin Chen in the eyes of all present. Though his potential was lacking, his ferocity and tenacity were truly formidable. He was willing to risk serious injury, even to the point of mutual destruction, just to wear down his opponent. Henceforth, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Lin Chen successfully solidified his image as someone with insufficient potential, yet indomitable will and commendable strength, likely at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Fourth Realm. With this hard-fought victory, the subsequent ranking battles grew increasingly intriguing, thanks to Lin Chen's presence and his reckless combat style. Even those who initially sought to challenge him or were drawn to compete against him became hesitant. After all, no one wished to engage in a futile struggle with a madman, risking mutual annihilation and jeopardizing their future prospects. Ultimately, in the ensuing rounds of duels and challenges, Lin Chen managed to secure another hard-earned victory. His opponent, equally intimidated by his ferocity, was rendered hesitant and ultimately fell prey to Lin Chen's opportunism. While also justifiably suffering a defeat, his opponent was a genius at the early stage of the Fifth Realm, and despite Lin Chen's utmost efforts, he could not bridge the gap in their realms, leading to a regrettable loss. Thus, his final ranking settled at 7th place. This position was neither too high nor too low. It perfectly aligned with his image of limited potential, yet respectable strength, while also granting him commendable rewards and resource allocation without drawing excessive attention or trouble. It was simply perfect. When the final rankings were announced and Lin Chen ascended the stage to receive his reward for 7th place, which was notably more generous than that of others in the same rank. Clearly a testament to the head of the family's favoritism, the expression on his face, exhausted, frail, yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction and defiance, caught the attention of countless spectators once more. The grand test had finally concluded amidst a cacophony of complex emotions and discussions. It seemed as though the dynamics among the younger generation of the Lin family would genuinely shift due to the emergence of this enigmatic youth. Yet, no one knew the answer. Only Lin Chen understood that all of this was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance on his part. The true storm had yet to arrive. Clutching his bountiful rewards, he silently returned to his small courtyard under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes. Closing the courtyard door, he severed ties with the outside world. In an instant, the weariness, frailty, and bewilderment on Lin Chen's face vanished, replaced by eyes that mirrored the abyss, serenely calm, yet harboring a chilling intent to kill. The actor's role had concluded. Now, it was time for the hunter to take the stage. Lin Bao, your nightmare has only just begun. Tonight shall mark your demise. No, perhaps sparing your wretched life while I ascend step by step to greatness would be the cruelest torment of all? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a cruel and icy smile. He began to meticulously assess his condition, regulating his breath and swiftly recovering the energy expended during the day's performance. Simultaneously, he organized the rewards he had just acquired along with the spoils of war he had previously gathered: spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, along with that mysterious beast skin movement manual and the enigmatic 9-hole black stone that had stirred the furnace. All of these would serve as his foundation for tonight's endeavors. Chapter 46. At the witching hour, the night was as dark as ink, with even the stars and moon concealing their presence, as if drawing the perfect curtain for the impending darkness. The Lin family mansion, having endured the clamorous family trials of the day, now lay submerged in a deep slumber. Only a few courtyards flickered with faint lights, resembling weary eyes in the abyss of night. Among these, the leopard garden, where the injured and furious Lin Bao resided, stood out. The atmosphere within the leopard garden was starkly different from just a few days prior. Although still brightly lit, it was suffused with an air of oppression, tension, and even a hint of panic. In the daylight trials, Lin Bao had not only suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Chen, but had also rendered his right arm completely useless. Coupled with the resurgence of old injuries, he had indeed lost both face and reputation, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Lin family. One could easily imagine Lin Bao now engulfed in a tempest of rage, despair, and profound weakness. His usual entourage of brash followers and guards, once boisterous and arrogant, now stood like startled birds, their spirits dampened after witnessing Lin Chen's ruthless and cunning methods. They were filled with trepidation, their vigilance waning. This was precisely the opportune moment Lin Chen had awaited. A shadow, deeper than the night itself, silently infiltrated the confines of the leopard garden. Lin Chen's movements were now even more elusive and swift. With the pinnacle of his cultivation at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, his control over his own strength and aura had reached an unfathomable level. Although he could not fully comprehend the mysterious beast skin book, the simulation of the myriad of forges had seemingly imparted an ineffable grace to his movements. Like a specter in the night, he effortlessly evaded the distracted guards. And even the warning formations previously requiring meticulous dismantling were navigated with deft precision as he sensed the flow of energy and found the gaps, slipping through unnoticed. This time, his target was not the medicinal garden, but rather the innermost sanctum of the leopard garden, specifically the master bedroom, which was more heavily guarded. He sought not merely residual resources, but Lin Bao himself. He aimed to settle their long-standing feud once and for all. Inside the loft, The lights blazed. Faintly, one could hear Lin Bao's hoarse, twisted howls of pain and rage, accompanied by the sharp sound of porcelain shattering. Useless. All of you are useless. Not even a spent wretch can be kept in check. He stole my qi grass. Ruined my hand. I will kill him. I must kill him. Calm down. Brother Bao, please, calm down. Your injuries are serious. The Grand Elder has already commanded that he will find a way to eliminate that little beast. Just focus on recovering. The voice of the thin, monkey-like lackey trembled, clearly having borne the brunt of Lin Bao's fury. Recover? My hand is ruined. How can I recover? I will be a cripple. All because of that Lin Chen. That damned little wretch. Lin Bao's agitation escalated, leading to a fit of violent coughing. His voice laced with endless despair and resentment. Concealed in the shadows outside the loft, Lin Chen listened intently, a cold smile curving his lips. Cripple? You will soon learn what it truly means to be a waste. Without further hesitation, he ascended the outer corridor of the second floor with the stealth of a gecko. The windows were tightly shut, yet they posed no challenge to Lin Chen in his current state. Employing the same technique once more, he harnessed the subtle energy of the myriad forges. In silence, he melted the latch, gently prying the window open. Like a cat, he slipped into the room. It appeared to be a study, elegantly furnished, with shelves laden with books. The air was imbued with a faint scent of ink and sandalwood. Lin Chen did not linger. He could distinctly hear Lin Bao's roars and the reassurances of his lackey emanating from the adjacent bedroom. He tread lightly, as if walking on clouds, making no sound as he approached the door of the bedroom. The door was ajar. Through the crack, Lin Chen beheld the chaotic scene within. The room was in disarray, littered with shattered porcelain and overturned medicine bowls. Lin Bao lay disheveled, his face as pale as a ghost, reclining on the bed with one arm heavily bandaged, while the other clenched the sheets in fury, knuckles whitening. His eyes burned red, filled with madness and despair, resembling a wounded beast trapped in a cage. The thin monkey-like lackey knelt by the bedside, trembling, scarcely daring to breathe. Get out. Everyone get out. Lin Bao erupted once more, seizing a jade pillow from the headboard and hurling it at the lackey with ferocity. Leave me in peace. Go. Yes. Yes. I'll go, Brother Bao. I'm leaving. The lackey, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the room in a flurry, even forgetting to close the door in his haste. An opportunity. Chapter 47. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Just as the thin monkey's lackey fled and Lin Bao, momentarily exhausted from venting his anger, gasped violently. Lin Chen sprang into action. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, yet he moved with utter silence, swiftly passing through the slightly ajar door and appearing at Lin Bao's bedside. Who? Lin Bao was suddenly startled, his gaze darting upwards, as he discerned the cold and unfamiliar face illuminated by the dim light. His pupils constricted in sheer terror. An overwhelming fear washed over him like icy water, engulfing his entire being. Lin Chen, you, how could you be here? His voice was hoarse, brimming with incredulity and horror. He could scarcely fathom that this man, whom he loathed to the core, had the audacity to infiltrate his bedroom in the dead of night. I have come to collect some interest. Lin Chen's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. He offered Lin Bao no opportunity to react. His right hand darted out like lightning, seizing Lin Bao's throat, silencing any words that might escape his lips. Ugh, ugh. Lin Bao felt an irresistible force constricting around him, making it difficult to breathe. He attempted to struggle, but his right arm was incapacitated, and Lin Chen held his left hand firmly in place. Moreover, he was already injured, his strength significantly diminished. In the face of Lin Chen, who stood at the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement, he was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Utterly powerless. Fear, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him instantly. He could clearly perceive the unmasked intent to kill in Lin Chen's icy gaze. He intends to kill me. He truly intends to take my life. In that moment, Lin Bao was utterly terrified. Regret coursed through him. Regret for having provoked this harbinger of doom. Spare my life. He managed to croak out, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Lin Chen's expression remained cold and unyielding. Spare my life? During the 3 years of relentless torment and cold disdain, who spared him? When Lin Bao repeatedly humiliated him and even sought to end his life, did he ever consider granting him mercy? An eye for an eye. Such was his principle. However, to kill Lin Bao outright seemed too lenient. Moreover, slaying the direct descendant of the Grand Elder within the Lin family would create a ruckus, leading to an abundance of complications. A cruel glimmer flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Death would be too easy. Sometimes, living is far more torturous than dying. He slightly loosened his grip on Lin Bao's throat, allowing him to breathe just enough to survive, yet still maintained a firm hold. Then, his other hand gradually moved towards Lin Bao's. Dantian. No, don't. Lin Bao seemed to grasp Lin Chen's intentions. His eyes suddenly filled with utter terror and despair. He struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. To cripple his dantian. For a martial artist, this was a fate more brutal than death. It meant he would be reduced to a being lesser than an ordinary person. Doomed to never rise again. Lin Chen, you dare. My grandfather will never let you off. Lin Bao shouted with all his might, attempting to threaten Lin Chen with the name of the Grand Elder. Annoying. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he tightened his grip slightly. Chapter 48. A faint crack resonated through the air. Lin Bao's throat bone was crushed with a single, merciless squeeze. His scream was abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in horror as he gasped, yet no sound emerged from his lips. He could only watch helplessly as that frigid hand descended toward his vital energy center. 10,000 paths furnace, refine. Lin Chen uttered a low command within his heart. This time, he was no longer in the pursuit of energy absorption, but rather, destruction. An exceptionally subtle yet overwhelmingly dominant force of refinement infiltrated Lin Bao's energy reservoir with an intensity akin to a maggot burrowing into bone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Bao felt as though his energy center had been thrust into an invisible meat grinder. The once substantial liquid true energy, despite its chaotic state from injury, was instantly shattered, decomposed, and dissipated as if it had encountered a nemesis. The meridian barriers comprising the energy reservoir swiftly deteriorated, corroded by this tyrannical force, as if they had been subjected to sulfuric acid, leading to rapid atrophy, depletion, and collapse. Gasp, gasp. Lin Bao's body convulsed violently, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The excruciating agony and despair of having his energy center obliterated and his cultivation lost was so profound that he wished for nothing more than to perish immediately. In merely a few breaths, Lin Bao's once vibrant energy reservoir had been utterly reduced to a desolate wasteland, incapable of containing even a trace of true energy. Completely ruined. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hand, observing the figure on the bed, limp like a broken doll, eyes vacant and devoid of life, reduced to silent gasps. There was no hint of compassion in his gaze, only a chilling indifference. From this moment forth, Lin Bao would be irrevocably transformed into a worthless husk, a being lesser than even a healthy individual. He would eternally endure the torment and despair of his lost powers. Perhaps this fate was more torturous than a swift death, for it would allow him to truly comprehend what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. Having concluded Lin Bao's fate, Lin Chen did not depart immediately. His gaze swept once more across the opulent chamber. While rummaging through the fragrant wood chest earlier, he seemed to have overlooked certain details. He approached the grand rosewood wardrobe and opened its doors. Inside, an array of silks and satins hung alongside neatly folded garments. Lin Chen casually sifted through them, but found nothing of particular note. He then moved to the bedside, meticulously inspecting the bedding. Lifting the pillow, he felt the mattress void of any hidden treasures. Could it be that Lin Bao truly stored all valuables within that fragrant wood chest? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Given Lin Bao's suspicious and cautious nature, or perhaps his selfish greed, he would likely have prepared some contingency for himself, wouldn't he? His gaze returned to the now emptied fragrant wood chest. Wait, the bottom of the chest. A realization sparked within Lin Chen. He hastened forward, extending his hand. He rapped on the base of the chest. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, one section produced a sound distinctly different from the rest, duller. A hidden compartment. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. He immediately summoned the power of refinement. Silently, and without a trace, he melted a notch into the disguised wooden base, revealing a concealed small compartment beneath. Inside lay a solitary object, palm-sized, crafted from an unknown warm jade, intricately engraved with complex patterns, emanating a potent spatial fluctuation. A storage ring? A storage ring. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in astonishment. Chapter 49. This is a spatial treasure far superior to a storage bag. Not only is the space considerably larger, but it also offers greater secrecy and security. Typically, only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage or core disciples from affluent families are entitled to possess such treasures. To Lin Chen's astonishment, this Lin Bao fellow actually conceals a storage ring. His heart raced once more. It appears that the real treasures of Lin Bao are contained within this ring. Without hesitation, he grasped the storage ring. It felt smooth to the touch, still imbued with Lin Bao's spiritual mark. However, this was no challenge for the myriad paths melting furnace. With a swift motion, the layer of spiritual mark, signifying ownership, was effortlessly erased as if it were mere parchment. Lin Chen immediately extended his spiritual consciousness into the ring. In the next instant, even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The space within the storage ring measured well over 10 cubic meters. It was more than 10 times larger than the storage bag he had seized. and the contents within left him utterly flabbergasted. Medium-grade spirit stones piled up like mountains, at least 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, there were even a dozen high-grade spirit stones radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. An array of high-tier elixirs dazzled his eyes, with several vials containing second or even third-tier treasures, which he had never even heard of before. There were also several artifacts shimmering with vibrant spiritual light, clearly of high quality, a gleaming azure sword, an ancient small shield, and even what appeared to be a wing-flying artifact. In addition to these, there was an abundance of rare ores, materials from magical beasts, and a dozen ancient tomes radiating an aura of antiquity, including several classified as low-grade profound techniques. My heavens! Lin Chen was utterly awestruck by this astonishing wealth. It was as if he had emptied the little treasury of the Lin family's elder. How much wealth had Lin Bao amassed from the people? No wonder he had previously kept those low-grade spirit stones and ordinary elixirs in an external box. It turned out that the true treasures were all hidden within this ring. He had struck gold. This time, he was genuinely wealthy beyond measure. Lin Chen trembled with excitement. With these resources, not only could he strive for the foundation establishment stage, but he also had ample foundation to aim for even higher realms. He unceremoniously donned the storage ring upon his finger, perfectly concealing it. Then, he cast one last glance at the bed where Lin Bao lay like a lifeless dog, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your generous gift. Having accomplished all this, Lin Chen did not linger. He meticulously tidied the scene, erasing any traces he might have left behind. Then, like a wraith, he slipped silently out of the back window. Shortly after his departure, the lanky sidekick, perhaps worried about Lin Bao's safety or feeling uneasy, finally mustered the courage to stealthily return to the bedroom door. Upon witnessing the chaos within, with Lin Bao sprawled on the bed like a dead dog, unable to speak, and in a pitiful state having been crippled, he was struck with terror. He let out an earth-shattering scream. "Ah, Brother Bao, what has happened to you? Someone, come quickly. There has been a disaster." The piercing cry instantly shattered the tranquility of the leopard garden and the entire Lin family mansion. Chapter 50, a piercing scream, akin to thunderclaps in a serene landscape, abruptly shattered the deathly silence of the Lin family mansion in the dead of night. "Ah, Brother Leopard, what has happened to you? Someone, quickly. There has been an incident." The voice was laden with sheer terror and despair, echoing like a wraith's wail, instantly resonating across several miles, awakening countless slumbering members of the Lin family. The first to be roused were naturally the guards and servants closest to Leopard Garden, disturbed by the unsettling events of the day. They were further petrified by the harrowing scream, their souls nearly fleeing in fear. Grabbing lanterns and weapons, they rushed towards the source of the sound, the master bedroom loft where Lin Leopard resided. Soon after, the entire Lin family mansion erupted like a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, boiling with activity. Countless lights flickered to life. Chaotic footsteps, exclamations of shock, and inquiries surged forth in a cacophony. What is happening? What has occurred? It seems the sound originated from Leopard Garden. Could it be another calamity? Hurry to investigate. Numerous descendants of the Lin family and guards were stirred by this sudden upheaval, converging towards Leopard Garden, eager to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the Lin family responded with even greater urgency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several powerful auras streaked through the night sky like meteors, racing towards Leopard Garden from various directions with astonishing speed. At the forefront was the Grand Elder, Lin Chen, who had just endured the grief of losing a grandchild. Though rendered incapacitated, he felt it more acutely than death. His fury ignited. As soon as he heard the first scream, he was jolted awake from his meditative state, a ferocious killing intent and ominous premonition enveloping his heart. Leopard. He let out a howl akin to an injured wolf, his figure morphing into a blurred shadow as he crashed through the stone door of the secret chamber, charging towards Leopard Garden with a speed that bordered on teleportation. Close behind was the family head, Lin Xiaodian. He too was jolted by this unforeseen calamity, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with gravity. His instinct warned him that something monumental had transpired, likely linked to the recently emerged enigmatic youth. Third Elder Lin Jinyue, Second Elder Lin Jinshan, along with several core elders and stewards, were also alarmed, each employing their skills to hasten towards the scene of the incident. In an instant, the Lin family mansion was rife with tension and unease. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented storm was on the brink of erupting violently in the stillness of the night. At this moment, however, the orchestrator of the chaos, Lin Chen, had quietly returned to his dilapidated courtyard. Standing by the window, he listened to the escalating clamor and turmoil from afar, feeling the powerful auras slicing through the night sky, his expression devoid of emotion. His gaze as tranquil as an abyss. Everything unfolded according to his anticipation. Indeed, this turmoil was part of his design. The incapacitation of Lin Leopard would inevitably provoke a tremor among the higher-ups of the Lin family, especially the grand elder Lin Chen, who would surely descend into madness. This chaos and upheaval were precisely the cover he needed to depart from the Lin family. Everyone's attention would be drawn to Leopard Garden. They would pursue the culprit. They would strive to placate the enraged grand elder, who would even notice that a lowly, recently fortunate waste, who barely entered the top 10, would quietly slip away at this moment. It is time, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He felt no hesitation or yearning. This so-called home had offered him nothing but humiliation, indifference, and endless suffering. Apart from the faint memories left by his mother, there was nothing here worth his attachment. He swiftly gathered all valuables from the house, primarily the mountain of spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, the mysterious beast skin book, and the even more enigmatic 9-hole black stone, which had, of course, already fused into the furnace, and stowed them all into the storage ring inherited from Lin Leopard. This storage ring possessed ample space to accommodate all his belongings, and worn on his finger, it was inconspicuous, perfectly resolving the issue of transport. As for the garments and daily necessities bestowed by the family head, he left them untouched. Perhaps they could serve as a means of deception after his departure, leading others to believe he still lingered here. Having completed all this, he cast one last glance at the courtyard, which had harbored his complex memories for over a decade. There was no sorrow, no reluctance, only a profound sense of liberation. From this moment on, the sea would be vast for fish to leap, and the sky would be high for birds to soar. Chapter 51. Lin Chen's fate will be controlled by himself. He approached the edge of the courtyard wall, once more confirming the commotion outside. At this moment, the majority of individuals and their attention were indeed concentrated towards the direction of the Leopard Garden, rendering this area unusually tranquil. Taking a deep breath, he perfectly retracted his aura, disguising himself as an early-stage practitioner of the quenching body realm, or perhaps even lower. And then, like a shadow merging with the darkness, he silently scaled the courtyard wall once more. This time, his objective was no longer the Leopard Garden, but rather the expanse beyond the Lin family estate, a realm that was not only broader, but also more perilous. He chose a route that was entirely opposite to that of the Leopard Garden, a path that was both more secluded and convoluted. He had meticulously simulated this course countless times in his mind to ensure he could avoid the patrolling guards and potential investigations to the greatest extent possible. With the formidable strength of the 7th level of the quenching body realm and his elusive, arcane agility, his speed reached its zenith, yet he landed soundlessly. Akin to a gentle breeze traversing the night, swiftly darting between the intricate structures and shadows. Whenever he encountered the occasional patrolling guard, he always sensed their presence in advance, effortlessly evading them. The entire process unfolded far more smoothly than he could have imagined. Clearly, all of the Lin family's defensive forces and focus had been diverted to the unexpected incident at the Leopard Garden, granting him, the fugitive, an exceptional opportunity. Approximately a stick of incense later, Lin Chen finally arrived, without incident, at the base of the outer wall of the Lin family estate. This wall was more towering and robust than that of the Leopard Garden. It was adorned not only with sharp iron spikes, but also subtly inscribed with simple defensive runes that emitted faint energy fluctuations. Elite guards, their strength reaching the 5th or even 6th level of the quenching body realm, patrolled the top. Scaling it silently as he had before seemed nearly impossible. A forceful intrusion would be a path to certain death. Once discovered, he would immediately attract the onslaught of Lin family experts. What to do? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze calmly surveying the surrounding environment. He noted that, near the base of the outer wall, approximately a meter from the ground, there appeared to be a row of inconspicuous drainage culverts. These culverts were typically used for discharging rainwater and sewage. Their openings were small, barely allowing a single person to squeeze through, and were undoubtedly filthy and malodorous. Under normal circumstances, no one would conceive of entering or exiting through this route. Yet for Lin Chen, who was eager to escape, this might be the only passage available. He once again summoned the myriad forges and cautiously infused a minuscule amount of refining power into one of the culvert's iron bars. With a soft hiss, the seemingly sturdy iron bar melted away like tofu, shattering. Lin Chen hesitated not for a moment, suppressing the foul stench emanating from within, and nimbly slithered in like an eel. Inside the culvert, darkness enveloped him, rendering his hand invisible. The air was filled with indescribable filth and acrid odors. The ground was slick and muddy, and the space was constricted and oppressive. Had it been the Lin Chen of the past, he likely would have been driven mad by this wretched environment. But at this moment, his heart was extraordinarily calm, even tinged with a hint of exhilaration. Freedom lay just ahead. To escape this prison, to seize control of his own destiny, what did a little hardship matter? He held his breath, relying on his keen perception as he swiftly crawled through the dark and filthy culvert. After an indeterminate time of crawling, a faint glimmer of light finally emerged ahead. Furthermore, the air had become somewhat fresher. The exit was just ahead. Lin Chen's heart surged with joy, and he quickened his pace. At long last, he burst forth from the other end of the culvert with a sudden force. With a thud, he landed upon a patch of soft grass. He greedily inhaled the fresh, liberating air outside, reveling in the sensation of being covered in filth yet feeling utterly unburdened. He had finally escaped, completely liberated from the confines of the Lin family. Chapter 52. He rose to his feet, casting a glance back at the Lin family estate, which loomed in the night like a sprawling beast, shrouded in an ominous and oppressive darkness. His gaze held no trace of nostalgia, only a chilling resolve. Lin family, Lin Jinhong, Lin Bao, and Lin Xiaodian, await my reckoning. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. When I return, it will be a day of trembling for you all. With this vow, audible only to himself, Lin Chen turned away resolutely. He oriented himself, and then dashed forth like an arrow released from its bow, heading northward toward the undulating Qingfeng mountain range, which loomed through the night like a great dragon. There, he would embark on a new journey, a realm replete with boundless possibilities for his greater strength. That place would be his true domain, vast and unbounded. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Lin family grounds. The eldest elder, Lin Jinhong, was in a frenzy, gazing at his beloved grandson, now rendered a cripple with a ruined dantian, unleashing a mournful roar akin to a wounded beast. Who did this? Who is responsible? Investigate. Dig to the depths of the earth to uncover the perpetrator. His eyes blazed crimson with fury, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire estate in a frigid gloom. Everyone trembled in fear, silenced by dread. The family head, Lin Xiaodian, along with several elders, arrived at the scene and were struck with horror at Lin Bao's dire state, his dantian evidently shattered by a force of overwhelming might. What a ruthless act. This is an unquenchable vendetta. Secure the entire Lin family at once. Conduct thorough searches of every entrance and exit. Any suspicious individuals must be dealt with immediately. Lin Xiaodian commanded with unyielding authority. Though he held no fondness for Lin Bao, the fact remained that he was the eldest elder's direct descendant. To have one's dantian destroyed within the Lin family was a blatant affront to the family's dignity. A thorough investigation was imperative. However, disappointment awaited them. Lin Chen's actions had been too clandestine, too swift. The timing of his departure was impeccable, coupled with the inscrutable refining ability of the Wandao furnace. He had left behind virtually no valuable clues. The search spanned an entire night, turning the Lin family estate upside down, yet yielded nothing. The sole suspect was naturally Lin Chen, given his deep-seated enmity with Lin Bao and the fact that he had just incapacitated Lin Bao's right hand in broad daylight. He possessed both motive and a history of conflict. Yet when Lin Jinhong and his men stormed into Lin Chen's dilapidated courtyard, they found it utterly deserted. Only an empty yard remained, along with some unused, newly gifted clothing and daily necessities from the family head. What is this? Lin Chen has vanished. Did he flee in fear after crippling Lin Bao? This revelation nearly drove Lin Jinhong to the brink of apoplexy. It also left Lin Xiaodian and others with a throbbing headache and a sense of urgency. The murderer could almost be conclusively identified as Lin Chen, yet he had escaped. The situation had become infinitely more complicated. Within the Lin family, chaos and unrest erupted due to Lin Bao's incapacitation and Lin Chen's disappearance. The conflict between the factions of the eldest elder and the family head had reached a breaking point. Speculation and rumors ran rampant, and the instigator of it all had already vanished like a dragon into the sea, disappearing into the vastness of the Qifeng mountain range. Embarking on his own brand new journey, a storm was brewing that would engulf the Lin family and even the entire Qingyang town. Chapter 53. The majestic Qifeng mountain range, resembling a slumbering ancient dragon, wends its way in the northern expanse of Qingyang town. The undulating peaks are cloaked in dense primordial forests, perpetually shrouded in mist. Imbued with an air of mystery, grandeur, and peril, this realm serves as a paradise for mythical beasts and a crucible for human warriors. Countless legends and dangers lie hidden within the vast depths of these mountains. A somewhat disheveled figure, blackened with remnants of mud and foul odors, left from his hasty escape through a culvert, navigates swiftly through the dense underbrush like a nimble leopard. It is Lin Chen, freshly liberated from the confines of the Lin family. He has ventured dozens of miles into the periphery of the Qifeng mountains, leaving the Lin family estate far behind. Glancing back, he can only discern the distant outline of the town, now minuscule against the horizon. At last, he has emerged. Lin Chen pauses atop the branch of a towering ancient tree, greedily inhaling the fresh and humid air of the forest, tinged with a hint of wildness. While feeling the cool mountain breeze wash over him, his heart swells with an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration. The humiliation endured for 3 long years, the stifling oppression of relying on others, the constant threat of danger. In this moment, it seems as though all of it has been utterly swept away by the refreshing mountain winds. He is no longer the Lin family scapegoat, nor the pawn who must disguise himself and tread carefully at every turn. From this moment forth, he is his own master, Lin Chen, the one with the 10,000-path furnace and boundless potential. This vast expanse of heaven and earth is truly a stage. After a brief spell of excitement and reflection, Lin Chen swiftly regains his composure. The Qifeng Mountains are fraught with peril. Here, he must contend not only with formidable beasts but also with mercenaries and treasure hunters who may harbor ulterior motives, as well as the potential pursuit from the Lin or Wang families. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, though sufficient to stand tall among the youth of Qingyang Town, it is still far from the pinnacle within these mountains. He must remain vigilant and cautious at all times. His immediate priority is to acclimate to this environment and seek out prey. A glint of determination flickers in Lin Chen's eyes. The Qifeng Mountains are teeming with mythical beasts, and for him, who possesses the 10,000-path furnace, what does this signify? It represents a veritable treasure trove of cultivation resources. Whether it be the essence of the beast's flesh, the potential inner elixirs, demon cores, within them, or their unique innate abilities, all could be refined and absorbed by the 10,000-path furnace, serving as nourishment for his ascendance in power. This is the principal reason he chose to enter the Qifeng Mountains. Here, he shall find the hunting grounds for his next leap in strength. Without further delay, Lin Chen selects a direction and begins his cautious exploration deeper into the mountains. He avoids the obvious paths worn by hunters or mercenaries, instead opting for the thickets and treacherous terrains, where he can move more stealthily and avoid encounters with others. The pinnacle of his 6th level in the body refinement realm grants him remarkable adaptability. The dense jungle, steep cliffs, and slippery moss cannot hinder his progress. His form resembles that of a nimble monkey, leaping and climbing through the woods. Though his speed may not be swift, it is utterly silent, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Simultaneously, his senses are heightened to their utmost. The rustling leaves, the chirping of insects and birds, even the faintest traces of nearby mythical beasts, all lie within his perceptive grasp. Chapter 54. After approximately half an hour of travel, Lin Chen suddenly halted in his tracks. His keen senses detected a faint, oppressive scent of blood emanating from a thicket not far ahead, accompanied by waves of ferocity and greed that signified the presence of monstrous beasts. Something was amiss. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he immediately concealed his aura, moving stealthily like a seasoned hunter towards the source of the disturbance. He parted the layers of leaves and concealed himself behind a massive ancient tree. Peering into the clearing ahead, before him lay a relatively open glade. At the center of the clearing, an imposing creature, its fur akin to black satin and adorned with a singular horn on its forehead, the horned black panther, lay dying in a pool of its own blood. This panther was nearly twice the size of an ordinary leopard, exuding a formidable aura that reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Unmistakably a powerful and formidable beast. Yet at this moment, it was gravely injured, a deep gash exposing its bones slashed across its abdomen, blood oozing and staining the ground beneath it. Its breaths were shallow, its gaze unfocused, clearly on the brink of death. Surrounding the corpse of the horned black panther were 3 similarly sized Qifeng demon wolves, their bodies cloaked in a grayish-blue fur, their eyes glinting with a cunning ferocity. Each of these wolves emanated an aura around the 6th level of the body refinement realm. They formed a triangular formation, encircling the wounded panther, emitting low growls of menace. Drool dripping from their sharp fangs, their eyes gleaming with avarice and bloodlust. It was evident that this powerful horned black panther had likely engaged in a brutal battle with these 3 crafty Qifeng demon wolves, resulting in mutual devastation. The wolves, leveraging their numerical superiority and cunning teamwork, had emerged as the ultimate victors. They were now poised to relish the fruits of their hard-fought victory. The 7th level horned black panther and the 3 6th level demon wolves ignited Lin Chen's heart with exhilaration as he concealed himself in the shadows, his pulse quickening. This was a veritable feast laid before him. Both the dying panther and the trio of wolves represented prime materials for refining, especially for one possessing the myriad furnace. Capturing them all would undoubtedly elevate his strength immensely, possibly even enabling him to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. However, Lin Chen forcibly quelled his greed and impulsiveness, analyzing the situation with clarity. Although the individual strength of the 3 Qifeng demon wolves was inferior to his, their numerical advantage coupled with their renowned cunning and ferocity posed a significant threat. Should they ensnare him in their assault? Even a master of the 7th level of the body refinement realm could find himself in dire straits. Furthermore, despite its near demise, who could predict whether the panther might unleash a fatal counterattack in its final moments? Rushing in recklessly would be far too risky. He needed to bide his time. Like the most patient of hunters, Lin Chen perfectly concealed his presence, quietly lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. His strategy was to let the clamorous battle between the clam and the snipe benefit the fisherman. In the midst of the scene, the three Qingfeng demon wolves appeared somewhat wary of the dying horned black panther, refraining from immediate attack. Instead, they circled around it, growling threateningly, attempting to exhaust the last vestiges of strength from their prey. The panther gasped for breath, its golden eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Yet the severity of its injuries rendered it incapable of rising, forced to watch helplessly as these despicable predators awaited its demise. Time ticked away, moment by moment. At last, one of the stoutest wolves, presumably the alpha, seemed to lose patience. It let out a low howl and lunged for the panther's vulnerable neck. The other two wolves instantly understood the signal, launching their attacks from two other angles, forming a triangular formation that completely sealed off any possible escape routes for the panther. Chapter 55, Harmonious Cooperation. Precise timing. However, just as the three monstrous wolves were about to pounce upon the black panther, which was on the brink of death, an astonishing ferocity suddenly ignited in its eyes. A terrifying pressure, belonging to a seventh-tier beast, erupted with a thunderous force. Roar! It abruptly lifted its head, opening its cavernous maw, and unleashed a jet-black energy beam, infused with the last remnants of its life essence, akin to a death ray, hurtling towards the foremost wolf king in an instant. This was the Black Panther's innate divine ability, Shadow Strike. The power it wielded was astounding. The Wolf King was evidently taken aback by the ferocity of this dying prey, which could still mount such a terrifying counterattack. It let out a shriek, attempting to evade. But the distance was too short and the speed too swift, it simply could not escape. Thud. The dark energy beam pierced through the Wolf King's chest like a rapier, leaving a horrific blood hole the size of a fist, clear from front to back. A whoa. The Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its immense body hurled backward as if struck by a colossal force, crashing violently against a large tree. After a couple of spasms, it fell silent for good. One strike. Instant kill. The other two monstrous wolves, witnessing this, were paralyzed with terror. They could hardly fathom that this Black Panther, on the verge of death, could unleash such a dreadful retaliation. Even the mightiest Wolf King had been slain in a single move. Dared they approach? With tails tucked, they whimpered and turned to flee. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, having expended its final reserves of strength, watched as the light in its eyes swiftly dimmed. Its colossal head drooped, utterly devoid of life. In this clash, both the clam and the clam digger were vanquished. No, it was a triad of casualties. The Black Panther lay dead. The Wolf King was no more. The remaining two monstrous wolves were utterly petrified. This was an opportune moment. Now was the time. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Devoid of any hesitation, like a long-hidden cheetah, he surged forth from his concealed position. His steps were a flurry, his form as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he traversed dozens of yards, directly materializing before the two wolf spirits, who were poised to flee. Having just lost their leader and paralyzed with fear from the Black Panther's last stand, they were oblivious to the presence of a human lurking nearby. Upon seeing Lin Chen's sudden appearance, their fur bristled in terror. They let out a frightful whimper, turning to escape in opposite directions. But it was too late. Want to run? Leave your lives behind. Lin Chen's voice was icy, radiating a murderous intent. He formed a seal with his left hand. The enhanced version of the ripple palm was unleashed in an instant. This time, he held nothing back. The robust, true energy of the seventh tier surged forth without reservation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 56. A dull, thunderous explosion resonated in the air. Layer upon layer, a yellowish glow radiated from the imprints of hands, surging like a tidal wave, instantly stacking threefold, fourfold, fivefold. Ultimately, it transformed into a formidable and weighty palm print, as if it could crush mountains, mercilessly striking the back of one of the demonic wolves. The wolf felt an irresistible, terrifying force approaching from behind, unable even to let out a scream. Bang! A sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. The sixth-level Qingfeng demon wolf had its entire spine shattered by this blow. Its internal organs were instantly reduced to mush. The massive body was sent flying like a torn sack, twitching twice upon hitting the ground before completely succumbing to death. One strike. Instant annihilation. At the same time, Lin Chen's right index finger, poised like a sword, unleashed a concentrated, faintly golden aura, shooting forth like a meteor slicing through the night sky, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. The target was the head of another demon wolf attempting to flee. The external manifestation of true energy. The might of the 7th level. Although he deliberately restrained its power to showcase only the peak 6th level, it remained terrifying. The demon wolf had barely registered what was happening when the golden beam of energy precisely pierced through its skull, leaving a small blood hole. Its running motion abruptly froze, the life within its eyes ebbing away like receding tides. The massive body collapsed with a resounding thud. Instant annihilation. In a flash, the two 6th-level Qingfeng demon wolves could muster no semblance of resistance as Lin Chen, with the force of a thunderbolt, swiftly and decisively dispatched them both. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his finger, gazing at the corpses of the 3 demon wolves and a black panther on the ground, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A bountiful harvest. A significant bounty indeed. 1 7th-level demon beast. 3 6th-level demon beasts. If he were to refine them all. He forcefully suppressed the urge to indulge immediately. Aware that the stench of blood was too intense to linger, necessitating swift action, he hurried to the corpse of the Wolf King, slain by the Black Panther. Though cunning, wolves occasionally coalesced demon cores within their bodies, particularly the Wolf King, where the probability was even greater. He skillfully used a short knife to dissect the Wolf King's chest. Despite the large hole, it was inconsequential, and indeed, near the heart. He discovered a demon core about the size of his thumb, entirely green and emanating faint wind attribute energy fluctuations. A 6th-tier demon core. Excellent. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he promptly stowed it away. He examined the other 2 demon wolves, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side. And he found no demon cores. Finally, he approached the corpse of the most imposing Black Panther. Chapter 57. The Sevenfold Demon Beast. The probability of condensing a demon core within is exceedingly high. Moreover, its quality undoubtedly surpasses that of the 6th tier. Lin Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. Carefully, he made an incision into the belly of the Black Panther, skillfully avoiding the fatal wound. Indeed, at the panther's dantian, a demon core, approximately the size of a longan. Entirely obsidian, with a surface that seemed to shimmer with flowing light, radiating a rich dark attribute energy and an overwhelming pure energy of the 7th tier, lay before him. Haha. A 7th-tier demon core. A rare dark attribute at that. Lin Chen could not contain his exuberance. The worth of this demon core likely exceeds the combined value of those 3 demon wolves. If he were to refine and absorb it, Lin Chen felt his mouth watering. He swiftly extracted the demon core, meticulously cleaned it, and solemnly stored it within his storage ring. Having completed this, he gazed upon the 4 colossal demon beast corpses on the ground, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The essence of their flesh and blood was equally a treasure. Especially that 7-fold Black Panther. It must not be wasted. He promptly activated the myriad furnace. Buzz, 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 buzz. For streams of invisible, domineering suction simultaneously enveloped the 4 demon beast corpses. This time, he sought not speed but rather aimed to thoroughly extract all the essence of blood and flesh contained within. The 4 massive demon beast corpses visibly shrank and withered before his eyes. Ultimately, only a pile of fur and bones remained. Within Lin Chen, an unprecedented, overwhelming surge of pure blood energy flooded in. This energy was so vast that a faint red glow emanated from his skin. His vitality surged like the roaring currents of a mighty river. Under the nourishment of this immense blood energy, the strength of his physical form began to ascend dramatically. His sinews grew more resilient, his flesh more solidified, and his sense of power exploded. Although his cultivation realm did not immediately break through, the energy required to reach the pinnacle of the 7th tier was excessively vast. Lin Chen could distinctly feel that his foundation had become more solid and robust. His physical strength had increased by at least 20%. Bliss. Such exhilaration. Lin Chen, reveling in the explosive power within, could not help but release a roar to the heavens. The sensation of rapidly enhancing strength was utterly intoxicating, surpassing even the most exquisite pleasures of the world. After venting his exuberance, Lin Chen swiftly regained his composure. He briefly attended to the demon beast corpses, which were now mere piles of fur and bones, concealing the traces of battle, before promptly departing from this bloody scene. He needed to find a safe, secluded place to refine those 2 precious demon cores, especially the 7th-tier dark attribute demon core. That would be the true feast. He believed that once he fully absorbed and refined these 2 cores, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. With an excited heart and boundless aspirations for the future, Lin Chen's figure, like an ethereal spirit melding with the mountains, vanished into the depths of the vast Qifeng mountain range. Chapter 58. As the night gradually recedes and the first light of dawn breaks, the morning in the Qingfeng mountain range is imbued with a refreshing coolness and the fragrant essence of flora. Birds chirp joyously on the branches, while dew droplets glide along the leaves, reflecting a crystalline brilliance. Everything appears tranquil and harmonious, as if the brief and bloody skirmish of the previous night had never transpired. Lin Chen's figure, akin to that of a nimble monkey, skillfully clings to a steep cliff face. His movements are swift and silent, Each exertion is perfectly timed, showcasing a maturity and mastery of his own strength that belies his youth. He is in search of a sufficiently secure and concealed refuge. The bounty from last night was remarkably abundant, especially the two precious demon cores, particularly the 7th-tier dark attribute core, whose immense energy and unique properties compel him to hastily refine and absorb it. Yet, he understands that the process of refining a demon core is no simple feat, especially one of a higher tier, as the energy contained within is more volatile and the attributes more distinctive. The refining process may provoke significant disturbances and could require considerable time. It is imperative to find an absolute sanctuary, one that would remain undisturbed. Though the outer regions of the Qingfeng mountain range host relatively lower-tier demon beasts, this also signifies a higher frequency of human martial artist activities. Whether solitary hunters or bands of mercenaries, they could pose a threat to his meditative practices. Thus, he opts to delve deeper into the interior, towards areas less traversed by humans, where the demon beasts may be stronger. With his formidable strength at the 7th level of the body refinement realm and his keen perception, he carefully evades territories of evidently powerful demon beasts and circumvents regions that may show signs of human activities. Finally, within the depths of a perilous canyon, he discovers a naturally formed cave shrouded by dense vines. The entrance is narrow, allowing only a single person to pass sideways, yet inside lies a hidden expanse, spacious enough to measure several tens of feet across, dry and well-ventilated. The stone walls even bear traces of unknown animal activity. Yet there is no sign of formidable demon beasts. Most importantly, the cave is exceptionally concealed, situated midway up the cliff. With a rushing river below and steep rock faces above, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect without meticulous searching. This will suffice. Lin Chen's eyes glimmer with satisfaction as he feels a sense of relief. He first inspects the cave's interior meticulously, ensuring there are no lurking dangers, and then sets up a rudimentary camouflage and warning system using rubble and vines near the entrance. Though simplistic, it offers at least a modicum of additional safety while he cultivates. Having completed these preparations, he finally relaxes, settling down cross-legged on a relatively flat stone surface deep within the cave. He does not immediately commence the refining of the demon core. Instead, he retrieves some fresh water and provisions from his storage ring, which he had previously prepared just in case. Although rudimentary, they are sufficient to stave off hunger. A night of travel and the preceding fervent cultivation have left him feeling somewhat famished and fatigued. Silently, he consumes the provisions and drinks the water, simultaneously regulating his breath and mental state. Achieving the 7th level of the body refinement realm has significantly enhanced his power, yet it also necessitates time for consolidation and adaptation. Especially with the impending refinement of a high-tier demon core, it is essential to maintain an optimal mental state. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Chen senses his vigor has returned to its zenith. His gaze intensifies as he looks upon the two demon cores he has carefully retrieved. One, the size of a thumb, is a 6th-tier Qingfeng Wolf King core, radiating a faint wave of wind attribute energy. The other, the size of a dragon SI, is a 7th-tier Dark Horned Panther core, pitch black and shimmering with a rotating luster, emanating a rich aura of dark energy and immense pure energy. Let us commence with the 6th-tier Wind Wolf core. Lin Chen resolves. While the 7th-tier Dark Panther core is undeniably more enticing, its contained energy is also more ferocious, and its attributes more peculiar. To recklessly refine it would pose too great a risk. It would be wiser to first practice with the 6th-tier Wind Wolf core, familiarizing himself with the refining process while simultaneously enhancing his strength and increasing his confidence. He cradles the Azure Wind Wolf core in his palm, feeling the agile yet slightly sharp wind attribute energy within it. With a focused thought, he connects with the myriad furnaces of refinement. Refine. Buzz. The furnace erupts with a deep black glow, a force of absorption more domineering and refined than that of refining spirit stones, instantly envelopes the demon core resting in his palm. Chapter 59. With a delicate crack, a subtle yet crisp sound echoed. The surface of the 6th-tier demon core, impervious enough to withstand the blows of swords and blades, suddenly manifested a fine crack. Immediately thereafter, wisps of pure wind attribute energy, akin to azure smoke, along with an even more formidable, attribute less primordial energy, were violently drawn forth from the demon core, irresistibly surging into Lin Chen's body. This energy was not merely tenfold purer than low-grade spirit stones. It even slightly surpassed that of mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it contained a trace of the essence of wind. What exquisite energy! And the rhythm of the wind. Lin Chen was taken aback. He distinctly sensed that with the influx of this wind attribute energy, his true qi was not only rapidly increasing, but his agility and reaction time also experienced a barely perceptible enhancement. It felt as if his understanding of the wind had deepened. The myriad path furnace, it seemed, was not only capable of purifying energy, but could also refine and absorb the innate attributes and essence of demon beasts. This revelation filled Lin Chen with ecstatic joy. Did this not imply that as long as he refined a sufficient number of demon cores with various attributes, he could master an array of elemental powers? Perhaps even comprehend diverse laws and essences? This was nothing short of absolute mastery over all attributes. Lin Chen's heart raced wildly. He felt as though a new door leading to an invincible path was slowly opening before him. He suppressed his excitement and immediately devoted himself to the refining process. The myriad path furnace operated at high speed, extracting, purifying, and converting the energy contained within the 6th-tier Wind Wolf Demon Core, drop by drop. Meanwhile, Lin Chen greedily absorbed this pure energy, along with the hint of wind essence it contained, like a sponge soaking up water. His cultivation began to progress at a visibly rapid pace. Time flowed slowly within the silent cave. Approximately 2 hours later, when the azure demon core in Lin Chen's palm had completely lost its luster, transforming into a grayish-white husk resembling an ordinary stone, Lin Chen's true chi finally reached a saturated critical point. Moreover, it was now extraordinarily solid, with his true chi condensed to its utmost peak. Not only that, he could clearly sense that his perception of the wind had become sharper. His movements felt lighter and more agile, as if he had become one with the wind. Although this enhancement was still quite subtle, it was an immense surprise. If a mere 6th-tier Wind Wolf Demon Core could yield such results, what of the 7th-tier Dark Leopard Core? Lin Chen's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. He gazed intently at the pitch-black demon core, about the size of a dragon's eye, lying quietly beside him. Dark attribute. 7th-tier demon beast. The energy it contained was boundless, its attributes bizarre, and its essence profoundly mysterious, far surpassing that of the previous Wind Wolf Demon Core. If he could refine and absorb it, Lin Chen's heart began to race uncontrollably once more. Chapter 60, however, he did not commence immediately. He understood that the more potent the energy, the greater the risks associated with its refinement. Especially with such a rare dark attribute, the unknown and perilous nature was even more pronounced. He had to be thoroughly prepared. First, he spent approximately half an hour stabilizing his recently attained peak 6th level, adjusting his physical and mental state. Only then did he cautiously grasp the 7th-tier Dark Leopard Core, exuding a chilling aura in his palm. It felt frigid to the touch, yet it seemed to harbor a bizarre power that devoured light, sending a shiver through his very being. Come forth. Let me witness your true strength. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute as he took a deep breath. The myriad furnace. Once again, he summoned all his strength. Melt. Boom. This time, the devouring force unleashed by the furnace was more terrifying and tyrannical than ever before. It resembled a genuine cosmic black hole, intent on wholly devouring and assimilating the demon core imbued with the essence of darkness. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the 7th-tier Dark Leopard Core, which was far harder than any 6th-tier core, was instantly riddled with a myriad of cracks. Following that, a thick, inky darkness, laden with chilling, lifeless, devouring, and corrosive energies, surged forth from the core like a rampaging abyssal dragon, violently flooding into Lin Chen's body. Ugh! Even with prior preparation, Lin Chen was struck by this sudden, terrifying onslaught of negative energy, letting out a muffled groan as his complexion turned ashen. He felt a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his entire being, as if it were freezing his very blood and dragging his soul into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Simultaneously, the devouring and corrosive powers embedded within the dark energy were ruthlessly eroding his meridians, attempting to assimilate and annihilate him. What a terrifying dark energy! No wonder dark attribute beasts are so formidable and feared. If it were any other body-refining martial artist, even one at the peak 7th level, they would likely be completely consumed and assimilated upon contact with such energy, ultimately becoming a mindless dark puppet. But Lin Chen possessed the myriad furnace. Suppress it. Refine it. A wild roar echoed within Lin Chen's heart as he summoned all his mental acuity and willpower to fervently activate the myriad furnace. Buzzing. The myriad furnace, infused with the essence of the 9 orifices, erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of black light. The 9 mysterious orifices spun like whirlpools, voraciously consuming the heavens and the earth. An unparalleled force, seemingly capable of suppressing all paths and purifying all filth, exploded forth. In an instant, it forcibly suppressed and enveloped the raging dark energy suffused with negative attributes within him. Then, like a relentless grind, it gradually stripped away and purified the coldness, lifelessness, devouring, and corrosive attributes, erasing them completely. Chapter 61. This process proved to be far more arduous and excruciating than the fusion of wind attribute energy. Lin Chen felt as though his body had transformed into a battleground. On one side, the cold and tyrannical dark energy relentlessly eroded him. On the other, the even more domineering force of the furnace forcibly suppressed and purified him. The violent clash of these two forces subjected his meridians to unimaginable pressure, as if they could rupture at any moment. His consciousness endured tremendous shocks, struggling endlessly between boundless darkness and light. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering. His eyes brimmed with indomitable madness. He understood that this was a crisis, but more importantly, a monumental opportunity. If he could successfully refine and absorb this dark energy, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformative metamorphosis. He might even grasp a fragment of the profound mysteries of darkness itself. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps two, or even longer. When the seventh-tier dark leopard core in Lin Chen's palm finally lost all its luster, turning into a dull, lifeless stone, the breathtaking energy battle within him came to a close. The myriad of furnaces, through their extraordinary might, ultimately subdued the vast and domineering dark energy, purifying all its negative attributes and impurities. In the end, what remained was a pureness taken to the extreme, an overwhelming essence that exuded a deep, shadowy aura, seemingly harboring infinite mysteries and power, pure, dark origin energy. Alongside it, an even larger and more refined attribute-less energy surged forth. Boom! As this unprecedented and terrifying torrent of energy, akin to a cataclysmic flood, surged into Lin Chen's already sevenfold chi-si, the solid and weighty sevenfold barrier offered no substantial resistance whatsoever. It collapsed like paper, instantly breached. With a resounding crash, true energy transformed into liquid, as refined as mercury, bridging heaven and earth. The initial stage of the seventh layer of body refinement was achieved effortlessly. Moreover, this breakthrough was far from over. The dark origin energy and the overwhelming attribute-less energy continued to flow in like an endless ocean, propelling his cultivation to ascend wildly. Initial peak of the seventh layer. Mid-stage of the seventh layer. Peak mid-stage of the seventh layer. Chapter 62. Late stage of the seventh layer. Until the energy of the seventh-grade dark leopard core was thoroughly absorbed and refined, Lin Chen's cultivation finally stabilized at the late stage of the body refinement realm's seventh layer. He stood merely a step away from the eighth layer of the body refinement realm. With a sigh, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath tinged with a faintly dark aura. His gaze had deepened, becoming more enigmatic and shadowy, as if capable of engulfing all light. Within his eyes, dark runes flickered subtly. The aura emanating from him had grown stronger, more restrained, and increasingly perilous. The late stage of the body refinement realm's seventh layer. In just over a day, he had transcended a significant realm and ascended 3 minor levels. Such a pace of cultivation, if revealed, would surely send tremors through the entirety of Qingyang town. Indeed, the power of darkness was formidable, Lin Chen murmured to himself, feeling within him a dark energy fundamentally different from before, imbued with a sense of devouring and concealment, though transformed through the furnace. It still retained a hint of its dark origin. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. He sensed that he had seemingly grasped a fragment of the mysteries of darkness, perhaps skills like stealth, concealment, and devouring. With a thought, he attempted to channel the dark energy to its utmost limit while simultaneously activating the breath-concealing technique. Buzz. An astonishing scene unfolded. His figure gradually faded in place, as if blending into the surrounding shadows. His presence became so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Could this be dark stealth? Lin Chen's heart raced with astonishment. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the rudimentary breath-concealing technique he had practiced before. It was evidently a manifestation of some innate ability linked to the dark attribute. The myriad paths furnace could indeed bestow upon him the innate abilities of beasts through the refining of their cores. Lin Chen's heart raced wildly with this extraordinary revelation. He quickly reined in the dark energy, his figure regaining clarity. It seemed he would need to hunt more beasts with special innate abilities in the future. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes. The surge in power and this unexpectedly acquired ability of dark stealth filled Lin Chen with unprecedented confidence for his upcoming trials. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling an explosive vigor coursing through him. It was time to leave this cave and explore the broader world. However, before departing, his gaze fell upon the mysterious beast skin book he had kept close. With this significant boost in strength and a glimpse into the mysteries of darkness, could he perhaps comprehend a fraction of the profound techniques recorded within? With a sense of anticipation, Lin Chen once again sat cross-legged, gingerly retrieving the blank-covered beast skin book, and slowly turned to the first page. Chapter 63. In the tranquil depths of the cave. Only the occasional drip of water from the rock walls and the calm, rhythmic breath of Lin Chen could be heard. After the exhilarating surge of power, Lin Chen's emotions gradually settled, akin to a profound, ancient pool, undisturbed and serene. He sat cross-legged, his expression focused, his gaze intently fixed upon the mysterious tome of beast skin spread across his knees. The pages were yellowed, imbued with the weight of time. There were no words inscribed, only a series of hasty, bizarre, and even distorted human figures. These figures, though composed of simple lines, seemed to encapsulate an ineffable and profound essence, evoking a different sensation with each observation. Previously, with his peak cultivation at the 6th level of the body refinement stage, he could only perceive chaos and confusion within these illustrations, leaving him slightly dizzy. However, at this moment, having ascended to the late stage of the 7th level and significantly enhanced his mental acuity, along with a nascent understanding of concepts like trajectory and concealment through the refining of the dark leopard core, he found himself catching a glimpse of something extraordinary within the illustrations. The seemingly haphazard lines no longer appeared as mere strokes to him. They transformed into fluid trajectories. Like the elusive horns of an antelope, they left no trace, yet resonated with a certain rhythm of the natural world. The grotesque postures of the human figures ceased to be mere contortions of the body. They began to emulate the grace of the wind, the agility of water, the ethereal nature of shadows, and even the embryonic form of spatial leaps. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally profound technique of movement. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement once more. Though he still could not fully comprehend it, this mere glimpse into the depths of the technique had unveiled its unimaginable profundity and power. If he could truly grasp it, what terrifying heights would his speed and evasion capabilities reach? Perhaps even against foundational realm experts, he could engage them with his agility. A wave of immense joy and longing surged within him. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, immersing himself entirely in the understanding of this beast skin tome. He endeavored to mimic the peculiar steps and postures illustrated within the book. Initially, he faced numerous challenges. The movements contradicted the natural exertion habits of the human body. Each attempt left him feeling as though his bones would shatter and his vital energy flowed sluggishly. Yet, he did not relent. He understood that the deeper the technique, the more arduous the training would be. If it could be easily mastered, it would not warrant such careful preservation by that Lin leopard fellow. He persevered, repeatedly attempting to grasp the subtle nuances of each movement, feeling the peculiar flow of his vital energy along the extraordinary pathways within his body. Gradually, he began to discern certain patterns. These bizarre postures and steps did not merely rely on physical strength. They required the mobilization of his vital energy in an exceptionally unique and intricate manner, perfectly intertwined with his bodily movements. It even necessitated the guidance of mental power. This transcended the realm of ordinary yellow and even Xian-level techniques. Could it be that this was a remnant of an Earth-level technique, or perhaps even higher? A tempest of excitement surged within Lin Chen. Earth-level martial arts. Such treasures were said to be possessed only by the most elite sects or ancient clans. Where on earth did that Lin leopard fellow procure such a thing? However, this was not the time to ponder its origin. Since the treasure had come into his possession, it was only natural that he would not let it slip away. Chapter 64. Lin Chen delved deeper into his comprehension. He endeavored to guide the vast, liquid true energy within him, which bore a hint of dark primordial essence, along the peculiar paths faintly revealed in the diagram. As the true energy coursed through those unique meridian nodes, synchronized with the strange contortions and strides of his body, Lin Chen suddenly felt as though his form had become lighter. The air surrounding him seemed no longer a resistance, but rather transformed into a medium he could utilize. His steps became exceedingly ethereal, elusive, akin to a genuine shadow, a wraith flitting between light and darkness. Although this sensation remained faint and unstable, and his movements were still awkward and unrefined, he distinctly grasped the essence belonging to this enigmatic movement technique. Swift, enigmatic, and unpredictable. A brilliant light erupted in Lin Chen's eyes. This technique appeared to be tailor-made for him, given his innate prowess in speed and stealth. The addition of this inscrutable movement art would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Whether in combat or evasion, it would serve as his ultimate trump card. With the enthusiasm of a child discovering a new world, Lin Chen became utterly engrossed in deciphering this mysterious technique. He lost track of time, hunger, and everything around him. Within the confines of the narrow cave, his body executed a myriad of peculiar, contorted movements. At times, he slithered like a spirit serpent. At others, he flickered like a phantom, and occasionally, he soared like a wild goose. Each attempt was accompanied by the exquisite flow of true energy and heightened mental focus. With every failure, he would pause to meticulously recall the trajectory depicted in the diagram, adjusting the nuances of his true energy's flow before attempting once more. Meanwhile, the myriad furnace was also at work. While it could not absorb information as directly as refining a technique, it emitted a strange wave that enveloped the patterns on the beast skin manuscript, as if simulating and deducing something. Each subtle insight flowed into Lin Chen's consciousness like a gentle stream, aiding him in grasping the profound intricacies of the diagrams and mastering the peculiar movements more swiftly. Moreover, the furnace appeared to be making exceedingly minute adjustments and optimizations to the movement technique based on Lin Chen's unique physique and true energy characteristics. Though the degree of optimization was not as pronounced as during the previous refinements of the fundamental qi refinement technique and the overlapping waves palm, Lin Chen sensed that the compatibility of this technique with his being was gradually enhancing, as if it were slowly transforming into something truly his own. This furnace was indeed an extraordinary aid. Lin Chen marveled inwardly. With the furnace's assistance, his speed in comprehending this mysterious movement art was undoubtedly 100-fold faster than that of an ordinary person. Time flew swiftly amidst Lin Chen's near-manic training and comprehension. Unbeknownst to him, another day and night had passed. Chapter 65 Beyond the Cave, the sun rises and the moon sets, casting shifting shadows. Yet within the cave, Lin Chen's figure becomes increasingly ethereal, increasingly enigmatic. At times, he leaves behind trails of afterimages upon the ground. At other moments, he stealthily clings to the rock walls like a gecko, and at yet other times, he performs astonishing feats of agility within the confined space. Although his movements still lack perfection and exhibit a degree of awkwardness, they have improved tremendously compared to 2 days prior. He has begun to grasp the mysteries contained within the initial patterns of this mysterious technique, integrating them into his instinctual abilities. With a deep exhale, Lin Chen slowly concludes his practice, releasing a cloud of stagnant breath. A hint of fatigue graces his features, yet more prominently is an undeniable excitement and satisfaction. Though he has yet to achieve mastery, and even entry-level proficiency eludes him, the potency of this technique has begun to reveal itself. A glint of brilliance shines in his eyes. He senses that with his rudimentary grasp of this technique, should he unleash it fully, his speed and evasion would enhance by at least 50%. Moreover, due to its unpredictable trajectories, it would undoubtedly yield surprising advantages in actual combat. This technique remains nameless. Lin Chen gazes at the beast skin book in his hands, contemplating for a moment before a smile crosses his lips. Given its elusive and mysterious nature, akin to a phantom, he shall call it Phantom Steps. Although merely a name of his own devising, it is remarkably fitting. With this Phantom Steps as his trump card, combined with his formidable cultivation at the late 7th layer of body refinement, the powerful enhanced version of overlapping waves palm, and the miraculous artifact known as the 10,000 Path Furnace, Lin Chen feels that he has truly acquired the means to establish himself and even thrive amidst the treacherous expanse of the Qifeng Mountains. It is time to stretch his limbs. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen's eyes ignite with fervent battle intent. 2 days of secluded cultivation have drastically augmented his strength, yet have left him feeling somewhat stifled. He craves combat. He seeks experience. He yearns to test his abilities through life and death struggles against ferocious beasts to hone his combat skills, and to acquire more resources for cultivation. After all, the spirit stones and Qiang grass he scavenged from Lin Bao have been nearly depleted in his pursuit of the late 7th layer. To continue his swift advancement, he must seek new sources of sustenance. The vast Qifeng Mountains undoubtedly present the finest hunting grounds. He carefully stows the enigmatic beast skin book close to him and meticulously checks his equipment and condition. Once satisfied that everything is in order, he inhales deeply, his gaze flashing with sharp brilliance, like a blade poised to unsheath. Qifeng Mountains. I, Lin Chen, am coming. With a flicker of movement, Lin Chen vanishes like a specter merging with shadows, silently departing from the concealed cave that has afforded him such significant growth. Chapter 66, the 30th chapter of The Hunt. The Armored Bull. In the depths of a dense primordial forest, the canopy looms overhead, obscuring the sun. Rays of sunlight filter through the intricate lattice of leaves, casting a dappled mosaic of light upon the ground, which is strewn with dead branches, decaying leaves, and rich humus. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, the fresh aroma of vegetation, and a faint, elusive musk that hints at the presence of wild beasts. A shadowy figure moves silently through the woods, akin to the most agile of leopards. His movements are swift and fluid, each step so light that it barely stirs the fallen leaves. Every shift, in turn imbued with an indescribable strangeness, as if he melds seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. This is Lin Chen, who has just emerged from seclusion, his power having surged once more. Having left his concealed cave, he no longer conceals his presence with intent, but actively seeks suitable prey amidst the perils of the forest. His formidable cultivation at the late stage of the 7th level of the body refinement realm instills him with unparalleled confidence. The rudimentary mastery of the shadow step grants him an unprecedented advantage in speed and evasion. Coupled with the formidable wave palm and his trump card of externalizing his true energy, he craves battle. He yearns to test his strength against powerful beasts, to hone his combat skills, and to relish the exhilarating thrill of tearing apart his prey, converting it into sustenance. Yet, he is not blinded by his newfound power. Deep within the Qifeng mountain range lies a myriad of dangers. It is rumored that there exists a terrifying beast king, surpassing the body refinement realm and attaining the foundation establishment realm. With his current strength, recklessly intruding into the territory of such formidable beasts would be akin to courting death. Thus, he opts to navigate the middle and peripheral areas of the mountain range, where the beasts predominantly range from the 5th to the 8th levels of the body refinement realm, providing him with sufficient challenge and pressure without rendering him powerless. Like an experienced hunter, he meticulously observes his surroundings. Fresh paw prints on the ground, not plants, and lingering scents in the air. These subtle clues do not escape his heightened perception. This footprint. Lin Chen suddenly halts, crouching down to closely examine a large, clear hoof print on the ground. The print is circular, larger than the combined size of his fists. It sinks deeply into the earth, with remnants of trampled grass roots and moist soil at its edges. Such a massive hoof, and this aura is dense and violent. Could it belong to an earth attribute beast? Lin Chen's gaze sharpens as he discerningly analyzes the faint aura lingering in the air. Rising to his feet, he follows the direction of the hoof print. Not far ahead, he notices a thicket with obvious signs of violent disturbance and trampling. Several small trees, thick as a bowl, have even been snapped in half. Judging by the destructive power, it is likely a beast at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, possibly even an 8th level beast. Lin Chen's heart begins to race. The pinnacle of the 7th level? Perhaps even the 8th? This is precisely the opponent he seeks. If he could hunt such a powerful beast, he would not only acquire a high-grade beast core and immense essence from its flesh, but also significantly sharpen his combat abilities. He resolves to pursue. A glimmer of excitement and battle intent flashes in Lin Chen's eyes. He immediately conceals his aura and activates his newly acquired ability of shadowy stealth, though merely superficial. It pairs astonishingly well with the shadow step, to its utmost potential. He seems to transform into a faint wisp of shadow, silently trailing the massive hoof print and signs of destruction. Indeed, the shadow step is profoundly mysterious. Even within the complex terrain of the primordial forest, his speed remains astonishing. Moreover, he moves silently, like a specter. After less than a quarter of an hour of tracking, a heavy, thudding sound akin to drums, accompanied by labored breathing, faintly reaches his ears. Simultaneously, a more intense, violent, earthy aura assaults him. Lin Chen promptly halts, concealing himself behind a massive rock, cautiously peering out. There, several hundred meters ahead in a clearing, stands a colossal creature, its head bowed, using its robust, pillar-like hind legs to furiously dig into the ground. It is an enormous creature, akin to a small mountain, the armored bull. However, this bull is unlike any ordinary bovine. Its entire body is encased in a thick, rock-like, metallic-hued carapace resembling an impenetrable armor. Its head is massive, with crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity and bloodlust. Two thick, curved horns, akin to scimitars, gleam with a chilling light atop its head. With every breath, plumes of scalding vapor, reeking of earth, escape its nostrils. The armored bull. Lin Chen's pupils constrict suddenly, a tempest of emotions surging within him. This is, indeed, the legendary armored bull, a rare and formidable earth attribute beast famed for its incredible defensive capabilities. It is said that an adult armored bull can withstand the full force attacks of a 9th level body refinement warrior solely due to its heavy armor. Its terrifying brute strength and charging power are sufficient to flatten a small mountain. What terrifies Lin Chen even more is the aura emanating from this armored bull, robust, dense, and violent, indicating that it has already reached the early stage of the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Stronger than he had anticipated. The 8th level of the body refinement realm. This places it among the apex of the late stage. Its strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary 7th level beast, coupled with its extraordinary defensive prowess. Chapter 67. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This bone seemed rather too formidable. Should he temporarily retreat? Wait until his strength improved before returning? A moment of hesitation flickered through Lin Chen's mind. But, in the next instant, a surge of fiery battle intent and longing erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. Retreat? The notion of retreat had no place in Lin Chen's lexicon. The more powerful the adversary, the more arduous the challenge, the more it could unleash his potential. It would render him stronger. Moreover, this was a steel-armored bull, an 8th-tier beast of body refinement. Its demon core, the essence of its flesh and blood, even its extraordinary defensive prowess, If he could hunt it down and refine it, what immense benefits would he reap? Fortune favors the bold. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one seize the tiger cub? He was resolute. A glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He would confront this 8th-tier steel-armored bull. He would use this unprecedented challenge to prove his strength and transcend his limits. Of course, he was not reckless. Confronting such a formidable opponent head-on would be tantamount to courting death. He had to outsmart it. Lin Chen calmed himself, his mind racing as he meticulously observed the agitated steel-armored bull, seeking its weaknesses. The steel-armored bull was renowned for its defense. Its heavy armor bore almost no flaws. Its brute force was astonishing, and its charge was unstoppable. However, every advantage has its drawbacks. Its massive size implied a relative lack of speed and agility. Furthermore, no matter how robust the defense, there would always be comparatively vulnerable spots. Perhaps its eyes, its mouth and nose, or the relatively softer areas of its abdomen. Additionally, it was an earth attribute beast, though its strength was formidable and its defense remarkable. It must inherently possess weaknesses in speed and ranged attacks. Speed, a vulnerability. A spark of insight ignited in Lin Chen's eyes, and a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. He would leverage his greatest advantages of speed and agility. He would maneuver around this cumbersome bull, constantly harassing, persistently exhausting, seeking opportunities to strike at its weak points. As long as he could breach its iron armor, even if only slightly, he would have a chance to inflict fatal damage using the penetrating power of his true qi. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, quietly channeling the true qi of his 7th-tier body refinement to its utmost limit. Shadow step. Buzz. His figure instantly blurred, melding with the air like a phantom, silently advancing towards the flank of the steel-armored bull with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 68. The iron-armored bull seemed to sense something amiss. Its restless pawing at the ground ceasing abruptly. Its massive head turned slowly, the crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, emitting a low, thunderous roar. Yet, Lin Chen's movements were exceedingly elusive. Coupled with his ability to traverse the shadows, the iron-armored bull, despite sensing the threat, struggled to accurately pinpoint his location. In the instant the bull shifted its attention elsewhere, Lin Chen seized the moment. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forth from his hiding place with unparalleled speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage on the ground. His target was not the bull's formidable bulk, but rather its relatively vulnerable hind leg joints. Layered wave palm. 5-fold wave. Lin Chen exclaimed, unleashing his optimized version of the layered wave palm with all his might. This time, he held nothing back. The vast reservoir of liquid true energy within him surged wildly, and the layered palm prints rapidly stacked to 5-fold, transforming into a powerful and concentrated strike, capable of shattering mountains, aimed directly at the bull's robust hind leg joint. This strike was swift, forceful, and executed at an acute angle. Though the iron-armored bull was massive and somewhat sluggish, it was, after all, an 8th-tier beast with an instinct for combat that was remarkably sharp. At the moment Lin Chen launched his attack, it had already sensed the danger. Moo. It let out a deafening roar of fury. Its colossal body twisted abruptly, and that seemingly clumsy, armored tail transformed into a steel whip, slicing through the air with terrifying force, sweeping towards Lin Chen with devastating intent. The power behind that tail could reduce a boulder to dust. Lin Chen had no doubt that, if struck, he would be left with shattered bones. What a swift reaction. Lin Chen was startled, yet he was prepared. Just as the steel tail was about to collide with him, he activated Shadow Step, propelling himself sideways at an impossible angle, narrowly evading the blow. Whoosh. The iron tail grazed past his nose, the fierce gust of wind stinging his cheeks painfully. That was close, Lin Chen thought, feeling a rush of luck. But his hands never faltered. Bang! The 5-fold layered wave palm, a culmination of his might, struck solidly against the bull's sturdy hind leg joint. However, what caused Lin Chen's pupils to constrict in shock was that the terrifying force capable of shattering boulders, upon impact with the bull's joint, merely produced a dull thud. The bull's hind leg swayed slightly, letting out a pained grunt, but that was all. The heavily armored joint showed not a single crack. This defense is utterly monstrous. Lin Chen was astounded. His full-force strike had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. How was he to proceed? Moo. Just as Lin Chen was reeling in disbelief, the enraged iron-armored bull charged once more. It lowered its head, the massive, scythe-like horns glinting with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed capable of plowing through the very earth, aimed directly at Lin Chen with ferocity. The speed and power were truly terrifying. Chapter 69. Lin Chen was overwhelmed by an oppressive and terrifying force, as if a moving mountain were about to crush him entirely. He had no doubt that if he were struck by the corner of that massive creature, even with his formidable physique, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh on the spot. Shadow step. Lin Chen dared not hesitate for a moment. He channeled the newly acquired movement technique to its utmost potential, his figure transforming into something akin to willow fluff in the wind, elusive and erratic. He darted left and right, weaving around the colossal form of the armored bull, continuously shifting and dodging, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. The bull's horns collided violently with the ground, each impact reverberating like an earthquake, causing the earth to tremble violently and creating terrifying, bottomless craters. Debris flew, and dust swirled in the air, creating an atmosphere fraught with peril. Lin Chen's figure resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, teetering precariously under the relentless barrage from the bull. He faced numerous close calls, nearly struck on several occasions. Yet, through the enigmatic trajectory of Shadow Step, combined with his extraordinary reflexes and combat instincts, he narrowly evaded each attack time and again. Roar, roar, roar. The armored bull grew increasingly frenzied. Despite its formidable strength, it could not lay a finger on the slippery human, which filled it with an immense sense of frustration and rage. It began to charge wildly, trampling everything in its path, sweeping with its horns and lashing with its tail, leaving destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Lin Chen maintained his composure. He skillfully maneuvered around the bull while meticulously observing its every move, searching for any vulnerabilities. At the same time, he persistently attempted to strike at various parts of the bull's body with his wave palm or chi-infused finger strikes, aiming for the eyes, nostrils, neck, abdomen, and even the rear. Bang, bang, hiss, hiss. Various attacks landed on the bull, yet the results were disheartening. The bull's iron exterior proved too resilient. His palm strikes only elicited minor discomfort, while his chi-infused strikes, despite their penetrating power, merely left shallow white marks on the armor without inflicting any substantial damage. This cannot continue. Lin Chen's heart raced with urgency. Though his chi was abundant and his recovery swift, the relentless evasion and assault were taking a significant toll on him. The armored bull, with its tough hide and remarkable endurance, could easily outlast him in this war of attrition. He needed to discover its true weakness and deliver a decisive blow. Lin Chen's gaze fell once more upon the bull's crimson eyes, filled with a savage and bloodthirsty glint. The eyes are among the most vulnerable parts of any creature. However, the areas surrounding the bull's eyes seemed to be protected by a thin, yet formidable layer of keratin. Additionally, given its massive size, accurately targeting its eyes posed an immense challenge. A moment's lapse could result in a devastating strike from its horns or colossal hooves. The risk was tremendous. Yet it appeared to be the only opportunity. Determined, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He no longer hesitated and began to deliberately manipulate the bull's attack direction, using his agility to flit around the creature's head, taunting it. Moo. The armored bull was indeed provoked. It abandoned its sweeping charges, focusing all its attacks on the incessant pest hovering before its eyes. Its massive horns lunged toward Lin Chen time and again, with increasing speed and ferocity. Chapter 70. The figure of Lin Chen grew increasingly perilous. Several times, he narrowly brushed against the horned edges, causing spectators to gasp in trepidation. Just as the iron-armored bull lowered its head again, unleashing its full force with an unstoppable momentum, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Now was the moment. He ceased to evade. Instead, he suddenly crouched low, akin to a gecko, gliding along the ground at an astonishing angle, swiftly slipping beneath the colossal head of the iron-armored bull. Then, with his fingers poised like a sword, he channeled every ounce of true energy from his late-stage 7th level of the body refining realm. Without reservation, he furiously concentrated it at his fingertips. Moreover, he even drew forth a faint, almost imperceptible, refining power from the myriad furnace, subtly augmenting the sharpness of his finger. This strike, it embodied all his strength, all his will, and the indomitable nature of the furnace. Break for me. Lin Chen's heart roared. Swish. An unprecedented, exquisitely refined dark golden beam shot forth from his fingertip, imbued with a hint of destructive aura, piercing through the chaos like divine light. The speed was unparalleled. The power was terrifyingly immense. The target was the iron-armored bull's enormous, crimson left eye. Thud. There was no doubt. Even though the bull's eye boasted a protective keratin layer, it remained as fragile as mere parchment against Lin Chen's terrifying strike, which had coalesced all his might and a trace of refining power. The dark golden beam effortlessly penetrated that layer of defense, brutally piercing into the bull's massive eyeball. Moreover, its momentum did not wane, directly traversing through its brain. Moo! The iron-armored bull emitted the most heart-rending, agonizing, and despairing roar it had ever known since its birth. Its immense form abruptly froze. In its crimson eyes, All rage and bloodlust instantly faded, leaving only boundless pain and the pallor of death. Boom! Like an avalanche, the once mighty 8-layered beast, the iron-armored bull, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust. It was utterly slain. Lin Chen stood in place, breathing heavily, gazing at the colossal creature that had toppled like a mountain, feeling the slight emptiness in his true energy from exerting his full force. A flicker of fatigue crossed his face, yet more prominent was an ineffable thrill and pride. He had succeeded, at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the body-refining realm, outwardly appearing as the late stage of the 7th layer. He had boldly challenged an opponent beyond his level and successfully hunted down a beast with extraordinary defenses at the 8th layer. This was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement to be proud of. More importantly, this life-and-death struggle deepened his comprehension of his own abilities. His understanding of the shadow step and layered wave palm, as well as his grasp of combat rhythm. This, indeed, epitomized the true essence of experience. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lin Chen quickly regained his composure. He approached the enormous carcass of the iron-armored bull, gazing at its mountainous form, and once again, fervent light ignited within his eyes. An 8-layered beast, still the astonishingly defensive iron-armored bull, its demon core, the essence of its flesh and blood, even its extraordinary iron armor. What an opulent feast awaited him. Chapter 71 In the Clearing of the Forest. A heavy stench of blood and the residual ferocity of battle lingered in the air. The massive corpse of the armored bull lay still on the ground, its formidable presence still exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. Yet, its left eye, pierced and vacant, betrayed the finality of its demise. Lin Chen stood beside the carcass, breathing slightly heavier as he adjusted his breath, which had become somewhat erratic from the intense battle he had just endured. Gazing at the 8-fold demon beast he had personally hunted down, an indescribable sense of achievement and pride welled up within him. This was not merely a simple hunt. It stood as the finest testament to his strength, wisdom, and courage. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Chen's gaze ignited with fervor. The 8-fold armored bull was a treasure trove in itself. It could not be squandered. His eyes were first drawn to the bull's thick, impenetrable carapace, akin to steel plating, that enveloped its entire body. This armor was the pride of the armored bull's defenses, boasting a hardness capable of withstanding the full-force assault of a 9th-tier martial artist. Should he succeed in detaching it, it could be fashioned into armor or directly smelted for unimaginable benefits. With a surge of determination, Lin Chen attempted to invoke the myriad furnace. He placed his palm against the cold, unyielding armor of the bull, carefully channeling the furnace's power into it. As the furnace vibrated subtly, an invisible force imbued with the essence of cutting and disassembling began to act upon the junction between the armor and the bull's flesh. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the resilience of this armor far surpassed his expectations. Even with the furnace's unparalleled might, achieving a complete detachment was exceptionally arduous and drew heavily on his mental and spiritual energy. After a brief struggle, he managed to melt away only a minuscule portion of the connecting tissue. To fully strip the armor would likely require days, if not longer. It was simply too hard and had nearly fused with the flesh, making detachment nearly impossible. Frowning, Lin Chen temporarily abandoned the idea of removing the armor. It was unwise to linger here. The scent of blood could attract other powerful beasts or even humans. He had no time to squander in this place. It seemed he would have to settle for the most vital treasures first. His gaze shifted to the armored bull's head, specifically the location of its pierced left eye, as well as its dantian area, the demon core. This was the most precious treasure of an 8-fold demon beast. He drew a sharp dagger from his boot, obtained from Lin Bao, and inhaled deeply, channeling his robust 7th-tier true energy into the blade. With a soft hiss, the dagger emitted a faint glimmer, and Lin Chen carefully positioned it, avoiding the hardest cranial bones, and forcefully plunged it along the edge of the eye socket. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the relatively soft ocular tissue as easily as cutting through tofu, delving deep within. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a pulse of true energy through the blade, and soon, he unearthed a demon core the size of an egg. It radiated a rich, earthy yellow hue, adorned with flowing rock-like patterns, emanating an overwhelming and pure earth elemental energy of the 8th tier. Good heavens! Lin Chen grasped the weighty demon core, feeling the terrifying energy contained within, reminiscent of the Earth's formidable might, and could not help but utter a gasp. The quality and energy contained within this 8th-tier Earth Elemental Core far surpassed that of the previous 7th-tier Dark Panther Core, even eclipsing the combined power of several mid-grade Spirit Stones. Chapter 72. If only it could be completely forged and absorbed. Lin Chen's heart once again raced uncontrollably. He meticulously cleaned the invaluable 8th-grade Demon Core and solemnly placed it into his storage ring. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to the abdomen of the fierce bull, focusing on its dantian position. Although the fierce bull did not rely on its dantian to store demonic energy, the immense essence of earth attribute energy would undoubtedly gather and settle there. Lin Chen wielded his dagger once more, channeling his true energy. Slicing through the relatively softer skin and muscle of the bull's abdomen with precision and swiftness, reminiscent of a butcher expertly dissecting meat, even so, it demanded considerable effort. Soon, a mass of flesh and blood, approximately the size of a human head, emerged before him, deep brown and gelatinous, emanating a pungent earthy aroma and an overwhelming wave of vitality. This was the essence of the iron-armored fierce bull's blood and earth attribute energy. Although the energy contained within was not as pure as that of the demon core, it was far gentler and more readily absorbable, particularly effective for refining the body. A splendid treasure. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he activated the 10,000 paths melting furnace. This time, it was a pure energy devouring. Buzz. The furnace erupted with a powerful suction, enveloping the mass of flesh and blood in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The deep brown gelatinous essence shrank visibly, dissolving into an incredibly pure and formidable torrent of energy infused with a heavy earth attribute aura and vibrant life force, surging wildly into Lin Chen's body. Boom! Lin Chen felt as though he had been cast into a colossal furnace once more. The weighty and abundant earth attribute energy and life force roared within him like flowing magma, fiercely cleansing and nourishing his limbs and bones, refining his sinews and skin. His physical strength began to rise slowly yet steadily once more. The previously somewhat unstable realm, following his breakthrough to the late stage of the 7th level, rapidly solidified under the influx of this tremendous energy. Furthermore, he was steadily and surely advancing towards the pinnacle of the 7th level. Indeed, the essence of demon beast blood and flesh yielded the most remarkable effects for body refinement. Lin Chen rejoiced in his heart. He could distinctly feel his bones becoming denser, his muscles more resilient, and his life force more vigorous. Even his defensive capabilities seemed to have significantly improved, as if he had absorbed a touch of the iron-armored fierce bull's formidable and robust characteristics. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the mass of flesh and blood, the size of a human head, was completely drained by the 10,000 paths melting furnace. His absorption was nearly complete. Lin Chen's cultivation had successfully stabilized at the late stage of the body refinement realm, a mere thread away from the pinnacle. His physical strength had increased by at least 10%. What a thrill! Lin Chen, feeling the rejuvenating power surging within him, could not help but let out a contented roar. The sensation of growing stronger through plunder and devouring was utterly intoxicating. After dealing with the demon core and the flesh essence, Lin Chen cast a glance at the remains of the fierce bull, resembling a small mountain and still emanating a gentle warmth primarily from the inseparable iron armor. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes. This iron armor was undoubtedly top-tier material for crafting defensive artifacts. If only he could take it away. Alas, it was too large, too heavy, and far too conspicuous. With his current capabilities, he simply could not transport it intact. Chapter 73. It seems I must wait until my strength has grown before I can return and seek opportunities again. Lin Chen shook his head, relinquishing this impractical notion. However, a glimmer crossed his gaze as he activated the 10,000 paths furnace once more. This time, his target was the enormous horns of the savage bull, which resembled curved blades, glinting with a chilling light. These horns were equally formidable, imbued with pure earth attribute energy and a hint of sharpness. Perhaps they could be refined into something useful? With a hissing sound, the furnace's power once again acted upon the base of the horns. This time, perhaps due to the fact that the horns were not completely fused with the creature's flesh, the process of extraction proved to be considerably easier than that of removing the iron armor. After roughly half an hour, Lin Chen successfully severed the two massive horns, each nearly a meter long and exceedingly heavy, from the bull's skull intact. He stored these impressive horns in his storage ring, relieved that it had sufficient space. While he was uncertain of their immediate purpose, his instincts assured him that they were indeed valuable. Having completed this task, Lin Chen finally ceased his efforts. He meticulously cleaned the area, erasing his traces, and then discerned the direction before opting for a different path than the one he had arrived by. Continuing deeper into the Qingfeng mountain range, he needed to swiftly find a new, absolutely secure hiding place to refine the 8th-tier earth attribute demon core. That, after all, was the greatest reward of this hunt and the key to breaking through to a higher realm. This time, he was even more cautious. Venturing deeper into the mountains meant encountering potentially more powerful demon beasts, even legendary foundation-building demon kings. He activated the Shadow Step and his dark stealth abilities to their fullest, moving like a specter through the dense forest and ravines, perfectly evading all conceivable dangers. As dusk approached, he finally discovered a secluded, dry cave deep within a seldom-trodden rocky forest. This cave was larger and deeper than the previous one, its entrance concealed by massive boulders and vines. Had he not examined it closely, he would have never found it. A faint earthy scent lingered within, suggesting it had once served as the lair of some burrowing demon beast, but it had long been abandoned. After carefully inspecting and confirming its safety, Lin Chen set up simple warning measures once more. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he sat cross-legged and carefully retrieved the 8th-tier Earth attribute demon core, which radiated a profound and powerful aura. The egg-sized core, resplendent in earthy yellow, bore swirling rock-like patterns on its surface. It felt weighty in his hand, akin to grasping the very heart of the earth. The sheer energy contained within was so formidable that it caused Lin Chen's heart to race. An 8th-tier demon core of the Earth attribute. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor and anticipation. The energy of this core not only surpassed that of the previous 7th-tier Dark Leopard core, but its substantial Earth attribute and defensive qualities were precisely what he currently lacked. If he could successfully refine and absorb it, his cultivation would undoubtedly shatter the bottleneck, propelling him into the 8th layer of body refining, perhaps even higher. His physical defense would surely undergo a qualitative leap as well. More importantly, he might glean insights into the essence of Earth itself. With these thoughts, Lin Chen could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 74. He took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions from his mind. His focus was heightened to an extraordinary degree. The myriad furnace, the 9 orifices foundation. He exerted all his strength. Give me, melt. Accompanied by a roar from within, an unprecedented and terrifying power of devouring emerged, akin to an awakened ancient demon god, instantly enveloping the 8th grade Earth attribute demon core. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the 8th grade demon core, harder than steel, was immediately covered with a dense network of cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering completely. Then, a viscous essence of Earth attribute primordial energy, akin to yellow magma, filled with heaviness, defense, and a hint of the Earth's pulsating rhythm, surged forth, accompanied by an even more magnificent and pure formless energy. Like the floodwaters of the Yellow River bursting its banks, it poured uncontrollably into Lin Chen's body. Boom, 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 boom. The entire cave trembled violently as if shaken by this terrifying energy impact. Lin Chen's body felt like a balloon on the brink of bursting. Countless tiny wounds erupted on the surface of his skin, and golden blood flowed forth. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his eyes crimson, his face filled with madness and determination. Pain. Exquisite agony. It felt as though his body was being torn apart. Yet, alongside the pain was an unprecedented, exhilarating sensation as his strength soared to unimaginable heights. His cultivation, his physique, his spirit, all underwent a transformative metamorphosis under the baptism and tempering of this terrifying energy. 7th level of body refining realm. Break. 8th level of body refining realm. The momentum was unstoppable as a newfound aura, more powerful, more substantial, and more imposing, erupted from Lin Chen's body. It swept through the entire cave, even attracting the spiritual energy of the external world, forming a visible vortex of energy. The wind surged. The clouds billowed. Within the cave, the tide of energy gradually subsided. Yet the overwhelming pressure still pervaded every inch of space. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, the golden radiance surrounding him slowly converging into his body. The tiny wounds on his skin, which had erupted under the tremendous energy impact, had healed automatically due to his powerful vitality and recovery, leaving no trace of scars. At this moment, he appeared largely unchanged from before, still the somewhat slender youth in black. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his gaze had deepened. Like a hidden sea of stars, his skin had become more translucent, subtly shimmering with a layer of earthy golden light. Each gesture he made exuded a composure as steady as towering mountains, as if he had fused with the very earth beneath him. This was the might of the 8th level of the body refining realm. Moreover, it was not merely the initial entry into the 8th level. The energy contained within the 8th grade Earth attribute demon core was overwhelmingly vast. Even after multiple expansions of Lin Chen's Dantian, it had nearly reached a breaking point. After shattering the barrier of the 7th level's peak, the remaining energy flowed like a vast river, propelling his cultivation forward with unstoppable momentum. Only upon completely absorbing and refining all the energy did Lin Chen's cultivation finally stabilize at the mid-stage of the 8th level of body refining realm. The summit of the 8th level was not far from reach. Chapter 75. With a long exhale, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, releasing a breath laden with the earthy scent of the soil. As this breath escaped, it caused the air ahead to shimmer slightly, a testament to the purity of the energy contained within. He felt the liquid true qi within him, now exponentially stronger than before, heavy and stable like the earth itself. The terrifying defensive power of his physique, seemingly indestructible and capable of withstanding blades and swords, brought an immensely satisfied smile to Lin Chen's face. Mid-stage of the 8th layer of body refinement. With such prowess, he found himself nearly unmatched in the entirety of Qingyang town. Save for the older generation of foundation establishment experts. Even when faced with Lin Yin, the Lin family's foremost genius at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of body refinement, he felt an absolute confidence in his ability to overpower him. Coupled with the elusive shadow step, the ferocious might of wave palm, the long-range offensive capabilities of his true qi, and the stealthy ambush potential of darkness, Lin Chen sensed that he might even stand a chance against an initial foundation establishment expert. Of course, this was merely a confident speculation. The chasm separating body refinement from foundation establishment was vast, signifying a leap in the realm of existence and a transformation in the nature of true qi that could not be bridged by mere accumulation of strength. Nevertheless, his mid-stage 8th layer of body refinement cultivation granted him a considerable degree of self-protection in the outer regions of the Qifeng Mountains. He could even begin to attempt hunting some formidable 8th layer beasts. Indeed, the defensive prowess of the earth attribute was formidable. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned the heavy, earth-toned true qi within him, enveloping his skin. A shield of true qi, dense and seemingly composed of rock, materialized around him in an instant. The surface of this shield even bore faint, flowing rock patterns, exuding an aura of invincibility and resilience against all forms of attack. When Lin Chen prodded it with his finger, it felt as if he were striking the hardest refined iron. With his current strength, he could not budge it even a fraction. What a strong defense! A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. This was not merely an enhancement in defense due to an increase in true qi. It was also the result of refining an 8th-tier Earth attribute beast core, granting him an insight into the essence of Earth itself. This imbued his true qi with a naturally thick, solid, and incredibly resilient quality. Undoubtedly, this added another powerful trump card to his arsenal of life-saving options. With his strength surging once more, Lin Chen was in high spirits. He stood, stretched lazily, feeling invigorated and brimming with boundless energy. It was time to leave this cave and delve deeper into the mountains in search of new prey and opportunities. However, before departing, he had one more task to attend to take stock of the spoils from hunting the Lin leopard, aside from the spirit stones, medicinal pills, Qiang grass, and 9 aperture black stones. He once again delved into the storage ring obtained from the Lin leopard with his mental energy. In addition to the tantalizing cultivation resources, the ring contained several magical artifacts and a dozen martial arts manuals. He first retrieved these artifacts. One was a long sword with a jade-green blade that hummed softly, its cold light glinting, and when infused with true qi, it became remarkably sharp, evidently a fine-quality middle-tier, yellow-grade artifact. Another was an ancient small shield, neither metal nor wood, adorned with defensive runes on its surface, also a middle-tier yellow-grade item. And then there was a flying artifact, reminiscent of bird wings, composed of unknown feathers and a metallic frame. A flying artifact? Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 76. This is an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Typically, one would only employ such an artifact upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, capable of flight. Lin Bao, a mere body-refining cultivator, astonishingly possesses a flying instrument, although it appears to be of low grade, seemingly merely a yellow-grade inferior item, and its speed and range are limited. Its value undoubtedly surpasses that of the long sword and small shield combined. This fellow is truly fortunate. Lin Chen could not help but curse under his breath. Yet his heart was brimming with joy. This flying artifact is a timely boon for him, although he is currently unable to fly for extended periods. It could prove invaluable for escape or brief aerial maneuvers in critical moments, especially amidst the complex terrain of these mountains. He unreservedly imprinted all 3 artifacts with his spiritual seal, fastening the long sword at his waist while storing the small shield and wings in his storage ring for future use. Next, he retrieved the several martial arts manuals. Most of these texts were of yellow-grade inferior or medium quality, yet a few achieved yellow-grade superior, and astonishingly, 2 volumes reached yellow-grade inferior. Yellow-grade martial arts? Lin Chen was once more astounded by Lin Bao's wealth. Yellow-grade martial arts. Such treasures are typically found only within the 2nd level of the Lin family's scripture pavilion, coveted by the inner sect's core disciples. How could Lin Bao have secretly hoarded 2 volumes? One was titled Wind Rin Claw, a name that clearly indicates its association with claw techniques, sinister and ruthless, evidently one of Lin Bao's prized skills. The other, named Thunderous Steps, is a technique renowned for its speed and explosive power. Its grade also reached yellow-grade inferior. What splendid treasures! Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Although he already possessed layered wave palm and the enigmatic phantom steps, acquiring additional formidable techniques could only be advantageous, especially thunderous steps, which would perfectly complement phantom steps by enhancing its linear explosive power. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the myriad path furnace once more. He began the process of refining and absorbing these two yellow-grade inferior martial arts, along with several other yellow-grade superior techniques he deemed valuable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness. With the extraordinary assistance of the myriad path furnace, in less than half an hour, Lin Chen had deeply imprinted these powerful techniques, along with their essence and optimized versions, into his soul, as if he had trained for decades. At this moment, be it in martial arts, movement techniques, or offensive strategies, he was armed to the teeth. Ah, what a fruitful return. Lin Chen sighed contentedly. After counting his spoils and feeling the surging power within, along with the numerous newfound trump cards in his mind, he sensed an unprecedented strength coursing through him. It was time to depart from this temporary sanctuary and face the true challenges ahead. Rising to his feet, he cast one last glance at the cavern that had facilitated his profound transformation. Then, with a swift motion, he melted into the air like a shadow, silently departing. This time, his destination lay deeper within the Qifeng mountain range. There, more formidable beasts awaited, more precious spiritual herbs, more mysterious ruins, and greater dangers. Yet he felt no fear. Armed with the myriad path furnace, bolstered by his ever-growing strength and numerous hidden cards, he yearned for challenges. He craved adventure. He yearned to carve out his own dominion in this vast expanse of the world. Chapter 77. Lin Chen's silhouette darted through the dense primeval forest like an arrow released from its bow. With the application of the phantom step, his form became elusive. Reminiscent of a specter, leaving behind fleeting afterimages amidst the trees and rocks, his speed astonishing. Occasionally, when he encountered some oblivious low-tier beast obstructing his path, he could hardly be bothered to engage. Instead, he effortlessly maneuvered around them, relying solely on his swiftness and agility. His objective was the truly formidable beings, those capable of exerting pressure upon him and pushing him to transcend his limits once more. As he stealthily traversed the terrain, he emanated his formidable mental energy, meticulously perceiving everything around him, the rustling of the wind, the sound of water, the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, and beneath these sounds, the low growls, breaths, and the barely perceptible powerful auras belonging to the beasts. Suddenly, Lin Chen's pace came to a halt, his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed upon a thicket not far ahead. There, he distinctly sensed an incredibly chaotic yet extraordinarily potent surge of energy. It seemed that more than one powerful entity was embroiled in a fierce battle. Moreover, one of the presences did not appear to belong to a beast. Rather, it was human. A human warrior was engaged in combat with a formidable beast. A stir of curiosity and an inexplicable impulse surged within Lin Chen, compelling him to approach quietly. He maximized his shadowy stealth, blending completely into the darkness, cautiously parting the layers of foliage as he gazed toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Before him, several hundred meters away, lay a scene of utter devastation. Three enormous creatures, their bodies cloaked in dark greenish-black scales, reminiscent of pangolins, known as the scaled earth dragon beasts, Tier 7 beasts, famed for their defense and strength, were relentlessly besieging a group of human warriors clad in uniform attire, seemingly the guards of a caravan. This contingent comprised around a dozen warriors, most at the 6th or 7th level of body refinement, with the leading burly man, boasting a fierce mustache, being the strongest among them. Having attained the initial stage of the 8th level of body refinement, they had formed a rudimentary defensive formation, wielding swords and blades, desperately resisting the frenzied assaults of the scaled earth dragon beasts. Yet, it was evident they were at a stark disadvantage. Although the defense of the scaled earth dragon beasts was not as monstrous as that of the iron-armored bull, it was still exceedingly formidable. Ordinary blades merely sparked upon contact with their armored hides. Their massive claws and scaled tails, when swung, bore the might to shatter mountains. Thud, thud. Warriors were continuously struck, flying backward with anguished cries, blood spewing forth, instantly rendered incapable of fighting. The ground was strewn with several mangled corpses, blood flowing like a river. A sight too gruesome to behold. And at the center, desperately protected by the guards, lay an opulently adorned, yet now battered carriage. The curtains of the carriage were tightly drawn, obscuring the identity of its occupants. Hold the line. Stand firm, roared the burly man at the 8th level of body refinement, his body drenched in blood, as he wielded a massive cleaver that sang through the air, relentlessly hacking at the scaled earth dragon beast's tough scales, producing a deafening clash of metal. Yet with every strike, he was met with a tremendous recoil that numbed his arms and surged his blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. Roar. Just then, One of the scaled earth dragon beasts seized the opportunity, swinging its tail like a massive iron bar, propelled by a howling gale, crashing mercilessly toward the carriage. Not good. Protect the young lady. The burly man's expression changed drastically. He attempted to retreat, but was ensnared by the other two earth dragon beasts. Chapter 78. As the enormous tail threatened to obliterate the carriage and its occupants, Lin Chen, who had been lurking in the shadows, found his brow furrowing involuntarily. He was not a naive do-gooder, nor did he wish to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Yet, he could not bear to witness these humans being ruthlessly slaughtered by the ferocious beast, particularly when it seemed that an important figure was concealed within the carriage. A flicker of hesitation flashed through his mind. To save or not to save. To intervene would risk exposing himself and embroiling him in unnecessary troubles. Yet, to stand idle felt almost unconscionable. In this moment of fleeting indecision, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar, delicate family crest adorning the window of the carriage poised for destruction. That was the crest of the Su family. The Su family crest? As Lin Chen's eyes locked onto the exquisite emblem, comprised of a blooming blue lotus and a pair of crossed jade scepters nestled in the corner of the opulent carriage window, his pupils contracted sharply. His heart plummeted as if a colossal stone had been cast into it, sending tumultuous waves crashing within. The Su family. It was indeed a member of the Su family? The very family that had once betrothed him, only to heartlessly cast him aside in his time of despair, indirectly leading to the humiliation he had endured over the past 3 years in Xingyang town. How could they be here? Moreover, they appeared to be part of a sizable merchant convoy, with formidable guardians at the 8th level of body refinement. A multitude of questions and complex emotions surged within Lin Chen in an instant. There was astonishment, confusion, and a trace of inexplicable disdain and chill regarding the Su family. Particularly his former fiancée Su Qingyao, Lin Chen felt no lingering affection. What remained was a cold detachment born from betrayal and humiliation. Had it not been for the Su family's avarice and callousness, he might not have experienced such agonizing years. Had it not been for Su Qingyao's lofty dissolution of their engagement, he might not have severed ties with the elder branch of his family on the eve of the clan's trials. It could be said that the Su family had played an exceedingly disgraceful role during his dark times. Now, witnessing the Su family's convoy ensnared in dire straits, on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the beast, the cold-hearted choice for Lin Chen would undoubtedly be to observe indifferently. He could even bide his time, watching as both the beast and the guardians inflicted mutual devastation, then emerged to claim the spoils for himself. This would undoubtedly align with his self-interest. However, Lin Chen's gaze fell once more upon the precariously swaying carriage. Despite his deep-seated aversion to the Su family, those were still precious lives at stake. Moreover, from the earlier bellow of the burly man, there seemed to be a young lady inside the carriage. Could it be Su Qingyao? Chapter 79. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. If it were Su Qingyao, he envisioned the once ethereal and graceful girl, now perhaps transformed into a figure of stark reality and indifference, meeting a tragic end beneath the claws of a monstrous beast. Strangely, he found no satisfaction in this horrific imagery. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible sense of compassion stirred within him, one that he could scarcely articulate. Perhaps it was the lingering remnants of youthful affection that had yet to fade entirely, or perhaps it was the intrinsic human instinct that refused to witness a familiar face, even one of an adversary, suffer such a dismal fate? Or was it merely the belief that allowing Su Qingyao to perish at the hands of a beast would be far too lenient a fate for her? He would much prefer to one day bring her and her entire family to their knees, forcing them to reckon with the consequences of their past choices. A whirlwind of complex emotions flashed through Lin Chen's mind like a lightning bolt. Yet, in this fleeting moment of hesitation, the ironclad tail of the armored earth dragon beast, with a deafening roar that split the air, swung menacingly towards the carriage. No, the burly man with the fierce beard howled in despair, his eyes wide with terror. The remaining guards wore expressions of ashen defeat. It was over. Everything was lost. However, just as the situation reached its direst point, a shadow, dark and spectral, suddenly surged forth from the adjacent thicket. Its speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation. At the very instant the colossal tail was about to make contact with the carriage, a hand, seemingly slender yet imbued with formidable strength, grasped the tail, thicker than a man's waist, with a grip as unyielding as iron. What? The armored earth dragon beast was evidently taken aback by the sudden appearance of an assailant bold enough to intercept its full-force strike. The overwhelming force surged through its tail, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. The shadow that seized its tail was none other than Lin Chen. In the critical moment, he had ultimately made his move. Perhaps it was due to that flicker of compassion, perhaps it stemmed from some complex emotion tied to the Su family's insignia. Or perhaps it was simply the desire to test the extent of his current strength against a 7th-tier beast. Meeting the full force of a 7th-tier demon beast head-on was undoubtedly the finest means of assessment. Get away from me. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with a fierce light. The immense true energy from his late-stage 7th level of body refinement surged forth like a volcanic eruption, unreservedly pouring through his arm. Simultaneously, he summoned a weighty force of earth attribute energy and a barely perceptible tremor from the myriad furnace. Boom. An unimaginable surge of terrifying power erupted along the tail of the armored earth dragon beast. Crack. The sharp, resounding sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. The beast felt as though its tailbone had been shattered by an irresistible force. Agonizing pain coursed through its massive form. Roar. It let out a heart-wrenching cry of pure anguish. Its colossal body, as if struck by a battering ram, was hurled uncontrollably by Lin Chen's seemingly casual throw, crashing through several large trees before landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. Chapter 80. Silence. The entire arena once again descended into an eerie stillness. Whether it was the two armored earth dragon beasts poised to continue their assault, the bloodied and despairing guards of the Su family, or the furious bearded man, all were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. They beheld the young man in black who had suddenly appeared and, with a single move, sent a 7th-level armored earth dragon beast flying. Who was this formidable figure that had emerged from nowhere? What had he done? Had he truly grasped the tail of a 7th-level beast with his bare hands and flung it away, breaking its tail in the process? Was this strength even conceivable for a human? Surely, even a peak 9th-level body refinement expert could not achieve such a feat. Could he possibly be a senior from the Foundation establishment realm? The bearded man and the surviving guards were instantly filled with overwhelming surprise and excitement, akin to grasping a lifeline. Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue. The bearded man shouted, his voice brimming with reverence and gratitude. Meanwhile, the two previously ferocious armored earth dragon beasts were now utterly terrified, their scales standing on end as they gazed at Lin Chen with fear in their eyes. Though their intelligence was low, they could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from this seemingly inconspicuous human youth, one that sent shivers through their very souls. Flee. They must escape at once. The two earth dragon beasts exchanged glances, unhesitatingly abandoning their attack and turning to plunge into the nearby dense forest. Attempting to run? Lin Chen's icy voice resonated, like the decree of death. Having intervened, there was no question of letting the tiger return to the mountain. These 3 7th-level beasts were precious resources for his cultivation. Shadow step. Lin Chen's form flickered. In an instant, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, moving with unparalleled speed, as though teleporting, directly appearing before one of the retreating earth dragon beasts. The beast was taken aback, its massive jaws lined with fangs, gaping wide as it unleashed a torrent of corrosive energy, a yellowish beam aimed straight at Lin Chen. This was its innate ability, earth dragon breath. Yet, Lin Chen's figure, like a phantom, evaded this breath with an impossible angle, narrowly escaping its grasp. Simultaneously, his right index finger, poised like a sword, unleashed a concentrated beam of true energy, shimmering with brilliant golden light and tinged with a hint of darkness, slicing through the air like lightning. The attack reached its target first. It pierced directly through the relatively fragile throat of the armored earth dragon beast. The roar of the beast was abruptly silenced, its enormous head drooping lifelessly as it collapsed to the ground. Instant kill. Another swift execution. Upon witnessing this, the other earth dragon beast was utterly paralyzed with fear. It frantically clawed at the ground, striving to escape the grasp of this terrifying harbinger of death with all its might. Chapter 81. Yet, what awaited him was the shadow of Lin Chen, as elusive as a specter, and a colossal palm print, suffused with a heavy, earthen hue, seemingly capable of shattering mountains. The overlapping waves palm. 7-fold waves. This time, Lin Chen did not hold back. His internal true energy erupted without reservation, layer upon layer. The palm prints instantly accumulated to 7-fold, transforming into a terrifying giant palm that seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of space. With tremendous force, it struck the relatively soft abdomen of the scaled earth dragon beast. Bang! A sound erupted, akin to a thunderous explosion. The proud, formidable scales of the 7th-tier beast crumbled before the full force of Lin Chen's 7-fold overlapping waves palm, disintegrating as if made of paper. The terrifying power surged into its body like a torrential flood, instantly reducing its internal organs to a pulp. The scaled earth dragon beast scarcely had time to emit a cry of anguish before it violently spewed forth a torrent of blood mixed with shattered innards. Its massive form crumpled to the ground, as if crushed by an invisible hammer, lifeless and devoid of vitality, clean and decisive, in utter annihilation. Meanwhile, the earth dragon beast that Lin Chen had initially sent flying, with its tail broken, had yet to recover from the excruciating pain when it beheld its two companions felled in the blink of an eye by that fearsome young human, in a manner reminiscent of a massacre. It dared not entertain even a flicker of resistance. Gritting its teeth against the agony, dragging its broken tail, it let out a mournful cry and fled desperately into the depths of the thicket. Lin Chen cast a glance at the retreating beast but made no move to pursue. A cornered foe should not be chased. And perhaps leaving one behind to carry the news could attract even more formidable prey? He slowly retracted his hand, calming the turbulent energy within. The continuous exertion of powerful martial techniques had taken its toll. Then he turned, his gaze serene as it fell upon the Su family guards, who remained in a state of shock and stupor, as well as the trembling carriage. The air once again descended into an eerie silence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, cascading onto his black attire, stained with the blood of the beasts, casting his somewhat slender figure in the guise of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Mysterious, powerful, and perilous. Gulps. Someone, unknown, struggled to swallow, breaking the suffocating silence. The burly man with a thick beard was the first to react. He promptly discarded his large blade and hastened to Lin Chen's side, dropping to one knee with a thud. His expression was animated, his voice brimming with unparalleled reverence and gratitude. "I am Su Lai, the younger generation. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have perished at the jaws of these beasts." Such a profound grace. The Su family will never forget. The surviving guards behind him quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives." Their gazes toward Lin Chen were filled with fervent admiration and awe. In their eyes, to effortlessly slaughter 3 seventh-tier beasts, though one was a dying wolf king they were unaware of, while Lin Chen had indeed dispatched 2 sixth-tier wolves and 3 seventh-tier earth dragon beasts with ease, signified an unfathomable strength. At the very least, he was of late-stage foundation establishment, or possibly even a legendary being of higher realms. Esteemed elder? Lin Chen twitched at the title, unable to suppress a smile. Did he appear so aged? Nevertheless, he chose not to clarify. Maintaining an air of mystery is, at times, a potent form of self-preservation. He merely cast a calm glance at those kneeling before him, his voice tranquil and unwavering. It was but a simple act. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Rise. Chapter 82. His voice, though youthful, carried an air of indifference and authority that belied his age, instilling a sense of apprehension in those who dared to defy him. Indeed. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Lai and the others promptly rose, yet maintained a posture of respect, their heads bowed, averted from Lin Chen's gaze. You are members of the Su family? What brings you to such perilous depths of the Qifeng mountain range? Lin Chen inquired, feigning ignorance, his tone detached. A hint of bitterness and helplessness crossed Su Lai's face as he respectfully replied, reporting to the esteemed elder, we are a merchant caravan of the Su family, tasked by our master to venture deep into the mountains to procure a spiritual herb known as purple cloud mushroom. This herb is vital for the cultivation of our young lady. He sighed. Unfortunately, we ventured too far and inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the scale-armored earth dragons, leading to this calamity. Had it not been for your esteemed presence. At this, he bowed deeply once more before Lin Chen. Purple cloud mushroom? Young lady? Lin Chen felt a stir within, his gaze drawn once again to the carriage with its curtains drawn tight. Could it be that Su Qingyao was indeed inside, and that she required a special spiritual herb to aid her cultivation? Just then, a delicate hand, as white and exquisite as finely carved jade, gently lifted a corner of the curtain. A face emerged, one that was both enchanting and ethereal, yet tinged with a pallid hue of fragility, revealing a blend of curiosity, gratitude, and an almost imperceptible scrutiny directed at Lin Chen. Their eyes met. Lin Chen's heart momentarily faltered, not out of astonishment or rekindled affection, but because this visage was one he recognized. Yet, it was not the Su Qingyao he had envisioned. Instead, it was another face, both familiar and slightly foreign. This face was equally breathtaking, perhaps even surpassing Su Qingyao in beauty, imbued with an innate charm and vivacity, yet at this moment, it bore an air of vulnerability due to its startled and weakened state. Moreover, this face unmistakably belonged to the young girl from 3 years ago, who had trailed him like a devoted shadow, sweetly calling him brother Lin Chen, the little girl from the collateral branch of the Su family. Su Linger? What was she doing here? And why was she now the esteemed young lady that the Su family's caravan was desperately protecting? Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Chen's gaze remained fixed upon that exquisite face peering from behind the carriage curtain, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion within him. Even more intense than when he had hunted the eightfold demon beast earlier. Su Lingo. It was indeed her, the girl from 3 years past, with her twin pigtails and pink dress, who had always looked at him with her bright, soulful eyes, affectionately calling him brother Lin Chen. The only one who had drawn close to him, not for his status as a prodigy, but for the person he was, this collateral branch girl from the Su family. What had transpired during these 3 years? A multitude of questions and astonishment flooded Lin Chen's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, within the carriage, upon recognizing Lin Chen's somewhat worn yet still handsome face, Su Ling'er was equally taken aback. Chapter 83 The Night Breeze. Imbued with the scent of blood and the fragrance of foliage, swept across the disheveled clearing within the forest. The massive corpses of 3 armored dragon beasts lay sprawled on the ground, silently narrating the ferocity of the recent battle. Shattered trees, upheaved earth, and the still wet dark red stains of blood painted a horrifying tableau. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the surviving guards of the Su family and the faint, stifled coughs emanating from the damaged cart. All eyes were fixated on a young man clad in black, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette elongated under the moonlight. He appeared remarkably youthful, almost boyish, yet the frigid, formidable, and enigmatic aura radiating from him instilled a profound sense of reverence and fear among the seasoned warriors present. The recent scene, where he had dispatched the 3 formidable 7th-tier beasts with effortless ease, was indelibly etched in their minds, an unforgettable memory of an unimaginable powerhouse. However, Lin Chen's gaze did not linger on the awestruck guards. Instead, it pierced through the crowd, beyond the kneeling figure of the burly Su Lai, and rested firmly on the window of the cart, locking onto the familiar face that peeked out, a face both exquisite and pallid. Su Ling, it truly is her. After 3 long years, the little girl who had always timidly trailed behind him, gazing up with her clear, bright eyes and sweetly calling him brother Lin Chen, had blossomed into a graceful figure, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, ethereal and refined. Yet, the lingering frailty and pallor upon her brow, coupled with a hint of melancholy lurking in her gaze, suggested that her past 3 years had not been easy. What brought her here? Why had she become the cherished daughter of the Su family, so valued that they would send 8th-tier warriors and elite guards into perilous territory to protect her? What had transpired in the life of this once marginalized relative of the Su clan? Countless questions surged like a tide within Lin Chen's heart, stirring emotions in a soul long hardened by betrayal and indifference. Meanwhile, within the cart, Su Ling'er was equally shaken. As she lifted the curtain, intending merely to glimpse the identity of her savior, she was taken aback to find him. Though 3 years had passed, the young man before her had grown taller and shed the softness of youth, his features now defined and resolute, his gaze as profound and chilling as a deep pool. He bore little resemblance to the spirited Lin Chen of her memories, who would occasionally grace her with a gentle smile. Yet, that feeling, that unique sensation buried deep within her soul, it could not be mistaken. It was him, the Lin Chen who had been deemed a failure by his family, who had endured endless torment and ultimately vanished in disgrace. How could he be here and wield such terrifying power? She had witnessed the scene where he, akin to a celestial being, effortlessly annihilated the 3 ferocious 7th-tier beasts. His might was more formidable than even the Su family patriarch she had encountered. What had transpired in his life over these 3 years? Su Ling'er's heart raced like a drum, a mixture of astonishment and joy, tinged with an indescribable sorrow and concern. She instinctively yearned to call out that familiar name, but the words caught in her throat, forcibly swallowed. She was not naive. The reverence with which the guards, including Commander Su Lai, addressed him as senior indicated his desire to conceal his true identity. Moreover, his gaze upon her, though momentarily surprised, was predominantly cold and indifferent, even tinged with scrutiny. This realization extinguished the flicker of joy that had ignited within her heart. Indeed, 3 years prior, he had plummeted from grace. Mired in humiliation, the Su family, including herself, though not as cruel as Su Qingyao, had nevertheless failed to provide him with any meaningful support for various reasons, passively witnessing his torment and marginalization until he ultimately vanished. In his heart, resentment and disappointment towards the Su family and herself had likely long since taken root. Chapter 84 Moreover, he was no longer the prodigious youth she once looked up to. Instead, he had transformed into a figure of immense prowess, one whom she now found herself needing to revere. Between them lay an insurmountable chasm. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of bitterness surged within Su Ling'er. Silently, she averted her gaze and lowered the curtain once more, yet her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Chen observed the intricate and elusive shift in Su Ling'er's emotions, stirring something within his heart. It appeared that this girl had recognized him. However, she seemed astute enough not to voice it. That was perhaps for the best. Lin Chen had no desire to reveal his identity at this juncture. His feelings toward the Su family remained complex, and the unexpected appearance and transformation of Su Ling'er filled him with suspicion, until all was clarified. Maintaining a distance and preserving his identity as a senior was undoubtedly the wisest course. He withdrew his gaze and turned once again to Su Lai, who remained kneeling on the ground, his tone still indifferent. Rise and speak. The scent of blood here is too overwhelming. We should not linger. What are your plans moving forward? Yes, senior. Su Lai, sensing the aloofness in Lin Chen's voice, felt a twinge of anxiety yet respectfully stood. His face clouded with concern as he spoke. Reporting to you, senior, our objective of locating the purple cloud mushroom has yet to be fulfilled, and we have suffered significant losses. Even my lady has been frightened and is now in a weakened state. Alas, I plan to escort her to a safe location for rest before formulating further plans. As he mentioned his lady, his voice was laden with worry and an indescribable heaviness, suggesting that Su Linger's condition was far more dire than it appeared. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart once more. The purple cloud mushroom? Its name implied it was a rare remedy for healing or stabilizing the soul. What ailment afflicted Su Linger? Or what exactly was her peculiar constitution? However, he refrained from directly inquiring. Such a probing question would seem overly deliberate and might raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze swept over the lifeless bodies of the guards and the damaged carriage, and he remarked coolly, "This location is still far from the periphery of the Qifeng mountain range, where beasts abound and dangers lurk. Given your current state, it may prove difficult to depart safely." Upon hearing this, Su Lai's countenance darkened further, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was acutely aware of the peril. Yet, with their ranks diminished and his own injuries substantial, ensuring the safe return of his lady seemed an insurmountable challenge. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up at the inscrutable figure before him, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, and once more fell to his knees with a thud. His voice tinged with both pleading and resolve. "Senior, I am Su Lai, and I earnestly beseech you to show mercy and escort my lady for a distance. If you can ensure her safe passage from this perilous place, I will fulfill any request you may have, and my Su family will spare no effort to comply, even if it costs me my life." The surviving guards behind him also knelt in unison, imploring, "We humbly request your assistance, esteemed senior." They understood that this venerable figure was their sole beacon of hope. Lin Chen observed the kneeling members of the Su family, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Escorting them was not part of his plan. His intention was to swiftly find a place to refine the demon core, enhance his strength, and then venture forth alone. Becoming embroiled in the troubles of the Su family would yield him no benefit. Furthermore, traveling with the Su family, especially with Su Linga who might recognize him, significantly heightened the risk of revealing his identity. Rationality urged him to decline immediately and depart. Yet, his gaze inadvertently drifted once more towards the quiet carriage. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the little girl with her horn braids, sweetly calling him Brother Lin Chen. Chapter 85 in the words spoken by Su Lai. There lay a profound concern for the young lady's condition. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a barely audible sigh within his heart. Alas, perhaps it is merely a lingering remnant of old affection? Or perhaps a flicker of curiosity regarding Su Linger's experiences over the past 3 years. Alternatively, it could be the surge of confidence that accompanies his newfound strength, prompting him to assist with a minor task. Moreover, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The Su family is, after all, one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyang town, boasting a rich heritage. The destination of their merchant caravan is to gather the rare purple cloud mushroom, indicating their familiarity with certain regions of the Qingfeng mountain range, perhaps even possessing detailed maps. If he could acquire some information about the depths of the mountains or obtain a reliable map from them, it would undoubtedly assist him immensely in his forthcoming trials. Furthermore, the fact that the Su family can dispatch a formidable protector at the 8th level of body refinement signifies that the purple cloud mushroom they seek is undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. Perhaps he could also reap a share of the benefits? With risks come opportunities. After a brief deliberation, Lin Chen had already made his decision. "Rise," he said again, his tone remaining neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. "I can escort you for a while. However, I also have my own matters to attend to and cannot accompany you indefinitely." "The senior is willing to lend a hand?" "Splendid, splendid," Su Lai exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears, he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. As long as you can escort us away from this area to the relatively safe Luofeng Canyon, we shall manage the rest of the journey ourselves." Luofeng Canyon? Lin Chen mentally noted this place name. "Very well," he nodded, signifying his agreement. His gaze then fell upon the 3 corpses of the scaled, armored earth dragons on the ground, as well as the 2 previously slain Qingfeng demon wolves. An undeniable gleam shone in his eyes. "These demon beast corpses belong to me." Yes, yes, of course. These vile creatures were slain by you, esteemed senior. They rightfully belong to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lai nodded in response. They would not dare voice a single complaint, even if Lin Chen demanded all their possessions. Preserving their lives was already a monumental stroke of luck. Lin Chen uttered no further words, approaching the corpses of the demon beasts. He proceeded to process the two 6-tier Qifeng demon wolves' remains, utilizing the myriad furnace to thoroughly refine and absorb their blood essence. Although the effect was not comparable to that of 7 or 8-tier demon beasts, it was still beneficial, further condensing the vitality within him. Next, he turned his attention to the 3 7-tier scaled armored earth dragons. This was indeed a valuable find. Not only was their blood essence abundant, but more importantly, their tough scales. While complete extraction was not feasible if he could refine them, Lin Chen felt a spark of inspiration and placed his palm upon one of the earth dragon's scales. He activated the furnace. Buzz. This time, rather than attempting to separate the scales, he directly focused on refining the scales themselves. Hiss, hiss, hiss. To his astonishment, this incredibly hard material, impervious even to blades, began to decompose at a visibly discernible rate before the overwhelming force of the myriad furnace. It was melting. Chapter 86. It was not merely a transformation into liquid. Rather, it seemed as if the very essence of its constituent materials was being directly decomposed and absorbed by the furnace. This energy flow, imbued with a peculiar metallic quality and a heavy earthy resonance, surged into Lin Chen's body. Could it truly refine the materials for magical artifacts? Lin Chen's heart raced with astonishment. The capabilities of the myriad furnaces had once again reshaped his understanding. He promptly guided this extraordinary energy flow to the surface of his body. Buzz. The layer of qi, which had initially appeared as a dull yellow shield, instantly became more solid and weighty. Even a faint pattern reminiscent of scales, shimmering with a metallic luster, emerged. At that moment, his physical defense experienced a remarkable enhancement, as if he had donned an invisible suit of armor. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Exhilaration coursed through Lin Chen's heart. Without hesitation, he absorbed the scales and the essence of blood and flesh from the 3-headed scaled earth dragon beast using the myriad furnaces. This process lasted approximately half an hour. When the 3 colossal scaled beasts had been entirely reduced to mere skeletal remains, although Lin Chen's realm had not further ascended, his aura had thickened and refined considerably. His physical defense had reached an extraordinary level. He felt that even if he stood motionless, any full-force assault from a 7th or 8th tier body refinement warrior would scarcely inflict any harm upon him. After completing this, Lin Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Lai and the others were utterly astonished by Lin Chen's method of handling the beast's corpse. They had witnessed this mysterious elder placing his palm on the carcass, causing the massive body to shrink visibly, ultimately leaving only a skeleton. And it appeared that the elder's aura had grown stronger still. What kind of technique is this? So bizarre, so domineering. Their reverence for Lin Chen surged to new heights, further solidifying their determination to cling to his coattails. The elder's supernatural prowess is unparalleled. I am in complete admiration. Su Lai cautiously approached, offering his compliments. Lin Chen glanced at him, remaining silent, and merely stated, "Take care of your people, and leave this place promptly." Yes, yes. Su Lai responded eagerly, promptly directing his subordinates to gather their fallen comrades' remains, hastily bandaging wounds, and repairing the damaged carriage as best they could. Lin Chen moved aside, his gaze drifting once more towards the carriage. The curtain remained tightly closed. Yet Lin Chen sensed a faintly frail aura inside, seemingly attuned to him as well. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. At that moment, a slightly weakened yet remarkably melodious voice, akin to a lark emerging from the valley, resonated from within the carriage. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life." The voice was soft, carrying a hint of breathlessness, yet it rang in Lin Chen's ears as if it were celestial music. It was Su Linger. She had finally spoken. Chapter 87. The night breeze swept gently, carrying with it a faint metallic tang from the remnants of the earlier bloodshed, mingled with the unique, damp fragrance of the forest's flora. Within the carriage, a frail voice expressed gratitude for the senior's life-saving intervention, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending subtle ripples through Lin Chen's heart. The voice remained as melodious as it had been 3 years prior, yet it now bore the weight of experience. Lacking the innocence of youth, infused instead with a lingering fragility, Lin Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the closed curtain before he nonchalantly turned away, as if that expression of thanks were merely the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops. He chose not to respond, his countenance betraying no emotion. This deliberate detachment served as the most effective disguise for his current identity. "Senior, it is not wise to linger here. Should we not set out promptly?" Su Lai, sensing Lin Chen's silence, felt an increasing sense of trepidation and cautiously approached to seek permission. He had placed all his hopes upon this enigmatic and powerful figure, fearing that any sign of impatience might lead to the senior's departure. Lin Chen gave a slight nod, indicating his agreement. His gaze swept over the 3 skeletal remains of the scaled earth dragons and the 2 desiccated corpses of the azure windwolves, and he remarked, "These remains may yet hold some value. If you do not mind the trouble, you may take them with you." The bones of the scaled earth dragons were robust, imbued with a subtle earth attribute energy. While they lacked the potency of flesh and scales, they still bore significance for ordinary warriors, whether for weapon crafting or medicinal use. As for the azure windwolves, though their worth was lesser, they were not entirely without merit. Lin Chen had no personal use for them, but offering them to Su's party would serve as a modest token of gratitude, preventing any feelings of excessive indebtedness that might lead to future complications. "Indeed. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity," Su Lai exclaimed, his face lighting up with gratitude. Their expedition had incurred heavy losses, and the ability to return with anything of value was a boon. He promptly directed a few less injured guards to dismantle the massive skeletons, selecting the most prized portions to bundle for transport, while others hurriedly gathered their belongings, ensuring their fallen comrades were hastily buried and reinforcing the battered carriage. With all preparations complete, the remaining Su family guards clustered around the modest carriage, and under Su Lai's guidance, they resumed their journey. Lin Chen did not position himself at the forefront nor bring up the rear. Instead, he chose a middle ground, trailing the group like a ghost, silently shadowing their side. This placement afforded him an overview of the situation, enabling him to respond to any potential threats while maintaining a respectful distance from the Su family, thus averting unnecessary interactions. Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. The Qingfeng mountain range, stripped of the day's clamor, exuded an extraordinary tranquility by night. Yet concealed within it lay countless unknown dangers. The sounds of chirping insects, the calls of night owls, and the occasional distant roar of an unknown beast added an eerie and tense ambience to the stillness. The Su family guards were evidently seasoned veterans. Despite their exhaustion and injuries, they remained on high alert. Armed and vigilant, they scanned the enveloping darkness with keen eyes, moving with stealth to minimize noise. Su Lai led the group at the forefront, his expression grave. He occasionally glanced back at the dark-clad youth who seemed to meld with the night, feeling a mix of reassurance, awe, and curiosity. The senior's strength was unfathomable, and his methods, particularly in dealing with the beast carcasses, were unlike anything Su Lai had ever witnessed. What was his origin? Why was he present in the depths of the Qingfeng Mountains? And what motivated him to extend his aid? Countless questions swirled in Su Lai's mind, yet he dared not voice them or dwell upon them. The immediate priority was to ensure the safe passage of the young lady to Luofeng Gorge. Lin Chen appeared to follow the group casually, but in truth, his senses had been heightened to their utmost capacity. The fusion of the myriad furnaces with the 9 orifices black stone had not only fortified his physical defenses but had also vastly amplified his sensory perception beyond that of his peers. The slightest rustle within a radius of hundreds of meters was discernible to him. He could distinctly hear the suppressed breaths of the guards, detect the subtle aromas wafting from various plants in the air, and even sense the lurking presence of small nocturnal creatures hidden in the shadows. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the slowly moving carriage. The curtain remained tightly drawn, isolating its interior from view. Yet, Lin Chen could faintly perceive the fragile, yet uniquely resonant aura belonging to Su linger within that confined space. What was her condition now? Was she, as before, quietly seated in a corner, peering timidly outside? Or had she succumbed to the torment of her ailment, curled up on the cushions, her complexion as pale as parchment? 3 years was ample time for change. The once innocent child who had trailed behind him had now transformed into the young lady of the Su family, necessitating the protection of formidable guards. Meanwhile, he, once a prodigy, had become a pariah within his own clan, struggling for survival in dire circumstances. The capriciousness of fate was evident in this juxtaposition. A complex and inscrutable emotion flickered within Lin Chen, but he swiftly suppressed it. Chapter 88. Now is not the time for sentiment. The transformations of Su Linger and the intentions of the Su family were, for him, mere ephemeral occurrences. His agreement to escort them stemmed not solely from a nearly negligible remnant of past affection but, more significantly, from pragmatic considerations. Firstly, he aimed to utilize the Su family's merchant convoy as a FAOD to obscure his whereabouts, thereby evading premature detection by the Lin or Wang families. Secondly, he sought to extract information from Su Lai regarding the depths of the Qingfeng mountain range, particularly concerning the vicinity of the Luofeng Gorge. A reliable map or intelligence about certain special areas would be paramount for his forthcoming endeavors. Thirdly, the so-called Ziyun mushroom. which had prompted the Su family to undertake such extensive efforts, undoubtedly possessed considerable value as a spiritual herb. Should he manage to ascertain its specific effects and growth locations, it might prove beneficial for him as well. As for Su Ling'er herself, Lin Chen preferred to maintain a distance, avoiding entanglements. The past grievances and the current disparities rendered a return to their former rapport implausible. Keeping a respectful distance and refraining from interference seemed the most prudent choice. While Lin Chen pondered quietly, Su Lai slowed his pace, approached with a respectful smile, and offered a water skin, saying, "Senior, the journey is arduous. Please, have a sip." Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from reaching for the water skin, and simply inquired, "How far are we from Luofeng Gorge?" Unfazed, Su Lai retracted the water skin with a hint of awkwardness and respectfully replied, "According to our current pace, barring unforeseen circumstances, we should reach the outskirts of Luofeng Gorge before dawn. The terrain there is perilous, easily defensible yet challenging to assault. And within the gorge lies a secret trade route that our Su family has maintained for many years, which offers relative safety." A secret trade route? Lin Chen mused internally. Though his expression remained inscrutable, it appeared that the Su family had indeed invested considerable effort in their operations within the Qingfeng mountain range. A wry smile flickered across Su Lai's face. "I must apologize, Senior. Business is increasingly difficult these days, especially in these treacherous mountains. Without establishing a few fallback routes, we would likely have been devoured long ago by those ferocious beasts or ill-intentioned individuals. To be candid, this trade route was established and maintained at great cost to our family. Ordinarily, only our core merchant convoy traverses it." "Oh," Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly casually asking, "Is your expedition to procure the Ziyun mushroom also for the sake of trade?" At these words, Su Lai's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. It was clear that the matter of the Ziyun mushroom was a closely guarded secret. However, upon meeting Lin Chen's profound and indifferent eyes, he felt an involuntary shiver of apprehension. This senior possessed unfathomable strength and had saved his life. Should he choose to conceal the truth, it might provoke displeasure. After weighing his options, Su Lai sighed, lowering his voice. "To be frank, Senior, the Ziyun mushroom is not for trade. Rather, it is to save the life of our young mistress." "Oh, a life-saving remedy?" Though Lin Chen had his suspicions, hearing Su Lai confirm it elicited a slight surprise. "What affliction does your young mistress suffer from?" A pained expression settled on Su Lai's face as he shook his head. "I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I only know that 3 years ago, she fell victim to a peculiar illness, her health deteriorating rapidly, and despite consulting renowned physicians, no remedy could be found. Subsequently, our family had stumbled upon a fragment of an ancient text, which suggested that deep within the Qifeng mountain range, there exists a rare herb known as the Ziyun mushroom that might suppress the illness within her, or even cure it." He paused, his voice growing even more somber. "However, the Ziyun mushroom's growth conditions are exceedingly harsh, flourishing only in regions dominated by beasts of at least the 7th tier, absorbing lunar essence to thrive. Moreover, its maturation period is brief, making harvesting incredibly challenging. We ventured here with a glimmer of hope, only to find—" He left the sentence unfinished. But the implication was unmistakable. They had not only failed in their quest for the Ziyun mushroom, but had also nearly faced total annihilation. Lin Chen fell silent. So it was. Su Ling'er's affliction had escalated to the point where a miraculous herb, which thrived in perilous locales, was necessary for her salvation. 3 years ago. Chapter 89. At this juncture, it was shortly after his fall from grace. Could her ailment be connected to the events that transpired between the Lin, Su, and Wang families in years gone by? Lin Chen's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Su Qingyao's beautiful yet frigid visage, alongside the brash and overbearing figure of Wang Tong. His downfall had undoubtedly stemmed from the internal strife within the Lin family, yet the machinations of the Su and Wang families played a significant role as well. Particularly, Su Qingyao's broken engagement and her subsequent betrayals had dealt him a crushing blow. Su Ling'er, as Su Qingyao's nominal sister, albeit from a collateral line, might her peculiar affliction be the result of some clandestine scheme by certain individuals to solidify their positions or eliminate potential threats? Or perhaps this so-called ailment was not a malady at all, but rather a unique awakening of her physical constitution that, due to its obscurity or lack of proper guidance, was wreaking havoc on her body. The more Lin Chen pondered, the more he felt that the situation was far from the surface simplicity it appeared to be. The Su family's attitude towards Su Ling'er seemed to be laden with intrigue. On one hand, they spared no expense to send individuals into perilous territories in search of remedies for her, yet on the other, they appeared vague regarding the origins of her illness. There was likely a substantial secret concealed within. However, these were merely his conjectures. Until conclusive evidence emerged, everything remained a matter of speculation. So it was. Lin Chen suppressed the many thoughts swirling in his mind, his tone remaining placid. If the aim was to save a life, then caution was of the utmost importance. Indeed. You are right, Senior, Sulai promptly replied. Just then, a sudden, uncontrollable fit of violent coughing erupted from within the carriage. Cough, 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 cough. The sound of coughing was excruciating, as if one were to expel their very lungs, intermittent and laden with a disquieting frailty. Sulai's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and he hurriedly rushed to the side of the carriage, urgently whispering, Miss, how are you? I'm fine. Uncle Su, cough, cough. Just my old ailment. From within the carriage, Su Lingo's voice emerged, broken and gasping. Despite her efforts to sound nonchalant, the profound weakness seeped through. Miss, do not push yourself. Here, take this Ninglu pill. It may alleviate some discomfort. Sulai retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom, carefully pouring out a crystal-clear pill that exuded a faint fragrance, and cautiously passed it through the curtain's gap. After a moment of silence within the carriage, it seemed that Su Linger had taken the pill. After a considerable while, the violent coughing gradually subsided, though faint gasps remained audible. Mississippi. You. Sulai was still apprehensive. Uncle Su, I truly am fine. Let us continue on our journey. Cough. We cannot delay the senior's time. Su Lingo's voice, though still weak, bore an undeniable insistence. Sulai gazed at the tightly shut curtain, filled with worry and helplessness, ultimately letting out a sigh as he returned to the front of the procession, his expression heavier than before. Lin Chen observed and listened to all of this intently. Chapter 90. The Dew Condensation Pill? It is a rather gentle elixir for healing and replenishing vitality, and it is quite valuable. It appears that the Su family has indeed invested considerable resources to maintain Su Linger's health. However, the fact that even the Dew Condensation Pill can only provide temporary relief indicates the severity and tenacity of her ailments. He could even sense that the recent bout of violent coughing had further weakened the already frail aura within the carriage, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen felt a peculiar emotion welling up within him once more. It was neither sympathy nor pity, but rather a more intricate sentiment. Perhaps it was a stir of recognition regarding the fragility of life in the face of suffering, or perhaps it evoked memories of his own past despair and helplessness during his times of downfall. He gently shook his head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. He was neither a savior nor a sentimentalist. He had his own path to tread and his own vendettas to pursue. The fate of Su Linger was of no concern to him. He redirected his attention to the surrounding environment. The night deepened, and there was still some time before dawn. The road ahead appeared increasingly rugged and treacherous. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, making it difficult for moonlight to penetrate, thus rendering the forest illumination ever dimmer. The air was thick with a fetid, damp odor, and the dry twigs and leaves underfoot had become even more substantial and yielding. Everyone, stay alert. We are approaching the Black Marsh Forest. There are many miasmas and venomous creatures here, so be cautious. Sulai raised his voice, cautioning the guards. The pace of the group slowed once more, everyone holding their breath as they carefully traversed the darkness. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The Black Marsh Forest? He seemed to recall some scattered information about this place from Lin Bao's memories. It was said that a toxic miasma lingered year-round, inhabited by numerous venomous snakes, insects, and rodents, not to mention some low-tier demon beasts adept at stealthy ambushes. For ordinary martial artists, it was indeed a perilous region. However, for him, such miasma and venomous creatures posed little significant threat. While he would not claim to be immune to all poisons, the common miasma and toxins could hardly approach him. His only concern lay with Su Linger within the carriage. Given her current frail state, could she withstand the corrosive effects of the miasma in the Black Marsh Forest? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, a faint sound akin to a venomous serpent's hiss suddenly pierced the air from behind a massive ancient tree to his front side. Chapter 91. A shadow, slender as a finger and cloaked in a deep green hue, surged forth like a released arrow, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Sulai at the forefront of the group. Be careful. Almost instantaneously upon the sound of the air being sliced, Lin Chen's cold voice reverberated. Simultaneously, his figure flickered like a specter. Arriving after the danger, he unleashed a fierce gust of wind from his fingers, accompanied by a piercing whistle, precisely targeting the shadow of deep green. With a muffled thud, the shadow froze mid-air, before plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string, utterly powerless. It was only at this moment that the Su family members reacted. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a small snake, entirely deep green, with a triangular head, measuring barely a foot in length. The snake's head had been pierced through by Lin Chen's finger wind, lifeless in the most definitive sense. It's the 7 steps poison snake. exclaimed a knowledgeable guard, his face paling in an instant. The 7 Steps poison snake. Notorious within the Chifeng mountain range for its lethal venom, although its rank was not high, equivalent to that of a 4th or 5th layer in body refinement. Its toxicity was shockingly fierce, capable of sealing one's throat upon a mere scratch. Even a body refinement warrior at the 7th or 8th layer would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed if bitten. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Su Lai, drenched in cold sweat, was filled with dread. He had been wholly focused on the path ahead, completely oblivious to the venomous serpent lurking behind the trees. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Su Lai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Chen, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no further courtesy was necessary. Yet, his gaze sharpened, scanning the deeper, darker recesses of the jungle. The sudden appearance of the 7 Steps poison snake was far too abrupt and too precise. Was this truly a mere accident? Or, a flicker of a chilling glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This seemingly straightforward escort mission might not be as tranquil as it appeared. The dark marshy forest ahead, along with the more distant falling wind gorge, perhaps concealed other dangers. Chapter 92. The 7 Steps to the cold corpse of the snake. The cold, lifeless body of the small snake lay quietly among the decaying leaves, its dark green scales glimmering with a haunting luminescence in the dim light. The guards of the Su family gazed at the serpent with trepidation, while their eyes turned towards Lin Chen filled with an indescribable awe and gratitude. Had it not been for this enigmatic elder's intervention, it was likely their leader, Su Lai, would now be the one lying on the ground. Keep your eyes sharp. Maintain utmost vigilance, Su Lai urged, suppressing the tremors of fear within him. His voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp from the earlier tension, commanded attention. Ahead lay the Black Marsh forest, fraught with dangers far greater than that venomous snake. Those who wish to survive, stay close and do not fall behind. Yes, Commander. The surviving guards responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions solemn, no longer daring to be careless. The group set forth once more, slowly stepping into the dark and foreboding Black Marsh forest. Upon entering, a pungent, damp aroma, a foul mix of decaying vegetation and mud, assaulted their senses, eliciting nausea. More unsettling was the faint, visible gray-green mist that began to envelop the air. This mist, though not particularly dense, coiled through the woods like a creeping parasite, obscuring the already sparse moonlight and rendering their vision increasingly murky. Hold your breath. Channel your inner energy to resist the miasma. Keep the detoxification pills under your tongues. Su Lai called out again, leading by example as he retrieved a black pill, exuding a sharp medicinal odor, and placed it in his mouth. The other guards followed suit, extracting their own detoxifying pills. These pills were evidently a special concoction of the Su family, designed specifically to combat the miasma of the Black Marsh forest. Yet, despite this precaution, grave concern was etched on each face. They cautiously regulated their breathing, attempting to circulate their not-so-abundant inner energy to form a faint protective layer against the insidious miasma. However, the miasma of the Black Marsh forest proved to be exceptionally potent. Even with the detoxification pills in their mouths, the guards felt a heaviness in their heads and their breaths became labored. The gray-green mist appeared to possess a unique corrosiveness, steadily depleting their superficial energy defenses, compelling them to continuously circulate their techniques to maintain any semblance of protection. For these already injured and fatigued guards, this was undoubtedly a compounding burden. The pace of the group inevitably slowed further. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of decayed foliage and mud, accumulated over countless years. Stepping upon it produced a squelching sound, the muck often threatening to engulf their ankles, rendering their progress exceedingly arduous. The air was so humid it felt as though one could wring water from it, a clammy sensation clinging to their skin, inducing an indescribable discomfort. The surrounding trees exhibited a sickly distortion, their trunks draped with dark green moss and unknown parasitic vines. Some vines even bore strangely colored flowers emitting a faintly sweet yet toxic aroma, clearly laced with venom. An eerie silence enveloped the woods. Apart from the sound of their own footsteps squelching in the mud and their strained breaths, the usual chirping of insects and birds was conspicuously absent. This deathly stillness only heightened their unease. In stark contrast to the Su family's laborious struggle was Lin Chen's effortless demeanor. He glided alongside the group like a specter, unhurriedly lingering at the periphery. The oppressive gray-green miasma, which eroded the guard's energy, seemed to him merely a common air. The mist swirled around him, yet it could not penetrate his skin. Rather, it retreated instinctively as he approached, forming a minuscule, nearly imperceptible vacuum around him. This was undoubtedly the result of the 10,000-path furnace. Having refined the scales of the earth dragon beast, Lin Chen had acquired an intangible layer of defensive armor, which appeared to possess an enhanced capacity to repel and neutralize such energetic encroachments. Though the miasma was peculiar, its essence remained a toxic energy, rendering it utterly harmless in the face of the formidable 10,000 path furnace. Lin Chen could even sense the tendrils of miasmic energy attempting to invade his body, only to be silently dismantled and absorbed by the furnace upon contact with his skin, ultimately transforming into pure energy that nourished his very being. Though this energy was minuscule, its accumulation over time constituted a unique form of cultivation. He made no effort to reveal his extraordinary condition, maintaining a steady pace while his gaze calmly scanned the environment. His awareness had expanded, capturing every subtle movement hidden within the black marsh forest, vividly imprinting them in his mind. He could see the leeches with venomous fangs lurking in the mire ahead, hear the sound of a scorpion camouflaged as bark shifting above, and even smell the spores emanating from an oddly gigantic mushroom to his left, capable of inducing hallucinations. These potential threats could prove fatal for the Su family's guards. But to Lin Chen, they were as evident as the lines on his palm. He refrained from immediately neutralizing these dangers. Firstly, he was not their caretaker, and had no obligation to resolve every predicament for the Su family. Secondly, he wished to observe Su Lai's capacity to respond. If they could not manage such minor threats, they were of little use. Of utmost importance, however, was that a considerable portion of his attention remained fixed on the jolting carriage ahead. Chapter 93. Since entering the Black Marsh Forest, the already feeble breath within the carriage seemed to have grown even more erratic and frail. Cough, cough, cough. The stifled sound of coughing, as if drawing upon the last reserves of strength, intermittently emanated from behind the curtain of the carriage. Each cough resonated like a small hammer, gently tapping against the stillness of the night, echoing in the hearts of certain individuals. Su Lai's expression darkened further, his steps becoming somewhat unsteady. He contemplated stopping to check on the young lady's condition several times, but recalling her weak yet resolute tone, he forced himself to endure. He could only continue to urge the team to hasten their pace, hoping to swiftly traverse this accursed Black Marsh forest. An atmosphere of anxiety and unease permeated the group. Lin Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Su Ling's condition appeared to be even worse than he had anticipated. The miasma of the Black Marsh forest evidently placed a tremendous burden upon her body. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was gently pulled aside by a pale, slender hand, creating a small gap. Lin Chen instinctively peered through the opening. The light was too dim for him to discern the precise situation inside, but he could vaguely see a delicate figure curled up in the corner, seemingly pressing a silk handkerchief tightly against her mouth, her body trembling slightly from the violent fits of coughing. The half-visible side of her face was so pale it was nearly translucent, devoid of color, save for the long eyelashes that stubbornly quivered. Merely this fleeting glimpse caused Lin Chen's heart to involuntarily constrict. The profound fragility and helplessness starkly contrasted with the vibrant image of the spirited young girl who had always trailed behind him in his memories. He almost immediately averted his gaze, as if the sight had been an illusion. He forced himself to regain his composure, redirecting his focus to the surrounding environment. He could no longer afford to be distracted. Whether Su Ling lived or died was her destiny to bear, as well as that of the Su family to contemplate. What he needed to do now was ensure he obtained what he sought from this escort mission and extricate himself as swiftly as possible. Buzzing. At that moment, a subtle yet dense sound, akin to the fluttering of countless wings, suddenly emerged from the thick miasma ahead. The sound grew closer with alarming speed, and its volume appeared exceedingly vast. Not good. It's the blood-sucking poison mosquitoes. Quick, form a defensive formation. Su Lai's face changed dramatically as he let out a horrified scream. The blood-sucking poison mosquitoes, one of the most fearsome creatures within the Black Marsh forest. Individually, these mosquitoes were not particularly strong, roughly equivalent to the first or second stage of a body-refining martial artist. However, their terror lay in their sheer numbers. Thousands upon thousands could swarm at once. Their sharp mouthparts could easily pierce ordinary leather armor, and while they drained blood, they also injected a toxin capable of paralyzing nerves and corroding flesh. Chapter 94. Once surrounded by a multitude of blood-sucking mosquitoes, even a high-level martial artist at the body refinement stage could be drained of blood, reduced to nothing but a mere skeleton, if lacking special protective measures. Before Su Lai's words could fully resonate, the remaining 7 or 8 guards instinctively closed in, encircling the carriage with unwavering resolve. Their weapons danced through the air, creating a shimmering barrier in an attempt to fend off the impending swarm of mosquitoes. Yet, their actions were evidently a moment too late. Before them, the gray-green mist roiled as if boiling, and soon a dense mass of black specks, resembling ominous clouds, surged forth in overwhelming waves, accompanied by a spine-chilling hum that made the scalp tingle, hurtling towards the Su family. Those black specks were none other than the grotesque bloodthirsty mosquitoes, Each the size of a thumb, their bodies entirely black and adorned with sinister crimson compound eyes. A guard, caught off guard, felt dozens of these toxic creatures pierce his arm in an instant. With a cry of agony, he sensed a sharp pain followed by a swift numbness that rendered him unconscious. The flesh at the side of the bites visibly darkened and began to rot at an alarming rate. Stand firm. Do not panic. Su Lai's eyes blazed with desperation as he wielded his long knife, cleaving through dozens of mosquitoes that lunged at him, shouting loudly to rally his comrades. Yet, the sheer number of blood-sucking mosquitoes was insurmountable, an unending tide. The makeshift defensive circle formed by the guards swayed perilously under the relentless assault of the swarm, and cries of horror echoed through the air. Puff, puff, puff. More mosquitoes breached the barrier of blades, sinking their fangs into the guards. Although clad in leather armor, the sharp proboscis of the mosquitoes found their way through even the smallest gaps. In the blink of an eye, aside from Su Lai, who still managed to hold his ground, the remaining guards were already besieged by mosquitoes, their movements sluggish, faces darkening, on the verge of collapse. Even the dilapidated carriage's canopy and walls were crawling with countless mosquitoes, emitting an excruciating gnawing sound. Miss. Su Lai's heart raced with dread as he sensed that the mosquitoes seemed particularly drawn to the frail aura emanating from within the carriage, desperately attempting to infiltrate. Should they succeed in breaching the carriage, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was over. A profound despair surged within Su Lai. Was this truly the day they would meet their end? Just at this critical juncture, a cold, indifferent voice, imbued with an enigmatic power, suddenly pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. Silence. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, even overpowering the deafening hum of the swarm. In the next moment, an indescribable, searing, and domineering aura erupted from the silent black-clad youth at the flank of their ranks, akin to a volcanic eruption. Chapter 95. With a swift motion, Lin Chen raised his hand, and within his palm, a vibrant crimson energy, seemingly forged from pure flame, ignited with fervor. This fiery essence was strikingly distinct from the fire attribute energy typically cultivated by ordinary warriors. It was far more refined and ferocious. Within it lay a terrifying power capable of incinerating all existence and melting anything in its path. This was the unique furnace true fire that Lin Chen had cultivated. Based on the myriad furnace, through the purification and transformation of a substantial amount of essence drawn from the flesh and blood of monstrous beasts. Although it was merely a nascent form, its potency was already beyond the reach of conventional true energy. Go, Lin Chen uttered softly. Instantly, the crimson furnace true fire in his palm surged forth, transforming into a tumultuous wave of flame, akin to an enraged fire dragon, sweeping towards the ominous swarm of black blood-sucking mosquitoes. The air was filled with an indescribable cacophony, reminiscent of boiling oil splattering upon snow, reverberating through the forest. The seemingly ferocious and numerous bloodthirsty mosquitoes, upon encountering the crimson fire wave, reacted as if they had met their nemesis. They were consumed by the blazing inferno before they could even emit a cry, reduced to ashes in a mere instant. In the blink of an eye, the dense cloud of black that would instill despair in even the most advanced body-refining warriors was forcibly burned away, creating a vast breach. Wherever the flames passed, the mosquitoes were obliterated, causing the air to twist from the searing heat. The decaying leaves and muck on the ground were charred black, releasing plumes of green smoke. This. Su Lai and the few remaining guards stood in stunned silence, witnessing this miraculous spectacle, their minds blank. They had forgotten to wield their weapons, overlooked their own pain, and could only gaze in awe at the figure clad in black, standing resolutely before the flames, reminiscent of a celestial being. With a mere snap of his fingers, he had annihilated countless mosquitoes. What an unfathomable strength! What realm of power did this elder possess? Was it foundational, or something even greater? The remaining blood-sucking mosquitoes appeared to be paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming flames, emitting a frantic buzzing as they retreated in disarray into the mist, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Lin Chen gradually retracted his hand, extinguishing the flickering crimson flame in his palm, as if the cataclysmic scene had been naught but a figment of their imagination. His expression remained tranquil, his breath unperturbed, as he cast a casual glance at the Su family members, now entranced in a stupor, and at the carriage that had finally settled into silence. Before speaking, Chapter 96, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must depart swiftly. His voice roused Su Lai and the others from their profound astonishment. Yes. Indeed, Senior. Su Lai jolted, quickly regaining his composure, his face aglow with the ecstasy of survival and an even deeper reverence. He bowed deeply to Lin Chen, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life once more. The immense kindness will forever be remembered by the Su family. The other surviving guards, though each wounded and pallid, regarded Lin Chen with eyes akin to those of worshippers gazing upon a deity. They struggled to kneel in reverence. But Lin Chen gestured to halt them. "Tend to your wounds first, then we shall proceed." His tone remained placid, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, Su Lai dared not delay. He hastily retrieved antidotes and healing elixirs from his bosom, distributing them to the injured guards so they could promptly address the bites inflicted by the venomous mosquitoes. Fortunately, Lin Chen had acted swiftly. Their poisoning was not overly severe. Though they suffered, it was not fatal in the immediate sense. Lin Chen approached the carriage. Amidst the earlier chaos, although the carriage had been well protected, its walls and roof bore numerous fine punctures from the voracious mosquitoes. His gaze fell upon one particularly large hole, and his brow furrowed slightly. From this vantage point, he could glimpse a corner of the carriage interior. Su Linga remained curled up there, her body trembling faintly, evidently shaken by the earlier events. A thin blanket covered her. Yet her exposed wrists and ankles revealed several distinct, darkening, swollen spots. Clearly, some mosquitoes had breached the carriage's defenses and bitten her. Given her frail state, the toxin from these blood-sucking mosquitoes. A fleeting wave of concern crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He paused in silence for a moment, ultimately deciding against intervening. Since the Su family dared to bring her to such a perilous place, they must have prepared suitable antidotes. Moreover, should he intervene now, his identity and intent would be difficult to elucidate. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Retracting his gaze, he turned and moved to the front of the group, spreading his senses once more, vigilant for any potential dangers that might arise anew. Yet, within his heart, the curiosity that had initially pertained solely to Su Lingo's origins and condition seemed to have, unbeknownst to him, entwined with something more profound. Perhaps it was the fleeting glimpse of her pale vulnerability, or the lingering, elusive memories from 3 years past? He could not discern. All he knew was that this escort, initially driven by self-interest and concealment, appeared to be veering quietly in an unforeseen direction. Chapter 97. The crimson waves of fire surged like roaring tides, and once they receded, they left behind a charred landscape strewn with the remnants of venomous mosquitoes and the acrid scent of burning. All that remained was a profound silence, punctuated only by the complex gazes of the Su family members, which mingled relief with profound admiration. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive, as if the earth-shattering blow he had just delivered was merely a casual gesture to swat away a few bothersome flies. His calm gaze swept over the guards still engulfed in shock and gratitude, ultimately settling on the damaged carriage. "Senior, are you all right?" Su Lai was the first to react, suppressing the tumult within him as he hurried to Lin Chen's side, his tone laced with cautious concern. To him, executing such a monumental strike must have taken a considerable toll on this elder. Lin Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no response, and instead directed his gaze toward the carriage, his voice devoid of emotion. "Take care of your own people first." Su Lai followed Lin Chen's gaze, his heart tightening with dread. "Miss." He suddenly recalled that amidst the chaos, a venomous mosquito had seemingly breached the carriage's defenses. "Miss." Su Lai's complexion changed dramatically. And disregarding his own injuries, he dashed to the carriage and urgently lifted the tattered curtain. In the dim light, he found Su Linga curled in the corner of the carriage. Half of her thin blanket slipped away, revealing a pallid face devoid of color. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes trembling with unease, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, and her lips took on an abnormal bluish hue. On her exposed slender wrists and ankles, several distinct red, swollen spots were visibly expanding, darkening at an alarming rate, while the surrounding skin began to show signs of decay, emitting a faint, foul odor. The venom of the blood-sucking mosquito had begun to spread within her body. "Miss, wake up. Please wake up," Su Lai exclaimed, panic-stricken as he gently shook Su Linger's shoulder, his voice trembling with fear. Su Linger seemed to be stirred by his calls, laboriously opening her eyes. Her gaze was vacant, lacking its usual vibrancy, replaced by an overwhelming expression of pain and weakness. Upon seeing Su Lai's anxious face, she attempted to conjure a reassuring smile, but the slightest movement of her lips triggered a fit of violent coughing, accompanied by a trickle of dark red blood at the corner of her mouth. "Cough. Cough. Su. Uncle Su," she spoke in a faltering whisper, her voice barely audible. I feel a bit cold." This was dire. The mosquito venom had begun to invade her heart. Su Lai's pupils constricted in horror, fully aware of the horrifying potency of the blood-sucking mosquito's toxin. Once it targeted the heart, even a celestial being would be hard-pressed to save her. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew a delicately crafted white jade vial from his robe, urgently stating, "Miss, please endure." This is the family S specially formulated by Shuechang Lindan, designed specifically to counteract mosquito venom. You must take it. With that, he carefully poured out a jade green pill, fragrant with medicinal aroma, attempting to feed it to Su Linger. However, her condition was so dire that even swallowing had become an arduous task. When the pill was brought to her lips, she instinctively resisted, her throat emitting involuntary whimpers. Her body trembling from the toxin's invasion and the cold. Miss, open your mouth. Quickly take the medicine. Su Lai was drenched in sweat from anxiety, having tried multiple times to administer the pill without success. As he watched the bluish hue on Su Linger's face deepen and her breath weaken, despair gripped his heart, rendering him powerless. The remaining guards, who had also survived the onslaught, gathered around, their faces pale as they witnessed the dire state of their young mistress. Though they too had been affected by the mosquito venom, their cultivation was significantly higher than Su Linger's, allowing them to maintain some semblance of control. But she, in this critical moment, Lin Chen, who had been standing a short distance away, approached with deliberate steps. His footfalls were light, barely making a sound upon the decaying leaves beneath him. Su Lai and the others instinctively looked up at him, their eyes filled with a final glimmer of hope. Senior, I implore you, please save my lady. Su Lai fell to his knees before Lin Chen, his voice choked with emotion as he bowed deeply. If you can spare her life, my own is yours. The Su family will honor you as a guest of the highest esteem, dedicating everything to repay your kindness. The other guards followed suit, kneeling in unison, their voices pleading. We beseech you, senior, save our lady. They had discerned that the antidote prepared by the Su family seemed to have little effect on her, or rather, she was in no condition to take it. Their only hope lay in the hands of this formidable elder standing before them. Chapter 98. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the Bai Shueching Linden held by Su Lai. With his heightened perception, sharpened by the myriad of paths within the furnace, he could distinctly discern the various medicinal properties encapsulated within this pill. It was indeed a potent antidote, crafted with meticulous care. It would likely prove effective against common mosquito venoms. However, the blood-biting mosquito was no ordinary pest. Its venom harbored not only components that paralyzed the nervous system and corroded flesh, but also a chilling force capable of directly invading a warrior's vital essence and tainting their true energy. While the Bai Shueching Lin Dan could alleviate surface toxins, it struggled to eradicate the insidious cold poison that infiltrated the essence. Moreover, Su Linger was already in a state of extreme frailty, likely beset by some unknown affliction. The convergence of these factors rendered the efficacy of the pill severely diminished. Even if it were forcibly administered, it might merely serve as a temporary respite. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to Su Lingo, who lay curled in the carriage, her breath shallow, as if she were on the brink of fading away. Her pallid face, the pained and helpless glimmer in her eyes, and her barely perceptible breath. For reasons unknown, his heart, once tempered to a steely resolve, was once again gently stirred. It was not out of pity, nor any heroic impulse to save a damsel in distress. Rather, it was an inexplicable sensation. It felt as though he were witnessing a reflection of his former self, one who had once plummeted into despair and struggled in the abyss. It was as if he simply believed that a life, once vibrant, should not wither away silently in this dark, fetid mire. Silence. A deathly silence. Su Lai and the others knelt on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes filled with hope and pleading as they awaited Lin Chen's judgment. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, just as Su Lai's heart began to sink, resigning to the belief that this elder would ultimately remain an indifferent observer. Lin Chen finally stirred. He did not extend a hand to assist Su Lai, nor did he utter any grand declarations. He merely extended a single finger, a slender, pale finger with clearly defined joints. At the tip of that finger, a thread of crimson energy, finer than a hair and almost imperceptible, quietly coalesced. This crimson flow was starkly different from the violent flames that had incinerated the swarm of mosquitoes before. It was exceedingly faint, exceedingly reserved, exuding no trace of heat, yet imbued with a pure warmth that seemed capable of purifying all impurities. This was the essence of life, a primordial vitality, birthed from Lin Chen's fusion of his own pure blood energy with the cleansing properties of the furnace's true fire. Such a power was exceedingly precious, requiring considerable expenditure of his own vitality to condense even a fraction. Yet, in its capacity to expel foreign energies, purify corruption, and invigorate the human body, its effects were beyond imagination. Opening his mouth, Lin Chen's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Chapter 99. Yet this time, his words seemed imbued with an extraordinary enchantment. Su Linger, who had initially sealed her lips in unconscious resistance, appeared to momentarily pause in her trembling at the sound of his voice. Then, astonishingly, her darkened lips parted ever so slightly. Observing this, Su Lai felt a surge of both astonishment and joy, yet dared not inquire further. He hastily placed the precious blood-cleansing pill into Su Ling'er's mouth with utmost care. At the instant the pill touched her tongue, a slender stream of crimson energy from Lin Chen's fingertip seemed to possess a life of its own. Silently and precisely alighting upon the vital point at her brow, a hum resonated through the air as an indescribable warmth, a pure essence, surged through her brow like a gentle stream, flooding into Su Ling'er's body. Upon entering, this energy transformed into a miniature sun, dispelling the cold and numbness that had permeated her being due to the venom. The frigid toxins, which had been mercilessly eroding her vitality and contaminating her meridians, rapidly melted away upon contact with the crimson energy, as if snow met with fierce sunlight, dissolving and being purified in an instant. Simultaneously, this force tenderly invigorated her nearly exhausted life force, guiding the medicinal properties of the blood-cleansing pill to swiftly disperse throughout her limbs and organs, mending the tissues ravaged by the poison. The entire process unfolded in silent swiftness. To the onlookers, Lin Chen merely extended his finger to lightly touch Su Ling'er's brow. Even Su Lai perceived only a faint warmth emanating from the elder's fingertip into the maiden's body, unaware of the profound transformation occurring within. But in the next moment, a miracle transpired. Su Ling'er's previously contorted brows began to unfurl. The pallor that had clouded her features faded at a visible pace, replaced by a ghostly blush. Her rapid, shallow breaths transformed into a steadier, more prolonged rhythm, though the darkened, festering wounds on her wrists and ankles did not heal immediately. The trend of deterioration was thoroughly halted. Cough. Su Ling'er coughed softly once more, but this time, it was not the agonizing sound of earlier. Rather, it resembled the release of stagnant air from her lungs, imbued with a sense of relief. She gradually opened her eyes. Although still bearing the weight of fatigue and weakness, a glimmer of clarity returned to her gaze. Her eyes instinctively fell upon the stern visage before her. Their gazes locked. Lin Chen's eyes remained indifferent, as deep and inscrutable as an ancient well, betraying no emotion. In contrast, Su Ling'er's expression was a tapestry of complexity, fear, confusion, gratitude, and an indescribable sense of familiarity and excitement. She parted her lips, as if to speak, but ultimately uttered a barely audible, "Thank you, Elder." Lin Chen withdrew his finger, as if nothing had transpired. He offered no reply to Su Ling'er's gratitude, nor acknowledged the still kneeling Su Lai and the others. Instead, he turned towards the encroaching darkness shrouded in miasma ahead and stated calmly, "The toxins have been temporarily suppressed, yet they remain unvanquished. The miasma here is still dense. We must depart swiftly and seek a pure place for her to recuperate. Otherwise, the residual poison may resurface, posing a threat to her life." Having spoken, he did not linger, but resumed his stride, fading once more into the darkness and miasma that lay ahead, leaving behind a solitary, enigmatic silhouette. "Elder." Su Lai gazed at Lin Chen's departing figure, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his remaining words, bowing deeply 3 times in that direction. Chapter 100. He understood that this esteemed elder wished to avoid unnecessary entanglement. However, the gratitude swelling within him was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. This elder not only saved the young lady's life once more, but seemed to have discerned the fundamental issue plaguing her health. The recurrence of residual toxins, still posing a threat to her life, sent a chill through Su Lai's heart, evoking thoughts of the young lady's peculiar ailment. "Hurry. Quickly rise. Take good care of the young lady." Su Lai hastily got to his feet, summoning the other guards. Several guards swiftly stood up, cautiously assisting Su Ling'er, wiping away her cold sweat with clean cloths and covering her with a blanket. Observing the marked improvement in the young lady's complexion, their anxieties finally eased. Their gazes towards the figure ahead filled with boundless admiration. "Uncle Su, I feel much better." Su Ling'er leaned against the cushion, her voice still weak, but significantly clearer. She looked at Su Lai and softly inquired, "Just now, was it that esteemed elder?" "Yes, it was indeed that esteemed elder who saved you." Su Lai eagerly nodded, his face alight with excitement. "The elder, he is truly extraordinary. Not only does he possess remarkable power, but his medical skills are also astonishing. With a gentle touch, he subdued the toxins within you." At these words, Su Ling'er fell silent. She raised her pale hand and lightly stroked her forehead, where a lingering, peculiar warmth seemed to remain. Her gaze turned once more to the world beyond the carriage curtain, to the familiar silhouette that flickered in and out of the miasma. Could it truly be him? That aloof, formidable elder, enigmatic as a riddle. Could he be the Lin Chen from 3 years ago, the one who occasionally graced her with a gentle smile? If so, why would he not reveal himself to her? If not, then what could explain the familiar yet warm sensation she felt at her brow? Her heart brimmed with confusion and an ineffable sentiment. My lady, do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on resting. Sulai perceived her distraction and gently urged. We must hasten to leave this cursed place, as per the elder's instructions, and find a clean location for your recuperation. Su Ling softly acknowledged. Closing her eyes, yet her tumultuous emotions lingered, much like the miasma outside, refusing to dissipate. The group resumed their journey, following Lin Chen's earlier imposing presence. It seemed even the venomous creatures of the Black Marsh forest sensed fear, and the subsequent path proved unexpectedly tranquil, devoid of any notable assaults. Lin Chen continued to lead at the forefront, silent as a solemn guide. Seizing this relatively safe opportunity, Sulai cautiously approached Lin Chen once more. Esteemed elder. Sulai rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile gracing his face, yet his tone remained profoundly respectful. I wish to inquire about the Falling Wind Canyon. He dared not directly ask for a map, as that would be too abrupt and overtly purposeful. Lin Chen did not halt his pace, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement, encouraging him to continue. Sulai's heart leaped with joy, and he eagerly continued, Esteemed elder. You may not know that while the Falling Wind Canyon is perilous and easily defensible, its internal terrain is complex, filled with numerous forks. Moreover, an unusual wind blows year-round. Without someone familiar with the paths to guide you, one can easily become lost or swept into a dead end by the strange winds. I happen to possess a rough sketch of the surrounding area of the Falling Wind Canyon, drawn by my family's ancestors. Though it lacks detail, it marks several relatively safe windbreaks and water sources. Should the esteemed elder not find it distasteful? As he spoke, he carefully retrieved a somewhat aged map crafted from tanned animal hide from his bosom, presenting it with both hands, respectfully offering it to Lin Chen. This was evidently the most sincere offering he could muster. Expressing gratitude while providing potentially useful information without exposing the most guarded secrets of the Su family, such as the precise routes of their clandestine trade paths. Lin Chen finally paused, his gaze falling upon the rolled animal hide map. Chapter 101. The dim, pestilential mist gradually thinned behind him, akin to fading ink stains. Sulai held the ancient beast's skin map with both hands, respectfully presenting it before Lin Chen, his forehead still marked with the remnants of the recent bowing. His eyes reflecting a blend of trepidation and hope. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the beast's skin for a moment, refraining from immediately reaching out to accept it. His profound eyes seemed capable of penetrating the skin to discern every line and mark inscribed upon it. Sulai's heart began to race. The inscrutable thoughts of this elder left him anxious. What if Lin Chen deemed this modest offering too insignificant to merit his attention? Just as beads of sweat began to form in Sulai's palms, Lin Chen finally extended his hand. His motion was deliberate, imbued with an undeniable authority. He accepted the beast's skin map, feeling its weight, a blend of the leather's resilience and a faint, acrid scent. The surface of the map bore the wear of time, the edges curling slightly, yet it was evident that the creator had poured their heart into its crafting. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, Sulai exclaimed, relief washing over him as Lin Chen accepted the map. His face radiated genuine gratitude and elation, as if the mere acceptance of this map by such a venerable figure was an immense honor in itself. Lin Chen paid no heed to Sulai's exuberance. His focus had entirely shifted to the map in his hands. He slowly unfurled the beast's skin. The cartography was somewhat rudimentary, rendered in a durable mineral pigment that had withstood the ravages of time. Simple lines depicted mountains, rivers, and distinctive topographical markers. The area illustrated was not extensive, primarily centering on a notably narrow region flanked by towering cliffs, clearly the so-called Windfall Gorge. Several relatively safe zones were marked in red on the map, accompanied by scrawled annotations indicating locations such as wind shelters, clear springs, and stone forests, temporary refuge. Conversely, deeper within the gorge, several skull icons were inscribed, warning of densely swirling winds, lurking beasts, and the treacherous enchantment slope. Though rudimentary, this map undoubtedly held immense value for those newly entering this territory. At the very least, it provided guidance to evade some obvious and deadly traps. Lin Chen's gaze scanned the map with the precision of a scanner, and with his extraordinary memory, he etched every detail firmly into his mind within moments. Windfall Gorge. The map indeed lived up to its ominous reputation. The terrain was elongated, resembling a gash cleaved by a colossal axe. Towering cliffs rose into the clouds on either side, while the gorge itself was littered with peculiar rocks and a labyrinth of paths, akin to a natural maze. The map notably highlighted areas plagued by persistent strange winds, affirming Sulai's claims. This treacherous landscape served as both perilous ground and an excellent venue for concealment and training. For Lin Chen, who sought to enhance his strength while evading the pursuit of the Lin and Wang families, this locale might prove to be a fortuitous choice. He discreetly rolled the beast's skin map back up and casually tucked it away. To Sulai, this action instilled a sense of reassurance. Esteemed elder. This map merely outlines some of the peripheral conditions, Sulai hurriedly added as Lin Chen stowed the map. Even our Su family knows little about the deeper regions of the gorge, particularly the area known as Wind Hollow, where the legendary purple cloud mushroom is said to grow. Is exceptionally perilous. It is rumored to be guarded by high-level beasts, and the winds there. At this juncture, a hint of apprehension crossed his face. The winds there are unlike ordinary mountain breezes. They are said to erode the very soul, catching one unawares. The team we dispatched last time lost several members there, and we could not even recover their remains. Wind Hollow. Chapter 102. Lin Chen silently etched this name into his mind. A region that could pose such a formidable challenge to the Su family must indeed be extraordinary. However, his interest in the so-called purple cloud mushroom was rather tepid. What captivated him more was whether the environment of this gorge would be conducive to his cultivation of the 10,000-path melting furnace technique. Lin Chen merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, refraining from further elaboration. He lifted his gaze, directing it forward. As the group advanced, the surrounding environment underwent a noticeable transformation. The suffocating gray-green miasma had completely dissipated. The air became significantly fresher. Although it still bore the moisture of the mountains, it lacked the decayed, slimy sensation characteristic of the black marsh forest. The mire and decayed leaves beneath their feet gradually diminished, replaced by solid ground and scattered pebbles. The trees flanking them no longer appeared grotesquely twisted. They remained tall, but the light filtering through their branches had markedly increased. The most prominent change was the wind. Gentle breezes began to flow from the front, carrying a hint of the unique coolness of the mountain rocks. The sound of the wind echoed through the forest, producing a low, murmuring sound, as if the gorge itself were whispering. Quickly, everyone, exert yourselves. We are on the verge of escaping this damned black marsh forest, Sulai urged, turning to rally his subordinates. The surviving guards, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of renewed vigor. Having endured the previous harrowing battles and the terror of the mosquito swarms, surviving this perilous land was indeed a stroke of fortune. They supported one another and quickened their pace. The carriage continued to move slowly in the center of the formation. The curtains were tightly drawn. But from the occasional faint sounds emanating within, it seemed that Su Lingo's condition had stabilized, and she no longer emitted pain coughs. In Lin Chen's perception, the essence belonging to Su Linger, although still feeble, had improved considerably. The sinister, cold force of the mosquito venom that had infiltrated her body was temporarily suppressed by his threat of primal vitality. Yet, as he had indicated, this was merely suppression and not eradication. The toxin of the blood-sucking mosquitoes was exceedingly domineering, and it appeared that a deeper-rooted ailment lay hidden within her. Achieving complete recovery would not be an easy task. After progressing for approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, their vision suddenly broadened. They had finally emerged from the oppressive black marsh forest. Before them lay a relatively open area strewn with rugged stones, peculiar in shape. In the distance, two colossal cliffs, resembling those hewn by a knife or axe, loomed majestically, piercing the clouds like two silent giants guarding the profound chasm between them. That chasm was none other than the entrance to the falling wind gorge. Even from a distance, one could feel the markedly stronger mountain winds blowing from the gorge's entrance. The howling wind echoed ominously, reminiscent of ghostly wails, imbued with a primal and untamed essence. The sky had begun to brighten. A faint glow of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, dispelling the last vestiges of the night's chill. At last, they had finally emerged. One guard, gazing at the expansive vista in the distant gorge entrance, was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he nearly collapsed to the ground. All right. No one let their guard down. Sulai, although relieved, remained vigilant, his voice firm. Though we have exited the black marsh forest, we have now entered the realm of the falling wind gorge, and we must not be careless. Let us find a place to rest, tend to our wounds, and regain our strength. His gaze shifted towards Lin Chen, imbued with inquiry and respect. Senior, what do you think? Chapter 103. Lin Chen cast a glance at the sky, then surveyed the surrounding environment, his gaze finally settling on a location marked on the map in his possession. Near the entrance of the canyon, a simple symbol of a cave was illustrated there, accompanied by the note Windbreak Cave, relatively safe. Let us proceed there, he stated succinctly, pointing in that direction. Yes, senior. Sulai immediately understood, his spirits lifted. With this esteemed senior by their side, complemented by the guidance of the map, they finally felt a semblance of security amidst the perils of the canyon. He promptly directed the team towards Lin Chen's indicated path. The so-called Windbreak Cave was not too far from their current position, approximately half a mile away. The entrance was concealed behind a pile of rubble, rendering it rather inconspicuous. Without the map's indication, it would indeed be challenging to locate. The cave entrance was modest, barely accommodating 2 or 3 individuals side by side. However, The interior was more spacious and relatively dry than anticipated. Residual ashes from previous fires clung to the cave walls, indicating that others had once sought refuge here. Most importantly, it effectively blocked the fierce winds that howled from the canyon's mouth. "All right, let us rest here for the time being," Su Lai ordered, positioning 2 individuals at the entrance for vigilance while the others hurriedly tended to their wounds and meditated to regain their composure. The guards complied, each finding a spot to sit, retrieving healing salves and bandages to address the bites inflicted by venomous mosquitoes and the injuries sustained in prior skirmishes. Although bolstered by Lin Chen's imposing presence and the map's guidance, the trials they had endured left everyone utterly exhausted. Su Lai personally attended to the carriage, cautiously lifting the curtain and softly inquiring, "Miss, how are you feeling?" "Uncle Su, I am much better," Su Linga responded, her voice still somewhat weak, yet significantly clearer than in the Black Marsh forest. Leaning against the soft cushions, her complexion remained pale, though it bore a hint of vitality. And the bluish tint of her lips had completely faded. "Is it safe here?" "Yes, for now, it is safe," Su Lai nodded, a comforting smile gracing his face. "This is a windbreak cave found by our senior, allowing us to rest adequately. Please, drink some water and eat a little to regain your strength. Once we are refreshed, we shall devise a plan." He intended to suggest searching for the elusive purple cloud mushroom, but swallowed the words, having learned from past misfortunes to harbor little hope for that ephemeral treasure. The paramount concern now was ensuring the safety of the young lady and the remaining members. Su Linga accepted the water pouch offered by Su Lai, taking small sips. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the cave entrance. Lin Chen had not ventured deep into the cave, but had settled in a position near the entrance, allowing him to observe the interior while remaining prepared for any external threats. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be meditating. Yet Su Linga sensed that his palpable awareness enveloped the entire cave and its vicinity, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unnoticed. Could he truly be just a passing senior? The question stirred anew within Su Linga's mind. She lowered her head, inspecting the mosquito bites on her wrist that had ceased to worsen, leaving only swollen remnants. Her fingertips brushed her brow, where a faint warmth lingered. Lin Chen was indeed recuperating, but not from exhaustion. Earlier, to suppress the mosquito venom within Su Linga, he had utilized a trace of his exceptionally pure life force. This power directly stemmed from his vital essence in the core of his being. Although minuscule in quantity, its consumption necessitated time for restoration. Chapter 10 For the myriad paths of the furnace within him operated slowly, resembling an eternal crucible, continuously refining and purifying the essence of the heavenly and earthly energies, as well as the remnants of the beast's blood and flesh he had previously stored. This process replenished the recent consumption while nourishing his limbs and bones, fortifying his physical form. After the refinement of the scales from the armored earth dragon, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical defenses. Now, even without the utilization of true energy, ordinary blades would likely struggle to pierce his skin. This sheer strength of the corporeal body filled him with a profound sense of security. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely the beginning. At the 7th level of body tempering, he remained at the lower echelons within the vast Qingfeng mountain range, not to mention the formidable beasts. Even the pursuers dispatched by the Lin and Wang families could pose a lethal threat. He needed to elevate his strength promptly, at the very least to the foundation building stage, to acquire a measure of self-defense. The falling wind canyon might serve as the opportunity he required for such a breakthrough. The environment here was far more treacherous than the surrounding mountains, yet this also suggested the presence of mightier beasts and a wealth of cultivation resources. His gaze once again settled upon the rudimentary map within his mind. The Yin Wind Gorge, high-level beasts, soul-eroding gales, and the elusive Ziyun mushroom, for which the Su family would go to great lengths to seek. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at Lin Chen's lips. Danger and opportunity often coexisted. He had no intention of rushing into the perilous Yin Wind Gorge immediately. His foremost priority was to leverage the external environment of the falling wind canyon to solidify his cultivation, while also attempting to hunt suitable beasts, thereby further enhancing his body and true energy with the myriad paths of the furnace. As for the members of the Su family, Lin Chen's perception swept over the weary guard tending to his wounds and the figure within the carriage, whose aura had stabilized yet remained frail. Allowing them to recuperate here seemed prudent. Once they regained some strength, perhaps he could extract more detailed intelligence about the falling wind canyon from Su Lai. Moreover, their presence might, to a certain extent, divert some potential dangers, granting him precious time and space. Of course, this hinged upon their ability to avoid attracting large troubles akin to the bloodthirsty mosquito. With these thoughts, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze tranquil as it turned toward the entrance of the cave. Chapter 105 Within the shelter of the cave, the light was dim. Several makeshift torches, ignited by beast oil, were lodged in the crevices of the stone, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows upon the cave walls. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with the aroma of herbs and the savory smell of roasted meat. After a night fraught with flight and combat, the surviving guards of the Su family finally secured a moment's respite. Most leaned against the cold stone walls, some cautiously tending to their gruesome wounds, wrapping them with strips of cloth. Others seized the opportunity to close their eyes and recuperate, striving to restore their depleting vital energy and stamina. Meanwhile, two individuals took turns standing guard at the cave entrance, vigilantly observing the outside movements, weapons firmly gripped, unwilling to show any sign of relaxation. The cave was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by muffled groans of pain, the sound of fabric tearing, and the incessant wailing of the wind outside. Su Lai carefully wrapped a piece of charred, unknown beast's leg meat in clean leaves, then fetched a water pouch. Cautiously making his way to the cart, "Miss, please have something to eat," he gently urged as he lifted the curtain. Su Linger, leaning against the soft cushion, appeared slightly better than when she first entered the cave, a hint of color returning to her cheeks. She accepted the roasted meat and water pouch, but did not immediately consume them. Instead, she softly replied, "Uncle Su, you should rest as well. You were injured too." Su Lai glanced at the hastily bandaged wound on his arm and managed a weary smile, his expression a blend of sincerity and exhaustion. "I'm fine. Just a surface wound. It is you, miss, whose well-being is of utmost importance. The elder said you need proper care." At the mention of the elder, Su Lingo instinctively turned her gaze towards the figure seated in meditation at the cave entrance. Lin Chen maintained his posture, his back to the others, facing the opening of the cave. He resembled an ancient stone, his presence nearly imperceptible, concealed within an aura of profound tranquility. Yet, the intangible sense of intimidation he exuded was palpable, enveloping the entire cave. Was he in meditation or on guard? Su Linger silently averted her gaze, taking a small bite of the roasted meat. The texture was somewhat coarse with a faint gamey flavor, yet to her ravenous hunger, it was a rare delicacy. As the warm sustenance entered her body, it dispelled some lingering chill, providing her with a sense of comfort. Seeing the miss begin to eat, Su Lai felt a sense of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he took another piece of roasted meat and the water pouch, slowly approaching Lin Chen. He treaded softly, cautious not to disturb the elder. Elder, Su Lai halted 5 steps away from Lin Chen, bowing respectfully. You have also toiled throughout the night. Please, have something to eat and drink." Lin Chen did not turn around, nor did he open his eyes. He merely let out a soft acknowledgement from his nostrils. Chapter 106. Su Lai stood awkwardly in place, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The demeanor of this senior was exceedingly aloof, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Just as he prepared to quietly withdraw, Lin Chen's voice suddenly resonated. Calm and unperturbed, what precisely is the situation in the area marked as dense wind blades on the map? Su Lai was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. The senior had taken the initiative to inquire. This indicated a genuine interest in the falling wind gorge. He promptly stepped forward, gently placing the roasted meat and water pouch beside Lin Chen, then lowered his voice to elucidate. In response to your query, esteemed senior, that area is situated in the middle section of the gorge, characterized by an exceptionally narrow terrain resembling a wind tunnel. Typically, it is uneventful. However, every hour or two, an extraordinarily fierce gust of wind will sweep through unexpectedly. This wind is unlike any ordinary mountain breeze. When it rises, it whips up debris and gravel from the ground at astonishing speed and tremendous force, akin to countless tiny blades slicing through the air. A martial artist at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, lacking adequate protection, would likely be grievously injured in an instant, perhaps even. He paused, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. Even be dismembered. We once had a merchant caravan attempt to take a shortcut through there, resulting in total annihilation. A most harrowing sight. Thus, when the map was drawn, a skull symbol was specifically marked to denote its peril, strictly prohibiting entry. Lin Chen listened intently, refraining from interjecting. Observing Lin Chen's apparent seriousness, Su Lai's confidence grew, and he continued, aside from the windblade area. The section marked as beast infestation primarily refers to the rocky forest to the west. There, peculiar stones abound, serving as the territory of the cracked rock lizard, individually. These creatures are not overly strong, roughly equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of the body refinement realm, but they possess tough hides and immense strength, favoring a gregarious lifestyle. The most troublesome aspect is their ability to expel a highly corrosive acidic venom, which ordinary weapons and armor cannot withstand. As for the soul-bewildering slope, Su Lai's expression shifted to one of confusion. That area was even more enigmatic. It was said that a peculiar, colorless, and odorless mist enveloped the slope. And once inhaled, a person would become disoriented, experiencing hallucinations, spiraling endlessly until exhaustion led to demise. The specifics of its mechanism remain unclear. We only know it is exceedingly dangerous and must be avoided at all costs. He expounded upon the major perilous areas delineated on the map, hoping to provide assistance to this esteemed senior. Lin Chen remained silent, seemingly digesting the information. After a while, he spoke again, his tone still unvarying. In the vicinity of the Wind Gorge, aside from that soul-corroding wind, are there any other water sources or specific beasts that appear? Sulai was taken aback that Lin Chen would directly inquire about the Wind Gorge, his heart racing slightly. It was one of the most treacherous places deep within the gorge. He carefully recollected the scant records from his family regarding the Wind Gorge and the reports from the scouting teams, responding cautiously, in response to your question, esteemed senior. The gorge's depths are said to be perpetually shrouded in darkness, with a bone-chilling cold. As for water sources, there appears to be no clear record of a safe water source nearby. Regarding beasts, it is rumored that within or around the gorge, there may be possibly seal-eating spiders or windwolves, which are second-tier beasts. However, this remains merely hearsay, as very few have ventured there and returned alive. Second-tier beasts? Equivalent to foundational realm experts. Lin Chen understood. It seemed that this location was indeed not one he could easily approach at present. Nonetheless, the soul-eating spider and wind wolf piqued his interest. These creatures, inclined towards coldness or soul-based attacks, if hunted and their cores or essences refined in the myriad paths melting furnace, might provide him with unique enhancements in certain aspects. I understand. Lin Chen responded nonchalantly, falling silent once more, retreating into contemplation. Chapter 107. Upon witnessing the scene, Sulai understood it was inappropriate to intrude further. He respectfully bowed and quietly retreated. Although their exchange was minimal, he felt that he had made a commendable effort in providing useful information, thus partially repaying the debt of gratitude he owed to his elder for saving his life. Lin Chen, indeed, did not concern himself with the external world. His mind had delved deep within, where a faint trace of his consumed primordial vitality was gradually replenishing under the operation of the myriad furnace. The sparse essence of the world, along with the residual energy from the flesh and blood of the monstrous beasts yet to be fully digested within him, surged into that ethereal furnace like rivers converging into the sea. The crimson phantom of the furnace slowly rotated within the depths of his dantian, and with each revolution, it seemed to draw upon the profound truths of the universe, continuously refining, compressing, and purifying the absorbed energy. The chaotic energies were meticulously filtered out. With the pure essence settling down, a portion transformed into the true chi of the crimson furnace, coursing through his meridians, incessantly cleansing and expanding them. The remainder infused into his limbs, his bones, and even deep within his organs, silently fortifying his corporeal form. He could distinctly sense that his strength, speed, and defenses were all ascending at a steady yet deliberate pace. Particularly, his physical body, having refined the essence of the armored scales of the earth dragon beast, had grown remarkably resilient, hinting at the nascent formation of a treasured physique. Yet, it was not enough, far from sufficient. Lin Chen murmured within his heart. He required more powerful beasts, purer energies to unleash the true might of the myriad furnace, enabling him to transcend his current limits with greater swiftness. The falling wind valley would serve as his inaugural, genuine hunting ground. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Su Ling'er remained awake. Leaning against the soft cushion, she held a half-empty water pouch, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the figure standing at the cave's entrance. The peculiar warmth that had once enveloped her brow had long dissipated, yet the sensation seemed etched deep within her memory. It was so reminiscent. Whether it was the decisiveness and dominance displayed in action or the current silence filled with aloofness and indifference, every aspect gradually aligned with the shadow of her recollections. Yet, why did he not recognize her? Was it her frail appearance that had disappointed him? Or had he undergone some profound transformation over the past 3 years, evolving into a different person altogether, no longer the Lin Chen brother she once knew? Perhaps he was merely a powerful elder passing through by chance. Were all her feelings merely illusions born from excessive longing? Such thoughts spiraled within her mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She yearned to utter a word, even a tentative inquiry. Yet, fear gripped her. Fear that the answer might shatter the last vestige of hope residing in her heart. Or fear that the answer would affirm her suspicions, leaving her to confront the familiar yet foreign presence of him and his deliberate estrangement. Ultimately, she let out a gentle sigh, placing the water pouch aside, closing her eyes in an attempt to quell the chaos within. Fatigue washed over her like a tide, and soon she succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, even in her dreams, her brow remained slightly furrowed. Time trickled by. Outside the cave, The light transitioned from dim to bright. The howling winds within the canyon seemed to subside somewhat. Most of the guards had tended to their wounds and were striving to regain their strength. Upon noticing that the young lady had fallen asleep, Sulai displayed a trace of concern, adjusting her blanket before moving to the center of the cave to assemble the remaining guards for a hushed discussion regarding their forthcoming plans. "How is everyone recovering?" Sulai inquired. Chapter 108. The commander, the wounds have all been treated, and our strength has been restored to about 75%, replied one of the guards. Indeed. Sulai nodded solemnly. Although we are currently safe, it is unwise to linger here. My suggestion is that once the young lady awakens, we set forth towards the spring of clarity marked on the map. It offers a plentiful water supply and is relatively secure, making it suitable for our further recuperation. Upon our arrival, we can deliberate on our next course of action. His gaze swept over the group, seeking their consensus. What are your thoughts? The guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Their sole objective now was survival and the protection of the young lady. The pursuit of the Xian mushroom was no longer within their capacity to consider. Retreating to the spring of clarity was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at present. Very well, it is settled then, Sulai declared. As soon as the young lady awakens, we shall depart. He turned his attention once more to Lin Chen at the cave entrance. Would this esteemed elder accompany them to the spring of clarity? Sulai felt uncertain, yet he understood that if they could continue to benefit from Lin Chen as protection, their chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His gaze was clear and profound, as if imbued with the essence of the stars. After this period of recuperation, he had fully restored his vital essence, and even felt a hint of progress. He stood and stretched, producing a series of soft cracks from his joints. Sulai's heart tightened, and he hurried forward. Elder, you. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the occupants of the cave before settling on Sulai. Prepare to depart, he stated calmly. Sulai was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Yes, Elder, we shall prepare at once. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen would proactively suggest departure, and it appeared that he intended to continue accompanying them. Lin Chen offered no further explanation. His senses had already detected that Su Ling'o had awakened and overheard the discussions among Sulai and the others. Traveling to the Spring of Clarity posed no detriment to him. It was situated near the middle of the canyon, allowing him the flexibility to either delve deeper into exploration or hunt beasts on the periphery as circumstances dictated. Furthermore, journeying with the Su family's party would, at least until they reached the Spring of Clarity, spare them from unnecessary troubles. As for what would unfold thereafter, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently flicked toward the direction of the carriage, briefly meeting a complex look that emerged through the curtain's gap. He then averted his eyes, seemingly unfazed. We shall address future matters in due course. Everyone, pack your belongings. Prepare to set off. Sulai called excitedly. The guards immediately sprang into action, extinguishing torches, organizing their packs, and assisting their more severely injured companions. Before long, this beleaguered and diminished group stepped out of the sheltering cave, emerging into the dim morning light and the mournful winds of the falling wind canyon. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Chapter 109. Lin Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, devoid of any forewarning. This subtle action reverberated like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly disrupting the fragile equilibrium of their arduous journey. Sulai, trailing closely behind, instinctively ceased his stride, his heart contracting sharply. He glanced nervously at Lin Chen's silhouette, then cautiously surveyed the surrounding, whistling cliffs and scattered rocks. Senior, have you discovered something? Sulai's voice quivered slightly, betraying his tension. After enduring the sudden onslaught of the wind viper, they had become akin to startled birds, with every rustle of grass sending their nerves into a frenzy. The remaining guards halted as well, gripping their weapons tightly, anxiously gazing in the direction Lin Chen was fixed upon, the patch of gray-green shrubs swaying in the tempest. The carriage came to a standstill, and within its confines, Su Ling'o felt her heart race, instinctively holding her breath. Lin Chen did not respond to Sulai's inquiry, nor did he turn his head. His gaze was akin to two invisible swords, piercing through the swaying foliage, resolutely locking onto the depths of the shrubs near the steep cliff space. There, a faint and peculiar energy wave resonated, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, elusive yet imbued with an indescribable purity. He lifted his foot and began to advance slowly towards the thicket. His movements were unhurried, yet each step exuded an extraordinary steadiness, as if the raging winds could not perturb him in the slightest. Senior, Sulai felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively wished to follow. Stay in place. Lin Chen's voice emerged, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Sulai halted abruptly, forcing himself to remain still. He glanced at the equally bewildered guards, gritted his teeth, and solemnly commanded, maintain vigilance. Protect the young lady. The guards, hesitant to disobey, quickly clustered around the carriage, forming a rudimentary defensive formation, warily observing Lin Chen's figure and their surroundings. Lin Chen approached the shrubs. These low-growing plants boasted remarkably resilient branches, clinging tightly to the rock face, evidently adapted to withstand the fierce winds of the canyon. The gray-green leaves were coated with a fine layer of fuzz, reducing moisture evaporation. He extended his hand, casually brushing aside the obstructing branches. The wild winds howled, masking his subtle movements. His gaze fell upon a narrow crevice nestled behind the thicket, close to the cliff's base. This inconspicuous fissure was merely the width of a palm and appeared bottomless, partially concealed by the roots of the shrubs and accumulated sand. Had it not been for Lin Chen's keen perception and clear objective, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover what lay hidden here. The faint energy wave emanated from the depths of this crevice. Lin Chen crouched down, his eyes fixated on the interior of the fissure. His vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even within the dim light of the crack, he could discern vague shapes. After a moment, he reached out, probing into the crevice. His movements were delicate and cautious, striving to avoid touching the rocks flanking the fissure. Su Lai and the others watched tensely from a distance, scarcely daring to breathe. They were oblivious to what their senior had discovered, only able to see him crouched behind the shrubs, seemingly exploring something. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The wind continued to howl, yet all attention was riveted upon Lin Chen. Finally, his hand emerged from the crevice, slightly curled as though grasping something within. He rose, seamlessly tucking the object into his bosom, then dusting off his hands as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 110. After completing all of this, he turned and walked back towards the team. Senior Yu. Su Lai approached, his face marked with curiosity and concern. It's nothing, just a fleeting illusion. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he continued onward. Illusion? Su Lai was taken aback, observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, then glancing at the unremarkable thicket, filled with confusion. With the prowess and perception of the senior, how could it merely be an illusion? He had clearly been probing the crevice for quite some time, yet he dared not press further. Since the senior had stated it so, there must be a reason. Perhaps that object was of no consequence, or maybe the senior preferred to keep them in the dark. Regardless, Su Lai wisely chose to remain silent. Yes, senior, he replied respectfully, turning to address the others. Everyone, let us continue forward. The team resumed its slow march. Inside the carriage, Su Ling appeared through the curtain's gap. Having just witnessed Lin Chen discreetly pocket something, though distant and unclear, she was certain it was no mere illusion. What exactly has the senior discovered? Why won't he divulge it? Her heart swelled with curiosity, a new question added to her growing list. Walking ahead, Lin Chen maintained an untroubled expression, though part of his mind was immersed in the object he had just acquired. It was a stone, roughly the size of a fist, with an irregular shape. Its surface exhibited a semi-transparent quality, reminiscent of unrefined crystal. Yet within the stone, there were specks akin to stardust, emitting a faint bluish-white glow. It was these luminous points that radiated a subtle and pure energy fluctuation. This was not a treasure of immense value, at least in the eyes of someone like Su Lai, who would consider it merely a somewhat peculiar stone. However, within Lin Chen's perception, the energy contained in this stone, though sparse in quantity, far surpassed any elemental energy he had previously absorbed, even exceeding the mixed energies found in the cores of scaled earth dragon beasts. At the moment he grasped this stone, the ethereal image of the myriad furnaces deep within his dantian trembled slightly, conveying a sense of yearning, like a famished beast scenting its favored prey. Twilight Stone. Lin Chen silently named the artifact in his mind. Although its precise origins and purposes remained a mystery, the furnace's reaction indicated its exceptional nature. This pure energy, while perhaps not directly useful for enhancing his cultivation, could serve as an excellent fuel for activating the myriad furnaces. It might also facilitate the refining of more potent beast blood or the fortification of his own true qi, yielding remarkable results. This was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. He discreetly concealed the Twilight Stone, suppressing its energy fluctuations from leaking. This discovery was one he could not yet reveal to the Su family. The procession continued onward. As they approached the midsection of the canyon, where a water source lay, the surrounding winds seemed to gradually diminish, no longer raging as before. In the air, a gentle sound distinct from the wind began to emerge, a soothing murmur. It was the sound of water. Chapter 111. Hark! The sound of water. An astute guard exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it is the sound of water. How wonderful! We are nearing the spring of clarity. After enduring the perils of the Black Marsh Forest and the assaults of the wind viper serpents, the crystalline sound of water was akin to celestial music for these weary souls, parched and famished. The spirits of all were uplifted, and their steps became noticeably lighter. A genuine smile illuminated Su Lai's face as he turned to the carriage and called out, "Miss." We shall soon arrive at the spring of clarity. Su Ling'o, too, heard the clear sound of water, and a glimmer of anticipation appeared on her pallid visage. They advanced for about another quarter of an hour, rounding a massive rock wall. Before them, the scene opened up magnificently. A valley, roughly the size of half a basketball court, emerged, surrounded by mountains on three sides. There was only one exit leading back the way they came. In stark contrast to the howling winds and jagged rocks outside, the terrain here was relatively flat, and the winds had become unusually gentle, nearly imperceptible. What drew the eye most was the pristine spring water gushing from a crevice in the rock wall to the north of the valley's center, forming a small waterfall that cascaded into a natural pool below, adorned with smooth pebbles. The pool was modest in size, approximately 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Its water crystal clear and shimmering, as sunlight filtered through the crevices above, dancing upon its surface with fragmented golden rays. At the pool's edge, vibrant green moss and several unknown aquatic plants flourished, infusing this desolate gorge with a rare touch of vitality. Here lay the spring of clarity, a veritable oasis within the treacherous windfall gorge, a safe haven for respite. At last, they had arrived. Water. Clean, refreshing water. The guards erupted in cheers, with a few impatient souls already casting aside their weapons and rushing to the pool, scooping up the cool spring water and drinking eagerly. Slow down. Don't choke. Su Lai observed the relieved expressions of his men and exhaled a sigh of relief, though he still offered a reminder. He approached the pool, cupped his hands to wash his face, and the icy water invigorated his exhausted spirit. The weary horses, too, were led to the pool to drink, clearly parched, burying their heads in the water with gusto. "Miss, do come down and have some water. Take a moment to rest," Su Lai said respectfully as he approached the carriage. Su Ling'o nodded, supported by a female guard, and descended from the carriage. She approached the pool, gazing at the clear spring water, unable to resist filling her water pouch and sipping a few refreshing mouthfuls. The sweet and pure spring water soothed her parched throat, bringing her much comfort. Lin Chen, unlike the others, did not crowd around the pool. Instead, he stood on a relatively flat rock at the valley's edge, calmly surveying the small valley. It was indeed much safer here than outside. The terrain was relatively enclosed, the winds were mild, and no suspicious caves or cracks were detected on the rock walls. The essence of the spring water was pure, devoid of toxins, and the ambient spiritual energy in the air seemed slightly denser than outside. This place could serve as a commendable temporary stronghold. He approached the pool, casually scooped up some water, and took a few sips before moving to a clean, large stone in the valley's corner to sit cross-legged and close his eyes. He did not immediately delve into meditation, nor examine the recently acquired glimmering stone. He was resting. The continuous journey, vigilance, and the prior exertion to suppress the mosquito venom within Su Ling'o, combined with the mental strain from investigating the glimmering stone, necessitated a moment for even his robust physique and mental acuity to recuperate and regain balance. Chapter 112. The Art of the 10,000 Paths Furnace, though domineering, necessitates a balance of tension and relaxation. After Su Lai arranged the vigilance and care for the injured, he noticed Lin Chen meditating in a corner and chose not to disturb him. He approached Su Ling'o and softly advised, "Miss, please rest well in the carriage. This area is relatively safe. We shall spend the night here, allowing everyone to recuperate before making further plans." Su Ling'o nodded. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lin Chen in the corner. She observed him sitting quietly, seemingly melding with the surrounding environment, yet exuding an indescribable sense of detachment. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from approaching him and returned to the carriage. As nightfall descended quietly, the temperature in the falling wind canyon plummeted more than outside. The howling winds echoed outside the valley, accentuating the tranquility of this small area by the spring. The guards lit a bonfire, its flickering flames dispelling the chill while bringing warmth and a modicum of security. They gathered around the fire, some engaged in hushed conversations, others polishing their weapons, while a few leaned against the rocks, succumbing to deep slumber. The injured guards, treated with medicine, had stabilized. Su Lai organized the shifts for the night watch, leaning against a rock himself, eyes closed in repose, yet his ears remained attuned to the sounds around him. Inside the carriage, Su Ling'o was not entirely asleep. She could hear the crackling of the bonfire and the occasional murmurs of the guards. She sensed the figure in the corner, steadfast as a rock, maintaining that posture, his breath long and steady. Indeed, Lin Chen was in the process of adjustment. Part of his consciousness delved inward, silently operating the 10,000 Paths Furnace technique, absorbing the sparse elemental energy from the surroundings, nourishing his body and meridians, restoring his previous expenditures. The other part of his mind meticulously observed the dimly glowing stone in his possession. He could distinctly feel that the specks of light within the stone contained an extraordinarily pure, almost primordial energy. This energy was unlike the elemental essence of the world or the blood essence of magical beasts. It resembled a catalyst, or perhaps a refined fuel driving the furnace's efficient operation. He attempted to guide a trace of furnace true energy, cautiously touching the glowing stone. Buzz. The light points within the stone seemed to brighten slightly. Simultaneously, an energy far more refined and potent than directly absorbing elemental essence surged through his true energy into his meridians, captured and absorbed instantaneously by the 10,000 paths furnace. Merely this minuscule trace of energy, once refined by the furnace, produced a purity of true energy equivalent to half an hour of his usual cultivation. Moreover, this energy appeared to stimulate the furnace itself, accelerating its operational speed. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Lin Chen's heart stirred. This glowing stone was practically a tailor-made supplement for the 10,000 paths furnace. With it, the speed of refining magical beast blood and enhancing his cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. He suppressed the immediate impulse to extract all the magical beast materials for a grand refinement. The moment was not yet ripe. The Su family was still nearby, and his understanding of the glowing stone was not sufficiently profound. It required meticulous study. The pressing matter at hand was to fully restore his state and utilize the relatively safe environment of the spring to meticulously devise the forthcoming hunting strategy. The falling wind canyon was indeed the right place to be. As the night deepened, the bonfire flickered. The valley of the spring momentarily fell into a fragile tranquility. Yet, whether it was Lin Chen, silently adjusting with ulterior motives, or Su Ling in the carriage tossing and turning, burdened by her thoughts, or the guards furrowing their brows, even in slumber, all were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely temporary. Deeper canyons and uncharted dangers awaited them ahead. Chapter 113. Lin Chen sat upon the stone, his breathing deep and measured. The guards surrounding him were either asleep or awake, the crackling campfire casting flickering shadows upon their weary faces. The night breeze, dulled by the valley's rocky walls, whispered softly, mingling with the murmurs of a nearby spring. He was not asleep. His mind delved deep into the sea of qi within him, where the ancient silhouette of a furnace floated serenely. The luminescent stone he had acquired during the day rested close to him, exuding a faint yet pure energy that seeped into his awareness like a gentle stream. He felt compelled to make an attempt. Cautiously, he drew forth a wisp of qi as fine as a hair from the furnace, akin to a probing tendril, and lightly touched the luminescent stone. At the moment of contact, there was no violent explosion, only a gentle sensation of merging. The star-like points of light within the stone brightened suddenly, as if ignited by a spark. In the next instant, a stream of energy, far purer than the essence of the world and far gentler than the energies of the dragon beast's cores, flowed into Lin Chen's meridians, drawn by that slender thread of qi. This energy was not tumultuous, but bore an indescribable weight and purity. As it entered his body, the myriad furnaces in his dantian emitted a barely audible hum, their surfaces shimmering with a faint glow. The furnace eagerly absorbed this energy, encountering almost no resistance. The process of refinement was astonishingly swift. What usually required several cycles to fully refine the essence of the world was as if ice and snow met the blazing sun in the presence of this extraordinary energy. With a slight rotation, the furnace completely decomposed and purified this energy into an exceptionally pure qi, which melded seamlessly into Lin Chen's own reservoir. Remarkably, the amount of qi produced from just that small infusion rivaled what he would typically gain from an hour of meditation. More significantly, this energy seemed to nourish the furnace itself, allowing its silhouette to solidify further and its operations to flow more smoothly. Indeed, it was a treasure. Lin Chen understood this clearly. While it might not directly aid him in breaking through his current realm, it would certainly enhance his cultivation, improve the quality of his qi, and even accelerate the refinement of other celestial materials or the essence of beast blood. Its effects would be truly remarkable. He refrained from further absorption. Such a precious item required judicious use. Moreover, with so many people around, any unusual actions could attract unwarranted attention. He gradually withdrew that thread of qi, watching as the luminescent points within the stone dimmed and reverted to their original state. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen continued to regulate his breathing, utilizing the recently refined pure qi to mend the slight damages sustained during battle and the suppression of mosquito venom. Inside the carriage, Su Ling was not yet deeply asleep. The cramped space felt stifling. She quietly lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze at the figure seated in the valley's corner. The firelight outlined his blurred silhouette, obscuring his expression. Yet, for some reason, she felt that her senior seemed even more serene now than during the day, as if he had completely merged with the rocks beneath him and the surrounding night, imbued with an ineffable weightiness. Was it merely an illusion? Or was he truly engaged in some unknown cultivation? She watched silently, her mind entwined with unanswered questions. After a considerable time, Su Lai, who was on guard duty for the first half of the night, carefully surveyed the surroundings and added a few dry branches to the fire. After much hesitation, he approached Lin Chen. He moved quietly, stopping 3 paces away, bowing respectfully. "Senior." Lin Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes calm as they met Su Lai's. In the night, his eyes appeared particularly profound. "What is it?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in Su Lai's ears. Straightening up, Su Lai's face bore a hint of anxiety and inquiry. "Senior, we have rested here for several hours. The injuries of our brothers have stabilized for now, and they have regained some strength. However, the falling wind gorge is fraught with danger. I wonder if you have any guidance on our next course of action?" He paused before adding, "According to our original plan, we intended to traverse this area and venture deeper into the gorge in search of the purple cloud mushroom. Yet, after the previous peril, I am concerned." Lin Chen's gaze swept over the guards, some sitting, others lying down. Most bore injuries, their spirits visibly diminished, clearly affected by their earlier ordeals. Even with the refreshing spring nearby, it would be challenging to restore them to peak condition in a short time. Chapter 114. Venturing deep into the gorge with such a party is akin to courting death. "The Ziyun mushroom, is it of great significance to you?" Lin Chen inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Su Lai managed a wry smile. "To be candid, Senior, this item pertains to the life of a dear friend of the family head. We must exhaust all efforts to procure it." However, Lin Chen interjected, "What else lies within the depths of the gorge, apart from the Ziyun mushroom?" He posed the question that truly piqued his interest. "Do you know if there are any formidable beasts lurking here? Or perhaps other valuable celestial treasures?" Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from the senior. He meticulously recalled the information provided by the family prior to their departure, alongside some snippets of hearsay he had gathered. Replying to the esteemed one, he began thoughtfully, "The further one ventures into the Luofeng Gorge, the more convoluted the terrain becomes, and the winds grow increasingly treacherous. It is said that the innermost part of the gorge is perpetually shrouded by a peculiar energy known as Gongfeng Sha, which ordinary cultivators cannot approach. As for the formidable beasts, there are rumors of second and even third-tier beasts prowling the depths, such as the Finglia eagle, adept at manipulating the winds, and the immensely powerful Yinjia lizard. Yet, their precise locations are elusive and difficult to discern." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Regarding celestial treasures, aside from the Ziyun mushroom, it is said that on certain cliffs where the Gangfeng converges, foaling grass may grow, a principal ingredient for potions that enhance agility. There are also whispers of mineral veins, but these claims remain unverified. They are perilous, and few dare to explore. Foli eagle? Yinjia lizard? Falling grass?" Lin Chen silently noted these names. The prospect of second-tier, or even potentially third-tier beasts, was an alluring target for him. The one-owl furnace craved more potent energy for sustenance. "You are not in a suitable condition to delve deeper," Lin Chen assessed, deciding they should rest for another day. "Tomorrow at dawn, you shall remain here while I venture forth alone to scout ahead." "Senior intends to act alone?" Su Lai exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, "This is far too perilous. The depths of the gorge are fraught with danger, you." "My decision is not open to debate." Lin Chen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "You will rest here and ensure your own safety. If I have not returned within an hour, you may choose your own course of action." His words were cold, tinged with a hint of detachment, yet this was the arrangement most beneficial to him. Carrying this burden of companions would only hinder his progress. Su Lai opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his objections. This senior possessed his own methods and was by no means reckless. Since he had resolved to proceed alone, he undoubtedly had his own confidence. Moreover, he sensed that the senior seemed to harbor an interest in the gorge itself that surpassed their initial objective. "Yes, I understand, my subordinate." Su Lai nodded with difficulty. "We shall await the esteemed one's return." At that moment, a somewhat frail figure appeared, carrying a water pouch and a small bundle of dried meat wrapped in clean cloth, approaching from the direction of the cart. It was Su Linger. Her complexion remained somewhat pallid, yet her spirit appeared considerably improved. She stepped closer to the two men, first offering a slight bow to Lin Chen, then extending the water pouch and dried meat towards him. "Esteemed one, please have some water and eat a bit." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of timidity. Yet her gaze bravely sought Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's eyes fell upon the offerings, though he did not reach out immediately. Su Linger's hand trembled slightly, betraying her nervousness. "Thank you, esteemed one, for aiding me during the day and for suppressing the poison," she murmured. Her gaze flicked quickly to Lin Chen before darting down again, as if fearful of encountering a look that might disappoint her. Lin Chen regarded her with quiet contemplation. Chapter 115. The young girl's visage appeared somewhat indistinct in the glow of the fire, her eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity, gratitude, and a hint of unspeakable Anticipation? 3 years had passed. Her silhouette still bore faint traces of her former self, yet her brow now carried an added weight of frailty and sorrow. Lin Chen's heart, akin to a serene lake disturbed by a pebble, rippled ever so slightly before being enveloped by an overwhelming tranquility. The moment was not yet ripe. He extended his hand, accepting the water pouch, yet refrained from touching the dried meat. "No need," he uttered succinctly, then unscrewed the cap of the pouch, taking a sip. The crisp spring water glided down his throat, alleviating a touch of dryness. Su Ling'er, holding the jerky, froze momentarily, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. He remained so distant. She bit her lip, as if contemplating a response, but ultimately chose silence, retreating a couple of steps to stand beside Su Lai. Observing this interaction, Su Lai sighed inwardly. It seemed the young lady had a particular fondness for this elder, yet the elder's demeanor was utterly inscrutable. After finishing the water, Lin Chen returned the pouch to Su Ling'er, who accepted it in silence. "Rest early," Lin Chen said, promptly closing his eyes again, as if the preceding conversation had never transpired. His aura once more grew tranquil, merging seamlessly with the night. Su Lai, noticing this, signaled to Su Ling'er to return and rest. She nodded, casting one last glance at Lin Chen's back before turning and silently making her way back to the carriage. Su Lai also stepped aside, yet his mind lingered on the elder's recent words. Venturing forth alone, it appeared the elder harbored ulterior motives regarding the falling wind canyon. The night deepened. The glow of the campfire gradually diminished, leaving only a resilient cluster at its center. Flickering defiantly, the guards on watch changed shifts, yawning as they remained vigilant against the encroaching darkness. The sound of flowing water seemed to resonate more distinctly. Lin Chen remained seated in silence. Most of his focus was dedicated to quietly restoring and consolidating the slight enhancement gained from absorbing the energy of the. Simultaneously, he mapped out his course of action for the morrow. The information provided by Su Lai regarding the wind and the proved invaluable. As second-tier beasts, the energy contained within their blood and cores far surpassed that of the first-tier wind viper. Should he succeed in hunting one or two, coupled with the assistance of they might experience a significant boost yet again. As for the so-called, if it lay along his path, he would mind lending a hand to the Su family. If not, it would be of no concern to him. His ultimate aim remained the pursuit of strength. In this perilous world, only formidable power could ensure his survival and unravel the dense fog shrouding his family and himself. The falling wind canyon merely marked a new beginning on his journey toward becoming a formidable force. This night by the spring was destined to be anything but tranquil. Silent schemes brewed, clandestine emotions flowed, and in the distant shadows, the true dangers of the canyon may have only just begun to stir. Chapter 116. As dawn broke, the valley of Qingchuan was still shrouded in a tranquil grayish-blue hue. The campfire had nearly extinguished, leaving only wisps of thin azure smoke. Lin Chen silently departed from the rock where he had meditated throughout the night. He stirred not a soul, his footsteps as light as a breeze grazing the ground. Casting a glance back at the cart stationed in the valley's center and the guards curled up or leaning against the rocks, he noted Su Lai, seemingly dozing against a stone, his eyelids occasionally twitching. Without lingering, Lin Chen turned away, heading deeper into the canyon. His pace was measured, yet each step was steady, precisely placed upon the solid ground, deftly avoiding the stones that might betray his presence with a sound. As he ventured beyond the confines of Qingchuan, the winds of the canyon intensified, bearing a coarse texture as they swept past the exposed rock faces, producing a low, mournful sound. The air turned increasingly dry and cold. The terrain here diverged from that at the entrance. The cliffs on either side appeared steeper, their hues a profound ochre, with the rocks marked by the erosive touch of the wind, taking on peculiar forms. The ground was strewn with jagged stones, offering scant flat surfaces, necessitating constant adjustments to his footing. Lin Chen's senses expanded, like an invisible net enveloping the surrounding expanse of hundreds of meters. The whispers of the wind, the subtle tremors of stones, the flow of energy in the air, every fragment of information was captured and filtered by him. The myriad methods of the furnace technique not only refined energy, but also greatly enhanced his sensory perceptions, allowing his insight into the environment to surpass that of his contemporaries. He was on a quest, a pursuit of the second-tier beast that Su Lai had mentioned, which lurked in the midsection of the canyon. The wind-splitting eagle was too agile, soaring high above, making it elusive. In contrast, the rock-shelled lizard, though possibly more resilient, was easier to track. He navigated the winding path of the canyon, his keen gaze sweeping over the ground and the walls, attentive to any unusual tracks, signs of friction, or abnormal scents that did not belong to the flora. After walking for roughly half an hour and delving about 7 or 8 miles into the canyon, Lin Chen halted before a relatively open rocky beach. The wind here seemed gentler, the ground blanketed with a thicker layer of sand. On this sandy surface lay several rows of enormous, distinct claw prints. The prints bore 3 toes, their tips blunt and deeply embedded, each the size of a large basin, judging by the spacing and depth of the prints. The creature that left them was colossal, its weight formidable. The sand around the edges of the prints bore signs of compression, imbued with a sense of heaviness. The rock-shelled lizard, Lin Chen concluded within himself. The characteristics of the prints aligned perfectly with his knowledge of the creature. He crouched down to scrutinize the prints. Noting their freshness, the edges were yet to be fully smoothed by the wind, indicating they had been made not long ago. The direction of the prints pointed toward a shadowy area behind the rocky beach, beneath a rock wall. In the air lingered a faint, earthy scent, reminiscent of soil. Lin Chen rose, his gaze fixed on that shadowy region. He moderated his breathing, allowing the furnace energy within him to circulate slowly, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Instead of approaching directly, he chose to arc slightly, using the scattered rocks as cover to stealthily advance. Before long, he reached the edge of the rocky beach, concealing himself behind a boulder that towered to his waist. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the scene beneath the rock wall. There, nestled in a relatively flat expanse of sand, lay a massive creature. It measured over 5 meters in length, standing nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Its physique robust like that of a young calf. Its body was cloaked in a thick, rock-like armor, presenting a somber gray-brown hue that nearly camouflaged it against the surrounding stones. Its limbs were powerful, claws deeply embedded in the sand. A long, thick tail trailed behind, ending in a bony protrusion. Its head was relatively small, with half-closed eyes, as if it were dozing. It was indeed the rock-shelled lizard, an adult second-tier beast. Lin Chen could sense the energy emanating from this creature, far more potent than that of the scaled earth dragon or the wind viper he had previously encountered. Exuding a dense, weighty aura, the rock-like scales that adorned its body imparted an impression of imperviousness. This was undeniably a formidable adversary. Yet, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement shone in Lin Chen's eyes. The more powerful the beast, the more abundant and refined the energy contained within its blood and core, rendering it exceptionally nourishing for the myriad methods of the furnace. Chapter 117. He did not hasten to act. Instead, he observed quietly. The armored lizard appeared remarkably at ease in its surroundings, lying motionless, its abdomen gently rising and falling with each breath. The sun began to illuminate the canyon, yet its position remained shrouded in shadow, seemingly favoring the coolness. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the entirety of the armored lizard, searching for potential vulnerabilities. The rocky scales covered most of its body, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. However, the scales appeared relatively weaker around its abdomen, the junction of its neck, in the area surrounding its eyes. Simultaneously, he assessed the terrain around him. Though the stony expanse was open, the scattered boulders offered limited cover. The armored lizard's massive size suggested it might not be overly agile, particularly in such a rocky environment. The opportunity lay in speed and precision strikes. Lin Chen took a deep breath, adjusting his state. The furnace's true energy surged through his meridians, filling his limbs and bones with a sense of power. The faint light stone in his arms seemed to sense the impending release of energy, transmitting a subtle warmth. Now was the moment. Lin Chen's form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, suddenly bursting from behind the boulder. His speed was astonishing. His toes barely grazed the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he launched straight toward the still drowsy armored lizard. Almost the instant he emerged, the lizard abruptly opened its eyes. A flicker of wariness and ferocity flashed in those earth-toned vertical pupils. A deep roar erupted from its throat, reverberating with an intimidating force. Its massive body surged upward with surprising speed, its powerful forelimbs crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, a wave of earthy energy radiating outward from its forepaw. Nearby sand and stones were sent flying into the air. This was one of the armored lizard's innate abilities, seismic wave. It could disrupt an opponent's movements and even inflict damage. Lin Chen had anticipated this. Just before the energy reached him, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself upward by half a foot, skillfully twisting his body to narrowly evade the core of the shockwave. The moment he landed, he did not pause for an instant. His right fist clenched tightly, the furnace's true energy highly concentrated at his knuckles, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he struck fiercely at the relatively vulnerable junction of the lizard's neck. The armored lizard clearly did not expect its opponent to be so swift and capable of evading its seismic wave. In a frantic attempt, it twisted its neck to avoid the critical hit. Swoosh! Lin Chen's fist ultimately did not land squarely on the next junction, but grazed the edge, delivering a heavy blow to the thick scales on its shoulder. Thud! A dull sound akin to striking solid rock echoed. Lin Chen felt a tremendous recoil reverberate through his fist, his arm slightly tingling. The armored lizard, struck, merely swayed, a faint white mark appearing on its shoulder scales. yet it remained unbroken. Such formidable defense. Lin Chen's heart sank. The hardness of these rocky scales far exceeded his expectations. Even with a punch charged with furnace energy, it had only left a mark. The lizard, now in pain, became utterly enraged. It violently lashed its long tail, like a steel whip, producing a whistling sound as it swept toward Lin Chen. Where the tail passed, several boulders of half a person's height were shattered to pieces. Chapter 118. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and he dared not confront the creature head-on. He exerted force beneath his feet and swiftly retreated, constantly altering his position and utilizing the scattered stones for cover to evade the ferocious assaults of the rock-armored lizard. The creature, incensed by its failed strike, advanced towards Lin Chen with heavy strides. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. Its massive form bulldozed through the rocky terrain, effortlessly displacing or shattering any obstructing stones. In an instant, debris flew, and dust enveloped the air. Lin Chen moved with agility, weaving through the rocks like a specter, avoiding direct confrontation with the rock-armored lizard. Instead, he remained elusive, seeking out any vulnerabilities in his adversary. His mind raced, analyzing the creature's attack patterns. While the rock-armored lizard possessed remarkable strength and defense, its speed was relatively sluggish, and its ability to pivot was cumbersome. An opportunity presented itself. As the rock-armored lizard lunged and missed, its body momentarily stiffened. A glint of determination shone in Lin Chen's eyes. He ceased his retreat and charged forward, aiming directly at the creature's flank, where the scales appeared slightly thinner compared to its back and neck. This time, he did not strike with a fist. Instead, he positioned his fingers like a blade, channeling his furnace essence into his fingertips, which shimmered with a soft glow. The Gale Finger. This technique, evolved from the foundational martial arts of the Lin family, had been enhanced by the furnace essence, granting it formidable penetrating power. With precision, his fingertips struck the gap between the scales on the creature's side. A surge of meticulously refined essence erupted forth. A howl of agony escaped the rock-armored lizard. Although the scales on its flank were not entirely pierced, the essence that infiltrated its body evidently inflicted significant damage. In excruciating pain, the creature became even more frenzied. It opened its mouth wide, gathering a yellowish light within. Not good. Earth element impact. Alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's mind. This was the rock-armored lizard's most potent ranged attack. He dared not hesitate. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself sideways and backward like a cannonball. Almost simultaneously, a massive yellow beam, as thick as a bowl, erupted from the creature's mouth, crashing down onto the very spot where Lin Chen had just stood. The ground exploded into a large crater, sending shards of stone flying. The force was astonishing. Lin Chen landed several meters away, glancing at the newly formed crater, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Had he been struck directly, even with the current strength of his physique, he would have likely sustained grave injuries. The rock-armored lizard, having missed its target, seemed to have expended considerable energy, momentarily slowing its movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Chen did not grant the creature a moment's respite. He sprang into action once more. This time, he did not aim for its armored scales but instead maneuvered to the creature's rear. The rock-armored lizard sensed the disturbance behind it and hastily twisted its cumbersome body. Yet, Lin Chen's speed surpassed its own. Chapter 119. He soared high, fists clenched, unleashing the furnace's true energy with unrestrained vigor. The target, the back of the rock-armored lizard's head. Though it was armored with scales, this area was relatively weaker in defense compared to the crown and back. Break. Lin Chen uttered a low growl as his fists descended like shooting stars, striking down fiercely. Bang! Bang! Two deep, resonant booms echoed. This time, the scales on the lizard's cranium could no longer withstand such concentrated force, resulting in conspicuous cracks. A chilling wail erupted from the rock-armored lizard, its massive body trembling violently, movements becoming chaotic. Lin Chen landed without hesitation, surging forward once more. His fists fell like raindrops, relentlessly pounding the fissures at the back of the lizard's head. Crack! Crack! The fissures expanded further. At last, with Lin Chen's final, heavy blow, the scales at the back of the lizard's head shattered completely. The ferocious force penetrated, shattering its skull. The lizard's enormous form stiffened abruptly, its earthy yellow vertical pupils losing their luster before crashing to the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air. The battle concluded. Lin Chen stood in place, breathing slightly heavier. Although the battle was brief, it had been immensely draining. Particularly the final series of explosive strikes had nearly exhausted half of his internal furnace energy. Yet, the myriad of furnaces within him was now operating autonomously, swiftly absorbing the surrounding scant elemental energy, while the faintly glowing stone in his arms emitted refreshing energy, replenishing his reserves. His recovery rate far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Moments later, his breathing steadied. He approached the colossal corpse of the rock-armored lizard. Observing the second-tier beast he had personally hunted, his eyes reflecting little emotion. He extended his hand, channeling his furnace energy to precisely breach the lizard's cranium and thorax. Soon, he extracted a fist-sized beast core radiating a yellowish glow, brimming with energy. Simultaneously, he collected the most potent essence of its blood from the heart, carefully sealing it in the jade vial he had brought. Though the lizard's scales were hard, they held little value for him, and he chose not to expend any more effort in skinning it. Having completed this, Lin Chen rose. Feeling the immense energy contained within the beast core and the essence of blood, nodding slightly in satisfaction. This journey had proven worthwhile. The gains from this rock-armored lizard were sufficient to satiate his myriad of furnaces. Glancing at the sky, he noted that a little over an hour had passed since he left the Spring Eye. It was time to return. He secured the beast core and essence before casting one last glance at the dark, winding path deeper into the canyon, then turned and swiftly retraced his steps. Chapter 120. The night had not yet fully relinquished its final, profound hues. The cliffs on either side of the canyon loomed like silent giants, casting vast shadows. In the valley of the clear Spring Eye, the campfire flickered faintly, the last embers trembling in the cold wind. Most of the Sioux family guards had awakened, quietly organizing their belongings, their faces betraying an unmistakable weariness, yet their eyes bore a glimmer of resilience, a testament to their survival. After a night of rest, supplemented by medicinal elixirs, their injuries had improved somewhat, and their strength had notably returned. Though the complexion of the few poisoned remained somewhat pallid, their movements were no longer severely hindered. Beside the carriage, Su Lai meticulously inspected the wheels and yoke, ensuring that this dilapidated vehicle could endure the journey ahead. Su Ling'o had already awoken, seated at the yoke, silently observing the distance. Lin Chen had long finished his meditation, standing at the edge of the valley, his gaze fixed on the hazy skyline deep within the canyon, seemingly lost in thought. His aura, at the mid-stage of the 8th level of body refinement, was perfectly subdued, exuding a tranquility akin to that of a boulder, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Senior, Su Lai approached Lin Chen briskly after completing his inspection. Speaking in a respectful whisper, "We are ready to depart at any moment." However, Mrs. Condition, a hint of concern crossed his face. Although the senior had suppressed the mosquito poison last night, the cold energy within her seemed to have intensified. Lin Chen's gaze subtly shifted at the mention. Has the cold energy worsened? Could it be that the faint life force from the furnace's essence was clashing with her affliction? Or perhaps, after suppressing the positive energy of the mosquito poison, the latent cold energy within her had lost its balance, becoming more pronounced? He was utterly ignorant of the medical arts and unfamiliar with Su Ling'er's specific condition, rendering him unable to ascertain the truth. He responded quietly, revealing little emotion. Since preparations were complete, it was time to set forth. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of inquiry, Su Lai felt a quiet relief mingled with disappointment. It appeared the senior was merely a passerby, indifferent to the plight of the young lady. He refrained from further comment and turned to address the others. Everyone, let us set off. Remain vigilant. The group resumed their journey, departing from the sanctuary of the clear Spring Eye. This time, Lin Chen led the way again, but at a noticeably swifter pace. Although the terrain of Falling Wind Canyon was intricate, with Su Lai's provided map and his own formidable perception, they did not lose their way. The winds here seemed to howl with greater ferocity and chaos. At times, they sliced through the crevices of the cliffs like daggers, stinging their faces. At other moments, they felt as if an invisible hand sought to push them towards the abyss. The guards struggled immensely, channeling their true energy to steady themselves, which drained their stamina significantly. The carriage jolted violently, and the two draft horses grew increasingly agitated in the gale. Had it not been for Su Lai's calming presence at the front, they would have likely succumbed to panic. Within the carriage, Su Ling'o clutched the handrail tightly, her pallor deepening due to the jostling and the cold energy within her. She bit her lip, striving to suppress any sounds of distress. Yet her clear eyes were veiled with a dense mist. Lin Chen, walking ahead, seemed oblivious to the situation behind him. His focus was entirely on the path ahead and the surrounding environment. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the ominous aura intensified. He could sense the presence of beasts lurking in the shadows of the rocky walls, their essence distinctly more potent than those in the outer areas. With several approaching levels reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level and even the early 8th level of body refinement. However, these beasts appeared to regard the human group with caution, perhaps deterred by the faint, imperceptible aura of superiority emanating from Lin Chen, which stemmed from the myriad furnace and his 8th level cultivation. They merely observed from a distance, refraining from launching an attack. This left Lin Chen slightly disappointed. He had hoped to encounter a few prey to test the prowess he had gained from his recent breakthroughs. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the canyon opened up ahead, and the wind suddenly lessened. A flat riverbank emerged before them. A river, spanning roughly 10 zhang in width, meandered from the depths of the canyon. The water was not particularly turbulent, yet it bore an eerie dark blue hue, shrouded by a thin veil of cold mist that obscured the depths beneath. Scattered across the riverbank were large, smooth pebbles, polished by the waters, alongside the remnants of dead tree branches. A damp chill permeated the air. It is the cold water river. Sulai observed the river with a grave expression. Crossing this river and continuing forward for half a day should bring us to the resupply point in the middle section of Falling Wind Canyon. The cold water river? Lin Chen recalled the map, which lacked detailed annotations regarding this river. Is there something peculiar about it? He inquired. Sulai nodded, gesturing towards the dark blue water. What you may not know, senior, is that the water of the cold water river is bone-chilling and harbors a peculiar cold energy that can erode true energy and even frostbite a warrior's meridians. Ordinary crossing tools cannot withstand the corrosive cold. We must quickly find a shallow area to wade across and not linger in the water for too long. Chapter 121. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the river before him. Indeed, he could distinctly sense a chilling, corrosive energy emanating from the water, far more perilous than ordinary river currents. Mrs. Condition, Sulai cast a worried glance at the carriage. Fearing that she might not withstand the frigid onslaught of the river, Lin Chen remained silent. Su Ling'o was already frail and sensitive to cold. Should she be further provoked by this icy water, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a slightly weak yet resolute voice emerged from within the carriage. Uncle Su, I am fine. I can persevere. We cannot delay our journey or waste the elders' time because of me. Sulai intended to offer further counsel, but was interrupted by Su Ling'o. Uncle Su, trust me. Let us cross the river swiftly. With a sigh of resignation, Sulai began instructing the guards to seek a suitable crossing point. The riverbank was broad, and the water meandered gracefully. They followed the bank upstream for a while until they finally discovered a stretch where the current was relatively gentle and the riverbed shallower. Here, the water reached only to the waist of an adult. Although still bone-chilling, it was at least passable. This is the spot, Sulai declared. Everyone, channel your vital energy to the utmost and protect your lower bodies. Cross quickly. Do not linger. The guards nodded in unison, gritting their teeth as they activated their vital energy, cautiously stepping into the frigid waters. Suddenly, a piercing chill surged through their trousers and shoes, sending shivers down their spines. The malevolent cold seemed to gnaw at their protective vital energy, hastening its depletion alarmingly. Hurry. Move faster, Sulai urged, personally guiding the startled horse as he pulled the carriage laboriously towards the opposite bank. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the pebbles beneath the water, creating a gurgling sound, while the carriage swayed slightly from the impact of the current. Inside the carriage, Su Ling'o gripped the handrail tightly, her complexion growing paler due to the icy assault, her body trembling uncontrollably. She clenched her teeth, striving to circulate the meager vital energy within her to fend off the pervasive chill. Lin Chen, bringing up the rear of the group, hesitated before plunging into the water. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the placid surface of the river and the shadowy areas along the banks. His instincts warned him that this enigmatic cold water river was likely not as benign as it appeared. Indeed, just as the group reached the center of the river, where the water was waist-deep and movement became cumbersome, a sudden splash erupted. The tranquil surface of the river was violently disrupted as a massive, dark figure covered in dark blue scales surged forth, resembling a dragon rising from the depths. With its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, it unleashed a potent, fishy wind and a bone-chilling cold, aiming directly at the most conspicuous carriage in the center of the group. The speed of the shadow was astonishing. It emerged without warning, as if it had been lying in wait at the riverbed for the perfect moment to strike. Not good. It's a cold-water crocodile. Sulai's heart raced in terror as he beheld the fearsome shadow, unleashing a desperate scream. The cold-water crocodile, the true sovereign of the cold-water river. An extraordinarily vicious and cunning aquatic beast. An adult cold-water crocodile possessed strength rivaling that of a peak-level cultivator at the 8th layer of body refinement. Not only was its body formidable and its scales impenetrable, but it also excelled in utilizing water currents and cold energy to launch attacks. It was one of the most fearsome beasts in the Windfall Canyon. No one had anticipated that such a terrifying creature lurked beneath the seemingly tranquil shallow waters. Chapter 122. At this moment, the closest guards to the carriage were utterly unprepared, helplessly watching as the gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, drew nearer to the vehicle. Inside the carriage, Su Ling'o was so terrified that her complexion turned pale, instinctively shutting her eyes tight. Beast, how dare you? Just as the situation reached a critical point, a voice, cold as ice and brimming with murderous intent, echoed by the riverbank like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. It was Lin Chen. He had finally made his move. And this time, he held nothing back, no longer feigning restraint. Boom. A force, far surpassing any before, erupted from within him. Powerful enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth, akin to an ancient demon awakening from its slumber. The peak of the 8th stage of body refinement? No. He was even faintly brushing against the threshold of the 8th stage's latter phase. The moment this aura manifested, it swept across the riverbank like a tangible tempest, causing the icy waters to seemingly halt in their flow under the pressure of his might. The air felt as though it had solidified. Sulai and the other guards sensed an indescribable and terrifying pressure emanating from behind them, nearly suffocating them. Their souls trembling in fear. He had concealed such terrifying power. Who exactly is this senior? The once ferocious cold water crocodile. Upon sensing this overwhelming aura, was instantly engulfed by an abyss of fear, its cruel vertical pupils now filled with dread. It felt as though it had become the target of an unimaginable terror from the ancient wilderness. Flee. I must escape immediately. The cold water crocodile instinctively abandoned its attack, its massive body twisting to plunge back into the depths. But it was too late. Attempting to flee before me? Lin Chen's frigid voice resonated like the whisper of death. His figure had, at some point, materialized above the river's surface like a specter. Chapter 123. He actually walks upon water, as if treading on solid ground. Note, this is not an act of soaring through the skies, but rather a temporary effect achieved through exquisite mastery of true energy and the profound essence of the shadow step, allowing him to utilize the surface tension of the water, creating the illusion of walking upon it, further accentuating his enigmatic prowess. He did not even cast a glance at the cold water crocodile attempting to flee. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing with a finger like a blade. This time, what coalesced at his fingertips was no longer merely golden true energy, but a profound darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Pitch black. This was a fragment of the primordial dark power he comprehended after refining the core of the dark leopard, perfectly fused with his furnished true energy. Swoosh. A slender beam, no thicker than a hair, yet refined to its utmost, emanating a chilling aura of destruction, shot forth like a death ray cleaving through the fabric of time and space. Its speed was so swift it defied the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Its power was so terrifying that mere words could scarcely convey it. The target, the so-called indestructible head of the cold water crocodile. Thud. Without a hint of suspense. That formidable skull and armor, capable of withstanding an attack from a 9th-layer body refinement, appeared as fragile as tofu before the pitch-black ray imbued with the essence of darkness and furnace power. It was pierced in an instant. A minuscule, bottomless black hole materialized at the center of the crocodile's brow. The massive body of the cold water crocodile suddenly stiffened. All movements froze in an instant. The terror and vitality in its eyes receded like a retreating tide. Then, with a thunderous crash, it plummeted back into the river with a heavy splash. Great waves erupted. Blood, like ink, rapidly stained the dark azure waters. One finger, merely one finger, a beast of terrifying might, comparable to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, the cold water crocodile, instantly vanquished. Chapter 124. The river washed over the massive, cold corpse of the cold water crocodile, rendering the earlier cataclysmic slaughter a mere illusion. Silence, an oppressive silence enveloped the riverbank, punctuated only by the monotonous sound of flowing water. Sulai stood frozen, his murky eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. He gazed at the seemingly frail figure by the riverbank, as if beholding an insurmountable peak or perhaps a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The aura. No, it undoubtedly surpassed the mid-stage of the 8th layer. It could even be. He dared not contemplate further. How could such a terrifying entity emerge from a small place like Qingyang Town? This senior? No, this esteemed individual. Who could he possibly be? Why was he here? And why had he intervened to assist? A torrent of questions tangled in his mind like a chaotic web, intertwined with profound awe and dread. The guards were equally mute, their faces ashen, hands trembling around their weapons, too fearful to even draw a breath. They did not dare to lift their gazes to Lin Chen, only lowering their heads, their peripheral vision catching sight of the enormous crocodile's corpse, sending a chill through their hearts. Had that earlier finger gesture landed upon them? Inside the carriage, Su Ling pressed her mouth tightly to stifle a gasp. Through the gap in the curtain, she could only discern Lin Chen's silhouette. Yet it felt as though that figure contained a power capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. The sudden surge and swift retreat of his aura seemed to momentarily freeze the chilling energy swirling within her. Powerful, indifferent, enigmatic. This youth, only slightly older than herself, transformed in her mind into an overwhelmingly unfamiliar and imposing presence. Lin Chen remained oblivious to the tremors behind him. He stood at the riverbank, his gaze calmly resting upon the crocodile's corpse. In his profound eyes, there was no hint of exhilaration from vanquishing a formidable foe, only an almost indifferent scrutiny. Slowly, he raised his hand, pointing towards the colossal body, hovering in the air. No one witnessed any brilliance, nor did they hear any sound. Yet, in the next moment, the crocodile's corpse began to visibly wither and dissolve. Its hardened scales lost their luster, turning dull. The immense flesh seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force, rapidly shrinking. Even the stark white bones appeared to be disintegrating into imperceptible specks of dust, merging into the river water or dissipating into the air. In merely a span of 10 breaths, that once dreaded creature, capable of annihilating an entire caravan, simply vanished into thin air. All that remained were the gradually dispersing, faint bloodstains on the river's surface, testifying to its past existence. This scene was even more bizarre and chilling than the earlier single strike that had annihilated it. Su Lai's throat constricted painfully, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could comprehend the prowess of a formidable warrior slaying a beast with a single blow. But this method that caused a beast's corpse to vanish entirely was beyond anything he had ever heard of. It transcended his understanding of martial prowess. He finally realized that this esteemed individual was beyond any conjecture they could make. Let us depart. Lin Chen retracted his finger and turned, his tone unremarkable, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. The suffocating pressure dissipated like a receding tide, becoming subdued once more. Yet the intangible distance he emanated felt even more pronounced. Why, yes. Esteemed sir. Su Lai jolted, hastily bowing in response, his tone imbued with utmost reverence. Devoid of the familiarity he had previously shown, he dared not display any negligence, immediately urging the still-dazed guards, "Hurry. Cross the river. Everyone, gather your spirits." Chapter 125. The atmosphere during this river crossing was starkly different from before. The water remained frigid and biting, the chill still gnawing at their vital energies. Yet, everyone clenched their teeth, enduring the discomfort with swift and cautious movements, fearful of making even the slightest noise that might disturb the dignitary trailing behind. They did not dare to look back, focusing solely on the path ahead, their steps heavy with trepidation. Under Su Lai's careful guidance, the carriage traversed the river's depths as smoothly as possible. Inside, Su Lingo trembled slightly from the cold, but her gaze frequently darted through the carriage's curtain. Fixating on the silent figure at the rear of the procession, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At last, the group reached the opposite bank unscathed. Having escaped the icy waters, a sense of relief washed over them, akin to having narrowly evaded the gates of death. Many felt their legs quaking, not solely from the cold and exhaustion of their vital energy, but also from the harrowing ordeal they had just experienced and the immense pressure exerted by Lin Chen. "Sir, we have reached the other side." Su Lai approached Lin Chen, adopting a humbler demeanor as he carefully reported. "Not far ahead. There should be a sheltered hollow in the mountains. Should we take a moment to rest?" Noticing Lin Chen's unyielding expression, he hastily added, "It's mainly Mississippi." Lin Chen's gaze swept past the carriage, seemingly disinterested, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. With permission granted, Su Lai felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He quickly directed the others to find a relatively dry, wind-sheltered crevice in the rocks to rest briefly, allowing them to recuperate their vital energy and strength. The guards quietly kindled a small fire, producing rations and water flasks. Though few had the appetite to eat, they sat around the fire, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally glancing towards Lin Chen, who sat alone on a rock with his eyes closed. Meditating. Su Lai hesitated but ultimately refrained from intruding. He understood that any words of gratitude at this moment would seem insipid, perhaps even provoke resentment. The thoughts of this dignitary were beyond his comprehension. His sole objective was to cooperate as best as he could, praying for a safe arrival at Infeng Gorge. Beside the carriage, Su Linger was assisted down by a female companion. Her delicate face remained pale, her lips tinged with a faint blue, clearly exacerbated by the icy waters. Accepting the hot water bag from her companion, she did not immediately seek warmth, but instead stared blankly at Lin Chen's distant silhouette. Lin Chen was indeed recuperating. Yet more so, he was reflecting on the recent battle and its rewards. The refinement of the cold water crocodile yielded benefits beyond his expectations. Not only did he acquire pure flesh energy and demon core energy, which solidified his mid-stage cultivation, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the later stage, but more significantly, he extracted a fragment of the exquisitely pure essence of waters in chill from the crocodile's origin. Though this essence was faint, it slightly enhanced the foundation of the myriad furnace, granting him a nebulous understanding of the powers of water and ice. While he could not wield this understanding immediately, it held a measurable promise for future refinements of higher-tier powers of the same attribute or the development of related techniques. As for exposing his strength, Lin Chen was unconcerned. They were deep within the secluded depths of the falling wind gorge. As long as the Su family members were not fools, they would not dare to carelessly divulge his information. Even if they did, by the time they exited the gorge, he would likely have long since vanished. What weighed more heavily on his mind was Su Linger's condition. The chilling energies of the cold water had evidently resonated with the peculiar ailment within her, intensifying her suffering. Did this imply that her affliction was linked to some form of cold attribute power? Or perhaps, related to the environment deep within Falling Wind Gorge? The Ziyun mushroom, rumored to thrive in areas saturated with gloomy energy, could it truly suppress the coldness within her? Lin Chen opened his eyes. His penetrating gaze directed deeper into the gorge, where the mist thickened and the wind seemed to wail, hinting at an ominous presence. The path ahead appeared increasingly perilous. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, a glimmer of anticipation flickered within him. The more perilous the place, the greater the opportunities it often harbored. Whether it be the potentially existing Ziyun mushroom or the formidable beast that might lurk deeper within, they all represented resources for one who possessed the myriad furnace. Chapter 126. The crackling of the campfire echoed distinctly in the stillness of the valley. The brief respite had not dispelled the gloom hanging over the group. Rather, the silent intimidation deepened the somber atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity to add more wood to the fire, Su Lai approached Lin Chen once more. Adopting a low stance and speaking with a cautious, tentative tone, "My lord, your abilities are truly unparalleled. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any previous offenses." Lin Chen did not lift his gaze, merely offering a soft grunt from his nostrils in acknowledgement. Su Lai's heart tightened, realizing that his companion was not inclined to elaborate. Sensing the moment, he shifted the conversation. "My lord, the journey ahead will become increasingly treacherous. According to the map, we are about to traverse an area known as the soul-confounding barrier, where a peculiar mist lingers year-round, obscuring visibility and seemingly affecting one's spirit. Many teams that have ventured there have become scattered or even lost their way." He paused, gauging Lin Chen's reaction, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, continued, "Beyond the soul-confounding barrier, we should soon catch a glimpse of the outline of Infeng Gorge. However, it is said that more perilous entities dwell nearby, which ordinary folk dare not approach." At this, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Su Lai with an unsettling calmness. More perilous entities? Such as? Under the weight of that profound stare, Su Lai felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, compelling him to lower his head. It is said that second-tier beasts roam there, such as the swifting foam wolves and the soul-eating spiders that can expel poisonous threads and weave illusions. These are mere rumors. Our Su family-s caravans have only ventured to the outskirts of the soul-confounding barrier, never daring to delve deeper. Lin Chen nodded slightly, falling silent. Second-tier beasts are equivalent to human cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. For his current strength at the peak of the 8th layer of body refinement, capable of invoking the tribulations of foundation establishment at any moment, these creatures were not insurmountable foes. Yet they warranted caution. "My lady." Su Lai glanced at Su Linger, curled up in a blanket not far away, her complexion growing increasingly pale. His voice bore a note of urgency. "We must hasten our journey." Lin Chen's gaze swept over Su Ling, noting the barely perceptible tremors in her fingertips and the profound anguish etched upon her brow. The chilling power of Han Shui River had indeed stirred turmoil within her. He sensed a faint connection between the dormant force within the girl and the trace of water's chilling cold he had recently absorbed, yet it felt more unruly and chaotic. "Let us depart." He rose, his voice not loud, yet it invigorated all present. The group resumed their journey. This time, Lin Chen led at the forefront, his steps imbued with a peculiar rhythm. The surrounding winds seemed to consciously steer clear of him, and the gravel beneath his feet appeared to lose its sharpness, allowing him to traverse with exceptional steadiness. The members of the Su family trailing behind felt an unmistakable difference. The further they advanced, the heavier the damp chill in the air became, accompanied by the emergence of a faint, grayish mist. Initially, the mist was thin, merely blurring distant objects. However, as they delved deeper, it thickened substantially, visibility plummeting to mere yards ahead. More strangely, the mist carried a sticky quality, wrapping around them and creating a sensation of weightiness, making even breathing feel labored. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped their hearts, invoking an inexplicable restlessness and anxiety. "This is the soul-confounding barrier." Su Lai's expression turned serious as he incessantly urged the guards. "Stay close. Do not lag behind. Maintain your focus and resist the illusions." The guards tightened their grips on their weapons, trailing closely behind the lead, their vigilance heightened as they surveyed the dense fog surrounding them. Within the mist, shadows flickered, resembling countless phantoms, and indistinct whispers brushed against their ears, unsettling their minds. The carriage maneuvered through the fog with increasing difficulty. Su Lai had to shout directions continuously, striving to keep the group together. Inside the carriage, Su Ling'er fared worse. She huddled in a corner, her body trembling uncontrollably, her jaw clenched tight, and beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The grayish mist seemed to exert a stronger stimulus upon her, causing the cold energy within her to surge like a wild stallion, bringing unbearable agony. With a muffled groan of pain, she finally succumbed, curling up even tighter. "My lady!" One of the women nearby gasped in alarm, attempting to approach, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Lin Chen, walking at the forefront, hesitated briefly. Chapter 127. He did not turn back, yet a faint yet pure wave of energy, imbued with a gentle vitality, silently spread like an invisible thread, enveloping Su Ling'er softly. This was the most refined essence of life, extracted from the myriad furnaces, though minuscule in quantity. It carried a hint of the alchemical spirit that nurtures all things into existence. The gentle energy seeped into Su Ling'er's body, not directly countering the violent chill, but rather nurturing her damaged meridians and vitality like a spring breeze bringing gentle rain, endeavoring to stabilize her crumbling bodily equilibrium. Su Ling'er's violent tremors gradually subsided, her tightly furrowed brow easing slightly. Although her complexion remained pale, she was no longer in such excruciating pain as before. With a hint of bewilderment, she opened her eyes, sensing a warm current slowly flowing within her, dispelling some of the deep-seated cold. "Is it him?" Instinctively, she glanced towards the indistinct figure outside the carriage, a surge of complex and inscrutable emotions welling up within her. Lin Chen paid little heed to these sentiments. His attention was predominantly focused on the enigmatic mist surrounding them. This mist contained not merely water vapor, but an exceedingly complex amalgamation of sinister energy, intertwined with a faint spiritual force capable of influencing the soul. For ordinary martial artists, this was indeed troublesome. However, for him, a thought flickered through his mind, and the myriad furnaces within him began to operate quietly. The misty energies attempting to encroach upon and confuse him were instantly drawn and pulled away by an invisible force, silently devoured and refined, as if rivers were flowing back to the sea. Although the quality of these chaotic sinister energies was low, their sheer volume was substantial. After refining, the pure cold energy extracted was perfectly suited to corroborate and augment the nascent resonance of waterzine cold he had just acquired. A tenuous spark of clarity coursed through his mind. His mastery over the attributes of ice and cold was gradually, albeit slowly, enhancing in a tangible manner. Even the shadow step, when executed in this dense mist, appeared to flow with greater ease, his form becoming more elusive, as if merging seamlessly with the mist. The caravan trudged through the thick fog for approximately an hour. Suddenly, the mist ahead began to dissipate without warning, revealing a scene that was both breathtaking and disconcerting. The ground beneath them bore a charred, desolate hue, devoid of any life. The air was thick with an even more potent, decayed chill. Before them, approximately 1,000 feet away, loomed an immense, unfathomable black chasm, as if cleaved by a titan's axe, stretching across the land. The chasm's sides were steep, dark cliffs, jagged and menacing, resembling the fangs of a malevolent beast. Waves of visibly dark, ink-like winds surged from the depths of the chasm, howling with a mournful, ghostly wail that sent shivers down one's spine, as if the very soul was freezing. At the entrance of the chasm, the mist thickened further, almost becoming a tangible black mass, swirling incessantly, shrouding everything within the gorge, leaving only a gaping, pitch-black more reminiscent of a monstrous beast, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to consume all. The Wind Gorge. Sulai gazed at the colossal black chasm, his voice dry and filled with disbelief and profound dread. "We have arrived." Chapter 128. Sulai's dry exclamation rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into still waters, drawing the attention of all toward the gaping abyssal chasm that loomed before them, dark and ominous, as if it sought to devour their very souls. A howling, inky wind surged forth, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and a mournful wail that compelled the guards to instinctively tighten their garments and summoned their vital energy to fend off the insidious chill that sought to penetrate their defenses. Fear was the most palpable emotion in that moment. Many of the guards turned ashen, their hands gripping their weapons so tightly that their knuckles blanched, their eyes betraying a deep-seated trepidation. They were merely warriors at the body-tempering stage, capable of dealing with mundane beasts. Yet the aura emanating from the wind chasm exceeded their comprehension, evoking a primal fear rooted in the very essence of life. Taking a deep breath, Sulai stifled the turmoil within his heart. He turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, awaiting the decision of this inscrutable figure. He understood well that without this formidable individual, they would not dare approach the wind chasm, let alone enter it. Lin Chen stood at the forefront, his gaze steady as he surveyed the tumultuous black vortex. Unlike the others, he did not succumb to sheer terror. Instead, he discerned within the malevolent wind a remarkably pure yet wildly volatile essence of cold energy. This energy surpassed the primal resonance of the frostwater crocodile, and the chaotic mist of the bewildering fog both were eclipsed by its purity and strength. For him, this place was less a perilous void and more akin to a treasure trove. The myriad furnaces within him vibrated slightly, seemingly yearning for the pristine energy at the chasm's entrance. Without seeking counsel from anyone, he strode forward with unwavering resolve, his movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. Stay close. Follow the master, Sulai commanded sharply, his heart resolute. No matter the horrors that awaited, this master represented their sole beacon of hope. Though the guards felt a gnawing fear, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, bolstered by Lin Chen's unflinching silhouette. The carriage, under Sulai's careful guidance, cautiously approached the encroaching darkness. As they drew nearer to the chasm, the wind's intensity escalated alarmingly. It assailed them like countless icy needles, incessantly striking against their protective vital energy shields, producing a chorus of sharp hissing sounds. The consumption of their vital energy surged alarmingly, and many began to feel the weight of the pressure. At last, Lin Chen's figure vanished into the swirling black tempest. Following suit, Sulai and the others stepped into the realm of the wind chasm, as if they had been transported from one world to another. The light dimmed drastically, plunging them into a darkness where visibility was nearly non-existent. Only a faint glimmer of daylight, reflecting from deeper within the chasm, faintly outlined the rugged terrain beneath their feet. More terrifying was the wind. Upon entering the chasm, the wind transformed from a scattered assault to a directional, almost tangible force. Powerful black currents, laden with debris and frigid energy, lashed out like whips, cutting through the air with lethal precision. One guard was caught off guard, struck head-on by a fierce gust. His protective vital energy was torn apart, and he staggered back as if struck by a hammer, a muffled groan escaping his lips, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Steady. Form the formation. Connect your vital energy, Sulai bellowed, his experience kicking in as he swiftly directed the guards to tighten their ranks. They grouped together, intertwining their vital energies to forge a larger protective barrier, barely managing to withstand the pervasive slashing of the wind. Nonetheless, their vital energy continued to deplete at an alarming rate, and the pallor on each of their faces was unmistakable. Chapter 129. The carriage swayed violently, buffeted by the fierce winds, while Sulai exerted all his strength to steady the reins. Inside the carriage, Su Lingo curled up, her already frail body further weakened by the onslaught of the turbulent, malevolent winds, releasing faint, intermittent groans. Only Lin Chen remained undeterred, advancing steadily at the forefront, his pace deliberate and unhurried. The ferocious winds, capable of tearing apart the energy shields of those in the body refinement realm, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier as they approached within 3 feet of his form. As if subdued by a greater force, the inky currents, upon contacting his intangible aura, abruptly slowed, transforming into gentle streams that seamlessly integrated into his being, disappearing without a trace. There was no grand spectacle, no dazzling shield of light. He walked with serene composure, as if strolling leisurely, while the raging winds around him felt merely like a gentle breeze. The furnace of 10,000 paths was operating with an efficiency far surpassing its usual capacity. These pure, tumultuous winds were swiftly decomposed, refined, and transformed by the furnace. A portion replenished his own energy reserves, while a greater share was absorbed and converted into primal energy reserves. Simultaneously, a fragment of the water's cold essence visibly expanded and solidified. Lin Chen could even sense his understanding and mastery over the cold attributes deepening with each moment. He inclined his head slightly, extending a thread of gentle energy, almost imperceptible, like a gossamer veil, enveloping the carriage behind him, quietly mitigating the direct impact of the winds and alleviating Su Lingo's suffering. Witnessing Lin Chen's response to the winds, Sulai and the others felt an overwhelming astonishment. It was not merely a matter of brute force. It felt more like control, assimilation. They could not comprehend it, attributing it all to the profound strength of their master. Moreover, they noticed that the pressure from the winds seemed indeed less intense right behind Lin Chen, granting them a slight reprieve and further solidifying their resolve to follow closely. The group navigated the narrow, rugged, downward-sloping ravine, advancing slowly through the darkness and tumultuous winds. The rocks here exhibited an eerie black hue, exceptionally hard, etched with deep scars from the slicing winds. Aside from the howling of the winds, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After traversing for approximately a stick of incense-esque duration, the passage ahead appeared to widen slightly, and the winds seemed to ease just a bit. Lin Chen halted his steps, raising his gaze towards the deeper darkness ahead. Though his vision was obstructed, his spiritual perception detected something unusual. Deeper within the malevolent winds, there seemed to be more solid, dynamic energy fluctuations, not merely a natural phenomenon, but rather something born from the winds themselves. Chapter 130. Lin Chen's pause intensified the taut atmosphere behind him. All eyes followed his gaze into the deeper darkness ahead, hearts racing uncontrollably. The wailing wind seemed sharper at that moment, as if it concealed a malevolent intent. Without warning, several points of ghostly green light flickered to life in the darkness. Though minuscule, the lights emanated an eerie chill, reminiscent of the phosphorescence that haunts desolate graves, imbued with a sense of deathly stillness and foreboding. They moved silently through the shadows, their speed increasing, accompanied by a deep, oppressive growl akin to a beast sharpening its fangs. "Be cautious. It's the Shadow Wolves." Su Lai, seasoned and astute, instantly recognized the source of the green glow, his complexion shifting dramatically as he shouted, readying himself for battle. No sooner had his voice faded than three indistinct shadows, composed of swirling inky winds, lunged forth from the darkness. They vaguely resembled wolves, larger than ordinary wild canines. Moving with a swift silence, their two ghostly green eyes starkly prominent in the gloom. Their target was the relatively vulnerable flank of several guards. The suddenness of the attack caught the guards off guard. Despite their vigilance, they were a beat slow against these bizarre creatures composed entirely of energy. "Beasts," one guard bellowed, hastily swinging his sword, a blinding white blade of energy tearing through the air. However, the Shadow Wolf appeared to lack any physical form. The blade merely distorted its shape momentarily, scattering the inky winds that carried a chilling power, crashing against the guard's protective aura with a hissing, corrosive sound. The guard's energy shield dimmed instantly, and he was jolted back, blood surging in his veins. Meanwhile, another Shadow Wolf was even more cunning, evading the direct assault by twisting in midair like a phantom, bypassing the frontal defenses. Its sharp claws, entirely formed of shadowy wind, viciously slashed at another guard's ribs. The guard's protective energy shattered like parchment, the claws sinking into flesh and unleashing a spray of blood. He let out a pained scream, his body trembling violently as a layer of black frost swiftly enveloped the wound, the chilling force invading his body with fervor. Chaos erupted in an instant. Though the guards attempted to form a defensive formation under Su Lai's command, the dim light, rugged terrain, and the strange nature of their foes made it difficult to maintain their ranks. The Shadow Wolves were too swift, their unique methods of attack directly affecting both energy and flesh, their mournful howls seeming to disrupt the guards' concentration, rendering them increasingly flustered. By the carriage. Su Lai's face turned ashen as he wielded his whip against one of the Shadow Wolves while anxiously surveying the battlefield, a chill settling in his heart. The strength of these creatures was likely near the 9th level of body refinement, and they were exceedingly troublesome, far beyond the capabilities of their team. Amidst this fleeting turmoil, Lin Chen, who had remained at the forefront, finally moved. He did not even glance back at the fray behind him. Confronted by two more Shadow Wolves charging from the darkness, he calmly raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers aligned, and gently pointed towards the void ahead. There was no overwhelming aura, no dazzling brilliance. Yet, at the moment his fingertip made contact, the two Shadow Wolves, racing forward, suddenly halted as if colliding with an invisible wall. Then, a more bizarre scene unfolded. The flowing inky winds surrounding the wolves began to twist and stretch in an unnatural manner, as if being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible force, transforming into countless fine strands of black energy that uncontrollably converged towards Lin Chen's fingertip. The two Shadow Wolves emitted silent howls, their green eyes flickering wildly as they struggled in vain. Their bodies, composed of pure shadowy energy, rapidly shriveled and dissipated, akin to punctured balloons, all occurring in the span of mere breaths. Chapter 131. The two fierce Shadow Wolves dissolved into thin air, leaving only faint traces of dark energy, which were completely consumed by Lin Chen's invisible pull at his fingertips. As his fingers descended, tranquility returned, as if the ravenous beasts had never existed. Having neutralized the threat ahead, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the Shadow Wolf that was attacking Su Lai and another guard. The wolf seemed to sense the sudden silence of its companion, pausing momentarily, a flicker of fear glimmered in its eerie green eyes. It emitted a low whimper and retreated a step, as if wishing to vanish into deeper shadows. However, Lin Chen offered it no respite. His figure left behind a barely perceptible afterimage, as the shadow phantom step became increasingly adept within this shadowy environment. In the next instant, he appeared beside the Shadow Wolf, his fingers poised to strike. With precision, his fingertip targeted the core of the wolf's energy flow, where it was most concentrated. There was no obstruction. His finger penetrated as effortlessly as if through mist. The wolf's body suddenly froze, and like its predecessors, the shadow wind energy that constituted its form was violently extracted, refined, and ultimately dissolved in nothingness. The entire process transpired with such swiftness that it was almost beyond comprehension. From the chaos wrought by the wolf's appearance to Lin Chen's resolution of all threats, scarcely more than a handful of breaths had elapsed. The mournful winds continued to howl. Yet the disquieting green glow and shadowy figure of the wolf had vanished. Silence once again enveloped the scene, yet it bore a heavier weight than before. The injured guard, supported by a companion, pallidly tended to his wounds, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with a profound sense of relief and ineffable reverence. Sulai retracted his long whip, eyeing the remnants of black frost on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Approaching Lin Chen, he bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your timely assistance. Had it not been for your intervention." Lin Chen raised a hand, interrupting him. His attention was fixed on the place where the Shadow Wind Wolf had vanished, as if sensing something. These Shadow Wind Wolves were, in essence, highly condensed Shadow Wind energy, possessing a flicker of rudimentary consciousness. Their power stemmed from the omnipresent Shadow Wind within the Shadow Wind Gorge. Refining them was more efficient than mere absorption of the wind, yielding pure energy that even contained faint fragments of instinctual knowledge regarding the utilization of Shadow Wind power. Though these fragments bore little significance for Lin Chen, their accumulation would gradually enhance his understanding of the frigid energy. Furthermore, the emergence of these wolves validated his earlier conjecture. Indeed, within the Shadow Wind Gorge, there existed perilous entities born of its unique environment. Let us proceed. The simple command resonated once more. Lin Chen offered no further explanation, nor did he attend to the injured, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies. After discerning the direction, he continued deeper into the darkness, seemingly towards the source of the Shadow Wind Wolf's appearance. Sulai hastily beckoned the others to follow, and the atmosphere among the group grew even more somber and cautious. They finally comprehended that this lord was not only unfathomably powerful, but also possessed an utterly chilling demeanor. Yet, it was precisely this coldness and strength that served as their sole assurance of survival in this dire abyss. Chapter 132. The team advanced in a profound silence, the only sounds being the crunch of gravel beneath their feet and the increasingly sharp, mournful wailing of the chilling wind. Following the recent attack by the spectral wolves, the guards bore expressions of heightened gravity, their hands firmly gripping their weapons, their vital energy circulating ceaselessly, vigilantly scanning every inch of darkness. Sulai trailed just a few steps behind Lin Chen, his gaze darting between Lin Chen's silhouette and the surrounding environment. Wary of any potential danger, they traversed a narrower, downward-sloping passage. The black rock walls on either side appeared as if stained with ink, their smooth surfaces reflecting a cold, eerie gleam, while the rough patches were marked by deeper, denser wind erosion scars. The frigid energy in the air felt almost tangible, noticeably accelerating the depletion of the guards' protective vital energy shields. Beads of sweat began to form on many foreheads, only to be swiftly frozen by the chilling air. Lin Chen maintained a steady pace. The myriad furnaces within him operated slowly, actively drawing the pure essence of the chilling wind energy surrounding them. He distinctly sensed that the deeper they ventured, the more refined the chilling wind energy became. Though still turbulent, it appeared less chaotic than it had in the broader gorge, revealing a purer essence. His spiritual perception extended outward, meticulously attuning to the flow of energy. The residual fluctuations from the energy cores of the spectral wolves he had vanquished served as faint beacons, guiding him toward a general direction. Not far ahead, the passage opened up into a relatively spacious subterranean cavern. The cavern was modest in size, approximately 100 feet in diameter. On the surrounding rock walls, numerous holes and fissures of varying sizes were clearly visible, resembling a honeycomb. Dense, almost liquid-like dark wind surged continuously from these openings, converging in the center of the cavern to form a small black whirlwind, which then spread outward along the passage. This place was evidently the lair of the spectral wolves, a source of the chilling wind energy in the vicinity. Scattered across the cavern floor were fragments of shattered bones, gray and white, remnants of either some monstrous beast or unfortunate humans, adding an element of stark realism to this desolate place. Upon witnessing this sight, the guards instinctively halted, their eyes fixed anxiously on the ominous holes, fearful that swarms of spectral wolves might surge forth once more. Sulai felt a tightness in his chest, poised to caution Lin Chen to remain vigilant. However, he noticed that Lin Chen's gaze did not linger on the obvious wolf dens. Instead, Lin Chen slightly tilted his head, his eyes transcending those holes to focus on an inconspicuous crevice near the top of the cavern, close to one of the rock walls. The light there was exceedingly dim, nearly merging with the surrounding shadows. The crevice was deep. From below, it appeared nothing but an abyss of darkness. Yet, within Lin Chen's heightened spiritual awareness, he discerned a distinctly different energy fluctuation enveloped in a subtle current of chilling wind, hidden deep within that darkness. This fluctuation was exceedingly faint, imbued with an unusual rhythm of vitality, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet it persisted tenaciously. It adeptly utilized the surrounding dense, chilling wind as a guise. Had it not been for Lin Chen's remarkable perception and the furnace's acute sensitivity to various energy fluctuations, it would have been nearly impossible to detect its presence. Could it be? Lin Chen's heart stirred. The purple cloud mushroom, he sought was described as thriving in realms of extreme een, capable of absorbing malevolent energy, exhibiting a ghostly purple hue, and emanating a delicate mist-like aura when mature. Although too far to discern its precise appearance, that unique energy fluctuation, teeming with life amidst the chill, held great potential. He signaled for the team to remain still, urging them to keep their distance from the cavern's center. Then, he stepped forward alone, cautiously making his way toward the cavern. Chapter 133. The dense, sinister winds surging from the crevices remained, as before, drawn, disassembled, and absorbed by an invisible force as he approached. He stepped into a realm devoid of human presence, arriving directly beneath the fissure in the cavern. He halted, gazing upward at the dark recess. The winds within the cave grew ever more ferocious, causing his robes to flutter violently, yet his form remained steadfast as a mountain. Su Lai and the others behind him watched with trepidation, bewildered by the intentions of this esteemed individual, apart from stones and an even more oppressive wind. There seemed to be nothing else. Lin Chen did not advance immediately. He sensed that whatever lay within the fissure was seemingly protected by some natural barrier or energy field, maintaining a delicate balance with the surrounding sinister winds. To intrude recklessly could yield unforeseen consequences, potentially jeopardizing his objective. He extended his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. The power of the myriad furnaces was meticulously summoned, not to devour, but to simulate. He endeavored to replicate the energy fluctuation frequency of the surrounding winds, gently sending forth a thread of his own energy, faint and tentative, akin to invisible tendrils, cautiously probing toward the fissure above. He needed to ascertain whether it contained the elusive purple cloud mushroom. The carefully dispatched energy, mimicking the wind's oscillations, resembled an invisible thread that silently penetrated the cavern's depths. As it grazed the unusual region at the fissure's abyss, a subtle yet distinctly clear sensation of repulsion surged back along the energy thread to Lin Chen's fingertips. This repulsive force was not violent. Rather, it possessed a natural resilience akin to a plant's self-defense, infused with a unique, ethereal essence of flora, perfectly harmonizing with the frigid, malevolent winds to create a peculiar equilibrium. Lin Chen's fingertips momentarily hesitated. This was it, the distinctive energy structure that returned as feedback, along with the faint glimmer of deep violet light concealed in the shadows, perfectly aligned with all his knowledge of the purple cloud mushroom, even surpassing his expectations in quality. The vitality nestled within the chill being more refined and pure. His energy tendrils sought to delve deeper, yearning for a clearer perception of the quantity and condition of the purple cloud mushrooms. However, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. It was not the anticipated guardian beast springing forth, nor a cataclysmic surge of energy. Instead, the previously flowing, dense, sinister winds around the fissure's entrance abruptly stagnated without warning. It was as though time had frozen in that small expanse. A transparent membrane, invisible to the naked eye and composed entirely of highly compressed sinister energy, instantaneously formed at the fissure's entrance. Upon this membrane, deeper black energy nodes flickered silently, resembling some naturally formed runic barrier, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that utterly severed Lin Chen's energy probe from the outside. Simultaneously, beyond this layer of energy membrane, in the deepest recess of the fissure, next to the previously sensed violet glow, a deeper shade of luminescence began to coalesce, illuminating gradually. It twisted, transforming into a long, indistinct shadow of a serpent, almost translucent, entirely composed of sinister energy. The serpent's shadow coiled silently, its eyes of condensed luminescence coldly observing the world beyond the fissure, radiating a pure, emotionless intent of guardianship. A natural barrier, accompanied by a protective energy spirit. Chapter 134. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, realizing that this situation was more troublesome than anticipated. The layer of energy barrier seamlessly integrated with the surrounding environment. Attempting to forcefully break through it could potentially trigger a violent surge of the cavern's ominous energies, perhaps even obliterating the fragile purple cloud mushroom within. Although the shadow of the energy serpent appeared weak, it seemed to share a common origin with the barrier and the mushroom. Any misstep could lead to failure as well. He stood still, gazing up at the crevice, refraining from immediate action. The myriad furnace within him accelerated, this time not merely absorbing and simulating, but beginning to rapidly analyze. A slender thread of energy emanated from his fingertips, delicately brushing against the invisible energy membrane, attuning to the vibration frequencies and structures of each energy node. The furnace's power resembled an immense invisible millstone, slowly yet precisely dissolving those energy nodes. This was not destruction, but rather a process of disintegration, gradually stripping away the pure, chilling energy that constituted each node, absorbing it, and rendering it devoid of its original stable structure. This quiet process unfolded without a sound. The energy fluctuations diminished to the utmost degree, completely masked by the howling winds within the cavern. Simultaneously, Lin Chen dispatched a more subtle, refined strand of spiritual intent. Bypassing the energy membrane's obstruction, directly locking onto the energy core of the indistinct serpent shadow deep within the crevice. He did not initiate an attack. Instead, he slowly imposed a natural suppressive force inherent to the myriad furnace upon the pure energy entity. It was a power of a higher order, akin to the inherent intimidation exerted by a superior over an inferior. Deep within the crevice, the energy serpent shadow seemed to sense this irresistible suppression. Its indistinct form quivering slightly, its condensed, ghostly eyes flickering erratically, and its coiled posture becoming somewhat unstable, yet it did not dissipate, still fiercely guarding the ethereal purple halo behind it. Time ticked away imperceptibly. The only sound within the cavern was the wind. Behind, Sulai and the others dared not breathe, only able to witness Lin Chen standing motionless, head tilted back, hand extended, as if engaged in a silent ritual. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive. Finally, as the last crucial energy node was silently resolved by Lin Chen, the layer of energy membrane covering the entrance of the crevice disintegrated like melting ice and snow, quietly collapsing into the purest form of ominous energy, all of which was absorbed by Lin Chen's fingertips. Almost simultaneously with the barrier's disappearance, the energy serpent shadow, deprived of its support and energy source, let out an almost inaudible lament under Lin Chen's sustained mental suppression, its entire form suddenly disintegrating into an ethereal essence of pure, chilling energy, which Lin Chen effortlessly drew in, merging it into his fingertips, rendering it invisible. Obstacles thoroughly eliminated, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He lightly tapped the stony ground with his toes, his form ascending like a weightless feather, silently rising before the crevice. A rich herbal aroma, mingled with an icy chill, assaulted his senses. He steadily extended his arm into the crevice, deftly avoiding the sharp edges of the surrounding rocks. His fingertips encountered a cool, oddly supple mushroom cap. Cautiously, he navigated around the delicate roots connecting it to the stone, enveloping his fingers with true energy, employing an exquisitely gentle finesse to detach the target completely from the rock wall. Chapter 135. Then came the second and third specimens. As he gracefully descended to the ground, 3 exquisitely formed spiritual mushrooms lay serenely in his palm. These mushrooms varied in size. The largest was roughly the size of an infant's fist, while the smallest resembled a thumb. They exhibited a captivating, profound shade of deep purple, akin to the finest jade meticulously sculpted. The edges of the cap seemed enveloped in a delicate, swirling mist of white, emitting an enchanting aroma that was both refreshing and chilling to the bone. Merely cradling them in his hand, one could feel the immense, pure energy of coldness within, along with a faint yet tenacious vitality. The purple cloud mushrooms were in his grasp. Gazing at the treasures before him, a subtle satisfaction flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. The quality of these 3 mushrooms exceeded his expectations, particularly the largest one, which was rich in medicinal properties and should suffice to aid Su Linger. At that moment, Su Lai and the others, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, finally exhaled in relief, although they were unaware of the nature of the purple mushrooms. Witnessing Lin Chen's safe retrieval and evident satisfaction eased their anxieties. Their gazes towards him, once filled with reverence, now brimmed with profound faith. This gentleman was not only powerful, but possessed an unfathomable prowess. Lin Chen paid no heed to the onlookers. He swiftly produced a prepared jade box, carefully placing the 3 purple cloud mushrooms inside, sealing it with several talismans to contain their energy and aura before securing it. The primary objective of this venture had been accomplished. "Let us depart," was his succinct command. Lin Chen turned away, no longer glancing at the now empty crevice, and led the way back through the passage they had come. Remaining in this place was ill-advised. Hastily leaving the Wind Gorge was of utmost importance. With the jade box in hand and the mission fulfilled, Lin Chen showed no intention of lingering. His movements were decisive and fluid, the dark fabric of his robe fluttering slightly in the residual cold winds of the cave as he advanced through the narrow passage. His silhouette, though somewhat solitary, inadvertently instilled a sense of unspoken reassurance among those who followed. Su Lai quickly called out to keep pace, gesturing for the guards to remain alert, swiftly reorganizing their formation to trail behind Lin Chen. Naturally, the carriage could not be brought into such a place, yet at that moment, no one thought of the abandoned vehicle. Survival was the priority. The return journey felt even longer and more oppressive than the ascent. Although the anxiety of searching for a target and the fear of encountering formidable foes were absent, the fatigue of their bodies and the relentless consumption of their vital energy were palpable. The pervasive chill of the Wind Gorge gnawed at the guards' protective essence like a parasite, causing their protective shields to flicker erratically. Each face displayed an unhealthy pallor, lips tinged with purple. The guard previously injured by the Wind Wolf, despite receiving rudimentary treatment, was evidently recovering slowly in this hostile environment. The black frost at his wound had not fully receded, and tendrils of cold energy persistently attempted to infiltrate his meridians. He could only grit his teeth and channel more vital energy to resist, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his steps faltering, requiring assistance from his companions. Su Lai, positioned towards the front of the group, frequently scanned the faces of his comrades, particularly that of the injured guard, his brow furrowed in concern. Feeling helpless in such a cursed place, maintaining the integrity of their group was already an arduous task, and he knew they could not afford any further delays. They must escape swiftly. He raised his gaze to Lin Chen at the forefront. Chapter 136. This enigmatic figure, upon entering the Shadow Wind Gorge, appeared to experience no depletion whatsoever. His strides remained unwavering, his breath long and steady, and the aura of true energy emanating from him was scarcely perceptible. Yet, he possessed the uncanny ability to compel the surrounding tempestuous winds to retreat, as if he absorbed them in an unfathomable manner. This stark contrast deepened Su Lai's awe. Several times, he contemplated inquiring about the purple mushroom or expressing a more formal gratitude. However, the sight of Lin Chen, exuding an air of aloofness and fixated on the path ahead, caused him to swallow his words. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that this esteemed individual was indifferent to such matters. Lin Chen was indeed largely unconcerned with the team trailing behind him. His thoughts were predominantly engrossed within himself. The myriad of melting furnaces operated like a finely tuned machine, rapidly analyzing and transforming the pure essence of the wind wolf and the energy serpent previously encountered. Although this energy did not significantly enhance his overall cultivation, its purity and the fragments of unique energy laws inherent to the Shadow Wind Gorge made it invaluable. He absorbed this information like a sponge soaking in water, enriching his comprehension and mastery of the chilling attributes of power. Simultaneously, he extended a portion of his spiritual awareness, akin to invisible tendrils, to vigilantly monitor the surrounding environment. The Shadow Wind Gorge harbored more dangers than just the wind wolf. Such extreme conditions often birthed a plethora of unpredictable and bizarre entities. Although the return journey seemed markedly calmer, he did not lower his guard. After traversing for about an hour, the group approached the area where they had first encountered the onslaught of wind wolves. Suddenly, Lin Chen's steps faltered imperceptibly. He turned his head, his gaze fixated on a shadow cast upon a rocky wall several dozen yards to the left. It appeared no different from any other place, save for an oddly protruding stone. However, moments ago, his spiritual perception had detected an exceedingly faint spatial fluctuation and an aura colder and more desolate than the wind itself, which had flickered away. My lord. Su Lai immediately noticed Lin Chen's pause, his heart tightening as he gripped the whip in his hand. The guards tensed, raising their weapons and warily directing their attention toward the direction Lin Chen was observing. Lin Chen remained silent, intently gazing at the shadow. After a few breaths, he seemed to confirm something, yet equally appeared to dismiss the moment as inconsequential. He withdrew his gaze and continued onward. Let us proceed. There is nothing amiss, he stated calmly. Su Lai hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at the shadow before ultimately choosing to trust Lin Chen's judgment and beckoning everyone to advance. Only Lin Chen understood that something had indeed lurked there, a creature akin to a shadow ambusher, remarkably adept at concealment and surprise attacks, potentially rivaling the strength of a wind wolf. Yet, sensing a disquieting aura emanating from Lin Chen, or concluding he was not to be trifled with, it had chosen to retreat. While the myriad of melting furnaces operated with repressed energy, they naturally exuded a deterrent effect on similarly sourced or lower-tier energy entities, which likely contributed to the relative tranquility of their return journey. After enduring further arduous travel, the passage began to widen gradually, inclining upward. Most importantly, ahead lay not the eternal darkness but a faint, warm grayish-white light, distinct from any known energy radiance, emanating from the tunnel's end. Look, light, exclaimed an astute guard, his voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 137. This discovery was akin to a stone cast into a still pond, igniting hope within everyone instantaneously. The once weary guards felt a surge of renewed energy, their steps quickening. Even the injured guard, supported by his comrades, regained a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. Su Lai exhaled deeply, his tense nerves finally loosening their grip. He hastened a few steps to Lin Chen's side and, mustering his courage, spoke. My lord, thank you. Without you, this time we might have. Lin Chen did not halt his pace, merely glancing sideways at him, his gaze serene and unruffled. I have received my reward. This is a transaction. The implication was clear. No thanks were necessary. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile and a nod. Indeed, this lord's reasoning diverged significantly from that of ordinary men. Nevertheless, his gratitude remained undiminished. After all, it was this lord who had saved their lives, restoring hope for the rescue of the young lady. As they drew closer to the exit, the light gradually intensified, and the bone-chilling cold of the wind gorge began to wane. The air even carried a hint of the external dry warmth. The howling wind transformed into a more subdued sound, resembling a normal breeze flowing through the valley. The walls of rock no longer appeared purely inky black, but began to reveal some shades of gray and brown. The gravel beneath their feet was gradually supplanted by damp earth. Finally, after rounding the last bend, blinding daylight burst forth, compelling the long-shrouded figures to squint against its brilliance. They had emerged. Before them lay the small valley at the entrance of the wind gorge. Although still somewhat desolate, with sparse vegetation, the sky shone a muted blue, and sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled spots of light. The distant mountain peaks stood clearly outlined, in stark contrast to the hopeless darkness and silence of the gorge. This place felt like paradise. A few guards, overwhelmed with relief, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the dust-laden air, their faces alight with exhilaration and joy. Sulai inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth of the sun on his skin, feeling significantly lighter. He turned to express his gratitude to Lin Chen once more, only to find that Lin Chen had already moved to a rock at the edge of the valley, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance as if discerning the way. The sunlight elongated his silhouette, and his dark robe fluttered gently in the valley breeze. He stood there, seemingly detached from the perilous ordeal they had just escaped, out of sync with the excitement and fatigue of those behind him. Sulai observed that figure, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from interrupting. He understood that this lord's world was perhaps entirely different from their own. His present task was to quickly regroup the team, vacate this perilous locale, and return to Hansui City to tend to the young lady. Lin Chen surveyed the direction of Hansui City, his gaze calm. Acquiring the purple cloud mushroom was merely the first step. The subsequent challenge lay in how to utilize this mushroom, in conjunction with his methods, to expel the cold poison from Su Ling's body. The crux of the matter rested in how to guide and transform the immense and pure cold medicinal power of the purple cloud mushroom, so as to avoid inflicting further harm on her already fragile constitution. The myriad Dao furnace might offer a perfect solution. He withdrew his gaze, casting a glance at Su Lai and the others who were recuperating, not urging them onward. Although time was of the essence, these individuals had just faced life and death and genuinely required a moment to recover. However, lingering here was unwise. The disturbances of the wind gorge might attract unnecessary trouble. Chapter 138. The brief respite in the valley did not last long. After the initial exhilaration of surviving the ordeal, exhaustion surged back upon the guards like a relentless tide. Sulai conducted a swift examination of the injured comrade. Although his condition had not worsened temporarily, his complexion remained ghastly and his breath was uneven, indicating that the chill within the wind gorge was more insidious than it appeared. He understood that they must hasten back to the city, not only for the sake of the young lady, but also for the life of this loyal guard. "Can you still walk?" Sulai inquired, his voice low as he regarded the wounded guard. The guard struggled to rise, supported by two others who quickly came to his aid. "Captain, I'm all right. I can manage." Sulai nodded and surveyed the rest of the group. "Steady yourselves. We must leave this place promptly and return to where we concealed the carriage." With the command issued, the procession resumed its movement. Although they had exited the confines of the wind gorge, the penetrating chill seemed to linger in each person's awareness, rendering their movements somewhat stiff. The sunlight appeared to have lost much of its warmth as well. Lin Chen continued to lead the way, his pace unhurried. He did not turn back to urge them onward, yet his silence bore an invisible weight, compelling those behind him to refrain from lingering. They navigated along the edge of the valley, returning to the secluded grove where the carriage had been previously parked. Fortunately, both the carriage and the two draft horses remained unscathed, though the horses seemed to sense the lingering aura of the wind gorge, displaying signs of restlessness. The guards hastily lifted their injured companion onto the carriage, striving to ensure his comfort. The others busied themselves with their gear, preparing to board. Having endured the harrowing trek through the wind gorge, this humble carriage now appeared to them as a moving fortress, instilling a sense of security. Sulai approached Lin Chen, hesitated briefly, then spoke. "My lord, you should rest in the carriage as well." Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the distant mountains, casting a brief glance at the cramped space of the carriage, crowded with guards of mixed vitality, and shook his head slightly. "No need." With that, he distanced himself a few steps from the carriage, seemingly intent on walking back. Seeing this, Sulai refrained from pressing further. He had grown accustomed to the lord's ways. He took his place at the driver's seat, grasping the reins, prepared to steer the carriage himself, allowing for better control over the speed and direction. "Let us depart," Sulai called out, giving the reins a gentle shake. The horses whinnied uneasily, pulling the somewhat heavy carriage as they slowly emerged from the grove. Embarking on the dirt road back to Hanshui City, the wheels rolled over the ground, producing a monotonous creaking sound. The atmosphere on the return journey was starkly different from that of their arrival. Gone was the tension of venturing into the unknown and the fear of an uncertain future. In its place was a heavy weariness, accompanied by a faint, suppressed hope. All eyes, intentionally or not, brushed against Lin Chen's silhouette or sensed his presence not far behind. They understood that the fate of the young lady rested entirely upon this enigmatic and formidable young man, along with the treasures he had retrieved from that dire place. Inside the carriage, most of the guards remained silent, closing their eyes to recuperate their expended energy and vitality. Only the two tending to the injured occasionally exchanged hushed words, inquiring about his condition or offering him water. Sulai remained focused on driving, yet his gaze frequently drifted through the gaps in the window, observing the figure that walked alongside the carriage with ease. Sunlight outlined Lin Chen's profile, obscuring his expression. He seemed entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, indifferent to the world around him. Sulai was filled with a tumult of emotions, gratitude, reverence, and, more prominently, a desperate hope. He dared not contemplate the consequences of failure, placing all his trust in Lin Chen. Lin Chen, indeed, was deep in thought. His consciousness was largely immersed within, as the myriad forges operated with unprecedented efficiency. The vast, chilling energy absorbed from the Yin Wind Gorge, particularly the pure essence left behind after the collapse of the energy serpent, was akin to fuel being fed into the furnace, continuously refining his true energy while deciphering the laws of energy contained within. More importantly, he was simulating. In his mind, he constructed a vague model representing the cold toxin energy within Su Linger, subsequently inputting the energy information from the 3 purple cloud mushrooms. The furnace began to compute how to introduce the medicinal properties of the purple cloud mushrooms in the gentlest and most controlled manner, aiming to neutralize and dissolve the stubborn cold toxin that had intertwined with Su Lingo's life force, rather than employing a brute force of one cold to clash against another. Chapter 139. This requires exquisite control. Although the energy of the purple cloud mushroom is exceptionally pure, it is also exceedingly domineering. A moment's carelessness could transform it into a lethal talisman. He must employ the transmutation and purification abilities of the 10,000 path furnace to strip away the ferocious factors, leaving only the most pristine, faintly vitalized in attribute energy. With his own vital energy as a guiding force, he will permeate and mend, akin to the gentle rain of spring. The entire process is extraordinarily intricate, demanding an exceptional mastery over energy. Even he must repeatedly simulate the procedure to ensure absolute certainty. Time flowed silently by. The scenery along the road gradually grew familiar. The desolate wilderness receded, giving way to cultivated fields and scattered hamlets. Occasionally, one could spot other travelers and vehicles on the road. The grand yet slightly weathered silhouette of the walls of Coldwater City finally emerged on the distant horizon. At the side of the walls, the guards in the carriage collectively emitted a low cheer, and even the injured individual, who had been languidly subdued, strived to open his eyes and gaze towards the walls. Sulai's fingers, which had been tightly gripping the reins, relaxed slightly, and the taut strings of his heart eased a fraction. They were finally home. The carriage increased its pace, heading towards the city gate. The guards at the gate evidently recognized Sulai's carriage and the commander of the city lord's guards. They merely conducted a routine inspection before waving them through, not probing further. As the carriage entered the city, familiar scenes unfolded before their eyes. The clamor of people, the shouts of vendors, and the sounds of vehicles intermingled, suffusing the air with the vibrant essence of life. This stood in stark contrast to the oppressive silence of the Shadow and Gorge, leaving the recently rescued individuals momentarily dazed. Instead of directly returning to the city lord's mansion, Sulai first drove the injured guard to a well-known clinic in the city for treatment, leaving 2 guards to attend to him before turning the carriage towards the direction of the city lord's residence. Lin Chen continued to trail alongside the carriage, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding uproar. His gaze traversed the rows of shops and houses lining the streets, ultimately resting upon the expansive and stately estate in the distance. That was the city lord's mansion of Coldwater City, the ultimate destination of his journey. He sensed that as they drew closer to the city lord's mansion, the jade box containing the purple cloud mushroom in his arms seemed to faintly resonate with a subtle, shared energy from a particular direction. It was the breath of the cold poison within Su Linger. It appeared the situation was even more urgent than anticipated. The carriage halted at the side entrance of the city lord's mansion. Sulai leaped down, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness and anxiety, and hurried to Lin Chen. Bowing respectfully, "My lord, we have arrived. Please follow me." Lin Chen nodded and stepped forward to accompany him. The guards at the mansion's entrance, Noticing Su Lai escorting a young stranger, exchanged glances of confusion but did not obstruct their passage. With hurried steps, Su Lai led Lin Chen through several courtyards, making their way to a secluded courtyard deep within the mansion. From a distance, Lin Chen could sense an almost stagnant chill emanating from that courtyard. A coldness more pure and profoundly still than what he had felt at the outskirts of the Shadow and Gorge. He understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 140. As Su Lai pushed open the heavy wooden door, a chilling aura, more intense and oppressive than that of the outside world, enveloped him, causing his movements to falter momentarily. The courtyard, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy, its ground laid with slate stones devoid of any trace of weeds. Yet, a subtle layer of barely perceptible white frost covered the stones, showing no signs of melting even under the midday sun. In the corners of the yard, several frost-resistant plants exhibited an unnatural purplish hue, their edges curled and lifeless. A delicate scent, mingling the essence of herbs and an enigmatic mineral, permeated the air, attempting to counteract the pervasive chill, yet proving utterly futile. The entire courtyard was eerily silent, as if even the slightest whisper of wind had been frozen in time. Su Lai took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within him, and stepped aside to gesture Lin Chen to enter, while he himself hurried toward the main room. Lin Chen's gaze calmly traversed the scene in the courtyard, ultimately resting on the tightly shut door. He could distinctly sense that the source of the chilling energy lay deep within that room, akin to a black hole emitting an incessant cold radiation. Stopping before the door, Su Lai gently knocked 3 times, his voice barely above a whisper. "Master, your subordinate has returned." There was no response from within. After a brief pause, he slowly pushed open the door. The creaking sound echoed sharply in the stillness. The light inside was significantly dimmer than outside, as if heavy curtains obscured most of the windows. The cold was more palpable, almost tangible, sending a shiver through Su Lai, even with his level of cultivation. In the center of the room stood a massive bronze stove, inside which burned a dark red crystal, emitting a faint warmth that was clearly insufficient to dispel the bone-deep chill. Scattered across the corners of the room and the table were various jade stones and talismans, vaguely forming a rudimentary formation intended to suppress the cold, yet the energy flow was obscure and the effect negligible. At the far end of the room was a large bed made of cold jade, draped with thick white furs, upon which a young girl lay quietly, covered with an ornate quilt. This was undoubtedly Su Linger. Her complexion was an almost translucent pallor, her lips devoid of color, and her eyes tightly shut, with tiny ice crystals clinging to her long eyelashes. Her breathing was exceedingly faint, the rise and fall of her chest barely visible. Only a layer of visible white cold energy enveloping her body like a gossamer veil, gently undulating with each arduous breath. Her hair lay scattered on the pillow, the tips also marked by frost. She appeared as a fragile and beautiful glasswork, on the brink of total freezing. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon Su Linger, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The cold poison had infiltrated deeply, intertwining almost seamlessly with her life essence, creating a peculiar balance. Should this balance be disrupted, whether by an outbreak of the cold poison or a forced expulsion, the outcome could be fatal. At that moment, a low, weary voice resonated from the shadowy corner of the room. "Su Lai, you have returned." Lin Chen then noticed a figure seated in a grand chair at the side of the room, previously obscured by the dim light and his focus on the cold jade bed. Chapter 141. The man slowly rose and stepped out from the shadows. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a tall and upright stature, clad in a dark blue brocade robe. Despite the deep weariness etched on his face and the evident dark circles beneath his eyes, an aura of authority and composure emanated from his brows, indicative of someone who has long held power. His gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk, and at this moment, it was fixed upon Lin Chen, who stood behind Su Lai, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. This was Su Yanting, the lord of Hanshui City. Su Lai promptly bowed and spoke, "My lord, I have fulfilled your command and retrieved this esteemed Master Lin Chen from Enfeng Gorge. He claims to possess a method to cure the young lady." Su Yanting's gaze lingered on Lin Chen for a moment. The young man appeared exceedingly youthful, his aura neither particularly imposing nor ostentatious, but rather subdued and tranquil, strikingly different from the formidable figure he had envisioned. One capable of traversing Enfeng Gorge and asserting the ability to cure his daughter's peculiar affliction. He had previously summoned renowned physicians and even called upon elders from esteemed sects proficient in the healing arts. Yet all had been rendered helpless against the chill poison within Linger's body, asserting that only legendary treasures of the utmost sun and strength could yield results, while all other remedies would prove futile, leaving only the option of prolonging her condition through nurturing. What made this young man think he could succeed? As Su Yanting's expression deepened in contemplation, his tone remained calm yet bore an undeniable pressure. "Young brother, Su is grateful for your journey here. However, Linger's ailment is extraordinary, Even Elder Mu from Danyang's sect has been at a loss. Might I inquire as to your lineage and your confidence in this matter? His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly, imbued with the weight of authority born from years of holding power. This was not a deliberate affront, but rather a natural aura cultivated over time. Sulai felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Lin Chen, who possessed a rather aloof demeanor, might take offense. Yet Lin Chen seemed unfazed by the pressure. His expression remained serene as he met Su Yanting's penetrating gaze, responding softly, "I have no master and belong to no sect. As for my confidence, we shall see." His reply was succinct to the point of seeming dismissive, devoid of explanation, assurances, or any semblance of a desire to prove himself. Su Yanting's brow slightly furrowed. He had encountered all manner of individuals, those who were sycophantic, those who feigned profundity, but never had he met a young man as calm to the point of indifference, exuding a self-assuredness that seemed almost inherent. This could either indicate arrogance born of ignorance or a truly unshakable confidence. He leaned more towards the former. For Lin Chen was simply too young. While Yin Feng Gorge was perilous, it was not insurmountable for those possessing rare treasures or unique skills. That, however, did not imply one could resolve the chill poison that had confounded even the elders of Danyang's sect. "Shall we see?" Su Yanting's tone turned colder. "Young brother, are you aware that Ling Er's current condition cannot withstand any attempts? Should you falter, the consequences?" His words trailed off, yet the warning within was unmistakable. This was not merely a warning from a city lord, but a father's desperate plea, underscoring his limits. The atmosphere in the room thickened instantaneously, as even the flickering flames of the crystal fire in the bronze cauldron seemed to dim. Sulai felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, afraid to even breathe. Chapter 142. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from Su Yanting's face to the figure of Su Ling resting on the cold jade bed. He refrained from engaging in debate with Su Yanting or offering further assurances. Instead, he extended a solitary finger, the tip enveloped in an almost imperceptible, translucent energy. This energy, though exceedingly faint, was pure to the utmost, devoid of any trace of the mundane world. Then, from several paces away, he gently pointed towards Su Linger. This subtle gesture emitted no sound, nor did it produce any light. However, the visible layer of white cold air surrounding Su Linger's body, as if encountering a natural nemesis or responding to an extraordinary pull, slightly recoiled inward at the part closest to Lin Chen's finger, revealing a hint of fear and retreat. As if it possessed a will of its own. The change was exceedingly minute, nearly imperceptible. Yet for Su Yanting, who had devoted his entire attention to his daughter, it was akin to a flash of lightning illuminating the night, instantly brightening his eyes. He abruptly focused on Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary finger, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. While others may not comprehend, as the lord of the city, his insight was extraordinary. He sensed that the energy Lin Chen had just released was neither fiery nor masculine. Nor did it possess any particular restraining attribute. It appeared to be an unparalleled mastery over energy itself. The mere emanation of such energy was sufficient to provoke a reaction from the obstinate cold air that had nearly fused with Lingo's body, indicating that the other party's understanding and control over energy had reached an unfathomable realm. This was certainly not a capability that an ordinary young man could possess. In that moment, the doubts and wariness within Su Yanting were replaced by a profound shock and a rekindled hope. His gaze towards Lin Chen transformed entirely, shedding scrutiny and skepticism in favor of a weighty anticipation. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and solemnly clasped his fists towards Lin Chen, slightly bowing. "I have been presumptuous, Lord Lin Chen. I entrust Linger to you." This time, he addressed Lin Chen with a title of respect, his tone imbued with sincerity. Lin Chen withdrew his finger, the thread of energy dissipating without a trace. He nodded, accepting this entrustment and the trust bestowed upon him. "Prepare a quiet room. Free from any disturbances," he instructed Su Yanting, emphasizing the need for absolute silence during the healing process. "Of course." Su Yanting responded instantly, "We shall use this place. I will personally guard the entrance, ensuring no one approaches." He understood that the true healing was about to commence. His heart, which had nearly fallen into silence, began to race fervently once more, spurred by Lin Chen's seemingly casual gesture. Chapter 143. The door gently closed behind him, isolating the world outside. Su Yanting and Su Lai retreated, their silhouettes vanishing into the final glimmer of light through the crack of the door. Within the room remained only Lin Chen, and the life encased in the cold jade bed. An absolute silence descended. The only sounds were the faint crackling from the crystal burning within the bronze furnace, and the nearly imperceptible, delicate breaths belonging to Su Linger. The chilling atmosphere seemed to bear weight, heavily pressing upon the heart. Lin Chen approached the cold jade bed, his gaze once more resting upon Su Linger's pallid face. He did not act immediately, but stood still for a moment, his presence seemingly merging with the surrounding tranquility. A stillness profound as a deep well. Gradually, he raised his hand, palm upward. A flash of light revealed a jade box containing the purple cloud mushrooms in his grasp. As the lid opened, 3 uniquely shaped purple fungi lay quietly within. They exhibited a deep violet hue, their surfaces seemingly adorned with a natural crystalline frost, emanating a cold and pure energy. Yet within this chill, there resided an elusive, faint pulse of life, which was the most distinctive and precious trait of the purple cloud mushrooms. While ordinary frigid entities exude lifelessness, these fungi nurtured vitality amidst the extreme cold. Lin Chen refrained from directly grasping the purple cloud mushrooms. He inhaled deeply, his eyelids gently lowering as his spirit delved inward. In that instant, a subtle transformation enveloped him. Although his exterior remained serene, an invisible, immense yet restrained force began to awaken and circulate within him. It was not a tempestuous surge of vital energy, but rather a deeper, more primordial sense of power. The myriad forges quietly activated. They did not manifest any concrete form but resembled an intangible vortex, slowly rotating in the depths of his consciousness, beginning to analyze and comprehend the energy information surrounding him, especially the pervasive chill in the room and the complex, perilous energy structure within Su Linger's body. His spiritual awareness penetrated Su Linger's being with unprecedented clarity. He perceived the obstinate cold toxin originating from the depths of her bloodline, akin to deep blue ice crystal vines, entwined within her meridians, organs, and even penetrating her very marrow, intricately entangled with her life essence, each existing within the other. To forcibly separate them would inevitably sever her vitality as well. The medications and formations attempting to suppress the cold toxin functioned merely as feeble barriers, barely maintaining a fragile equilibrium. The situation was indeed precarious. Lin Chen's gaze returned to the purple cloud mushrooms within the jade box. He extended a finger, gently tapping one of the fungi from a distance. A wondrous scene unfolded. The crystalline frost adorning the surface of the mushroom appeared to come alive, and strands of the purest purple cold energy, as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into nearly imperceptible, delicate threads of energy, slowly being extracted from the fungus. Once these energy threads were liberated from the purple cloud mushroom, they were immediately drawn into the seemingly empty space before Lin Chen's fingertips, a realm extending from the forge's power. As the raw, primordial cold energy entered this domain, it began to be decomposed, reshaped, and purified. The violent elements and impurities that could potentially disrupt the fragile vitality were swiftly refined and eliminated, leaving only the purest, gentlest energy imbued with a trace of life essence. The originally deep purple energy threads, after this transformation, lightened significantly, taking on a translucent, faintly luminous lavender hue. No longer exuding a chilling aura but rather a subtle warmth that was ineffably gentle. This marked the first step of transformation facilitated by the forge. Subsequently, Lin Chen's expression grew focused as he gently beckoned with his finger once more. The purified lavender energy threads, now seemingly endowed with life, floated towards Su Linger on the cold jade bed like the gentlest spring rain, silently and gradually. They did not directly assault the protective cold aura surrounding her, but rather, in an exquisitely clever manner, penetrated her being in rhythm with her faint breaths, cautiously and meticulously seeping in. This process demanded utmost control. A moment's haste could provoke the cold toxin within. A moment's slowness could render the medicinal effects futile. The quantity of energy infused had to be precise to the finest measurement. A fraction too much could exacerbate the burden, while a fraction too little would yield insufficient efficacy. Chapter 144. Beads of fine sweat gradually emerged on Lin Chen's forehead. The mental exertion he experienced now far surpassed that of his previous battles against the Een Windwolf or the Energy Serpent Shadow. This was a supreme test of his ability to manipulate energy with precision. The delicate strands of pale purple energy, almost imbued with sentience, entered Su Linger's body. Refraining from immediately confronting the deeply entrenched deep blue ice crystal vines. Their true aim was the life essence, already on the brink of extinction, ravaged by the cold poison. The energy of the refined purple cloud mushroom, infused with a precious essence of life, began to nourish the feeble flickers of vitality, akin to a gentle spring rain nurturing parched earth. This was an exceedingly slow process, reminiscent of carefully watering a nearly frozen patch of withered grass with the first warm drops of spring. Time passed slowly, each second stretching endlessly. The room remained enveloped in silence. Lin Chen stood resolutely by the bedside, resembling a rock, his only betraying signs being the sweat trickling from his brow and the slight tremor of his fingertips, revealing that this endeavor was far from effortless. Gradually, Su Linger, lying on the icy jade bed, began to exhibit the faintest signs of change. A subtle, almost imperceptible blush appeared on her nearly translucent, pallid cheeks. reminiscent of a delicate peach blossom petal drifting down onto a snow-covered ground. Though still frail, her complexion was no longer the lifeless white it once was. The tiny ice crystals that had formed on her tightly closed eyelashes seemed to have softened slightly, no longer as rigid as before. Most importantly, her barely detectable breath appeared to have lengthened marginally. Though still faint, it now bore a hint of steady rhythm. These alterations were exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible without unwavering attention. Yet Lin Chen sensed them. He understood that the first step had been successful. Rather than directly attacking the cold poison, he first utilized the life energy derived from the transformed purple cloud mushroom to stabilize and awaken Su Ling's intrinsic vitality. Only when her own life force began to revive could she gather the strength necessary to endure the subsequent expulsion of the cold, ultimately ridding herself of the entangling poison without facing mutual destruction. This approach was one of restoration and purification, countering death with life and gently dissolving the chill. The myriad path furnace was the key to achieving all of this. It not only refined the medicinal properties but also endowed Lin Chen with an almost flawless ability to control energy. At this moment, the pale purple energy strands continued to flow steadily and ceaselessly from Lin Chen's fingertips, transformed by the furnace and infused into Su Ling's body. This process was destined to be long and tedious. However, for Su Yanting, anxiously awaiting outside, every minute and every second within was filled with both torment and hope. He paced back and forth in the corridor, occasionally pausing to listen intently for any sounds from within, yet hearing nothing. Su Li stood sentinel by the door, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings to ensure that nothing or no one would disturb the proceedings inside. Inside the room, Lin Chen remained focused. The expulsion of cold and melting of ice had only just begun. Chapter 145 time flowed in an extreme silence, each breath stretching out interminably. Lin Chen's fingertips emitted delicate strands of pale purple energy, akin to the most exquisite embroidery needle, continuously and steadily infiltrating Su Ling's body. The energy derived from the refined purple cloud mushroom, gentle yet infused with vitality, gradually awakened the nearly dormant essence of life within her. On the cold jade bed, the girl's once snow-white cheeks began to reveal a faint blush, reminiscent of a healthy slumber. The icy crystals on her eyelashes had completely melted away. Her breathing, while still shallow, became steady and rhythmic. The white chill enveloping her form noticeably diminished, no longer as dense as before. This was a promising sign. Su Ling's own vitality was being progressively activated and solidified. Lin Chen perceived all of this without a hint of complacency. He understood that this was merely the first step. The most arduous challenges lay ahead. As vitality began to resurge, the fragile balance with the cold poison would be shattered, heralding the true backlash. He adjusted the mode of energy output, no longer solely nurturing vitality. A portion of the refined pale purple energy began to gently envelop the deep blue icy crystals of cold poison that were less intertwined with the meridians. Akin to a gentle stream, he did not intend to forcibly annihilate them. Instead, he sought to gradually dissolve, guide, and alleviate these peripheral cold toxins with this mild energy, diminishing their oppressive grip on life. However, the moment this new energy made contact with the deep blue crystals, a sudden transformation occurred, as if awakening a slumbering beast. The previously obstinate yet relatively tranquil cold poison erupted with astonishing resistance. Deep within Su Ling, the core of the cold poison, resembling entwined blue vines, quivered violently. A far more profound and intense chill, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged violently from within her. The air trembled with this sudden influx of cold. The temperature in the room, which had begun to stabilize, plummeted once more. In the corners, the jade talismans attempting to suppress the cold aura instantaneously crystallized with thicker frost, emitting faint cracking sounds under the strain. The flames in the copper furnace shrank abruptly, their brilliance dimming. On the jade bed, Su Ling's cheeks, which had just regained a hint of color, turned even paler, taking on an unnatural ashen hue. Her body trembled imperceptibly. Her previously steady breathing hitched, becoming erratic and labored, as if it might cease at any moment. More dangerously, the deep blue cold poison that erupted was not only resisting Lin Chen's input of pale purple energy, but also began to corrode in reverse. They were like ravenous beasts, striving to devour the gentle energy imbued with life, strengthening themselves while extinguishing the flicker of vitality that had just been rekindled. This was the backlash of the cold poison, an almost instinctual and fierce resistance against any external force attempting to alter the status quo. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He acutely sensed that the pale purple energy threads he had sent into Su Ling were being violently assaulted, torn apart, and consumed by the ferocious, deep blue cold currents. A chilling backlash threatened to invade him through the energy connection. Yet, there was no trace of panic on his face. Rather, his gaze sharpened with heightened focus. A soft, Icy snort escaped his nose. In the next instant, the formless furnace within him accelerated its operation abruptly. No longer was it the gentle transformation of before. It erupted with a stronger refining and controlling power. The energy he emitted from his fingertips was no longer merely pale purple. Strands of pure, more condensed energy, even tinged with a faint golden hue, began to intermingle with the pale purple energy stream, surging into Su Ling's body. Chapter 146. The energy suffused with a golden luster was not the searing warmth of the sun. Rather, it was a hybrid. A variant born from the fusion of a portion of Lin Chen's own vital essence and the energy of the purple cloud mushroom, further refined within the myriad furnaces. This energy retained the cold, attributes and life-giving properties of the mushroom, yet it was augmented by an indomitable sharpness and a profound weight that suppressed all things. As this new energy coursed into Su Ling, it immediately manifested a distinctly different effect. It no longer offered gentle guidance and nourishment. Instead, it transformed into countless fine yet exceptionally resilient golden threads, intricately entwining the agitated deep blue icy poison crystals. Simultaneously, a multitude of pale purple energies rapidly coalesced into flexible barriers, safeguarding the recently revived life pathways from being utterly obliterated by the cold poison. The golden threads tightened incessantly, resembling the most formidable chains, forcibly restraining the outbreak and spread of the icy toxin. The deep blue chill surged violently, yet it was firmly bound and subdued by those seemingly delicate golden strands, unable to advance even an inch. This was an exquisitely intricate, yet perilously delicate balance. Lin Chen stabilized the life force with one hand while forcefully suppressing the icy poison with the other. These two energies, fundamentally different, yet emanating from the same source, under his control, functioned like two perfectly coordinated battalions engaged in a silent tug-of-war against the raging icy poison within Su Ling's frail body. Sweat streamed down Lin Chen's brow, no longer mere beads but a flowing cascade, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto his garments. His already pale complexion appeared even more translucent, and his lips were pressed tightly together. Maintaining such a level of energy output and intricate control was an immense burden for him. Although the myriad furnaces were powerful, they required the support of his own vital essence and mental fortitude. While this perilous energy confrontation unfolded within the room, outside, Su Yanting, who had been pacing the corridor, suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. Unlike Lin Chen, he could not distinctly perceive the situation inside, but he sensed that in that fleeting moment. The cold aura permeating from the room had intensified severalfold. It was a chilling sensation that made his heart race, as if his very soul could be frozen. What is happening? He gasped, his eyes filled with horror and concern, instinctively reaching for the door. City Lord Su Lai, who had been standing guard beside the door, abruptly reached out to stop him. Though his voice bore a note of tension, it was resolute. The master has instructed that we must not disturb. Su Yanning froze, staring at the closed door, his mind at war. The safety of his daughter compelled him to burst in immediately. Yet reason cautioned him that Lin Chen's previous methods were anything but ordinary. To intrude recklessly now could jeopardize everything, potentially leading to even worse outcomes. His hand hovered inches from the door, ultimately lowering slowly, though his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on it, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Inside the room, Lin Chen maintained his stance, his fingertips steadily channeling the intertwining energies of gold and purple. Under his vigorous suppression and masterful control, the violently rebelling icy poison within Su Ling was gradually being quelled. Although it still resisted, it no longer surged with the same unstoppable force as before. The life pathways, primarily shielded by the pale purple energy, had been impacted by the previous backlash, rendering them even weaker, yet they had not been completely annihilated. The most perilous moment appeared to have been temporarily averted. However, Lin Chen understood that this was but a fleeting reprieve. The root of the icy poison remained, and any lapse in vigilance could trigger another violent backlash. He needed to seize this opportunity to further stabilize the situation, even attempting to eradicate some of the already suppressed icy poison. His gaze fell upon the two remaining purple cloud mushrooms within the jade box. It seemed that the energy from a single mushroom was insufficient to complete this final step. He required greater strength and an even more resolute determination. Chapter 147. Lin Chen's gaze was unwavering as it swept over the remaining two purple cloud mushrooms within the jade box. He had no time to experiment gradually. Although the backlash of the cold poison had been temporarily suppressed, its root remained uneliminated, akin to a volcano poised to erupt once more. Delaying would only increase uncertainties and deplete his own energy, potentially extinguishing the fragile flicker of life that Su Ling had only just stabilized. He needed to act decisively. In a flash of thought, he made his resolution. Extending his other empty hand, he pointed into the void. The two purple cloud mushrooms within the jade box quivered simultaneously. This time, it was not a gentle extraction of energy threads as before. The icy crystalline patterns on the surface of the mushrooms suddenly brightened, and a surge of far more immense and pure violet energy erupted forth, akin to two streams forcefully drawn together, rushing towards Lin Chen. These two streams of energy did not directly infuse into Su Ling's body. Instead, they were first guided into the invisible furnace realm before Lin Chen. The operation of the myriad furnaces surged to a new height. If the previous process had been meticulous refinement and transformation, at this moment, it resembled an extreme forging. The torrent of energy from the purple cloud mushrooms, blended with Lin Chen's continuously infused true energy, was rapidly decomposed, compressed, reorganized, and tempered within the furnace. The violent factors were stripped away, the cold attributes preserved and further refined, while the precious life characteristics were carefully magnified and merged. Ultimately, the energy that surged forth from Lin Chen's fingertips was no longer merely an intertwining of gold and purple. It became more viscous, akin to flowing jade, its essence manifesting a gentle lavender hue, interspersed with countless radiant and solid golden runes shimmering within. This energy encompassed a burgeoning vitality, unmatched sharpness, and suppressive force, imbued with an indescribable rhythm, nearly transcendent in nature. This was the most potent healing and dispelling energy that Lin Chen could muster. Drawing upon the two purple cloud mushrooms and the power of the myriad furnaces, break, Lin Chen silently commanded within, his gaze sharp as a blade. The confluence of gold and purple, resembling jade, transformed into a precisely honed energy drill, no longer meandering as before, but targeting the very core of the cold poison within Su Ling, its deep blue crystalline heart pulsating, emanating an endless chill, as if a heated iron met solid ice. Where the sharpest blade sliced through decaying wood, this energy, honed to its limits by the furnace, struck the core of the cold poison with pinpoint accuracy. A silent but intense shockwave erupted at the energetic level. The deep blue crystalline core contracted violently, unleashing its final, most frenzied resistance. A pure, soul-freezing wave of destructive cold surged back, attempting to completely encase and assimilate this foreign energy that threatened its existence. Su Ling's body trembled violently once more. The faint flush that had just returned to her face vanished entirely, and even her lips began to turn purple. From the corners of her tightly shut eyes, it seemed glistening ice shards were rapidly forming. Outside the door, Su Yanning felt his heart skip a beat. The sudden, terrifying chill that erupted was more intense than any he had previously experienced. He could even hear faint cracking sounds from within the room, as if something was being frozen and shattered. Lord Lin Chen, he could no longer contain himself, shouting out, his hand pressing against the door. Yet, just as he was about to push it open, that despairing chill receded like a tide, retreating at an even swifter pace. Inside the room, Chapter 148, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly, his complexion pale to the point of being alarming, with a trace of fresh blood even seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes shone with astonishing intensity. With all his might and precision, the energy flow, resembling golden purple jade essence, ultimately shattered the last defense of the cold poison core with overwhelming force. It was as if solid ice encountered the blazing sun, akin to a dam breached by a relentless tide. The stubbornly resilient deep blue ice crystal core began to exhibit fine cracks on its surface, which rapidly spread. Following a silent disintegration, the core commenced its dissolution, collapsing into countless fragmented, scattered shards of deep blue energy. These fragments, though still imbued with chill, lost the support and dominion of the core, rendering them powerless. However, the energy that Lin Chen had summoned did not cease. The golden runic light strands, akin to the most delicate fishing nets, swiftly enveloped, entwined, eroded, and refined these scattered cold poison energies. Simultaneously, more pale purple life energy surged forth like a gentle spring breeze, rapidly flowing toward the meridians and organs that had been severely oppressed by the cold poison. Nearly severed from vitality, this was a process of mutual ebb and flow. The cold poison was swiftly eradicated and refined, while life energy began to revive and strengthen at an unprecedented pace. On the cold jade bed, miraculous transformations were unfolding. The horrifying cyan purple hue on Su Ling's face rapidly faded, replaced by a healthy, natural flush that deepened continuously. Her previously shallow and chaotic breaths transformed into deep and steady rhythms, with noticeable rises and falls in her chest. The faint chill surrounding her body completely dissipated, and even the coldness of the jade bed itself seemed to be isolated and dispelled by the vigorous life force reviving within her. Her brow relaxed slightly, and beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyeballs seemed to flutter gently. Most notably, her formerly cold and stiff fingers now curled slightly, albeit subtly, yet brimming with the vitality of life. It was a success. As Lin Chen observed all of this, the tension in his heart finally eased. An indescribable sense of fatigue washed over him like a tide, overwhelming him in an instant. He felt a darkness enveloping his vision, and his body swayed slightly, forcing him to reach out and steady himself against the edge of the bed. The extreme exertion of the myriad furnace was an enormous burden for his current cultivation level. Not only had his true energy been nearly exhausted, but the toll on his spirit was also immeasurable. Yet, as he gazed at the girl on the bed, breathing steadily, her complexion rosy and radiating with renewed life, a faint smile emerged in his eyes. It was worth it. He withdrew his energy, and the myriad furnace gradually fell silent. The alarming energy fluctuations in the room subsided completely, leaving only the warm currents of life flowing quietly. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his strength to stand upright, turned, and walked toward the door. Chapter 149. Lin Chen's hand rested against the frigid doorframe, his fingertips exerting just enough pressure to steady his slightly swaying body. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turbulent surge of blood within his throat, and slowly pulled open the heavy wooden door that separated two worlds. The light outside was somewhat blinding, prompting him to instinctively narrow his eyes. As the door swung open, two figures appeared simultaneously, freezing in place. Su Yanning and Su Lai. The expressions on their faces were a complex amalgamation of extreme anxiety, fear, and the last flicker of hope. The moment they beheld the door open and Lin Chen standing in the threshold, their expressions crystallized. Their gazes then fell upon Lin Chen's face, noting the glaring, unhealed crimson stain at the corner of his mouth, his pallid complexion that seemed almost translucent, and his eyes, still bright, yet concealing an undeniable weariness. Su Yanting's heart sank heavily, nearly ceasing to beat. Lin Chen's appearance could only signify one thing. He had undoubtedly endured a perilous confrontation beyond imagination. The outcome. His lips trembled, yearning to ask, yet fearing the worst answer, rendering him momentarily voiceless. In contrast, Su Lai, though equally shocked by Lin Chen's state, responded more swiftly. He observed that despite Lin Chen's extreme fatigue, his gaze remained calm, devoid of despair or defeat. Instantly, a great hope ignited within him. His voice quivering slightly, "Lord Lin Chen, the young lady." Lin Chen's gaze swept over their faces, perceiving the overwhelming concern brimming within them. Lacking the strength to elaborate on the ordeal, he merely shifted slightly to reveal the scene behind him. He raised his hand, seemingly intent on speaking, but ultimately settled for a subtle, almost imperceptible nod, before uttering in a low, slightly hoarse voice, "Come in and take a look. She is fine, just needs to rest." Those 3 words struck Su Yanting's mind like a thunderclap, akin to a heavenly proclamation, shattering his comprehension. She is fine? How can that be? For it was a lethal cold poison that even the most skilled alchemists could not resolve. Yet Lin Chen's tranquil gaze and the gesture of stepping aside clearly conveyed the truth. In the next moment, an indescribable ecstasy surged within him, akin to a torrential flood, obliterating all reason and the dignity of his status as Lord. "Linger," Su Yanting cried out, unable to contain his voice, tinged with a sob. Nearly stumbling as he rushed past Lin Chen and dashed towards the cold jade bed. His urgency rendered him oblivious to Lin Chen's weakened state. Su Lai followed closely. Yet he retained a measure of composure. Before entering, he cast a profound glance at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with shock, gratitude, and a hint of incredulous reverence. Only then did he hastily join the fray. Lin Chen swayed slightly from the gust generated by Su Yanting's hurried passage, leaning against the doorframe. He observed the 2 figures rushing towards the bed, listening to the muffled sounds of joy and choked emotions that were about to fill the room. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his weary visage once more. Inside the room, Su Yanting collapsed beside the cold jade bed. When his gaze finally fell upon his daughter's face, he was utterly transfixed. The visage before him no longer bore the heart-wrenching pallor and ashiness of his memories. Instead, it radiated a healthy, rosy glow, reminiscent of the dawn following a rainstorm. Her closed eyelids appeared tranquil and serene, her long lashes fluttering slightly as if they might open at any moment. Her chest rose and fell with deep, steady breaths, pulsating with the rhythm of life. The chilling, deathly aura that had once enveloped her had vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm and vibrant vitality. Chapter 150. Is this truly his daughter, once tormented by the cold poison to the brink of death? It appears as though she is merely asleep, a healthy, serene girl, lost in the sweetness of a beautiful dream. "Linger, linger." Su Yanting extended his hand, trembling with intensity, yearning to brush his fingers against his daughter's cheek, yet hesitating for fear of disturbing her. He reached out several times, only to retract each time. Ultimately, he gently touched a strand of her black hair that lay beside the pillow, feeling its warmth. No longer did it possess the icy chill of before. Tears, uncontainable, surged forth like a flood, pouring from the eyes of this once indomitable man. The lord of the city. He abruptly turned away, wiping his face with the back of his hand, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, emitting stifled, inarticulate sobs. How many years had it been? Since his wife's passing and his daughter's affliction, he had lived each day on the precipice of torment and despair. He had exhausted every possible means, depleting countless resources and consulting renowned physicians, yet could only watch helplessly as his daughter's vitality ebbed away. He had even resigned himself to the worst of fates. And now, a miracle was unfolding right before his eyes. Beside him, Sulai, though not as overtly distressed as the Lord, had red-rimmed eyes. He gazed at the vibrant young lady on the bed, then glanced at the pale, swaying figure of the young man at the door, a tempest of emotions rising within him. Who exactly is this Lord Lin Chen? The methods he employed to defy fate are nothing short of extraordinary. Not only has he achieved the impossible, but it seems the cost has been tremendous. As Su Yanting's emotions began to stabilize, he inhaled deeply, wiped away his tears, and forced himself to regain composure. He approached the bedside, examining his daughter's condition with great care, confirming her steady breathing and vibrant life force, though she appeared to be in a deep slumber due to prior exhaustion and her body's restorative efforts. He tenderly tucked the covers around her, moving as if cradling a priceless treasure. Having completed this act, he suddenly turned and strode towards the door. This time, he observed Lord Lin Chen's state more clearly. It was not merely fatigue, it was an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen leaned heavily against the doorframe, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead, and the crimson stains at the corners of his mouth accentuating his pallor. Su Yanting's heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand, a whirlwind of guilt, gratitude, and shock merging within him. In his concern for his daughter, he had neglected to consider the condition of this benefactor. Lin Chen, my young friend. Su Yanting's voice trembled slightly, and he approached hastily, wishing to assist Lin Chen but hesitating to touch him, fearing he might disturb him. Su has nothing to offer in return. The Lord of the Cold Water City, at this moment, found himself somewhat at a loss for words, bowing deeply to Lin Chen in a gesture of profound respect. Nearly a full 90-degree bow. There is no need for such formality, my lord, Lin Chen replied, his voice still faint. He slightly turned aside, evading Su Yanting's overwhelming display of gratitude. Your daughter is blessed. Her recovery is what matters. Just a trivial matter? Su Yanting straightened, gazing at Lin Chen's pallid face, listening to his understated words, and felt a tempest surge within him. If this is merely a trivial matter, what challenges remain in the world? This is evidently the result of exhausting one's very essence. He noticed the blood at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth and exclaimed, young friend, you are injured. Quickly. Sulai immediately understood and stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. Lord Lin Chen, allow me to assist you to rest. The Lord's manor has the finest quiet chambers and healing elixirs. Lin Chen indeed felt his body had reached its limits, though the myriad forges lay dormant. The backlash and exhaustion from their extreme operations surged through his meridians and spirit like relentless waves. All he desired was a place to sit and recuperate immediately. Chapter 151. He refrained from posturing and nodded slightly at Su Yanting, saying, then I must trouble you. Of course. Su Yanting replied repeatedly, his tone imbued with genuine concern and gratitude. Rest assured, my young friend, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The entire resources of the City Lord's mansion are at your disposal. This was no mere promise. It was a profound gesture. He had elevated Lin Chen's status to one equal to, if not surpassing, his own. Sulai cautiously extended his hand, intending to support Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen gently waved his hand, indicating that he could still walk, albeit with slightly unsteady steps. Leaning on his own strength, he slowly departed from the room. Once filled with a chilling atmosphere, now beginning to radiate warmth and vitality, under Sulai's escort. Su Yanting stood in place, watching Lin Chen's silhouette vanish at the corridor's end. His gaze turned back to the room, settling on the sleeping, serene face, and his expression became exceedingly complex. The debt of saving a life, the virtue of rebirth, weighed heavily upon him. This bond was too profound, so much so that he was at a loss as to how to repay it. He glanced at Sulai, who remained steadfast by the bedside, having swiftly returned after ensuring Lin Chen was properly attended to, and commanded in a low voice, convey the order. From today onwards, Lin Chen shall be the most esteemed guest of Hanshui City. No one is to treat him with indifference. Those who disobey will face severe punishment. Furthermore, seal the information. Today's events must remain confidential. Yes, City Lord. Sulai replied solemnly. He understood the City Lord's intent. Lin Chen's displayed abilities were extraordinary, and should word spread, it could invite countless covetous gazes and troubles, potentially even jeopardizing Lin Chen's life. Until Lin Chen had fully recovered, he must be protected at all costs. Su Yanning looked once more at his daughter, his eyes filled with the joy of having regained what was lost, mingled with a deep contemplation. Lin Chen, this enigmatic young man, what was his true origin? His remarkable skills, his composure and strength far beyond his years. It seemed that Hanshui City was on the brink of an unknown upheaval. At this moment, after being respectfully led by Su Lai into a serene room abundant with spiritual energy and elegantly arranged, Lin Chen immediately settled into a meditative posture. Forgoing even the customary pleasantries, the door closed gently, isolating him from the outside world. Lin Chen closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into his inner being. His meridians were utterly devoid of true energy, with certain areas aching faintly from excessive strain. In his sea of consciousness, his mental strength was alarmingly depleted, akin to being drained dry, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. The myriad furnace floated silently, its light dim, seemingly ensnared in a state of dormancy, requiring time to rejuvenate. The depletion he experienced was even more severe than he had anticipated. Yet, he bore no regret, sensing that, although empty, his condition had not sustained any fundamental harm. Lin Chen gradually began to circulate the foundational principles of the myriad furnace technique, guiding the sparse spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, drop by drop, to nourish his parched meridians and fatigued spirit. Recovery would demand time. Yet, with Lin Chen's arrival, the undercurrents in Hanshui City had already begun to stir. Chapter 152. Within the tranquil chamber, the light was soft, and the air was imbued with a delicate fragrance of sandalwood, mingling with a more potent essence of the heavens and the earth. This was evidently a meticulously arranged sanctuary, designed specifically to aid in cultivation. Lin Chen sat cross-legged upon a plush mat, his eyes tightly shut, his presence so faint that he seemed on the verge of extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind. Rather than immediately attempting to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, he first delved inward, thoroughly examining his own condition. His meridians resembled parched riverbeds, cracked and dry, devoid of any vital energy. In several key acupoints, lingering pain remained from the forceful depletion of power previously exerted. His sea of consciousness was alarmingly barren, his mental energy nearly exhausted, leaving behind a persistent dizziness that refused to dissipate. The Wandao furnace quietly hovered above his dantian, its surface dull and lifeless. The intricate patterns, once vibrant, now languid and inert, resembling an artifact drained of its vitality, ensnared in slumber. The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Healing Su Linger, particularly during the final act of dispelling the core of the cold poison, had nearly sapped him of all his strength, even injuring some of his foundational essence. Were it not for the sturdy foundation of the Wandao furnace art, any ordinary technique would have likely resulted in irreparable damage to his path. He gradually began to circulate the fundamental principles of the Wandao furnace art, attempting to draw in a sliver of external spiritual energy. The energy flowed like a gentle stream through his meridians, revitalizing the parched pathways akin to a long-awaited rain, offering waves of soothing relief. Yet, the pain persisted, and the recovery of his meridians was painfully slow. The restoration of his sea of consciousness was even more negligible. Merely maintaining the operation of the fundamental principles was proving to be a struggle. At this rate of recovery, without a span of 10 days to half a month, even movement would become a challenge, let alone returning to his peak condition. Just as Lin Chen focused his mind and prepared for the arduous recovery ahead, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the chamber. The sound was soft, imbued with caution. Without opening his eyes, Lin Chen stirred his spirit slightly. The door was silently cracked open, revealing a familiar presence at the threshold, Su Lai. He spoke not a word but instead entered with a graceful sidestep, his footsteps nearly inaudible. Moments later, several items were carefully placed on the ground before Lin Chen, after which Su Lai quietly withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. The entire process emitted not a single extraneous sound, clearly a result of Su Yanting's special instructions to avoid disturbing Lin Chen's recuperation. Only then did Lin Chen extend a faint flicker of mental energy to scan the items on the floor. There were 3 objects in total. The most striking was a palm-sized white jade box, its texture smooth and refined, emanating a gentle glow. Even through the box, one could sense the pure energy contained within. Beside the box lay a small pile of translucent stones, approximately 2 to 3 dozen in number, each as pristine as ice crystals, with visible, rich spiritual energy flowing within. These were high-quality spirit stones, at least of medium grade, possibly even mixed with a few high-grade ones. The final item was a petite azure porcelain vial, its opening sealed with beeswax, adorned with a pale yellow talisman that subtly shimmered with flowing runes, evidently intended to preserve the medicinal potency. Lin Chen understood at once. These were resources sent by Su Yanting for healing and aiding in cultivation. The city lord was indeed willing to invest significantly. Chapter 153. He first concentrated his mental energy on the white jade box. The box was not locked. With a gentle push, it opened effortlessly. A wave of refreshing medicinal aroma intermingled with an overwhelming vitality instantly enveloped him, invigorating Lin Chen's spirit. Inside the box lay a soft layer of golden silk, upon which rested 3 pill-sized orbs, each of vivid emerald green. The surface of the pills was not smooth, but rather adorned with intricate azure patterns that appeared to be naturally formed. These patterns seemed to possess life, slowly swirling and emanating vigorous energy. The spring revitalizing pill. A flicker of realization sparked within Lin Chen. This was an exceedingly rare healing elixir, crafted from various treasures brimming with abundant life essence. Not only could it rapidly restore true energy, but it also nourished the physical body, mending damaged meridians and essence. Its value was so immense that a single pill could incite fierce competition among cultivators in the qi condensation stage, even those in the qi transformation stage. And yet, Su Yanning had provided him with 3. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the pile of spirit stones. These stones were of exceptionally high quality, imbued with pure and abundant spiritual energy, which would undoubtedly be a boon for his energy recovery needs. Lastly, there was a blue porcelain vial. He lifted the vial with a flick of his hand and uncorked it. A refreshing and calming aura wafted out, filling his senses with comfort, alleviating the dull throbbing in his sea of consciousness. Nourishing spirit liquid? Lin Chen was taken aback. This was not a pill, but a rare spiritual liquid extracted through special methods, specifically designed to nurture and restore mental energy. It was evident that Su Yanting had meticulously considered his needs, addressing not only the consumption of true energy, but also the depletion of his mental strength. With these treasures, his recovery speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He felt no need for politeness. These were rightfully his. He first retrieved 1 spring revitalizing pill and, without a moment's hesitation, placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that surged into his abdomen. In the next moment, an immense, pure, and life-filled medicinal potency erupted with a resounding force. This power was so overwhelming that an ordinary cultivator in the qi condensation stage might find their meridians overwhelmed by it. Yet within Lin Chen, the once dormant myriad furnace seemed awakened by this pure energy, beginning to rotate slowly. The pace was not frantic, far from the wildness experienced when refining the purple cloud mushroom or combating the cold poison, but rather imbued with a gentle yet resolute rhythm. The vast medicinal energy was absorbed into the furnace, where any possible trace of medicinal toxicity was swiftly refined and eliminated. The pure life energy and restorative power were transformed and purified in a manner that Lin Chen could not yet fully comprehend. Subsequently, a stream of emerald energy, more gentle, more pure, and far easier for his body to absorb than the direct medicinal power, began to flow from the furnace, akin to a spring breeze and gentle rain, precisely coursing through his limbs and the acupoints of his meridians. The once cracked meridians began to regain their resilience and luster at a visible rate, as the minor stings dissipated like a gentle caress. The speed of true energy recovery was now accelerated beyond 100-fold compared to merely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen immediately grasped a mid-grade spirit stone, holding it in his palm. The myriad furnace allocated some of its operational power to draw upon the pure spiritual energy within the stone, similarly refining and purifying it, transforming it into the most suitable true energy for his current state, replenishing the emptiness in his energy sea. Dividing his focus, or even multitasking, was one of the inherent characteristics of the myriad furnace technique, while the spring revitalizing pill nourished his physical meridians. The energy from the spirit stone quickly replenished his total true energy. Chapter 154. Approximately an hour later, the effects of the first rejuvenation azure pattern pill were completely absorbed and refined. Lin Chen could distinctly sense that his once frail meridians had substantially recovered. Although still somewhat hollow, they no longer felt obstructed or painful. Instead, they had become smooth and resilient. Within his dantian, a small portion of pure true energy had begun to accumulate anew. Without pausing, he promptly ingested the second rejuvenation azure pattern pill. Simultaneously, he carefully extracted a drop of the spirit-nourishing liquid and applied it to the location between his brows. A refreshing and cool sensation immediately permeated, transforming into a stream of invigorating energy that surged into his sea of consciousness. The once vast and weakened sea of consciousness, which had been subtly aching, felt as though it were being nourished by a spring. The fatigue and pain swiftly diminished. Although the restoration of his mental power remained gradual, it had shown significant improvement compared to before. Lin Chen was wholly immersed in this rapid recuperation. The potency of the rejuvenation azure pattern pill incessantly repaired and fortified his corporeal meridians, subtly enhancing the strength and potential of his body. The energy from the mid-grade spirit stones continuously replenished his true energy, while the spirit-nourishing liquid acted like a clear spring, perpetually nurturing his damaged mental faculties. The myriad furnace functioned like an indefatigable workshop, methodically decomposing, purifying, and transforming this potent external energy, delivering it precisely where it was most needed. The efficiency and efficacy exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. He felt his body and spirit astonishingly recovering from a state of near exhaustion, establishing a foundation that seemed even more robust than before. Time flowed gently in the tranquil environment of his cultivation. Outside the quiet chamber, the guard forces of the Cold Water City Lord's residence had significantly intensified, particularly in the area where Lin Chen resided, fortified with layers of defenses, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to enter. Su Yanting's orders were being strictly enforced, and the news of Lin Chen's treatment of Su Lingo was tightly contained within a minimal circle. However, the atmosphere in Cold Water City had subtly shifted over the past few days. The city lord's residence had unexpectedly increased its vigilance, and there were rumors suggesting that the city lord's daughter's condition appeared to have improved. Though the information was vague, it still piqued the interest and speculation of some astute observers. Yet, all of this had no bearing on the young man within the quiet chamber, who was fervently recovering. At this moment, Lin Chen had completely entered a state of oblivion, where the self and the external world melded into one. His entire focus was devoted to the restoration of his own strength and the understanding of the operation of the myriad furnace technique. The third rejuvenation azure pattern pill had also been consumed. Nearly half of the mid-grade spirit stones had been expended, and a third of the spirit-nourishing liquid had been utilized. His complexion was no longer the pallid hue of before. Instead, it had returned to a normal tone, even exhibiting a faint flush of health. His previously weak aura had transformed into a long and steady presence. His true energy filled more than half of his capacity. And although his sea of consciousness had not fully recovered, it had shed its weakness and regained clarity. The retreat, supported ardently by Su Yanting, had yielded remarkable results. Yet, Lin Chen understood that this was insufficient. He not only needed to regain his strength but also to seize this opportunity to thoroughly solidify the experiences and insights from his prior depletions, ensuring his foundation was even more unshakable. His seclusion had only just begun. Chapter 155 Within the Tranquil Chamber. The final vestiges of energy from the spirit stones were entirely refined and absorbed by the myriad furnace. Lin Chen gradually opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as if stars were swirling, fleeting yet ultimately returning to a serene profundity. He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, which lingered in the atmosphere, leaving behind faint white traces that gradually dissipated, imbued with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of elixirs and the pristine essence of spirit stones. The prolonged seclusion had yielded results beyond his expectations. In his inner vision, the once parched and even damaged meridians had now completely rejuvenated. And under the nurturing vitality of the rejuvenating azure pattern pill, they had become even more resilient and expansive, glimmering with a jade-like luster. Within the Dantian Sea of Qi, the true energy surged forth, akin to the ebbing tides, its purity and totality surpassing even the state prior to his injuries. His sea of consciousness had regained clarity. His mental acuity was abundant, and the weariness that had once clouded his mind had long since vanished. The myriad furnace hovered above the Sea of Qi, restored to its original ancient and weighty appearance, its surface patterns distinct and profound, emanating an essence of consuming the heavens and earth and refining all things. Following this extreme depletion and the replenishment of high-quality energy, it seemed to have undergone a process of sedimentation and tempering, forging a closer bond with Lin Chen. He could sense that his current state was unprecedentedly favorable. Not only had his injuries healed, but through the process of destruction and rebirth, his foundation had been further solidified. The bottleneck of the ninth layer of the Qi condensation realm seemed to have loosened slightly. Though still distant from a breakthrough, the path had become clearer. The resources provided by Su Yanting were invaluable: 3 rejuvenating azure pattern pills, a plethora of high-quality spirit stones, and that spirit-nourishing liquid, each of which was worth its weight in gold, now entirely consumed. Such an investment could not be deemed insignificant. Feeling the power coursing within him, Lin Chen rose, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, producing a series of light, crackling sounds. He glanced at the now barren ground, where the jade boxes and porcelain vials had been stowed away, leaving only some dull, powdered remnants of spirit stones. Calculating the time, it must have been 3 or 4 days. He wondered about Su Lingo's situation. Approaching the door of the tranquil chamber, he pushed open the portal that had remained closed for several days. Outside, the guards were no longer Su Lai, but 2 middle-aged sentinels with steady auras and sharp gazes, evidently elite members of the city lord's estate. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's emergence from the chamber, both were momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining their composure to bow respectfully, their demeanor imbued with evident reverence. "Lord Lin Chen," one of them spoke with deference, "you have emerged from seclusion. The city lord has instructed that you notify him immediately upon your return." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Thank you for your diligence." He did not linger, proceeding directly towards the courtyard where Su Ling'er resided, guided by his memory. The two guards exchanged glances, one promptly turning to hasten towards the core area of the city lord's estate, evidently to deliver the news. Lin Chen's pace was unhurried, yet each step exuded an extraordinary steadiness. He sensed that upon exiting the tranquil chamber, several veiled gazes had immediately converged upon him, some curious, some inquisitive, and many more laden with vigilance and wariness. Indeed, the defenses of the city lord's estate were formidable. He paid little heed to these scrutinizing glances. His mind predominantly focused on the forthcoming encounter with Su Ling'er. Although he harbored a strong belief that she had emerged unscathed, a personal confirmation was always preferable. Before he reached the familiar entrance of the courtyard, he could faintly hear a subdued yet joyous conversation. One voice distinctly clear and melodious. Though slightly weakened, it resonated with vitality. Lin Chen paused momentarily, a hint of relief gracing his expression. It seemed she had truly awakened. Arriving at the courtyard entrance, he did not immediately step inside but instead paused at the moon gate. Sunlight poured into the courtyard, casting its golden rays upon several blooming autumn chrysanthemums. By the stone table sat two individuals. Chapter 156 features Su Yanting and Su Ling'er. Su Ling'er is adorned in a delicate pink dress, draped with a thick white fox fur cloak. Although her complexion still bears the pallor of recent illness, her bright eyes shimmer with the joy of surviving hardship and an insatiable curiosity about the world. She tilts her head, listening intently to Su Yanting's words. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she interjects softly now and then, her voice a melodious whisper that is nonetheless distinctly audible. Seated beside his daughter, Su Yanting's smile is a constant presence. His gaze upon her is filled with an indescribable tenderness and a profound appreciation for her recovery. No longer the formidable lord of the city, he is simply a father enveloped in bliss. He appears to be recounting amusing tales from Hanshui City, aiming to elicit laughter from his daughter. This scene radiates warmth and tranquility. Lin Chen stands quietly outside the door, refraining from interrupting. He senses that the chilling aura of the deadly cold poison within Su Ling'er has completely dissipated, replaced by a gentle and harmonious vitality. Although her foundation remains weak due to years of affliction, necessitating prolonged recuperation, the immediate peril has been averted. After confirming her stable condition with a lingering glance, he prepares to leave. He has fulfilled his promise and received the corresponding reward. It is time to contemplate his next journey. Just as he is about to turn away, Su Ling'er seems to sense his presence, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the entrance. Upon meeting Lin Chen's eyes, she momentarily freezes, a flicker of confusion passing through her bright orbs. Then, as if recalling something, her expression gradually transforms into one of gratitude intertwined with subtle complexity. She opens her mouth, seemingly poised to speak. Beside her, Su Yanting follows his daughter's gaze. Upon seeing Lin Chen standing at the entrance, exuding a calm demeanor and a healthy complexion, his smile vanishes, replaced by a mixture of surprise, excitement, and profound gratitude. Lin Chen, my young friend, Su Yanting exclaims, rising abruptly and striding towards Lin Chen with enthusiasm in his voice. You have emerged from seclusion. Your health, judging by your appearance, it seems you have made a full recovery? As he speaks, he surveys Lin Chen from head to toe, his eyes filled with astonishment. In just a few days, Lin Chen has not only returned from a state of near exhaustion, but appears even more vigorous than before, his aura now deeper and more restrained. Such remarkable recuperative abilities are truly astounding. Lin Chen nods slightly to the approaching Su Yanting. Thanks to the Lord's support, I am indeed recovering well. His gaze shifts to Su Ling'er, who also watches him with clear, albeit bashful, gratitude. He acknowledges her with a nod, a silent greeting. Feeling somewhat bashful, Su Ling'er lowers her head slightly and whispers to her father, Father, this is... Yes, Ling'er, this is your savior, my young friend Lin Chen. Su Yanting interjects, his tone filled with solemnity and pride. Come, pay your respects to Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Ling'er, with her father's assistance, slowly rises to her feet. She approaches Lin Chen, slightly bending her knee in a graceful curtsy, her voice soft yet clear. I am Su Ling'er, and I thank you, Lin Chen, for saving my life. Her movements, though still somewhat frail, exhibit proper decorum, her eyes sincere. Miss Su, you are too kind. Lin Chen graciously accepts her gratitude, deeming it a mere act of assistance. Seeing you in good health brings me great relief. Su Yanting, observing from the side, beams even more brightly. He claps Lin Chen on the shoulder. This time, Lin Chen does not shy away and chuckles heartily. My young friend, you are far too modest. If this is merely a trivial act, what gratitude could ever be expressed in the world? Come, you have just emerged from seclusion. Let us converse in the hall. I have prepared some fine spiritual tea. Without awaiting a response, he enthusiastically seizes Lin Chen's arm and leads him toward the courtyard exit. Turning back to Su Lingo as he says, "Linger, you are still weak. Return to your room and rest. Your father and Lin Chen have important matters to discuss." Chapter 157. Yes, father, Su Linger replied obediently, casting a grateful glance at Lin Chen before slowly returning to her room with the assistance of a maid. Su Yanting took Lin Chen by the arm and led him to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. After dismissing the attendants, he personally poured a steaming cup of fragrant spirit tea for Lin Chen. "My young friend Lin Chen, please," he said. Lin Chen lifted the cup and took a gentle sip, feeling a soothing warmth flow down his throat, nourishing his entire being, infused with a notable essence of spiritual energy. "Excellent tea," he remarked appreciatively. Su Yanting set down the cup, his smile fading into a solemn expression unlike any he had displayed before. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Lin Chen once more. "My young friend Lin Chen, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretions and for failing to express my gratitude appropriately. Today, I wish to formally thank you for the miraculous gift of life you bestowed upon my daughter. Your kindness shall forever be etched in the memory of Su Yanting, the Lord of Hanshui City." His voice resonated with sincerity, and the weight of his words bore a profound significance. Lin Chen placed the cup down and regarded Su Yanting. "Your Excellency, you overestimate the matter. The affliction suffered by your daughter was somewhat intertwined with my own fate, so it was only natural that I intervened. Moreover, the resources you provided for her recovery are of considerable value, which I have already benefited from. Thus, we are even." He wished to avoid entangling himself in further obligations. Despite Su Yanting's earnest demeanor, Lin Chen had more pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to linger in Hanshui City. "Even?" Su Yanting paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. "My young friend, you underestimate the significance of your kindness and my own worth. A mere handful of pills and some spirit stones cannot be compared to my daughter's life. Those tokens were merely my humble intent, a hope to aid your swift recovery, and cannot be deemed sufficient repayment." He gazed at Lin Chen, his eyes sharp and sincere. "You may disregard this, but I, Su Yanting, cannot. Gratitude unspoken and debts unacknowledged should still be honored. I must make my intentions known." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You are remarkably young yet possess extraordinary abilities and a character beyond the ordinary. You are destined to become a figure of great renown. Hanshui City, though remote and resource-limited, may not possess much to catch your interest." However, he shifted his tone, emphasizing his words. "Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance or that of Hanshui City, merely express it, and I shall go through fire and water without hesitation." This was no mere expression of gratitude, but a weighty commitment, akin to a pledge of loyalty from a city lord. Lin Chen observed the unwavering determination in Su Yanting's eyes and recognized the seriousness of his intent. He paused for a moment, reflecting on his own goals and the potential assistance the city lord might offer. "I appreciate your sentiments, Lord Su," Lin Chen said slowly. "There is no need for such grand gestures. Should I require your assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to reach out." He accepted the bond of friendship but refrained from making any immediate requests. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Yanting finally smiled with relief. "Excellent. With your assurance, I can rest easy." He felt that forging such a benevolent connection with this mysterious and powerful young man might be one of the wisest decisions of his life. "What are your plans moving forward, my young friend?" Su Yanting inquired tentatively. "If you would not mind, perhaps you could stay in Hanshui City a little longer? It would allow me to extend my hospitality." Chapter 158. Lin Chen shook his head. "No, I have pressing matters to attend to and shall depart shortly." "So soon?" Su Yanting expressed surprise yet understood. "It is for the best. Young friend, your aspirations lie in distant lands. Indeed, Coldwater City cannot retain you. May I inquire where you intend to go? Perhaps I can offer some assistance." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen replied, "I aim to seek clues related to the 10,000 Paths forging technique and to enhance my strength. At present, I do not have a specific destination, but I might begin my journey in a more prosperous area, where information flows more freely. I plan to gather some intelligence in the nearby regions." Lin Chen did not elaborate further. Su Yanting nodded, refraining from pressing for details. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a palm-sized, black token from his storage ring, neither gold nor jade, and handed it to Lin Chen. The token felt weighty in his hand, one side inscribed with the ancient characters for cold water, and the reverse bearing a powerful character for Su. The edges of the token were adorned with intricate patterns. "This is the guest token of Coldwater City," Su Yanting explained. "With this token, within the jurisdiction of Coldwater City, you will be treated with greater respect, and you may access certain resources and personnel from the city lord's estate in neighboring cities and sects that maintain good relations with Coldwater City. You will also find certain conveniences and privileges. It may prove beneficial for your travels." The weight of this token was substantial, nearly equivalent to the status of a deputy city lord. Lin Chen regarded the token and then met Su Yanting's earnest gaze, no longer declining the offer. He truly required some advantages in terms of identity. "Thank you, City Lord," he said as he accepted the token. "Do not mention it." Su Yanting smiled. "In the future, should you have the opportunity, you are always welcome to visit Coldwater City." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Chen rose to take his leave. Su Yanting personally escorted him to the gate of the City Lord's residence, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Standing at the entrance, Su Yanting clasped his hands behind his back, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Lin Chen had departed. "Dad," at some point, Su Linger, draped in a cloak, joined him at the doorway. Su Yanting turned his attention to his daughter, his expression softening. "What brings you out?" "The wind is strong outside. I wish to see off young Master Lin Chen," Su Linger replied softly, her gaze following Lin Chen's retreating figure. "Father, he is truly remarkable." "Indeed," Su Yanting mused. "He is a hidden dragon. Coldwater City is but a shallow shoal that cannot confine him." He paused before continuing. "Linger, remember, young friend Lin Chen has bestowed upon us a profound grace. We must forever hold this gratitude in our hearts." "Yes, I understand," Su Linger affirmed, nodding earnestly. In the sunlight, the silhouettes of the father and daughter stretched long before the City Lord's residence. Meanwhile, Lin Chen moved away like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples in Coldwater City that gradually faded as he ventured toward broader horizons. Chapter 159. As Lin Chen ambled through the streets of Coldwater City, the cobblestone path beneath his feet remained relatively even. The shops lining the streets had mostly opened, and the air was filled with the cacophony of vendors' shouts, the lively banter of haggling, and the rhythmic clatter of carts and horses, all merging to create the distinctive morning bustle and vitality of a border town. Unlike his earlier hurried passage, burdened with thoughts, he now walked with a tranquil demeanor, his breath measured and contained. Passers-by brushed by him, oblivious to the fact that this unassuming young man clad in a simple blue robe, with a handsome visage, had recently stirred the winds of change within the Lord's manor, perhaps even salvaging the future hopes of the city. He refrained from glancing back at the direction of the Lord's estate, nor did he deliberately seek to sense the furtive gazes that might still linger upon him. His mission in Coldwater City had been accomplished, yielding rewards beyond his expectations, whether it was the precious purple cloud mushroom, the budding goodwill cultivated with Su Yanting, or the weighty token of a guest elder. More importantly, this experience, particularly the recovery and introspection following extreme exertion, had bestowed upon him new insights into the 10,000 path furnace technique and his mastery over his own power. His mastery at the 9th level of energy condensation had solidified, and he could faintly sense the intangible barrier leading to the sea transformation realm. Yet, he was cognizant that the journey ahead remained long. The energy condensation realm was merely the starting point of his cultivation path. To truly possess the means for self-preservation, to delve deeper into the secrets of the 10,000 path furnace technique, and to uncover the elusive threads of its origin, crossing into the sea transformation realm was an essential threshold. However, clues regarding the technique itself were scant. This art was so enigmatic and formidable that it seemed to have materialized from thin air, lacking any recorded references. And even the well-versed Lord Su Yanting had never heard of it. He required more information and sought broader horizons. Situated in the northern frontier, Coldwater City was relatively remote and isolated from the flow of information. Remaining here served little purpose. As his thoughts meandered, the imposing gates of the city loomed before him. The guards at the gates were still clad in standard leather armor, though the squad leader appeared to have changed, exuding a more robust aura than those he had encountered previously. They continued their routine inspections of the comings and goings of the citizens, their gazes sharp and discerning. When it was Lin Chen's turn, the squad leader paused momentarily, seemingly sensing his extraordinary aura, yet refrained from probing further, merely preparing to conduct a customary inquiry. Lin Chen remained silent, calmly revealing the black token of the Coldwater guest elder before the officer. The ancient script of Coldwater and Su, along with the unique patterns on the token, caused the squad leader's expression to shift slightly, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossing his features. He immediately straightened his posture and respectfully clasped his fists. "My lord, please proceed." The onlookers waiting in line to exit the city cast him curious and reverent glances, speculating about the identity of this young man. Lin Chen retrieved his token, nodded slightly, and without hesitation, passed through the city gates. As he stepped beyond the threshold, the clamorous atmosphere of the marketplace appeared to fade away, leaving behind a serene clarity. Before him lay a somewhat desolate expanse, with a well-trodden dirt path winding towards the horizon, leading to a range of mountains shrouded in a light morning mist. The air was imbued with the freshness of grass and earth, lacking the smoke and bustle of the city, and instead offering a sense of freedom and vastness. Having departed from cold water city felt akin to a fish entering the ocean or a bird returning to the forest. Yet, the ensuing feelings were not entirely lighthearted. Rather, they evoked a deeper contemplation. Where would the road ahead lead? Chapter 160. He halted his steps, standing by the roadside, gazing into the distant mountains and the even farther horizon. The quest for clues regarding the 10,000 paths refining technique felt like an elusive pursuit, devoid of any clear direction. Should he visit the ancient sects steeped in history, or seek out the legendary ruins of antiquity that might exist? Perhaps he should journey to the central continent, where cultivation civilizations flourished and libraries brimmed with knowledge. Each choice implied a long journey fraught with unknown perils. Yet, the prospect of enhancing his strength and breaking through to the transformation sea realm remained a more tangible and pressing goal. Only with sufficient power could he establish a foothold in the perilous world of cultivation and earn the right to pursue those distant secrets. To transcend the transformation sea realm necessitated a substantial accumulation of energy and an understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The former could be achieved by absorbing the spiritual essence of the world, refining heavenly materials, or utilizing high-quality spirit stones, while the latter demanded more of serendipity and insight, or a particular cultivation environment. With his current accumulation at the 9th level of chi condensation, coupled with the unique qualities of the 10,000 paths refining technique, he might attempt to break through the bottleneck, provided he had ample resources, such as a wealth of superior spirit stones or a location rich in spiritual energy. Though the spirit stones bestowed by Su Yanting were of high quality, they had been nearly exhausted during his earlier recovery. It seemed that the quest for cultivation resources would also play a crucial role in his forthcoming journey. Information, resources. Lin Chen murmured to himself. These two elements typically congregated in more prosperous locales, where cultivators frequently traversed. He recalled Su Yanting mentioning a grand city named Luoyuan City, located several thousand miles east of Hanshui City. It was said that Luoyuan City was more than 10 times the size of Hanshui City, serving as the largest trade hub within thousands of miles, and housed several powerful cultivation families and sect branches, well-versed in intelligence and relatively abundant in various cultivation resources. Perhaps a visit to Luoyuan City would be prudent. Firstly, it would allow him to gather information, whether concerning rumors about the 10,000 paths refining technique or other potential opportunities. Secondly, it could provide a chance to acquire cultivation resources or undertake tasks that offered rewards. With a general direction established, his previous sense of confusion began to dissipate significantly. Lin Chen oriented himself. The eastern horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn, the sun poised to break forth. He hesitated no longer, choosing the path leading eastward, and set forth. His pace was measured, maintaining an even rhythm, as he both traveled and acclimated to the environment beyond the city walls. Simultaneously, he silently channeled the 10,000 paths refining technique, absorbing the relatively thin yet pure spiritual essence of the world, solidifying his recently restored cultivation. Behind him, the imposing silhouette of Hanshui City's walls gradually diminished and blurred in the morning light. The road ahead remained long and replete with uncertainty. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, concealing untold landscapes and challenges. Yet, Lin Chen's gaze was tranquil, imbued with a hint of determination. No matter how vague the path before him, he needed only to proceed step by step. His figure gradually melded into the vast wilderness and distant mountains, stepping onto the road that extended toward the unknown. Chapter 161. 3 days have passed since leaving the cold water city. Lin Chen's figure appeared on a somewhat rugged mountain path. This trail was evidently not a main road, but rather a narrow passage trodden by the occasional hunter, herbalist, or a cultivator like him who preferred to avoid the well-traveled routes. It wound and twisted, hidden amidst dense foliage and jagged rocks. Opting for this path was a deliberate choice to evade the prying eyes that might lurk along the main road, while also seeking a closer communion with nature to temper his spirit. Though cultivators in the chi condensation stage could sustain themselves for days on end without food, relying solely on the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the hardships of traveling through the wilderness served as a form of cultivation for both the mind and will. During these days, he journeyed by day and sought a secluded spot to meditate and practice by night. The myriad furnace technique operated continuously, slowly yet steadfastly absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to replenish the energy expended during his travels, while also nourishing his meridians gradually, propelling him towards the consummate realm of the 9th layer of chi condensation. He did not deliberately pursue rapidity, as part of his focus remained on vigilance towards his surroundings. This mountain forest, sparsely trodden by human feet, also signified the potential lurking of unknown dangers. Beasts, venomous insects, and even solitary marauders could easily view an unaccompanied traveler as prey. Sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage, occasionally punctuated by the calls of unknown birds, enhancing the tranquility of the woodland. Lin Chen's footsteps were light, nearly inaudible, as he navigated the intricate terrain with the grace of a feline. His gaze remained serene yet attentive to any subtle changes in the environment. Upon reaching a relatively open valley, he halted. A peculiar aura seemed to permeate the air, not the stench of beasts nor the strange fragrance of venomous insects, but rather a mingling of sweat, cheap alcohol, and a faint trace of blood, a human presence. Moreover, it was not singular. His eyes swept towards a few large stones and dense thickets not far ahead. There, an ambush awaited. Lin Chen maintained an expression of nonchalance, taking a few more steps forward as if oblivious. He sensed that at least 4 unfriendly gazes were fixated upon him. Judging by their auras, their cultivation levels were not particularly high. The strongest seemed to be merely at the 4th or 5th layer of qi condensation, while the others were likely at the 1st or 2nd layers. Or even just agile ordinary martial artists. These were mountain bandits. Indeed, this area was far from tranquil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lin Chen was within 10 paces of the thicket, 3 arrows flew towards him in a formation, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle from different directions. The shafts gleamed with a ghostly blue sheen, evidently laced with poison. For an ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of qi condensation, such a sudden assault would likely induce panic. However, Lin Chen merely swayed slightly, akin to a willow in the wind, seemingly slow, yet precisely evading the trajectories of the 3 poisoned arrows. The arrows grazed the hem of his garment before embedding themselves into the ground behind him, emitting muted thuds as their fletchings quivered. There is some skill here. A raspy voice emerged from behind the boulder, accompanying the words. 4 figures sprang forth from their hiding spots, subtly encircling Lin Chen. Chapter 162 features a towering figure, a burly man with a bushy beard, wielding a massive broadsword, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He is the very individual who spoke moments ago, possessing a mastery of the 5th layer of qi condensation. Trailing behind him are 2 lean men brandishing short blades, both at the 2nd and 3rd layers of qi condensation. Additionally, there is a slight, shifty-eyed man holding a short bow, evidently the one who had just released an arrow, his cultivation being the lowest at the 1st layer. All 4 are clad in tattered garments, their weapons appearing crude. Yet, the ferocity and greed gleaming in their eyes are palpably real. They have long operated in this area. Their gaze is sharp and predatory. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a young man dressed plainly and alone, they have deemed him an easy target. The earlier arrow was merely a test, and they did not expect him to evade it so effortlessly. Kid, your reflexes are quite commendable, the bearded man chuckled, weighing the broadsword in his hands. Since you are also a cultivator, be wise and surrender your storage pouch, spirit stones, and any valuables you possess. I might just consider sparing your life and letting you go. The other 3 men grinned menacingly, gradually encroaching upon Lin Chen, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Lin Chen surveyed the 4 with calmness, displaying no signs of fear. Their strength posed no threat to him, and he could hardly be bothered to expend much energy. Gentlemen, I am merely passing through and have no intention of causing you any trouble, Lin Chen stated coolly. I possess nothing of value worth your interest. Might we part ways amicably? Nothing of worth? The bearded man scoffed, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Do you take me for a fool? To journey this far and evade my comrade's poisoned arrow, you must have something of value. Enough with the prattle. You will regret not heeding my warning. With a fierce yell, he ceased his chatter, channeling his qi as he swung the broadsword down upon Lin Chen, summoning a fierce gust of wind. The attack was forceful, clearly demonstrating some foundational swordsmanship. The other 2 launched their assault simultaneously, one attacking from the left and the other from the right, thrusting their short blades towards Lin Chen's ribs in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, the archer retreated swiftly, nocking another arrow and aiming for a decisive strike. Despite being besieged from 3 sides, Lin Chen stood his ground, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Yet, at the very moment the blade was about to descend upon him, and the short blades were to pierce his flesh, Lin Chen moved. His actions were not swift. In fact, they could be described as languid. He simply raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and gently tapped the descending blade's surface. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor was there a dazzling display of qi. To an onlooker, it appeared as though he was foolishly confronting an oncoming truck. The bearded man's eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure, envisioning Lin Chen's fingers severed and his body cleaved in 2. However, a soft clang resonated. The anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Lin Chen's fingers accurately struck the rapidly descending blade. An extraordinary force surged through his fingertips into the sword, causing the bearded man to feel an overwhelming power rebound along the blade. Simultaneously, the blade vibrated violently, as if countless minuscule forces were detonating within it. Pain shot through his grip, his arm numbing. He could no longer maintain his hold on the broadsword, which clattered to the ground, embedding itself at an angle into the earth. Chapter 163. Moreover, the violent force coursed up his arm, causing his entire being to surge with blood and energy. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself, his complexion flushed and his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Despite unleashing his full power at the 5th level of chi condensation with a fierce strike, he was effortlessly countered by the mere touch of a finger. No, 2 fingers, shattering his attack with such nonchalance. Even his weapon was sent flying, leaving him with internal injuries. What kind of cultivation did the opponent possess? While the bearded man was astonished, the 2 other bandits wielding short blades encountered a peculiar predicament. Their daggers, poised to strike their target, seemed to blur before their eyes. The figure of their target appeared somewhat indistinct, and their blades seemed to plunge into nothingness, devoid of any sensation of impact. Immediately after, they felt excruciating pain in their wrists, as if gripped by iron pincers, and their short blades slipped from their grasp. In the next moment, an unseen force propelled them towards each other, resulting in a resounding thud as they collided, stars flashing before their eyes, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise for a considerable time, all of this transpired in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 3 assailants had lost their combat capability. Only the slight man with the bow remained, still poised to draw his bow, yet his hands trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. And his furtive eyes were now filled with terror. He had witnessed it all clearly. Lin Chen had merely sidestepped, raised his hand, and pointed, without much movement, effortlessly dismantling the combined assault of his 3 comrades. Such grace and power were beyond the realm of their imagination. They had kicked against a steel wall. You. The slight man's voice quivered as he attempted to release his arrow but found himself paralyzed by fear. His legs felt as heavy as lead. Lin Chen paid him no heed, his gaze shifting to the bearded man who was still regulating his breath. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Lin Chen's voice remained calm. The bearded man's expression shifted unpredictably, ultimately settling into profound apprehension and a hint of despair. He realized that they had met their match, and thoroughly so. The opponent's strength was likely far beyond the late stage of chi condensation, perhaps even higher. Senior, he stammered, the address shifting instantly. It is we who are blind to the greatness of the mountains who have offended you, Senior. I implore you. Have mercy and spare our wretched lives. As he spoke, he dropped to his knees, bowing his head to Lin Chen. The other 2 bandits, who had just begun to rise, were so frightened that their souls nearly fled. They hastily followed suit, kowtowing like madmen. The archer, in a fit of terror, discarded his bow and arrows, trembling on the ground. Lin Chen regarded the 4 kneeling before him with indifference. He was not one to revel in killing. Yet these individuals had attempted to rob him and had struck with poison. Were it not for his sufficient strength, he would likely have already become a corpse. Sparing your lives is not out of the question, Lin Chen spoke slowly, but I need to know certain things. Chapter 164. A query from the senior. The burly man with a bushy beard hastily spoke, fearing that Lin Chen might change his mind. Esteemed senior, I shall speak without reservation. The distance to Luyan City is quite considerable. Which route would be the swiftest? Lin Chen inquired. How far is it to Luyan City? Which path is the quickest? The burly man replied, from this location, if you head east along this mountain path for about half a day, you will encounter a main road. Continuing east along this road, with your pace, it would take approximately 5 to 6 days to reach the vicinity of Luyan City. He did not dare to conceal anything, adding, while this mountain path is shorter, it contains several perilous locations, making it less safe than the main road. Lin Chen nodded, finding this information consistent with what he had previously learned. Are there many individuals like you along this route? A hint of embarrassment crossed the burly man's face as he responded, Esteemed senior, this area is indeed a bit chaotic. Besides our few brothers from Blackwind Pass. Further east near the main road, there exists a group known as the Bloodhand Gang. They are more numerous and ruthless. Ordinary merchant caravans and solitary cultivators are often at risk. The Bloodhand Gang? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, they have around 20 to 30 members. And their leader is rumored to possess a cultivation level at the 7th layer of chi condensation, with several capable subordinates at the 5th and 6th layers. The burly man added, seemingly wishing to caution Lin Chen as well. Lin Chen pondered this information. The 7th layer of chi condensation posed little threat to him. Yet a group of 20 to 30 individuals would undoubtedly be more troublesome than the few present. Empty your possessions, Lin Chen commanded. The 4 individuals did not dare to delay, hastily presenting all their valuables. A few tattered storage bags contained scattered low-grade spirit stones, several bottles of inferior elixirs, and various miscellaneous items, all of minimal worth. Lin Chen scanned the items, finding nothing of interest. He selected a few relatively pure low-grade spirit stones and took some provisions and water from them. Begone, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. The four men felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. They scrambled to their feet, retrieved their weapons, excluding the large blade that had been flung away, and fled into the depths of the forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen watched their retreating figures, shaking his head. This was the harsh reality of the cultivation world, survival of the fittest. Without strength, even the simplest journey became a luxury. He approached the large blade embedded in the ground, grasped its hilt, and with a slight exertion, pulled it free. The blade was heavy in his grasp, its material ordinary, yet the craftsmanship was reasonably solid. He casually discarded the blade aside. After tidying up the battlefield and erasing any traces of his presence, Lin Chen chose not to take the so-called shortcut. Instead, he turned towards the direction the burly man had indicated, leading to the main road, though it required a longer detour. The main road was frequented by more cultivators and merchant caravans, which might prove to be relatively safer, certainly a more secure option than these desolate mountains, where one could fall prey to unscrupulous bandits at any moment. Moreover, he was curious to ascertain whether the notorious Bloodhand gang was indeed as formidable as the burly man had described. Chapter 165. 2 days later, Lin Chen finally emerged from the sprawling mountainous region, stepping onto a broad, well-maintained yellow earth road. In stark contrast to the secluded path he had traversed earlier, this thoroughfare was evidently bustling. Merchant caravans laden with goods passed by at a leisurely pace, the distant jingle of camel bells resonating in the air. Groups of warriors and cultivators, armed with swords and daggers, hurried along, their expressions marked by urgency. Occasionally, opulently adorned carriages, pulled by tamed low-tier demonic beasts, sped past, stirring up clouds of dust. The terrain flanking the official road had also become more expansive, revealing farmlands and scattered villages in the distance. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air appeared to be slightly denser compared to that in the forests, albeit still thin. However, the number of cultivators was noticeably greater, with practitioners at the condensation realm seen everywhere, and even the fleeting presence of those at the later stages of the condensation realm could be sensed. Lin Chen had changed into a more common gray outfit, stowing away his previous blue robe to present himself as an ordinary traveling warrior. He maintained a low profile, blending into the crowd as he journeyed eastward at a steady pace. While on his way, he remained vigilant, particularly towards groups that seemed less than amicable. The bearded man he had encountered at Black Wind Pass had mentioned the Bloodhand gang operating near the road, and he was eager to witness the situation firsthand. As afternoon approached, a makeshift tea stall appeared beside the road. It consisted of a few rough-hewn wooden tables and benches, sheltered by a thatched roof. Inside, several weary travelers rested, while a seemingly honest old man busied himself with refilling water. Feeling a bit parched, Lin Chen approached, intending to take a brief respite and glean any useful information. He had just settled onto an empty bench when the muffled sound of a heated argument erupted from a nearby table. "We set out with this meager capital. Didn't we already pay the toll? Why must we pay again?" A middle-aged man with an accent pleaded with three burly men encircling their table, his voice tinged with desperation and helplessness. This middle-aged man appeared to be a small merchant, accompanied by two anxious young aides. The trio surrounding them exuded an air of thuggery, clad in mismatched short jackets that hung open, revealing tattoos and fierce expressions, their lips curled into mocking grins. The leader, a scar-faced man, seemed to be at the third level of the condensation realm, while the other two appeared to be at the first and second levels. "That was the toll for entering the mountain goods market. Now you must pay the safety fee for leaving our Bloodhand territory. It's a different matter." The scar-faced man rapped his fingers on the table, producing a dull thud. "Enough of your whining. Produce 3 low-tier spirit stones or equivalent goods, and I assure you a safe passage. Otherwise," he left the threat hanging ominously in the air, while his 2 henchmen moved in closer, tightening the encirclement around the merchant and his aides. The other travelers in the tea stall lowered their heads to sip their tea or hastily settled their bills, clearly averse to attracting trouble. The old man at the stall appeared resigned, shrinking into a corner and remaining silent. 3 low-tier spirit stones? The goods we brought hardly amount to 10 spirit stones. The merchant's face turned ashen. "Gentlemen, we are but small-time traders trying to make a living. Spare me your sob story." The scar-faced man interrupted impatiently. "I don't care how you make ends meet. Here, you must abide by the rules. If you can't pay the spirit stones, then hand over 2 bolts of that jade silk from your cart as payment." The merchant's face paled further. "That jade silk was painstakingly transported from the south. We were counting on trading it for cultivation resources in Luyun City. Then don't blame us for being unkind." The scar-faced man's eyes glinted with malice as he reached for the merchant's collar. At that moment, a calm voice interjected. "Gentlemen, it seems that coercing trade is rather against the rules. Wouldn't you agree?" The voice was soft, but clearly audible to everyone present. All eyes turned towards the source, landing on the young man in gray who had only just sat down in silence. The scar-faced man froze, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Chen. Unable to gauge his cultivation level, he sensed the young man's energy was repressed, akin to that of an ordinary person, which only heightened his wariness. Those who dared to speak up in such situations were either reckless youths or had some backing. "Who the hell are you?" The scar-faced man growled menacingly. "Do you wish to meddle in our affairs?" Lin Chen picked up the coarse ceramic tea bowl placed before him and gently blew on the steam, avoiding eye contact with the man. Instead, he addressed the middle-aged merchant. "Sir, did you pay the road maintenance fee to the city lord's office or any merchant association for your journey to Luyan City?" Chapter 166. The middle-aged merchant was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "We have indeed paid. We followed the proper trade route and settled the fees at the point of departure. Since the maintenance fees have been paid, the safety along the route should, in theory, be the responsibility of the nominal overseer of this trade road." Lin Chen set down his teacup, finally directing his gaze towards the scar-faced man. "If I recall correctly, this area, including Luyan City, is nominally under the influence of the Qingyang sect, is it not? The Blood Hand Gang, is that a law enforcement faction under the Qingyang sect?" His words carried considerable weight. The scar-faced man's flesh twitched slightly, and his gaze darkened. The Qingyang sect was a true behemoth within 1,000 miles. Not only was he a mere member of the Blood Hand Gang, but even a city like Hanshui could hardly compare to the Qingyang sect. The Blood Hand Gang thrived here by taking advantage of the unacquainted and the weak, never daring to confront the Qingyang sect directly. The fact that this young man mentioned the Qingyang sect and referred to the maintenance fees for the trade route suggested he was not an ordinary fool, but rather someone knowledgeable. "Young man, what exactly do you wish to convey?" The scar-faced man suppressed his rising suspicion, barking with a facade of authority. "The Blood Hand Gang operates independently. We need not heed your opinions." "I have no desire to impose my views," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head as he stood. "I merely wish to remind you that some money can burn one's hands. Bullying honest merchants serves no purpose." He approached the middle-aged merchant, saying, "Boss, keep a vigilant eye on your goods and continue your journey. Luyan City is not far away." The middle-aged merchant and his two aides were momentarily bewildered, glancing between Lin Chen and the menacing scar-faced trio, hesitating to move. "You are courting death." The scar-faced man, enraged by Lin Chen's blatant disregard, drew his blade with reckless abandon. Infusing it with energy, the blade emitted a faint red glow, indicative of some unorthodox technique, carrying a hint of bloodlust. "Take him down," he bellowed, charging towards Lin Chen. The other two quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons to flank him. The atmosphere in the tea shed became palpably tense. An elderly man, frightened, ducked behind the stove, while the merchant gasped and retreated with his aides. Faced with the three approaching assailants, Lin Chen's expression remained unflappable. He did not even draw his weapon. Just as the scar-faced man was about to bring his blade down upon him, Lin Chen moved. His motion was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. There were three sharp sounds of impact, almost simultaneous. Then, everyone stood in stunned silence as the leading scar-faced man, along with his two subordinates, seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground several paces away, uttering a series of pained groans. Each of their faces bore a distinct red handprint, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, and several teeth loosened. Their weapons clattered to the ground. One strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 cultivators at the chi condensation stage had been sent flying by this seemingly ordinary young man with nothing but a slap. The scar-faced man, clutching his stinging cheek, struggled to rise, his eyes shifting from rage to profound fear. He finally comprehended the caliber of the being he had provoked. This level of strength, this nonchalance, suggested at the very least a late-stage chi condensation cultivator, or perhaps even a formidable figure at the C transformation stage. "Please, spare my life, Senior." The scar-faced man fell to his knees, voice muffled in desperation, crawling and bowing before Lin Chen. "I was blind and disrespectful. I beg you to overlook this transgression, please." Chapter 167. He wished to speak in deference to the Blood Hand Gang, yet the words caught in his throat. In the presence of such formidable strength, mentioning the Blood Hand Gang would surely be tantamount to courting death. The other two subordinates were equally petrified, kneeling and begging for mercy, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Lin Chen paid no heed to their pleas, instead approaching them and looking down upon the scarred face. "I mentioned earlier that some wealth is too hot to handle." Lin Chen's tone remained unperturbed. "To prey upon the weak is hardly a commendable act. Do you understand?" "We understand. We understand. We shall never dare again." The scarred face nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Begone, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. The three men, as if granted a reprieve, assisted one another, hastily retrieving their weapons and scurrying away from the tea house, disappearing around the bend of the official road in an instant. Silence enveloped the tea house until they had fled far from sight. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Chen, filled with awe and curiosity. The middle-aged merchant, regaining his composure, hurried forward and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Thank you, benefactor, for your timely rescue. Such great kindness shall be etched in my memory. His two attendants followed suit, expressing their gratitude with respectful bows. It was but a trifling effort. Lin Chen waved his hand. You should be on your way. This is not a place for lingering. Indeed. The merchant nodded repeatedly, casting a grateful glance at Lin Chen before hastily returning to his cart, urging his companions to check their goods, and then swiftly departing toward the direction of Luyun City. Lin Chen resumed his seat on the long bench, lifting the now lukewarm bowl of tea and sipping slowly. The elderly man of the tea house, trembling, emerged and bowed repeatedly to Lin Chen. Thank you, esteemed guest. Thank you for your benevolent intervention. Lin Chen said little more, paid for the tea, and rose to leave the tea house. He did not immediately pursue the merchant convoy, nor did he deliberately slow his pace. His earlier intervention appeared casual, yet it had been calculated. He wished merely to impart a lesson to the ruffians, to instill a sense of dread, without revealing too much of his capabilities or attracting the attention of more formidable members of the Bloodhand gang. A slap, while seemingly a grave insult, inflicted limited actual harm, serving more as a psychological deterrent. This was far less troublesome than incapacitating or killing them, which would invite subsequent complications. Furthermore, based on the scarred face's reaction, he had corroborated some suspicions. The Bloodhand gang indeed held some sway in this region, yet they seemed to exercise caution, refraining from overtly defying the established order, especially concerning a powerful faction like the Qingyang sect. For him, this was neither wholly good nor bad news. It appeared that the territory of Luyun City was rather deep and complex. Lin Chen continued along the official road. The recent episode left little ripple in his heart. It was merely a fleeting moment in a long journey. What lay ahead was the increasingly proximate Grand City, along with the opportunities and challenges it might harbor. His figure soon melded into the flow of travelers along the official road, as if he had never stirred any commotion. Chapter 168. After 3 more days of travel, Lin Chen could distinctly sense that he was drawing ever closer to the Grand City known as Luyun. The most apparent change was the road. What had once been a mere compacted dirt path was now transformed into a broad thoroughfare paved with massive slabs of bluestone, wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5 large carriages side by side. Flanking the road were neatly planted trees. And although it was already late autumn with most leaves having turned a desiccated yellow, one could still perceive the grandeur of the original design. The flow of travelers had also intensified, with merchant caravans of various sizes incessantly making their way through, their banners fluttering in the breeze, accompanied by numerous guards, including formidable cultivators stationed among them. Solo cultivators were increasingly visible as well, appearing in a variety of forms. Some soared low on their swords, while others utilized an array of flying artifacts. A few, like Lin Chen, seemed to be walking, yet their speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air had elevated to a new level, while it did not reach the richness of a heavenly paradise. It was significantly denser compared to the surroundings of Hanshui City. As a result, one could faintly discern some exquisitely constructed villas or small strongholds atop the hills flanking the road, likely temporary lodgings for minor clans or cultivators. Occasionally, one could spot patrols of cultivators dressed in uniform attire, maintaining order along the thoroughfare. The cuffs or chests of their garments were often embroidered with a simple cloud motif or unfamiliar family crests. These individuals exuded a calm demeanor and sharp gazes, efficiently upholding the peace on the road and swiftly addressing any minor disputes. Lin Chen noted that since entering this region, the ruffians he had encountered in the tea house days prior had all but vanished. Clearly, the closer one approached Luyun City, the stronger the governing authority, resulting in a relatively improved order. The Bloodhand gang likely dared not operate beyond the outer fringes. During these few days, apart from traveling and cultivating, Lin Chen had begun to consciously gather information about Luyun City. He refrained from directly inquiring with passers-by, as that might draw undue attention. Instead, he quietly listened to the conversations of fellow travelers at rest stops or while journeying together. Have you heard? Bai Chao Hall has received a new batch of Ningluo pills, supposedly dispatched from the sect, of exceptionally high quality and reasonably priced, though in limited quantity. One must hurry to seize them. Ningluo pills? They are excellent aids for breaking through to the later stages of qi condensation. Alas, I like the spirit stones. It seems that the Zhang and Li families in Luoyang City have been embroiled in disputes over the southern mine recently, prompting several interventions by the city guards. The Zhang family? The Li family? Humph. They merely rely on a couple of ancestors who ascended to the oceanic transformation realm. The true power brokers in Luoyang City are undoubtedly the Lord's Mansion and the branches of several major sections. Indeed, especially the Qingyang sect's branch. I hear the branch leader is a genuine mid-tier cultivator of the oceanic transformation realm. Who would dare dismiss them? Baibao Building is about to host a small auction. I believe there are several fine artifacts and rare materials on offer, though I'm uncertain about the entry requirements. Though Luoyang City is splendid, everything demands spirit stones. I wonder what price my furs will fetch at the market. A multitude of fragmented pieces of information flowed into Lin Chen's mind like trickling streams. His impression of Luoyang City gradually became more three-dimensional. It was a realm far more prosperous, vast, and intricate than Hanshui City. Within its confines, various factions thrived, including local cultivation families that had held dominion for years, such as the Zhang and Li families, alongside formidable external sects like the Qingyang sect establishing branches. The commercial activity was flourishing, with large guilds like Baichao Hall, Herbs and Pills, and Baibao Building artifacts, materials, and auctions. The circulation and quality of cultivation resources were leagues beyond those of Hanshui City. Chapter 169. Simultaneously, the competition within the city has intensified, with various factions engaging in both overt and covert struggles to maintain a delicate equilibrium. The city lord's mansion and the Qingyang sect's branch appear to be the principal forces sustaining order. This information has granted Lin Chen a clearer understanding of his impending destination. His journey's objectives are twofold: to uncover clues regarding the 10,000 paths forging method and to seek cultivation resources, striving for an early breakthrough into the sea transformation realm. With its abundant flow of information, Luoyang City may offer insights into ancient techniques or unique physiques. Additionally, the rich cultivation resources here present opportunities for enhancing his strength. However, he must also exercise greater caution to avoid becoming embroiled in local power struggles. As evening descends, the setting sun paints the clouds in a resplendent orange hue. Lin Chen stands atop a high vantage point, gazing eastward. At the horizon's edge, a colossal silhouette emerges in his view, a grand city beyond description. The towering city walls rise into the clouds, stretching endlessly, resembling a great black dragon coiled upon the earth. The walls exhibit a profound dark blue hue. Seemingly constructed from some extraordinary stone, their surfaces etched with the marks of time and faintly discernible runic patterns, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Even from a distance, one can discern massive arrow towers and watchtowers standing atop the walls, shimmering with metallic luster and pulsating with energy. Within the city, lofty structures can be vaguely seen, and atop several towers, mystical lights twinkle, reaching skyward. A faint luminous veil, like an inverted giant bowl, envelopes the entire city, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, clearly a protective formation. This is Luoyang City. A mere glimpse from afar reveals a scale and grandeur that far surpasses that of Hanshui City, which seems insignificant in comparison. Akin to a humble village. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, attuning to the unique atmosphere of the great city, a complex blend of overwhelming spiritual energy, myriad life forces, and the subtle pressure of formations. Rather than fear, a sense of quiet anticipation arose within him. The more prosperous and intricate a place, the greater the potential for opportunity. He straightened his attire, his gaze firming with resolve. Adjusting his direction toward the increasingly defined edifice on the horizon, he quickened his pace. Before nightfall, he needed to reach the city gates. The travelers along the official road noticeably hastened their steps, eager to enter the city before the gates closed. In this moment, various mounts and vehicles surged forward, the air filled with energy fluctuations and the sound of rushing winds. Lin Chen blended into the throng, his pace steady yet unhurried, his eyes keen as an eagle's, observing everything around him. Chapter 170. The night had yet to fully descend, yet the sky was rapidly darkening. The imposing silhouette of the cloud-flow city loomed larger in the twilight, with lights beginning to flicker on the city walls, resembling the eyes of a colossal beast awakening. The faint halo emitted by the city's protective array was particularly pronounced against the night sky, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. Lin Chen, moving with the throng, finally arrived at the eastern gate of Cloudflow City. Standing beneath the towering gate of this grand metropolis, one could truly appreciate its magnificence. The gate soared several dozen zhang high and spanned over 10 zhang wide, resembling the entrance to a small valley. The heavy black gate was adorned with rivets and mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of coldness and solidity. Flanking the gate were towering walls that reached a height of 100 zhang. Looking up, the summit was nearly obscured, with only the twinkling stars visible in the night sky. Before the gate lay a vast square, still bustling with people and bustling with traffic. Those wishing to enter the city formed long lines, slowly advancing forward. At the entrance stood rows of armored city guards, each wielding long halberds. These soldiers, with cultivation at least at the 4th or 5th level of chi condensation, had squad leaders who appeared to reach the 7th or 8th level. Their gazes were sharp, and their expressions serious, meticulously inspecting every individual seeking entry. In contrast to the relatively lenient entry management of Coldwater City, the checks at Cloudflow City were far more stringent. Each person was required to pay a low-grade spirit stone as an entry fee and undergo a brief identity verification and item inspection to prevent spies or individuals carrying dangerous items from infiltrating the city. Lin Chen quietly stood at the end of one queue, observing the situation ahead. Most individuals adhered to the rules, obediently paying the spirit stones and submitting to inspections. Occasionally, some who appeared of notable status either displayed special tokens or were greeted by individuals from within the city, allowing them to pass through priority channels, bypassing the queues and some checks. However, not everyone was so compliant. Just ahead of Lin Chen, a minor commotion caught his attention. A young nobleman, dressed in an extravagant robe and exuding arrogance, was berating the captain of the city guards, his spittle flying. "Have your eyes gone blind? I am from the Zhang family. Do I need to queue to enter my own city? Must I pay an entry fee? Must my belongings be inspected? You must be tired of living." The young noble pointed a finger at the captain, his demeanor utterly haughty. Indeed, he bore a jade token inscribed with the character Zhang. Yet it did not appear to be one of the core lineage S tokens. The captain, appearing to be in his 30s with a square face and at the 8th level of chi condensation, exhibited some irritation but restrained himself, replying in a deep voice. "Young Master Zhang, the city rules are the city rules. Even the heirs of the great families must register upon entering the city. Your token can exempt you from the entry fee, but registration and routine inspection are still required. Please cooperate." "Cooperate? Nonsense." Young Master Zhang grew even more furious. "I am in a rush to return home for a banquet. I have no time to waste here with you. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Can you bear the consequences if I am delayed?" With that, he reached out to shove the captain. The two attendants behind him, both at the 6th or 7th level of chi condensation, stepped forward, their eyes menacingly fixed on the captain and surrounding soldiers. The crowd in line turned their heads, though they dared not voice their anger. Clearly, this so-called Zhang family wielded considerable influence in Cloudflow City. The captain's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of anger in his eyes, but he seemed hesitant to act immediately. He took a step back, avoiding the young noble's hand, and reiterated solemnly, "Young Master Zhang, please conduct yourself appropriately. If you continue to obstruct official duties, do not blame me for enforcing the rules." Chapter 171. The soldiers behind him tightened their grips on their halberds, creating an atmosphere that was palpably tense. Lin Chen observed this scene, a slight frown creasing his brow. Indeed, the Zhang family members were as domineering as the rumors suggested. However, the attitude of the city guards was commendable. They did not entirely back down merely because their adversaries were scions of a prominent family, just as both sides were locked in a stalemate. The young master of the Zhang family, seemingly feeling humiliated before the crowd, became increasingly incensed. He barked at his two attendants. "Why are you still standing there? Strike him. Teach this insolent fool a lesson." Exchanging glances, the two attendants revealed sinister smiles, channeling their energy and preparing to act. The square-jawed captain's expression darkened as his hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. A conflict appeared imminent. At that moment, it was Lin Chen's turn. A nondescript city guard approached him for inspection. "Entrance fee, 1 low-tier spirit stone. Name, origin, purpose of entry," the soldier recited monotonously. Lin Chen calmly handed over a low-tier spirit stone, stating, "Lin Chen, a wandering cultivator, journeying through here." The soldier accepted the spirit stone and picked up a specially crafted sensing jade, ready to scan Lin Chen for dangerous items or unusual energy fluctuations. At this juncture, Lin Chen seemingly nonchalantly produced a black cold water guest token, subtly waving it before the soldier. The characters cold water and the distinctive mark of Su, along with the token's unique material and intricate patterns, caused the soldier's movements to halt abruptly. A glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes as he appeared to discern the token's origin. Although Coldwater City was remote, in a major hub like Flowing Cloud City, those in higher positions or responsible for external affairs were somewhat familiar with the basic situations of surrounding cities. Particularly, tokens of the city lord level usually had records or special identification methods. This ordinary soldier, clearly of insufficient rank, could not immediately ascertain the token's authenticity and specific grade. Yet, he sensed its extraordinary nature, and Lin Chen's demeanor in presenting the token was remarkably calm and unperturbed. Not daring to act carelessly or draw attention, he quietly instructed Lin Chen, "Please hold on for a moment." He then swiftly approached the square-jawed captain, whispering a few words while subtly gesturing towards Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, the captain temporarily set aside his dispute with the young master of the Zhang family. His expression tinged with surprise as his sharp gaze turned towards Lin Chen. When his eyes fell upon the seemingly ordinary black token in Lin Chen's hand, his pupils contracted in shock. His rank clearly allowed him to recognize that token. Chapter 172. The Guest Official Order of Su Yanting, the Lord of Hanshui City. Moreover, it is of the highest rank. Although Hanshui City cannot be compared to Luyun City, the status of the highest guest official of a city lord is indeed extraordinary. At the very least, it is not something a mere captain of the gate guard can afford to treat lightly. His standing far surpasses that of the young scion of the Zhang family before him. Furthermore, the fact that such a young individual has garnered Su Yanting's attention and been bestowed with this order speaks volumes about his remarkable abilities or significant background. The square-faced captain's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained impassive. He immediately nodded to a subordinate soldier, signaling him to allow passage. Then, he turned to the still bellowing young Master Zhang, his tone taking on a more resolute edge. Young Master Zhang, the city gate is a place of importance and cannot tolerate raucous behavior. You may either comply with the registration and inspection procedures or leave. Should you persist in your unreasonable antics, I shall have no choice but to take you into custody and hand you over to the Lord's manor for judgment. This time, his tone bore an undeniable authority. Young Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden firmness of his stance, his anger flaring even more. How dare you? However, before he could finish, he witnessed the square-faced captain bow slightly towards Lin Chen, gesturing respectfully. The young man in gray, who had just presented some document, calmly stowed away the token and, at the captain's behest, passed through the inspection point and entered the city gate without any registration or scrutiny. The captain's demeanor. Young Master Zhang was no fool. He quickly realized that the item the young man had presented was likely of great significance, enough to warrant the captain's caution. His arrogant demeanor was instantly subdued, and as he watched Lin Chen's figure vanish into the archway, a flicker of malevolence and confusion crossed his eyes. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking further. He understood that sometimes, encountering an immovable obstacle is an unpleasant experience. The square-faced captain, observing this, let out a cold snort in his heart, disregarding him and continuing to direct his subordinates to maintain order. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had successfully stepped into the gates of Luyun City. He could feel the unwilling and resentful gaze of young Master Zhang behind him, as well as the captain's probing and respectful eyes. He did not look back. The effect of the Hanshui guest official order exceeded his expectations. It seems Su Yanting holds some influence in the surrounding areas. This token indeed saves him considerable trouble. However, he also understood that this could attract unnecessary attention. For instance, young Master Zhang appeared to be no benign character and might harbor a grudge against him. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. When soldiers come, let them meet soldiers. When water comes, let the earth cover. As long as he does not actively provoke trouble, he is confident in his ability to handle minor inconveniences. Passing through the long archway, the scene before him opened up dramatically. A richer, more vibrant, and more complex atmosphere enveloped him. Luyun City, he had arrived. Chapter 173. As Lin Chen passed through the deep, slightly cool archway of the city gate, it felt as though he had crossed an invisible boundary. Before him, the world opened up, with the clamor and vitality surging forth like a tidal wave. The main street, broad enough to accommodate over a dozen horse-drawn carriages side by side, was paved with a smoother, harder, dark blue stone, as flat as a mirror, stretching deep into the city. On either side of the street stood a multitude of buildings, each distinct in style. There were towering wooden lofts with sweeping eaves and intricate brackets, exuding grandeur, exquisite palaces entirely crafted from white jade, shimmering with light and hinting at subtle formations, and numerous sturdy stone shops adorned with various signs. The flow of pedestrians was incessant, their bodies brushing against one another. In contrast to the hurried travelers on the official road outside the city, those within the city exhibited a greater diversity. There were elegantly dressed scions of noble families, entourages in tow, mercenaries or adventurers with massive swords, exuding a fierce aura, professionals clad in the robes of alchemists or artifact craftsmen, their expressions focused, and a multitude of ordinary cultivators in various attire, as well as many plain folk striving for their livelihoods. The air was permeated with a complex amalgamation of scents, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the fragrant aromas of various elixirs, the metallic or mineral essence of artifact materials, the distinctive scent of beast hides, the enticing fragrance of food, and the unique aura generated by the convergence of countless beings. All these elements intertwined, creating a vibrant yet turbulent atmosphere unique to Luyun City. Lin Chen paused briefly at the entrance of the street to acclimate himself to the bustling and noisy surroundings. He did not deliberately extend his consciousness to probe the area, instead relying on his keen perception to gauge the situation around him. The chi condensation realm was nearly commonplace here, visible at every turn. Occasionally, he sensed the fleeting aura of a sea transformation realm cultivator, akin to a dragon lurking beneath the depths of a pond, rarely revealing its full form. The overall level of cultivation in this city was indeed several tiers above that of Hansui City. His gaze swiftly swept across the shop signs flanking the street. The Bai Lian Pavilion appeared to be a place for purchasing weapons and treasures, with two imposing guards resembling iron towers stationed at the entrance. The fragrance of herbs wafted from the Wan Dan workshop, where patrons entered and exited in a continuous stream, many displaying expressions of urgency or anticipation. The sign for the rare treasures shop was large, yet the storefront was relatively understated, suggesting a focus on unique items. From the spirit beast chamber, faint growls and roars of beasts could be heard. The Tongbao Bank offered services for exchanging and storing spirit stones. Everywhere one looked, inns and taverns of various sizes abounded, such as the Welai Inn, Yunhai Tower, and Listening Wind Pavilion. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, yet somewhat chaotic. Lin Chen's primary objective was to find a place to stay. He required a safe and tranquil environment to organize his thoughts and plan his next course of action, as well as a stable address for possible communication or information retrieval. He deliberately avoided the overly luxurious inns located in the bustling heart of the city, where prices were generally exorbitant and the crowds made for a less serene experience. He also refrained from seeking out small lodgings in obscure corners, where safety and convenience might not be assured. After walking a distance along the main street, he turned into a relatively secluded, yet still tidy and spacious side road. The foot traffic here was lighter, and the atmosphere considerably quieter. Shops and residences lined the streets, though smaller in scale, revealing traces of local life. After passing several inns, Lin Chen's attention was drawn to one named Chi Feng Cottage. This establishment was of moderate size, a 3-story wooden structure that appeared clean and orderly, with several bamboo plants adorning the entrance, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. The comings and goings of patrons were few, and those present seemed well-mannered, devoid of loud commotion. Lin Chen stepped inside. The interior of the inn was softly lit, decorated simply yet tastefully. The first floor housed a lobby with several tables and chairs for guests to rest or dine. A middle-aged proprietor, donned in a clean blue robe and exuding a shrewd demeanor, stood behind the counter. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, a professional smile graced his face. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you like a room or a meal?" The innkeeper inquired in a calm and courteous tone. "A room," Lin Chen replied. "I require a quiet upper room for approximately 10 days. "Certainly, esteemed guest," the innkeeper responded. "The upper room is 3 low-grade spirit stones per day, totaling 30 stones for 10 days. With swift movements, he retrieved a registration jade slip from beneath the counter. "I will need you to provide your name and a brief account of your origins." Chapter 174. Lin Chen nodded slightly, accepting the jade slip and inputting the information of Lin Chen and a casual cultivator. He refrained from utilizing the cold water guest token. In such a place, there was no need to reveal his identity. He produced 30 low-grade spirit stones, offering them to the innkeeper. These stones had been scavenged from the bandits at Black Wind Pass, their quality mediocre, yet sufficient for settling the lodging fee. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the innkeeper verified their authenticity with his spiritual sense, then handed Lin Chen a wooden key tag inscribed with the room, number Tian number 3. He remarked, "Esteemed guest, your room is at the end of the eastern side on the 3rd floor, the quietest location. The room is equipped with a simple spirit gathering formation and soundproofing restrictions. Should you require anything else, feel free to summon a servant at any time." A young attendant, dressed in a short coat and appearing quite astute, promptly stepped forward, saying, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Lin Chen followed the attendant up the wooden staircase. Both the stairs and the corridor were carpeted, muffling their footsteps. Arriving at the room at the end of the eastern side on the 3rd floor, the attendant used the key tag to unlock the door, saying, "Esteemed guest, this is your room. Do you find it satisfactory? The bedding is all freshly changed, and hot water will be brought to you shortly." Lin Chen surveyed the room. Although modest in size, it was tastefully arranged. There was a comfortable wooden bed, a set of table and chairs, a wardrobe, and a futon in the corner. The floor was inscribed with simple spirit gathering patterns, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was slightly higher than outside. Opening the window, he could see a relatively tranquil alley and the distant, layered rooftops. "Very nice," Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, producing a low-grade spirit stone to hand to the attendant, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." "My gratitude, esteemed guest." The attendant beamed as he accepted the spirit stone, bowing before retreating and closing the door behind him. At last, Lin Chen was alone in the room. He did not immediately sit down to rest. Instead, he meticulously inspected the space. Confirming that the doors and windows were secure and showing no signs of tampering, he approached the focal points of the spirit-gathering formation and soundproofing restrictions. Carefully probing with his spiritual sense, he verified that it possessed only the most basic functional formations, with no hidden surveillance or eavesdropping capabilities. Having completed this thorough examination, he finally allowed himself to relax. Moving to the window, he gazed out at the deepening night and the twinkling lights of distant homes. Listening to the faint sounds of commotion from the main street, a sense of tranquility enveloped Lin Chen. He had finally stepped onto the broader stage of Luyuan City. It was imperative for him to familiarize himself with this city swiftly. Tomorrow, he would first visit the marketplace to understand the availability of cultivation resources, while also inquiring where he might obtain more detailed and clandestine information, such as records of ancient techniques or places akin to the Knowledge Pavilion or the All Matters Pavilion, which specialized in trading intelligence. The clues to the myriad furnace formula might very well begin to emerge from these venues. Simultaneously, he must not neglect his own cultivation. The spiritual energy here was more abundant than in Coldwater City, coupled with his previous insights. Perhaps he could attempt to break through to the perfected realm of the 9th layer of qi condensation. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and moved to the center of the room, sitting cross-legged on the futon. He closed his eyes, immersing his mind into the sea of qi within his dantian. The ancient and profound myriad path furnace began to slowly rotate, guiding the surrounding, relatively dense spiritual energy into his body. Chapter 175. Lin Chen spent a night resting at the Qingfeng cottage. The next morning, upon opening the window, the distinctive clamor of Luyuan City, mingled with the refreshing morning breeze, flooded into the room. Unlike the frontier ambience of Hanshui City, the air here seemed to be imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy, alongside a unique vibrancy and prosperity characteristic of a grand city. He did not rush into cultivation. Instead, it was more imperative to acclimate himself to the surroundings and comprehend the local cultivation ecosystem. After a simple wash, Lin Chen departed from the inn. He had no specific destination in mind, merely flowing with the crowd towards the most bustling area of the city. The streets of Luyuan City were broad and well-maintained, lined with buildings of diverse architectural styles, ranging from quaint, elegant attics to peculiar shops constructed from special materials that shimmered with a subtle glow. Passers-by were frequent, many of whom possessed cultivation abilities. The presence of those at the condensation stage was evident, and occasionally, he could sense the powerful aura of Foundation establishment cultivators zipping past, which heightened Lin Chen's caution. He soon arrived at a vast area in the east of the city, which housed the largest marketplace for cultivators in Luyuan City, the Eastern Market. Even before stepping in, a cacophony of sounds engulfed him: shouts of vendors, haggling voices, the gentle clink of magical artifacts, the enticing aroma of elixirs, and the refreshing scent of spiritual herbs. An overwhelming torrent of information assailed his senses. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen suppressed his slight excitement and stepped into the marketplace. In contrast to the scattered stalls of Hanshui City, this marketplace was meticulously organized, with numerous shops standing tall and stalls dotted throughout like a constellation of stars. From low-tier talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts to an array of bizarre materials, beast components, and fragments of cultivation manuals, it was a veritable treasure trove. He ambled through the aisles, his gaze meticulously scanning each stall and shop. His objective was not to purchase but rather to observe and learn. He noted that the currency for transactions here predominantly utilized spirit stones, primarily of the low-grade variety. Occasionally, higher-value items would require medium-grade spirit stones, while high-grade spirit stones seemed to circulate only in those grand and opulent establishments. He paused before a stall selling basic talismans. The vendor, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, appeared quite astute, his cultivation around the 5th level of condensation. The stall displayed common talismans, such as the Diamond Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, and the Fireball Talisman, all of acceptable quality and standard craftsmanship. Esteemed friend, would you care to examine these talismans? The newly drawn ones possess power exceeding that of similar ranks on the market. The old man enthusiastically beckoned. Lin Chen picked up a diamond talisman, infusing a trace of spiritual energy into it. The energy patterns on the talisman flowed smoothly, and upon activation, it could likely withstand a full force strike from a 6th level condensation cultivator. How much for this diamond talisman? He inquired. Hee, you're discerning, I serves you well. This is my pride and joy, priced at 3 low-grade spirit stones each, a fair deal for all. The old man replied, stroking his beard. Lin Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. In Hanshui City, a talisman of equivalent quality could be acquired for approximately 2 low-grade spirit stones, or even 1.5. It seemed that the prices in Luyuan City were indeed considerably higher. After inquiring about the prices of several other talismans and low-tier elixirs, he found that they generally exceeded those in Hanshui City by 30 to 50%. This was not surprising. Situated inland, Luoyang City boasted richer resources, a larger population of cultivators, and consequently, more intense competition, naturally driving prices upwards. This also implied that the modest savings he possessed would likely not sustain him for long here. The pressing issue of earning money, or rather, acquiring resources for cultivation, loomed ahead. Continuing his exploration, he came across a shop specializing in ores and refining materials. The storefront was modest, yet inside, it revealed a treasure trove, with various ores categorized meticulously on jade shelves, each emanating distinct spiritual energy fluctuations. While Lin Chen was not well versed in refining materials, he recognized some as common components for crafting basic magical artifacts, such as fine iron, red copper, and star-patterned stones. His attention was drawn to a fist-sized ore, shimmering with a pale blue hue, priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones. The steep price left him astonished. If such auxiliary materials were so costly, the price for primary materials or rarer treasures was almost unimaginable. He spent the entire morning wandering through the marketplace, gaining a preliminary understanding of the price levels in Luoyang City. Beyond the fundamental talismans, elixirs, and materials, he also encountered some rather unusual items. For instance, there were stalls selling tamed low-tier beasts for guarding homes or as mounts. Shops offered various array plates, ranging from simple maze formations to defensive arrays. And even vendors peddled mysterious ancient artifacts, claiming they contained secrets from antiquity, drawing the attention of many. Lin Chen also observed some herbs and ores reminiscent of certain rare materials recorded in the 10,000 path refining method. However, upon closer inspection, he found that, while they bore a resemblance, they were vastly inferior in age and quality, yet still commanded a hefty price. This realization deeply impressed upon him that gathering the necessary resources for the subsequent cultivation of the refining method would be no simple task. Chapter 176. In an inconspicuous corner, a gaunt, diminutive cultivator, possessing only a cultivation level of the third layer of chi condensation, manned a stall with scant offerings, a few dull stones, a small pile of unknown beast bones, and a tattered tome bound in animal hide. The stall owner languidly slouched behind his display, seemingly indifferent to the prospects of commerce. Lin Chen's attention was drawn to the battered tome, not due to an aura of treasure or spirit energy, but rather an instinctive pull. He approached and inquired, "Esteemed friend, how much for this tome?" The frail cultivator lifted his gaze and regarded Lin Chen with a fleeting yet imperceptible flicker of interest before resuming his apathetic demeanor. 10 low-grade spirit stones, non-negotiable. 10 low-grade spirit stones for a tome that appeared on the verge of disintegration? Such a price was evidently unreasonable. Lin Chen refrained from countering immediately, opting instead to peruse several pages of the tome. The animal hide was ancient, the inscriptions faded and challenging to decipher, featuring a script he had never encountered before, depicting what seemed to be simplistic celestial trajectories and indistinct geographical formations. The content was obscure and devoid of any detectable spiritual fluctuations. Was this perhaps a remnant of a travelogue or a geographical record? Lin Chen feigned casual curiosity. "What do you think it is?" "Who knows? I stumbled upon it by chance, can't comprehend it, so I'm just trying to sell it off," the diminutive cultivator yawned, adopting a nonchalant air. Yet, Lin Chen felt a disquieting sense of intrigue. The 10,000 paths melting furnace scripture had mentioned that in ancient times, celestial phenomena, geography, and formations were intricately linked to cultivation, and potent legacies were often recorded in the form of star maps or ley line diagrams. Although the images in this tome were vague, they imparted an enigmatic quality. "I'll give you 5 low-grade spirit stones for it," Lin Chen ventured to negotiate. "I stated 10. I want to sell for a penny less," the small cultivator asserted firmly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, as if gauging his willingness to purchase. Lin Chen pondered briefly. 10 low-grade spirit stones was not an insignificant sum for him, yet the tome undeniably piqued his interest. He abhorred the thought of missing any potential opportunity. "Very well, 10 it shall be." He produced 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the stall owner. The frail cultivator accepted the stones, swiftly counting them, a flicker of delight crossing his face before he pushed the tome toward Lin Chen, dismissing him thereafter and returning to his previous slumped position. Lin Chen stowed the animal hide tome in his storage pouch, choosing not to linger further, and turned to depart from the stall. He sensed that the small cultivator was not as simple as he appeared, yet there was no malice in him, and Lin Chen preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After wandering a while longer and confirming there was nothing else of particular interest, Lin Chen exited the East Market. The morning's observations had endowed him with a more vivid understanding of Luoyang City, a place brimming with opportunities, yet one that demanded spirit stones at every turn. He needed to urgently discover avenues to acquire resources, and it was time to begin gathering information regarding the recruitment of disciples by Luyuan's sect. Upon returning to the Qifeng Pavilion, he first retrieved the ancient animal hide tome for a meticulous examination. Unfortunately, the inscriptions and illustrations proved too arcane for him to decipher with his current knowledge. He attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy, but there was no reaction. It appeared that this object was either a worthless trinket or contained mysteries beyond his present comprehension. He resolved to set it aside for now, intending to revisit it once his understanding had deepened. For the moment, his priorities lay in enhancing his strength and gathering intelligence. Behind the splendor of Luyuan City lurked inevitable competition and peril. Without sufficient power, progress would be arduous. Chapter 177. After fruitlessly examining the beast skin tome within the In's chamber, Lin Chen did not succumb to despondency. He carefully stored the tome away and commenced organizing his forthcoming plans. The primary task was to gather intelligence on the Luyuan sect, while the acquisition of cultivation resources was equally pressing. His experience in the marketplace had made it abundantly clear that idly consuming his reserves was not a sustainable strategy. As dusk descended, Lin Chen once again departed from the Qingfeng cottage. He intended to explore the tea houses or taverns within the city where cultivators frequently congregated, hoping to glean some useful information. These establishments, bustling with patrons, served as the fastest conduits for news, albeit requiring discernment to sift through the veracity of the tales shared. He chose a tavern named Baiwei Ju, situated near the Eastern Market. The establishment was of moderate size, but enjoyed a thriving business. With a continuous flow of cultivators entering and exiting, Lin Chen selected a corner seat by the window, ordered a pot of ordinary spiritual tea and a couple of small dishes, and began to attentively listen to the conversations around him. The tavern was quite noisy, with most discussions revolving around cultivation insights, marketplace experiences, and various tales of the extraordinary. Lin Chen patiently listened, filtering out the extraneous chatter. Have you heard? The Hefeng Mountains to the west seem to be unsettled lately, with signs of beastly unrest. A burly man at the neighboring table spoke in a hushed tone. I've heard the same. They say even foundation building beasts have been sighted, and several adventuring parties have perished there, his companion replied. Ah, fortune favors the bold. If one could slay a late-stage qi condensation beast, the materials could sustain one's cultivation for quite some time, Lin Chen contemplated with intrigue. The Hefeng Mountains? This could indeed be a potential source of resources, though the inherent dangers were profoundly evident. Given his current prowess, venturing there alone would be ill-advised. He then overheard another table discussing the Luyuan sect. Word has it that the Luyuan sect has raised its admission standards yet again. Only those with extraordinary talents need apply, lamented a young cultivator clad in a blue robe. Indeed, the Luyuan sect is a prestigious establishment, with countless aspirants vying to gain entry. However, I have heard that this time, they are particularly emphasizing practical combat abilities, another chimed in. Combat abilities? Could the entrance examination be changing? The specifics are unclear, merely whispers of rumor. It is said this shift arises from the sect's significant losses among disciples during external expeditions in recent years. They seek to recruit more durable candidates. This revelation piqued Lin Chen's interest further. Practical combat abilities? This could potentially bode well for him. His cultivation foundation was solid, and with the formidable physique and recovery afforded by the Wandaorong Luju, he excelled in combat among his peers. As Lin Chen concentrated on eavesdropping, a somewhat arrogant cadence of footsteps approached. 3 young male cultivators, clad in matching gray attire, strode into the tavern. The leader, tall and slender with a hooked nose and a gaze tinged with malevolence, exhibited a cultivation level of qi condensation 7th layer, while his companions were at the 6th layer. The trio proceeded directly to the neighboring table, the very one discussing the Hefeng Mountains. The hooked-nosed youth scanned the table's offerings with a derisive smirk. Oh, aren't these the members of the Tieshan team? What brings you here for a drink instead of seeking fortune in the Hefeng Mountains? His tone dripped with scorn. The burly man, who had spoken earlier, darkened in countenance. He recognized the intruders and, suppressing his ire, replied. So it's the young master of the Grey Wolf gang. We shall enjoy our drinks without concern for you. Without concern for me? The hook-nosed youth sneered, raising his voice. Was it not you, Wang Taizhan, who seized our coveted condensation grass at the marketplace yesterday? Such audacity. Wang Taizhan, the burly man, abruptly stood, his imposing stature and 7th layer cultivation rendering him unyielding in the face of confrontation. Lu San, that condensation grass was procured through a fair transaction, highest bidder wins. Do you presume your Grey Wolf gang can engage in strong-arm tactics within Luyuan City? Chapter 178. What of coercion and oppression? One of Lu San's henchmen, with a hooked nose, brazenly declared, what our leader covets, it shall be ours. Impudent. Wang Taizhan thundered, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. Do you truly believe our Iron Mountain squad is as malleable as clay? What can a handful of defeated remnants like you accomplish? Lin Chen sneered, his gaze growing colder. You must have felt quite pained after spending your spirit stones on the dew grass yesterday. Here's a proposition. Hand over the dew grass and compensate us with 100 low-grade spirit stones, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, the implications of his threat were unmistakable. Onlookers in the tavern cast sidelong glances, most adopting a spectator's attitude, unwilling to involve themselves in this gang conflict. The Grey Wolf Gang wielded considerable influence in the eastern district of Luoyuan City, and their leader was said to possess the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi condensation, an adversary not to be trifled with. Wang Tieshan's face turned ashen. 100 low-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum for their small squad, especially when they had barely managed to acquire the dew grass. Lin Chen, do not put your luck. What if I do? Lin Chen stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura. Today, that dew grass will be yours to surrender, whether you wish to or not. As he spoke, his spiritual energy began to surge, clearly preparing for a confrontation. The other two members of Wang Tieshan's squad stood up as well, but their demeanor was somewhat diminished. They assumed defensive stances. A clash seemed imminent. Lin Chen had no intention of meddling. As a newcomer, he wished only to keep a low profile. Yet, the domineering behavior of the Grey Wolf Gang was intolerable. And having encountered Wang Taizan at the market yesterday, he had formed a favorable impression of him as a man of integrity. More importantly, he found the spectacle of bullying quite distasteful. Just as Lin Chen was about to strike, a calm voice interjected. Gentlemen, I merely wish to enjoy my tea in peace. Might I suggest we resolve our grievances elsewhere? The speaker was Lin Chen, who remained seated, his voice clear and resonant, reaching every ear in the establishment. A moment of silence enveloped the tavern as all eyes turned to the unassuming young man in the corner. Lin Chen frowned, turning to Lin Chen. Noting his ordinary appearance and the fact that he was merely at the 6th layer of qi condensation, a glint of hostility flickered in his eyes. You dare to speak here? Be gone. Wang Taizan looked at Lin Chen in surprise, evidently taken aback by the presence of someone so seemingly inexperienced speaking up at such a moment. Lin Chen slowly set down his teacup and turned to face Lin Chen. His gaze steady. Luoyuan City has its own rules. Transactions in the marketplace are founded on fairness. Your actions are a gross violation of propriety. Propriety? Lin Chen laughed derisively, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. In this eastern district, the Grey Wolf Gang is the rule. Boy, you must be tired of living if you dare interfere with our affairs. His two henchmen, grinning maliciously, subtly encircled Lin Chen. Seeing this, Wang Taizan hastily interjected, Young man, I appreciate your goodwill, but this is a matter between us and the Grey Wolf Gang. Please, do not involve yourself further. Just leave. He wished to spare an innocent from harm. Yet Lin Chen shook his head and rose. While his stature was not particularly imposing, he carried an air of calm confidence that was hard to ignore. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. He looked directly at Lin Chen. If you leave now, I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. You seek death. Lin Chen, thoroughly incensed, felt his authority challenged. How dare a nameless boy at the 6th layer of qi condensation speak to him so? He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which was enough to severely injure a practitioner of the same level. Gasps of shock rippled through the surrounding patrons, and Wang Tieshan's expression changed dramatically as he realized it was too late to intervene. Chapter 179, however, in the face of Lin Cen's swift and powerful punch, Lin Chen's reaction was astonishingly rapid. He did not even shift his feet. Instead, he subtly inclined his body, casually raising his right hand. With remarkable precision, he aligned his index and middle fingers and deftly struck the side of Lin Cen's incoming fist. A soft sound echoed. Lin Chen felt a clever and concentrated force coursing through his arm, causing an immediate sensation of numbness akin to being bitten by a venomous snake. The gathered spiritual energy within him dissipated instantly, forcing him to stagger backwards several steps before he could stabilize himself. The entire venue was thrown into shock. Lin Chen, a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi condensation, had been repelled by a mere finger from his opponent, who was a layer below him. Moreover, the young man's demeanor appeared effortlessly nonchalant, as if he were merely brushing dust from his shoulder. Lin Cen's astonishment turned to fury, his face burning with humiliation. Who are you? Lin Chen offered no reply, merely stating, Do you wish to continue? The two lackeys behind Lin Chen were equally stunned. They had witnessed Lin Chen strike, quick, accurate, and fierce, imbued with an extraordinary potency that was far beyond that of an ordinary 6th layer qi cultivator. This young man was, indeed, a wolf in sheep's clothing. That kid possesses some skill. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, yet he was not foolish enough to persist in the confrontation. He recognized he had encountered a formidable opponent. With a feigned bravado, he declared, Just you wait. This matter is not over. We're leaving. With that, He shot a venomous glare at Lin Chen and Wang Taizhan before retreating with his companions in disgrace. Only when the members of the Grey Wolf gang disappeared from the entrance did the atmosphere in the tavern begin to ease. Wang Taizhan approached Lin Chen, clasping his fists in gratitude and respect. "Thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance. I am Wang Taizhan, captain of the Iron Mountain team. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial effort, nothing worth mentioning. "I am Lin Chen." He held no fondness for such arrogant individuals. His intervention had been a matter of personal inclination. "Brother Lin, you truly possess a hidden depth. That move just now was absolutely exquisite," Wang Taizhan exclaimed. "Had it not been for your intervention, we would have suffered greatly today." The two team members behind him also expressed their gratitude to Lin Chen. "Captain Wang is too kind," Lin Chen replied. "However, the Grey Wolf gang does not seem to be a benign force. You should exercise caution moving forward." Wang Taizhan sighed. "You speak the truth, Brother Lin. Lu San is the nephew of the Grey Wolf gang's leader, and he has been notoriously domineering in the eastern part of the city, leveraging his uncle's influence. We will certainly be more vigilant in the future. Brother Lin, your kindness cannot go unacknowledged. This meal is on me. If you ever find yourself in need of the Iron Mountain team, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Chen politely declined Wang Taizhan's generous offer, indicating that he was merely passing through. He wished to avoid entanglements with local factions, having already exerted himself beyond his limits. He was eager to uncover information regarding the Luoyuan sect. After exchanging a few brief words with Wang Taizhan, learning that they primarily undertook tasks involving hunting beasts and gathering spiritual herbs, Lin Chen took his leave. As he exited the tavern, he sensed several malevolent gazes directed at him, likely remnants of the Grey Wolf gang surveillance. Unperturbed, he maintained his composure and returned to the Chiefone cottage. Although this unexpected confrontation had disrupted his plans, it served as a valuable test of his capabilities. He gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. Cultivators at the 7th layer of Qi condensation posed little threat to him. Simultaneously, he recognized that Luoyuan City was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Conflicts between factions and cultivators were commonplace. To establish oneself here, one must possess sufficient strength. It seemed he had inadvertently forged an enmity with the Grey Wolf gang. Chapter 180. Following the unexpected conflict at the 100 Flavors Tavern, Lin Chen became notably more cautious in his endeavors. He was acutely aware that Lu San from the Grey Wolf gang would not let the matter rest, and he was likely already being watched. Nonetheless, he did not allow this to deter him. Gathering information about the recruitment of disciples by the Luoyuan sect remained his foremost objective. In the subsequent 2 days, Lin Chen refrained from visiting crowded taverns like the 100 Flavors and instead focused on more discreet venues, where information might be more reliable. He sought out establishments that specialized in selling maps and jade slips or offered information consultancy services, as well as small trading houses commonly frequented by cultivators. His first stop was a store named Tongxiao Pavilion. The establishment was modest, with dim lighting, and behind the counter sat a sprightly elderly man, seemingly in a state of meditation. In addition to various maps and jade slips, there were several signs indicating information services available. Approaching the elder, Lin Chen clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Esteemed shopkeeper, I wish to inquire about the recent recruitment of disciples by the Luoyuan sect." The elder slowly opened his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Chen with a piercing gaze, as if he could see through to his very soul. "News regarding the Luoyuan sect? Heh, young man, many aspire to join. What specifics would you like to know? Entry requirements? Examination dates? Or perhaps avenues for internal quotas?" His tone carried a hint of mischief. "I only wish to understand the public recruitment process, its timing, and the general requirements," Lin Chen replied, maintaining a balanced demeanor. He was aware that information in such places typically came at a cost. "The public recruitment, you say?" The elder elongated his words. "I do have information, but it does not come cheaply. For the basic details regarding the process and timing, it will be 50 low-grade spirit stones. Should you desire more detailed insights, such as potential focuses of the examination or the distribution of qualifications among admitted disciples in recent years, that will incur additional fees. 50 low-grade spirit stones for merely basic information? Lin Chen felt a twinge of disbelief. It seemed excessive. Yet, recognizing his urgent need for the information, he conceded, "Very well. I shall acquire the basic details." He produced 50 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter. The elder nodded with satisfaction, accepted the spirit stones, and handed Lin Chen a blank jade slip. "Inscribe your imprint to read it. I assure you, there is no deceit here." Lin Chen took the jade slip, infused it with his spiritual energy, and soon found a wealth of information regarding the Luoyuan sect's disciple recruitment flooding into his mind. The details revealed that the Luoyuan sect would publicly recruit disciples 1 month hence, at Yutai Peak, located just outside Luoyuan City. The recruitment primarily targeted young cultivators under the age of 20, with a minimum cultivation requirement of the 4th level of qi condensation. The examination would consist of 3 rounds. The first round would assess aptitude, primarily evaluating spiritual root attributes and potential. The second round would test temperament, reportedly conducted within an illusory formation, and the third round would involve practical combat trials to select the victors. The Jade Slip further indicated that the Lu Yun sect maintained high standards for spiritual root qualifications, typically only accepting prodigies with superior or special spiritual roots. Those with medium-grade spiritual roots would need to demonstrate exceptional performance in either the temperament or combat segments to gain entry. As for those with inferior spiritual roots, their chances of acceptance were virtually non-existent. After absorbing the information, Lin Chen felt a sense of clarity. 1 month was neither too short nor too long. Although his pseudo-spiritual root was unique, he could simulate the fluctuations of a superior spiritual root when necessary, which should suffice for the aptitude test. As for the temperament assessment, he was confident that his resolute character, honed over 2 lifetimes, would see him through. The greatest variable, or rather his most significant advantage, lay in the 3rd round of practical combat trials. The rumors he had heard at the 100 Flavors Tavern appeared to hold merit. The Lu Yun sect indeed seemed to have intensified the emphasis on practical assessments. "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper," Lin Chen said, stowing the Jade Slip and expressing his gratitude to the elder before departing from Tongshao Pavilion. Although he had expended 50 spirit stones, the acquisition of precise timing and procedural details was well worth the cost. Following this, he did not rush back to the inn but continued to wander through the city, this time with heightened vigilance. He observed that as the recruitment date approached, there was a noticeable increase in the number of young cultivators within the city. Many, like himself, were seeking information or purchasing pills and talismans in preparation for the forthcoming examination. The air was thick with a palpable sense of tension and anticipation. He paused before a stall selling second-hand jade slips and miscellaneous items. The vendor, a middle-aged cultivator at the 6th level of qi condensation, appeared quite chatty. Lin Chen feigned interest in selecting jade slips and engaged the vendor in casual conversation. "Friend, you two are here for the Lu Yun sect examination, I presume? You seem quite young, yet your cultivation is impressive," the vendor remarked with a smile. Lin Chen nodded. "Indeed, I have such intentions, but the threshold of the Lu Yun sect feels daunting, leaving me uncertain." "Haha, who isn't? This time of year, Lu Yun City is always bustling. However, I fear the competition this year may be fiercer than in previous years." The vendor lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I've heard that not only us loose cultivators, but also several nearby cultivation families and even outstanding disciples from smaller sects are hoping to try their luck." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lin Chen inquired. His interest piqued. Chapter 181. The Lu Yun sect is undeniably one of the most prominent sects within a radius of several thousand miles, boasting resources, techniques, and esteemed masters that far surpass those of lesser sections. Moreover, it has been whispered that a significant opportunity is set to arise within the Lu Yun sect, prompting many to seek entry to partake in this potential fortune. The vendor spoke with an air of mystery. A significant opportunity? Lin Chen felt a stir of curiosity. What could this opportunity entail? "I cannot say for certain, just that I've caught wind of something," the vendor replied, shaking his head. "Yet, where there's smoke, there's fire. Have you noticed an increase in the presence of discreet, enigmatic figures in the city of late? They may very well be drawn here by this news." Following the vendor's gesture, Lin Chen indeed spotted several cultivators, their auras restrained and their gazes sharp, standing in stark contrast to the somewhat restless young candidates around them. It appeared they were also observing something of interest. This revelation heightened Lin Chen's vigilance. If there truly is a monumental opportunity within the Lu Yun sect, the competition for discipleship would likely extend beyond mere talent and strength, potentially entangling itself in a more intricate web of power struggles. He subtly inquired about the internal dynamics of the Lu Yun sect, such as the various factions and the allocation of new disciples. The vendor had limited knowledge, stating only that the sect is primarily divided into 4 major branches: alchemy, artifacts, arrays, and techniques, with new disciples assigned based on their aptitude and performance in assessments. After bidding farewell to the vendor, Lin Chen's mind was awash with thoughts. The situation within the Lu Yun sect was evidently more complex than he had anticipated. Not only would entry be challenging, but navigating the sect thereafter would likely present its own trials. While returning to the inn, he keenly sensed the presence of someone tailing him. Not just one, but 2 auras, both approximately at the 6th level of qi condensation. Although the pursuers were adept at concealing themselves, Lin Chen's perception, honed by the 10,000 paths refinement technique, surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to detect a faint sense of scrutiny. "Is it members of the Grey Wolf gang?" Lin Chen chuckled coldly to himself, realizing they remained relentless. He did not immediately turn around nor hasten his pace, maintaining his previous speed as if unaware. Yet, upon reaching a fork in the road, he suddenly accelerated, darting into a relatively secluded alley, simultaneously concealing his aura. The two pursuers, clearly taken aback by his abrupt speed, hesitated for a moment before hastily pursuing him into the alley. The narrow passage was dimly lit and deep. After following for a short distance, they found themselves at a loss as to Lin Chen's whereabouts. "Where is he? Why can't we see him?" One murmured. "Be careful. This kid is a bit uncanny." The other warned, casting a wary glance around. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "Are you looking for me?" The two startled, turning sharply to see Lin Chen standing less than 3 feet away, a faint chill etched upon his face. How did you?" One stammered in disbelief. Lin Chen offered no reply, his gaze sweeping over the gray tokens at their waists, adorned with a wolf's head insignia. Members of the Gray Wolf Gang? Realizing their cover had been blown, the two exchanged glances, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. "Kid, you tread where angels fear to go, dare to offend the Gray Wolf Gang, and today shall be your last." Before the words had fully left their mouths, both attacked simultaneously, one brandishing a gleaming short dagger aimed straight at Lin Chen's chest, while the other formed hand seals, summoning several wind blades that howled as they sliced toward Lin Chen's vital points. Their coordinated assault revealed their experience in combined strikes. Chapter 182. Faced with the dual assault of his adversaries, Lin Chen's gaze remained serene and unwavering. He subtly shifted his stance, gliding back half a step like a drifting willow catkin, perfectly evading the glint of the short blades. Simultaneously, he brought his right hand forward. Fingers of his index and middle finger pressed together, and with a series of deft taps, he struck at the oncoming gusts of razor-sharp wind blades. With a series of soft hisses, those fierce wind blades seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, shattering into fragments and vanishing into thin air. What? The two assailants were taken aback. Their coordinated attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. This young man's prowess is undoubtedly beyond the 6th level of chi condensation. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chen's figure approached them like a specter. He eschewed any flamboyant techniques, opting instead for 2 straightforward punches. Though his fists appeared unhurried, they bore a weighty force, as if capable of collapsing the very air around them. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The 2 members of the Gray Wolf Gang had no time to utter a cry before Lin Chen's fist landed solidly upon their chests. The overwhelming force surged through their protective spiritual energy, sending violent shockwaves through their internal organs. They flew backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley, sliding to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, rendered incapable of further resistance. Lin Chen stepped forward, looking down upon the 2 incapacitated figures with a frigid gaze. "Who sent you? Lin Chen?" One of them struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with dread. It was the 3rd young master. "What does he want?" The 3rd young master said. "He wants to teach you a lesson and cripple your cultivation," the man stammered. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. "Cripple my cultivation? Such ruthlessness. It appears that the Gray Wolf Gang acts with utter impunity. Return and inform Lin Chen." Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of intimidation. "This is merely a warning. If there is a next time, it shall not be so simple as merely crippling my cultivation. Get lost." The 2 men, as if released from a great burden, scrambled to their feet, supporting each other as they stumbled away from the alley, too frightened to utter another word. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Chen's expression grew solemn. It seemed that waiting for the assessment of the Luoyuan sect in peace would not be so simple. The Gray Wolf Gang was indeed a considerable nuisance. However, his earlier display of power should suffice to deter them for the time being. He did not linger in the alley, ensuring that no one was watching before swiftly departing, returning to the Qingfeng cottage. Once back in his room, Lin Chen seated himself in a cross-legged position, but instead of immediately initiating his training, he reflected on the information he had gathered and the confrontation that had transpired. With the Luoyuan sect assessment approaching, the city was rife with undercurrents, and the threat posed by the Gray Wolf Gang was tangible. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly while also preparing for any unexpected circumstances. A month's time, neither long nor short. He resolved that, in addition to his regular training, he must seek avenues to rapidly improve his combat capabilities or acquire spiritual stones. Perhaps the Black Wind Mountains mentioned by Wang Taizan could be worth exploring? Nonetheless, before that, it would be prudent to solidify his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi condensation and attempt to break through to the 7th level. Chapter 183. After dealing with the 2 Gray Wolf Gang trackers, Lin Chen relished a brief respite. He refrained from venturing outside, spending most of his time within the confines of his room at Qingfeng Cottage. diligently cultivating to consolidate his 6th layer of qi condensation while striving to breach the bottleneck to the 7th layer. His practice of the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique continued to progress steadily. As the technique operated, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn towards him, gradually converging into his body. Through the furnace's refinement, it transformed into pure spiritual power, settling in his Dantian's qi si. Under the continuous nourishment of this spiritual power, his physical body grew increasingly resilient, while his senses became ever more acute. However, as one advances in the qi condensation realm, the accumulation of spiritual power required for breakthroughs grows substantially, and the bottleneck becomes ever more formidable. Lin Chen had attempted several times to break through to the 7th layer, but each time felt just shy of the mark. Although his Dantian brimmed with spiritual power, he sensed a lack of a certain opportunity or perhaps a more substantial reservoir of spiritual energy to catalyze the transformation. He understood that relying solely on meditative absorption of the spiritual energy was too slow to break through to the 7th layer within a month or even higher. To confront the challenges posed by the Luoyuan sect and potential crises, he needed greater resources for cultivation, such as high-quality elixirs or a spiritually rich environment. However, these required a significant amount of spirit stones. After paying for lodging and purchasing information and daily necessities, his supply of spirit stones was dwindling. Earning money had become increasingly urgent. One day, after concluding a round of cultivation, Lin Chen felt a slight improvement in his abilities, yet the breakthrough remained distant. He pushed open the window and gazed at the bustling Luoyuan city outside, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Although he had remained largely indoors, his keen perception allowed him to notice subtle changes. The city's ambience seemed tenser than in previous days. The number of patrolling city guards had noticeably increased, each bearing a serious demeanor, and the scrutiny during checks had intensified. Several once vibrant factions appeared to have withdrawn considerably, and even the previously boisterous Grey Wolf gang had not troubled him in days, seemingly having vanished without a trace. What piqued his attention further was that near the inn, he occasionally sensed fleeting yet powerful auras, far surpassing the qi condensation realm, indicating at least the presence of foundational stage cultivators. Moreover, there was more than one such presence. These powerful individuals moved stealthily, seemingly monitoring or awaiting something. This was decidedly abnormal. Although Luoyuan City was large and foundational stage cultivators were not uncommon, their simultaneous and clandestine appearance suggested that significant events were either impending or already unfolding. Could it truly be related to the great opportunity mentioned by that vendor? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He disliked the sensation of being left in the dark, as if teetering on the edge of a vast vortex, poised to be drawn in at any moment. To gather more information, he resolved to venture out once more. However, this time he altered his strategy. Rather than seeking out information brokers, he opted for a relatively discreet, yet well-informed establishment located in the southern part of the city, a time-honored apothecary known as Huichuntang. Huichuntang not only sold elixirs and spiritual herbs, but also procured various cultivation materials, thus attracting a steady stream of cultivators, including those privy to valuable information. Moreover, it was said that the apothecary's proprietor was a shrewd elder cultivator with connections to various factions in the city. Lin Chen donned a simple blue robe and slightly altered his appearance, utilizing the subtle control over his body gained from refining his physique through the furnace technique, adjusting his facial features just enough to avoid immediate recognition as the troublemaker from Byway Inn. Before departing from the inn, he cautiously evaded potential spies, meandering through the streets until he arrived at Huichuntang. The apothecary buzzed with activity, the aroma of medicinal herbs filling the air. Lin Chen did not rush forward. Instead, he observed from the sidelines while attentively listening to the conversations around him. Most patrons were engaged in discussions about herb prices, the efficacy of elixirs, or the upcoming assessments by the Luoyuan sect. Yet, Lin Chen noted that several longtime customers were conversing in hushed tones with the apothecary's staff or the proprietor, their expressions marked by gravity. The city has been unsettled lately. You must exercise caution. A middle-aged cultivator lowered his voice as he spoke to the white-haired proprietor behind the counter. The proprietor stroked his beard and sighed. A storm is brewing. With the Luoyuan sect's recruitment imminent, all factions are on the move. Coupled with recent disturbances in the Haifeng Mountains, the city is rife with chaos and undercurrents. Indeed, I heard that the city lord's residence has heightened its defenses. It seems there was a clash in the Western District last night, resulting in several fatalities. Allegedly over some coveted item, the middle-aged cultivator shook his head. Silence. The proprietor swiftly gestured, urging discretion. Such matters are best left undiscussed to avoid attracting trouble. It is prudent to conduct our business quietly. The middle-aged cultivator understood, and, after purchasing some herbs, hurriedly departed. Lin Chen absorbed this exchange, his conviction solidifying. Something was indeed amiss in the city, seemingly connected to a specific item. The situation in the Hafeng Mountains might also be linked. Chapter 184. He approached the counter and produced a sprig of clear heart grass, which he had casually purchased a few days earlier from a corner of the market. "Excuse me, shopkeeper, would you be interested in this clear heart grass?" he inquired. The shopkeeper took the grass, examined it closely, and nodded in approval. Its quality is quite decent. I can offer you 5 low-grade spirit stones." This price seemed fair to Lin Chen, who nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper handed him the spirit stones, but instead of departing immediately, Lin Chen casually asked, "Shopkeeper, your establishment appears to be thriving. You must possess quite a wealth of information. Might there be any suitable tasks for a chi condensation stage cultivator to earn some spirit stones? Perhaps escorting or searching for items?" He aimed to glean information, hoping to uncover a safe means of earning. The shopkeeper scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, as if assessing his strength and intentions. "You seem to be from out of town, are you not?" "Indeed, I've just arrived and am looking to settle in Lian City. Though my finances are somewhat strained," Lin Chen replied candidly. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper responded, "The city has been rather tumultuous lately. Escorting tasks have seen a significant increase in risk. While the commissions are high, many have lost their lives. As for searching for items, there are a few opportunities, but most require venturing outside the city, particularly near the Black Wind Mountains. However, as you may have heard, that area is currently quite perilous." He paused and lowered his voice. "Nevertheless, I have heard that the treasure pavilion in the west of the city has recently been issuing some special procurement tasks, with generous rewards. The specifics are shrouded in secrecy and are only extended to those deemed trustworthy or sufficiently capable. If you're interested, you might try your luck there. But be warned, the depths of the treasure pavilion are fraught with peril. Their tasks often come with considerable risk." The treasure pavilion? Lin Chen had heard of it. It was one of the largest merchant guilds in Luyun City, cloaked in mystery and wielding substantial power. "Thank you for your guidance, shopkeeper. Do not mention it. Just be cautious while you're out there." The shopkeeper waved him off. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Chen exited the rejuvenation hall. He did not head directly to the treasure pavilion. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to reflect on the shopkeeper's words. The recent deaths in the West City, the contention over something valuable, the high-risk, high-reward tasks from the treasure pavilion, the disturbances in the Black Wind Mountains, and the imminent recruitment by Luyun's sect, all these fragments of information intertwined in his mind, subtly outlining a foreboding picture. Could the coveted item be connected to a significant opportunity with the Luyun sect? What precisely were the tasks issued by the treasure pavilion? What hidden truths lay beneath it all? A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. His initial desire was merely to join the Luyun sect quietly, enhance his strength, and seek clues regarding his mother and family. Yet now, it seemed he had unwittingly stepped into a treacherous realm. The waters of Luyun City were far murkier and deeper than he had imagined. He even questioned whether the previous troubles caused by the Grey Wolf Gang were simply due to Lu San's small-mindedness or if his status as an outsider had inadvertently stirred sensitive nerves among certain individuals. The sense of crisis loomed stronger than ever. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly, reaching the 6th layer of chi condensation, because in such turbulent waters, self-preservation might not suffice. As he gazed up at the sky, it was approaching dusk. Clearly, he would not be able to visit the treasure pavilion today. He resolved to return to the inn and solidify his cultivation at the peak of the 6th layer. Afterward, he might indeed need to contemplate undertaking some high-risk, high-reward tasks or venture to the periphery of the Black Wind Mountains. On his way back to Chi Feng Cottage, Lin Chen once again experienced that unsettling sensation of being watched. Yet this time, it was more subtle, more dangerous, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. This was no longer the work of the insignificant Grey Wolf Gang. A shiver coursed through Lin Chen's being. He pressed on, yet his muscles tensed in anticipation. His spiritual energy flowed steadily through his meridians, preparing him for any sudden developments. The crisis was no longer a distant threat. It was alarmingly close at hand. Chapter 185. A subtle, yet perilous sensation of being watched clung to Lin Chen like a persistent shadow. He maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, preserving a steady pace as he made his way toward Qing Feng Cottage, while his mind raced to devise a suitable countermeasure. The pursuer was evidently far more skilled than the 2 lackeys of the Grey Wolf Gang. Not only did they conceal their presence exceptionally well, but their timing and distance were also impeccably calculated, allowing them to pinpoint his location without drawing too close and risking detection. This was undoubtedly the work of an experienced tracker, their cultivation likely at the late stage of chi condensation. Should he force his way back to the inn? That would be unwise. Although Qing Feng Cottage was relatively safe, the throngs of people could easily lead to unnecessary complications, or worse, expose his true capabilities. The most prudent course of action would be to find a secluded spot to eliminate this tail, and at the very least, extract information regarding the pursuer's identity and intentions. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the street ahead. Not far off, he spotted a narrow dead-end alley, flanked by towering walls, with a pile of discarded debris at its end. It was seldom frequented, making it an ideal location to resolve his predicament. He feigned nonchalance as he adjusted his course, heading toward the alley. His steps remained unhurried, and as he approached the entrance, he deliberately slowed down, as if contemplating whether to take a shortcut. The sensation of being watched flickered slightly, indicating that the pursuer was assessing his intentions. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen suddenly darted into the alley, moving with the swiftness of a cat, his speed multiplying several times. Almost simultaneously with his entrance, a shadow, moving like a specter, followed closely behind, displaying an even greater velocity. A raspy voice emerged from behind him. Laced with a hint of mockery, Lin Chen abruptly halted and turned to face the newcomer. At the alley's mouth stood a man clad in black stealth attire, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. He had an average build, yet his aura was exceptionally dense, indicating a cultivation level at the 8th stage of qi condensation. You've been following me for quite some time. Might I inquire about your intentions? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a sense of trepidation settling in. This individual was 2 levels above him in cultivation, and judging by their movements and aura, they were clearly adept in stealth and assassination techniques, far beyond the capabilities of the Grey Wolf gang. Intention is not the issue, the man replied in a hoarse voice. Someone wishes to invite you for a discussion. Come with me. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable command. And if I refuse? Lin Chen countered, his inner energy beginning to circulate rapidly, the formidable vitality from the myriad path refining furnace technique surging within him. Refusal is not an option, the black-clad man sneered. Then I shall have to request that you lie down for the journey. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward Lin Chen. The black-clad assailant had closed the distance, his fingers curled into claws, tips shimmering with a chilling darkness. Evidently imbued with some form of toxin or a sinister martial art, aimed directly at Lin Chen's throat. The speed was blinding. The assault was ruthlessly fierce. Faced with this sudden, lethal strike, Lin Chen's pupils dilated. Yet he reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the critical moment, instead of retreating, he advanced half a step, his body tilting slightly to narrowly evade the deadly claws. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched, the accumulated power within him erupting forth as he unleashed a punch toward the black-clad man's abdomen. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, pure in its display of strength and velocity. His fist cleaved through the air with a resounding whoosh. The black-clad man clearly did not anticipate Lin Chen's rapid response, nor that he could counterattack with such ferocity while evading the assault. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he attempted to alter his stance to block. But he was already a moment too late. Bang! Lin Chen's heavy fist struck solidly against the man's abdomen. Chapter 186. The cloaked figure let out a muffled groan. Feeling an overwhelming and ferocious force surge into his body like a torrential flood, instantly shattering his protective spiritual energy. It felt as though his internal organs had been violently displaced, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him, causing him to gasp sharply. He was involuntarily propelled backward, crashing against the alley wall with a dull thud. With a spurt of fresh blood, his black garb became stained crimson. Your strength. The cloaked figure struggled to rise, his eyes meeting Lin Chen's with a mix of horror and disbelief. He was clearly at the 8th level of qi condensation, while his opponent was merely at the 6th level. How could such terrifying power possibly emanate from him? The force of that punch was nearly on par with that of a 9th level qi condensation practitioner. Lin Chen shook his slightly numb fist, his gaze icy. Do you wish to continue? The expression in the cloaked figure's eyes shifted unpredictably. He had initially perceived this as a simple task, believing that a mere 6th level youth, despite possessing some skills, could never rival him, an 8th level assassin. Yet unexpectedly, he had suffered such a significant setback in a single exchange. The physical strength of this young man was utterly inhuman. Who exactly are you? The cloaked figure rasped, his tone stripped of its previous disdain, now imbued with gravity. My identity is of little consequence. Lin Chen advanced step by step. What matters is, who sent you, and what is your purpose? A flicker of struggle crossed the cloaked figure's eyes, quickly transforming into a fierce resolve. Want to know? Go to hell and ask. With a fierce determination, he bit down hard, his hands swiftly forming seals as an even colder and more violent aura erupted from within him. Secret technique. Shadow Devour. With a low incantation, his figure became indistinct, morphing into a series of jet-black afterimages that swirled around Lin Chen like phantoms. Simultaneously, countless fine, foul-smelling black poison needles shot toward Lin Chen from all directions. This was his ultimate technique, sacrificing a portion of his essence blood to temporarily enhance his speed and attack power. Coupled with lethal poison, those struck would not escape unscathed. He could not believe that, under such indiscriminate and unrelenting assault, his opponent could withstand it. Faced with this bizarre and malicious attack, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He chose not to evade. Knowing the opponent's speed was too rapid and the coverage of the poison needles too extensive to escape. Humph! Lin Chen scoffed, charging forward instead, unleashing his spiritual energy without reservation. True intent of the furnace, blood and chi ablaze. In an instant, a torrent of scorching and immense blood vitality surged from within him, forming an invisible barrier around his body. As the black poison needles made contact with this searing life force, they sizzled and dissipated like snow beneath the blazing sun, emitting hissing sounds and curling into wisps of smoke, unable to approach Lin Chen in the slightest. Simultaneously, fire seemed to ignite in Lin Chen's eyes. He precisely pinpointed the slightly stagnant true form of the cloaked figure amidst the myriad of afterimages. Found you. With a powerful stomp, the ground fractured beneath him, and he shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, his speed surpassing even that of the cloaked figure who had invoked his secret technique. Ignoring the remaining afterimages and sporadic attacks, his focus was singular, the true form of the cloaked assassin. Once more his right fist swung out. This time, not only did it carry the terrifying might of his physical strength, but it was also enveloped in a layer of exquisitely pure, pale golden spiritual energy refined from the 10,000 path furnace formula. Break. His punch surged forth like a dragon. Chapter 187. The Black-Clad Man's Shock. He could hardly fathom that not only could his adversary effortlessly neutralize his poison needles, but also swiftly pinpoint his true form and unleash an even more formidable attack. The faint golden aura emanating from his opponent instilled a sense of trepidation within him, as if it were inherently designed to counter his sinister techniques. He attempted to evade. Yet Lin Chen's speed was unparalleled, and the intent of his fist had him firmly ensnared. In a moment of desperation, he crossed his arms, consolidating all his spiritual energy to shield himself. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones reverberated through the alley. Lin Chen's fist obliterated the black-clad man's defensive aura with a force akin to a natural disaster, striking heavily upon his arms. A piercing scream erupted. The man's arms twisted grotesquely, clearly broken by Lin Chen's blow. The tremendous force sent him hurtling backward once more, crashing into a pile of debris at the end of the alley, where he fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Chen slowly retracted his fist, his chest rising and falling slightly. The successive outbursts had taken a toll on him, yet his gaze remained sharp as he surveyed the fallen black-clad figure, confirming that the threat had been entirely neutralized. He approached without hesitation, searching the man as person. Soon, he unearthed a storage pouch and a black token. The token was chilling to the touch, bearing an enigmatic shadow character on one side and the number 73 on the reverse. Shadow? Lin Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had never encountered this symbol before, clearly not affiliated with any local factions in Luyan City. Could it belong to a specialized assassination organization? He stowed the storage pouch and token away, choosing not to further concern himself with the unconscious man. While eliminating him would be simple, it might invite greater troubles. Leaving him alive could potentially serve as a deterrent to the mastermind behind this. Moreover, he needed to vacate the area swiftly. He conducted a brief self-examination to ensure he had not been contaminated by the man's toxins, then oriented himself and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the alley, making his way back to Qingfeng Cottage by a circuitous route. Upon returning to his room, Lin Chen immediately set up a basic alert formation before sitting cross-legged to stabilize the surging energy within him. An assassin of the 8th level of Qi condensation. This transcended the realm of ordinary gang rivalries. Who could have orchestrated such a formidable assassin to target him? Was it merely due to his conspicuous presence as a newcomer, or did he possess something that had drawn their attention? He recalled the mysterious beast skin tome, yet that artifact was incomprehensible even to him. It seemed unlikely to provoke such a lethal pursuit. Could it be related to that so-called grand opportunity? Had he been ensnared in a far larger vortex? Lin Chen retrieved the black shadow token, scrutinizing it closely. This emblem might serve as a clue in tracing the unseen puppeteer. As for the storage pouch, it likely contained valuable items. He infused his spiritual energy into the pouch, discovering its contents were scant. A few healing and detoxifying pills, several hundred low-grade spirit stones, a change of clothes, and a handful of concealed weapons and tools. Nothing that could definitively establish the identity or origin of the mission. It appeared the enemy operated with considerable caution. Lin Chen meticulously organized the items within the storage pouch, then grasped the shadow token firmly, his expression turning grave. Though he had successfully intimidated and repelled his foe this time, he had undeniably exposed himself to an even more perilous situation. The Shadow Organization would not rest easily. Moreover, the assessment for Lu Yun's sect was less than a month away. He had to grow stronger. He needed to break through to the 7th level of Qi condensation, or even beyond. It seemed that the tasks at the treasure-gathering pavilion or the adventures in the Black Wind Mountains were no longer mere options, but urgent necessities. Only through the crucible of life and death could he most swiftly enhance his strength, and only by acquiring sufficient resources could he sustain his journey further. Chapter 188. Within the room of the Qi Feng cottage, the lingering scent of blood had been meticulously eradicated by Lin Chen, yet an intangible chill continued to permeate the air. Seeping into the crevices of the walls, a haunting reminder of the harrowing moments of the previous night. Outside the window, the bustling city of Luoyang thrived with the hum of traffic and the mingling sounds of vendors and laughter, brimming with vitality. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lay a hidden peril that sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Seated at the table, his fingertips gently caressed an inconspicuous black iron token retrieved from the black-clad assassin. The token felt icy to the touch, one side smooth and unadorned, while the other bore an indistinct character, as if it were merging into the shadows. This token, composed of a peculiar material that was neither metal nor iron, emanated a strange energy fluctuation. Though faint, it resonated with the deathly, concealed aura of the assassin. Shadow. Lin Chen murmured the word, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Since his arrival in Luoyang City, he had maintained a sufficiently low profile. Aside from a brief altercation with the Wang family and a display of financial prowess at the Treasure Pavilion, he had seemingly offended no powerful factions. Could it be retaliation from the Wang family? It was plausible, yet Wang Tingfei was merely at the 5th level of Qi condensation. Even if the Wang family wielded significant influence, would they deploy an assassin of the 8th level against him, a mere 6th level practitioner? Such a cost seemed excessive, unless he possessed something the Wang family desperately coveted. Alternatively, perhaps the Shadow Organization was an independent force of assassins operating on contract. Regardless of the scenario, it signified that he had been marked, and the adversary's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. In a border town like Hanshui City, an 8th level practitioner could easily dominate as a local power or even lead a second-rate family. Yet in Luoyang City, they appeared to be mere pawns dispatched for assassination missions. This realization offered Lin Chen a more visceral and brutal understanding of the strength and depth of the cultivation world in Luoyang City. The events of last night replayed incessantly in his mind. The opponent's movements were enigmatic, their strikes vicious. Had it not been for his superior soul force that allowed him to sense danger in advance, combined with the sharpness of his sword intent and the formidable physique honed by the refining furnace technique, he might have already met a grim fate. Even so, he had narrowly triumphed, albeit exposing part of his strength. The assassin's gaze upon retreat was filled with resentment and coldness, indicating that failure had not deterred them. Rather, it might incite a more relentless pursuit. Hiding away would not resolve his predicament. In this unfamiliar city, he lacked roots and allies. Merely concealing himself would only render him more vulnerable. Furthermore, the assassin's ability to locate Qi Feng Cottage with precision suggested formidable intelligence capabilities. Remaining here was akin to waiting for the next wave of attacks to descend upon him. He needed to swiftly elevate his strength, to possess at least the means for self-defense, if not the capability to retaliate. Being at the 6th level of Qi condensation was inadequate, far from sufficient. He required greater resources, advanced cultivation techniques, and stronger trump cards. But where would these resources come from? Lin Chen had already grasped the exorbitant prices in Luoyang City. Relying solely on his own gradual accumulation of spirit stones would be perilously slow. By the time he gathered enough to support his cultivation to the later stages of Qi condensation, he would likely have been obliterated by the Shadow Organization or other latent enemies. The only viable escape appeared to lie in seeking fortune amidst peril. The Treasure Pavilion. This name resurfaced in Lin Chen's thoughts. It was not merely a marketplace for treasures. Based on his prior observations and scattered hearsay, it also issued various tasks, offering generous rewards but accompanied by substantial risks. Hunting demonic beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, escorting, exploring secret locations. These missions often necessitated venturing into the treacherous terrains surrounding Luoyang City, such as the Black Wind Mountains. Chapter 189. The Black Wind Mountains. Located several hundred miles east of Flowing Cloud City, is the largest and most perilous region in the vicinity. It is rumored that powerful beasts dwell deep within the mountains, with some even surpassing the Qi condensation realm. Yet, it is also a land abundant in rare spiritual herbs and ancient cultivation relics, making it a prime destination for many cultivators seeking treasure. Accepting a task at the treasure-gathering pavilion and venturing into the Black Wind Mountains undoubtedly presents a path fraught with thorns and uncertainties. However, compared to remaining in the city passively awaiting an unknown pursuit, this seems to be the only viable means for him to swiftly acquire resources and enhance his strength. In a perilous environment, life and death battles often serve as the quickest avenue for growth. Lin Chen's gaze gradually became resolute. He was not one to shrink back. Since the crisis had already approached, evasion would not solve the problem, and he could only confront the challenges head-on. He required power, the kind of power that would enable him to master his own destiny. The 10,000 Path Furnace technique offered him hope. Yet it demanded a vast array of resources for fulfillment. He rose to his feet and began to meticulously inspect his belongings. Within his storage bag, fewer than 2,000 spirit stones remained, the majority being of medium and low quality. Aside from the reasonably fine Qingfeng sword obtained from Wang Tingfei, the rest of his possessions primarily consisted of ordinary pills and talismans, holding limited value. The beast core and materials acquired from slaying the iron-armed gorilla could be exchanged for a few spirit stones, but it was still far from sufficient. He needed to devise a means to generate more resources. He recalled another ability he possessed, array formations. During his time in Coldwater City, he had gleaned some foundational knowledge from a tattered book on array techniques, and had successfully set up a spirit-gathering array. Though elementary, its effects were remarkable. Upon arriving in Flowing Cloud City, with the richer spiritual energy, it might be possible to attempt constructing a more effective spirit-gathering array or to study some defensive and trapping formations as a trump card. Yet, this too required materials and an understanding of the necessary array components. Additionally, there was alchemy. The furnace technique inherently possessed the quality of refining all things and, in theory, could also be applied to pill concoction. However, he had never engaged in alchemy, lacking both recipes and experience, not to mention the essential herbs and tools. This was a more long-term path, temporarily unable to resolve his immediate concerns. The most pragmatic course of action, for now, was to complete the tasks at the treasure-gathering pavilion to acquire spirit stones and cultivation resources. Resolving his mind, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He needed to prepare for the forthcoming endeavors. First, he would adjust his own state. Although last night's battle had been perilous, it had not left him with severe injuries. Merely a significant depletion of spiritual energy. He retrieved several medium-grade spirit stones, holding them in his hand as he activated the 10,000 Path Furnace technique. A pale golden spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a gentle stream, swiftly replenishing his exhaustion. The phantom of the furnace gradually rotated within his dantian, absorbing and refining the energy from the spirit stones with unwavering efficiency. In just half an hour, his spiritual energy had returned to its peak state. And due to last night's extreme combat and the autonomous operation of the furnace technique, there were subtle signs of advancement in his cultivation, bringing him a step closer to the mid-stage of the 6th layer of qi condensation. Chapter 190. He began to prepare his belongings. The blood-stained outer robe was stowed away in his storage pouch, intended for disposal later. He donned a plain blue martial artist's outfit, a common sight in Luyuan City, designed to avoid drawing undue attention. From his pouch, he retrieved a simple mask, a hasty purchase from a street vendor. Its craftsmanship was crude, yet it effectively concealed most of his visage. Caution is the mother of safety. Until circumstances clarified, it was prudent to shroud his identity. He inspected Wang Tingfei's Qingfeng sword, finding it of decent quality, significantly superior to the mundane iron sword he had previously wielded, making it a suitable primary weapon for the time being. As for the assassin's black dagger, it possessed an unusual material and an extraordinary sharpness, yet it emanated a chilling aura that Lin Chen found unappealing. Moreover, its distinctive features risked revealing his identity. Thus, he chose to seal it away for the time being. With all preparations complete, Lin Chen inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to his room. Instead of descending immediately, he first released his spiritual energy, meticulously probing the corridor and staircase for any irregularities. The assassination attempt from the previous night loomed over him like a sword suspended above, necessitating constant vigilance. Once assured of no anomalies, he lowered the brim of his hat and descended the stairs with purpose. The lobby of Qingfeng Cottage buzzed with activity, patrons coming and going. The innkeeper busily attended to guests, while the proprietor languidly counted on an abacus behind the counter. Lin Chen kept his gaze straight ahead, striving to diminish his presence as he hastily exited the inn. The morning sun bathed the streets of Luyuan City, illuminating the cobblestone path. Shops along the thoroughfare had opened their doors, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Lin Chen melded into the crowd, making his way toward the Jiobao Pavilion. His pace was measured, yet each step exuded a sense of steadiness and alertness. His spiritual energy acted like invisible tendrils, ever watchful for movements around him, particularly those emanating from individuals of higher cultivation or those whose auras were obscured. He understood that from the moment he decided to leave the inn, the era of tranquility had concluded. Ahead lay a myriad of uncertainties and dangers. Yet within him resided no fear, only a resolute determination and an ardent desire for power. Luoyang City was vast, and the distance from Qingfeng Cottage to Jiubao Pavilion was considerable. Lin Chen opted to walk rather than take a beast cart, weaving through bustling streets and narrow alleys. This choice served not only to familiarize himself with the city's layout but also to better observe and conceal himself. He noted that the number of patrolling guards appeared to have increased compared to the previous days, and their inspections had grown more stringent. This might be linked to the disturbances of the prior night, despite his efforts to erase any traces. The combat fluctuations of a Qi condensation realm cultivator were difficult to obscure from watchful eyes, especially those of the city lord's forces. This realization further solidified his resolve to depart Luoyang City swiftly and journey toward the Hefeng mountain range. Although order prevailed within the city, it was not order that belonged to him. Rather, it could entangle him in unnecessary troubles due to the events of the previous night. After walking for about an hour, the magnificent structure of Jiubao Pavilion reappeared before Lin Chen. Unlike his previous visit, his mindset was now distinctly different. His objectives were clearer and heavier. He was not there to browse for bargains, but to seek a perilous path to survival. He adjusted his robe, ensured his mask was securely in place, and took a deep breath. Merging with the throng, he stepped once again across the imposing threshold of Jiubao Pavilion. This time, he would no longer merely be an observer from the lower echelons. He was determined to engage with the core of the cultivation world in Luoyang City, confronting tasks and adventures that lay ahead. Chapter 191. Stepping into the treasure pavilion, the clamor and dazzling sights struck Lin Chen with overwhelming intensity. The ground floor hall remained bustling with activity. Various cultivators perused the counters or engaged in conversations with attendants, creating a vibrant and noisy atmosphere. The air was infused with the mingling scents of diverse spiritual materials and medicinal pills, accompanied by a faint ripple of spiritual stone energy. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had little desire to appreciate the surroundings. His gaze swiftly scanned the hall, bypassing the first floor entirely as he made his way towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Based on his previous observations and scattered bits of information, he understood that the functional areas of the treasure pavilion were distinctly divided. The first floor catered primarily to ordinary cultivators for retail and acquisition, while higher-level transactions, auctions, and task postings were located upstairs. At the foot of the stairs stood two guards clad in the pavilion's uniform, their cultivation levels at the mid-phase of Qi condensation. Their sharp eyes scrutinized each individual ascending the staircase. Lin Chen lowered the brim of his hat, his expression calm beneath the mask, and walked past them. The guards' gazes lingered momentarily upon him, seemingly sensing his cultivation level at the sixth layer of Qi condensation, but they refrained from further obstruction, merely conducting their routine inspection. The light on the second floor was significantly softer than that on the first, and the space felt more expansive, yet the flow of people was noticeably reduced. The layout here no longer consisted of dense counters. Instead, it featured a series of independent rooms or areas, each marked with signs such as VIP negotiation room, material appraisal office, and magical artifact customization workshop. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was also somewhat higher than on the first floor, creating a more serene ambience. Lin Chen's objective was clear, the task posting area. He approached a young attendant stationed beside the guiding sign, who appeared to be in her 20s. Possessing an attractive visage and at the third layer of Qi condensation, her expression adorned with a professional smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" she inquired gently and courteously. Lin Chen deliberately made his voice sound somewhat hoarse and deep. "I am here to accept the task." Upon hearing this, the attendant maintained her smile, though her eyes glinted with a hint of scrutiny. She appraised Lin Chen's attire and the obscured features behind the mask, then slightly turned aside, gesturing towards the depths of the second floor. "The task hall is this way. Please proceed through the corridor ahead, and you will find it at the end." "Thank you," Lin Chen replied succinctly, stepping in the direction indicated by the attendant. Traversing through an elegantly adorned corridor, paintings depicting perilous landscapes and rare beasts adorned the walls, silently narrating the allure and dangers of adventure. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy ancient bronze door, intricately carved with cloud patterns, emanating a faint energy ripple, as if imbued with some form of restriction. Two guards stood at the entrance, their auras more formidable than those at the staircase. Clearly at the late phase of Qi condensation, they stood expressionless, like statues, scrutinizing every approaching individual. As Lin Chen approached the door, one of the guards extended an arm to block his path. "Please present your identification or pay a deposit to enter the task hall." "Identification?" Lin Chen paused slightly. Realizing that as a newcomer, he possessed no identification recognized by the treasure pavilion. "I do not have a credential," he responded honestly. The guard remained unfazed. First-time entry to the task hall requires a deposit of 100 medium-grade spiritual stones in exchange for a temporary token. Upon your departure, the deposit can be refunded with the token. Should any violations occur within the task hall, the deposit will be forfeited. Chapter 192. 100 mid-grade spiritual stones are equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For many cultivators in the mid-stage of chi condensation, this amount is not insignificant. The establishment of this threshold by the treasure-gathering pavilion is evidently intended to filter out those lacking in strength or merely seeking entertainment, thereby ensuring the order and seriousness of the task hall. Without hesitation, Lin Chen retrieved 100 mid-grade spiritual stones from his storage bag and handed them over. Although his reserves were already limited, this deposit caused him some discomfort. Nonetheless, he understood it was a necessary procedure. The guard accepted the spiritual stones, carefully counted and confirmed their accuracy before presenting Lin Chen with a palm-sized black token. The token felt slightly heavy in his hand, with the emblem of the treasure-gathering pavilion engraved on the front and a temporary number on the back. With this token, one could freely enter and exit the task hall within a month. "Please take good care of it," the guard advised, then stepped aside to allow passage. Lin Chen secured the token and pushed open the heavy bronze door. The sight that greeted him beyond the door made his pupils constrict slightly. It was an exceedingly spacious, even magnificent hall. The lofty dome was adorned with moonstones that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire hall as brightly as day. The walls surrounding the hall were not solid but formed by enormous light screens, which displayed a plethora of textual information, each line representing a task. In the central area of the hall, dozens of broad jade tables and chairs were arranged for cultivators to rest or confer. At this moment, over 100 cultivators congregated within the hall, some standing alone before the light screens, meticulously browsing, while others huddled in groups of 3 or 5, whispering in discussion. There were also a few individuals moving briskly, seemingly just having accepted or completed a task. The cultivators present exhibited a generally high level of cultivation. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. He noted that those in the late stage of chi condensation were prevalent, and he could even sense several obscure yet potent auras, far exceeding the 9th level of chi condensation, likely the presence of foundation establishment experts. However, most of these foundation establishment cultivators remained in the more secluded areas of the hall, seemingly separated from the ordinary task zone. The atmosphere of the entire hall felt quiet and solemn, a stark contrast to the clamor of the first floor. Each person was engrossed in their own affairs, and the occasional conversations were deliberately subdued, permeating the air with an invisible pressure and a unique tension characteristic of impending adventure. Lin Chen approached a light screen and began to scrutinize the task information displayed upon it. The tasks on the screen were categorized and ranked by difficulty, primarily divided into beast hunting, target, quantity, requirements, such as beast cores, specific parts, activity area, and suggested cultivation level. Material gathering, name of the spiritual herb, characteristics, growth environment, quantity, preservation requirements, and suggested cultivation level. Chapter 193. Escort mission. The escorted entities, caravans, individuals, items, destination, route, time constraints, required personnel, and suggested cultivation level. Exploration and retrieval. Searching for lost items, investigating specific areas, mapping, requirements, clues, and suggested cultivation level. Special commissions, including but not limited to array arrangements, alchemy, locating individuals, intelligence gathering, and even tasks with unclear content, marked only by high rewards and danger levels. The difficulty is typically indicated by stars or colors, ranging from the lowest 1 star, or white, to the highest 5 stars, or dark gold, corresponding to varying degrees of peril and cultivation requirements. 1-star tasks are generally suitable for cultivators in the early to mid stages of chi condensation, presenting lower risks and relatively limited rewards. In contrast, tasks rated 3 stars or above typically necessitate late-stage chi condensation or even foundation establishment strength, offering substantial rewards, yet the risks of failure or demise increase dramatically. Lin Chen's gaze swiftly traversed the luminous screen, filtering tasks that suited him. His objectives were clear. 1. Substantial rewards. He needed to swiftly accumulate spirit stones and resources to address his immediate concerns. 2. Moderate difficulty, ideally. The task should be slightly above his current strength 6th layer of chi condensation, yet achievable with his trump cards, sword intent, soul power, physical prowess, and furnace technique. Tasks around 3 stars were his preference. Too low offered meager rewards, while too high posed uncontrollable risks. 3. Suitable location. The Black Wind Mountains were his targeted area. Finding an appropriate task there would serve dual purposes. 4. Independent completion. He preferred not to team up with strangers, especially since he harbored many secrets. Acting alone was far more convenient. Soon, several tasks captured his attention. Task 1, 2 stars. White hunt the Gale Wolves on the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains and collect 10 complete wolf cores. Reward, 800 low-grade spirit stones. Suggested cultivation level, above the 4th layer of chi condensation. Lin Chen dismissed this. The reward was too meager and would scarcely aid his advancement. Task 2, 3 stars. Blue delve into the central region of the Black Wind Mountains to gather 3 mature sunblossom flowers. Sunblossom flowers flourish in areas rich in yang energy, often accompanied by fire attribute beasts. Reward, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones or equivalent points in the treasure pavilion. Suggested cultivation level, above the 7th layer of chi condensation. This task offered a commendable reward, but the sunblossom flowers were not his immediate need. The fire attribute beasts, perhaps worth considering. Chapter 194, Task 3, 3 stars. Blue escort the Zhang merchant caravan to Baichao Valley, traversing the edge of the Haifeng mountain range. The caravan requires at least 3 late-stage chi consolidation guards. Compensation, 6,000 low-grade spirit stones per person, with an estimated completion time of 10 days. Recommended cultivation level, 7th layer of chi consolidation. The lengthy nature of the escort mission, coupled with the necessity of traveling with others, does not align well with his preferences. Task 4, 3 stars, blue. Urgent hunt down a shadow leopard that has been prowling in the northern region of the Haifeng mountain range, and retrieve its complete beast core and pelage. The shadow leopard excels in concealment and possesses incredible speed, making it exceedingly perilous. Compensation, 12,000 low-grade spirit stones or 1 low-grade marrow cleansing pill. Recommended cultivation level, 8th layer of chi consolidation. The mention of a shadow leopard, skilled in stealth, evokes memories of the assassin from the previous night. The reward is substantial, especially with the inclusion of a marrow cleansing pill. Yet, the difficulty is marked as requiring the 8th layer of chi consolidation, posing a significant risk for him. The allure of the marrow cleansing pill is compelling, as it could further enhance his physical aptitude, laying a superior foundation for the furnace technique. Task 5, 3 stars. Blue journey to the misty valley of the Haifeng mountain range to seek traces of the 7-star vine, if a mature vine segment can be retrieved. The compensation is 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 50 contribution points to the treasure pavilion. The 7-star vine is a primary ingredient in the crafting of various healing and auxiliary cultivation pills, thriving in a secretive environment. The Misty Valley is perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma and illusionary fog, inhabited by peculiar demonic beasts. Recommended cultivation level, 7th layer of chi consolidation, with a requirement for heightened perception or detoxification capabilities. The mention of the 7-star vine stirs excitement within Lin Chen. It is precisely the material he currently seeks. Valuable for both crafting healing elixirs and exploring potential alchemical directions with the furnace technique. Although the Misty Valley appears perilous, laden with toxic miasma and illusionary fog, his spiritual power may prove advantageous. The compensation and contribution points are also quite appealing. The difficulty is rated for the 7th layer of chi consolidation, presenting a challenge, yet seemingly more manageable than hunting the shadow leopard. Lin Chen meticulously weighed the merits of tasks 4 and 5. The reward for hunting the shadow leopard is the highest, particularly the marrow cleansing pill, which holds immense appeal for him. However, he lacks complete confidence in confronting a shadow leopard of the 8th layer of chi consolidation, as its stealth capabilities evoke thoughts of the assassins from the shadow organization, filling him with trepidation. Furthermore, this task is marked as urgent, suggesting time constraints or unknown factors at play. Conversely, the task of locating the 7-star vine, while offering slightly lesser rewards, presents materials of direct utility to him, and the contribution points are valuable for acquiring items or information not available to the public within the treasure pavilion. The primary dangers of the Misty Valley lie in its environment, toxic miasma, illusionary fog, and the unknown demonic beasts, which may inadvertently become his advantage, as his formidable spiritual power enhances his capabilities in navigating illusions and perception. With a recommended cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi consolidation, he feels prepared to undertake this challenge. Thus, he made his choice. The quest to find the 7-star vine, situated in the Haifeng mountain range, rated at 3 stars in difficulty, aligns perfectly with his needs, presenting a relatively controlled risk. After making his decision, Lin Chen refrained from immediately accepting the task. Instead, he settled into a corner of the hall. He needed to gather more information about this assignment, particularly concerning the Misty Valley of the Haifeng mountain range. The task display only offered a brief overview, and more detailed intelligence typically necessitated additional purchases or exchanges with fellow cultivators. While feigning rest, Lin Chen attentively listened to the conversations of those around him. Old Wang, how did your last expedition to the Hafeng Mountain range fare? I heard that the shadow leopard in the north has been attacking again. A burly man with a beard inquired of his companion. Don't mention it. I nearly met my demise. That beast is incredibly swift, like a ghost. Even cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi consolidation would find it challenging. One misstep, and you're in grave danger. The marrow cleansing pill from the treasure pavilion is excellent, but one must have their life intact to claim it. The cultivator known as Old Wang replied, his voice tinged with apprehension. What about the Misty Valley? Has anyone ventured there recently? I heard the miasma has intensified. The Misty Valley? Who in their right mind would go there? It's nothing but toxic insects and miasma, accompanied by creatures that can bewilder the mind. While the 7-star vine is valuable, 8 out of 10 who enter become lost. Just last time, a team of cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi consolidation went in. Only 2 emerged, and they were both raving mad. Chapter 195. Upon hearing these discussions, Lin Chen's heart sank slightly. The Shadow Valley was indeed perilous, and the degree of danger in the Misty Valley seemed to exceed the task's description. Particularly concerning were the mysterious entities that could confuse the mind, which heightened his vigilance. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision. Greater risks often herald greater opportunities. And with fewer competitors, his soul power was extraordinary. It might very well be the key to countering illusions. Moreover, he was in need of the 7-star vine. After listening attentively for a while and gathering information about other regions within the Black Wind Mountains and recent developments, Lin Chen rose and made his way to the task reception area on one side of the hall. The reception area consisted of several independent counters, each manned by a staff member from the treasure pavilion. Lin Chen chose a relatively quiet counter and approached. Behind the counter sat a slender middle-aged man, his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi condensation, with sharp eyes that seemed capable of piercing through one's heart. Greetings, I wish to accept the task, Lin Chen stated, placing his temporary black token on the counter while pointing to the information regarding Task 5 on the luminous screen, numbered Gengqi San, to find the 7-star vine. The middle-aged man picked up the token and scanned it with a specially designed jade plate, confirming Lin Chen's temporary identity. He then retrieved the detailed information for Task 5, glanced at Lin Chen, and matter-of-factly advised, number Gengqi San, Misty Valley of the Black Wind Mountains, search for the 7-star vine. This is a 3-star task, recommended for those at the 7th level of Qi condensation, particularly skilled in perception or possessing detoxification methods. This task has been posted for over a month, with numerous attempts yielding no success, including from several late-stage Qi condensation practitioners. Are you certain you wish to undertake it? His implication was clear. This task was fraught with difficulty, and Lin Chen, appearing to be merely at the 6th level of Qi condensation, though the token did not display specific cultivation levels. The middle-aged man's experience allowed him to make an educated guess, was somewhat overreaching in taking on this challenge. Absolutely, Lin Chen replied without a hint of hesitation. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but he refrained from further discouragement. The treasure pavilion merely facilitated the posting of tasks and the review of results. The lives and deaths of practitioners were of no concern to them. He produced a blank jade slip and inscribed the task's detailed information, including a simplified map of the Misty Valley's perimeter, a detailed illustration of the 7-star vine, and markings of known hazardous areas. This is the task jade slip, containing all pertinent information. The deadline for completion is 3 months. Upon completion, present this jade slip along with the acquired 7-star vine at any treasure pavilion task reception for delivery. Should you choose to abandon the task midway, you must report back. There are no penalties for failure or overdue submissions, but it will affect your reputation rating within the treasure pavilion. The middle-aged man handed Lin Chen the jade slip along with the token, wishing him luck. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip and token, immersing his consciousness into the slip to swiftly review its contents. The information was far more detailed than what was displayed on the luminous screen, particularly the descriptions of known poisons and beasts within the Misty Valley, as well as valuable warnings left by previous adventurers. Thank you, Lin Chen said as he stored the jade slip and token, turning to leave the reception area. He did not linger in the task hall and headed directly for the exit. The process of paying the deposit, receiving the temporary token, selecting the task, and accepting it was far smoother than he had anticipated. Now, he needed to make final preparations for his venture into the Misty Valley of the Black Wind Mountains. Chapter 196. Upon departing from the Treasure Pavilion's mission hall, Lin Chen did not immediately return to the Qi Feng cottage. Having accepted the task of venturing into the Mist Valley of the Black Wind Mountains, he was acutely aware that this journey posed dangers far exceeding any previous encounters. The toxic miasma, deceptive fog, and unknown creatures of the Mist Valley necessitated his utmost preparation. His prior preparations had primarily focused on potential threats within the city of Luyun, but now he required supplies for survival in the wilderness and for coping with extreme environments. He first returned to the ground floor of the treasure pavilion. Although the task was accepted on the second floor, purchasing conventional elixirs, talismans, and tools was more advantageous on the first floor, where choices were abundant and prices relatively transparent. He approached a counter dedicated to the sale of elixirs. The array of elixirs before him was dazzling, ranging from the most rudimentary chi recovery pills and healing powders to the commonly used gathering chi pills and detoxification pills for cultivators in the condensing chi stage. I require some high-quality detoxification pills, ideally capable of countering various miasmas and toxins, Lin Chen stated, his voice intentionally subdued. The attendant, a shrewd young man with a cultivation level of the 4th stage of condensing chi, scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment before enthusiastically introducing the offerings. You have come to the right place. Our Bai Chao Qing Ling Dan is a second-tier elixir, crafted from a variety of detoxifying spiritual herbs. It effectively mitigates common miasmas and poisons from snakes and insects. It is advisable to stock up on a few bottles before entering perilous areas like the Black Wind Mountains. Each bottle contains 10 pills and is priced at 300 low-grade spirit stones. Second-tier elixirs at 300 low-grade spirit stones per bottle were indeed costly. Lin Chen pondered briefly, recalling from the Mission Jade slip that the toxins in the Mist Valley were exceptionally peculiar, making ordinary detoxification pills potentially ineffective. Are there any with stronger effects or more targeted capabilities? The attendant displayed a hint of hesitation. For more potent effects, we have third-tier detoxification pills, such as the Bai Sui Dan, which can neutralize a myriad of toxins, but they come at a steep price of 500 medium-grade spirit stones per pill, and prior reservation is required. There are also elixirs tailored to specific toxins, but knowledge of the particular toxin's nature is essential for their formulation. Might I inquire what type of poison you expect to encounter in your travels? Naturally, Lin Chen refrained from disclosing any information about the Mist Valley. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I will take 2 bottles of the Bai Chao Qing Ling Dan. Additionally, I require some high-quality healing pills. Excellent choice. For healing, I recommend Arning Shuexing G1, also a second-tier elixir, which works wonders for wounds inflicted by blades and claws of beasts, swiftly stopping bleeding and promoting healing. Each bottle contains 5 pills and is priced at 400 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen nodded. I will take one of those as well. In addition to elixirs, talismans were also vital for survival in the wilderness. He then moved to the talisman section, where a diverse array of talismans was available, encompassing offensive, defensive, and supportive types. His primary focus was on defensive and supportive talismans. Although offensive talismans wield great power, they were costly and single-use, rendering them less economical. He preferred to trust in his sword. The Diamond Talisman, a mid-tier second-grade defensive talisman, could withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage condensing chi cultivator. Priced at 150 medium-grade spirit stones. The Swift Movement Talisman, a high-tier second-grade supportive talisman, significantly enhances speed for a short duration. Suitable for both escape and pursuit, priced at 200 medium-grade spirit stones. The Breath Concealment Talisman, a low-tier second-grade supportive talisman, conceals one's aura, making it difficult for beasts or cultivators to detect, priced at 80 medium-grade spirit stones. The Clear Heart Talisman, a mid-tier second-grade supportive talisman, when worn, can guard against certain illusions and mental attacks, priced at 120 medium-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the Clear Heart Talisman for a moment. The deceptive fog and mind-bending creatures of the Mist Valley made him particularly attentive to such talismans. Chapter 197, he ultimately resolved to purchase 2 talismans of invincibility for unforeseen circumstances, 3 talismans of swift movement for critical moments of survival, 5 talismans for concealing his presence, vital in the Misty Valley environment, and 5 talismans for calming the heart, hoping they would aid him in the valley's unique conditions. The total expenditure on these talismans amounted to a considerable sum, nearly exhausting his 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones. In addition to the medicinal pills and talismans, he also acquired various other essentials for wilderness survival. These included a more resilient specially made rope capable of withstanding immense force, a small pouch of high-energy fasting pills that would allow him to go extended periods without food, a compact fire starter that could ignite flames in damp conditions, and several small tools for processing beast materials. Lin Chen deliberately sought out a secluded stall selling array materials. His current knowledge of formations was limited. He could only set up the most basic spirit-gathering formation and some simple alert formations. He hoped to procure foundational materials for constructing easy defensive formations or elusive arrays. The vendor, An elderly man with a head of white hair possessed a modest cultivation level of only the 5th layer of qi condensation. Yet his murky gaze suggested he had considerable expertise in formations. Lin Chen inquired about the basic materials and precautions needed for setting up small defensive and alert formations. The old man patiently offered a few simple pointers and recommended several cost-effective foundational stones and energy-guiding materials. Following the elder's advice, Lin Chen spent 300 medium-grade spirit stones to acquire a set of materials suitable for arranging simple mirage and boulder formations. The mirage formation could create localized illusions to confuse adversaries, while the boulder formation could generate a temporary energy shield. Though their power was limited, they might serve unexpected purposes in critical moments. After this round of shopping, Lin Chen's spirit stones dwindled significantly. Originally, after defeating the iron-armed monkey and receiving spirit stones from Wang Tingfei, along with his own savings, he had over 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Now, fewer than 500 remained. It appeared that this mission must succeed, or even the fare to return to the city would become a concern. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly, yet he felt a sense of reassurance. Although the expenditure was substantial, these resources were crucial for survival and mission completion. As he departed from the treasure-gathering pavilion, dusk was approaching. Lin Chen did not head directly back to the Qingfeng cottage, but instead meandered through the city, ensuring he was not being followed before settling into a more secluded and inconspicuous inn. The Qingfeng cottage was too conspicuous, especially after the recent attack. He wished to avoid further complications. The new inn, named Windward Inn, was modestly equipped but excelled in its discretion. Lin Chen requested the most ordinary room, meticulously checked for any issues, and immediately set up a simple alert formation at the door and window. Though rudimentary, it provided at least a modicum of warning while he rested or cultivated. Having completed these preparations, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting cross-legged on the bed to organize his recent acquisitions and finalize preparations for the upcoming journey. First were the medicinal pills and talismans. He categorized them to ensure swift access when needed, particularly placing the detoxification pills and calming talismans in the most accessible position. Next, he examined the array materials. He retrieved the tattered tome containing his insights on formations, diligently studying the layout methods for the mirage and boulder formations. Although the book was incomplete, it recorded some remarkably intricate foundational formations. Lin Chen, referencing the materials, attempted to simulate the setups several times to deepen his understanding. The path of formations is vast and profound. He had only just begun to scratch the surface, yet each practice enriched his comprehension of energy guidance and spatial utilization. Subsequently, he took out the Qi-Feng sword acquired from Wang Tingfei. While this sword could not compare to the true high-grade artifacts he had seen at the treasure-gathering pavilion, it was nonetheless commendable as a weapon for a qi condensation practitioner. The blade shimmered with a blue gleam, exceptionally sharp. Lin Chen grasped the hilt, slowly infusing it with spirit energy, feeling the blade's vibrations. Buzz. The Qi-Feng sword emitted a soft hum, seemingly responding to Lin Chen's spirit energy. He closed his eyes, merging a faint trace of sword intent into the blade. In an instant, the brilliance of the Qi-Feng sword became piercingly sharp, an invisible edge emanating from it, causing the air in the room to momentarily still. Not bad. It carries the sword intent without significant issues. Lin Chen nodded. Although he could not fully unleash the sword intent's power, this sword would at least not become a burden. Chapter 198 at last, and most importantly, it is the operation of the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique and the adjustment of one's own state. Although the spiritual energy in the Black Wind Mountain range is diverse, its overall quantity is more abundant than that within the Flowing Cloud City. He must ensure that he is always in his optimal condition. He took out the few remaining medium-quality spirit stones, held them in his hand, and began to fully activate the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique. A faint golden shadow of the furnace slowly rotated in his dantian, emanating a scorching and powerful aura. The energy from the spirit stones was continuously drawn out, refined by the furnace, and purified into an exceptionally pure pale golden spiritual power, which then merged into his meridians and dantian. As the technique operated, the spiritual power within him gradually became more refined and substantial. Under the cleansing of the spiritual energy, his meridians grew sturdier and wider. Even his physical body, nourished by the furnace's aura, emitted a faint precious light, with both strength and defense slowly enhancing. This is the domineering nature of the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique. It can refine anything and elevate his foundation at all times. The night passed in silence. When the first rays of sunlight crept through the cracks of the window the following morning, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting brilliance flashed in his gaze, which soon returned to its tranquil depth. After a night of cultivation and adjustment, he not only restored his state to its peak, but also firmly stabilized his cultivation at the mid-stage of the qi condensation 6th layer, even faintly touching the threshold of the later stage. The spiritual power within him surged with greater vigor, and the operation of the refining technique became more adept. He rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and felt the surging power within him, filling his heart with confidence. After checking all his belongings to ensure nothing was amiss, Lin Chen deactivated the room's protective formation and quietly left the windward inn. He did not linger in Flowing Cloud City, but headed directly toward the eastern gate, the primary exit leading to the Black Wind mountain range. At the city gate in the early morning, the flow of people was not overly crowded, mainly consisting of cultivators like Lin Chen preparing to venture out or some early rising merchant caravans. The guards merely conducted a routine inspection of the exit tokens without further inquiries. Wearing a mask and dressed in plain blue martial attire, Lin Chen blended into the crowd and smoothly exited Flowing Cloud City. Casting a glance back at the towering city walls and the densely packed buildings within, Lin Chen felt no sense of attachment. This bustling yet perilous city was merely a temporary resting place for him. The true challenge lay ahead in the vast and daunting mountains. Taking a deep breath, he felt the mountain breeze caress his face, mingled with a faint hint of the wild. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He oriented himself and swiftly set off towards the eastern mountains, which rose and fell, shrouded in mist. Black Wind Mountain Range, I am coming. Chapter 199. Having departed from the formidable yet constraining walls of Luyun City, Lin Chen felt as though he had shed an invisible shackle, stepping into a realm that was not only broader, but also fraught with peril. The official road extended beyond the city for several dozen miles before gradually becoming rugged, ultimately transforming into a winding dirt path leading towards the eastern mountains. Along the way, he could still observe a few travelers and small merchant caravans. However, as he ventured further from Luyun City, human presence began to dwindle. The landscape on either side shifted from cultivated fields to dense forests and rolling hills. The spiritual energy in the air became vibrant, losing the gentle and orderly nature it possessed within the city, now infused with a primal and untamed wildness. Opting not to follow the well-trodden dirt road, Lin Chen plunged into the adjacent thicket upon entering the forested area. The main road was too conspicuous, making it susceptible to encounters with other cultivators or merchant parties, and thus easier to be tracked. He needed to swiftly acclimatize to the forest environment and utilize the complex terrain for concealment. His movements were light and swift, akin to a weasel weaving through the trees and shrubs, leaving as few traces as possible. He activated a concealment talisman, wearing it close to his body to minimize his aura's fluctuations. Simultaneously, his spiritual power radiated outward like an invisible eye, probing the movements within a span of several dozen yards around him. The deeper he ventured, the more treacherous the mountains became. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, obscuring the sun, which could only filter through the layers of foliage, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. The earth was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched beneath his feet. The air was humid and stifling, infused with the scent of decaying vegetation and the musk of unknown beasts. This marked the periphery of the Hefeng mountain range. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the forest without warning, causing the trees to sway violently, their branches and leaves dancing wildly while emitting a haunting sound. The wind carried fine black dust that stung his face with a sharp pain. This wind bore a unique chill, seemingly capable of penetrating a cultivator's protective spiritual energy and reaching the very marrow of their bones. So this is the black wind of the Hefeng mountain range. Lin Chen halted, squinting slightly, attuned to the peculiar force of this tempest. The wind was powerful and seemed to harbor a special energy capable of disrupting spiritual perception. No wonder this place was named the Hefeng mountain range. The black wind arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving behind a ground littered with fallen branches and leaves, along with the lingering dust in the air. Lin Chen pressed on, increasingly vigilant. Such sudden gusts could not only obscure vision and perception but also serve as cover for potential ambushes by beasts or enemies. Following the rudimentary map acquired from the Treasure Pavilion's Mission Jade Slip and relying on his sense of direction, he advanced towards the location of Misty Valley. Misty Valley was situated in the northern central region of the Hefeng mountain range, still a considerable distance from the periphery, anticipated to require at least 3 to 4 days of travel. Along the way, he encountered numerous low-tier beasts. There were the robust, thick-skinned one-tier stone-hide wild boars that charged in groups, the nimble, sharp-clawed two-tier windblade leopards, adept at ambushing from the shadows, and the one-tier ink-patterned pythons that resided in the marshes, capable of spewing venom. For these low-tier beasts that approached aggressively, Lin Chen chose not to linger excessively. If avoidance was possible, he would evade to conserve his energy and time. If evasion proved impossible, he would swiftly resolve the encounter with formidable measures. Swoosh! Chapter 200. A swift flash of azure sword light streaked across, as rapid as lightning. A second-tier peak beast, the iron claw eagle, descended silently from the treetops. But before it could emit a cry of despair, Lin Chen had cleaved it in two with a single stroke of his sword, leaving a gruesome shower of blood and entrails upon the ground. The iron claw eagle was renowned for its speed and formidable talons, which were as hard as refined iron. Capable of rending the defenses of a six-layer chi condensation practitioner, it had concealed itself adeptly amongst the dense foliage, launching a lethal ambush. However, in the face of Lin Chen's formidable soul perception, its stealth was rendered meaningless. The moment it initiated its attack, Lin Chen had already preempted it. The azure blade imbued with a hint of sword intent, precisely severing the relatively vulnerable juncture between its neck and body. With an impassive expression, Lin Chen retracted his sword with a clean and decisive motion. He swiftly approached, skillfully using a small knife to dissect the carcass of the iron claw eagle, extracting a beast core the size of a pigeon's egg, which emitted a faint azure glow, and severing the most valuable pair of iron claws to stow in his storage bag. These were materials that could be exchanged for spirit stones, and he dared not waste them. Having tidied the scene, he did not linger for a moment, immediately altering his course to vacate the bloody site. The olfactory senses of beasts are typically acute, and the scent of blood would soon attract more formidable predators. On merely the first day of entering the Blackwind Mountains, Lin Chen had already encountered no fewer than 10 beast attacks. Although these creatures were not of particularly high rank, the strongest being merely at the second-tier peak. Equivalent to a human practitioner at the sixth layer of chi condensation, their sheer numbers and diverse modes of attack posed a significant risk, where a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. This experience deepened Lin Chen's understanding of the dangers lurking within the Blackwind Mountains. This was merely the outer region. Should he venture deeper into the central, or even more profound areas, he would undoubtedly encounter even more powerful and enigmatic beasts. As dusk fell, the light began to wane. The illumination within the forest swiftly dimmed, rendering the nighttime mountains far more perilous than during the day. Lin Chen discovered a relatively concealed indentation in the mountain wall, which he chose as a temporary resting point. He refrained from lighting a fire to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Instead, he simply cleared the surrounding area and retrieved formation materials from his storage bag, commencing the arrangement of a vigilance array. He opted for the simplest of formations, the silk thread array, employing several unremarkable array foundation stones and a nearly transparent spirit power thread to establish a trigger-based alarm network around his resting point. Any creature that touched the spirit threads would induce a slight energy fluctuation, sufficient to rouse him from slumber. Once the vigilance array was set, he further established a rudimentary breath concealment array within the indentation, further suppressing his own aura. After completing these measures, he felt a modicum of reassurance, taking out a fasting pill to consume before sitting cross-legged to recover the spirit power expended during the day, all while maintaining a thread of vigilance. His soul force rhythmically expanding and retracting like waves. Under the shroud of night, the Blackwind Mountains seemed to awaken. A cacophony of strange insect chirps and beast roars echoed from afar, imbued with a sense of primal terror. Occasionally, violent energy fluctuations and sounds of combat reverberated from the depths of the mountains, indicating fierce life and death struggles unfolding. Lin Chen cast aside distracting thoughts, immersing himself in his cultivation. The myriad furnace technique gradually operated, absorbing the somewhat chaotic yet rich spirit energy surrounding him. The phantom of the furnace appeared to sense this vibrant energy, spinning slightly faster than when he was in Flowing Cloud City, continually refining and purifying the absorbed spirit energy into a pure, pale golden essence. In such a perilous environment, his heightened concentration inadvertently enhanced the efficiency of his cultivation technique. A tranquil night passed unperturbed. On the following day, Lin Chen continued his journey towards the Misty Valley. As he delved deeper, the surrounding environment began to transform. The trees grew taller and more peculiar, some even exhibiting a metallic sheen to their bark or emanating faint toxic vapors. The vegetation on the ground became denser, featuring a number of toxic or aggressive plants. Chapter 201. The tier of the ferocious beasts has evidently escalated, with early-stage third-tier beasts beginning to emerge with alarming frequency. These creatures possess the strength equivalent to that of a seventh-layer chi condensation practitioner, posing a significant threat to him. Amidst a damp and dense forest, Lin Chen encounters an early-stage, third-tier corrosive crocodile. This beast dwells perpetually in toxic marshes, its body encased in formidable scales, rendering it exceptionally resilient. And it is capable of spewing forth a highly corrosive venom. The corrosive crocodile is colossal, resembling a moving hillside, and it suddenly lunges from a murky pool, gaping its cavernous maw as a jet of dark green venom shoots towards Lin Chen like an arrow. Anticipating the attack, Lin Chen swiftly retreats the moment the crocodile appears, simultaneously activating a Vidra talisman. Bang! The venom collides with the golden barrier, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion as the shield quivers violently, its radiance dimming slightly. Yet it ultimately withstands the assault. What formidable corrosiveness! Lin Chen's heart tightened. This is merely an early-stage third-tier beast, and yet its venom is so astonishingly potent. Having failed to land its attack, the immense creature abruptly swings its massive body, its powerful tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, conjuring a fierce gust. Lin Chen deftly pivots on his toes, gliding sideways like a wraith, narrowly avoiding this overwhelming strike. Where the crocodile's tail passed, several stout trees were effortlessly uprooted. I cannot confront it head-on, Lin Chen swiftly deduces. The corrosive crocodile, with its tough hide, immense strength, and venomous assault, would be a formidable adversary in direct combat. A glint of determination flashes in his eyes as he focuses his spiritual energy on the beast's relatively vulnerable eyes. Simultaneously, the Qingfeng sword hums, its tip gathering a pinnacle of sharpness, representing the sword intent he recently comprehended. Swiftly, Lin Chen exhorts, his body moving in synchrony with the sword, transforming into a blurred azure silhouette, maneuvering to the crocodile's flank at an acute angle, evading its formidable fangs and venom. As he thrusts his sword directly at its eye socket, the corrosive crocodile seems to sense the impending peril, its enormous head abruptly swinging in an attempt to shield itself with its heavily scaled cranium. Sizzle. Chapter 202. The Azure Edge Sword, imbued with the essence of sword intent, possessed a sharpness that far surpassed the ordinary. Although it failed to pierce the eye directly, it nonetheless left a deep gash upon the hard scales of the eyelid, causing several drops of dark green blood to splatter forth. With a roar of pain, the corrupted crocodile writhed in fury, its massive form thrashing violently as its tail swept across, releasing venom that corroded the surrounding ground and trees into chaos. Lin Chen, having successfully struck, showed no inclination to linger. He promptly withdrew, creating distance. He had no intention of engaging in a protracted struggle with this formidable beast. His objective was Mist Valley, not the hunt of monstrous creatures. Seizing the opportunity amidst the corrupted crocodile's wrathful turmoil, Lin Chen activated a swift movement charm, his speed dramatically increasing as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing rapidly into the depths of the dense forest. Behind him, the frustrated roars of the corrupted crocodile echoed, yet Lin Chen had already departed. Though this skirmish was brief, it had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy and cost him a precious diamond charm. This experience deepened his understanding that in the Blackwind Mountains, each encounter necessitated careful evaluation to avoid unnecessary depletion and risks. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Chen exercised even greater caution. He deliberately chose obscure and arduous paths, steering clear of areas densely populated by beasts. When hunger struck, he consumed the spirit-resolving pill. When thirst beckoned, he sought out pristine mountain springs. At night, he sought more concealed resting places, setting up dual formations for protection. Along his journey, he encountered other adventurous cultivators, some solitary, others in groups, but he deliberately avoided any interaction, recognizing that amidst the perilous mountains, human hearts could often prove more treacherous than the beasts themselves. On the afternoon of the 4th day, after traversing a steep ridge, Lin Chen found himself greeted by a breathtaking vista. Before him lay an expansive valley, yet it was shrouded in an eerie, grayish-white mist, rendering the interior nearly invisible. The mist churned restlessly, as if alive, exuding a damp, chilling atmosphere tinged with a faintly sweet and cloying scent. Even from a distance, Lin Chen could sense the peculiar energy contained within the mist, which interfered with his spiritual perception, significantly diminishing his range of exploration. This, undoubtedly, was Mist Valley. As he gazed at the fog-enshrouded valley, a grave expression settled upon his face. The toxic miasmas and illusory vapors described in the Mission Jade slip were evidently no exaggeration. The mist at the valley's entrance was already so bizarre, the situation within was likely to be even more complex and perilous. He chose not to enter immediately, instead seeking a vantage point near the valley's mouth to scrutinize the entrance and its surroundings. He observed scattered remnants of broken bones nearby, some human, others belonging to beasts, silent testimonies to the dangers of this place. Occasionally, he noted signs of movement, suggesting that someone or some creature had passed through not long ago. Lin Chen retrieved the Mission Jade slip, meticulously reviewing the information regarding Mist Valley, particularly the characteristics of several known toxins and the precautions outlined by previous adventurers. He also took out the heart-purifying charms, inspecting them to ensure their integrity. With a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its optimal condition. Lin Chen understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. He was about to step into a realm fraught with the unknown and perilous dangers. Chapter 203. The Mist. Far from still. It undulates silently through the forest like a living entity, coalescing and dispersing. Lin Chen halted, finding himself merely 3 feet away from a realm of chaos, where shades of gray intertwined with an eerie lavender hue. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, becoming fragmented and casting a patchwork of shadows that heightened the surreal atmosphere. He did not rush into the mist, but instead chose to navigate the periphery, his fingertips occasionally brushing against the hanging vines, feeling the damp chill that clung to them. The 10,000 paths melting furnace technique quietly coursed within him, the miniature furnace in his dantian subtly vibrating, emanating a minuscule sense of perception in an attempt to pierce through the shroud. Unlike other techniques, the melting furnace technique's perception is not merely a projection of mental energy. It embodies an affinity for and capture of the wandering energies in the universe. Soon, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The energy contained within this mist was exceedingly chaotic, brimming with dense moisture, the essence of flora, and a chilling aura that made him feel slightly uneasy, as if certain beings had lingered here for an extended period, leaving behind a distinctive imprint. He chose a relatively less dense hollow within the mist and sat cross-legged, refraining from haste. From his storage bag, he retrieved a grain-consolidating pill and consumed it, followed by a few sips from his water pouch. The Black Wind Mountains were fraught with peril, and the Mist Valley was notorious for its treachery. Maintaining peak condition was the cornerstone of survival. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as he amplified the perception of the melting furnace technique, meticulously discerning the flow of various energies within the mist. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding illuminating his gaze. This mist was not simply a natural phenomenon. It appeared influenced by a specific terrain or formation, with the internal energy flow exhibiting a disorderly, yet subtly discernible pattern. This chaos could easily confound the senses, even disrupting the discernment of spiritual awareness. An ordinary cultivator rashly entering would likely become disoriented, perhaps even trapped within. He rose to his feet, retrieving from his storage bag an ordinary cowhide map, a crude outline of the Black Wind Mountains acquired from the market, with only a perilous red cross marking the Mist Valley, devoid of detailed descriptions. He compared the positions once more, confirming that the core area where the 7-star vine might grow lay roughly to the southeast of the Mist Valley. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen stowed the map away, his expression resolute. He chose not to advance in a straight line, but instead followed a relatively smooth crevice in the energy flow he had sensed earlier, gradually moving deeper into the mist. His steps were light, nearly soundless, his true chi retracted, forming only a thin layer of protection on his surface to guard against the faint, chilling encroachment of the mist. As he ventured further, the mist thickened, visibility diminishing to less than a foot. The surrounding trees contorted into bizarre shapes, seemingly transformed by the nurturing mist, their branches twisted, leaves displaying an unhealthy dark hue. A faint scent of decay pervaded the air, mingling with the unfamiliar fragrances of strange flora, causing a slight heaviness in his mind. Lin Chen held his breath, relying on the melting furnace technique's acute perception of energy flows to discern his direction with great difficulty. He dared not hasten, each step taken with utmost caution, expanding his spiritual awareness to a radius of 3 yards, vigilant for any potential disturbances. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon a gnarled, old tree to his left. There, several palm-sized butterflies, resplendent in color, danced gracefully, their wings scattering specks of golden powder. Against the backdrop of the gray-white mist, these particles appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Chapter 204, The Illusory Butterfly. Lin Chen murmured to himself. This enchanting butterfly, while lacking formidable offensive power, possessed wings dusted with scales that emitted a potent hallucinogenic effect. Should one inhale too much, they would succumb to a phantasm, rendered powerless and vulnerable. In such a dense fog, falling prey to this would yield dire consequences. He chose not to take a detour, for his senses indicated a considerable number of these illusory butterflies in the vicinity. He gradually activated the miniature furnace within his dantian. A stream of pure fire attribute true chi surging from his palm, not bursting forth violently, but enveloping him in an invisible shield of flames. Simultaneously, he retrieved a black pill from his storage pouch, an elixir he had concocted from various herbs for repelling insects and detoxifying. Although its grade was modest, it should prove effective against the scales of these low-tier butterflies. With the pill resting on his tongue, he felt a pungent aroma permeate his mouth, and he cautiously stepped forward, traversing beneath the swarm of illusory butterflies. Golden scales fluttered down, and upon contact with his ethereal flame shield, they emitted a faint hissing sound, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Even as remnants of the powder attempted to penetrate, they were thwarted by the aura from the pill and his contained true chi. Having navigated through the realm of the illusory butterflies unscathed, a bead of perspiration formed on Lin Chen's forehead. This was merely the periphery of the Mist Valley. and yet it harbored such peril. He remained vigilant, deepening his focus as he advanced towards his predetermined destination. After approximately half an hour of travel, the color of the surrounding mist began to shift, transforming from a pale gray interspersed with hints of lavender to a thick, inky black, akin to ink diffusing in water. The chill in the air grew increasingly oppressive, even sending a shiver down his spine. The energy fluctuations here were decidedly peculiar. Lin Chen paused once more, acutely aware that the energy flow ahead had ceased its chaotic dance, subtly coalescing into a vast vortex at its center, voraciously consuming the ambient energy. This sensation stirred a slight tremor within the miniature furnace in his dantian. He knew he was nearing the heart of the Mist Valley, where the seven-star vine was likely to flourish amidst this gathering of energy. Yet, the intensity of the energy fluctuations also heralded the presence of formidable dangers. Undeterred, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The more perilous the terrain, the greater the likelihood of discovering true treasures of nature. He took a moment to reassess his gear and condition, securing several frequently used talismans between his fingers, his true chi gradually escalating, ready to confront any unforeseen challenges. The swirling azure-black mist ahead intensified, and faintly, he could discern peculiar sounds, akin to metal scraping, echoing from the depths, sending chills down his spine. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, and stepped forward into the deeper shadows. The true visage of the Mist Valley was about to unveil itself to him. Chapter 2:05 The Dark. Murky fog was thicker than the outer layers, resembling an invisible swamp that consumed more energy with each step taken. Lin Chen slightly increased the speed of his internal energy circulation, causing the protective layer on his body to solidify further. He could sense the chilling energy in the air attempting to erode his internal energy. Had it not been for the purity attained through the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique, he would have struggled to maintain his strength. The layer of humus on the ground was also thicker, yielding to his steps silently and making it easier to conceal danger. Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, constantly scanning the surroundings for any potential hiding creatures. He slowed his pace, moving cautiously, narrowing his spiritual perception to a radius of 1 yard around him for finer awareness. Just as he navigated around a giant tree that required 2 people to embrace, his peripheral vision caught a slight movement in a cluster of low shrubs about 10 feet to his left. The movement was so subtle that it would have been easily overlooked had he not been fully focused. Almost simultaneously, the miniature furnace in his dantian jolted, and a strong sense of crisis surged within him. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound tore through the silence as 3 dark blue wind blades shot forth in a triangular formation from behind the shrubs, aiming directly at Lin Chen's throat, heart, and dantian. The attack was ruthless and perfectly timed, striking in the moment Lin Chen's attention wavered. His pupils constricted, yet he remained composed. At the instant the sense of danger arose, his internal energy instinctively reacted. With a powerful push from his toes, he advanced rather than retreating, moving sideways like a leaf swept by a fierce wind, shifting half a foot to the left at an astonishing angle. The 3 wind blades grazed his clothing, embedding deep into the trunk of a tree behind him, leaving 3 gaping grooves visible to the bone, with wood chips flying about. The assailants clearly did not expect such a swift response from Lin Chen, as a sound of surprise followed from behind the shrubs. As he steadied himself, Lin Chen swiftly drew the Qingfeng sword from his back with his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a melodious dragon's roar, unleashing a beam of sword light that arced back towards the shrubs. His movements were fluid and unhesitant. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The sword light was blocked by a suddenly appeared yellowish shield, which glimmered with an evident aura of a high-grade defensive artifact. Immediately after, 3 figures emerged from behind the shrubs. Leading them was a young man of medium stature, with a hawkish nose and a sinister gaze, wielding a half-person-high yellow shield that had deflected Lin Chen's strike. Behind him were 2 ordinary-looking cultivators. One held a short blade, while the other grasped a long banner emanating a green glow, clearly the one who had released the wind blades earlier. All 3 were at the 7th layer of chi refining, dressed uniformly in gray cloth attire, adorned with a vague wolf head emblem on their chests. Not bad for a quick reaction, kid, the hawkish-nosed youth sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Unfortunately, you've crossed paths with us, the Black Wolf Triad. Hand over your storage bag and bow 3 times, and we might spare your miserable life. The other cultivator with the short blade chuckled, stop wasting time with him. Big brother, this kid dares to venture here alone. He must have some valuable items on him. Let us take him down and share the loot. The cultivator holding the long banner remained silent, his eyes greedily scanning Lin Chen as if appraising a hunted prey. Lin Chen's expression was as cold as water, yet his mind raced with calculations. The 3 adversaries were all at the 7th layer of chi refining, while he was at the pinnacle of the sixth layer. Engaging them head-on would not bode well for him. Moreover, this location was unsuitable for prolonged combat. Any significant disturbance could attract stronger beasts or other cultivators, leading to dire consequences. A swift resolution was imperative, or perhaps an opportunity to escape. Are you three here for the 7-star vine as well? Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice calm, attempting to buy time while secretly urging the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique, attuning himself to the surrounding environment and the fluctuations of their energies. In battle, the refining technique could not only rapidly restore his internal energy but also heighten his sensitivity to the flow of energy, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's intentions. Chapter 206. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the hawk-nosed youth, seemingly unprepared for Lin Chen's calm demeanor. He then scoffed. You seem to know quite a bit, kid. Indeed, we will claim the 7-star vine. However, we will also take what you possess. Before his words faded, he stomped his foot, causing the earthy yellow shield in his hand to radiate a brilliant glow, releasing a heavy wave of Earth-type spiritual energy. Second, third, attack. Don't let him escape. The cultivator wielding a short blade let out a sinister laugh, his figure flickering as he transformed into a shadow, lunging at Lin Chen from the side, the blade glinting ominously as it aimed for Lin Chen's ribs. Meanwhile, the one with the long banner swung it, unleashing several more solidified azure wind blades that swiftly sealed off Lin Chen's escape route. The hawk-nosed youth, shield in hand, advanced steadily, evidently intent on utilizing the shield's defense in conjunction with his companion's assaults to ensnare and eliminate Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He understood that waiting any longer was not an option. The three opponents displayed a remarkable level of coordination, suggesting they were seasoned criminals who frequently operated together. Just as the short blade was about to strike and the wind blades approached, Lin Chen's figure suddenly became indistinct. Movement talisman. A pale yellow talisman ignited at his fingertips, propelling his speed to an extraordinary level. He narrowly evaded the thrust of the short blade and twisted his body in an uncanny manner, dodging most of the wind blades, though one grazed his arm, leaving a light crimson mark. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. The hawk-nosed youth bellowed, thrusting the shield forward in an attempt to block Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's intention was not to escape. In that fleeting moment of evasion, he unleashed the full power of the 10,000 paths refining method, channeling a pure surge of true energy into the Qifeng sword, which glowed with a faint red radiance. Annihilation finger. He did not opt for a direct confrontation with the impressive shield. Instead, he extended his left hand, fingers aligned like a sword, as a dark glimmer coalesced at his fingertip, striking with the swiftness of lightning at the wrist of the cultivator wielding the short blade. This finger strike was an attack technique he had comprehended from the 10,000 paths refining method, capable of condensing the furnace's power into a single point for a devastating explosion, possessing formidable penetrating power and the characteristic of extinguishing life. He seldom employed it due to its significant energy consumption. The short blade wielder was utterly unprepared for Lin Chen's audacity to advance rather than retreat under their combined assault, particularly targeting him. He felt an excruciating pain in his wrist, as if seared by a glowing iron, followed by a wave of numbing sensation, causing his short blade to clatter to the ground. In terror, he glanced down, discovering a tiny blood hole in his wrist, around which the flesh visibly blackened and withered. A chilling, lifeless force began to creep up his arm. "Ah, my hand!" He screamed in agony, his face contorted with fear. This sudden turn of events left both the hawk-nosed youth and the long banner wielder momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen pressed forward without hesitation. Aware of the annihilation finger's potency, he knew the opponent's arm was rendered useless for the foreseeable future. He exerted force beneath his feet, moving like lightning. And in the moment of distraction for the other two, the red glow of the Qifeng sword surged, executing the most rapid and ferocious techniques from the Lin family swordplay. He charged at the long banner wielder. Not good. The long banner wielder reacted swiftly, hastily swinging the banner to defend. Yet, in such a rushed moment, he was no match for Lin Chen's full-on assault. With a swift flash of the sword, a head soared into the air, blood erupting like a fountain. The long banner wielder scarcely had time to utter a scream before his body was severed, his face frozen in astonishment and confusion. Chapter 207. In the blink of an eye. The situation reverses. The hawkish-nosed youth stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with rage and fear. You dare to kill my third brother." He could not fathom how a mere boy, seemingly at the 6th level of Qi refinement, could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. He had not only incapacitated the second brother in an instant, but had also swiftly dispatched the third. The bizarre finger techniques and the fierce swordsmanship were not skills one would expect from an ordinary outer disciple. Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, his gaze frigid. He understood that this was not the moment for compassion. Having drawn blood, he aimed to eradicate the threat entirely. without acknowledging the hawkish-nosed youth's words. He shifted his focus to the severed arm cultivator, who was clutching his arm and howling in despair. "Elder brother, save me!" With a furious roar, the hawkish-nosed youth raised his shield and charged forward to provide aid. Yet, Lin Chen was swifter. The azure sword traced a sorrowful arc, piercing the cultivator's throat amidst his terror-stricken gaze. The severed arm cultivator's wail abruptly ceased, his body collapsing limply to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only the hawkish-nosed youth remained of the Black Wolf trio. He looked upon his fallen companions, bathed in a pool of blood, and then at Lin Chen, who stood resolute with his sword, a chill creeping up from his core. He finally realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Who are you?" The hawkish-nosed youth's voice quivered, his shield lowering involuntarily. Regret filled his heart. Had he known this boy was so formidable, they would never have provoked him. Lin Chen offered no reply, merely advancing towards him, sword in hand. The murderous intent emanating from him was palpable, pressing down like a tangible weight. Feeling the icy aura of death surrounding him, the youth understood that escape was his only hope. A flicker of madness and resentment ignited in his eyes. "You wait. The Black Wolf gang will not let this go." With that, he abruptly produced a crimson talisman from his bosom, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto it. The talisman glimmered with a vibrant red light. The blood escape talisman. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the hawkish-nosed youth enveloped himself in a cloud of blood mist, transforming into a streak of crimson light, fleeing at an astonishing speed into the depths of the fog, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen frowned but did not pursue. The blood escape talisman, while costly in vital essence, granted remarkable speed. And the depths of the mist valley were fraught with unknown dangers. Reckless pursuit would be unwise. He swiftly surveyed the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the two deceased cultivators, as well as the earthy yellow shield and the fallen dagger. The shield felt heavy in his grasp, its spiritual energy resonating strongly, suggesting it was a decent low-grade defensive artifact. Having completed these tasks, he did not linger but immediately changed direction, hastily vacating the area. Although he had eliminated 2 threats, he had also revealed his strength. And one had escaped. This could lead to further troubles. He needed to locate the 7-star vine post-haste and extricate himself from this perilous place. The dark, murky mist soon enveloped the scene of brief carnage once more, as if nothing had transpired. The only remnants of the violent struggle were the faint scent of blood lingering in the air and the gradually cooling corpses on the ground. Lin Chen moved swiftly through the dense fog, his demeanor grave. The dangers of the Mist Valley stemmed not only from the beasts that lurked within but also from the treachery of human hearts. Chapter 208. After Brother Leopard and the others departed, Elder Qian turned to Lin Chen, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Young friend, I hope you are not too startled. I'm Qian Tong, a steward of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Junior Lin Chen." "It is an honor to meet you, Elder Qian," Lin Chen replied with a slight bow, expressing gratitude for the elder's timely intervention. "Ah, Lin Chen, you are too courteous." It was but a trifling matter. Qian Tong waved his hand dismissively, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. "At such a young age, you possess remarkable cultivation and courage. It is truly commendable. May I inquire about your purpose in Black Mountain County? If there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to speak. The Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce will certainly do its utmost to aid you." Lin Chen's mind raced. Qian Tong's overtures were clearly motivated by more than mere gratitude for his patronage at Bai Chaotang. The relationship between the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce and the Blood Shadow Pavilion was intricate, marked by both competition and perhaps some unspoken accord. Their approach now might be an attempt to win him over or to use him as a means to gauge the Blood Shadow Pavilion's movements. "Elder Qian is too kind. I am merely a newcomer wishing to gain some experience and broaden my horizons in Black Mountain County," Lin Chen replied, maintaining an air of modesty while concealing his true intentions. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of insight crossed Qian Tong's eyes. "I see. Although Black Mountain County is a veritable mix of people, it indeed holds a wealth of opportunities. If you do not mind, might we step into my chamber for further discussion? I would be glad to provide you with an introduction to the local situation, to spare you from encountering further complications like today." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen nodded. "Very well, I shall impose on you, Elder Qian." He had been pondering how to delve deeper into the power dynamics of Black Mountain County and gather more intelligence on the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Qian Tong's invitation presented an excellent opportunity, though the elder may have ulterior motives. Lin Chen was confident that his strength and the trump card of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace would suffice to manage most situations. Thus, Lin Chen followed Qian Tong, accompanied by a man and a woman trailing behind. As they departed from the Blood Swallow Tavern and made their way to the headquarters of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. The chamber's residence was situated in the most prosperous area of the city, an expansive and magnificent complex that exuded the formidable strength of the organization. Upon entering an elegant reception room and taking their seats, Qiantong dismissed the attendants before continuing. Lin Xiaoyu, to be frank, today's events were not mere coincidence. Our Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce has traditionally maintained a non-interference policy with the Blood Shadow Pavilion. However, of late, their actions have become increasingly audacious, encroaching upon our interests. We have been seeking an opportune moment to make our stand. Your presence today presents us with a splendid opportunity. Lin Chen understood immediately. He had been unwittingly enlisted as a pawn in their game. Yet, he was unperturbed. Indeed, he had long viewed the Blood Shadow Pavilion as a mortal enemy, and any chance to hinder them was welcome. What does Elder Qian propose? Lin Chen inquired. Qiantong smiled slightly. You are direct, Lin Xiaoyu, so I shall be forthright. The Blood Shadow Pavilion's greatest asset in Black Mountain County is its branch leader, the Blood Hand Butcher, Li Tianqing. This individual possesses profound cultivation and ruthless methods, being a formidable presence at the first level of the Golden Core stage. As long as Li Tianqing remains alive, the Blood Shadow Pavilion will remain unshaken. The mention of the Golden Core stage made Lin Chen's pupils constrict slightly. This information was far more precise and perilous than that provided by He Yuanshan. The disparity between the late stage of Foundation establishment and the Golden Core stage was vast, making the task of dismantling the Blood Shadow Pavilion's branch exceedingly daunting. Elder Qian, are you conveying this information to me with a specific intention? Lin Chen queried. We wish to collaborate with you, Lin Xiaoyu. Qiantong's gaze burned with intensity. We have witnessed your strength. Though you are but at the third level of Foundation establishment, your battle prowess likely rivals that of an ordinary late-stage practitioner. Should we join forces to eliminate Li Tianqing and a few other key figures of the Blood Shadow Pavilion in the city, their influence here would collapse entirely. At that point, the assets and territories they leave behind, the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce would be willing to share with you. The proposition of sharing the spoils of the Blood Shadow Pavilion was an enticing temptation. However, Lin Chen could not help but smirk inwardly. Qiantong was indeed a cunning strategist, attempting to leverage him against a Golden Core expert like Li Tianqing while they reaped the benefits, all under the guise of noble intentions. Elder Qian, you overestimate my capabilities, Lin Chen replied coolly. Li Tianqing is a Golden Core powerhouse, and I am merely at the third level of Foundation establishment. How could I contend with him? Surely, you do not expect me to venture forth to my demise. Qiantong laughed heartily at this. You misunderstand, Lin Xiaoyu. We would never send you into a futile struggle. We have our own arrangements for dealing with Li Tianqing. What we need from you is to help us restrain the other masters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion during our confrontation with him, particularly their late-stage Foundation Establishment Hall masters. Upon success, in addition to the previously promised rewards, the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce can also offer you a Foundation Establishment pill and a top-tier profound cultivation technique as a token of our gratitude. Chapter 209, Foundation Establishment Pill. Superior Grade Xian Class Technique. Such a grand endeavor cannot be overlooked. Lin Chen felt a stirring within. The Foundation Establishment Pill is undoubtedly a treasure for cultivators on the verge of breaking into a higher realm. Moreover, a superior grade Xian class technique is a rare find, almost unattainable. It appears that the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce has invested significantly to contend with the Blood Shadow Tower. How can I trust you? Lin Chen inquired. Qiantong smiled faintly and retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, presenting it to Lin Chen. This is our preliminary plan and the forces we can mobilize. You may peruse it at your leisure. As for trust, young friend Lin, you have already offended the Blood Shadow Tower. Without our protection, you will find it exceedingly difficult to navigate within Black Mountain County. This was a blatant threat. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip, his consciousness delving into it as he swiftly skimmed through the contents. The slip contained a detailed account of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce's strategy against the Blood Shadow Tower, including how to divert Li Tianqing, the plan for coordinated actions, and a list of formidable experts they intended to deploy. Among them were 2 Peak Foundation Establishment guest elders and several late-stage Foundation Establishment stewards. It seems you are well prepared, Lin Chen remarked as he set down the jade slip. Naturally, Qiantong replied. This matter is of utmost importance. We dare not be remiss. What do you think? Young friend Lin? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen spoke. I am open to cooperation, but I have one condition. Oh, please, go ahead, Qiantong urged. I require the complete technique of the soul-devouring heaven-seizing art practiced by the master of the Blood Shadow Tower, Lin Chen stated, each word deliberate and firm. Upon hearing this, Qiantong's brow furrowed slightly. The soul-devouring heaven-seizing art. That is the core technique of the Blood Shadow Tower, notoriously sinister, with exceedingly harsh cultivation requirements. What do you intend to do with such a technique, young friend Lin? That is not a concern for you, Qian Lao, Lin Chen replied coolly. If I can acquire this technique, I will wholeheartedly assist with your actions. Otherwise, our paths diverge, and we cannot collaborate. The reason he presented this condition was twofold. Firstly, to gauge the sincerity and limits of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. And secondly, he was genuinely intrigued by this devouring technique, which bore similarities to the star-absorbing art. Perhaps he could glean insights to enhance his own technique. Qiantong pondered for a long while before slowly nodding. Very well. If we succeed and Li Tianqing perishes, his belongings will naturally be ours to dispose of. Although the soul-devouring, heaven-seizing art is precious, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to grant it to you. However, I too have a condition. Please, go ahead, Qianlao, Lin Chen encouraged. This operation carries significant risk. Should it fail, I hope young friend Lin can keep the matter confidential and not implicate the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, Qiantong stated. His gaze sharp. That goes without saying, Lin Chen affirmed. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I understand the weight of a promise. Excellent. It is settled then. A smile appeared on Qiantong's face. We will notify you of the specific time for action. In the meantime, you may stay with our chamber for a few days for convenience and communication. We will assign personnel to ensure your safety, to prevent any trouble from the Blood Shadow Tower. Thank you for your arrangements, Qianlao. Thus, a clandestine agreement was forged amidst the swirling currents of intrigue. Lin Chen realized he had stepped into an even more perilous vortex. Yet, simultaneously, he glimpsed the hope of annihilating the Blood Shadow Tower's branch and seizing immense opportunities. Chapter 210. Days settled in the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, everything seemed tranquil, yet beneath lay a tumultuous current. Qiantong dispatched 2 early-stage Foundation establishment guards to ensure Lin Chen's safety, ostensibly for protection, but in truth, it also served a purpose of surveillance. Lin Chen was acutely aware of this intention, yet he relished the peace it afforded him. Each day, he engaged in meditation and cultivation within the secluded chambers provided by the Chamber of Commerce, solidifying his 3rd stage of Foundation establishment. In secret, he also sought to refine the synergy between the star absorption technique and the 10,000 paths melting furnace method, contemplating how to seize the greatest advantage amidst the impending storm. Within the city of Black Mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate with each passing day. The Blood Shadow Tower suffered a setback at the Blood Swallow Tavern. Although the intervention of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce prevented an immediate confrontation, it was evident to discerning eyes that relations between these 2 formidable factions had reached an icy nadir. Some astute smaller factions began to subtly align themselves or opted for prudence, steering clear of this contentious arena. Lin Chen had attempted to subtly probe the 2 guards for specifics regarding their actions, yet they were evidently uninformed, merely executing their orders. It appeared Qiantong approached this matter with utmost caution, reserving the core plan for a select few high-ranking officials. One day, while immersed in his meditation, Lin Chen endeavored to integrate a trace of the star absorption technique's devouring power into his martial arts. He discovered that this amalgamation could induce a faint adhesive and tearing effect upon impact, not sufficient to directly consume an opponent's cultivation, but capable of disrupting their spiritual energy flow and even unwittingly siphoning a modicum of vitality to replenish his own. This subtle enhancement brought him considerable delight. Suddenly, a slight disturbance emanated from the barrier outside the chamber. Lin Chen opened his eyes and scanned the vicinity with his consciousness, recognizing the young female cultivator who had accompanied Qiantong at the tavern. Young Master Lin, Elder Qian requests your presence. Her cool voice resonated from the threshold. Lin Chen rose, adjusted his attire, and opened the door to the chamber. Lead the way, he instructed. The young woman nodded and turned to proceed, with Lin Chen following closely behind. Throughout the journey, neither spoke, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Lin Chen sensed a mixture of curiosity and subtle wariness in her gaze. Upon arriving at the elegantly appointed reception room, Qiantong sat in the main seat, sipping tea, though a hint of gravity marked his expression. Young friend Lin, please take a seat, Qiantong gestured, setting down his teacup. Elder Qian, have you summoned me for the commencement of the operation? Lin Chen inquired directly. Qiantong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it will commence tonight at the hour of the rat. The target is Li Tianqing, the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower's branch, along with his 3 subordinates. And what is the specific plan? Lin Chen pressed. Li Tianqing will be at the Black Snake Escort Agency in the western part of the city tonight, attending to a significant batch of goods. We will set an ambush there. I, along with 2 other guest elders, will take the lead against Li Tianqing. Qiantong spoke in a hushed tone. As for the 3 subordinates of the Blood Shadow Tower, they are Money Leopard Wei Tong, Iron Arm Monkey Ho Kuan, and Poison Scorpion Chong Wunyang. Each is formidable with late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Money Leopard Wei Tong is avaricious and lecherous, often stationed at the Blood Swallow Tavern, overseeing the collection of wealth and intelligence. Iron Arm Monkey Ho Kuan possesses immense strength and a volatile temper, serving as the Blood Shadow Tower's primary enforcer, undertaking unsavory tasks primarily within the Shadow Alley. Poison Scorpion Chong Wunyang is ruthless and proficient in toxic arts, her movements shrouded in secrecy, and she is among Li Tianqing's most trusted confidants. What we require of you, young friend Lin, is to engage Wei Tong at the Blood Swallow Tavern while we confront Li Tianqing. Although Wei Tong is relatively weaker among the three subordinates, he controls the majority of Blood Shadow Tower's legitimate enterprises and intelligence network in Black Mountain County. Should he be restrained, the Blood Shadow Tower would descend into chaos. Devoid of leadership, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Are we only targeting Wei Tong? What are the other two subordinates? Chapter 211. A glimmer flickered in Qian Tong's eyes. As for the formidable Iron Ape, Ho Kuan, we have another team from our guild to handle him. Regarding the cunning Scorpion Lady, Chong Wunyang, she is exceedingly sly and adept at using poison. At present, we lack effective means to confront her. We can only hope that once we deal with Li Tianqing and Wei Tong, the Scorpion Lady will succumb without a fight. Or we can concentrate our forces to eliminate her subsequently. Lin Chen smirked coldly within. Indeed, Qian Tong was a wily old fox. Tasking himself with confronting the relatively weaker yet strategically significant Wei Tong served a dual purpose. It would be effective while keeping risks manageable. As for the most troublesome Scorpion Lady, they had chosen to evade her for the time being. Are there any other experts around Wei Tong? Lin Chen inquired. The Blood Swallow Tavern is a crucial stronghold for the Blood Shadow Guild. In addition to Wei Tong, who is a late-stage Foundation Establishment Master, there are at least 3 to 5 mid-stage Foundation Establishment experts, along with dozens of Qi refinement fighters, Qian Tong replied. Although our objective is solely Wei Tong, the pressure remains considerable. He regarded Lin Chen with a hint of probing in his tone. I understand, Lin Chen nodded. At the second watch, I will arrive at the Blood Swallow Tavern punctually. Excellent. Lin Xiao, you are indeed forthright. Qian Tong's face broke into a satisfied smile. Here is a detailed map of the Blood Swallow Tavern, along with some of Wei Tong's habits and weaknesses for your reference. Once the task is accomplished, we shall honor our previous commitments without fail. He handed Lin Chen a new jade slip. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip without further words and took his leave. Upon returning to his quiet chamber, Lin Chen meticulously studied the information within the jade slip. The structure of the Blood Swallow Tavern was intricate, with numerous watchmen both overt and covert. Confronting Wei Tong directly without alarming too many individuals would indeed prove challenging. Although Wei Tong was greedy and lecherous, he was also quite cautious, often surrounded by formidable guards. It appeared that tonight would be a tough battle. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He did not fully trust Qian Tong's words. The conflict between the Black Mountain Guild and the Blood Shadow Guild likely concealed deeper layers of interest entanglements. In this murky water, he needed to tread carefully to safeguard himself and maximize his benefits. He immersed his consciousness in the myriad furnace within his dantian. After a period of cultivation and insight, the Dao patterns on the surface of the furnace appeared to possess an even more profound charm. Particularly, the starry Dao pattern representing devouring and plundering, under the impetus of the star absorption technique, became increasingly vibrant and profound. Star absorption technique. Perhaps it will prove immensely useful tonight, Lin Chen mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. He retrieved the star absorption motherstone obtained from the third chief of the Black Wind stronghold from his storage ring. Ever since he comprehended the star absorption technique, he had been nurturing the motherstone within his body, seemingly establishing a wondrous resonance with the myriad furnace. He could sense that within this motherstone lay purer and more potent stellar energy, though his current cultivation level was insufficient to fully harness it. If he could seize the opportunity to absorb some of the cultivation and vitality from the Blood Shadow Guild's experts, perhaps it would elevate his star absorption technique further, even pushing him towards the 4th stage of Foundation establishment. A bold thought surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the notion. One must eat bite by bite and tread step by step. The immediate priority was to prepare for tonight's operation. He began to meticulously check his equipment and medicinal pills. The healing elixirs obtained from the Su family, along with various auxiliary pills purchased from the herbal hall, were all adequately prepared. The flying sword, Jingong, had also been refined to a more adept level. As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chapter 212. In the city of Heishan County, usually bustling with life, a peculiar tranquility enveloped the streets beneath the cloak of night. Yet, beneath this calm faade lurked the imminent surge of chaos. As the hour of the rat approached, Lin Chen donned a suit of black attire suited for stealth, concealing his face with a dark cloth that revealed only his keen, eagle-like eyes. He departed from the Heishan Chamber of Commerce with utmost silence, blending seamlessly into the deepening shadows of the night. To the west of the city lay the Black Snake Escort Agency, Ostensibly a typical escort service, the premises were now ablaze with light and fortified with vigilance. Dozens of disciples clad in crimson garb from Blood Shadow Tower patrolled the grounds, weapons in hand, their demeanor alert and watchful. Within the main hall of the agency, a tall, menacing figure exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust, seated regally upon a tiger-skinned chair. He was Lin Chen, the master of the Black Mountain branch of Blood Shadow Tower, a formidable cultivator at the first level of the Golden Course stage. On either side of him sat two menacing figures. One, a tall and gaunt man with a waxy complexion, was the Iron Arm Ape, Ho Kuan. The other, an alluring woman dressed provocatively, her gaze laced with seduction, was the Scorpion Woman, Chang Wuliang. Has there been any word from the master? Lin Chen rasped, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Reporting to the master, our agents in Qingyang town have been completely wiped out. Fragmentary reports suggest involvement from a young cultivator named Lin Chen. His strength is peculiar, suspected to match that of a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, Chang Wuliang responded, her voice carrying an icy undertone. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. A mere late-stage Foundation establishment brat dares to touch my Blood Shadow Tower's people? Investigate. I want to uncover his background. Let him understand the consequences of crossing my Blood Shadow Tower. Understood. At that moment, a faint commotion arose from outside the courtyard, swiftly followed by a series of sharp cries. Who goes there? Lin Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Master, it's bad. Enemies have infiltrated. A panicked disciple of Blood Shadow Tower rushed in to report. Humph. Unaware of their impending doom. How dare they trespass into my Black Snake escort agency? Lin Chen scoffed. Ho Kuan, Wuliang, let us see which fool dares to disturb the peace here. With that, he vanished like a flash of crimson lightning, darting toward the courtyard, with Ho Kuan and Chang Wuliang close behind. A long-anticipated hunt was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, Lin Chen's figure stealthily emerged in the back alley of the Blood Swallow Tavern. His gaze, akin to that of a hawk honing in on its prey, pierced through the night, fixating on the tavern, brilliantly lit, yet concealing treachery within. Chapter 213, Blood Swallow Tavern, Back Alley. Lin Chen, akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows, cast his sharp gaze over every corner of the tavern's backyard. According to the map inscribed on the jade tablet, there existed a concealed side gate that granted direct access to the interior of the tavern, allowing one to evade the multitude of henchmen in the front hall. Taking a deep breath, he moved stealthily along the wall like a wraith. Several disciples of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, responsible for patrolling, remained oblivious to the specter of death that had glided past them. Arriving smoothly at the side gate, Lin Chen retrieved a slender iron wire from his storage ring. With a subtle infusion of spiritual energy, he deftly manipulated it, and the lock clicked open. He nudged the door ajar, slipping inside with fluid grace, making not a whisper. Inside the tavern, the lights blazed brightly. However, in stark contrast to the clamor of the front hall, the backyard and the staircase leading upward exuded a tranquil ambience. Lin Chen sensed numerous concealed presences lurking in the shadows, clearly the watchful sentinels of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. His target lay on the third floor, in the exclusive chamber of the Money Leopard, Wei Tong. Rather than hastening upward, Lin Chen concealed himself behind a rockery in the backyard, meticulously observing the surroundings. He awaited the opportune moment to swiftly eliminate the sentinels and strike directly at the heart of the matter. At that moment, a clamor erupted from the front hall, as if a dispute had ignited. This was soon followed by the resonating crash of overturned tables and the clash of weaponry. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that the Black Mountain Merchant Guild had commenced their operation? This sudden turn of events immediately captivated the attention of most within the tavern. Several disciples, previously hidden in the shadows, hastily made their way toward the front hall. Now is the moment. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Chen's eyes as he sprang forth from behind the rockery like an arrow loosed from its bow. He eschewed the staircase, opting instead for a leap, his hands gripping the second-floor window ledge with the precision of an eagle's talons, effortlessly hoisting himself up. Who goes there? A disciple of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, emerging from a second-floor room, was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, his expression shifting in alarm as he prepared to sound the alarm. Lin Chen's gaze gleamed with icy resolve. He flicked his fingers. Swish! A sharp gust of force, akin to an invisible arrow, instantaneously pierced the disciple's throat. The disciple's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, letting out a brief gasp before collapsing, blood gushing through his fingers. Without a moment's pause, Lin Chen pressed on, his toes barely grazing the window ledge before he propelled himself upward towards the third floor. In the corridor of the third floor, two formidable mid-foundation realm cultivators stood guard at the entrance of an opulent chamber, their expressions vigilant. Within lay Wei Tong, the Money Leopard, under attack. Upon witnessing Lin Chen charging at them like a vengeful deity, The two mid-foundation realm cultivators' faces blanched. They shouted in unison, drawing their weapons. Flanking Lin Chen from both sides. One wielded a sword, its blade gleaming with a deadly edge, embodying the force to cleave mountains. The other brandished a saber, its technique cunning and precise, striking at Lin Chen's vital points like a serpent's strike. Lin Chen scoffed, advancing rather than retreating. Guardian of the Abyss. A radiant golden aura enveloped him, emanating a weighty presence akin to a mountain. Facing the dual onslaught of the mid-foundation realm cultivators, he neither flinched nor evaded, instead opting to withstand the assault with sheer physical might. Clang, clang. The resounding echoes of metal clashing reverberated. The two mid-foundation realm cultivators felt as though their weapons had struck an indomitable iron wall, causing their hands to tremble and their arms to ache. Yet Lin Chen remained unscathed. How is this possible? Both men simultaneously exhibited disbelief. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Lin Chen had already closed the distance. His hands, like deft pickpockets, seized the wrists of both cultivators. Chapter 214, The Star-Sucking Technique. Lin Chen silently chanted within his heart. As the myriad furnaces in his dantian and the celestial patterns in his sea of consciousness activated simultaneously, a formidable and unparalleled force of absorption erupted from his palm. The two mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators felt their spiritual energy surge uncontrollably towards Lin Chen's hand, as if a dam had burst. Their faces paled to a ghostly white. Their eyes filled with terror and despair. Ah, my spiritual energy. What kind of demonic technique is this? The two were horrified, struggling to break free, only to discover their bodies ensnared by an invisible suction, rendering them immobile. Their cultivation was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. In mere moments, the once imposing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators crumpled to the ground like deflated balloons, gasping for breath, their cultivation plummeting to the early stages of chi refinement, nearly rendered useless. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. This star-sucking technique, combined with the defensive prowess of the prison god body, proved to be an unrivaled weapon against cultivators of equal or lesser rank. He disregarded the two incapacitated individuals and kicked open the door to the luxurious private chamber. Inside, the opulence was overwhelming. A somewhat portly middle-aged man, adorned in exquisite garments and wearing a lewd smile, was embracing two scantily clad alluring women, his hands wandering. He was none other than Wei Tong, one of the three hall masters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Upon hearing the loud crash of the door, Wei Tong's expression darkened, and he abruptly lifted his head, anger flashing in his eyes. Which blind fool dares to disturb my leisure? However, when he beheld the figure cloaked in black at the threshold, emanating an icy aura of murderous intent, his pupils contracted in shock. It's you. Wei Tong recognized Lin Chen's gaze. It was the very young man who had clashed with Brother Leopard at the tavern just days prior. Money Leopard Wei Tong. Your demise is at hand. Lin Chen's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Humph. Such audacity. Wei Tong scoffed, shoving the two women aside as he rose from his seat, a powerful aura of late-stage foundation establishment erupting like thunder. You dare enter without an invitation? Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shall send you on your way. Before he could finish speaking, his figure blurred, akin to a leaping leopard. As he lunged towards Lin Chen, his hands transformed into sharp claws, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at Lin Chen's throat and heart. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He did not flinch or evade, instead unleashing a powerful punch. Mountain-crushing fist. The punch howled through the air, golden light shimmering, imbued with overwhelming force. Bang! The fists and claws collided, producing a resounding thud. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the two, shattering the furnishings in the private chamber. Wei Tong felt an unimaginable force emanating from Lin Chen's fist, causing his arms to numb, blood surging within him, and he involuntarily staggered back several steps. How was this possible? Shock filled Wei Tong's eyes. He was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, while his opponent clearly exuded only the aura of the third stage of foundation establishment. How could he overpower him in sheer strength? Lin Chen pressed his advantage, refusing to relent, his former relentless shadow as he advanced once more. His attacks were grand and fierce, each strike infused with terrifying power, forcing Wei Tong to retreat continuously. Damn it! Wei Tong felt both astonishment and fury. He realized that his opponent's physical strength was astonishingly formidable. Every clash felt like colliding with a mountain. Who exactly are you? Wei Tong shouted, struggling to fend off Lin Chen's barrage. Lin Chen, however, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter, intensifying his onslaught. Amidst their fierce battle, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. Moments later, several adept cultivators from the Blood Shadow Pavilion rushed in. Hall Master, we've come to assist you. Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Wei Tong felt a surge of elation and quickly shouted, "Quick! Kill him!" The group of Blood Shadow Pavilion experts immediately surrounded Lin Chen, preparing to attack. Chapter 215. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, directly confronting the skilled fighters from the Blood Shadow Tower. Seeking death, his form moved like a wraith, weaving seamlessly between the adversaries. With every strike, one would inevitably cry out in agony and fall to the ground. The formidable defense of his hell-suppressing divine body rendered him impervious to their assaults. Meanwhile, the clandestine operation of the star absorption technique invigorated him further, leaving his internal spiritual energy nearly unscathed. In mere moments, the incoming fighters from the Blood Shadow Tower were thoroughly vanquished, either dead or grievously wounded. Wei Tong watched, dumbfounded, a profound chill rising within him. This young man is nothing short of a monster. No longer could he afford to engage in a direct confrontation. Wei Tong realized that he had become the target. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. He feigned an attack, pushing Lin Chen away, and turned to flee toward the window. "You think you can escape? It's too late." Lin Chen sneered, his figure flickering as if teleporting, blocking Wei Tong's path with ease. "You are pushing me too far," Wei Tong shouted, his bravado faltering. "The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower is a Golden Core Realm expert. If you kill me, he will surely not let you go." Golden Core Realm? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. He could sense that Wei Tong was likely facing his own end. As he spoke, he struck again. This time, a faint starlight shimmered in his palm, fully unleashing the star absorption technique, a force of devouring power, even more potent and domineering than when he had consumed the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, enveloped Wei Tong in an instant. Wei Tong felt as though he were sinking into an invisible quagmire, his internal spiritual energy surging uncontrollably toward Lin Chen's palm, dragging his body closer against his will. "No. What kind of sorcery is this?" Wei Tong screamed in terror. He could feel his vitality dissipating rapidly along with his vanishing energy. "Furnace, refine for me," Lin Chen commanded inwardly. The myriad paths of the furnace roared to life within his dantian, the flames blazing as they swiftly refined and purified Wei Tong's chaotic and malevolent energy into the most exquisite essence, merging it into Lin Chen's very being. Simultaneously, fragments of mixed notions concerning wealth, desire, and schemes were forcibly stripped away and infused into the furnace's inscriptions. "Ah!" Wei Tong let out a final, heart-rending wail, his body rapidly desiccating as though drained of all moisture, ultimately becoming a mere husk of bones, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As Lin Chen absorbed the entirety of Wei Tong's cultivation and spirit, he felt a torrent of power surging through his meridians. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, peak of the third stage of Foundation establishment, a mere step away from the fourth stage. Such immense power. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed fiercely. He could sense that his strength had significantly improved. This star absorption technique, coupled with the myriad paths of the furnace, was truly a formidable cheat. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the boiling blood and energy within him. Now was not the time to break through. Swiftly, he searched Wei Tong's corpse and discovered a storage pouch. A flicker of his consciousness revealed a wealth of spirit stones and assorted trinkets. Yet no sign of any technique jade slips. It seemed that the soul-devouring technique was not here. Lin Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. However, having eliminated Wei Tong and gained such a monumental boost was already a worthwhile endeavor. He lingered not in that place, his figure flickering as he leapt through the window, vanishing into the depths of the night. Inside the Blood Swallow Tavern, chaos reigned, the air thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged across other parts of Black Mountain County. Chapter 216. Above the Black Snake Escort Agency, a tempest of crimson and golden light intertwined violently. Each clash erupted with a deafening roar, the ensuing shockwaves of energy obliterating the surrounding edifices, reducing them to mere ruins. Li Tianxing, drenched in blood and appearing almost frenzied, unleashed the full force of his Golden Core realm, wielding a blood-red long knife with an impenetrable precision. The blade's aura slicing through the air as if to rend the very heavens apart, single-handedly confronting three adversaries. He stood undaunted against Qian Tong and the two-peak Foundation establishment elders of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, seemingly gaining the upper hand. The difference between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment was but a single character, yet it loomed like an insurmountable chasm. "Qian Tong, you wretched cur. Is the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce determined to pursue a vendetta against my Blood Shadow Pavilion to the bitter end?" Li Tianxing roared, cleaving forward with his knife, the sanguine blade energy transforming into a fearsome blood python, its gaping maw lunging towards Qian Tong. The latter's countenance tightened as he brandished a radiant azure-long ruler, its shadow multiplying in an effort to withstand the onslaught. Yet he was still rocked back. blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The other two elders, one wielding a sword with cascading light, and the other commanding an ancient shield, formed a formidable defense, yet they too found themselves perilously suppressed by Li Tianqing's frenzied assaults. Their bodies marred by deep, bone-exposing wounds. Their attacks upon Li Tianqing were often easily dispelled by a thick layer of sanguine energy. Even when a few strikes broke through his defenses, they merely resulted in superficial injuries, failing to shake his core. Li Tianqing, your blood shadow pavilion has committed countless atrocities. Today shall mark your demise, Qian Tong bellowed, though a subtle hint of weakness tinged his voice. Internally, he lamented. He had assumed that their combined strength would at least severely injure Li Tianqing, but the prowess of this bloody butcher surpassed their expectations, particularly his reckless fighting style, which left them feeling utterly constrained. If this continued, they might all perish in this chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had dispatched Wei Tong and swiftly darted away from the Blood Swallow Tavern. He chose not to return immediately to the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, instead racing towards the western part of the city. There, the violent fluctuations of spiritual power and an encroaching, chilling pressure hinted at a battle far exceeding his imagination. The energy within him churned like boiling water, having absorbed all of Wei Tong's essence, elevating his own energy to an unprecedented peak. The myriad furnaces in his dantian spun wildly, as if on the verge of eruption. He needed to find a secluded place to refine this immense energy and break through to a higher realm. Under the night sky, the Black Mountain County was in utter disarray. Cries of battle and explosions echoed throughout, flames leaping high into the sky, casting a crimson glow across the night. Beyond the primary battlegrounds of the Black Snake Escort Agency and the Blood Swallow Tavern, other strongholds of the Blood Shadow Pavilion within the city were simultaneously besieged by the forces of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, the Black Mountain Chamber had invested heavily in uprooting the Blood Shadow Pavilion's influence in Black Mountain County. Navigating through the tumult, Lin Chen skillfully evaded several skirmishes, ultimately halting at a secluded, abandoned residence. Here, far from the epicenter of conflict, he found a temporary sanctuary. He swiftly set up a few rudimentary defensive barriers and settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind inward. Within the myriad furnaces, the chaotic spiritual energy and essence belonging to Wei Tong surged like molten lava, being continuously burned, purified, and compressed by the furnace fire. Waves of pure energy began to nourish his limbs and bones, battering against the bottleneck of his third level of foundation establishment. As Black Mountain County descended into chaos, atop an inconspicuous tower in the southern part of the city, a mesmerizing figure stood silently, blending seamlessly into the night. It was Chang Wuliang, one of the 3 hall masters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. She did not partake in the fray at the Black Snake Escort Agency, nor did she concern herself with the clashes at other strongholds. Instead, she coldly observed the rising blood-red and golden light in the western direction, a strange smile playing upon her lips. In her hands, she toyed with a jet-black jade pendant, emitting a faint fragrance, her gaze flickering as if she awaited something. Li Tianqing, oh Li Tianqing, today is your reckoning. Do those fools of the Black Mountain Chamber truly believe they can easily capture you? Yet, perhaps this is for the best, while the clam and the snipe struggle. It is the fisherman who profits. Chang Wuliang murmured softly, her gaze shifting towards the Blood Swallow Tavern, a glint of greed and frost flashing in her eyes. That useless Wei Tong has hoarded so much good fortune. It's time he found a new master. And that meddlesome boy. Intriguing indeed. She licked her crimson lips. And in an instant, her figure flickered and vanished like a specter, heading unmistakably towards the Blood Swallow Tavern. Her indifference to Li Tianqing's fate contrasted sharply with her keen interest in the internal intrigues of the Blood Shadow Pavilion and the sudden variable that was Lin Chen. A hunt against the Blood Shadow Pavilion had become even more enigmatic due to the myriad hidden agendas at play. Chapter 217. Within the Abandoned Residence. Lin Chen was enveloped in a swirling aura of spiritual energy, his skin faintly aglow with a golden sheen. Tendrils of dark energy were expelled from his pores, remnants of the chaotic spiritual power imbued with malice and impurities from Wei Tong. The myriad of furnaces operated at an unprecedented speed, their flames surging with such intensity that they seemed poised to burst forth. The ancient Tao patterns etched upon the furnace walls, particularly the celestial patterns symbolizing devouring, radiated a somber yet profound luminescence, resembling a black hole that absorbed all things. The essence of Wei Tong's lifelong cultivation, akin to rivers converging into the sea, was relentlessly refined and purified by the furnace, transforming into pure liquid spiritual essence that gathered and compressed within Lin Chen's dantian. For an ordinary cultivator, breaking through to the 4th level of foundation establishment constituted a significant hurdle, necessitating prolonged accumulation and meticulous preparation. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic failure. However, at this moment, Lin Chen was advancing in a nearly barbaric manner. The energy within him was so immense that it threatened to rupture his meridians. Were it not for the protection of the prison god body and the harmonious influence of the furnace, he would have succumbed to an explosive demise long ago. Even so, his complexion flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat cascaded down, clearly indicating the immense agony he endured. Boom! A torrent of even more formidable energy surged forth from the myriad of furnaces, like a river breaching its dam, violently crashing against the intangible barrier deep within his consciousness. This barrier was remarkably resilient. Each impact sent shockwaves through Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, as if his very soul were on the brink of being torn asunder. Yet, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining a sliver of clarity, channeling the frenzied energy to launch repeated assaults. He understood that this was a pivotal moment of breaking and establishing anew. Any retreat would spell dire consequences. As Lin Chen exerted himself to breach his limits, the battlefield of the Black Snake escort grew increasingly brutal. Li Tianxing, emboldened by the fray, wielded his blood-red blade as if it were alive. Each swing infused with a heavy miasma of bloodshed, distorting the very fabric of space. Qian Tong and the two elder guest cultivators were grievously wounded. Their spiritual energy severely depleted, and their coordination began to falter. Puff! One elder guest cultivator, unable to evade in time, had their left arm severed by Li Tianxing's blade. Blood gushing forth as a heart-wrenching scream echoed, causing him to stagger back. Old Wang. Qian Tong's eyes widened in anguish, yearning to assist, but was repelled by an even more ferocious blade aura from Li Tianxing. Ha! Qian Tong, today you all shall perish here. Accompanying the fallen brothers of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Li Tianxing cackled, his assault intensifying. He seemed to sense the opponent's despair, recklessly unleashing the power of the Golden Core in a bid to annihilate the three of them in one fell swoop. The crimson glimmer of the blade enveloped the entire Black Snake escort, instilling terror among the onlooking cultivators from smaller factions, who hastily retreated, fearing the collateral damage. Suddenly, a chilling female voice, akin to a specter, resonated from the battlefield's periphery. Captain Li, your grandeur remains unchanged from years past. However, it appears you have forgotten that your adversaries are not limited to just these three. Before her words settled, dozens of shimmering azure poison needles rained down upon Li Tianxing from the shadows. These needles, thin as hair, struck with remarkable speed and precision, targeting Li Tianxing's vital points. Li Tianxing's countenance shifted. He sensed the formidable toxicity within the needles, and even as a golden core cultivator, he dared not let them touch him. He was compelled to divert part of his focus to deflect them with his blade, his crimson aura surging to intercept the incoming assault. Clang! Clang! A series of rapid collisions ensued, most of the poison needles being repelled by the blood-red aura, yet a few breached his defenses, embedding themselves in his arm and shoulder. A wave of paralysis surged through him, causing a momentary disruption in his spiritual energy's flow. Chang Wunyang, how dare you ambush me? Li Tianxing's voice was a mixture of shock and fury as he fixed his gaze upon the source of the voice. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, the one attacking him would be one of his most trusted confidants. Giggling, Captain Li, you jest. I am merely assisting you in clearing out your ranks. Chang Wunyang emerged slowly from behind a collapsed wall, her face adorned with a beguiling smile. Yet her eyes were as cold as a scorpion's sting. Once you are gone, the position of the Blood Shadow Pavilion in Heishan County will naturally become vacant. Wouldn't you agree? You, vile wretch. Li Tianxing trembled with rage, utterly blindsided by the betrayal of one he had once deemed loyal. Chapter 218. Seizing this opportunity. Qian Tong and another lightly injured elder displayed a glimmer of resolve in their eyes, channeling their spiritual energy to launch a fierce counterattack once more. They understood that this was their sole chance. Old dog, wretched beings, you shall all perish. Li Tianxing had completely lost his sanity. Unleashing the full might of the spiritual energy within his golden core, a formidable blood-red beam, as thick as a water barrel, soared from his being, creating a massive crimson vortex that consumed Qian Tong and the others' assaults, only to rebound ferociously. Within the confines of the abandoned dwelling, Lin Chen's internal energy surged to its zenith. The indestructible barrier of his realm, under the relentless onslaught, finally revealed a faint crack. Now, break for me. Lin Chen roared within, consolidating all the refined energy into an unstoppable torrent that crashed mercilessly against the fissure. With a resounding crack that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, the barrier that had tormented him for so long shattered explosively. A vast expanse of the universe unfolded in his perception. His Dantian's qi expanded exponentially, the liquid spiritual essence surged forth like a roaring river, tumultuous and powerful. His consciousness also experienced a significant enhancement, with both range and acuity elevated to a new level. he had ascended to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. An unprecedented sense of strength flooded Lin Chen's limbs and bones. He could perceive that his power, speed, total spiritual energy, and mastery over the natural spiritual essence had all undergone a qualitative leap. The myriad furnaces before him, too, displayed clearer and more profound patterns on their surfaces, significantly boosting their efficiency in devouring and refining. At the very moment Lin Chen achieved his breakthrough, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward from him. Despite his efforts to contain it, the phenomenon accompanying his ascension was impossible to fully conceal. Not far away, several furtive figures, stealthily making their way toward the Blood Swallow Tavern, suddenly sensed this unexpected surge of spiritual energy and could not help but halt in their tracks. Is someone breaking through over there? What a potent fluctuation, at least mid-foundation establishment. Observing the direction, it appeared to originate from that cluster of abandoned dwellings. Could it be that some unfortunate soul, caught in the battle, was hiding there to heal and advance? Regardless of who it is. Daring to break through outside at this moment is akin to courting death. Let us investigate. Perhaps we can see some benefits. A glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances, swiftly altering their course toward Lin Chen's abandoned dwelling. They remained oblivious to the terrifying existence they were about to confront, one that had just undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 219, as Lin Chen firmly established his surging cultivation. His sharp gaze swept outside the courtyard. He distinctly sensed 3 waves of spiritual energy, imbued with greed and malice, cautiously approaching the derelict dwelling. The cultivation levels of these 3 individuals seemed to be around the 2nd or 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Typically, he might have chosen to avoid confrontation, but at this moment, having just ascended to the 4th stage of foundation establishment, he yearned for a vigorous battle to test his strength and simultaneously eliminate these potential threats. Since they had come, there was no need for stealth. Lin Chen's voice was calm yet resonated clearly in the ears of the 3 men outside. Startled by his words, the trio realized their presence had been revealed. Exchanging glances, they decided to abandon their concealment. Leaping over the wall and surrounding Lin Chen in a triangular formation. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. He scrutinized Lin Chen, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Kid, you do possess some courage. Noticing your recent breakthrough and unstable aura, it would be wise to surrender your storage bag. Perhaps my brothers and I might spare your life." He sensed Lin Chen's aura was indeed that of a freshly ascended 4th stage foundation establishment cultivator, but the period of weakness following a breakthrough was common knowledge. They believed their combined strength gave them ample confidence. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. He uttered no further words as his figure abruptly vanished from sight. "Watch out." The scarred man's pupils constricted, perceiving a sudden rush of fierce wind bearing down upon him. He had no time to react as a fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck his chest with brutal force. With a dull thud, the scarred man was slammed as if he had been collided with by a raging beast. His sternum collapsed instantly, blood gushing from his mouth as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the remnants of a wall. He twitched a few times before falling silent. A cultivator at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Chen at this point. The other 2 cultivators, witnessing this, were struck with sheer terror. They had barely comprehended how Lin Chen had executed his attack, only aware that their companion had been dispatched in an instant. This was far from the supposed weakness of a newly ascended cultivator. He was clearly a ferocious tiger concealed beneath sheep's clothing. Run. The only thought remaining in their minds was to flee, and without hesitation, they turned to escape in opposite directions. "Now you wish to leave? It is too late." Lin Chen's icy voice echoed in their ears like a death knell. He shifted his form, ghost-like, and pursued one of them, his finger poised like a sword as a sharp golden wind pierced through the back of the fleeing cultivator. The man did not even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground. The final cultivator, witnessing his companions fall one after another, was paralyzed with fear. Desperate, he channeled all his spiritual energy to perform a blood escape technique. However, just as he began to weave the incantation, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him from behind, causing his internal energy to surge uncontrollably, like a dam bursting forth. Chapter 220, the Star-Absorbing Technique. Lin Chen's palm pressed firmly against the back of the cultivator. The man's body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, his eyes filled with despair and terror, ultimately transforming into a lifeless husk that collapsed onto the ground. As Lin Chen felt the surge of spiritual energy replenishing within him, he acknowledged that although the quality of this 2nd-level foundation establishment cultivator's power paled in comparison to Wei Tong's, it was still a welcome addition. More importantly, the sensation of wielding such control, of effortlessly stripping others of their strength, profoundly deepened his understanding of the star-absorbing technique. Having dealt with these three uninvited guests, Lin Chen's demeanor remained tranquil, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He swiftly rummaged through their storage bags, which contained little of value aside from some spiritual stones and low-tier pills. It appeared these individuals were merely opportunistic rogue cultivators seeking to exploit the chaos. At that moment, the tumultuous battle to the west of the city appeared to have subsided significantly. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Golden Core realm seemed to wane, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Had Li Tianqing been slain? What cost had the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce incurred? As Lin Chen contemplated, a seductive figure glided stealthily towards the now deserted private room of Wei Tong in the Blood Swallow Tavern, resembling a phantom in the dark of night. It was the returning and enigmatic scorpion woman, Chang Wuliang. She meticulously searched the room, leaving no corner or ornament unexamined, even lifting the carpet in her quest. Her expression was one of intense focus and urgency, as if she sought an object of paramount importance. After a brief moment, Chang Wuliang's expression darkened. While Wei Tong's corpse remained, she found nothing of her desired possessions apart from a looted storage bag. Damn it! Had that young man gotten there first? A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. The young man she referred to was, of course, Lin Chen. Although she had not witnessed their battle, the evidence left behind in Wei Tong's drained state hinted at the grim reality. The sinister and domineering technique employed by Lin Chen sent a shiver down her spine. Humph. Whatever it is that catches my eye shall ultimately belong to me. With a disdainful snort, Chang Wuliang did not linger, vanishing once more into the shadows. Her movements shrouded in mystery, her intentions unclear. She was the most volatile piece on the chaotic chessboard of Black Mountain County. Lin Chen did not tarry in the abandoned dwelling. He needed to swiftly ascertain the state of affairs within the city and locate members of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce to fulfill his previous commitments, particularly regarding the soul-devouring technique. He altered his course, stealthily making his way toward the chamber's headquarters. Along the path, he beheld the aftermath of further carnage, shattered walls, rivers of blood, and the air thick with the stench of iron and char. Smaller factions seized the opportunity to pillage, engaging in mutual assaults, as Black Mountain County seemed to descend into a frenzied chaos. As Lin Chen cautiously approached the vicinity of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, he realized that tranquility was an illusion. Sporadic skirmishes erupted around the outer perimeter, where remnants of the Blood Shadow Tower, clad in crimson garb, assailed the chamber's defenses with reckless abandon, desperate for a final stand. However, the chamber's profound foundation and robust defenses rendered these remnants incapable of breaching their stronghold. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. It appeared that while the Black Mountain Chamber had initiated a surprise attack, they had not emerged unscathed. Indeed, their main forces might still be entangled with Li Tianqing to the west, creating vulnerabilities in their internal defenses. He refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to observe from a concealed corner, biding his time for the opportune moment. What he most desired to learn were the fates of Qian Tong and the others, as well as the status of Li Tianqing. This directly impacted his ability to secure the soul-devouring technique. Chapter 221. The sounds of battle outside the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce gradually diminished, with sporadic resistance swiftly quelled. Lin Chen concealed himself in the shadows, acutely sensing several powerful presences rapidly returning from the west of the city, one of which unmistakably belonged to Qian Tong. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him. It seemed the battle in the west had reached a conclusion. Moments later, the somewhat disheveled figure of Qian Tong appeared at the entrance of the chamber, flanked by several other high-ranking members who similarly bore signs of exhaustion. Among them, 2 elder guest officials were severely injured, supported by companions, evidently having endured a fierce skirmish. Quickly, initiate the highest level of alert. Seal all exits and eradicate the remnants of the Blood Shadow Tower within the city. Li Tianqing is dead, but that wretched Chang Wunyang has escaped. We must not allow her to leave Heishan County. Qian Tong's voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, was nevertheless sharp and commanding as he issued a series of directives. The chamber erupted into a flurry of activity, with countless martial artists rushing forth to execute the orders. Li Tianqing is dead. Chang Wunyang has escaped. These 2 pieces of news sent a chill through Lin Chen's heart. The Golden Core cultivator Li Tianqing had ultimately fallen. Yet the escape of Chang Wunyang posed a significant threat. That woman was cunning and ruthless, destined to become a future complication. However, for Lin Chen at this moment, the most pressing matter remained the soul-devouring heavenly art. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, opting instead to wait patiently. He understood that the interior of the Black Mountain Chamber was in a state of chaos, and recklessly showing himself would not be prudent. Only when the commotion within the chamber began to subside, and the various orders were executed methodically, did he quietly emerge and make his way toward the secret chamber previously agreed upon with Qian Tong. Along the way, the The guards of the chamber recognized him and did not impede his passage, clearly having been informed by Qian Tong in advance. Inside the secret chamber, Qian Tong had changed into a clean robe, though the fatigue etched on his face remained evident. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. A mixture of admiration and scrutiny. "Young friend Lin, you have arrived. Was it you who dealt with Wei Tong?" Qian Tong inquired directly. Although he had already learned the outcome from his subordinates, he still wished to confirm it personally. Lin Chen nodded. It was a fortunate success. Fortunate? Qian Tong's lips twitched slightly. Wei Tong was a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, and even the average peak foundation establishment practitioner would struggle against him. Lin Chen's casual remark of fortunate left him somewhat speechless, further underscoring the young man's formidable prowess. Drawing a deep breath, he remarked, "You truly are extraordinary. Although Li Tianxing has been vanquished in the battle to the west, our Black Mountain Chamber has also paid a significant price. 2 elder guest officials are gravely injured, and several stewards have perished. Had it not been for your efforts to restrain Wei Tong at the Blood Swallow Tavern, the consequences would have been dire." Lin Chen replied calmly, "Chairman Qian, you are too kind. We are merely partners in this endeavor, each seeking our own gain. The soul-devouring heavenly art." A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Qian Tong's eyes as he retrieved a jade slip from his robes, handing it to Lin Chen. "Young friend Lin, you speak plainly, and I am not one to go back on my word. Here is the complete manual for the soul-devouring heavenly art, along with some insights on its practice. While this technique is indeed powerful, it is fraught with peril, requiring the practitioner to consume the essence of others, which can easily invite divine retribution and lead to drastic changes in one's temperament, potentially resulting in demonic deviation. You must exercise utmost caution." His tone carried a note of warning, intertwined with a hint of testing. Chapter 222. Lin Chen received the jade slip, his consciousness delving into it as he swiftly skimmed its contents. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he stored it within his storage ring. The cultivation method documented within was indeed far more complete than the fragmented version he had acquired from the Black Winds chieftain, and it included crucial nodes and considerations for cultivation, rendering it immensely valuable to him. As for Qian Tong's warning, he understood well that the existence of the 10,000 Ways melting furnace was his greatest support in cultivating this technique, capable of mitigating most adverse effects. "Thank you, President Qian." Lin Chen bowed respectfully. "Now that I have acquired the method, I must take my leave." He was reluctant to linger in this place, for Black Mountain County had become a site of turmoil, especially after Chong Wunyang's escape, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Qian Tong seemed to perceive his thoughts and smiled gently. "Why the haste to depart, young friend Lin? Although Black Mountain County is in chaos, it also presents opportunities. With the fall of the Blood Shadow Tower, a vast vacuum of interest has emerged, one that the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce cannot wholly consume. If you are inclined, we might delve into further collaboration. With your strength, you could certainly carve out a place for yourself here." He sought to entice Lin Chen, a young man capable of effortlessly slaying those at the Foundation establishment's later stages, and whose potential seemed boundless, making him worthy of significant investment. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I appreciate President Qian's kind offer, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. My purpose for coming to Black Mountain County was twofold: to resolve my grievances with the Blood Shadow Tower and to acquire this technique. Now that I have achieved my objectives, it is time for me to depart." He was acutely aware that the depths of Black Mountain County were perilous, and becoming embroiled in its affairs would yield more detriment than benefit. His aspirations were set on broader horizons, on continually enhancing his own strength. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Qian Tong's eyes, yet he did not press the matter further, nodding in understanding. "Very well then, I shall not insist. However, the doors of the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce shall always remain open to you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." He handed Lin Chen a black token. "This is a VIP token of our chamber. With this token, you may enjoy the highest privileges across any of our enterprises and summon a portion of the chamber's resources. Consider it a gesture of goodwill." Lin Chen accepted the token with gratitude, aware of its considerable weight. By the way, Qian Tong added, "When Chong Wunyang escaped, she seemed to have sustained some injuries. But this woman is as cunning as a fox and possesses strange methods. Should you encounter her in the city, exercise utmost caution." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. After bidding farewell to Qian Tong, he swiftly departed from the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce. Instead of exiting through the front door, he utilized his familiarity with the terrain to quietly slip out through a concealed side entrance. He needed to find a secure location to thoroughly study the soul-devouring sky-seizing technique and assimilate the gains from his recent battle, solidifying his realm. However, shortly after Lin Chen left the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, a ghostly figure trailed behind him like a leech. The figure flickered in and out of visibility within the night, its presence suppressed to the utmost degree. Had it not been for Lin Chen's superior consciousness and constant vigilance, he might have failed to notice. Chang Wunyang? Lin Chen's mind stirred, yet he did not make a sound, maintaining his original pace as he proceeded towards a pre-selected concealed valley outside the city. He was curious to discover the woman's intentions. Did she aim to take advantage of his isolation to reclaim the soul-devouring sky-seizing technique? Or did she harbor other schemes? Chapter 223. Lin Chen's footsteps appeared leisurely, yet each step he took resonated with an intricate rhythm. Swift in pace, yet devoid of any mundane aura. He had long sensed the faint, serpentine presence trailing him, a shadowy figure that was unmistakably targeting him. Chang Wunyang, the woman who stirred the winds and clouds in Heishan County, had indeed come to find him. A cold smirk graced his heart, though his expression remained impassive as he continued toward the designated concealed valley. The terrain of the valley was complex, densely populated with trees, making it an ideal locale for resolving troubles. Chang Wunyang's movements were indeed enigmatic and elusive, as if she had melded into the shadows of the night. Even Lin Chen, with his formidable spiritual awareness, could only vaguely discern her general location. She was evidently adept at concealing her presence and exhibited remarkable patience, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, ensuring he could neither easily shake her off nor approach recklessly. It seemed she was biding her time for the perfect moment to strike, or perhaps waiting for Lin Chen to unwittingly enter her meticulously laid trap. Oh, does she wish to play a game of cat and mouse? Lin Chen mused, his pace unwavering while his internal spiritual energy began to stir quietly, readying the myriad forges within him. He understood that Chang Wunyang's strength was formidable, with her peak foundation establishment cultivation, coupled with her myriad poisons and strange techniques. He would need to give his all, even as he ascended to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Half an hour later, Lin Chen's silhouette vanished into the depths of the shadowy valley. The valley was filled with jagged rocks and towering ancient trees, where moonlight filtered through the sparse foliage, casting mottled shadows on the ground, adding an air of eerie mystery. He chose a massive stone that leaned against the rock wall, sitting cross-legged as if to begin a period of meditation and cultivation. Chang Wunyang's figure appeared like a specter at the entrance of the valley. She surveyed the surroundings, a barely perceptible, cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. This valley was not foreign to her. In fact, it could be considered one of her carefully selected hunting grounds. A peculiar miasma enveloped the area, which, while having little impact on high-level cultivators, significantly amplified the potency of her poisons. Moreover, she had long since set up subtle traps in this locale. The boy certainly knows how to choose his battleground. Chang Wunyang thought to herself, her form flickering as she silently maneuvered deeper into the valley, closing in on Lin Chen's position. Each step she took landed on the least disturbed leaves, producing not a whisper, akin to a seasoned hunter approaching its prey. When she was within 100 paces of Lin Chen, she suddenly halted, a flicker of wariness crossing her gaze. She sensed an unsettling shift in the air around her, an almost imperceptible weight that instinctively set her on edge. Yet, upon careful scrutiny, she found no traces of any formations. Mystifying. Chang Wunyang scoffed, no longer hesitating. She subtly formed hand seals, and wisps of nearly invisible pink mist began to emanate from her fingertips, carried silently by the night breeze toward Lin Chen's location. This was a rare poison known as bone-eroding soul-consuming powder, colorless and tasteless. Upon inhalation, it would stealthily erode a cultivator's spiritual energy and soul, rendering them powerless to resist without their knowledge. She was confident that even a peak foundation establishment practitioner would find it challenging to withstand the invasion of such a peculiar toxin. However, just as the pink mist was about to encroach upon Lin Chen's 3-foot radius, he abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze shone brilliantly in the night, akin to 2 frigid stars, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Master Chang, have you not grown weary after trailing me for so long? Chang Wunyang's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Lin Chen had already discovered her presence, and it seemed he had been prepared for her poisonous mist all along. You are indeed extraordinary, Chang Wunyang declared, stepping out from the shadows, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Lin Chen. How did you uncover my presence? Lin Chen slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and replied nonchalantly, your tracking skills are indeed impressive, yet regrettably, the scent you carry is far too potent. He referred to the faint yet distinct aroma of peculiar herbs and poisons that clung to Chang Wunyang, a trace so subtle that it could not escape his keen perception. Chapter 224. The Taste? Chang Wunyang was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a flicker of indignation in her eyes. She prided herself on her discreet actions, never expecting to be exposed for such a trivial reason. Surrender the devouring spirit, seizing heaven technique, along with the items you acquired from Wei Tong. I may consider granting you a swift end, she declared, her voice cold and laced with an undeniable authority. Her patience had worn thin, and she was prepared to act decisively. Lin Chen scoffed. "Chong Hall Master, have you miscalculated? The items are in my possession, and it is I who holds the reins now. I am rather curious about your obsession with the devouring spirit, seizing heaven technique. Could it be that you practice a similarly sinister art?" A glint of cold light flashed in Chang Wunyang's eyes. "Enough with the nonsense. Since you refuse to hand it over willingly, I shall take it by force." Before she finished her sentence, she abruptly raised her hands, unleashing dozens of shimmering, azure-hued poison needles that rained down upon Lin Chen like a storm of petals. These needles flew at a speed surpassing that of her earlier ambush on Li Tianxing at the Black Snake Escort, their angles crafted with precision, clearly her signature technique. An insignificant trick. Lin Chen snorted disdainfully, advancing instead of retreating, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden light as the might of the suppressing prison divine body surged forth. He did not flinch or evade, allowing the poison needles to strike him directly. Clang, clang. A cacophony of metal echoed as the needles, capable of piercing stone, met Lin Chen's skin, only to rebound as if colliding with indestructible steel, leaving not even a scratch upon him. "What?" Chang Wunyang's pupils constricted sharply. Disbelief etched across her face. The soul-chasing needles, steeped in deadly poison, would normally spell disaster for even an initial-stage golden elixir cultivator if caught off guard, let alone a typical foundation establishment practitioner. How could they possibly have no effect on this young man? "Your poison is ineffective against me." Lin Chen's voice resonated like a specter from the depths of the abyss, tinged with mockery. "Now it is my turn." Before his words faded, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he stood before Chang Wunyang, delivering a punch. This strike was devoid of any ostentation, relying solely on pure, unadulterated power and speed. The wind from his fist howled, compressing the air into a sharp, thunderous blast. Chang Wunyang was taken aback. She had never anticipated Lin Chen's speed to be so extraordinary, nor his physical strength so terrifying. In a moment of panic, she crossed her arms defensively across her chest, a layer of eerie black scales manifesting on her skin, attempting to withstand the cataclysmic force of Lin Chen's punch. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Chang Wunyang felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge through her arms, shattering the resilient black scales that had enveloped her. She was struck as if by a battering ram, blood gushing from her mouth as her body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several massive trees before landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 225. With a gasp, Chang Wunyang struggled to rise, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The Xianin poison armor she prided herself on was utterly incapable of withstanding even a single punch from her opponent. How could this young man possess such terrifying strength? Lin Chen advanced slowly towards Chang Wunyang, his gaze frigid. "Commander Chang, your methods seem rather inadequate." As he approached, fear finally flickered in Chang Wunyang's eyes. She realized she had grievously underestimated the capabilities of this young man before her. He was not merely a newly ascended fourth-tier foundational cultivator. His combat prowess had far surpassed the bounds of the foundational realm. Who are you?" Chang Wunyang's voice trembled as she inquired. "The one who will take your life," Lin Chen replied, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He had never shown mercy towards such cold-hearted foes who harbored malice against him. However, just as Lin Chen prepared to deliver the final blow, a strange resolution flickered in Chang Wunyang's gaze. She suddenly bit her tongue, a stream of her essence blood spraying onto a dark, ink-like jade pendant. Blood escape technique. In an instant, the pendant erupted with a blinding crimson light, enveloping Chang Wunyang's figure entirely. The next moment, the blood light soared skyward, retreating at an inconceivable speed beyond the valley. Trying to flee. Lin Chen's expression hardened as he activated the myriad furnace to its utmost limit. A powerful devouring force exploded from his palm, attempting to forcibly retain that streak of bloodlight. Yet, the speed of the blood escape technique was astonishingly swift, seemingly imbued with some secretive spatial law. Although Lin Chen's devouring force impeded its velocity, causing a slight deceleration, it ultimately broke free, vanishing like a fleeting light in the sky. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the direction in which Chang Wunyang had disappeared, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this woman would possess such a life-preserving trump card. However, the use of the blood escape technique must have exacted a grave cost. She would likely be unable to pose a threat for some time. He withdrew his gaze and began to meticulously examine the area where Chang Wunyang had unleashed her poison and the traces she had left behind, though she had escaped. This encounter had granted him a deeper understanding of her strength and methods. Simultaneously, he recognized that despite his significant enhancement in power, he could not afford to be complacent when facing seasoned adversaries with numerous hidden cards. Devour the spirit. Seize the heavens. Lin Chen produced the jade slip, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. It was time to thoroughly study this legendary sinister technique. Chapter 226. The valley beneath the night sky returned to silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects that broke the tranquility. Lin Chen sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder, his consciousness sinking into the storage ring as he retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the soul-devouring heavenly technique. Although his battle with Chang Wunyang had not allowed him to completely retain her, it had granted him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities while also revealing the lurking threats around him. To establish oneself in this perilous realm of cultivation, one must continually grow stronger. As the name suggests, the soul-devouring heavenly technique focuses on consuming the essence, spirit, and energy of others for one's own use, thereby facilitating rapid advancement in cultivation. The introductory passage of the technique makes it clear that its nature is tyrannical and disruptive to the natural order. Practitioners must possess unwavering resolve, lest they fall prey to malevolent influences and become mere harbingers of slaughter. The jade slip detailed methods for sensing, stripping, and refining the essence of others, along with precautions for practicing the technique at various levels of cultivation and the potential dangers that may arise. Among these were secret methods for managing the chaotic thoughts and negative emotions that could be consumed, though their effectiveness varied by individual and bore great peril. Lin Chen meticulously studied each character within the jade slip, his expression one of intense concentration. He discerned that the soul-devouring heavenly technique bore similarities to his all-path furnace, yet also diverged in significant ways. The all-path furnace emphasized the melting of myriad paths, encompassing all energies, laws, and doctrines for absorption, while the soul-devouring heavenly technique was more focused on the direct consumption and transformation of living beings' essence, rendering it both more immediate and sinister. Perhaps the all-path furnace could flawlessly compensate for the shortcomings of the soul-devouring heavenly technique, Lin Chen mused. For ordinary cultivators, the greatest challenge in practicing this technique lay in handling the chaotic energies and negative emotions acquired through consumption. A moment's inattention could lead to a backlash. However, the all-path furnace possessed the characteristic of purifying and refining all, capable of completely processing these chaotic elements and leaving only the purest energies for him to absorb. Thus, he could potentially evade the side effects of this technique to the greatest extent. With this realization, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and began to operate the soul-devouring heavenly technique according to the methods recorded in the jade slip. He first guided his internal spiritual power along a specific trajectory through his meridians while visualizing the all-path furnace within his sea of consciousness. As he enacted the technique, he sensed a strange pulling force emanating from the all-path furnace in his dantian. This force targeting a more primordial life energy rather than the spiritual essence of the world. He attempted to extend this pulling force beyond his body, enveloping the residual energies left by the 3 rogue cultivators he had previously vanquished. Although they had long since perished, and their essence had dissipated significantly, faint traces of energy still lingered. Buzz. As the pulling force of the soul-devouring heavenly technique made contact with the residual energies, Lin Chen distinctly felt weak yet pure energy being drawn into his body, as if it were being magnetically attracted and swiftly consumed and refined by the all-path furnace. This process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any sense of obstruction. Though the refined energy was minimal, it invigorated him. Indeed, it was feasible. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He could sense that, with the assistance of the all-path furnace, his efficiency in practicing the soul-devouring heavenly technique far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the chaotic thoughts and negative emotions were incinerated upon entering the furnace, posing no threat to him. Next, Lin Chen set his sights on Wei Tong. Although most of Wei Tong's essence had already been consumed by his earlier application of the star-absorbing technique, that had been a crude plunder without thorough refinement. Now, he activated the soul-devouring heavenly technique, in conjunction with the all-path furnace, to undertake a more meticulous purification and absorption of the energy remnants belonging to Wei Tong. As the technique progressed, the chaotic energies within the all-path furnace, associated with Wei Tong, churned as if cast into a true furnace, continuously rolling, compressing, and refining. Fragments of Wei Tong's fragmented memories, negative emotions, and insights into cultivation surfaced like bubbles, only to be extinguished one by the furnace's flames. This process served as a tempering experience for Lin Chen as well, enhancing his comprehension of power and deepening his insights into the Tao. As time passed gradually, the night deepened in the valley. Lin Chen became wholly absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. His aura, unbeknownst to him, grew increasingly refined and profound. The all-path furnace within his dantian exhibited clearer and more intricate patterns on its surface due to the absorption and refinement of Wei Tong's energy, particularly the starry pattern representing consumption, which glowed with an ever-deepening darkness, as if it could truly devour the stars. At a certain moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance darting from his gaze. He exhaled a long breath of impure air, which surprisingly contained wisps of dark gray impurities. Remnants expelled by the all-path furnace after thorough refinement. Chapter 227. Devouring Spirit to seize heaven's power, truly domineering. Lin Chen, sensing the subtle enhancement of his spiritual energy and the further refinement of his soul, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Merely refining the residual energy of Wei Tong had proven immensely beneficial. If he could absorb the vital essence of a golden core realm expert, the rate of his enhancement would be beyond imagination. Of course, he was acutely aware that while this method of advancement was swift, it was fraught with peril. Were it not for the presence of the 10,000 path furnace, he would never dare to attempt such a venture lightly. Moreover, the frequent consumption of others' essence would inevitably invoke the backlash of the heavenly path, binding him with karma. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing this skill. However, as a trump card for rapid enhancement, it was unparalleled. Next, he aimed to stabilize his realm while seeking suitable nourishment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The current chaos in Heishan County provided an opportune moment to fish in troubled waters. Those nefarious cultivators and bandits were the perfect targets for his practice of devouring spirit to seize heaven's power. He was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Yet he held no pity for those who deserved their fate. Just as Lin Chen prepared to leave the valley and return to Heishan County, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. His gaze directed toward a certain part of the valley. There, he sensed a faint yet remarkably familiar fluctuation of energy. Could it be the chill of profound ice? A stir of excitement surged within him. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that emitted by the profound ice-cold fruit he had previously obtained in Eagle's Cry Gorge, though it seemed purer and more elusive. Could there be similar treasures of heaven and earth nearby? Curiosity ignited in Lin Chen's heart, prompting him to investigate further. He concealed his aura, moving stealthily like a cat toward the source of the profound ice's chill. The valley was deep and winding, and as Lin Chen followed the faint cold, he navigated through twists and turns, ultimately arriving before a concealed cave obscured by vines and scattered stones. The chilling aura emanated from deep within this cave. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for a single person to pass, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, exuding an unsettling cold. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen resolved to venture inside. Fortune favors the bold. Since he had encountered this, it would be a mistake to let it slip away. He activated his spiritual energy to shield himself while cautiously extending his consciousness into the cave, exploring with utmost care. The cave twisted and turned, with the cold intensifying as he delved deeper, even forming a thick layer of ice crystals on the walls. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he emerged into a spacious underground ice chamber, measuring several dozen feet across. At its center stood an extraordinary plant, entirely transparent and radiating a faint blue light. The plant, approximately half a foot tall, boasted leaves resembling exquisite ice sculptures. And nestled among the foliage were 3 fruits the size of pigeon eggs, entirely azure and seemingly imbued with boundless chill. The profound ice fruit. Lin Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, and his breath quickened. Chapter 228. In the icy cavern, a cerulean halo flickered, illuminating the uncontainable fervor in Lin Chen's eyes. The ice path fruit. This extraordinary treasure of the earth and sky far surpassed the previous ice-cold fruit, each one embodying the purest essence of ice path resonance. A coveted gem for cultivators of ice attribute techniques or those refining their physical bodies. More importantly, this treasure held immeasurable benefits for the ice path patterns of the 10,000 Dao melting furnace. However, joy was fleeting. Just as Lin Chen prepared to advance and harvest the fruit, a chilling, bone-piercing murderous intent surged forth, akin to solidified icicles, suddenly piercing from the depths of the cavern. Accompanied by a low, furious roar, a gigantic ice serpent, covered in deep blue scales with a singular horn and measuring nearly 10 zhang in length, erupted from a vast ice hole deep within the cavern. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Chen, brimming with ferocity and warning. A peak second-tier demon beast, the ice serpent. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he instantly assessed the creature's power. This ice serpent possessed strength comparable to a human cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. And having guarded the ice path fruit for years, steeped in pure cold air, its prowess was likely greater than that of ordinary beasts of the same rank. Its icy breath could even threaten those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Roar. The ice serpent clearly regarded Lin Chen as an intruder and a foe coveting its treasure. Without hesitation, it unleashed a thick, ice-blue breath, sweeping towards Lin Chen like a frigid dragon. Wherever the breath passed, the air seemed to freeze, and the ice crystals on the cavern walls thickened instantly, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Chen dared not delay. With a swift push of his foot, he retreated like a specter, narrowly evading the lethal icy breath. The spot where he had stood was instantly transformed into a massive block of ice, immovable and solid. What a formidable chill! Lin Chen was secretly astonished. The ice serpent's strength was even more troublesome than he had anticipated. Yet the ice path fruit lay before him, and he could not afford to give up. Beast, this treasure is fated to be yours, but today it shall change hands. Lin Chen's eyes ignited with battle intent, his spiritual power surging wildly as he maximized the power of his divine body, enveloped in a radiant golden light, akin to donning a suit of golden armor. He chose not to withstand the ice serpent's breath directly. Instead, he resolved to utilize his agile movements and formidable physical strength to engage the colossal beast in close combat. The ice serpent, realizing its strike had missed, became even more enraged. Its massive tail swept through the air like a steel whip, stirring up fierce winds and shaking loose the icicles within the cavern as if a hailstorm had descended. Lin Chen advanced rather than retreated, employing a mysterious footwork technique, skillfully maneuvering through the narrow cavern like a butterfly flitting among flowers, evading the ice serpent's relentless onslaught time and time again. He occasionally glided along the cavern wall or leaped off massive boulders, maintaining a delicate distance from the ice serpent while searching for its vulnerabilities. Clang! Seizing an opportunity, Lin Chen swiftly closed in on the creature's flank and delivered a powerful punch. His fist collided with the ice serpent's tough scales, producing a deep, resonant clang that sent sparks flying. The ice serpent let out a howl of pain, violently thrashing its massive body in an attempt to throw Lin Chen off. Lin Chen had anticipated this, using the momentum to evade and float backward, narrowly escaping the ice serpent's counterattack. He mused to himself that the creature's defensive capabilities were indeed astonishing. His full-powered punch had only caused it discomfort without inflicting real damage. It seemed imperative to discover its weaknesses. The battle raged fiercely within the confines of the icy cavern. The ice serpent's attacks were grand and powerful, each lunge imbued with cataclysmic force, enveloping the cavern in a blue-hued chill that plummeted the temperature, making movement burdensome for ordinary foundation cultivators. Yet Lin Chen, like a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, appeared to be in grave peril yet consistently managed to navigate through danger with remarkable agility. Each of his strikes was precise and ruthless, leaving numerous wounds of varying depths upon the ice serpent. Though not fatal, they steadily drained the creature's stamina and patience. Roar! Frustrated by its inability to subdue this diminutive human, the ice serpent descended into a frenzy. The horn atop its head blazed with blinding blue light, and a more terrifying cold wave began to coalesce. Not good. It intends to unleash its innate divine ability. Lin Chen's heart raced with alarm. The innate abilities of demon beasts often surpassed typical attacks in potency, and being struck would yield disastrous consequences. At this critical juncture, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Chen's eyes as a bold thought formed in his mind. He chose not to retreat but instead charged directly towards the gathering torrent of terrifying cold, disregarding everything as he surged towards the ice serpent. Chapter 229. The Myriad Path Furnace. Devour. Lin Chen roared within, as the myriad path furnace within his dantian spun wildly. An invisible force of consumption erupted from his body, targeting the pure cold energy converging at the tip of the ice dragon's horn. He was willing to take a gamble, wagering that the myriad path furnace could absorb this ferocious energy. The ice dragon, clearly taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity, hesitated for a moment. However, its eyes soon gleamed with fierce intent, and the blue light on its horn erupted violently, unleashing an ice blue beam far more robust than before, radiating an aura of annihilation as it hurtled towards Lin Chen. Boom! The ice blue beam collided violently with the consuming force surrounding Lin Chen. The entire ice cave trembled violently, and countless ice blocks fell from the ceiling. Lin Chen felt an unimaginable, terrifying force surging into his body, threatening to rupture his meridians and dantian. His body was uncontrollably propelled backward, blood gushing from his mouth, his face paling in an instant. Yet, just as the ferocious cold energy was about to obliterate his body, the myriad path furnace within his dantian quaked violently. Flames surged skyward, forcefully enveloping, compressing, and refining the incoming cold energy. The process was excruciating. Lin Chen felt as if his body were being torn apart, but he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring. Puff! Lin Chen spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet his gaze shone with extraordinary clarity. He had succeeded, although it came at a significant cost. The myriad path furnace managed to consume the majority of the ice dragon's formidable energy. Meanwhile, the ice dragon, having unleashed its innate ability, noticeably weakened. Clearly taken aback that its proud killing move had been countered in such an uncanny manner by this human, Now was the moment. Lin Chen, enduring the intense pain within, let a murderous glint flash in his eyes. He suddenly leaped from the ground, his figure hurtling towards the ice dragon like a cannonball. This time, his target was the ice dragon's 7-inch weak point, a shared vulnerability among dragon-like beasts. The ice dragon, in its weakened state, reacted a moment too late. By the time it sensed Lin Chen's intention, it was already too late. Thud! Lin Chen poured all his strength into a single punch, striking fiercely at the 7-inch point of the ice dragon. A sickening sound of cracking bones echoed as the ice dragon emitted a chilling wail, its massive body crashing to the ground like a severed kite, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Its vitality rapidly faded. Lin Chen landed on the ground, breathing heavily. His face still pale, yet his eyes brimmed with exhilaration and joy. He had triumphed. Despite the harrowing ordeal, he had ultimately succeeded in slaying the formidable ice dragon. He did not immediately rush to collect the profound ice Dao fruits. Instead, he swiftly sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to mend his internal injuries. Withstanding the ice dragon's innate ability had inflicted significant internal damage, and he needed to recover swiftly. Simultaneously, the myriad path furnace was rapidly refining the absorbed pure cold energy, replenishing him with waves of pristine energy that continuously repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. Half an hour later, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. His complexion restored to a healthy hue, and most of his injuries had healed. He could sense that through this battle and the energy replenishment, the strength of his physical body had seemingly increased, and the spiritual power within his dantian had become even more refined. He rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the 3 tantalizing profound ice Dao fruits radiating a captivating glow. With the ice dragon's guardianship lifted, these earthly treasures could finally be his. Chapter 230. Within the icy cavern, the frigid air remained palpable, yet the absence of the master of the chilling frost serpent no longer evoked that heart-stopping sense of oppression. Lin Chen approached the exquisite, translucent plant with utmost caution, carefully plucking 3 fruits of profound blue, each the size of a dove's egg. The moment they touched his palm, a surge of supremely pure icy Dao essence coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. What exquisite energy! Lin Chen marveled. Without a hint of hesitation, he seated himself cross-legged and, taking one of the ice fruits, swallowed it whole. He aimed to act swiftly, to refine this heavenly treasure at once and break through to a higher realm. As the ice fruit melted upon entry, it transformed into a torrent of overwhelming and pure icy energy that surged down his throat into his abdomen, erupting violently. The force of the cold was far beyond that of the previous ice fruit, as if it sought to freeze his very organs and meridians. Even Lin Chen's formidable physique could not withstand it, and he let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning an ashen blue, his body shaking uncontrollably. 10,000 paths furnace. Refine for me. Lin Chen roared internally, channeling all his energy into the 10,000 paths furnace technique. The furnace's phantom within his dantian spun wildly, flames roaring as it attempted to harness the tyrannical icy torrent. However, the energy of the ice fruit was overwhelmingly vast and pure. Even the 10,000 paths furnace struggled to fully subdue it, merely able to guide, separate, and refine it. A thick layer of frost rapidly formed upon Lin Chen's body, transforming him into a living ice sculpture. His consciousness fluctuated amidst the interplay of extreme cold and searing heat, enduring unimaginable agony. Yet, he steadfastly maintained his focus, repeatedly executing his technique to guide the icy energy through his body along a predetermined path, tempering his flesh and challenging his cultivation bottleneck. Time slipped away, and the icy cavern fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional cracking of ice from Lin Chen's body and his heavy, labored breaths. Within the 10,000 paths furnace, the starry Dao pattern representing the essence of the icy Dao emitted a dazzling blue light, voraciously absorbing the incoming icy energy. With its surface patterns growing ever more intricate and vivid, as if on the verge of solidifying into a substantial form, it was unclear how long had passed. But just as Lin Chen felt his consciousness nearing the brink of freezing, the 10,000 paths furnace within his dantian suddenly trembled. An immense and irresistible suction erupted from the furnace, devouring the remaining chaotic icy energy within him. Following this, a gentle and pure energy, refined by the furnace, flowed back into his limbs and bones, nourishing his damaged flesh and meridians. With a sharp crack, the frost enveloping Lin Chen's body shattered, revealing his skin, slightly pale yet more translucent than before. He suddenly opened his eyes, a brief flash of ice-blue divine light darting from his gaze, seemingly lowering the temperature of the entire cavern. Mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, 4th level, Lin Chen felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, now multiplied several times over, along with an even more refined consciousness. An uncontrollable joy spread across his face. Merely refining one ice fruit had propelled his cultivation from the initial stage of the 4th level to the mid-stage. Moreover, he sensed that his physical strength had significantly increased under the refinement of the ice fruit, hinting at a potential breakthrough to an even higher level. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the 10,000 paths furnace within his consciousness. The icy Tao pattern had undergone a monumental change. No longer a vague starry phantom. It had coalesced into a diamond-shaped ice crystal rune, radiating a soft blue light, adorned with intricate patterns, as if embodying the profound mysteries of the icy Tao. With the formation of this ice rune, Lin Chen felt his control over the icy power reach an entirely new zenith. He could distinctly sense the icy elements drifting in the surrounding air and could effortlessly summon them. The icy Tao pattern had finally begun to take shape. Lin Chen's heart surged with excitement. The 10,000 paths furnace technique refines myriad paths. Each condensation of a Tao pattern signified a new level of comprehension along a particular path, heralding a qualitative leap in his strength. Without pausing, he immediately retrieved the second ice fruit and swallowed it once more. With the experience from the first, this refining process progressed much more smoothly. Although it remained painful, he was now better equipped to guide and control the domineering icy energy. After completely refining the second ice fruit, Lin Chen's cultivation advanced once again, solidifying at the peak of the mid-stage of the 4th level, merely a step away from the later stage. His physical strength had also received another enhancement. His skin glowing with a faint jade sheen, resilient beyond measure. Chapter 231. Within the myriad paths furnace, the mysterious ice rune became increasingly solid and resplendent, its inherent Tao rhythm deepening profoundly. Lin Chen gazed at the final mysterious ice Tao fruit in his hand, pondering momentarily. He sensed that consuming this Tao fruit could very well propel him directly into the late stage of the 4th realm of foundation establishment. However, a rapid succession of breakthroughs might render his foundation somewhat unstable. Moreover, he had an inkling that this mysterious ice Tao fruit might possess other remarkable properties. His gaze shifted towards the now lifeless ice serpent. This pinnacle tier 2nd grade beast yielded excellent materials for crafting and alchemy, including its demon core, scales, and bones. Notably, the demon core, infused with pure icy energy, could potentially unleash even greater effects when combined with the mysterious ice Tao fruit. Resolute, Lin Chen approached the corpse of the ice serpent and skillfully began to extract its materials. The demon core, scales, serpent tendons, and bones were meticulously categorized and stored within his spatial ring. Finally, his attention fell upon the serpent's shimmering blue horn. This horn embodied the essence of the ice serpent, encapsulating the purest source of icy power, making it an exceptional material for crafting high-tier artifacts. After processing the ice serpent's remains, Lin Chen once more settled into a meditative position, retrieving the ice serpent's demon core alongside the last mysterious ice Tao fruit. He prepared to attempt a more audacious method of refinement, aiming to simultaneously refine both the demon core and the Tao fruit, leveraging the core's energy to further awaken the potential of the Tao fruit, while also tempering his myriad paths furnace. This was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. The energy of the demon core was exceedingly violent, and the energy of the mysterious ice Tao fruit was equally domineering. Refining both at once posed the risk of catastrophic consequences should the situation spiral out of control. Nonetheless, Lin Chen possessed unwavering confidence in the might of the myriad paths furnace and his own mastery over icy power, believing success was within reach. Taking a deep breath, he consumed both the demon core and the mysterious ice Tao fruit simultaneously. Boom! 2 distinctly powerful icy energies clashed violently within him, akin to awakened behemoths battling ferociously. Lin Chen's body trembled violently, his complexion instantly flushed, veins protruding as if the tempestuous energy threatened to rupture him. Suppress it, Lin Chen roared. As the myriad paths furnace surged into unprecedented action, the flames rising fiercely, striving to forcibly suppress and merge the 2 energies. The diamond-shaped mysterious ice rune erupted with dazzling brilliance, actively drawing in the 2 energies, attempting to bring them under its command. A fierce battle raged within his body. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin. Lin Chen maintained his focus, drawing upon his formidable willpower and unwavering trust in the myriad paths furnace, painstakingly guiding the fusion of the 2 energies. Seconds ticked by, and instead of abating, the energy storm within him intensified. His physical form endured unprecedented trials, with beads of blood even beginning to seep through his skin. Yet, just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the mysterious ice rune within the myriad paths furnace suddenly blazed with radiant light. Profound patterns unfurled from the rune like chains, forcefully binding the 2 frenzied energies and gradually drawing them into the rune. As the energies flowed in, the brilliance of the mysterious ice rune intensified. Its size appeared to grow slowly, and the Tao rhythm it contained deepened into unfathomable depths. Chapter 232, Within the Ice Cavern. Torrents of energy rampaged violently within Lin Chen's body, as if seeking to rend him asunder. His consciousness blurred amidst the excruciating pain, sustained solely by an indomitable will and a profound trust in the myriad furnace. The diamond-shaped ice rune resembled a voracious vortex, incessantly devouring the turbulent energy generated from the fusion of the demon core and Tao fruit. Its surface, once a ghostly blue, gradually transformed into a deep, inky blue, while the intricate patterns inscribed upon it appeared to come alive, flowing gently and exuding a haunting resonance of the Tao. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Chen felt every inch of his flesh and every meridian undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth. Waves of agony crashed over him like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf his mind. Yet, he understood that this was the pivotal moment of his breakthrough. To abandon now would render all his prior efforts futile and could even invite unimaginable backlash. Grant me, fusion. Lin Chen forced the words through gritted teeth, channeling his soul's power to its utmost, fully cooperating with the myriad furnace to guide the flow of the converging energy. His skin was covered in fine beads of blood, and he appeared as though he had just emerged from a pool of crimson, a sight of utter brutality. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, just as Lin Chen felt on the verge of exhaustion, his consciousness ready to dissipate entirely, the myriad furnace within his dantian erupted with a thunderous roar. The ice rune, now swollen to its utmost limits, suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, completely consuming the last vestige of chaotic energy. Immediately, an energy more refined and colossal than any prior surged forth from the ice rune, flooding his limbs and meridians like a river breaking its dam. This energy was no longer merely the power of cold, it now bore a deeper, primal resonance, as though it encapsulated the terrifying might to freeze all things and halt the flow of time itself. Crack, crack. The sound of explosive bursts reverberated within Lin Chen. Akin to beans popping in a pan, it was the resonance of his cultivation bottleneck being forcefully shattered. He had originally reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, but propelled by this overwhelming energy, he advanced forward with unstoppable momentum. Late-stage foundation establishment. An unprecedented sense of power surged through Lin Chen's entire being. He could distinctly perceive that his total spiritual energy had grown at least by 30%, with both its purity and potency undergoing a qualitative leap. His soul's power also rose dramatically, significantly enhancing his range of perception and acuity. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his physical body. Under the brutal refinement of this energy, his physical strength broke through its limits once again. His skin glimmering with a faint luster like glazed glass, his bones translucent like jade, as if forged through countless trials, becoming indestructible. He felt confident that even against the attacks of a nascent soul cultivator, he could withstand a blow or two with his physical body alone. The source of all these changes lay in the ice rune within his sea of consciousness, which had now undergone a complete metamorphosis. The rune was no longer a mere diamond shape, but had evolved into a hexagonal crystal snowflake pattern, inscribed with countless intricate and profound lines, each seemingly embodying the ultimate principles of the ice Tao. At the center of the snowflake rune, a profound darkness flickered, as if emanating from the source of extreme cold, exuding an aura capable of freezing the very soul. As the ice snow spirit rune fully formed, Lin Chen sensed an unprecedented, intimate connection with the ice elements of the world. With a mere thought, the moisture in the surrounding air rapidly coalesced into countless tiny ice crystals, enveloping him in a miniature domain of snow and ice. Within this realm, he was the sovereign of cold. Is this the power of the transformation of Tao patterns? Lin Chen marveled at the surging power within him and his newfound comprehension of the principles of ice, his heart brimming with awe. The might of the myriad furnace technique exceeded his imagination once more. He slowly opened his eyes, two beams of piercing cold light shooting forth, instantly freezing a massive boulder before him into a solid chunk of ice, which then shattered with a resounding crack. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chen released a breath laced with ice crystals and gradually stood upright. Though he had endured life-threatening dangers, the rewards he reaped at this moment made every hardship worthwhile. He glanced down at his hands, which appeared translucent, with a subtle flow of cold energy coursing through them. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the explosive power within, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, should he encounter a peak foundation establishment cultivator like Chang Wenyang once more, he felt assured he could confront her directly without resorting to hidden tactics. This expedition into the ice cavern had yielded tremendous gains. Lin Chen reflected. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the late stage of the foundation establishment, but his physical body had significantly strengthened, and most importantly, the successful transformation of the Ice Tao pattern had elevated his understanding of the Ice Tao to an entirely new level, providing him with a formidable means to confront adversaries. Chapter 233. He cast his gaze deeper into the icy cavern. Previously, due to the need to confront the ice serpent and the urgency of refining the profound ice Dao fruit, he had not meticulously explored this place. Now, with his cultivation having advanced significantly, he resolved to conduct a thorough search once more, hoping to uncover any other treasures or clues that may have been overlooked. He summoned his divine consciousness, allowing it to extend into the depths of the cavern. Soon, his awareness brushed against a stone wall, thickly encrusted with ice. Unlike other areas, this wall emanated an aura of ancientness and profound history, with faint traces of formation fluctuations. Something peculiar was afoot. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he approached the stone wall, extending his palm and channeling the runes of the profound ice snow spirit within him. A surge of pure icy power flowed from his palm, enveloping the icy layer of the wall. Buzz, the hardened ice layer, upon contact with Lin Chen's icy force, seemed to encounter its nemesis, rapidly melting away. In no time, the true form of the stone wall was revealed. It was a smooth, mirror-like black stone wall, etched with strange symbols and patterns, reminiscent of the secret markings on the star-absorbing stone he had previously obtained at Blackstone Village, yet more intricate and arcane. Could this be ancient script? Lin Chen scrutinized the symbols on the wall, his mind brimming with confusion. He did not recognize any of the symbols, yet he could sense an ancient and formidable energy emanating from them. Just as he focused intently on his observation, the symbols on the wall suddenly ignited with a faint glow. Immediately, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, akin to a sudden revelation. It was a fragmented memory and a similarly incomplete cultivation technique. The memory fragment depicted a world of ice and snow, where countless giants clad in icy armor battled ferocious beasts, the scene grand and tragic. The incomplete technique was titled Profound Ice Demon Suppression Record, seemingly an extraordinarily powerful ancient body refining method, capable of condensing a profound ice battle body at its pinnacle, wielding the terrifying power to freeze the heavens and earth and suppress malevolent entities. The Profound Ice Demon Suppression Record, an ancient body refining technique. Lin Chen's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. He never anticipated that within this small icy cavern lay such astonishing secrets. Although merely a fragment, the caliber of the Profound Ice Demon Suppression Record far surpassed any technique he had encountered thus far. If he could successfully cultivate it, his physical strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Moreover, the symbols on this wall bore similarities to the secret markings on the star-absorbing stone. Did this imply a connection between the two? Countless questions swirled in Lin Chen's mind. He felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled upon a colossal secret. Suppressing the excitement within, he firmly etched all the symbols and patterns from the wall into his memory. After meticulously examining the cavern once more and confirming there were no further discoveries, he reluctantly departed from this mysterious locale that had bestowed upon him immense fortune. Stepping out of the valley and inhaling the fresh air outside, Lin Chen felt as though he had traversed through time. In just a few short days, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. He gazed into the distance towards Black Mountain County City, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. It was time to settle accounts with Chang Wunyang and those hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Chapter 234. In the city of Heishan County, the night descends like ink. Yet it cannot conceal the oppressive, intense atmosphere that pervades the city. Since the Blood Shadow Pavilion's branch was mysteriously eradicated overnight by a formidable force, the underground powers of the entire county have descended into an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Various factions are covertly probing, speculating on the identity and intentions of the enigmatic assailant, while simultaneously reassessing the power dynamics within the county. In the eastern part of the city, within a heavily guarded mansion, lights blaze brightly. Chang Wunyang, pale and frail, sits cross-legged in a secret chamber, enveloped in the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Having sustained grievous injuries from Lin Chen's assault, she narrowly escaped death. Although her family provided her with precious elixirs, they merely sustain her life. Full recovery will take time. At this moment, she strives to circulate her energy, attempting to mend her damaged meridians and dantian. Suddenly, a violent bout of coughing interrupts her meditation, and a trickle of crimson seeps from the corner of her mouth. A flicker of resentment and indignation flashes in her eyes. She cannot fathom how that inconspicuous youth possesses such terrifying strength. His formidable physique and the bizarre flames he wields leave her haunted. Lin Chen, I Chang Wunyang, vow that I shall not rest until this vengeance is repaid. She hisses through clenched teeth, her voice thick with bitter hatred. The demise of the Blood Shadow Pavilion has not only caused her significant losses, but has also diminished her status within her family. Were it not for her remaining utility, she would have likely been cast aside. At that moment, the stone door of the chamber creaks open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in black, his visage grim. His aura is restrained, yet the occasional glint in his eyes betrays his formidable cultivation. He is evidently a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Wunyang. The family head commands you to refrain from rash actions for the time being, the middle-aged man rasped. The details of that youth remain unclear. Acting impulsively may invite unnecessary complications. Chang Wunyang scoffs, disdain flickering in her eyes. Humph, just a mere foundation establishment junior. What could he possibly conceal? Had I not underestimated him that day, he would never have succeeded. The man's brow furrows slightly. Wunyang, do not underestimate him. According to reliable sources, not only is his strength unusual, but he also appears to have ties with the Heishan Chamber of Commerce. You should be aware of their influence. The Heishan Chamber of Commerce? Chang Wunyang's expression shifts subtly. As the largest commercial entity in Heishan County, its backing is intricate and vast. And even her own Chang family would not dare provoke them lightly. Indeed, the man nods. Moreover, the city has become increasingly unstable. Besides us, other factions are also covertly seeking this individual. The family head suggests we remain observant and act decisively when the opportunity arises. Chang Wunyang falls silent. A flicker of conflict in her eyes. Though her thirst for vengeance burns fiercely, she recognizes that in her current state, she is no match for Lin Chen. Furthermore, if Lin Chen is indeed connected to the Heishan Chamber, the situation becomes infinitely more precarious. I understand, she finally concedes, albeit reluctantly. I shall bide my time for now. However, you must expedite the investigation into that youth's background and his relationship with the Heishan Chamber. I do not wish to wait long. Rest assured. The family has already dispatched personnel to investigate. I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news, the middle-aged man replied before turning to depart the chamber. Chang Wunyang gazes at the closed stone door, her eyes once again brimming with resentment. Clenching her fists, her nails dig painfully into her palms. She knows that the only course of action available to her now is to expedite her recovery and bolster her strength. Only with formidable power can she shatter the body of the youth who has brought her such unending humiliation. Meanwhile, in another clandestine stronghold within Heishan County, several practitioners clad in uniform black robes and wearing menacing masks gather, deliberating in hushed tones. Master, the annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion's branch is a grave matter. According to our intelligence, the one responsible is likely that Lin Chen, who stirred up chaos in Qingyang Town. One masked figure intones solemnly. The leader, a robust figure, bears a mask that conceals his features, yet his eyes glint with cold ferocity. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks in a deep, resonant voice. Lin Chen. This individual has continuously thwarted our plans at the Blood Shadow Pavilion, first at the Qingyang Town stronghold, and now at the Heishan County branch. It seems he is determined to oppose us. Although he is merely at the foundation establishment stage, his methods are cunning and cannot be underestimated. That waste of Chang Wunyang suffered a significant loss at his hands. Another masked figure interjects, a hint of disdain in his tone. Chang Wunyang is of little concern. But this Lin Chen must be eliminated swiftly, the leader declares coldly. The artifact he possesses, capable of devouring others' cultivation, poses a considerable threat to our Blood Shadow Pavilion. Furthermore, I suspect he may be connected to the forces that destroyed our main headquarters years ago. At this revelation, the other masked figures exchange alarmed glances. The obliteration of the Blood Shadow Pavilion's headquarters remains a haunting memory for them. If Lin Chen truly has ties to those forces, the gravity of the situation exceeds their worst fears. Convey my orders. Spare no effort to locate Lin Chen's whereabouts. The leader's eyes blaze with murderous intent. Once found, he is to be killed without hesitation. Remember, I want him alive. I wish to personally interrogate him and extract all his secrets. Yes, master. The masked figures respond in unison, their voices laced with a chilling resolve. In an instant, the entire Heishan County is awash with turbulent undercurrents. A storm brewing on the horizon. Countless eyes are covertly searching for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, he has quietly returned to Heishan County and commenced a new seclusion in a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city. His foremost task is to attempt the cultivation of the fragmented ancient body refining technique, Xianbing Zhenmalu. Chapter 235. In a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his expression grave. Before him floated a complex pattern intricately crafted from divine consciousness. The remnants of the Xianbing Zhenmalu inscribed on the black stone wall. Although incomplete, the cultivation methods described in its opening were exceedingly profound, far surpassing any body-refining techniques he had previously encountered. The essence of the Xianbing Zhenmalu lies in drawing the most frigid energies from the heavens and earth into the body, refining the flesh, and solidifying the Xianbing battle body. However, this frigid energy was not ordinary coldness. It was a special force imbued with the meanings of suppression and sealing. Any careless practitioner attempting to harness it could suffer from frozen meridians or, in dire cases, obliteration of the soul. Even with Lin Chen's mastery over cold power, Granted by the Xianbing Snow Soul Rune, he dared not be negligent at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he began to perceive the unique frigid energy surrounding him. As described in the technique, this process was exceedingly slow, akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. He emptied his mind, melding his perception with the environment, meticulously sifting through the myriad energies permeating the air. As time trickled by, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Chen's forehead. This delicate discernment of energy demanded immense mental energy. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the Xianbing Snow Soul Rune in his sea of consciousness quivered slightly, emanating a refreshing intent as if to guide him. A flicker of inspiration struck Lin Chen. Following that guiding intent, he focused his consciousness in a specific direction. Indeed, he faintly sensed a chilling essence distinctly different from the other cold energies, bearing an oppressive weight that seemed capable of freezing all vitality. He had found it. Elation surged within Lin Chen. He immediately proceeded with caution, drawing the frigid energy toward his body as instructed by the technique. The moment that wispy essence of extreme cold made contact with his skin, an indescribable agony coursed through him, as if countless icy needles were violently piercing through his flesh and meridians. Even with his robust physique, he could not suppress a groan, his complexion turning pale. Such tyrannical energy! Lin Chen was astounded. Just a mere wisp of this frigid essence wielded such power. The consequences of drawing in large quantities were unfathomable. He gritted his teeth and attempted to operate the Wan Dao Rong Lu Ju, utilizing the furnace's power to refine the frigid energy. However, he was surprised to discover that the Wan Dao Rong Lu was not particularly effective against this energy imbued with suppression, while it could barely encapsulate it. The refinement process was painfully slow and yielded poor results. What was happening? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The Wan Dao Rong Lu could refine anything. Why was it so ineffective against this frigid energy? Could it be that the Xianbing Zhenma Lu was of too high a grade, surpassing the current capabilities of the Wan Dao Rong Lu? As he pondered this conundrum, the Wan Dao Rong Lu within his dantian suddenly trembled slightly, and the golden Dao pattern representing the Jinyu divine body emitted a faint glow. Subsequently, a peculiar suction force emanated from the golden Dao pattern, actively drawing in the frigid essence wreaking havoc within him, slowly integrating it into the pattern. As the frigid energy merged, the glow on the golden pattern seemed to solidify further, and the inscribed suppression runes appeared even clearer. The excruciating pain within Lin Chen also diminished significantly. The Jinyu divine body Dao pattern could actually absorb this frigid energy? Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. He never anticipated that these seemingly unrelated forces could forge such a wondrous connection. The essence of suppression in the Xianbing Zhenma Lu resonated with the name of the Jinyu divine body, suggesting a mysterious commonality. With this revelation, Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence. He no longer attempted to forcibly refine the frigid energy with the Wan Dao Rong Lu, but instead guided it to flow gently toward his dantian, allowing the Jinyu divine body Dao pattern to absorb it. Though the process remained painful, it was considerably more bearable compared to before. Moreover, as the Jinyu divine body Dao pattern continuously absorbed the frigid essence, Lin Chen sensed subtle yet profound changes occurring within his body. His bones grew denser, his muscles became more refined, and his blood coursed with a chilling essence. It appeared that the cultivation of the Xianbing Zhenma Lu could complement the enhancement of the Jinyu divine body. Lin Chen realized this was indeed fortuitous news for him. Chapter 236. With a clear direction set before him, Lin Chen's pace of cultivation quickened considerably. He continuously drew the frigid energy from the heavens and the earth into his body, guiding it to be absorbed by the runes of the suppressing prison divine body. This process was not only a practice of the mysterious ice demon suppression record, but also a refinement of his suppressing prison divine body. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this period, Lin Chen remained indoors, wholly immersed in the cultivation of the mysterious ice demon suppression record. An almost imperceptible chill enveloped the air above his courtyard, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. At this moment, Lin Chen had undergone notable changes compared to 7 days prior. A faint crystalline sheen glimmered upon his skin, and his eyes, when opened and closed, flickered with a hint of icy brilliance. His aura had become more profound and restrained, yet his every movement exuded a disquieting sense of oppression. With a deep breath, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of icy vapor. After 7 days of arduous training, he had grasped the fundamentals of the mysterious ice demon suppression record. Although there remained a long journey ahead to consolidate the ice battle body, his physical strength had significantly improved. He felt as if his bones, muscles, and meridians had undergone a thorough baptism and reconstruction, becoming more resilient and powerful. If previously his physical strength was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core, he now felt confident that he could endure a full strike from a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. What delighted him even more was that within his dantian, the myriad furnace had also undergone considerable transformation after absorbing a vast amount of extreme cold energy. The golden radiance of the runes of the suppressing prison divine body had become even more brilliant, with the inscribed suppression symbols appearing clearer and more dynamic, as if they could leap forth at any moment to quell all evil entities. Truly, the mysterious ice demon suppression record was extraordinary. Lin Chen marveled within, recognizing the remarkable effects even at the introductory stage. If he could cultivate it to perfection, the power would be unimaginable. As he contemplated his transformation, a communication jade slip from his storage ring suddenly vibrated. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he retrieved it for inspection. It was a message from Lu Yan, the steward of the Black Mountain Merchant Association. The contents were brief, consisting of only a few words. There are disturbances in the city. Tread carefully. If needed, you may come to the association to seek me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The timing of Lu Yan's message clearly indicated that something pertinent to him had transpired in the city. It seemed those individuals had indeed come knocking. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He understood that the matter of obliterating the Blood Shadow Pavilion's branch could not be concealed indefinitely. Chang Wunyang and the remnants of the Blood Shadow Pavilion would undoubtedly spare no effort to locate him. However, he had not anticipated their actions would be so swift. He stored away the communication jade slip and pondered briefly. With his cultivation having reached the late stage of the foundation establishment, and his physical strength rivaling that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, supplemented by numerous hidden cards, he was confident that even against a late-stage golden core cultivator, he would not be without the strength to fight. Since evasion was not an option, he would take the initiative. A cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips. He had never been one to passively endure attacks. Rather than waiting for his enemies to approach him, he preferred to strike first, eliminating potential threats in their infancy. He intended to make it clear to those who coveted him and desired to harm him that Lin Chen was not to be trifled with. Chapter 237. As night once again enveloped Heishan County, the darkness seemed denser than ever, thick with an unsettling restlessness. In several clandestine corners of the city, shadowy figures flitted like phantoms, their intentions aimed toward an unremarkable courtyard on the outskirts. Within the courtyard, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed. Yet his consciousness had already unfurled, covering a radius of several hundred feet like a spider's web. No movement in the breeze could escape his perception. He understood that the bait was nearly set. The message from Lu Yan made him realize that his whereabouts had likely been compromised. Rather than passively waiting, he preferred to actively lay a trap, drawing out the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. This secluded courtyard was the battlefield he had meticulously chosen. They have arrived. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of cold light flashing within. Through his heightened senses, he detected at least a dozen formidable presences converging from all directions toward the courtyard. Among them, several exuded particularly potent auras, some nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and one even emanating the faintest aura of an early golden core. It appears they truly regard me with esteem. Lin Chen smirked coldly to himself. The remnants of the Blood Shadow Tower and the power of the Chong family were likely involved in this scheme. Unperturbed, he slowly rose, stretching his limbs with a series of sharp cracks. After preliminary tempering through the mystic ice suppression demon record, his body brimmed with explosive power, igniting an urge to unleash his strength. Since they have come, let them all remain. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he would never show mercy to those who sought his life. Outside the courtyard, a group of black-clad figures had fully surrounded the area, leaving no avenue for escape. Leading them was Chong Feng, the middle-aged steward of the Chong family, who had been seen alongside the infamous Fifth Lady. Beside him stood several cold-blooded masked individuals, their aura reeking of blood, unmistakably assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower. Steward Chong. The target is inside. According to our intelligence, he is alone, rasped one of the masked men. Chong Feng nodded, a glimmer of greed and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The family head had decreed that capturing Lin Chen would not only yield the generous reward promised by the Blood Shadow Tower, but also allow them to extract information about the extraordinary treasure that could devour others' cultivation. Such an opportunity was not one he would squander. Everyone, this individual possesses unpredictable strength. We must proceed with caution. Let us adhere to the plan and capture him alive. Chong Feng spoke in a grave tone. Rest assured, Steward Chong. The Blood Shadow Tower has never failed in its endeavors, another masked figure replied with a cold laugh, confidence lacing his words. They had dispatched several skilled operatives this time, even including an elder at the early Golden Core stage to oversee the operation. Dealing with a mere Foundation Establishment Junior would be a simple task. Attack! Chong Feng barked, leading the charge toward the courtyard wall. The black-clad figures followed closely behind, descending upon the seemingly tranquil courtyard like ferocious tigers. However, just as they were about to scale the wall, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the courtyard wall shattered. Countless fragments, imbued with terrifying force, shot outward. Several of the leading black-clad figures were caught off guard, struck by the debris, and let out anguished cries, hurtling through the air, their fates uncertain. As dust swirled around, a tall figure emerged from within the courtyard. He stood like a pine tree, his gaze sharp, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Indeed, it was Lin Chen. Esteemed guests, what brings you to my humble abode at such a late hour? Lin Chen's lips curled into the faintest of smiles, yet his eyes glimmered like ancient ice. Scanning each person present, Chang Feng and the others changed expression, astonished that Lin Chen would take the initiative to strike, and with such overwhelming force from the outset. Lin Chen, you are indeed here, Chang Feng shouted. Surrender, and perhaps I might leave you with a complete corpse. Surrender? Lin Chen scoffed, as though he had heard the greatest of jokes. You think your ragtag band could compel me to submit? Arrogant! A masked assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower shouted, his form blurring into a shadow as he lunged forward, his poisoned dagger aimed at Lin Chen's throat with the swiftness of a striking serpent. This individual moved with incredible speed and precision, clearly a seasoned killer. Yet, Lin Chen did not even glance his way, merely raising his right hand casually. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the masked assassin's dagger was effortlessly pinched between Lin Chen's two fingers. Despite his utmost effort, the blade could not advance an inch further. How was this possible? The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-force strike had been so easily neutralized by the opponent? Chapter 238, Too Slow. Lin Chen uttered these words with a calm demeanor, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound. The poisoned dagger was forcibly snapped in two by him. Immediately following, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and the jagged tip of the broken dagger shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing the forehead of the masked assailant. Thud! The masked man collapsed without even a scream, his eyes reflecting endless terror and resentment. In a single move, just one move, and he had effortlessly eliminated a late-stage Foundation establishment assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower. All present were rendered speechless by Lin Chen's decisive and efficient display of power. Chang Feng's face turned ashen. He realized he had severely underestimated Lin Chen's capabilities. Altogether, kill him, Chang Feng bellowed, summoning his magic weapon, a gleaming long knife, which he swung towards Lin Chen with ferocity. The other cloaked figures regained their senses, unleashing their unique skills and spells in a torrential onslaught directed at Lin Chen. They sought to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet, in the face of such fierce aggression, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he darted like a specter through the gaps in the attacks, each evasion executed with such finesse that it seemed he had anticipated their trajectories. 10,000 Path Furnace, power of Xianbing. Lin Chen murmured inwardly, the Xianbing Snow Soul rune in his sea of consciousness igniting with a sudden brilliance. An icy chill emanated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The temperature in the air plummeted sharply, and a thick layer of frost rapidly formed upon the ground. The spells aimed at him lost their potency upon contact with this frigid aura, some even freezing mid-air. What is this power? A cultivator from the Chang family was horrified to see his fireball spell transform into an ice sphere mid-flight, then helplessly plummet to the ground. His power of ice had grown even stronger. Chang Feng's heart surged with turmoil. He distinctly recalled their last encounter. Lin Chen's ice power had been formidable, but it paled in comparison to the current terror. As astonishment gripped the crowd, Lin Chen launched his counterattack. He surged forward like a fierce tiger among sheep, plunging into the throng. Each punch and kick he unleashed carried immense force and piercing cold. Boom! A Blood Shadow Tower assassin was struck squarely in the chest by Lin Chen's fist, flying backward like a kite severed from its string, his chest caving in deeply. Blood gushing forth, it was evident he would not survive. Ah! Another cultivator from the Chang family screamed in agony as Lin Chen's kick shattered his kneecap, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Lin Chen descended like a god of slaughter, leaving chaos in his wake, with cries of despair echoing throughout. His assaults were simple yet direct, imbued with an irresistible aesthetic of violence. Those who once reveled in their power were reduced to nothing more than fragile beings before him. In a mere instant, 7 or 8 cloaked figures lay defeated at Lin Chen's feet. The remaining few, thoroughly terrified, began to retreat, unwilling to advance another step. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Chang Feng trembled with rage. He could hardly believe that his meticulously crafted ambush had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Just then, a chilling and formidable aura erupted from the rear of the crowd. You brat, do not be so arrogant. Accompanied by a furious shout, a god. Cold-eyed elder appeared before Lin Chen like a specter, striking out towards Lin Chen's crown with a claw. The oppressive aura of early golden core cultivation bore down on Lin Chen like a mountain. Chapter 239. In the fleeting moment where sword light intertwined with blood flames, the ancient ancestor of the Chang family, his face etched with countless wrinkles, became rigid with disbelief. It was inconceivable that a mere cultivator at the 4th level of Foundation establishment could unleash such terrifying sword intent. The sharp aura penetrated his protective energy, piercing directly into his soul. What astonished him further was the seemingly ordinary black longsword, which now exuded a bizarre aura that devoured all, as if it were connected to an unfathomable abyss attempting to drag him and his golden core into its depths. Impossible. What sorcery is this? The Chang family ancestor roared in a voice laced with fury as his golden core surged violently within him. An overwhelming torrent of fire-based spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, striving to dispel the invading chill and sharpness. The 2 elders of the Chang family, both at the initial stage of golden core cultivation, simultaneously sensed the imminent danger and dared not hesitate. They summoned their magical treasures, one on the left and one on the right, converging on Lin Chen in an attempt to encircle and eliminate the source of their immense pressure. The elder on the left conjured a crimson small shield, its surface inscribed with swirling runes, which instantly expanded into a formidable wall of fire, blazing fiercely, obstructing Lin Chen's subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, the elder on the right wielded a blue long banner, from which gusts of ominous wind emanated, generating countless fine wind blades that whistled sharply as they lunged toward Lin Chen's limbs, intent on shredding him to pieces. Lin Chen's gaze was as icy as the depths of winter. Faced with the united assault of 3 golden core cultivators, he showed no sign of retreat. The myriad furnaces within him operated at an unprecedented speed, refining and compressing the absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth alongside his own. Under the influence of the Xianbing Zhenma Lu, his physical form became as resilient as tempered black iron, radiating a faint, precious glow. With his left hand, he formed a seal, instantly activating the power of the Xianbing Snow Spirit rune. The temperature around him plummeted sharply, and countless razor-sharp ice crystals materialized, carrying an extreme chill that clashed against the searing firewall. The collision of ice and fire produced a hissing explosion, and a vast cloud of white mist erupted, rapidly enveloping the surroundings and obscuring the vision and perception of everyone present. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obstructed line of sight, the Chang family ancestor's frail body erupted with agility that belied his years. His skeletal hand pierced through the swirling white mist, fingers curled like claws, the tips glowing with a sinister dark red light, evidently infused with venom, aimed directly at Lin Chen's heart. He was confident that, at such close range, there was no way the young man could evade this lethal strike. However, what awaited him was a sword light that was even swifter and more elusive. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated the ancestor's movements, twisting his body in an unimaginable angle amidst the mist, narrowly avoiding the fatal claw. The Xianke sword in his hand darted upward like a venomous serpent, striking with an exquisitely cunning angle from below. This sword strike lacked any earth-shattering momentum but was executed with unparalleled speed and precision. The coldness and sharpness condensed upon its blade, sending chills throughout the Chang family ancestor's body. A soft sound of flesh tearing echoed, followed by the ancestor's piercing scream. Sharp and brief, his right wrist was severed cleanly by the Xianke sword, the cut as smooth as a mirror, blood gushing forth in torrents. The severed hand hung limply in a claw shape, its venomous glow rapidly fading, losing all threat. The intense agony contorted the ancestor's face as he stared in disbelief at his empty right wrist, his shock reaching unimaginable heights. Ancestor, the 2 elders, entangled with the white mist and ice crystals, gasped upon hearing the scream, their assault instinctively faltering. They could hardly fathom that their ancestor, who had attained the mid-stage of golden core cultivation, could be so grievously injured by a mere Foundation establishment junior in a single encounter. This outcome far exceeded their expectations, instilling within them a sense of foreboding. Chapter 240, Lin Chen's ruthless ascendancy. The Xianke sword moved with the grace of a living serpent, its blade shimmering with an unpredictable brilliance, each flicker accompanied by a chilling aura and an almost imperceptible force of devouring. He did not resort to overly intricate sword techniques. Instead, he seamlessly integrated the devouring essence of the 10,000 Ways melting furnace technique with the ultimate chill of the Xianbing Snow Soul Rune, as well as the formidable physical strength and reflexes bestowed by the Xianbing Demon Suppression Record. Each seemingly simple slash, cut, stab, or flick was imbued with lethal intent, unadorned, yet brimming with deadly danger. The elder, wielding a teal banner, upon witnessing his ancestor's injury, was seized by terror. He frantically waved the banner, attempting to unleash a denser, more ferocious barrage of shadowy wind blades to thwart Lin Chen's advance, while simultaneously seeking to rescue the beleaguered ancestor of the Chang family. Yet, Lin Chen's figure danced through the onslaught of wind blades, as if a fish gliding through water or a phantom slipping through shadows. Those wind blades could not even graze the hem of his garment. His movements were both agile and enigmatic, seemingly merging with his surroundings. always evading attacks at the most critical moments. Your opponent is me. A clear, anger-laden voice rang out. Lu Yin had appeared beside the elder with the long banner, her crimson whip resembling a fiery dragon awakening, cutting through the air with a searing gale and immense force as it lashed toward the elder's banner, which continued to emit shadowy winds. Although Lu Yin was merely at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, her cultivation technique was evidently extraordinary. The magical whip in her hand was a formidable weapon in its own right, coupled with her extensive battle experience gained from years of wandering in the Black Mountain County. She managed to entangle the somewhat flustered early Golden Core elder, rendering him unable to escape. Meanwhile, the elder with the crimson shield sensed the dire situations. His ancestor had been gravely injured, his companion ensnared, and that calamity of a youth exhibited terrifying strength far beyond his realm. Doubt began to creep into his heart. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the crimson shield forward, which rapidly expanded in the air, transforming into an impenetrable barrier of flames. Striving to secure a sliver of hope for his escape, without hesitation, he turned to flee, becoming a streak of light. Thinking of fleeing? Have you sought my permission? Lin Chen snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. He brought his left index and middle fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture, and pointed at the rapidly enlarging flame shield. At his fingertip, a glimmer of deep blue cold light coalesced, a testament to the concentrated power of the Xianbing Snow Soul Rune. A low, resonant hum echoed, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. Countless fine, ice-blue fissures spread across the surface of the seemingly indestructible crimson shield at a visible speed. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing crack, the shield, once a beacon of hope for the elder, shattered under the onslaught of frigid power, transforming into myriad flaming shards that scattered like festive fireworks, yet carried with them a deadly peril. The shield-bearing elder felt a searing pain in his mind, as though struck by a heavy hammer, connected to his life-bound treasure. He suffered a violent backlash at the moment of the artifact's destruction, blood erupting uncontrollably from his mouth, weakening his breath and dimming his escape light. Chapter 241. In that fleeting moment when his spirit faltered and he was gravely injured, a shadow that had long been gathering strength silently emerged behind him. It was Brother Leopard, the ever-patient hunter lurking in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment. His eyes were ablaze with a crimson hue, radiating an aura of ferocity and rage, indicating that he had invoked some hidden secret technique to temporarily unleash his potential and enhance his power. The black dagger in his hand shimmered with a chilling, bloodthirsty gleam under the dim light. Without the slightest hesitation or flourish, it plunged fiercely and accurately into the vital spot of the shield-bearing elder's back. The elder's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes filling with disbelief and endless terror. With great difficulty, he lowered his gaze to the blade protruding from his chest, glinting ominously. A sense of unwillingness and despair overwhelmed him. He could hardly fathom that as a formidable gold core cultivator, he would meet his demise at the hands of an inconspicuous foundation establishment cultivator's sneak attack. Die. Brother Leopard growled hoarsely, his eyes gleaming with the delight of vengeance and a frenzied thirst for blood. He withdrew the dagger, warm blood splattering across his face. Yet he paid it no mind, instead licking his lips as his gaze shifted to the next target. The ancestor of the Chang family was beside himself with rage. He had never anticipated that his meticulously planned encirclement would devolve into such a heart-stopping debacle. Of the two capable aides he had brought, one was entangled with the seemingly delicate woman from the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce, unable to secure victory in the near term. The other had been fatally ambushed by a deranged foundation establishment cultivator who had emerged from nowhere, and he himself, a mid-level gold core powerhouse, was being cornered by a mere youth, even losing a hand in the process. A tremendous humiliation. You little beast, I'll fight you to the death. The ancestor of the Chang family had completely lost his sanity. He knew that if he failed to slay this youth today, the Chang family would never know peace again. He opened his mouth wide and expelled a crimson gold core, spinning and radiating intense flames. The instant the core left his body, it emanated an incredibly terrifying heat and violent energy fluctuations, warping the surrounding air and causing the stones on the ground to begin melting. A self-detonation of the gold core? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He understood that once a gold core cultivator chose to self-destruct, the resulting power could level the surrounding area for miles and beyond. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full potential of the myriad furnaces within him, pure and potent spiritual energy flooding into the Xiancai sword in his grasp like a raging river. Simultaneously, his mind stirred, and the seemingly unadorned star-absorbing stone he had nurtured within his dantian began to tremble slightly, emitting a peculiar vibration. Just as the crimson gold core of the Chang ancestor began to swell dramatically, on the verge of releasing world-shattering power, the Xiancai sword in Lin Chen's hand suddenly blazed with brilliance. The once dim and ancient mysterious patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, shimmering with a profound dark light. Delicate black threads, finer than a strand of hair, silently emerged from the sword, like living tendrils, wrapping around the impending explosive gold core at an astonishing speed. What? The Chang ancestor was struck with horror. He distinctly felt the connection between himself and his gold core, a bond of bloodline, being forcibly severed by a strange and overwhelming force. He attempted to regain control of the gold core, but it felt as though it had sunk into a quagmire, remaining utterly unresponsive despite his fervent urgings. Chapter 242. The mysterious black threads tightened their grip, and the crimson golden elixir on the surface emanated a frenzied energy that was visibly being absorbed and suppressed. The brilliance of the golden elixir dimmed at an astonishing rate, and the terrifying energy, capable of obliterating everything, deflated like a punctured balloon, ultimately descending into silence. No, my golden elixir, my cultivation. The ancestral figure of the Chang family emitted a desperate and piercing howl. The foundation he had cultivated for hundreds of years, the source of his prideful strength, was effortlessly subdued in this moment. Lin Chen's gaze was frigid. He distinctly felt the fiancée sword becoming denser and heavier after absorbing the pure fire energy from the golden elixir. The enigmatic black patterns on the sword appeared even more vivid and dynamic. To his astonishment and delight, the star-absorbing stone, which had always exhibited a mild demeanor, only reacting during the analysis of techniques, now exuded a powerful and greedy force through the medium of the fiancée sword. It began to ravenously consume the soul energy that the ancestral figure of the Chang family was releasing, a consequence of his golden elixir being restrained and his mind suffering a grievous blow. The body of the ancestral figure convulsed violently, his eyes rapidly becoming hollow and vacant, as if his soul was being gradually extracted from its mortal shell. Life force drained from him at an alarming speed. His skin lost its luster, resembling the bark of a withered tree. Is this the star-absorbing stone devouring the soul? Lin Chen's heart trembled profoundly. This revelation left him both shocked and incredulous. He had always believed that the primary function of the star-absorbing stone was to store and analyze technique information, never considering that it possessed such a domineering and bizarre ability to directly consume the souls of cultivators. This undeniably cast a deeper layer of mystery over the origins of this enigmatic stone. Moments later, the ancestral figure of the Chang family collapsed limply, as if all bones had been extracted, utterly devoid of life. His once resplendent golden elixir, brimming with immense energy, had transformed into a dull, grayish stone, tightly ensnared by the black threads of the fiancée sword, its energy nearly devoured, leaving behind only a meager residue. After consuming most of the residual soul energy of the ancestral figure, the star-absorbing stone emanated a faint, barely perceptible ethereal glow before swiftly returning to its unadorned appearance. Quietly hovering within Lin Chen's Dantian Sea of Qi, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that within the star-absorbing stone, there seemed to be a chaotic collection of fragmented memories, remnants belonging to the ancestral figure of the Chang family. These memories flickered like shattered glass, revealing various images and information. On another part of the battlefield, the elder of the Chang family, entangled with Liu Yin, witnessed the demise of his ancestral figure and the tragic fate of a companion. Overwhelmed by terror, he was left shattered, his courage obliterated. With no remaining will to fight, he feigned a strike, exerting all his strength to repel the fierce onslaught of Liu Yin, before turning to escape in a desperate flight from this despairing inferno. Chapter 243. Nowhere to escape. Lin Chen would not allow him to have his way. With a vigorous swing of the Sun Q sword, it emitted a melodious dragon's roar and a finely condensed black sword aura, akin to a streak of black lightning piercing the night sky, surged forth with an indomitable sharpness, swiftly arriving and accurately penetrating the elder's Dantian Sea of energy who was attempting to flee. With a muffled sound, the golden core shattered, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy. The elder let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a kite severed from its string, helplessly plummeting to the ground, landing heavily before convulsing a few times, ultimately falling silent. His fate sealed, likely beyond recovery. Thus, the three golden core cultivators dispatched by the Chang family to besiege Lin Chen, including a formidable mid-golden core ancestor, all met their demise here. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, almost beyond belief. Liu Yin gracefully descended beside Lin Chen, retracting her crimson flame whip. As she surveyed the devastation and the lifeless bodies of the golden core cultivators scattered across the ground, her delicate features were marred by unmistakable shock and a tinge of complexity in her beautiful eyes. She had always known Lin Chen was powerful, having encountered him from their first meeting in Qingyang Town to several encounters in Heishan County. Yet, she could never have fathomed that Lin Chen possessed such extraordinary strength. capable of slaying a mid-golden core expert with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, wielding that enigmatic black longsword to annihilate the opposing team. This transcended her understanding of genius. Brother Leopard also approached, his weariness evident. The ferocious, bloodthirsty aura that once enveloped him had significantly receded, his complexion pale from the backlash of secret techniques. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with the exhilarating satisfaction of vengeance, accompanied by profound reverence and gratitude towards Lin Chen. Had it not been for Lin Chen, he could never have personally exacted revenge upon his enemies. Lin Chen sheathed the Sun Q sword, his gaze calmly sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. He could distinctly feel that after absorbing a portion of the ancestor's golden core energy, the sword's quality had seemingly undergone a subtle enhancement, with the black patterns on its blade deepening in complexity. Furthermore, the fragments of the ancestral soul memories devoured by the absorption stone might yield unexpected insights and information. This unforeseen battle, though perilous in nature, bore immense rewards. Not only had he completely eradicated the immediate threat posed by the Chang family, but he had also gained profound insights into the operation of the Wanao Lu Ju, the application of the Xianbing Shuepa runes, the comprehension of the Xianbing Zhengma Lu, and a deeper understanding and mastery of the two core treasures, the Sun Q sword and the absorption stone. Chapter 244. The night breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of blood and the charred scent of battle, stirring up the dust and debris on the ground. The once relatively even terrain was now pockmarked, with several disfigured corpses strewn about, silently narrating the brutality of the recent conflict. Lin Chen stood quietly at the center of the battlefield. The Xian K sword angled towards the earth as the last wisp of black aura slowly dissipated, merging into the blade. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the Dantian sea of qi, meticulously sensing the ancient and unadorned star-absorbing stone. At this moment, the star-absorbing stone appeared unchanged, still dull and unremarkable. However, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive a chaotic and tangled energy within, remnants of the ancestral spirit and fragmented memories of the Chang family. These memory fragments resembled countless shards of shattered glass, flickering with an array of vivid images, sounds, emotions, and scenes intertwined, forming a chaotic whirlpool of consciousness. Were it not for Lin Chen's formidable spirit power exceeding that of his peers, merely touching these tumultuous memories could have led to a loss of mental stability. He cautiously extended a thread of consciousness into the star-absorbing stone, attempting to untangle the memory fragments. This process proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The ancestral spirit of the Chang family, being a mid-stage golden core cultivator, retained a lingering sense of resentment and malice, instinctively resisting Lin Chen's probing. Moreover, these memories were not complete images but fragmented, akin to broken pottery, requiring him to invest considerable focus to piece together and interpret them. Blood Shadow Tower. Black Wind Stronghold. That little beast must die. Disjointed thoughts echoed within Lin Chen's consciousness, brimming with animosity and murderous intent. His brow furrowed slightly. It appeared the Chang family was indeed entangled with the Blood Shadow Tower and harbored deep grievances over the annihilation of the Black Wind Stronghold. He continued his exploration, striving to uncover more valuable information. As time trickled by, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Searching through the chaotic memories of the Chang family's ancestor felt akin to fishing for a needle in the vast ocean, draining his mental energy and fraught with uncertainty. Suddenly, a relatively clear image flashed before his mind's eye. A dimly lit secret chamber where the Chang family's ancestor conversed with a figure cloaked in black, exuding a chilling aura. The voice of the dark-cloaked individual was raspy and low, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Old Ghost Chang. Have you uncovered the details of that boy? If the destruction of the Black Wind Stronghold is solely his doing, his worth extends beyond mere vengeance. The voice of the Chang family's ancestor dripped with flattery. Rest assured, my lord, I have dispatched someone to keep a close watch on him. He seems to have some connections with Lu Yin of the Black Mountain Trading Association. This boy employs strange methods and harbors numerous secrets. If we can capture him alive, we need not fear unearthing his secrets. Perhaps he holds the clues we at Blood Shadow Tower have long sought regarding that item. That item? The black-cloaked figure's voice faltered, tinged with excitement, as the matter was of great significance and could not afford any missteps. If there are indeed clues, your Chang family shall be credited for the accomplishment. At this point, the vision abruptly ceased, and subsequent memories became increasingly murky. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The Blood Shadow Tower had been in pursuit of a certain item. Moreover, this item seemed extraordinarily significant, potentially linked to the downfall of the Black Wind Stronghold and the Chang family's relentless hunt for him. This was undoubtedly a crucial lead. He attempted to delve deeper, eager to discern the true nature of that item. But the Chang ancestors' memories regarding this matter seemed shielded by some force, or perhaps the spirit's fragmentation was too severe. The moment Lin Chen's consciousness touched that area, it was repelled by a formidable resistance, threatening to incite a violent backlash from the remnants of the spirit within the star-absorbing stone. It appeared that extracting the complete core secret from these fragmented memories would not be a simple endeavor, Lin Chen mused. Nevertheless, the information he had gathered thus far had already granted him a profound understanding of the motives behind the Chang family and the Blood Shadow Tower. Their pursuit of him was not merely an act of vengeance for the Blackwind stronghold, but also a quest for the secrets he might possess and the clues related to that item. Just then, Lu Yin and Brother Leopard approached. Lu Yin gazed at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes still reflecting a trace of lingering shock. She softly inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you unscathed?" Lin Chen had been deep in thought for quite some time, his aura fluctuating, which had caused her some concern. Chapter 245. Lin Chen opened his eyes, shook his head, and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. I am well. I was merely contemplating certain matters." He refrained from mentioning the star-absorbing stone and the devouring of souls, as these remained among his most profound secrets. Brother Bao gazed at Lin Chen with utmost reverence, now entirely convinced of his capabilities. Previously, he may have cooperated with Lin Chen solely out of a desire for vengeance. But after witnessing Lin Chen slay the mid-stage golden core ancestor of the Chang family, all that remained in his heart was awe. "Lin Gu, how should we dispose of these corpses?" he inquired, gesturing toward the lifeless bodies on the ground, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen surveyed the remains and replied, "Let us search their spatial bags, then incinerate the bodies to leave no trace behind." He had always been merciless toward his enemies. Brother Bao nodded in agreement and promptly began his search. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to assist. Typically, spatial bags of golden core cultivators contained many valuable items. Before long, 3 spatial bags were retrieved. The bag belonging to the ancestor of the Chang family was the most bountiful, containing tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, an array of healing and cultivation elixirs, several high-quality magical tools, as well as some refining materials and jade slips. One particular jade slip caught Lin Chen's attention. It seemed to record a fire-based technique named Crimson Flame Devouring Heaven, which appeared to be a core technique of the Chang family. Although the spatial bags of the 2 early-stage golden core elders paled in comparison to that of the ancestor, they still yielded notable treasures. Lin Chen collected all the spirit stones and useful elixirs and materials, casually browsing through the Crimson Flame Devouring Heaven. While fire techniques were not his primary focus, some insights regarding the application of fire spiritual energy might offer valuable references for his own technique, 10,000 Paths Melting Furnace Art. As for the magical tools, most were fire attribute and of little use to him, so he allowed Lu Yin and Brother Bao to allocate them as they wished. Lu Yin, unable to refuse, took a defensive jade pendant, while Brother Bao, with a grin, selected a fiery short blade, clearly suited for his close combat style. After sorting through their spoils, Brother Bao skillfully conjured flames to reduce the corpses to ashes, and a gust of wind swept through, erasing all traces as if they had never existed. "Young Master Lin, the Chang family holds considerable power in Heishan County. With their ancestor and 2 elders lost at your hands, they are unlikely to let this matter rest. Moreover, it seems there are shadows of the Blood Shadow Pavilion lurking behind them," Lu Yin remarked, her delicate brows furrowing in concern as she regarded Lin Chen. Though she was astonished by Lin Chen's strength, she understood that in a place like Heishan County, attracting attention could lead to dire consequences. Should news of today's events spread, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Lin Chen nodded, his expression calm. "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When waters rise, we shall build our defenses. Since the Chang family dares to strike against me, they must be prepared for annihilation. As for the Blood Shadow Pavilion, the grievances between us will inevitably reach a resolution." His tone was unyielding, imbued with an undeniable determination. He paused, looking toward Lu Yin. "Miss Lu, I am grateful for your assistance today. I shall remember your kindness. Had you not detained one of the Golden Core elders in time, it would have taken me much longer to deal with the ancestor of the Chang family." Lu Yin smiled softly, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. "Young Master Lin, you are too kind. You have previously aided my Heishan Chamber of Commerce, so we are merely reciprocating one another's help. However, what are your plans moving forward? The Chang family and the Blood Shadow Pavilion are deeply entrenched in Heishan County. Should they join forces, it could pose significant challenges for you." Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "I intend to temporarily depart from Heishan County for a while." Chapter 246. Departure? Both Lu Yin and Brother Bao were taken aback. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, although he had fortuitously triumphed in today's battle. It had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Moreover, from the memories of the ancestor of the Chang family, He had gleaned some clues regarding the Blood Shadow Tower, possibly linked to the demise of their main temple. He needed to find a secluded place to quietly meditate for a time, to assimilate the insights gained from this battle, enhance his strength, and investigate certain matters. The star-absorbing stone had consumed the ancestral memories of the Chang family, and the eclectic information contained within required time to sift through and absorb. Additionally, the fiancée sword had absorbed the energy of the golden core and seemed to have undergone some peculiar transformations, meriting careful study. More importantly, he had only just begun to delve into the icebound demon suppression record. The path of body refinement was long and arduous, demanding substantial resources and time for honing. Although Black Mountain County was bustling, it was not the optimal place for his cultivation at this moment. The threats posed by the Chang family and the Blood Shadow Tower loomed like daggers at his back. Remaining here would only serve to hinder his progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. It seemed she had thought of something and said, "If young Master Lin seeks a tranquil place for secluded cultivation, our Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce has several concealed strongholds that I can offer to you. Furthermore, should you require any cultivation resources, our chamber can also endeavor to provide them." Her proposition was a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Chen, akin to an investment. The potential and strength Lin Chen exhibited led her to believe that the Black Mountain Chamber should place their bets on him. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Yan, understanding her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "In that case, I am grateful for Miss Lu's kindness. I indeed require a safe and hidden location. As for the cultivation resources, I shall exchange them with items of equivalent value, ensuring no loss to the Black Mountain Chamber." He preferred not to be in debt to others, especially in this realm of cultivation where interests intertwined. Lu Yan smiled charmingly. "Young Master Lin is straightforward." She continued, "We can discuss the specifics in further detail later." Just then, the star-absorbing stone within Lin Chen's dantian quivered slightly, transmitting a faint yet distinct consciousness into his sea of awareness. This was not a complete message, but rather a form of guidance, a vague direction. Lin Chen felt a stir within, and his consciousness sank once more into the star-absorbing stone. He discovered that within the stone, in addition to the chaotic memory fragments of the Chang family's ancestor, there seemed to be something deeper being stirred. That guiding sensation appeared to have some secret connection with the icebound demon suppression record he had previously acquired from the star-absorbing stone. Could it be that this star-absorbing stone was not merely a repository for cultivation techniques, but concealed a greater secret within? Or was it directing him to seek out other items related to the icebound demon suppression record? This sudden shift filled Lin Chen with renewed curiosity and anticipation. The myriad furnace, the icebound snow spirit, and the star-absorbing black stone seemed to possess an unknown connection. The key to unraveling these mysteries might very well be hidden within the recent disturbances of the star-absorbing stone. Chapter 247. The anomaly of the star-absorbing stone stirred Lin Chen's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling waves of emotion. That faint yet distinct guidance, akin to a solitary lantern illuminating the fog, possessed an undeniable allure despite its vague direction. Lin Chen refrained from immediately disclosing this matter to Lu Yan, not out of distrust, but because it pertained to his greatest secret, the star-absorbing stone and the 10,000 ways of melting furnace technique, until he had unraveled the specifics. Sharing this knowledge with another would only increase the risk. He briefly instructed Lu Yan and Brother Bao to return to the Black Mountain Chamber of Commerce's stronghold while he sought a secluded spot to delve deeper into the intent emanating from the star-absorbing stone. This time, he no longer attempted to forcibly decode the chaotic memories of the Chang family's ancestor, but focused entirely on the guidance that stemmed from the stone itself. Gradually, he discerned a semblance of order in that guidance, which seemed to resonate subtly with the aura of the Xianbing demon suppression record. Whenever he activated the Xianbing demon suppression record, the guidance became clearer, as if urging him to advance toward a specific direction. Moreover, he sensed that the target of this guidance was likely related to the qualities of ice and confinement. Ice, confinement, Lin Chen murmured, his mind swiftly contemplating locations both within and beyond Black Mountain County that resonated with these terms. While Black Mountain County itself was not known for its coldness, its surrounding mountains were complex, possibly harboring some rarely trodden, frigid places. He endeavored to immerse his spiritual consciousness deeper into the star-absorbing stone, seeking to extract more information from the ancient artifact itself. This time, he seemed to touch upon something different than before, not mere techniques or remnants of souls, but a more ancient and profound essence, as if the stone had witnessed the passage of countless ages. Within the depths of that essence, he vaguely perceived a blurred image, a colossal stone door, shrouded in a thick layer of ice, inscribed with numerous intricate and arcane runes that emanated a chilling power of confinement. Beyond the door lay an abyss of darkness, from which faint sounds of dragging chains could be discerned. The image flickered and vanished, and Lin Chen's consciousness was gently expelled from the star-absorbing stone. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within. The frozen stone door, the formidable confinement, the chains. These fragmented clues coalesced into a bold conjecture in Lin Chen's mind. Could it be that in the vicinity of Black Mountain County, there existed an ancient secret place sealed by formidable restraints, and that the Xianbing demon suppression record, perhaps even the star-absorbing stone itself, were connected to this hidden realm? This speculation ignited a fervor within him. If true, that secret place could very well harbor immense opportunities, yet it would undoubtedly come with unfathomable dangers. Without further hesitation, he rose immediately, preparing to follow the star-absorbing stone's guidance in search of the ice-encased stone door. In the chaotic setting of Black Mountain County, lingering even a moment longer was an added risk of exposure. Though the Chong family had suffered significant losses, the remnants of their power still posed a threat. Furthermore, the Blood Shadow Tower was like a parasite. Once they set their sights on him, troubles would be inexhaustible. Lin Chen discerned the vague direction indicated by the star-absorbing stone, roughly pointing toward the northwest of Black Mountain County. He chose not to take the main road, but rather a seldom-traveled forest path, employing his agility to traverse swiftly. His speed was remarkable, his figure flickering through the woods like a specter, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest with just a few leaps. An hour later, Lin Chen had distanced himself from Black Mountain County, entering a range of undulating mountains. The terrain became increasingly perilous, and the air grew cold and damp. The guidance from the star-absorbing stone intensified, as if the target lay just ahead. After approximately half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of a deep canyon. Towering cliffs flanked the canyon, rising steeply as though cleaved by a colossal axe. A frigid wind howled from the depths of the canyon, chilling him even as he activated the Xianbing demon suppression record. This was the place. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The guidance from the star-absorbing stone was now unmistakably directing him deep into the canyon. He took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy to shield himself, and cautiously stepped into the canyon. Inside, the light dimmed, and bizarre stones jutted out, the ground coated with a thin layer of frost. The further he ventured, the heavier the chill became, with thick icicles forming on the cliffs, shimmering with a ghostly light in the dim surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the echo of Lin Chen's footsteps reverberating in the vast canyon. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted, acutely sensing a faint energy fluctuation emanating from a short distance ahead. The fluctuation was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual awareness, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Someone? Lin Chen's heart raced as he immediately suppressed his presence, his figure darting behind a massive rock to stealthily investigate. Ahead, around 100 feet beyond a bend in the canyon, several figures emerged. Clad in unified black attire, their sleeves bore the emblem of a fearsome blood-red skull. Chapter 248, The People of Blood Shadow Tower. Lin Chen's pupils slightly constricted. He was taken aback to encounter individuals from Blood Shadow Tower in this location. From their demeanor, it appeared they were not merely passing through. Rather, they seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps guarding a secret. Did they also know of the mysteries concealed in this place? Lin Chen suppressed the curiosity brewing within him and observed intently. The few cultivators from Blood Shadow Tower did not exhibit particularly high levels of cultivation, predominantly appearing to be at the late stage of qi refinement and the early stage of foundation establishment. The leader among them exuded a slightly stronger aura, yet he seemed to be merely at the third or fourth level of foundation establishment. They moved hastily, their expressions vigilant, frequently glancing around. The hall master has commanded that we secure this entrance. No one is to enter without permission. It is said that a significant secret, long pursued by our tower, lies hidden within. If we falter, we shall all bear the consequences. The leader, a foundation establishment cultivator, whispered gravely to his companions. Understood, Captain. The others responded in unison. A significant secret? Lin Chen's heart stirred. It appeared his previous conjectures were not unfounded. Blood Shadow Tower indeed possessed knowledge of this place, and seemed to have established operations here. Just then, a sudden, resounding crash emanated from deep within the canyon, as if some heavy object had fallen. Following this, a terrifying cold wave surged forth from the depths, accompanied by an indistinct roar akin to that of a beast. What is happening? The faces of the Blood Shadow Tower cultivators changed as they tightened their grips on their weapons, anxiously gazing into the canyon's depths. This is bad. Could it be that the restrictions within have shifted again? Or perhaps, the beast is restless once more. The leader's expression darkened. Captain, should we investigate? One of the Blood Shadow Tower members inquired uneasily. Nonsense. The captain reprimanded. The hall master has issued strict orders, without his command. No one is to enter the core area. Our duty is to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from intruding while monitoring the situation within. Quickly, Report the current situation back to the hall master. As he spoke, the captain retrieved a communication jade talisman from his bosom, preparing to activate it. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He realized that he could no longer afford to wait. If these individuals transmitted the information, summoning stronger experts from Blood Shadow Tower, his chances of entering the icebound stone door would become exceedingly slim. Moreover, their conversation hinted at the presence of some formidable beast confined deep within the canyon. Protected by powerful restrictions, a swift resolution, Lin Chen resolved firmly, abandoning his concealment. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he surged from behind the rocks. The Xianyue sword cleaving through the dim light, aiming directly for the captain of Blood Shadow Tower, who was about to activate the jade talisman. Who goes there? The captain's reflexes were sharp. Sensing impending danger, he exclaimed in alarm, relinquishing the jade talisman and drawing a blood-red long knife, hastily raising it defensively. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated, sparks flying. The captain's blood-red long knife was cleaved away by the Xianyue sword, the tremendous force causing his hands to tremble and his arm to go numb, forcing him to stagger back several paces, his face betraying sheer astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the opponent possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 249. Kill him. The other members of the Blood Shadow Tower, witnessing the scene, swiftly reacted with fierce roars, encircling Lin Chen from various directions. The clash of blades and the chilling aura of bloodlust instantly enveloped him. Lin Chen let out a cold snort, unperturbed. Having reached the late stage of the 4th level of Foundation establishment, his physique had undergone preliminary tempering through the mystic ice demon suppression record, rendering him far superior to ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Faced with these underlings of the Blood Shadow Tower, who barely reached the 3rd or 4th level of Foundation establishment, he regarded them with utter disdain. The Xianyue sword in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own, its blade flickering with a frigid brilliance. Each strike was precise and lethal. Pht, ah, ugh. The sounds of agony erupted one after another. In mere moments, the few assailants from the Blood Shadow Tower fell, each pierced by a sword. Their bodies covered in a thin layer of frost, clearly wounded by the power of the mystic ice contained within Xianyue's sword. Seeing the dire situation, the captain of the Blood Shadow Tower felt his heart sink. He realized he had kicked a hard stone this time. Without hesitation, he turned to flee out of the canyon. Thinking to escape? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he pursued with the swiftness of a specter, outpacing the captain effortlessly. Once more, the Xianyue sword was thrust forward, its tip carving an eerie arc through the air, striking precisely into the captain's back. You. Who exactly are you? The captain struggled to turn his head, his eyes filled with regret and terror. Before he could finish his words, he gasped his last, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and stood, calmly surveying the fallen bodies. He swiftly rummaged through their storage bags but found nothing of particular value, mostly low-tier elixirs, spirit stones, and a few blank communication jade slips. It seemed these were merely outer members of the Blood Shadow Tower. After disposing of the bodies, he directed his gaze deep into the canyon. The earlier loud noise and beastly roar, along with an even more terrifying chill, indicated that the depths of the canyon were far from tranquil. The guidance of the star-absorbing stone remained clear. The ice-encased stone door should lie at the very heart of the canyon. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gripping the Xianyue sword tightly as his expression grew serious. He understood that the path ahead would likely be fraught with greater danger. However, he had no reason to retreat. To unravel the secrets of the gold-absorbing stone and the mystic ice demon suppression record, as well as to seize the potentially immense opportunity that awaited, he must forge ahead. With determined steps, he ventured into the depths of the canyon, teeming with uncertainty and peril. With each step forward, the chill in the air thickened, and the distant echoes of beastly roars seemed to draw closer. He could sense the 10,000 path furnace technique within him actively operating, seemingly yearning for this extreme cold. The mystic ice snow spirit rune also became extraordinarily animated, emanating a faint azure glow that resonated with the surrounding frigid air. A colossal secret, an ancient mansion sealed by prohibitions, appeared to slowly unveil its mysterious veil to him. Chapter 250. A chilling azure light cascaded from behind the stone gate, akin to a frozen tide. As Lin Chen stepped into it, he found himself not upon solid ground, but rather upon an expansive, boundless battlefield encased in ice. Fractured banners were skewered within the icy layers, stripped of their original hues, leaving only tattered remnants eroded by the passage of time. Countless skeletal remains, bearing various forms, remained frozen in eternal repose, some poised as if charging forth in their dying moments, while others curled in a futile attempt to fend off the relentless cold. The air was suffused with a biting chill, accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression, as though the spirits of countless fallen warriors continued to whisper upon this hallowed ground. Xiao Yan transformed into a streak of crimson light, leaping upon Lin Chen's shoulder, emanating a fervent warmth that barely alleviated the frigid atmosphere. Yet, within its vibrant eyes, a keen vigilance was evident. The air was thick with the stench of death and lingering resentment. It communicated softly, its tone laced with unease. Lin Chen's gaze traversed the desolate expanse, fixing upon the center of the battlefield. There, a pitch-black altar rose imposingly, composed of an unknown material that exuded an ancient, primal aura. Surrounding the altar were chains of obsidian ice, each as thick as a human arm, adorned with glowing runes that pulsed with formidable sealing power, locking the altar in layers of restraint. Even from a distance, Lin Chen could sense the unsettling tremors emanating from its depths, as if some terrible entity lay suppressed beneath. Restless and eager to break free, the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique within him operated autonomously, drawing in pure, frigid energy. Yet, unlike ordinary cold, this essence was interspersed with faint, yet remarkably resilient fragments of will, along with unresolved grievances. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the runes of the ice snow soul within his dantian reacted with particular intensity to the energies of this place, embodying both a yearning and a warning. He refrained from immediately approaching the altar, instead opting to move slowly along the fringes of the battlefield. His consciousness expanded, meticulously probing every inch of the icy terrain. The frozen corpses he encountered were not mere soldiers. Many of the bones bore remnants of artifacts, some even radiating a subtle pulse of spiritual energy, indicating that their former selves were formidable practitioners. The scale of this conflict far exceeded his expectations. A faint crackling sound emerged from behind him. Lin Chen spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting in alarm. Not far off, the skeletal remains of a colossal beast encased in ice suddenly ignited with 2 points of eerie green soul fire in its hollow eye sockets. Following that, more crackling echoes resonated, reminiscent of a symphony of death, spreading across the silent battlefield. The various icebound corpses, whether human cultivators or demonic beasts, began to crack as the green soul fires ignited within their eye sockets. Had they been transformed into mindless combat puppets, tainted by the resentment and death energy of this place? A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. The number of these awakened ice corpses was staggering, potentially in the hundreds or thousands. While each individual might not be powerful, the sheer volume could overwhelm, leading to devastating consequences if surrounded. Xiao Yan let out a low growl, its flames surging forth, morphing into a magnificent flame beast that stood resolutely before Lin Chen. Leave these fiends to me. Lin Chen understood the gravity of the situation. This was not the time for bravado. The emergence of these ice corpses seemed directly linked to their arrival, akin to a predestined defensive mechanism. His objective lay with the altar and any potential opportunities or clues regarding the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique. With a determined leap, he surged toward the altar, his form a blur. Simultaneously, he extended a fragment of his consciousness to monitor Xiao Yan's battle. The flames of Xiao Yan possessed a potent affinity against the ice corpses, as crimson waves engulfed the sluggish figures, reducing them to ash. However, the relentless stream of ice corpses resurrecting from the icy depths was overwhelming. Time was of the essence. He needed to resolve this swiftly, find a way to escape, or unravel the secrets of the altar. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. Dodging the sporadic assaults of the ice corpses, he directed his consciousness toward the ominous black altar. As he drew nearer, the sense of foreboding intensified. The runes adorning the chains of obsidian ice glowed even brighter, seemingly struggling to contain something formidable. He noticed faint murals obscured by snow and ice at the base of the altar. Suppressing his rising anxiety, he charged forward, striking the altar to clear the snow away. The murals revealed fragmented scenes depicting a cataclysmic battle. Countless powerful beings had perished, their blood staining the earth, and ultimately, it seemed that an immensely powerful entity was sealed beneath this altar. Chapter 251. Just as Lin Chen endeavored to decipher the meaning of the mural, an abrupt and terrifying change transpired. A dreadful aura, 100 times more formidable than that of the ice corpses, erupted violently from beneath the altar. This presence was infused with ferocity, malice, and a desire for annihilation. The icy chains entwined around the altar trembled violently, emitting a grating sound under the unbearable strain, while the runes inscribed upon the chains flickered erratically, as if on the verge of shattering. This is not good. Alarm bells rang furiously in Lin Chen's mind. This aura was beyond his capacity to withstand. Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the battlefield, several obscure yet extraordinarily powerful fluctuations of energy flickered and vanished. They were members of the Blood Shadow Tower. They had actually pursued him to this place, with a terrifying entity on the verge of breaking free ahead and relentless pursuers behind. Lin Chen found himself ensnared in an unprecedented peril. Instinctively, he summoned the full might of the Xianbing Shiwetuo runes, an intense chill surging from within him. Attempting to resonate with the seals of the altar, he sensed, albeit faintly, that this rune shared a common essence with the sealing power of this place. At that moment, a deep and hoarse roar emanated from beneath the altar, a sound reminiscent of the nine nether hell, saturated with endless anguish and fury. Subsequently, a condensed black beam of light, infused with the power to obliterate all, shot forth from the crevice of the altar, targeting Lin Chen, who was attempting to draw nearer. This strike was swift and overwhelmingly powerful. Even a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment might struggle to withstand it. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Teetering on the brink of life and death, the myriad pathways of the melting furnace technique within him surged into frenetic operation, his spiritual energy flooding forth like a breached dam. He chose not to confront the attack head-on, instead leveraging the subtle connection between the Xianbing Shu rune and the frigid energies of this locale, evading sideways with an astonishing agility. Boom! The black beam grazed the edge of his garment, crashing into the ice behind him, leaving behind a bottomless charred pit, the surrounding ice instantly vaporizing, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur. Cold sweat drenched Lin Chen's back. Meanwhile, the energies belonging to the Blood Shadow Tower were rapidly closing in. Evidently alerted by the disturbances at the altar, Xiaoyan prepared to break through. Lin Chen transmitted a grave message to Xiaoyan, who was still entangled with the ice corpses. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. The secrets and dangers concealed within this ancient battlefield were far more numerous than he had anticipated. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within him, after relentless exertion and continuous absorption of the chaotic cold energy in this place, was subtly indicating a potential breakthrough, as if he were on the cusp of reaching the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Yet, the current circumstances left no room for distraction. Chapter 252. The aftershocks of the black beam of light that had torn through the air had yet to dissipate when the entirely obsidian altar began to tremble violently. The runes on the ice chains flickered wildly, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, uncertain and unstable. Visible fissures spread across the surface of the chains like a spider's web, accompanied by a disconcerting creaking sound, as if they might shatter completely at any moment. The malevolent aura emanating from beneath the altar surged like a torrent ready to burst through a dam, almost tangible in its ferocity. A thunderous roar echoed again, clearer and more filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent than before. This sound struck directly at Lin Chen's soul, causing turmoil within his consciousness and nearly reversing his vital energy. He forced himself to steady his mind, his gaze heavy with gravity. The sealed entity's power exceeded his imagination, likely at least at the Golden Core stage, if not higher. Lin Chen, be cautious. This thing is about to emerge. The flame beast formed by Xiaoyan let out an urgent roar, its fiery form wavering under the weight of the terrifying aura, clearly feeling immense pressure. Despite its relentless efforts to eradicate the incessantly advancing ice corpses, those foes seemed inexhaustible and fearlessly relentless. At that moment, 3 blood-colored figures appeared like specters on the opposite side of the battlefield, their speed astonishing. In mere flashes, they had closed the distance to within 100 feet of the altar. Leading them was a grim-faced middle-aged man cloaked in a blood-red cape, his eyes glinting with a greedy and cruel light. He was Li Han, the vice leader of the Blood Shadow Tower, spearheading this assassination mission. The 2 others exuded an aura of mid-foundation, evidently elite assassins from the same organization. Haha, what an unexpected fortune. Li Han cackled with a piercing laugh, his gaze fixated on the violently trembling altar. In such an ancient sealed place, there must be treasures. Young man, you've brought us a splendid opportunity. He recognized the altar's extraordinary nature and the terrifying entity that was on the verge of breaking free. Instead of showing any fear, he displayed an overwhelming excitement. To him, this chaotic situation was an ideal chance to fish in troubled waters, whether it was the secrets Lin Chen possessed or the potential opportunities of the altar. He was determined to seize them. First, eliminate this brat, then explore the mysteries of the altar. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Han's eyes as he commanded his companions, swiftly deal with him. Do not allow that entity to fully emerge, lest complications arise. Yes, Vice Leader. The 2 Blood Shadow Tower assassins responded in unison, transforming into streaks of blood as they flanked Lin Chen from either side, adopting a pincer formation. Each wielded a grotesquely shaped blood-red curved blade, its surface swirling with a sanguine glow that exuded a strong stench of blood. Clearly, these blades were malevolent artifacts forged with countless souls. Lin Chen's heart sank. He was caught between foes. The monstrous being beneath the altar could break free at any moment. While the assassins of the Blood Shadow Tower were closing in, taking a deep breath, his expression sharpened like a blade. Retreat was a path to certain death. Only by carving a bloody path in the face of despair could he hope to survive. Xiaoyan, hold them off for a moment. Lin Chen shouted, no longer hesitating. He chose not to confront the Blood Shadow Tower assassins head-on, but rather to refocus his attention on the Black Altar. He felt a compelling instinct that the runes of the ice and snow had a special connection to the sealing power of the altar. which might be the key to breaking the deadlock. Just as the attacks from the two Blood Shadow Tower assassins were about to land, Lin Chen's figure suddenly became hazy. He executed the Cloud Shadow Phantom steps to its utmost, while the runes of ice and snow within him surged with fervor, releasing an essence of pure cold that enveloped him in a thin crystalline shield. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. The blood-red curved blades sliced through Lin Chen's afterimage, sparking bright flashes. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's true form appeared like a specter on the opposite side of the altar, mere feet away from the fissured ice chains. What astonishing agility! One of the Blood Shadow Tower assassins exclaimed, his eyes reflecting surprise. They had not anticipated that a mere fourth-layer foundation establishment cultivator could evade their combined strike. Li Hun's brows furrowed slightly as he snorted, merely a trivial skill. Surround him and finish him. He did not rush to attack, but instead observed the situation with keen interest, seemingly eager to see what other cards Lin Chen might hold. In his eyes, Lin Chen was already trapped. Lin Chen paid no heed to the Blood Shadow Tower members. His entire focus was on the ice chains before him. He extended his hand, fingertips swirling with the spiritual energy birthed from the 10,000 Paths melting furnace technique, alongside the unique chill emitted by the ice and snow runes. Slowly reaching towards one of the cracked chains. The moment his fingertip made contact with the chain, a transformation occurred. A peculiar humming resonated from within the chain. And then the runes upon it erupted with radiant light. A far purer and more substantial essence of ice power surged forth as if it had found an outlet, rushing wildly into Lin Chen's body. Chapter 253. The magnitude of this power exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. It was neither chaotic nor disorderly, rather. It possessed an ancient and profound charm, akin to the spirit of a glacier that had slumbered for eons, awakening at this very moment. Lin Chen felt as if his body had transformed into an abyss, ravenously consuming this sudden influx of strength. The whirlpool of spiritual energy within his dantian began to spin with unprecedented speed. And the bottleneck he had reached at the pinnacle of the fourth stage of foundation establishment showed signs of loosening under the impact of this immense power. Was this the power of the seal being nourished? Lin Chen's heart surged with both surprise and joy. He had initially sought to communicate with the sealing force through the Xianbing Snow Spirit rune, hoping to find a glimmer of opportunity. Yet he had not anticipated such a turn of events. This primordial ice power was not only exquisitely pure, but also contained fragments of profound loss. Lin Chen's myriad path-refining technique operated frantically, rapidly refining this power and assimilating it into his being. His meridians expanded and strengthened, and the spiritual energy within his dantian became visibly more condensed and formidable. Crack! A crisp sound resonated from within him, as if some shackles had been shattered. A brand new and more potent aura rose from Lin Chen. Foundation Establishment 5th Stage. It came to fruition naturally, amidst the immense external pressure and the fortuitous internal circumstances. Lin Chen's cultivation finally broke through at this moment, stepping into the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. His spiritual energy surged, and his consciousness expanded by more than double. The spiritual energy that had previously dwindled due to continuous battles and the activation of secret techniques was instantly replenished. His understanding of the myriad path-refining technique and the Xianbing Snow Spirit rune had also ascended to a new level. This lad actually broke through at this moment. The expression on Li Hun's face finally changed, a glimmer of disbelief and intense apprehension flashing in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that Lin Chen, after his breakthrough, radiated an aura several times more powerful than before. What astonished him even more was that as Lin Chen absorbed a portion of the power from the Xianbing chain, the altar's tremor seemed to ease slightly, and the menacing aura poised to break free from its seal momentarily stagnated. Could it be that this lad can control the seal here? An absurd thought flickered through Li Hun's mind. Kill him. At all costs, kill him. Li Hun could no longer remain composed, roaring fiercely. He sensed that events were unfolding in a direction beyond his control. Both Lin Chen's inexplicable breakthrough and the altar's anomalies filled him with profound unease. The two assassins from Blood Shadow Tower, upon hearing this, had their eyes gleaming with malice as they once again activated their crimson curved blades, transforming into two lethal blood rainbows, hurtling towards the newly ascended Lin Chen. This time, they held nothing back, the blades engulfed in fiery blood, clearly employing some desperate secret technique. However, Lin Chen, having ascended to the 5th stage of Foundation Establishment, was no longer the same. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he advanced against the full-force onslaught of the two assassins. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Lin Chen's voice was frigid, imbued with a murderous intent. He formed seals with his hands, and the light of the Xianbing Snow Spirit rune blazed forth, unleashing an even purer and more formidable icy power that surged from within him, instantly coalescing into a massive, heavy Xianbing shield before him. The shield shimmered with flowing runes, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Simultaneously, he grasped the air with his other hand, summoning an ice-blue longsword forged from pure spiritual energy, its blades swirling with frost. Its sword intent soaring into the heavens. Shimbing shield, defend. Frostblade slash. Chapter 254. As the moment the frost giant shield coalesced, the surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly, and the air itself seemed to crystallize into fine ice shards. Two blood-red blades, suffused with a potent aura of bloodlust, struck fiercely against the colossal shield. Clang, clang. The deafening roar reverberated throughout the frozen battlefield as the violent waves of energy surged outward, upheaving the ice that lay upon the ground. The frost giant shield trembled violently, its surface marred by intricate cracks, yet it ultimately withstood this lethal assault. The two assassins from Blood Shadow Tower felt an overwhelming force rebound from their blades, their grips fracturing as they were involuntarily propelled backward, their eyes wide with horror. They could scarcely believe that a mere novice who had just broken through to the 5th level of Foundation establishment could withstand their combined might. Moreover, it appeared he was handling it with ease. Impossible. How could his spiritual energy be so pure and profound? One of the assassins gasped in disbelief. A cold smile curved Lin Chen's lips. Having broken through to the 5th level of Foundation establishment, the totality of his spiritual energy had not only surged exponentially but, under the refinement of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace technique, its purity and density were incomparable to those of his peers. More crucially, the resonance between the Frost Snow Soul rune and the primal icy essence of this place augmented the potency of his ice-based techniques manifold. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. Today marks your demise. Before his words had fully settled, he brandished his ice-blue energy longsword, his figure flickering as he initiated his assault. The shadowy cloud steps were executed to perfection, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages between the two Blood Shadow Tower assassins. Each swing of his sword unleashed a chilling brilliance, the sword energy fierce and razor-sharp. Frost blade technique, absolute domain of ice. Lin Chen exclaimed, the momentum of his sword shifting abruptly. Countless strands of ice-blue sword energy erupted from the tip of his blade, sweeping towards the two assassins like a tempest of snow. These sword energies were not only unmatched in sharpness, but also imbued with a frigid essence so extreme that the very air appeared on the verge of freezing. The faces of the two assassins paled drastically as they sensed an imminent threat from the storm of sword energy. They frantically harnessed the bloodlust within, wielding their crimson curved blades, striving to fend off the onslaught that surged like a tidal wave. Boundless sea of blood, soul-cutting bloodblade. Each assassin unleashed their ultimate techniques, the crimson blade light clashing intensely with the ice-blue sword energy in midair, erupting into a cacophony of piercing roars. The bloodlust and icy power eroded one another, annihilating in their fierce encounter. However, Lin Chen, having undergone a breakthrough, utterly dominated his peers in strength. The frost blade technique he wielded was a mid-tier technique of the Xian rank, and combined with his pure ice-based spiritual energy and profound comprehension of the sword path, its might was simply astonishing. Thud, thud. A few muffled sounds echoed as blood burst forth. Chapter 255. Despite the relentless efforts of the two assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower, they were utterly unable to ward off the pervasive chill of the icy sword energy. Their protective aura was effortlessly torn apart, leaving them with numerous grievous wounds that exposed their bones, blood gushing forth only to freeze into shards in an instant. The extreme cold seeped into their meridians, causing the flow of their bloodthirsty energy to become sluggish. Vice-Hull Master, save me. One of the assassins cried out in terror, sensing his vitality being rapidly devoured by the dreadful chill. Li Hun's countenance darkened to a nearly palpable degree. He could hardly fathom that the situation would undergo such a remarkable reversal in such a brief span of time. The two elite assassins, both mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, were rendered powerless before the newly advanced Lin Chen. Incompetence. Li Hun spat, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He could wait no longer. If Lin Chen were allowed to slaughter his subordinates, where would that leave his reputation as the Vice-Hall Master of the Bloodthirsty Hall? More importantly, the potential and peculiar techniques demonstrated by Lin Chen filled him with profound apprehension. This child must not be allowed to live. Young man, you have indeed surprised me. Li Hun's voice emerged like a hiss through clenched teeth, infused with chilling malice. But this is where it ends. No sooner had he uttered these words than his figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Lin Chen as if teleporting, a ghostly claw imbued with potent bloodthirsty energy stealthily reaching for Lin Chen's vital point. This strike was as swift as lightning and brutally fierce. The angle was cunning, the timing impeccable, striking precisely as Lin Chen was momentarily vulnerable, having just expended his prior strength without yet regaining his new. The might of a late-stage Foundation establishment expert, fueled by rage, was indeed formidable. Yet, Just as Li Han's ghostly claw was about to make contact with Lin Chen's body, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk curled at Lin Chen's lips. It was as though he had eyes on the back of his head, without even turning around. He swept his ice-blue longsword backward at an astonishing angle. Clang! A piercing clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. Lin Chen's sword accurately intercepted Li Han's ghostly claw. A powerful rebound surged through him, causing Lin Chen's arm to tingle slightly, yet he harnessed this force to spin around like a top, evading Li Han's subsequent strike. Simultaneously, he slashed his longsword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy aimed directly at Li Han's throat. What? Li Han's pupils constricted, shock evident in his gaze. The ambush he had taken such pride in had been effortlessly countered by Lin Chen. Moreover, the speed and precision of Lin Chen's retaliation seemed almost beyond that of a mere fifth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. He hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the lethal sword energy, his face now betraying a rare expression of seriousness. Your spiritual sense is astonishingly powerful, Li Han rasped, finally grasping that Lin Chen's ability to anticipate his attack was no mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of his vastly superior spiritual awareness. Lin Chen scoffed, offering no reply. Following his breakthrough to the fifth layer of foundation establishment, his range and intensity of spiritual perception had undergone tremendous enhancement, complemented by his past combat experience, making it far from difficult to counter Li Han's ambush. It seems that if I do not reveal some of my true abilities today, I shall not leave you unscathed. Li Han inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into a mask of ferocity. He brought his hands together forcefully, unleashing a torrent of even more violent and malevolent bloodthirsty energy that surged from his body, coalescing behind him into a grotesque blood shadow, towering several meters high. This blood shadow exuded a nauseating stench and an overwhelming aura of resentment, as if it were a collective embodiment of countless vengeful spirits. Chapter 256, Blood Spirit. Devourer of Souls. The fearsome spirit roared with a chilling intensity, and the colossal blood shadow emitted a soundless howl as it lunged toward Lin Chen. This blood shadow was the manifestation of the blood spirit, a lethal essence cultivated through the practice of blood nerve. Possessing not only immense power, but also a bizarre ability to corrode the very souls of its foes. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the blood shadow. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated the unique capabilities of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace technique. The 10,000 Paths melting furnace devoured. Lin Chen's body transformed into an intangible furnace, a formidable suction force erupting from within him, targeting the looming blood shadow with relentless vigor. The core principle of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace was to refine myriad paths and convert them for one's own use. Although this blood shadow was sinister and peculiar, its essence was still an energy entity, falling well within the absorption range of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace. What kind of technique is this? Li Han was taken aback as he witnessed his own blood spirit being drawn and consumed by an invisible force. He had never encountered such a domineering and enigmatic skill. The massive blood shadow emitted a series of wretched howls under the devouring power of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace, visibly shrinking in size. While the power of resentment and bloodlust contained within was frantically absorbed by Lin Chen, undergoing refinement within the furnace, transforming into pure spiritual energy to replenish his depleting reserves. Ah, my blood spirit! Li Han let out a pitiful scream as his blood spirit suffered damage, causing him to experience a severe backlash. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning in an instant. Just as Lin Chen battled fiercely and gained the upper hand against Li Han, the Black Altar, ensnared by the chains of profound ice, underwent a startling transformation. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. All the chains of profound ice entwined around the altar shattered simultaneously. Countless fragments of runes scattered like stars across the sky. An indescribable and terrifying pressure, akin to an awakening ancient behemoth, surged from beneath the altar, enveloping the entire frozen battlefield in an instant. Under this overwhelming force, both Lin Chen and the gravely wounded Li Han, as well as the ice corpses still entangled with Xiao Yan, felt an innate tremor resonate from the depths of their souls, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At the center of the altar, a pitch-black pillar of light soared into the heavens, tearing through the icy dome above and piercing into the clouds. Following this, a colossal figure, shrouded in endless black mist, gradually ascended from beneath the altar. This figure towered dozens of feet high, its form indistinct. Yet the mere aura it radiated was enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth. I have finally seen the light of day again. A raspy, ancient voice, imbued with boundless sorrow and resentment, emanated from the figure cloaked in black mist, reverberating across the battlefield as if intent on shattering the very realm itself. Chapter 257. A pitch-black beam pierced through the icy dome, and from beneath the altar, a colossal shadow of malevolence rose, shrouded in swirling black mist akin to boiling ink, constantly contorting and coalescing to form a grotesque outline. Its raspy, ancient voice resonated with an overwhelming force, nearly suffocating Lin Chen and the severely injured Li Han. At that moment, all the frozen corpses on the battlefield seemed to receive an imperceptible command, ceasing their assault on Xiao Yan, instead prostrating themselves on the ground, emanating low, mournful growls as if venerating their deity. How many years have passed? This accursed seal has finally shattered. The voice of the shadow was imbued with centuries of repressed resentment and madness, and its crimson eyes, barely visible through the black mist, swept across the blood-soaked battlefield of Yur, ultimately settling upon Lin Chen and Li Han, who were closest to it. Fresh blood, the perfect offering for my rebirth. Before the words faded, an overwhelming force of attraction erupted from the shadow, targeting Lin Chen and Li Han. This force was not aimed at their physical forms, but rather directly at their souls. Lin Chen felt as though an invisible hand were ruthlessly yanking his soul from his sea of consciousness. The sensation of tearing at the soul level causing him to stifle a groan, his complexion turning ashen. At that moment, the 10,000 paths furnace technique within him surged into frantic motion, with the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian accelerating autonomously, sending waves of pure spiritual power rushing toward his sea of consciousness, striving to stabilize his soul. The frosty ice spirit rune radiated with brilliant light, exuding an extreme chill to resist the terrifying force of soul absorption. However, the shadow's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Even a fraction of its force far surpassed what Lin Chen, who had just broken through to the 5th level of foundation establishment, could withstand. On the other hand, Li Han's plight was even more dire. Already gravely wounded from having his life force devoured by Lin Chen's 10,000 paths furnace technique, his soul was frail and vulnerable. Under this terrifying soul-drawing force, he could not even muster a cry of despair before his eyes lost their luster, his body collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. A wisp of ethereal, blood-soaked soul essence was forcibly extracted from his crown, uncontrollably flying toward the shadow. No. Li Han's soul cried out in despair. He could vividly sense that once consumed by the shadow, he would be utterly obliterated, with no chance of reincarnation. He a soul at the late stage of foundation establishment, though somewhat muddled, is still better than none. The shadow cackled with a piercing laughter, opening its mouth shrouded in black mist, prepared to devour Li Han's soul in one swift motion. At that critical moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that if he allowed the shadow to consume Li Han's soul, its power would surely be partially restored, leaving him with even less chance of survival. More importantly, he sensed a devouring force emanating from the shadow that seemed to subtly counteract the 10,000 paths furnace technique, ringing alarm bells in his mind. 10,000 paths furnace. Refined for me. Lin Chen roared, disregarding the intense pain radiating from his sea of consciousness, forcibly activating the devouring and refining power of the 10,000 paths furnace technique. He chose not to resist the soul targeting force, but instead aimed his efforts at the fragment of Li Han's soul flying toward the shadow. A similarly tyrannical force of attraction erupted from Lin Chen, resembling an invisible vortex that instantly enveloped Li Han's ethereal form. Though Li Han's soul was initially spiraling uncontrollably toward the shadow, it was now caught in a fierce tug-of-war between the two opposing forces, emitting even more anguished cries as his soul flickered uncertainly, on the verge of collapse. The shadow emitted a sound of surprise, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in its crimson eyes. It had not anticipated that this human, whom it regarded as insignificant, would dare to seize its prey and contest for the soul. How intriguing this technique of yours seems somewhat familiar. The shadow's voice carried a hint of amusement. Yet its actions did not waver, intensifying the force directed at Li Han's soul. It appeared to have developed a profound interest in Lin Chen's technique, yet was more eager to restore its own power. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, pushing the 10,000 paths furnace technique to its utmost limits. He felt as though his sea of consciousness might tear apart, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that this was his sole opportunity. If he could successfully refine Li Han's residual soul, not only could he thwart the shadow's power restoration, but he might also augment his own strength and possibly glean some insights regarding the shadow and the seal binding this place. Chapter 258 reveals the overwhelming might of the 10,000 path forging technique in all its glory. It transcends mere consumption. Its essence lies in refinement. Even the most chaotic and resentful souls can be transformed into the purest essence of spirit under the operation of the 10,000 path forging technique, nourishing Lin Chen's own divine soul. Amidst the pull of two formidable forces, the remnants of the malevolent soul could not withstand the unique allure of the forging technique, emitting a reluctant wail as it transformed into a streak of light, surging violently into Lin Chen's brow. Boom. A vast and tumultuous energy of the soul surged into Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, mingled with countless fragmented memories, cultivation insights, and intense resentment from the malevolent soul's past life. Lin Chen felt as though his head might explode, as a cacophony of chaotic thoughts collided within his mind. Guard the heart, refine all things. Lin Chen silently chanted the essence of the 10,000 path forging technique. The whirlpool of spiritual power in his sea of consciousness spun rapidly, while the icy runes emitted a chilling aura, aiding him in suppressing the tumultuous thoughts. He exerted every ounce of energy into the technique, commencing the refinement of the malevolent soul's remnants. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. After all, the malevolent soul belonged to a practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment, harboring formidable energy and resentment within its remnants. A moment's carelessness could lead to a backlash against Lin Chen, resulting in damage to his soul, or, in the worst case, being usurped by the remnants of the malevolent soul. Yet, Lin Chen had no alternative and possessed unwavering confidence in his 10,000 path forging technique. As the technique operated, the chaotic resentment and negative emotions within the remnants of the malevolent soul were swiftly refined and dispersed like melting snow, leaving only the purest essence of the soul and some useful memory fragments. This pure essence nourished Lin Chen's divine soul like a refreshing rain, rapidly restoring and strengthening his spirit, which had been somewhat weakened from resisting the allure of the demonic shadow. The memory fragments flickered through his mind like a fleeting panorama, revealing insights into the malevolent soul's cultivation of the blood god nerve, secrets of the blood shadow tower, and even whispers regarding hidden places around the Black Mountain County. However, what concerned Lin Chen the most were the malevolent soul's fears of the demonic shadow at the time of its demise and scattered speculations about the seal of the altar. Ancient demon sovereign, blood sacrifice to the living, chains of 10,000 souls. Could it be? Lin Chen's heart stirred as he faintly grasped some critical information, just as Lin Chen was diligently refining the remnants of the malevolent soul. With his spiritual strength rising rather than diminishing thanks to the 10,000 path forging technique, the demonic shadow finally erupted in a fit of rage. "Ents, how dare you repeatedly thwart my endeavors? Seeking death." The demonic shadow roared with thunderous fury, its crimson eyes ablaze with a terrifying killing intent. It could not fathom that a mere junior practitioner at the foundation establishment stage would dare to provoke it repeatedly and even snatch away the spoils that were almost within its grasp. This was an unprecedented humiliation, a more terrifying and concentrated surge of soul energy, like an invisible tidal wave, crashed violently toward Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. This time, the demonic shadow was evidently enraged, no longer holding back in the slightest. Chapter 259 The ethereal force, palpable as if it were a tangible substance, struck Lin Chen's sea of consciousness like an invisible giant hammer. In the face of such overwhelming power, Lin Chen felt as insignificant as a solitary boat amidst tempestuous waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. His mental barriers trembled violently, as if they were on the verge of shattering. The shadow of death loomed, heavier than ever before. At this critical juncture between life and death, deep within Lin Chen's consciousness, the long-dormant ice soul rune surged forth, erupting in a dazzling, ultramarine radiance. This light was not merely frigid. It radiated a purity so pristine that it seemed capable of purging all impurities. The brilliance rapidly spread, enveloping Lin Chen's entire sea of consciousness in a rich azure hue. The once violent and destructive shadowy spirit, which sought to obliterate everything, encountered the ultramarine glow and, as if meeting its nemesis, emitted a piercing hiss, its advance abruptly stalling. The intangible soul force appeared to be dissolved and purified by a more refined, primordial power. What force is this? The shadow of the demon let out a low, incredulous growl, laced with disbelief and a hint of trepidation. It sensed that the power contained within the ultramarine glow was fundamentally opposed to its own demonic energy, even subtly restraining it. Impossible! How could a mere mortal realm harbor such pure ice origin power? Lin Chen himself was taken aback. He understood the ice soul rune was extraordinary, yet never anticipated it would unleash such formidable power at a critical moment, capable of directly countering the soul attack of this ancient demon lord, residual soul. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled all his energy into the ice soul rune, amplifying the ultramarine light to its utmost potential. Within his sea of consciousness, the ultramarine brilliance clashed violently with the dark demonic flames. Each collision unleashed invisible ripples of energy, causing Lin Chen's consciousness to tremble incessantly. Yet he gritted his teeth and held firm. He could feel that while the power of the ice soul rune was pure, it seemed to be waning, whereas the shadow's soul force flowed endlessly, akin to an inexhaustible tide. So it relies on a decent ice Dao seed. Alas, a Dao seed is merely a Dao seed, while I am the once mighty demon lord who ruled over an expanse of realms. The shadow seemed to pierce through the essence of the ice soul rune, letting out a chilling, mirthless laugh. Even in my current state as a mere remnant of a soul, I cannot be thwarted by your paltry Tao seed. Break. With the demon's furious roar. The dark flames surged once more, crashing against the barrier formed by the ultramarine light like a torrential flood. The ultramarine glow flickered violently, showing signs of faltering. Lin Chen's heart sank. He realized that relying solely on the Ice Soul rune would likely prove inadequate for the long haul. He needed to devise a strategy, otherwise. Once the rune's power was exhausted, his fate would be dire. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. When he had recently refined the remnants of the fierce soul, there seemed to be fragments of chaotic memories containing crucial information about the seal in this place. He forcefully divided a portion of his consciousness to search through those memory shards. Soon, a vague image emerged in his mind, a grander, ancient altar. Surrounded by formidable beings clad in strange armor, wielding treasures that radiated with various hues of light, forming a magnificent array around the altar. At the core of the array were countless chains, shimmering with diverse runes, binding a colossal demonic entity resembling the shadow before him, but exuding an even more terrifying aura. Among those chains, Lin Chen distinctly spotted a chilling, ultramarine chain, resonating with the essence of the Ice Soul rune. The chain of 10,000 souls. Drawing upon ice. So that is it. Lin Chen's mind suddenly cleared. He understood. The seal in this place was not a singular force, but rather a convergence of countless different attributes of law, manifesting as the chain of 10,000 souls. The Ice Soul rune was likely one of the core powers utilized by a great being who once laid the seal. Or perhaps it was a fragment of the very essence of that ultramarine chain. No wonder the Ice Soul rune could counter this shadow. No wonder it was capable of absorbing the power of the previous ice chains. With this realization, Lin Chen formulated a plan. He no longer remained in passive defense, but instead unleashed his consciousness, extending it toward the dilapidated black altar beneath him. His intention was to attempt to harness the remaining sealing power within the altar, collaborating with the Ice Soul rune to jointly confront the shadow. Boy, what are you doing? The shadow seemed to sense Lin Chen's intentions, its tone tinged with unease. Although it had broken most of the seals, this place had once been its prison. And it still harbored lingering fears of the residual sealing power here. Chapter 260. Lin Chen paid no heed to him, wholly engrossed in his communion with the altar. His consciousness unfurled like countless delicate tendrils, permeating every inch of stone within the altar, sensing the ancient aura and the ripples of law that lingered within. Before long, he discerned a faint yet remarkably resilient pulse of power deep within the altar. This force, originating from the same source as the Frosty Snow Spirit rune, bore an identical, profound chill, yet it was grander and imbued with the weight of ages. It is it. A surge of joy filled Lin Chen's heart as he immediately directed the power of the Frosty Snow Spirit rune towards this remnant sealing force, striving to resonate with it. With a resonant hum, as if an ancient dragon long slumbering had been awakened, the entire black altar erupted with a blinding azure glow. Countless once dimmed runes on the altar's surface reignited, and streams of visible azure energy surged towards Lin Chen from all directions, ultimately merging into the Frosty Snow Spirit rune within his consciousness. With this immense complementary power, the radiance of the Frosty Snow Spirit rune surged tenfold. The previously precarious azure light barrier became unassailable in that moment, even beginning to counteract the pitch-black demonic flames. No, this is impossible. How could the sealing power of this place be harnessed by you? The shadow of the demon roared in disbelief, his voice laced with fury and a hint of fear. He sensed that as the azure power intensified, his own strength was rapidly waning, suppressed. Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen's voice was cold and resolute. This is your prison. Today you shall once again experience the taste of being sealed. He exerted all his might to activate the Frosty Snow Spirit rune and the summoned sealing power of the altar. As the azure light in his consciousness transformed into sharp ice spikes and blades, frantically slicing and battering against the dark demonic flame. The demonic flame retreated steadily, continuously being dissolved and purified. The presence of the demon shadow diminished at a visible rate, its massive silhouette of black mist beginning to grow ethereal. Damnable insect! I shall remember you. Once I restore my true form, I will tear you apart and ensure your soul is eternally scorched by the fires of purgatory. The demon shadow uttered a resentful and bitter curse, yet he knew the tide had turned. With his current remnant soul, he had no chance against the restraining sealing power. Wishing to escape? It shan't be so easy. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. The remnant soul of this demon shadow was a tremendous boon for him. Myriad furnace, refined for me. Lin Chen once again invoked the myriad furnace technique. This time, his target was the remnant soul of this ancient demon lord. An even more terrifying devouring power erupted from Lin Chen, akin to a black hole. locking onto the increasingly ethereal remnant soul of the demon shadow. You dare to refine my primordial demonic soul, a deluded fantasy. The demon shadow let out a terrified scream, never having imagined that a mere foundational cultivator would dare entertain such audacious thoughts. However, the myriad furnace technique's dominance far exceeded his expectations. That devouring power disregarded his resistance, forcibly pulling the ephemeral essence of his demonic soul bit by bit into Lin Chen's body. I am unwilling. I refuse to accept this. The demon shadow let out a final desperate howl, his voice growing fainter until it vanished completely. His vast silhouette of black mist was utterly consumed and refined by Lin Chen's myriad furnace technique. Chapter 261. As the final remnants of that ancient demon lord soul were entirely devoured and refined by the supreme furnace technique, an indescribable brilliance erupted within Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. This extraordinary radiance, a blend of ethereal blue, fiery red, and wisps of pure soul energy, illuminated his entire mental realm as if it were the height of day. An immense and unimaginable purity of soul essence surged through his consciousness like a torrent breaching a dam. This force was exponentially purer and more powerful than what he had previously extracted from the remnants of the fierce soul. Its magnitude was 1,000-fold greater. After all, this was a fragment of the primordial demon soul, and even a mere trace contained a terrifying reservoir of energy. Lin Chen felt as if his spirit were immersed in a warm spring, where every thought became remarkably clear and vibrant. The considerable spiritual energy he had expended in contending with the demon's shadow began to recover at an astonishing rate, continuously escalating and strengthening. His sea of consciousness expanded visibly, and the refinement of his spirit reached an unprecedented level. If his spirit had once been a gentle stream, it now roared forth as a mighty river. To Lin Chen's astonishment, as the demon soul was thoroughly refined, the operation of the supreme furnace technique underwent a peculiar transformation. In the center of the spiritual vortex within his dantian, the hazy outline of a furnace, which had previously been indistinct, began to coalesce slowly. The ancient runes etched upon it became clearer and more profound. A more domineering and profound intent of devouring and refining radiated from the solidifying furnace silhouette. Clearly, having absorbed such a high-level demon soul had resulted in a significant enhancement and evolution of the supreme furnace technique itself. Simultaneously, the Xianbing Snow Soul rune within his sea of consciousness, after absorbing the residual sealing power of the altar's Xianbing and undergoing a confrontation with the demon soul, experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. What had once merely been a runic form began to rotate and condense, ultimately transforming into a translucent, thumb-sized diamond-like ice crystal that emanated an extreme coldness. Upon this diamond crystal, 9 mysterious patterns naturally formed, each seemingly embodying the truths of the ice principle. It floated serenely at the center of Lin Chen's consciousness, radiating a chill that transcended mere frost, instead carrying a sense of eternal vitality and purification. This is the seed of the Xianbing path. A colossal wave surged within Lin Chen's heart. A path seed. Such a phenomenon could only be achieved by cultivators who had grasped a fragment of the truths of the principles, honing their powers to perfection. The manifestation of a path seed signified the true beginning of the journey along the path of principles, with future accomplishments boundless. Typically, only those at the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, would have the opportunity to approach the threshold of forming a path seed. Yet here he was, a mere 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator, fortuitously condensing a seed of the Xianbing path. This was nothing short of astounding. Lin Chen understood that this was not only due to the exceptional nature of the Xianbing Snow Soul rune, but also the catalytic effects of absorbing the vast sealing power of the altar and battling the demon soul. Regardless, the condensation of the Xianbing path seed represented an extraordinary opportunity for him, with a surge in power that transcended mere cultivation levels. He could distinctly feel that his mastery of ice-based powers had ascended to an entirely new height. With a mere thought, the surrounding air could instantly crystallize into ice. And the Xianbing he conjured was far superior in hardness and coldness to what he had previously achieved. Just as Lin Chen reveled in the immense surprise of forming the Xianbing path seed, an unexpected change occurred. The once diminished Xiaoyan, which had appeared somewhat listless under the pressure of the demon shadow, suddenly let out a piercing cry after the demon shadow was wholly refined. Its crimson eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. Subsequently, an unending flow of pure fire essence surged from Lin Chen's body into Xiao Yan through some mysterious connection. This is the fire attribute essence that the supreme furnace technique provides after refining the demon soul. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Chapter 262. The ancient demon sovereign possessed a source of power that was both complex and formidable, undoubtedly harboring a pure essence of fire within. After being refined by the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique, this fire essence was astonishingly directed towards Xiao Yin through the soul contract established between them. Xiao Yin's body acted like an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing this sudden influx of immense fire source. The crimson flames surrounding him visibly intensified, becoming more concentrated and fervent, transitioning from a bright red hue to a deep crimson, and even faintly acquiring a hint of gold. His aura soared steadily. Qi Refinement Stage 7. Qi Refinement Stage 8. Qi Refinement Stage 9. Pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 9. In mere moments, Xiao Yan's cultivation skyrocketed to the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 9, just a step away from breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it appeared that his bloodline had also experienced further awakening and refinement under the stimulation of this colossal fire source, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of other beasts of the same tier. With a joyous and powerful cry, Xiao Yin released a triumphant call. Though his size remained largely unchanged, his feathers gleamed with greater brilliance. His eyes sparkled with more vitality, and the flames enveloping him radiated an aura of destruction that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Chen gazed at the revitalized Xiao Yin, a genuine smile spreading across his face. This adventure, fraught with peril, had yielded rewards beyond his wildest imagination. Not only had his own soul surged, condensing the ice path seed, but the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique had evolved, and Xiao Yin had also reaped tremendous benefits. The bond between man and beast felt as if they had both undergone a rebirth. He slowly opened his eyes, surveying the chaotic, frozen battlefield. The icy corpses that had once lain prostrate on the ground, upon the demon's shadow being refined, had seemingly lost their control, reverting to lifeless. Cold skeletons scattered throughout the area. The oppressive aura of death and resentment in the air had dissipated significantly, leaving only a pure chill. It was not prudent to linger here, Lin Chen mused. Although the greatest crisis had been averted, the possibility of other dangers lurking remained uncertain. Furthermore, he had already spent considerable time here. The Blood Shadow Tower's forces might have learned of Li Han and the others' disappearance and could be sending scouts to investigate. Approaching the now cold corpse of Li Han, he deftly retrieved his storage bag. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a considerable bounty within: spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and various miscellaneous materials, amounting to a substantial fortune for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's perspective had shifted dramatically. These items merely served as embellishments to him now. What truly piqued his interest were the rumors regarding the hidden places surrounding Black Mountain County contained within Li Han's memories. Perhaps therein lay additional cultivation resources he sought or further clues regarding the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique. It was time to depart. Lin Chen cast one last glance at the now dim black altar and the unfathomable chasm created by the demon's light beam in the distance. Without hesitation, he and Xiao Yin made their way toward the stone door from whence they had come. However, just as he was about to step through the stone door and leave this ancient battlefield behind, the ice path seed he had just successfully condensed within his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, conveying a faint sense of guidance. The direction of this guidance was not beyond the stone door, but rather beneath the black altar. Chapter 263 In the Sea of Consciousness. The newly congealed ice Tao seed emitted a faint yet remarkably clear guiding force. It was neither a sound nor an image, but rather a pure, primordial attraction that tugged at Lin Chen's perception, directing him towards the silent black altar below. He attempted to disregard it. Yet the pull was as persistent as a worm in the bone, intensifying with his resistance, causing the ice Tao seed itself to tremble slightly, as if urging and yearning. This sensation was familiar to Lin Chen. It resembled the response elicited by the 10,000 Tao melting furnace technique when encountering consumable treasures of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, the sensation emanated from the ice Tao seed, suggesting a call of a deeper nature, a resonance of shared origin. He halted, turning to gaze at the increasingly enigmatic black altar shrouded in dim light. The runes that once glimmered on the altar's surface had completely dimmed, as if they had exhausted all their power. Yet Lin Chen was aware that this was merely superficial. An altar capable of sealing the remnants of an ancient demon lord for such an extended period possessed a foundation far beyond the ordinary. The memories of Li Han hinted at the speculation that this place was a core node of the soul-locking chains, along with the deep blue chain that shared its origin with the ice snow soul rune, further igniting his curiosity about what lay beneath the altar. Xiao Yin, stay alert. Lin Chen whispered to the little flame perched on his shoulder. Having undergone the baptism of the fire source, Xiao Yin had attained greater intelligence. Upon hearing his words, it immediately fanned its wings in vigilance, its dark red eyes shimmering with sharp light as it surveyed the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen allowed his spiritual energy to circulate slowly, his consciousness spreading like a tide towards the altar below. Previously, in an attempt to activate the sealing power, he had conducted a cursory examination of the altar, but had not delved deeply. Now, guided by the ice Tao seed, his consciousness penetrated the thick stone layers of the altar, probing deeper. The further he ventured, the stronger the attraction from the ice Tao seed became. Simultaneously, an intense chill emanated from below, a coldness that resonated with the one emitted by his own ice Tao seed, yet it was purer and more ancient, as if it were the essence of millennia-old ice. At last, his consciousness encountered a peculiar space. It was not solid earth, but rather a subterranean cavern forcibly created by some mysterious power. The cave was modest in size, approximately 10 zhang in circumference. Its walls adorned with naturally formed ice crystals that emanated a soft blue glow, illuminating the cavern like a crystal palace. At the very center of the cavern stood a peculiar plant, about half a foot tall, growing serenely. The plant was translucent, seemingly carved from the purest ice. It bore no leaves, only 9 slender branches that twisted upward like serpents. At the tip of each branch rested a fruit the size of a dove's egg, radiating a hazy white light. On the surface of the fruit, intricate patterns flowed subtly, as if containing the profound truths of heaven and earth. A refreshing fragrance wafted from the plant and its fruit, and merely sensing it through his consciousness made Lin Chen feel as though his very soul had been cleansed, washing away all fatigue and distractions. Could it be the 9 Xian'ai soul fruit? Lin Chen's heart raced, a flicker of incredulous joy flashing in his eyes. The 9 Xian'ai soul fruit, a legendary treasure said to grow only in the most frigid of realms. Nurtured by the purest essence of ice over millennia, each fruit harbored immense primordial ice power, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation of ice attribute practitioners, purifying the soul, and even increasing the likelihood of grasping the laws of ice. In Li Han's memories, there had been mention of such a rare treasure recorded only in ancient texts. Yet he had never envisioned encountering it here, and moreover, 9 of them. No wonder the ice Tao seed reacted so intensely. These 9 Xian'ai soul fruits were tailor-made treasures for him, who had just congealed the ice Tao seed. If he could refine them, his ice Tao seed would undoubtedly undergo profound consolidation and enhancement, potentially elevating his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Chapter 264. After the enormous surprise, Lin Chen quickly regained composure. Such a remarkable treasure of the heavens and earth must be guarded by some protective entity or harbor unknown dangers. He meticulously probed every corner of the cave with his spiritual consciousness but found no trace of any demonic beasts, nor did he sense any fluctuations from formations or restrictions. This only heightened his vigilance. Unusual occurrences often conceal malevolence. He refrained from immediate action and instead allowed part of his spiritual awareness to merge with the Xianbing Dao seed, attempting to establish a deeper connection with the 9 Xianbing Pa fruit tree. The Xianbing Dao seed radiated a gentle, ethereal blue light as it slowly approached the 9 Xianbing Pa fruit tree. The moment the light touched the tree, it seemed to react, emitting a more brilliant icy blue aura. The patterns on the surface of the 9 fruits began to swirl rapidly, releasing an even more intense fragrance. A peculiar sense of affinity emanated from the 9 Xianbing Pa fruit tree, flooding Lin Chen's consciousness. Although this sentiment was vague, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that it bore no malice towards him. Instead, it carried a hint of anticipation. Was it waiting for someone capable of bearing its power? A stirring occurred within Lin Chen's heart. He recalled the legends surrounding the 9 Xianbing Pa fruit, known to possess sentience and to choose its master. If one were to forcibly pluck it, not only would the efficacy diminish significantly, but one might also suffer a backlash. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen withdrew his consciousness and addressed Xiao Yan. I will descend. You remain above and keep watch. If anything unusual occurs, alert me immediately. Xiao Yan nodded, her gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen approached the edge of the black altar. Rather than resorting to brute force to break it apart, he endeavored to gently channel the power of his Xianbing Dao seed into the altar. Since the Xianbing Dao seed could invoke the sealing power of the altar, perhaps it could also reveal a path to the cavern below. Indeed, as his pure Xianbing Dao seed energy merged with the altar, the dim runes on its surface flickered with a hint of ethereal blue light. Subsequently, ice blue patterns materialized on the altar beneath his feet, gradually outlining a circular opening barely large enough for one to pass through. The entrance was deep and exuded a chilling aura. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the profound opening. The descent was not lengthy. After falling just a few zhang, Lin Chen landed firmly on a solid ice surface. The scene before him mirrored what he had perceived with his spiritual consciousness. The translucent ice walls radiated a soft blue glow, and the 9 Xianbing Pa fruit tree stood serenely at the center of the cave. its 9 fruits glowing with a hazy white light and exuding an enticing fragrance. Lin Chen approached the 9 Xianbing fruit tree with measured steps, keenly aware of the profound resonance forming between his Xianbing Dao seed and the tree, as if they were once a singular entity, separated for far too long. Now finally reunited. Chapter 265. He extended his hand, gently caressing the frigid branches of the 9 Xian ice soul fruit tree. A pure, life-infused essence of profound ice power flowed slowly through his fingertips, nourishing his meridians and dantian. At that moment, the 9 fruits adorning the tree emitted a subtle hum, and one of them detached itself from the branch, floating gracefully before Lin Chen. Taken aback for a fleeting moment, Lin Chen soon comprehended the significance of this occurrence. The 9 Xian ice soul fruit tree was bestowing its gift upon him. No longer hesitant, he reached out to seize the fruit, which exuded an alluring fragrance, and without a moment's pause, he consumed it. As the fruit dissolved upon contact, a cascade of icy sweetness surged down his throat into his belly. Instantly, an overwhelming and exquisitely pure source of profound ice power erupted within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. This strength was so untainted and vast, far surpassing any profound ice energy he had absorbed previously. It surged through Lin Chen's limbs and bones. With every cell rejoicing, greedily absorbing this potent energy, Lin Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling his utmost efforts into the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique and the profound ice seed, guiding the immense energy that flooded his being. The vortex of spiritual power within him whirled madly, while the profound ice seed in his sea of consciousness radiated brilliantly, devouring the incoming source of profound ice like an insatiable abyss. In that moment, his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Mid-stage of the foundation establishment 5th layer. Late stage of the foundation establishment 5th layer. Pinnacle of the foundation establishment 5th layer. Merely from 9 Xian ice soul fruit. Signs of loosening emerged from his cultivation bottleneck. Moreover, this energy continued to pour in, seemingly inexhaustible, even more crucially as the source of profound ice flowed into him. The profound ice seed in his sea of consciousness solidified and expanded at an astonishing rate. The intricate 9 profound patterns adorning the seed's surface became increasingly vivid and profound. As if on the verge of awakening, his comprehension of the laws of ice deepened imperceptibly. Lin Chen was entirely absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging upward, losing all sense of time and existence. He recognized that this was an extraordinary opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the altar, Xiaoyan remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened, and it lifted its head, staring intently towards the stone door. A faint yet palpable aura of danger began to permeate from that direction. Chapter 266. Upon the altar as the dark red flames enveloped Xiaoyan, a surge of intensity radiated from him, his sharp gaze fixated on the stone door ahead. In the air, a barely discernible aura of danger transformed into a palpable threat within mere breaths, laden with unabashed killing intent and a hint of avarice. 2 formidable presences struck the ancient battlefield ruins like invisible hammers, shattering the stillness. Late-stage foundation establishment. And there are 2 of them. Xiaoyan's anxious thoughts transmitted to Lin Chen's mind, clearly sensing that the strength of the newcomers far surpassed his own, even after undergoing a baptism of bloodline. Facing 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators left him with no chance of victory. At that moment, deep within the dark recesses beneath the altar, Lin Chen stood at a pivotal point in his breakthrough. The immense energy of the first 9 Xian ice core fruit had propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. With the spiritual energy in his dantian surging like boiling lava, relentlessly battering against an invisible barrier in his sea of consciousness, the ice Dao seed radiated a dazzling azure glow, resonating with the primal force of ice within him, together dissolving the shackles that hindered his progress. Boom! A deep, resounding echo reverberated, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, resonating throughout his dantian. The once impenetrable barrier began to show signs of cracking under the dual assault of the overwhelming primal ice force and the ice Dao seed. The fissures rapidly spread like a spider's web, culminating in a thunderous shatter. An even more vast and pure wave of spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of Lin Chen's dantian, flooding through his limbs and body like a torrent breaching a dam. His meridians expanded several-fold in that instant, and the capacity of his dantian swelled dramatically. Foundation establishment 6th layer. Bolstered by the potent medicinal power of the first 9 Xian ice core fruit, Lin Chen successfully broke through to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, stepping firmly onto the threshold of the late stage. And this was merely the beginning. The primal ice force within him remained abundant, his cultivation steadily advancing toward the mid-stage of the 6th layer, before the elation of his breakthrough could fully dissipate. Xiaoyan's urgent warning felt like a cold splash of water. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, a fleeting glint of clarity illuminating his gaze. He could distinctly perceive the two unabashedly powerful auras outside, steeped in malice. The Blood Shadow Tower's agents? Or other factions? Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Given the prolonged disappearance of Li Han and the others, it was unsurprising that the Blood Shadow Tower sent someone to investigate. Yet, these two auras seemed even more formidable than Li Han. With no time for contemplation, Lin Chen willed the remaining 8-9 Xian ice core fruits floating before him into his storage ring. Such extraordinary treasures must not fall into the hands of others. He refrained from rushing out immediately, instead taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the turbulent energy within him, his gaze landing on the 9 Xian ice core fruit tree, which had already borne all its fruits. At this moment, the tree's brilliance had dimmed considerably, yet it continued to emanate pure ice energy. All-encompassing furnace technique, refined for me. A resolute glimmer flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With enemies at the doorstep, he required greater strength. He pressed his palm against the icy trunk of the 9 Xian ice core fruit tree, the all-encompassing furnace technique operating at full throttle. The illusory furnace within his dantian, having solidified to some extent, erupted with a powerful devouring force, akin to an invisible vortex, voraciously extracting the residual primal ice essence from the fruit tree. This tree had nurtured 9 Xian ice core fruits, containing a vast reservoir of primal ice energy. Although most of the essence had concentrated within the fruits, the trunk and roots still harbored an immense amount of primal power. Under the domineering absorption of the all-encompassing furnace technique, the 9 Xian ice core fruit tree visibly withered. Dimming as pure primal ice essence continuously flowed into Lin Chen's body. His cultivation began to ascend once more. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer Early Stage Stabilized. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer Mid-Stage. In just a few breaths, propelled by the vast energy remaining in the 9 Xian ice core fruit tree, Lin Chen's cultivation broke through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the 6th layer. Moreover, this energy had yet to be exhausted, continuing to fortify his physical body, meridians, and dantian. Meanwhile, outside the stone door, two figures had appeared at the entrance of the ancient battlefield ruins. They were two middle-aged men clad in blood-red attire. One was tall and slender, with a sinister countenance, wielding a slender blood-red curved blade exuding a strong stench of blood. The other was stout and fearsome, brandishing a massive wolf-toothed club, its head covered in sharp barbs that glimmered with a chilling light. They were none other than the Blood Shadow Tower's Black Mountain County branch. The two most powerful enforcers aside from the branch leader, Li Han, known as Bloodblade, and Wolf Fiend. Both were cultivators at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, notorious figures within Black Mountain County. Li Han's aura had vanished right here. Bloodblade narrowed his elongated eyes, scanning the devastated battlefield, his voice gravelly as he remarked, "And those few useless ones, it seems they have endured a fierce battle." Chapter 267 Humph. For a formidable opponent to fall here, they must be extraordinary. Wolfshaw remarked in a deep, resonant voice, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. However, no matter who they are, anyone daring to harm the members of Blood Shadow Pavilion shall meet their demise. Be cautious, this place is rather peculiar. Bloodknife's perception was sharper than Wolfshaw's. He sensed a lingering, unsettling aura in the air, a frigid chill intertwined with an indescribable malevolence. It seemed as though a powerful seal had been disturbed. At that moment, both men detected a surge of spiritual energy emanating from beneath the altar, along with a breath of someone who had just broken through. Someone is below, and they have just achieved a breakthrough. A cold light flashed in Bloodknife's eyes. Perfect. Let us descend and see what sort of entity we are dealing with. And perhaps, plunder a little. Wolfshaw let out a sinister laugh, his wolf-toothed club brimming with eagerness. The two exchanged a glance, and, without hesitation, soared toward the dark altar. Just as they were about to step onto the altar, a crimson fireline shot forth like an unleashed arrow from above, targeting Bloodknife's face. The air sizzled as the fireline passed, the intense heat melting the surrounding ice crystals. A demonic bird? Bloodknife snorted coldly, reacting swiftly. He drew his blood-red curved blade, sweeping it in a bizarre arc that unleashed a wave of crimson blade energy, accurately slicing toward the fireline. Clang! The fireline collided with the blade energy, producing a sharp, metallic sound. Xiaoyan, the figure in midair, spiraled to narrowly evade the subsequent blade chi, though its hardened beak felt a slight numbness from the impact. A cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment is indeed formidable. How audacious for a mere 9th level chi refining beast to launch a surprise attack. Seeing this, Wolfshaw scoffed disdainfully and swung his wolf-toothed club violently at Xiaoyan in midair. The club whistled through the air, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed poised to crush Xiaoyan into a pulp. A flicker of seriousness crossed Xiaoyan's eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, It deftly evaded the direct blow of the wolf-toothed club and unleashed an even more concentrated dark red flame, sweeping toward Wolfshaw like a fiery dragon. Seeking death, Wolfshaw bellowed, the bloodthirsty aura erupting from his body. He swung the wolf-toothed club, dispersing the flame with a single strike. In that fleeting moment when Blood Knife and Wolfshaw were momentarily occupied with Xiao Yan, a figure surged from the entrance beneath the altar, soaring into the sky. It was Lin Chen. At this moment, his aura was magnitude stronger than before, with the mid-stage cultivation of the 6th level of Foundation establishment, bolstered by the Xianbing Dao seed and the overwhelming prowess of the 10,000 Paths melting furnace technique. He radiated an unparalleled sharpness. You killed Li Han? Blood Knife's gaze locked onto Lin Chen like a venomous serpent, his voice icy with inquiry. He could sense that despite Lin Chen being merely at the mid-stage of the 6th level of Foundation establishment, the faint chill emanating from him hinted at a lurking danger. Li Han? Ah, you refer to that blind fool, indeed. It was I who ended his life. Lin Chen's tone was unperturbed, as if recounting a trivial matter. His gaze swept over Blood Knife and Wolfshaw, already forming a judgment in his mind. These two were stronger than Li Han, but still insufficient. You arrogant brat. Wolfshaw roared, redirecting his focus toward Lin Chen as Xiao Yan was entangled with Blood Knife. He lifted his wolf-toothed club high, channeling immense power, and brought it crashing down upon Lin Chen's head. Die for me. This strike was colossal and forceful if it landed. Even a cultivator of the same rank would likely suffer broken bones. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture. The Xianbing Dao seed in his sea of consciousness radiating brilliantly as an extreme cold instantly coalesced at his fingertips. Xianbing finger, a crystalline, translucent icy finger, exuding a chilling aura, surged forth like a meteor streaking through the sky, boldly meeting the unstoppable wolf-toothed club. Chapter 268, the pupils of Wolfshaw suddenly constricted. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul, more ferocious than the gust of wind stirred up by his wolf-toothed club. That seemingly delicate icy finger strike contained an edge capable of piercing through all and a coldness that could freeze everything. He could distinctly sense that the violent spiritual energy coalescing on his wolf-toothed club momentarily stagnated upon contact with that icy strike. Crack! A piercing sound of shattering echoed. Not from the wolf-toothed club, but from the icy strike, which unleashed an even more terrifying cold energy at the moment of collision. Countless fine ice crystals surged wildly from the center of the finger strike, akin to living vines, swiftly enveloping the front end of the club and climbing up its length. Wolfshaw felt a bone-chilling force surging into his arm through the wolf-toothed club, as if the very flesh and blood within were on the verge of freezing, rendering the operation of his spiritual energy obscure. He was struck with dread. This youth, clearly at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment 6th layer. How could he unleash such an oddly domineering icy power? Break for me! Wolfshaw roared, unleashing the spiritual energy from his dantian without reservation. The bloodthirsty aura surging towards his arm like boiling magma, attempting to dispel the encroaching chill. The wolf-toothed club trembled violently, shattering the ice crystals inch by inch. However, at the very moment he shattered the ice, Lin Chen's figure approached like a wraith. Lin Chen's gaze was as calm as ice, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. As the icy finger strike pushed back Wolfshaw, he exerted force beneath his feet, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance of several zhang in an instant to appear before Wolfshaw. He employed no extravagant techniques, merely delivering a straightforward punch. This punch lacked earth-shattering momentum, nor did it radiate dazzling brilliance, yet it harbored a primal, unrefined power. Upon the edge of the fist, faint arcs of ghostly blue lightning flickered, a manifestation of the thunderous path patterns he had refined from the third master of the Blackwind stronghold, now seamlessly merging with the icy power. Ice and thunder. Two entirely disparate forces achieved a delicate balance upon the edge of his fist. Wolfshaw had just shattered the ice crystals. The old energy had dissipated, and the new energy had yet to arise. Faced with Lin Chen's sudden punch, he could scarcely mount an effective defense. He could only hastily raise his arm in a futile attempt to block. Bang! A deep, resounding thud echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum. Wolfshaw felt an irresistible force, mingled with the bone-chilling cold and violent thunderous energy, slam into his arm. His arm, thicker than that of an average man, emitted a nauseating crack as bones splintered under the impact. Ah! Wolfshaw let out a piercing scream, his body akin to a kite with severed strings, hurtling backward and crashing heavily onto the ground several dozen zhang away, stirring up a cloud of dust. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly rendered utterly useless. With but a single move, merely one move, a notorious cultivator at the Foundation establishment 8th layer was heavily injured by Lin Chen. This unexpected turn of events caused Blood Knife, who was locked in battle with Xiao Yin, to widen his eyes in disbelief, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. He could scarcely fathom that this youth, seemingly only at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment's sixth layer, possessed such terrifying explosive power. Who exactly are you? Blood Knife's voice trembled with incredulity. He realized that they had likely kicked a hornet's nest. Lin Chen offered no reply, his gaze remaining tranquil. After dispatching Wolf Sha, he slowly turned to face Blood Knife. His eyes bore a chilling intensity that made Blood Knife feel as though he were being preyed upon by a beast from the abyss, a profound cold washing over him. Seizing the moment Blood Knife was distracted, Xiao Yin unleashed a concentrated dark red fire pillar, forcing Blood Knife to retreat awkwardly a few steps. Useless, Blood Knife cursed. But his ire was not directed at Xiao Yin, rather at the fallen Wolf Sha. He understood that against this unfathomable youth, engaging in a one-on-one battle would yield no favorable outcome. Taking a deep breath, his expression morphed into one of ferocity. He knew that if he could not eliminate this youth today, the Blood Shadow Pavilion would never know peace once he matured. Indeed, you are formidable, surpassing my expectations. Blood Knife's voice turned hoarse and grave. However, you should never have provoked the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Before his words had even settled, a denser aura of bloodthirst erupted from Blood Knife. This bloodthirst no longer dispersed like before, but coalesced around his body, forming a thin layer of crimson armor. His eyes turned a furious red, filled with savagery and madness. Chapter 269, Blood Fiend Transformation. Secret Technique. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. From the memories of Li Han, he learned that this was a secret technique of the Blood Shadow Tower, which allowed one to significantly enhance their power in a short period by burning their own essence, albeit at a great cost. Forcing me to resort to this move, you certainly have reason to feel proud. The voice of the Bloodblade emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, filled with boundless malice. Today, I shall make you comprehend the true meaning of despair. The blood-red, curved blade in his hand radiated an even more sinister glow, infused with the aura of Blood Fiend. It seemed as though countless vengeful spirits were lamenting upon its blade. Blood slaughter across 10,000 miles. The Bloodblade roared, transforming into a crimson wraith. The curved blade conjured a tempest of bloodlight, sweeping toward Lin Chen like an ocean of red. This strike contained all the power he had gained from sacrificing his essence, its might magnified severfold. Wherever the blade's light passed, the air was rent asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. Even the crystalline icy ground around them was carved into deep gorges by the fierce blade aura. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lin Chen's gaze remained tranquil. He sensed that the power of this strike from the Bloodblade was now perilously close to that of a full-force attack from a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. Yet, he showed no fear. He took a deep breath, activating the 10,000 Paths melting furnace technique within him at an unprecedented speed. At that moment, the mysterious phantom of the furnace in his dantian seemed to come alive, exuding an ancient and profound aura within his sea of consciousness. Both the Ice Path Seed and Thunder Path patterns shone brilliantly. A purer, more tyrannical force of ice surged forth from the Ice Path Seed, permeating his limbs. Simultaneously, intricate arcs of lightning coiled around his arms like silver serpents. If you wish to witness despair, then I shall show you. Lin Chen's voice was soft yet distinctly resonated in the Bloodblade's ears. He slowly raised his right hand, still a simple fist. However, this punch was entirely different from before. Upon his fist, the ethereal blue ice and the raging thunder no longer merely fused. They intertwined and compressed in a profound manner, forming a sphere of ice and thunder the size of a fist, radiating an aura of annihilation. The surface of the sphere flickered with ice crystals and arcs of lightning, emitting energy fluctuations that caused the surrounding space to subtly warp. Ice Thunder Break. This was Lin Chen's newfound killing move. Born from a deeper understanding of the Ice Path Seed and Thunder Path patterns after advancing to the mid-stage of the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, perfectly combining the two powers. Its might was exponentially greater than that of simple Ice Finger or Thunder Fist. Boom. The ice and thunder sphere collided with the sea of bloodlight in midair. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a disquieting, muffled explosion. Immediately following, a devastating energy storm erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outwards in all directions. Chapter 270. The devastating energy storm raged like a furious beast through the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The hard ice crystal ground was torn apart, reduced to powder, and even the distant crumbling stone pillars and broken walls collapsed under the force of this terrifying shockwave, raising clouds of dust. Xiao Yin had transformed into a flicker of flame the moment the collision occurred, skillfully evading the core of the energy storm. Yet, even from afar, he could still sense the chilling aura of destruction, his dark red eyes filled with concern. As dust swirled and obscured the view, the figure of Bloodblade vanished within the tempest, leaving his fate uncertain. Lin Chen stood quietly, his garments flapping violently in the tempestuous winds. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion slightly pale. Enduring the full brunt of Bloodblade's devastating strike, even he was not unscathed. However, the light in his eyes grew even brighter. The power of Ice Thunder Burst exceeded his expectations. The harmonious blend of the two distinctly different forces, mystical ice and thunder, within the 10,000 Path Furnace technique unleashed a terrifying level of destruction. This revelation deepened his understanding of the intricacies of the technique. As the dust gradually settled, the scene within the heart of the energy storm was revealed. A deep pit, several feet in diameter, appeared on the ground, its edges laced with spiderweb-like cracks. In the center of the pit, a figure staggered half-kneeling, drenched in blood. His aura diminished to an extreme. It was Bloodblade. In this moment, all traces of his previous arrogance and ferocity had vanished. His blood-red armor lay in tatters, exposing skin riddled with cracks as if it might shatter completely at any moment. The blood-red curved blade in his hand had broken into several pieces, scattered around him. His eyes widened in disbelief and boundless terror as he fixated on Lin Chen. "No, it's impossible. How could you?" Bloodblade's voice was hoarse and weak, as if he had expended all his strength. He could not accept that his ultimate strike, fueled by burning his essence, had been repelled by a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Chen approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Bloodblade with a cold, emotionless gaze. "There is nothing impossible," he replied calmly. "You are simply too weak." With these words, Bloodblade felt as if he had received a fatal blow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously, on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and malice, but more so, an overwhelming sense of despair. He knew he had lost, utterly and completely. Who are you? When did such a prodigy emerge from Black Mountain County?" Bloodblade asked with great difficulty, desperate to know the identity of the one who had defeated him. "Just a passerby," Lin Chen replied simply. He had no interest in explaining too much to one on the brink of death. He raised his hand, preparing to end Bloodblade's life entirely. At that moment, a flicker of strange red light flashed in Bloodblade's eyes. His weakened aura suddenly surged with a glimmer of vitality. "Boy, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Blood Soul, curse kill." Bloodblade let out a chilling roar as his body convulsed violently. A shadowy blood figure erupted from the crown of his head, transforming into a blood arrow that shot towards Lin Chen's brow with lightning speed. This blood figure was none other than Bloodblade's lingering soul. In his final moments, he had unleashed a dreadfully malicious soul technique, intending to curse Lin Chen with the sacrifice of his remaining spirit. This unforeseen turn of events startled Lin Chen. He had not anticipated that Bloodblade possessed such a trump card. Moreover, the speed of this blood soul curse was astonishing, nearly instantaneous, leaving no time for effective evasion. As the blood figure hurtled towards his brow, Lin Chen's eyes remained devoid of panic, instead glinting with a frigid resolve. Seeking death, within his sea of consciousness, the mysterious phantom of a furnace erupted in a brilliant radiance. An unparalleled force of devouring energy surged forth from his brow like a black hole. The 10,000 Path Furnace technique not only refined myriad energies but also devoured and transformed souls. The incoming blood figure, upon encountering the devouring force emanating from Lin Chen's brow, screeched in terror, its speed abruptly diminishing as if it had met its nemesis. It struggled desperately, attempting to escape the terrifying pull, but all efforts were in vain. Chapter 271. Before the overwhelming devouring power of the 10,000 Paths refining furnace, the meager remnants of the Bloodblade's soul were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. In but a few breaths, the vengeful and unwilling remnants of Bloodblade's soul were completely consumed by Lin Chen's furnace, transforming into pure spiritual energy that nourished his sea of consciousness. In the depths of the pit, Bloodblade's body suddenly stiffened. The final glimmers of life in his eyes extinguished completely, his head drooping lifelessly, having lost all vitality. The once feared enforcer of the Blood Shadow Tower, Bloodblade, was now annihilated in both spirit and form. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, savoring the pure spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness, his gaze flickering slightly. Although the remnants of Bloodblade's soul were sinister, the spiritual power contained within was indeed considerable, serving as a commendable supplement for him, who had just achieved a breakthrough. He approached Bloodblade's corpse, rummaging through its belongings, and discovered a storage bag. Delving into it with his spiritual sense, he found not only some spirit stones and elixirs, but also several jade slips containing the techniques and secret arts of the Blood Shadow Tower. Blood Fiend Technique, Blood Shadow Escape Technique, Blood Soul Curse. Lin Chen perused them briefly, noting that these techniques were steeped in bloodshed and malevolence, utterly incompatible with his path of cultivation. However, the jade slip detailing the Blood Soul Curse caught his eye. Though he had no intention of practicing such a malicious soul technique, Familiarizing himself with it could enhance his combat experience. He stowed the storage bag away and turned his gaze to the other side, where the wolf demon, whose arm he had shattered with a single punch, lay cowering. The wolf demon, now terrified by the earlier overwhelming energy storm, curled up on the ground, trembling with fear in his eyes. He had witnessed the entire process, Bloodblade casting his secret arts, being struck down by Lin Chen, and his remnants being devoured, a sequence that left him profoundly shaken and incapable of articulating his terror. This young man before him was no mere human. He was a demon, a harbinger of death. As Lin Chen's gaze fell upon him, the wolf demon was paralyzed with dread. Disregarding the agony of his severed arm as he struggled to flee, attempting to escape, Lin Chen scoffed coldly, his figure flickering as he appeared before the wolf demon. Placing a foot upon his chest, crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed once more as the wolf demon emitted a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Spare my life. I beg you, my lord. The wolf demon trembled, pleading, I know nothing. I was merely following orders. Whose orders? Lin Chen inquired icily. It was the captain, Li Han. No. It was from above. They sent us to investigate the disappearance of Li Han. The wolf demon stammered incoherently. Above? The headquarters of the Blood Shadow Tower? Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Yes. I believe it was from the higher-ups of the county city branch. The wolf demon, desperate to survive, dared not conceal anything. Lin Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed the depths of the Blood Shadow Tower ran deeper than he had anticipated. A mere branch in a county city had its own superiors. Besides the two of you, did anyone else come? Lin Chen continued his questioning. And no one else, just the two of us. The wolf demon hastily replied. Lin Chen nodded, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He felt no compassion for the individuals of the Blood Shadow Tower. In that case, you may rest easy on your journey to the afterlife. Before his words could fully resonate, Lin Chen exerted his strength. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the wolf demon's body, shattering his heart veins. The wolf demon's body stiffened, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear. But soon he lost all glimmer of life. Thus, the two enforcers of the Blood Shadow Tower who had come to investigate, Bloodblade and Wolf Demon, fell here without exception. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his foot, surveying the battlefield strewn with remnants of chaos, his heart unperturbed. The path of cultivation was indeed brutal. If one did not slay, one would be slain. He glanced toward the direction of the altar, where Xiaoyan had flown over, landing on his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Well done, Lin Chen remarked, stroking Xiaoyan's feathers with a faint smile. Next, it was time to cleanse the battlefield and then depart from this place of turmoil. Chapter 272, The Chaotic Battlefield. Suffused with a faint scent of blood and the residual waves of dissipated energy, Lin Chen stood beside the deep pit, his expression calm, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The recent pursuit by the Blood Shadow Tower, though he had dealt with it forcefully, had served as a stark reminder that he was now in the sights of this formidable assassin organization. Although the immediate threat had been temporarily resolved, it was foreseeable that even stronger adversaries would soon emerge. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly and find a relatively safe sanctuary for secluded cultivation. As he pondered, the ancient battlefield ruins, or rather this realm detached from the outside world, suddenly began to shake violently. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a dragon stirring, resonated from all directions, as the solid crystalline ground fissured, revealing bottomless chasms. In the distance, the black altar emitted a groan of unbearable strain, its surface runes flickering erratically, as if on the brink of collapse. Above, the hazy light curtain trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing, through which chaotic energy currents from the outside world surged in wildly. This is bad. The realm is on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen's countenance changed. He quickly realized that this secret space had been sustained by the Black Altar and the residual power of the ancient demon lord's soul. Now, with the soul consumed by Xiaoyan and the altar's sealing power nearly depleted, coupled with the fierce battle he had just fought against Blood Knife and Wolf Sha, the intense energy shockwaves had finally pushed this already unstable space to its breaking point. If the realm were to collapse completely, he would be swept into the chaotic spatial turbulence with unimaginable consequences. Even a foundational cultivator would feel as insignificant as an ant before the raging currents of space. Xiaoyan, we must leave this place immediately. Lin Chen spoke in a grave tone. Xiaoyan, sensing the violent fluctuations of the space, gripped Lin Chen's shoulder tightly with anxious crimson eyes, emitting a low whimper. Lin Chen's consciousness spread like a tide, seeking an escape route from this secret realm. The stone door through which they had entered had been utterly destroyed in the recent energy storm, reduced to rubble. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed internally, anxiety gnawing at him. The speed of the spatial collapse accelerated, with gaping, menacing fissures appearing around him, expanding like beasts ready to devour him. A terrifying pulling force emanated from these cracks, attempting to engulf him. Lin Chen's internal spiritual energy surged wildly, striving to resist that dreadful force while evading the suddenly manifesting spatial rifts. In this dire moment, the long-dormant star-absorbing stone within his sea of consciousness suddenly vibrated slightly. Following that, a faint yet distinctly clear guiding force emanated from the star-absorbing stone, pointing toward a direction within the secret realm. Lin Chen's heart stirred. This star-absorbing stone had a mysterious origin. It had previously led him to the treasure vault of the Black Wind stronghold. Could it now guide him to an exit from this secret realm? Though doubts lingered in his mind, he had no better options at present. He immediately followed the star-absorbing stone's guidance, racing toward that direction with all his might. The closer he approached, the more violent the spatial collapse became, with enormous fissures yawning open like abyssal maws, exuding an unsettling aura of destruction. Lin Chen pushed his speed to the utmost, weaving through the crumbling space, narrowly avoiding the lethal fissures. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he concentrated intently. Finally, after traversing through a tumultuous energy storm, a path opened before him. Not far ahead, within a relatively stable area of space, a dilapidated teleportation array floated. The array, approximately 10 feet in diameter, was composed of dozens of jade stones that flickered with a faint glow, though most had already dulled or shattered. The entire array radiated an ancient and weathered aura, clearly having existed for an exceedingly long time. A teleportation array. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Hidden within this secret realm was indeed a teleportation array. This was undoubtedly the best means of escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he flew toward the array. However, just as he was about to approach it, an unexpected change occurred. With a sharp crack, a core jade stone at the edge of the array shattered, unable to withstand the pressure from the collapsing space. As this core jade crumbled, the array's glow dimmed abruptly, and the already unstable spatial fluctuations grew even more chaotic. Damn it! The teleportation array is about to fail. Lin Chen's heart sank. Chapter 273, he could distinctly perceive that the energy of the teleportation array was rapidly dissipating. If it were not activated soon, it would likely become completely inoperative. In this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Chen's mind. He abruptly retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, the very one he had previously acquired from the treasure trove of the Black Wind stronghold, which contained a mysterious star map. Upon studying this jade slip, he had discovered that it harbored a faint trace of spatial power, somewhat akin to the energy fluctuations of the teleportation array. At this moment, he decided to take a gamble. He fervently infused his spiritual energy into the star-mapped jade slip, while simultaneously channeling the power of the star-absorbing stone, attempting to establish a connection with the teleportation array. Buzz. Under Lin Chen's infusion of spiritual energy, the star-mapped jade slip erupted with resplendent starlight. The arcane star patterns on the surface of the jade slip seemed to come alive, beginning to rotate slowly. Concurrently, the star-absorbing stone emitted a peculiar wave, akin to an invisible thread, linking to the dilapidated teleportation array. Under the dual influence of the star-mapped jade slip and the star-absorbing stone, a miracle transpired. The once-dim teleportation array flickered back to life, emanating a faint glow. Although it remained unstable at the very least, there was still a glimmer of hope for activation. Now was the moment. A spark of determination ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. Without further hesitation, he stepped onto the precarious teleportation array, accompanied by Xiao Yan. The instant he set foot on the array, the star-mapped jade slip in his hand radiated brilliantly, and streams of starlight surged into the teleportation array like a torrent, replenishing its expended energy. The array trembled violently, exuding increasingly potent spatial fluctuations. Lin Chen felt a blinding flash before his eyes, as a powerful force of attraction surged, seemingly intent on tearing his very being apart. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into darkness. As he vanished, the dilapidated teleportation array, having exhausted its energy, collapsed entirely, shattering into countless fragments, dissipating within the chaotic currents of space. Simultaneously, the entire ancient battlefield ruins crumbled into nothingness. Time passed, though how long, he could not tell, until Lin Chen's consciousness gradually returned. He felt as if he were enveloped in a warm river of stars, countless brilliant constellations flowing gently around him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself lying on a soft patch of grass. The fresh air enveloped him, imbued with a delicate fragrance of verdure. Beside him, Xiao Yan anxiously nudged his cheek, emitting low whimpers of concern. Lin Chen struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an unfamiliar valley, surrounded by towering mountains, lush greenery flourishing all around, contrasting sharply with the previous cold, desolate ruins of the ancient battlefield. "We have emerged?" Lin Chen murmured, a flicker of relief crossing his features. He glanced down at the star map jade slip in his hand, noting that its starlight had significantly dimmed, clearly having consumed a considerable amount of energy during the recent teleportation. The star-absorbing stone had also returned to its prior state of quietude. It seems that it was this star map jade slip and the star-absorbing stone that saved us, Lin Chen thought to himself. He attempted to circulate his internal spiritual energy and found no significant issues, merely some depletion. Where's this place? Lin Chen stood and gazed into the distance. At that moment, his gaze sharpened. At the far end of the valley, a majestic city loomed, resembling a colossal beast sprawled upon the earth, appearing both tangible and elusive. Chapter 274. As consciousness peeled away from the chaos, Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a violent wave of dizziness prompting him to instinctively press his forehead. Beneath him lay damp, decaying leaves, and the air was thick with an unfamiliar blend of flora and earth. He quickly regulated his breathing, forcing himself to regain composure as memories surged back. The collapse of the secret realm, the teleportation array, the guiding star map. Xiaoyan, he murmured, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. A dark red figure darted out from the nearby thicket. It was Xiaoyan. The creature appeared somewhat disheveled, its feathers smeared with mud. Yet its spirit remained intact, its bright eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, reaching out to stroke Xiaoyan's head. He began to closely observe his environment. It was a dense, primeval forest, towering ancient trees obscuring the sky, vines coiling like dragons, and the ground blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled spots of light. In contrast to the chilling silence of the ancient battlefield ruins, this place thrived with vibrant life. Albeit harboring unknown dangers, he attempted to channel his internal spiritual energy, only to find it severely depleted. A faint throbbing pain emanating from his meridians, a lingering effect from the forced activation of the teleportation array. Fortunately, the 10,000 paths refining furnace technique was operating autonomously, gradually healing his bodily injuries. The ethereal image of the furnace within his dantian had also solidified somewhat, seemingly having absorbed some peculiar energy during the teleportation process. I must find a place to recuperate swiftly and ascertain where I am, Lin Chen thought to himself. He vaguely recalled, in the last moments of his foggy consciousness, the silhouette of a towering city. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes and oriented himself. Though lacking explicit guidance, he sensed a faint trace of human presence emanating from a certain direction. Without hesitation, he set off with Xiaoyan, stealthily advancing towards that faint signal. The forest was fraught with peril, echoes of distant beastly roars reverberating through the air. Lin Chen cautiously circumvented areas teeming with powerful presences, prioritizing the discovery of civilization over potential confrontations with unknown creatures. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the woods began to thin, and visibility expanded. He climbed a slight rise to gaze into the distance. Several miles away, on the plains, a grand city lay sprawled like a slumbering giant, quietly resting. Towering walls, constructed from massive dark stones, bore the marks of time, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Majestic towers held aloft fluttering banners, while the city gates bustled with activity, revealing the vibrancy of life within. Indeed, a city. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, just as he prepared for a closer inspection. A sudden and violent surge of energy emanated from the city's direction. A blinding bolt of lightning shot skyward, exploding in midair to form an immense web of thunder, illuminating much of the sky in a stark white. The overwhelming pressure, even from several miles away, sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Such formidable lightning power. Could there be a battle occurring within the city? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He could distinctly perceive that the essence of the lightning harbored a ferocious and pure destructive force, far beyond the thunderous inscriptions he had previously refined from the third chief of the Black Wind Gang. Following the lightning, a chilling and eerie aura began to seep from the city, clashing violently with the tempestuous lightning in the air, producing a series of deep, thunderous rumbles. The sky flickered ominously, the winds and clouds swirling as if the apocalypse were upon them. This aura feels somewhat familiar. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The sinister essence reminded him of the techniques employed by the Blood Shadow Tower, though far more potent and refined than those wielded by Bloodblade and Wolf Kill. A certain likeness lingered in its essence. Could it be that the Blood Shadow Tower's influence extends here too? Lin Chen's heart sank. He had just evaded their pursuit. Could it be that he was to encounter them once more so soon? The energy fluctuations from the city's direction intensified, evidently indicating that the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. While curiosity about the unfolding events tugged at him, Lin Chen was acutely aware that, given his current state, any reckless approach would only invite trouble. He took a deep breath, suppressing his intrigue, and resolved to first seek a concealed spot nearby to regain strength while observing the situation, avoiding the pitfall of stepping from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Xiaoyan, let us depart from here, Lin Chen whispered, leading Xiaoyan silently back into the thick underbrush, moving away from the city. He needed time, information, and above all, strength. This unfamiliar city, along with the sudden and fierce conflict within, instilled a profound unease within him. He must swiftly adapt to this new environment and prepare for the impending crisis. What secrets lay hidden within that city? And how would the earth-shattering battle conclude? All of this loomed like a veil of mist over Lin Chen's heart. Chapter 275. Lin Chen, accompanied by Xiaoyan, traversed the dense primordial forest for nearly half a day before discovering a secluded cave encircled by massive rocks. Though the cave was modest in size, it offered sufficient concealment, with its entrance obscured by thick vines, making it hard to detect. After a thorough inspection, Lin Chen confirmed the absence of any lurking creatures, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Instead of immediately commencing his cultivation to recover, he first set up several rudimentary alert formations around the cave entrance. While these formations were not particularly potent, they would suffice to provide a warning if he were disturbed. Having completed this task, he sat cross-legged, initiating the 10,000-path melting furnace technique to mend the injuries within his body and restore his expended spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan dutifully guarded the cave entrance, vigilantly observing the surroundings and occasionally preening its slightly disheveled feathers with its sharp beak. As time passed, Lin Chen immersed himself in his cultivation. The ethereal furnace within his dantian slowly rotated, drawing in strands of pure spiritual energy from the surrounding world. This energy was refined through the furnace, transforming into even purer energy that nourished his meridians and dantian. The discomfort from the prior forced activation of the teleportation array gradually subsided. After an indeterminate period, when Lin Chen finally opened his eyes, he found that the light had faded, and the forest was enveloped in darkness. His spiritual energy had nearly fully recovered, and his spirit felt significantly rejuvenated. Stepping out of the cave, he noticed that the night-shrouded forest appeared even more profound and tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional distant growl of unknown beasts. He gazed towards the direction of the previously observed city, noting that the energy fluctuations there had calmed. Yet a faint, ominous aura lingered in the air. It seemed that the battle within the city had drawn to a close, Lin Chen mused, though he remained uncertain of the outcome. Deciding to temporarily disregard the events in the city, he recognized the urgency to fully restore his strength and gain a deeper understanding of this world. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, one he had previously acquired from Bloodknife, and began to study it meticulously. Within these jade slips, apart from some nefarious techniques from the Blood Shadow Tower, there were scattered pieces of information regarding the internal structure and power distribution of the Blood Shadow Tower. As he read intently, his gaze abruptly fixed on an unremarkable black jade slip. This slip did not contain techniques but rather appeared to be an intelligence report. It recorded, in an obscure code, the actions and targets of the Blood Shadow Tower in a certain area. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, attempting to decipher the cryptic language. With his understanding of the Blood Shadow Tower's modus operandi, coupled with some memories from Li Han, he gradually began to unravel the content. Thunderous City. Purple Lightning Marquee. Thunder Spirit Pearl. Internal Agent. Each keyword quickened Lin Chen's heartbeat. Thunderous City? Could it be the city I previously observed? A thought stirred within him. The immense, thunderous force that erupted from the city indeed resonated with the name Thunderous. The Purple Lightning Marquee sounded like a powerful family or faction. As for the Thunder Spirit Pearl, although he was unaware of its specifics, it seemingly referred to a treasure associated with the Thunder attribute, likely the target of the Blood Shadow Tower's current endeavor. What alarmed him further was the mention of an internal agent. This indicated that the Blood Shadow Tower had infiltrated the Purple Lightning Marquee in Thunderous City. If this intelligence were accurate, then the cataclysmic battle within the city was likely a surprise assault by the Blood Shadow Tower on the Purple Lightning Marquee. With the Thunder Spirit Pearl as their objective, Lin Chen's expression grew grave. Continuing his analysis, he discovered that this intelligence appeared to be part of the directives and information obtained by Bloodknife prior to the operation, mentioning that the leader of this endeavor was codenamed Phantom, possessing unfathomable strength, at least at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core stage. Lin Chen inhaled sharply. The individuals he had previously encountered, Li Han, Bloodknife, and Wolf Fiend, were merely at the Foundation establishment stage, while the leader of this operation was a formidable master at the Golden Core stage. If the Blood Shadow Tower had indeed mobilized a Golden Core cultivator, the ferocity of the battle in Thunderous City was beyond imagination. Setting the jade slip down, Lin Chen felt an unsettling turbulence within his heart. He had initially believed he had merely stumbled upon a new realm, yet it appeared that he was entangled in the Blood Shadow Tower's schemes. And this was a significant operation involving Golden Core cultivators. Chapter 276. It seems that Thunder City has become a place rife with rumors and conflict. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He had initially intended to regain his strength before attempting to enter Thunder City to gather information and comprehend this world. However, it appeared that Thunder City was far more perilous than he had anticipated. As he pondered, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, and he summoned his internal spiritual energy, preparing himself for battle. Xiaoyan, too, stood alert, raising its feathers and emitting a low warning hiss. The footsteps drew nearer, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Lin Chen held his breath and peered through the gaps in the vines. Under the moonlight, 3 figures cautiously advanced toward the cave. At the forefront was a burly man wielding a hefty axe, his expression wary. Following him was a diminutive middle-aged man with shifty eyes, clutching a short dagger. Bringing up the rear was a woman clad in tight black attire, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features unrecognizable. She moved with agility, wielding 2 glinting daggers in her hands. Lin Chen could discern their cultivation levels at a glance. The burly man was at the 4th level of foundation establishment, the slender man at the 3rd level, and the black-clad woman at the 5th level. They did not appear to be benign individuals, Lin Chen mused. Brother, do you think that Crimson Flame Tiger is truly lurking nearby? We've been searching for half the day, the slender man said in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with impatience. Silence. Be cautious. That Crimson Flame Tiger is a peak 2nd-tier beast, equivalent to a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator. If it detects us, we are finished. The burly man admonished, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. The black-clad woman remained silent, her eyes sharp as she scrutinized the environment. Lin Chen's heart stirred. A Crimson Flame Tiger? A peak 2nd-tier beast? It sounded like an excellent quarry. Its demon core and hide could fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. However, he was not inclined to complicate matters at present, just as he assumed these 3 were merely passing by. The slender man suddenly pointed toward the cave where Lin Chen was hiding and exclaimed, Brother, look, there's a cave. Perhaps the Crimson Flame Tiger is hiding inside. Upon hearing this, the burly man and the black-clad woman immediately turned their attention toward the cave. Lin Chen's heart sank. The precautions he had set in place were designed to deter beasts, but for cultivators, a little scrutiny would reveal the truth. Let us go take a look. The burly man's eyes glinted with greed as he led the way toward the cave, followed closely by the slender man and the black-clad woman. Lin Chen's expression turned cold, realizing trouble was imminent. He did not wish to engage in conflict with these individuals, but if they were obstinate, he would not hold back. An unexpected encounter shattered the tranquility of the forest. A storm was brewing, and the air was thick with a sense of impending danger. Chapter 277 Within the Cave. Lin Chen's gaze was as profound as a frigid pool, fixed intently upon the 3 approaching figures. Although he harbored no desire to provoke trouble, it was evident that they regarded his refuge as a den of beasts. Judging by the avarice gleaming in the eyes of the burly leader, it was likely that even upon discovering humans within, they would not easily relent. Brother, the entrance is concealed by vines. There must be treasures inside, exclaimed the diminutive man, rubbing his hands together with excitement, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. The woman in black furrowed her brow, sensing a hint of unease. Yet the burly man was already eagerly brandishing his massive axe, intent on cleaving through the vines. Just as the axe was about to descend, a sharp gust of energy, akin to an invisible arrow, surged through the gaps in the vines, aiming precisely at the burly man's wrist. The burly man's expression shifted alarmingly. Years of battling beasts had honed his instincts to detect peril. He let out a roar, abruptly dropping his wrist, allowing the axe to swing downwards in an attempt to block the sudden attack. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The burly man felt a tremendous force reverberate through the axe, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to lose hold of it. He staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady himself, his face a mask of astonishment. Who goes there? He bellowed, his eyes warily fixed on the cave's entrance. The diminutive man and the woman in black were equally startled, drawing their weapons and assuming defensive stances. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary cave concealed another presence. The vines silently parted, unveiling Lin Chen's composed visage. He stepped out of the cave, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the trio. This is not a place for you, Lin Chen stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon seeing Lin Chen's youth and solitary stance, the burly man momentarily faltered, but a glimmer of malice quickly flickered in his eyes. He, confident in his foundational cultivation, felt assured that dealing with a seemingly younger practitioner would pose no challenge. Who are you, boy? How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? The burly man shouted, attributing his earlier misstep to Lin Chen's ambush. I shall repeat myself. Leave this place, and I will consider this matter as though it never occurred, Lin Chen replied, his tone remaining unperturbed. though a hint of coldness now tinged his gaze. Humph! Such arrogance! The diminutive man screeched. We discovered this mountain first, and thus whatever lies within is rightfully ours. If you know what is good for you, vacate at once, or we shall not be merciful. The woman in black remained silent, her grip on the dagger tightening. Clearly prepared for confrontation, Lin Chen let out a soft sigh. He had already extended them an opportunity. Since they were intent on courting death, he need not show further mercy. Very well, let us commence, Lin Chen stated coolly, and before his words had fully dissipated, his figure vanished like a wraith. Not good. The burly man's pupils constricted sharply. He had failed to perceive how Lin Chen had moved. In the next instant, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed towards him. Lin Chen's target was the weakest and most vociferous of the trio, the diminutive man. He understood the principle of targeting the vulnerable first. Eliminating one would instill fear in the others. The diminutive man barely registered a blur before a shadow loomed before him. He had no time to react as a hand, glistening with a faint frost, clasped around his throat. Ugh! The man's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He could distinctly feel an icy power surging from Lin Chen's grasp, freezing his blood and spiritual energy. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no words could escape his lips. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the diminutive man's head fell limply, life extinguished. All unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. From Lin Chen's strike to the demise of the diminutive man transpired in the blink of an eye. Chapter 278. The burly man and the woman in black. Before they could offer any substantial support, their companion had already met his demise on the spot. Their brother. The burly man let out a roar of anguish, his eyes instantly turning crimson. The colossal axe in his hands erupted with a blinding radiance, accompanied by a tempestuous gust. As he swung it down toward Lin Chen's head, wind-cleaving slash. The woman in black, realizing the gravity of the situation, was momentarily struck with fear. Yet, she did not retreat. The twin daggers in her grasp transformed into two streaks of cold light, striking toward Lin Chen's ribs like venomous serpents from an unexpected angle. Phantom twin stabs. Their coordination was seamless, clearly the result of numerous life and death battles. In the face of their joint assault, Lin Chen remained unfazed. With a swift motion of his left hand, a torrent of profound ice energy surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a thick ice shield before him, successfully countering the burly man's powerful strike. Clang! The massive axe crashed against the ice shield, producing a deafening sound. The shield trembled violently, fissures appearing upon its surface. Yet it ultimately withstood the blow. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's right hand met the woman in black's dual stabs. Unbeknownst to her, his palm had become enveloped in a dense layer of electric arcs. Crackle! The lightning flickered as it collided with the poisoned daggers. The woman in black felt a surge of violent, thunderous energy coursing through her arms, rendering them numb and nearly causing her to lose her grip on the daggers. Panic surged within her. This young man's strength far exceeded their expectations. In the brief exchange, Lin Chen's left hand had already summoned a more refined ice energy, shooting toward the burly man, who had momentarily exposed a weakness from his powerful strike. Thud! The ice energy pierced through the burly man's right shoulder, unleashing a torrent of blood. Ah! The burly man let out a piercing scream, his right arm instantly losing all strength, causing the axe to clatter to the ground. Brother! The woman in black gasped in horror, wanting to rush to his aid, but Lin Chen had already latched onto her like a parasite. His attacks came like a torrential storm, wielding the forces of ice and thunder with unparalleled mastery, alternately freezing and overwhelming her with sheer force, forcing the woman in black into a relentless retreat, peril at every turn. Though she boasted a cultivation level of the 5th stage of foundation establishment, surpassing that of the burly man, she found herself outmatched against Lin Chen's ferocious onslaught. Her pride in speed and elusive movements proved futile against Lin Chen's swifter form and keen anticipation. Bang! Another punch imbued with thunderous power struck the woman in black squarely in the chest. She let out a muffled groan, a spray of blood erupting from her mouth as her body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the mountainside before sliding to the ground, her breath faltering. The black veil covering her face fell away, revealing a slightly pale, yet still beautiful visage, now marred by terror and despair. Lin Chen approached her slowly, his gaze as cold as ice. Why? You are clearly only at the 6th stage of foundation establishment. How could you? The woman in black stammered, trembling as she struggled to comprehend how a cultivator of a similar level could possess such terrifying combat prowess. Those who are to die need not know too much. Lin Chen did not answer her query, raising his hand to end her life. At that moment, an unforeseen twist of fate occurred. Chapter 279. The burly man, whose right shoulder had been pierced, suddenly exhibited a glint of madness and malice in his eyes. He hastily retrieved a pitch-black orb from his bosom, exuding an ominous aura, and crushed it with fervor. Child, I demand your life as a sacrifice for my brothers. Soul-devouring explosion. As the orb shattered, a dense black mist surged forth, as if imbued with life, enveloping the entire cavern in an instant. This black mist contained a vicious power of soul attack, capable of inflicting severe damage upon one's consciousness. The consequences could range from mental impairment to the complete annihilation of the soul. Lin Chen's expression altered, for he could distinctly sense that the soul attack within the black mist was even more sinister and formidable than the blood soul curse previously unleashed by the blood knife. This is bad. Lin Chen's heart sank. He swiftly activated the 10,000 paths refining technique, and the furnace projection within his consciousness radiated with brilliance. A powerful force of absorption surged forth from his brow, striving to repel the encroaching black mist. However, the soul attack was vast and insidious. Even with the protection of the 10,000 paths refining technique, Lin Chen could still feel a chilling and eerie force violently assailing his mental defenses. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling and tearing within his consciousness, attempting to rend his soul into fragments. Lin Chen emitted a stifled groan of anguish, his face paling to a ghostly hue, veins bulging on his forehead. He could perceive the tumultuous upheaval within his consciousness. Aha, child. Do you now taste the power of the soul-devouring orb? This treasure cost me a great deal to acquire. You shall become a wandering spirit. The burly man cackled madly at Lin Chen's agony, but his laughter abruptly ceased as he too began to be eroded by the black mist, emitting a sickening corrosive sound. Clearly, the potency of the soul-devouring orb was beyond his control as well. At the critical moment when Lin Chen's soul was on the verge of being completely submerged by the black mist, the dormant furnace projection in his consciousness erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A resonant hum, reminiscent of an ancient cataclysm, reverberated within Lin Chen's mind. In that instant, the furnace projection seemed to awaken entirely. It transformed from a mere illusion into a formidable entity, as if forged from divine metal, inscribed with countless arcane runes, emanating a terrifying aura capable of subduing all and refining everything. A terrifying force of absorption, exponentially stronger than before, erupted from the furnace like a torrent unleashed from a dam. The black mist and vengeful spirits that had previously ravaged Lin Chen's consciousness, upon contact with this overwhelming force of absorption, emitted piercing shrieks, dissolving like snow, as they were voraciously consumed and refined by the furnace. In mere moments, the once dominating black mist and vengeful spirits were entirely devoured. The furnace, having consumed this pure soul energy, radiated an even more profound and substantial glow. As if undergoing a transformation, Lin Chen felt a clarity wash over his consciousness, and the agonizing sensation of his soul being torn apart dissipated. He could distinctly sense that his soul power had experienced a slight enhancement after this crisis. The 10,000 paths refining technique possesses such formidable might. Lin Chen's heart brimmed with astonishment and delight. He had always believed that the primary function of the technique was to refine energy and assist in cultivation, never anticipating its terrifying capabilities and repelling soul attacks. Meanwhile, the burly man who had unleashed the soul-devouring orb was completely consumed by the black mist, reduced to a puddle of putrid blood, with only a defiant roar echoing through the cavern. The woman clad in black was not spared either, meeting a similarly tragic fate beneath the orb's power. This unexpected skirmish concluded with Lin Chen's narrow victory. Despite the perilous nature of the encounter, he had not only succeeded in slaying 3 adversaries but had also unlocked the formidable capabilities of the 10,000 paths refining technique on the soul level. Undoubtedly, this was a significant gain. Lin Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. He understood that his comprehension of the 10,000 paths refining technique remained far from adequate. This mysterious art concealed numerous secrets, awaiting his exploration. He stepped forward, collecting the storage bags of the 3 cultivators, before swiftly departing the now exposed cavern. He needed to find a new location to thoroughly digest the spoils of this battle and prepare himself more adequately for the impending actions ahead. Chapter 280. The night like ink. Lin Chen's figure darted swiftly through the dense forest, the lingering scent of blood dissipating in the evening breeze. He did not linger, hastily distancing himself from the now exposed cave. The storage bags of the 3 cultivators were secured within his possession, containing only a modest assortment of items, some healing elixirs and low-tier spirit stones. Yet the most valuable find was a fragmentary map of the vicinity surrounding Thunder City, alongside scattered notes regarding several major factions within the city. This discovery considerably alleviated his need for reconnaissance. His current objective was Thunder City. The unexpected eruption of the soul-devouring pearl deepened his understanding of the 10,000 path furnace technique, while the slight enhancement of his spiritual power yielded a taste of its benefits. He recognized that crisis often accompanies opportunity. The target of the Blood Shadow Tower within Thunder City was the Thunder Spirit Pearl, undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. Should he manage to partake in it or seize the chance to refine more exotic energies, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. More importantly, He needed to elevate his strength promptly to counter any potential pursuit from the Blood Shadow Tower. The destination marked on the star map from the previous teleportation aligned with the direction of Thunder City, a coincidence that seemed implausible. Within a concealed tree hollow, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. He began by inventorying the items acquired from the 3 storage bags. Beyond the map and elixirs, there were a few rudimentary jade slips of techniques, which held little value for him. He then focused his attention on the fragmented map, melding it with the information gleaned from the Bloodblade jade slip. The general outline of Thunder City and the location of the Purple Lightning Marquee residence gradually crystallized in his mind. The Purple Lightning Marquee residence, situated in the eastern district of Thunder City, was among the most powerful factions, renowned for its mastery over thunderous forces. Lin Chen did not hasten to enter the city. Instead, he activated the 10,000 Path Furnace technique to fully restore the spiritual energy depleted during the battle and immersed his mind in his spiritual sea, carefully contemplating the changes in the furnace's ethereal silhouette. After absorbing the soul energy from the soul-devouring pearl, the furnace's silhouette appeared more substantial. Its surface adorned with a myriad of vibrant runes, exuding an indescribable vitality. He attempted to channel his spiritual power, finding it more intuitive than before, with his perceptual range significantly expanded. Should he encounter a similar soul attack again, perhaps he could actively refine it for his own use. Lin Chen pondered, no longer perceiving soul attacks merely as threats, but rather as nutrients to be processed by his furnace. This shift in mindset instilled a sense of calm regarding the impending dangers. As dawn broke, Lin Chen exited his hiding place. He donned a set of ordinary azure garments found within the storage bags, altered his hairstyle, and applied a herbal concoction to slightly change his skin tone, rendering himself more akin to an ordinary wandering cultivator. He understood that Thunder City was likely rife with undercurrents, necessitating a discreet approach. The city's walls indeed loomed as grand and imposing as he had observed from afar, with armored guards rigorously inspecting those entering and exiting the city. A steady stream of cultivators flowed through, many exuding formidable presences. Lin Chen paid the entrance fee and seamlessly blended into the crowd, successfully entering the city. Within the city, the streets were wide, flanked by bustling shops, with an incessant cacophony of vendors' calls and discussions, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Yet beneath this facade of affluence, Lin Chen keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere of tension. The number of patrolling guards had evidently increased, each bearing vigilant expressions, occasionally questioning those exhibiting suspicious behavior. In the tea houses and taverns, the most fervent discussions among cultivators revolved around the recent earth-shattering battle that had transpired in the city. Have you heard? The Purple Lightning Marquee residents suffered catastrophic losses this time. It's said that even several elders were gravely injured. Not just injured, I've also heard that one elder perished. Those black-clad individuals are of unknown origin. Their methods were exceedingly ruthless. Hush, keep your voice down. It is said those black-clad individuals were after the Marquis treasured Thunder Spirit Pearl. The Thunder Spirit Pearl? That is a legendary treasure capable of summoning divine thunder from the heavens. No wonder such formidable foes were drawn. Lin Chen remained composed as he absorbed the surrounding discussions, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation in Thunder City. It appeared that the Blood Shadow Tower's ambush had caused significant turmoil for the Purple Lightning Marquee residents, yet it seemed they had not succeeded in seizing the Thunder Spirit Pearl. This could potentially present an opportunity for him. Chapter 281. He settled into an inconspicuous inn and began to gather information throughout the city. Rather than approaching the formidable gates of the Xidian Marquis's residence directly, where the guards would undoubtedly be more vigilant, he opted to start from the bustling markets and mingle with the well-informed brokers. After several days, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of the power dynamics within Laming City and the situation surrounding the Xidian Marquis's estate. The master of the estate, known as the Xidian Marquis, was a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, adept in the profound arts of thunder. Within the estate, there were several elders at the Golden Core stage, alongside numerous proficient practitioners at the Foundation Establishment stage. Although the recent ambush by the Blood Shadow Pavilion had caused significant losses to the Xidian Marquis's residence, its foundations remained unshaken. Currently, the estate was diligently pursuing the whereabouts of the Blood Shadow Pavilion and had heightened its defenses. Lin Chen also discovered that the Xidian Marquis's residence was recently seeking to recruit capable guest cultivators to assist in defense and investigation. This piqued his interest. Gaining entry into the Xidian Marquis's estate as a guest cultivator would undoubtedly provide the optimal opportunity to approach the Lei Ling Pearl and uncover leads on the Blood Shadow Pavilion. However, becoming a guest cultivator was no simple feat. It required demonstrating sufficient strength and passing rigorous scrutiny. Lin Chen was not concerned about his strength. With his mid-stage foundation establishment level and the profound intricacies of the 10,000 ways melting furnace technique, Coupled with his extensive combat experience, he felt adequately prepared. His apprehension lay in the scrutiny of his identity. Given his obscure origins, should any connection to the incidents in Qingyang Town and Heishan Prefecture be uncovered, it might lead to unwarranted complications. As Lin Chen pondered how to safely infiltrate the Xidian Marquis' estate, he stumbled upon a crucial piece of information in a clandestine market known for its gossip. The third son of the Xidian Marquis, named Qin Lang, was known for his affinity for forming friendships with eccentric individuals and was relatively easygoing. Recently, it appeared he had encountered some troubles and was discreetly seeking assistance. Qin Lang, the third son of the Xidian Marquis. Lin Chen mused over the name, a glimmer of insight sparking in his eyes. This could potentially be a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he set about investigating everything related to Qin Lang. He learned that although Qin Lang was the son of the Xidian Marquis, his talent in cultivation was rather lackluster, having only reached the early foundation establishment stage, placing him lower in the hierarchy of the estate and often subjected to exclusion by his brothers. Nonetheless, he was known for his loyalty and enjoyed a decent reputation among the scattered cultivators in the city. Lin Chen decided to approach this third son. He invested some spirit stones to ascertain the frequent haunts of Qin Lang. After several days of careful surveillance, he finally spotted Qin Lang at a tavern named Tingfeng Lu. At that moment, Qin Lang sat alone in a corner, nursing his drink, his brow furrowed and his demeanor somber, starkly contrasting with the surrounding raucous atmosphere. He was devoid of guards, clearly burdened by some troubling matter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen straightened his attire, raised a cup of wine, and made his way toward Qin Lang. Opportunities, after all, often favor those who take the initiative. Chapter 282. Within the listening wind tower, the atmosphere remained vibrant and boisterous. Lin Chen, with a wine cup in hand, approached Qin Lang's table with an air of composure, slightly bowing as he spoke. "Esteemed brother, I observe you drinking alone, seemingly burdened by thoughts. If you would not mind, may I join you for a drink?" His voice was calm, imbued with a touch of the straightforwardness characteristic of those from the martial world, neither overly enthusiastic nor jarringly abrupt. Qin Lang lifted his gaze, his intoxicated eyes scrutinizing Lin Chen. Noticing Lin Chen's ordinary yet sturdy attire and unfamiliar visage, he also perceived a serene aura emanating from him, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. The weight of his own troubles rendered him indifferent to further considerations, and he waved his hand casually. "Please, take a seat." Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and settled down opposite Qin Lang, pouring himself a cup of wine. He raised his glass and declared, "I am Lin Chen, journeying thus far. I consider it a stroke of fortune to share a table with you." "Qin Lang," came the succinct response, as he lifted his cup to clink it with Lin Chen's before downing the contents in one swift motion, promptly refilling his glass. The two men shared several cups of wine in silence. Lin Chen refrained from probing too eagerly, aware that excessive chatter might heighten Qin Lang's wariness. Instead, he observed quietly, biding his time for the right moment. Suddenly, raucous laughter and lewd remarks erupted from a neighboring table. A group of ostentatiously dressed young masters encircled a passing, demure maid, their words flippant and hands invasive. The maid, pale with fear, pleaded for mercy, but was unable to extricate herself from their grasp. Most diners around them dared not voice their indignation, clearly intimidated by the young master's influence. The steward of Listening Wind Tower merely offered nervous smiles, unwilling to intervene. Qin Lang's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, yet he appeared restrained. His grip on the wine cup tightened, knuckles paling under pressure. Lin Chen observed this keenly, a stirring in his heart. The lewd banter from the young masters grew increasingly brazen, with one even reaching for the maid's clothing. "Cease this at once." A low yet authoritative voice rang out, unwavering in its command. It was Lin Chen. He rose slowly, his gaze icy as it swept over the group of young masters. Their revelry interrupted, the young masters turned, fury igniting in their expressions as they glared at Lin Chen. "Who is this insolent brat daring to meddle in our affairs? Is he tired of living?" The leader, dressed in fine silks and bearing an unhealthy pallor, spoke with a menacing glint in his eyes, his tone dripping with arrogance. Lin Chen disregarded the tirade, speaking instead with calm conviction in broad daylight. "To forcefully seize a maiden is no different from the acts of a beast. Release her, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing." "Ah, and who might you be to admonish me?" The silk-clad young master laughed derisively, turning to his companions. "Brothers, let us show him what it means to cross paths with the likes of us." Chapter 283. Immediately, several sycophants surrounding him rolled up their sleeves and, with sinister grins, advanced towards Lin Chen. Although these individuals possessed merely the cultivation level of the qi refining stage, they were accustomed to acting with impunity in Thunder City, leveraging their master's influence. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lang's expression shifted slightly. He seemed poised to speak, yet hesitated and ultimately remained silent. A cold smile played at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his prowess, and these individuals had unwittingly presented themselves. Just as the sycophants were about to reach Lin Chen, he made his move. His figure appeared stationary, yet the foremost sycophants collided with an invisible barrier, shrieking as they were flung backward, landing in disarray, foam spilling from their mouths. Without delay, Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and an intangible force shot forth like lightning towards the elegantly dressed young master. The young master felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him, terror seizing his soul. Despite being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, his excessive indulgence in wine and pleasure had left his foundation weak, rendering him no match for Lin Chen. In a panic, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Instantly, a bright red palm print appeared on the young master's face, spinning him around twice before he crashed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. "Why you dare strike me?" the young master exclaimed, clutching his stinging cheek, a mixture of shock and fury in his voice. "Do you know who I am?" "My father is." "I care not who your father is," Lin Chen interjected coldly. "If you do not leave at once, the consequences will be far graver than a mere slap." The young master trembled at Lin Chen's icy gaze, his anger swiftly replaced by fear. He realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "We're leaving." The young master scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain in his face. With a venomous glare directed at Lin Chen, he spat a warning, "You shall pay for this," before hastily retreating alongside his equally shaken sycophants. Fleeing in disarray from the listening wind tower, the surrounding diners erupted in applause, and the rescued maid expressed her gratitude profusely, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to mention it, before returning to his seat opposite Qin Lang. In this moment, Qin Lang's gaze towards Lin Chen had transformed entirely. Where he once perceived Lin Chen as merely extraordinary, he now regarded him with astonishment and admiration. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary wandering cultivator possessed such formidable strength and acted with such decisive ruthlessness, daring to publicly reprimand the city's notorious ruffians. "Lin brother, what remarkable skills!" Qin Lang exclaimed sincerely, his tone imbued with newfound respect. Chapter 284. Brother Qin, you flatter me. I merely cannot tolerate those who bully others with their power. Lin Chen smiled faintly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Following this exchange, the atmosphere between the two grew notably more amicable. Qin Lang's words flowed more freely, and he took the initiative to engage Lin Chen in conversation. Lin Chen deftly steered the topic towards the customs and conditions of Thunder City and its various factions, to which Qin Lang responded with transparency. From Qin Lang's discourse, Lin Chen gained a deeper and more nuanced understanding of Thunder City and the Xidian Marquisate. In their conversation, Lin Chen also discerned that Qin Lang had indeed encountered some difficulties of late. It turned out that although the Xidian Marquisate was vast and prosperous, internal competition was exceedingly fierce. Qin Lang, lacking exceptional cultivation talent, had long been overlooked, and some of his enterprises were frequently coveted and undermined by his brothers. Recently, he had faced issues with a spiritual mine under his charge, where not only had production plummeted, but he had also been besieged by unidentified assailants, leaving him in a state of vexation. He suspected that one of his brothers was scheming against him from the shadows, yet he had no concrete evidence. "Brother Lin, to speak candidly, I have indeed encountered some troublesome matters lately." Qin Lang sighed, a trace of bitterness crossing his face. "My so-called good brothers seem eager for me to falter, seizing the opportunity to usurp my assets. Should the situation with the spiritual mine not be resolved adequately, my days within the Marquisate will likely become even more arduous." Lin Chen mused inwardly, recognizing an opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Brother Qin, if you do not mind my humble strength, perhaps I could lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes flickered with surprise, but hesitance quickly followed. "I appreciate your goodwill, Brother Lin. However, this matter involves the internal strife of the Marquisate, and I fear it may implicate you." "There is no need for concern, Brother Qin," Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "As cultivators, we ought to champion justice and assist those in need. Moreover, having formed a bond with you so swiftly, it would be a delight to alleviate a friend's troubles. As for the disputes within the Marquisate, I shall exercise prudence and ensure you are not placed in a difficult position." Lin Chen's words were delivered with a balance of humility and assertiveness, conveying his willingness to assist while subtly indicating his prudence. Qin Lang gazed into Lin Chen's sincere eyes, recalling the formidable strength he had previously displayed, and his reservations gradually dissipated. He was indeed in urgent need of assistance, and Lin Chen's arrival was a timely boon. "Very well. Since you are so gallant, I shall no longer refuse," Qin Lang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, excitement illuminating his countenance. "If Brother Lin can help me navigate this predicament, I shall never decline any future request. You overstate the matter, Brother Chen, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the spiritual mind. The two promptly delved into a detailed discussion regarding the mind. Lin Chen learned that the spiritual mind was located in a desolate mountain 100 miles outside Thunderous City, primarily yielding a low-grade spiritual or known as Qi Jing stone. Although its grade was modest, its output had been stable, making it one of the few significant assets at Qin Lang's disposal. However, in the past month, not only had production drastically declined, but there had also been several incidents of miners going missing, with the guards dispatched for investigation also failing to return, inciting widespread panic. I suspect someone is covertly sabotaging our efforts, perhaps even harboring some sinister creature, Qin Lang remarked gravely. Among the guards I sent, there were several skilled practitioners at the mid-foundation stage, yet they vanished without a trace. This is far from ordinary. Lin Chen nodded, already formulating a preliminary assessment in his mind. This matter likely transcended mere internal conflict within the Marquisate. It could potentially conceal a far greater conspiracy. Moreover, this presented an opportune moment for him to approach the Xidian Marquisate, seeking clues about the Thunder Spirit Pearl and the Blood Shadow Tower. A tempest surrounding the spiritual mind was soon to unfold outside Thunderous City, and Lin Chen would seize this opportunity to officially immerse himself in the complexities of Thunderous City. Chapter 285. The night once again enshrouds Thunder City. Lin Chen and Qin Lang had agreed to set off early the next morning for the desolate mountain spiritual mine outside the city. Qin Lang appeared quite exhilarated and full of anticipation, as if he had grasped the last straw for survival, showering Lin Chen with profound gratitude. Lin Chen, however, maintained a calm demeanor, more concerned about the potential secrets concealed behind the spiritual mine. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Chen did not immediately retire for the night. He meticulously recalled the various anomalies Qin Lang had described regarding the spiritual mine, along with the information he had gleaned from the Blood Knife Jade Slip concerning the activities of the Blood Shadow Tower. The Blood Shadow Tower's target was the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Logically, it would not be interested in a mere azure crystal mine. Yet, the disappearance of miners and the mysterious deaths of guards hinted at something sinister. Could it be that the Blood Shadow Tower's operations in Thunder City were not solely focused on seizing the Thunder Spirit Pearl from the Purple Lightning Marquis's residence? A doubt began to stir within Lin Chen. Or perhaps, the anomalies surrounding this spiritual mine were unrelated to the Blood Shadow Tower. Instead, the work of another unknown malevolent force? He unfurled the tattered map of Thunder City once more, carefully studying the location of the desolate mountain spiritual mine. That area was remote, with a complex mountainous terrain, making it an excellent hiding place for nefarious activities. The following morning, Lin Chen arrived punctually at the city gate where he had arranged to meet Qin Lang. Qin Lang had been waiting there, accompanied by 4 vigilant guards, all at the initial to mid-stage of Foundation establishment. It was evident that Qin Lang placed significant importance on this expedition and held high hopes for Lin Chen. Brother Lin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Qin Lang greeted Lin Chen with a warm smile. Brother Qin, you are too modest, Lin Chen replied with a nod. Without further delay, the group exited the city and sped towards the desolate mountain, situated 100 miles away. Along the way, Qin Lang elaborated on the conditions of the spiritual mine and recounted the previous fruitless investigations they had undertaken. The guards dispatched for those investigations had lost contact upon venturing deep into the mine, leaving no traces of struggle behind, as though they had vanished into thin air. Approximately 2 hours later, a series of desolate, undulating mountains came into view. The sparse vegetation was interspersed with jagged rocks, exuding an air of desolation. In the distance, one could discern some rudimentary structures halfway up the mountainside, which marked the location of the Azure Crystal spiritual mine. However, as they drew closer to the mine, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. What should have been a bustling mining site was now eerily silent, devoid of any sound. A faint, nauseating odor lingered in the air, inducing a sense of revulsion. Qin Lang's expression darkened. The situation seems worse than I imagined. The 4 guards tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions vigilant. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as well. He could distinctly sense a chilling and eerie aura permeating the area, reminiscent of the soul energy he had encountered within the soul-devouring pearl, yet more chaotic and disordered. Everyone, be cautious. There is likely something amiss here, Lin Chen warned in a hushed tone. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, they beheld several rickety wooden huts, askew and neglected, with mining tools scattered about, coated in dust, clearly indicating a long absence of human presence. The mine's entrance was dark, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, from which a cold wind incessantly blew. The miners and guards who had previously gone missing had all lost contact after entering this main mine shaft. Qin Lang pointed towards the pitch-black entrance, his voice tense. Lin Chen approached the cave entrance, scrutinizing it closely. On the rock walls, there were dark red stains resembling dried blood. The ground bore signs of disarray, with drag marks evident. He crouched down, picked up a pinch of the dust, and brought it to his nose, a flicker of unusual insight flashing in his eyes. The faint odor seemed to carry a hint of decayed flesh. Brother Chen, when was the last time your people established contact with the mine? Lin Chen inquired. About 7 days ago, Chen Lang replied. They mentioned discovering some strange symbols. And then we received no further news. Strange symbols? Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. Brother Lin, what shall we do now? Should we venture inside? One of the guards asked. His voice tinged with anxiety, clearly apprehensive of the ominous mine. Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly extended his spiritual sense into the mine. However, as soon as his awareness penetrated several dozen meters into the cave, he felt as if he had collided with an invisible barrier, a chilling force pushing him back, accompanied by a faint stinging sensation. Something within the depths of this mine is interfering with spiritual probing. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his expression grave. Moreover, that force seemed to possess a certain corrosive quality towards the soul. Chapter 286. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang and several of his guards grew even paler. The fact that even a master like Lin Chen spoke in such grave terms underscored the peril that lay ahead. Brother Lin, perhaps we should consider retreating and deliberating further? Chen Lang suggested, his resolve wavering. Although he was eager to resolve the issue regarding the spirit mine, he was reluctant to gamble with the lives of himself and his subordinates. Lin Chen shook his head. Since we have come this far, we must ascertain what has transpired within. Otherwise, this spirit mine will inevitably fall into disuse. He paused, turning to Chen Lang. Chen brother, you and your men should wait for me at the cave entrance. I will venture in first to investigate. If I encounter danger, I will signal you. Brother Lin, this is far too perilous. Chen Lang exclaimed urgently. What if? Do not worry. I will know how to manage it. Lin Chen interrupted him, his voice resolute. With the protection of the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique, he possessed a degree of resistance against spiritual assaults. Moreover, he was eager to uncover whether the anomalies within the mine were connected to the Blood Shadow Tower. If he could unearth some clues, the journey would not be in vain. Seeing Lin Chen's determination, Chen Lang could only offer a cautionary reminder. Brother Lin, be exceedingly careful. If the situation proves insurmountable, do not force it. Lin Chen nodded, retrieving a steel longsword from his storage ring, an item he had obtained from the previous brawny man's belongings. Though of average quality, it sufficed for the purpose of scouting. Taking a deep breath, he activated the 10,000 paths melting furnace technique, enveloping himself in a faint aura of spiritual energy, and then stepped into the pitch-black mine. Inside the mine, the lighting was dim, the air damp and frigid, and the stench grew increasingly pungent. The ground was uneven with rocky surfaces, and the walls were riddled with marks of excavation. Lin Chen advanced cautiously. Although his spiritual senses were somewhat restricted, his acute perception still detected the faintest movements around him. He noticed peculiar symbols etched into the rock walls, crooked and twisted, resembling primitive totems or an unknown script, exuding a chilling aura. Attempting to decipher these symbols with his spiritual sense, he discovered that they seemed to harbor a chaotic mental energy, causing discomfort to his awareness. The deeper he ventured, the more convoluted and profound the mind became, as if it had no end. The temperature continued to drop, with a thin layer of frost forming on the rock walls. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted in his tracks. He heard a faint crackling sound ahead, reminiscent of bones grinding together. Or perhaps something gnawing at something else. He held his breath and crept forward silently. Turning a corner, the sight before him made his pupils dilate in horror. In a relatively spacious cavern lay a disarray of incomplete skeletons, over a dozen in total. Most were clad in miners' attire, unmistakably belonging to the missing workers. Their bones bore numerous gnawing marks, and their demise was tragic. Amidst the bones, several hunched figures with a strange bluish-gray hue faced away from him, emitting the same crackling sounds. They appeared to be devouring the remnants of flesh from the skeletons. What is this? A corpse puppet? Lin Chen's heart raced. The forms of these bluish-gray figures bore similarities to the corpse puppets he had encountered at Blackwind Stronghold. Yet their aura was far more sinister and potent. At that moment, one of the corpse puppets seemed to sense something and abruptly turned its head. It had a decayed, grotesque visage, with two ghostly green flames flickering in its eye sockets, emanating a nauseating stench of death. With a guttural roar that was anything but human, the corpse puppet bared its tooth-filled maw and lunged violently at Lin Chen. Its speed was astonishing, completely at odds with its hunched appearance. Simultaneously, the other corpse puppets also turned towards him, their ghostly green flames flickering in the darkness like ravenous wolves, closing in on Lin Chen. An unexpected skirmish erupted in the eerie depths of the mine. Lin Chen's expression hardened. The steel longsword in his hand erupted with a fierce gleam, and without hesitation, He charged forward. He was determined to uncover the true nature of these corpse puppets. Chapter 287. A foul wind swept through, and the claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek that sent chills down the spine. Several corpse puppets lunged toward Lin Chen from various directions, their movements stiff yet swift, with ghostly green flames flickering in their sunken eye sockets, brimming with a thirst for living flesh. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, deftly sidestepping in the narrow cavern as if he were a wraith. He chose not to confront them head-on, for their numbers were significant, and the chilling aura they exuded instilled a sense of discomfort within him. Instead, he sought to unravel the mysteries surrounding these creatures, as well as their connection to the bizarre symbols in the mine and the missing miners. Clang! A corpse puppet's claw grazed the hem of his garment, leaving deep gashes on the unyielding rock wall, with sparks flying. The claws were as hard as iron, wielding tremendous force. Lin Chen retaliated with a swift stroke of his sword, the blade slicing through the air towards another corpse puppet that had approached from the side. The finely tempered steel sword struck the puppet's neck with precision, producing a dull metallic clang, barely leaving a faint white mark on its ashen skin. Such resilience! Lin Chen was taken aback. The defensive capability of these corpse puppets far exceeded his expectations. Ordinary physical attacks seemed futile against them. After being struck, the corpse puppet barely hesitated before roaring and charging again, entirely oblivious to pain. Their attacks were straightforward, relying solely on biting and clawing. Yet their overwhelming numbers made them fearlessly relentless. Lin Chen maneuvered gracefully, the glint of his sword flashing as he continuously parried the onslaught of the puppets. He noted that their movements appeared to be orchestrated by a singular command, their attacks synchronized, forming a rudimentary formation that encircled him. These creatures are not a product of nature. Lin Chen analyzed the situation while fending off the attacks. Their behavioral patterns and that peculiar resilience hinted at a possibility of artificial creation. The foul stench within the cavern intensified, and the ghostly green flames in the puppet's eyes blazed even more fiercely. Lin Chen sensed an intangible mental pressure encroaching from all directions, attempting to invade his consciousness. This mental pressure bore the same origin as the psychic interference he had felt at the cave's entrance, yet it was more concentrated and potent. It must be those symbols. Lin Chen realized instantly. The twisted symbols etched into the rock wall were not mere markings. They resembled a formation capable of controlling the corpse puppets while emitting mental attacks. He attempted to strike at those symbols with his consciousness, but as before, the moment his mind made contact, he was met with a sharp pain, as if the chaotic mental force was tearing him apart. I cannot be delayed by them. Lin Chen recognized that prolonged combat in such an environment would be exceedingly detrimental to him. He needed to devise a solution swiftly. His gaze sharpened, and he ceased to hold back his power. The 10,000 paths melting furnace technique within him surged into overdrive, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The steel sword in his hand emitted a melodious hum, enveloped in a faint azure aura. Break! Lin Chen uttered a low command, and his sword technique transformed into a fierce onslaught. He no longer aimed for a single fatal strike, but focused on the joints and head of the corpse puppets, targeting their comparatively vulnerable areas. The sword light flickered, creating gusts of forceful wind. With a thrust, he pierced the eye socket of one corpse puppet, extinguishing the ghostly green flame in an instant. The puppet let out a chilling scream, its movements slowing. However, the other puppets continued their relentless assault, filling the void left behind. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Though these corpse puppets moved awkwardly, their sheer numbers and apparent lack of fatigue posed significant challenges. Compounding the issue, the symbols on the rock wall continued to emit mental disturbances, hindering his ability to concentrate fully. At that moment, one corpse puppet seized the opportunity during his attack, lunging at him from behind, its sharp claws aimed directly at his back. A sense of alarm surged within Lin Chen, yet he found himself drained from previous exertions, unable to evade completely in time. Just as the crisis reached its peak, the ancient furnace's ethereal image within his consciousness trembled slightly. A peculiar force emanated from the furnace, enveloping the corpse puppet that had attempted to ambush him from behind. The creature's advance halted abruptly, as though ensnared by an invisible force. The green flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, emitting a series of anxious shrieks. Chapter 288. Immediately thereafter, an astonishing scene unfolded before Lin Chen. He beheld the eerie green flames within the eye sockets of the corpse puppet being drawn forth by an unseen force, transforming into slender streams of green light that surged uncontrollably towards Lin Chen's brow, only to be devoured by the spectral furnace. As the ghostly green flames vanished, the corpse puppet appeared to lose all semblance of vitality, crashing to the ground and becoming a lifeless shell, its skin rapidly desiccating from a bluish-gray hue to a withered pallor. Lin Chen felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He had not anticipated that the spectral furnace of the 10,000 path furnace art could directly consume the core of these corpse puppets, the eerie green flames. This flame was evidently a chaotic amalgamation of soul energy. Upon absorbing this soul energy, the runes swirling about the furnace seemed to gain clarity, and a faint yet pure essence of spiritual power reverberated back to Lin Chen, invigorating his weary mind. Thus, it dawned upon him. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he comprehended the weakness of these corpse puppets. Their actions and strength stemmed from the eerie green soul flame within their eye sockets. If he could extinguish or consume it, he could eradicate them entirely. The spectral furnace of the 10,000 path furnace art was precisely the nemesis of this chaotic soul energy. What a fortuitous turn of events. Lin Chen felt a surge of confidence rise within him. He ceased his passive defense and instead advanced boldly towards the corpse puppets. He abandoned physical attacks with his sword, plunging his consciousness into the sea of awareness, channeling all his energy into the spectral furnace. With a humming sound, the spectral furnace began to rotate slowly within his sea of awareness, emanating an increasingly potent gravitational pull. The corpse puppets surrounding him sensed the threat on a spiritual level, emitting restless roars and intensifying their frenzied assaults. However, under the oppressive force of the furnace, the eerie green flames in their eye sockets began to flicker uncontrollably, strands of green light being drawn forth towards Lin Chen's brow. A particularly defiant corpse puppet let out a furious roar as the flames in its eye sockets erupted violently, attempting to resist the pull. Yet, it could only endure for a brief moment before extinguishing entirely, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Following suit, the second and third puppets fell as well. Under the relentless consumption of the furnace, the once fearsome corpse puppets, akin to soulless marionettes, tumbled down one after another. The eerie green flames within their eye sockets transformed into pure soul energy, which the furnace refined and absorbed without exception. Lin Chen felt his spiritual power increasing at a slow yet steady pace, the fatigue in his sea of awareness dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and buoyancy. Indeed, the 10,000 path furnace art was a marvel. Not only could it refine the spiritual essence of the world in various energies, but it could also assimilate this chaotic soul power. In mere moments, the dozen or so corpse puppets within the cavern had all been vanquished, leaving behind nothing but desiccated corpses on the ground, and the once oppressive stench in the air had considerably diminished. Lin Chen exhaled a long breath, feeling the solidity of the spectral furnace in his sea of awareness and the slight enhancement of his spiritual power, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. This adventure had indeed been worthwhile. He turned his gaze toward the symbols on the cavern wall, which still emitted a faint, chilling aura. If these symbols could control the corpse puppets, then they themselves might harbor some form of energy. He resolved to once again channel the furnace, directing its pull towards those symbols. Chapter 289. Indeed, under the furnace's powerful allure, the symbols began to tremble slightly, releasing threads of pure, chilling energy that were drawn from them and absorbed into the furnace. As the energy dissipated, the luster on the surface of those symbols gradually faded, ultimately losing all vitality and transforming into mere engravings on ordinary rock. Once the energy from all the symbols within the cavern had been completely consumed, Lin Chen sensed a slight enhancement in his spiritual power. Although the increase was modest, every little bit contributed significantly to his future cultivation. Who, Lin Chen pondered, was responsible for the creation of these corpse puppets and symbols? His mind was filled with questions. Approaching the remains of one of the corpse puppets, he began his meticulous examination. The crafting techniques of these puppets were rather crude, yet they exuded an unsettling aura, distinctly different from any nefarious methods he had encountered previously. At that moment, he noticed that one of the withered claws of a corpse puppet appeared to be tightly clutching something. With some effort, he pried it open to reveal a fragment of tattered cloth, upon which a vague pattern was drawn in dark red liquid. The design resembled a menacing blood-red eye. The blood eye mark. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. He had encountered this emblem before at the Blood Shadow Pavilion stronghold in Heishan County. Could it be that these corpse puppets were linked to the Blood Shadow Pavilion? This revelation weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. If the Blood Shadow Pavilion was not only scheming to seize the Thunder Spirit Pearl from the Zydian Marquis estate, but was also employing such sinister tactics in this remote spiritual mine, their ambitions were likely far more extensive than he had imagined. He immediately realized that the secret of this spiritual mine might be of even greater significance and peril than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he continued deeper into the cavern. Having uncovered a lead concerning the Blood Shadow Pavilion, he was even more determined to unveil the hidden truths within this place. The depths of the mine remained dark and winding. However, as the energy from those eerie symbols was absorbed, the oppressive and chilling atmosphere in the air noticeably diminished. After advancing a short distance, a faint clinking sound suddenly reached his ears, akin to metal striking against rock. Lin Chen's heart quickened, and he instinctively quieted his steps, approaching stealthily. Turning a corner. The sight before him left him astounded once more. In a vast underground cavern, he beheld dozens of ragged, emaciated miners, driven by several practitioners clad in black garb. Their faces concealed behind grotesque masks, frantically chiseling away at the rock walls with rudimentary tools. These black-clad practitioners were none other than assassins of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. At the center of the cavern stood a bizarre altar, constructed from countless piles of bones. The altar radiated a sinister aura, pulsating with a blood-red light that sent shivers down one's spine. Suspended above the altar was a fist-sized, blood-red orb, continuously drawing in wisps of crimson mist seeping from the excavated walls. They are collecting the chi of the earthly fiends. Lin Chen's heart sank in horror. This chi, a malevolent product born from the fusion of the earth's sinister energy and the grievances of living beings, was exceedingly toxic. Should practitioners absorb too much of it, they could suffer regression in their cultivation or, in severe cases, lose their sanity, becoming ruthless killers devoid of humanity. The Blood Shadow Pavilion had clandestinely erected such a wicked altar here to harvest the chi of the earthly fiends. What were they planning? The miners being driven like cattle were evidently the same individuals who had gone missing before. They were not dead, rather. They had been captured by the Blood Shadow Pavilion to toil in extracting the chi. The desolate and hopeless expressions in their eyes revealed the inhumane torment they had endured. As Lin Chen observed, one miner faltered due to exhaustion, and in an instant, a nearby assassin from the Blood Shadow Pavilion struck him down with a whip, eliciting a scream of agony. The assassin, grinning wickedly, raised the bone whip once more, ready to strike again. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He could no longer stand idly by. Chapter 290. The bone whip sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, poised to strike the fallen miner. The miner, in a moment of despair, shut his eyes, bracing for the impending agony. At that critical juncture, a streak of azure sword light, akin to a celestial meteor, suddenly emerged, striking the bone whip with unparalleled precision. Crack! The bone whip shattered upon impact. The assassin from the Blood Shadow Tower, wielding the whip, felt a jolt in his wrist, a tingling in his palm, as the severed piece nearly slipped from his grasp. In a blend of shock and fury, he raised his head and barked, "Who dares?" The other assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower, along with the miners toiling away, were startled by this unforeseen turn of events. They halted their actions, turning towards the source of the commotion. There, at the entrance of the cave, stood a young cultivator clad in simple azure attire, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a cold light, advancing with measured steps. His gaze was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a chilling aura of murderous intent. It was Lin Chen. "It's you," exclaimed one of the apparent leaders among the assassins, recognizing Lin Chen. He was one of the Blood Shadow Tower members who had previously pursued Lin Chen outside Thunder City, only to be rebuffed by the backlash of the soul-devouring pearl. Having narrowly escaped, he had returned to this place, never anticipating that this harbinger of doom would follow him here. "You chose the path to hell when there was a road to heaven." A glimmer of resentment and fear flashed in the leader's eyes, quickly replaced by ruthless determination. "This man is a spy sent by the Marquis residence. Eliminate him. We cannot allow him to divulge our location." With his command, the 7 or 8 assassins within the cave drew their weapons, revealing fierce expressions as they converged upon Lin Chen from all directions. These assassins were formidable, most at the mid-foundation stage, with 2 having reached the late foundation stage, clearly the elite of the Blood Shadow Tower. The enslaved miners, upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, felt a flicker of hope, quickly engulfed by fear. They had witnessed the brutality of the Blood Shadow Tower and doubted that this lone young man could stand against such demons of death. Undeterred by the encirclement, Lin Chen maintained his composure. His gaze swept over the numb-faced miners and the sinister white bone altar radiating malevolence at the center of the cave, fueling his growing fury. The scum of the Blood Shadow Tower, indeed, only engaged in such heinous acts. Lin Chen's voice was frigid, akin to a chilling wind from the abyss. "Today, none of you shall escape." "Arrogant fool," roared the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower, taking the initiative. A blood-red long knife materialized in his hand, its blade enveloped in swirling blood energy, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, clearly an extraordinary artifact. He slashed downward, unleashing a blood-red blade of light that stretched several yards, slicing towards Lin Chen's head with a deafening whoosh. Simultaneously, the other assassins launched their assaults. Blades flashed, shadows darted, and poison mist filled the air. The cave was instantly saturated with lethal intent. Lin Chen let out a cold snort, charging forward instead of retreating. His steps were intricate, gliding like a butterfly amidst the dense barrage of attacks, as his finely crafted longsword danced to create an impenetrable curtain of steel, neutralizing every strike aimed at him. Clang! Clang! The sounds of clashing metal filled the air, sparks flying. Though Lin Chen was merely at the mid-foundation 6th stage, his solid foundation, pure spiritual energy, and the profound technique of the 10,000 path melting furnace, combined with his extensive combat experience, enabled him to hold his ground against these assassins, who were either at his level or even a couple of stages higher. Chapter 291. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower felt a flicker of horror in his eyes. He had not anticipated that in just a few short days, this individual's power had significantly advanced. During their last encounter, he had barely managed to cope. Now, however, he was effortlessly countering their combined assault. This young man must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would become a grave threat. Form a formation. The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower commanded sharply. The remaining assassins immediately adjusted their positions, their figures intertwining to subtly create a simple joint attack formation. Their energies intertwined, rendering their strikes more fierce and methodical. Lin Chen sensed an abrupt increase in pressure. Indeed, these assassins were well-trained and coordinated. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained undeterred. A cold smile danced on his lips. A formation? You are still too inexperienced to play such tricks before me. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave, and his steel longsword emitted a piercing cry. Break! Lin Chen shouted, and the momentum of his sword suddenly transformed. No longer was it light and ethereal. It became forceful and vigorous. Each swing of his sword carried an unstoppable momentum, as if it sought to utterly shatter all obstacles before him. Clang! With a powerful strike, he cleaved through an assassin's long knife, and with a swift kick to the abdomen, the assassin cried out, hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. Crashing into the rock wall, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly grievously injured. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing before another assassin as if teleporting. His longsword transforming into a streak of brilliance, too swift for the eye to follow. Uft! Blood spurted forth. A slender gash appeared on the assassin's throat, who clutched at his neck, disbelief flooding his eyes as he slowly fell to the ground. Lin Chen's onslaught was akin to a tempest. In the blink of an eye, 2 assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower had been grievously wounded or slain. The so-called joint attack formation crumbled into dust beneath his unyielding offensive. The remaining assassins, including their leader, were utterly paralyzed by fear. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly youthful cultivator was such a ferocious adversary. This was no mere 6th-layer foundation establishment practitioner. He was akin to a primordial beast cloaked in human skin. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower could no longer concern himself with missions or altars. Survival took precedence. With a deafening roar, he turned to flee down another passage of the cavern. Trying to escape? Too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he pursued, like a specter. He would not allow any member of the Blood Shadow Tower to escape. These villains, whose hands were stained with blood, deserved their fate. As Lin Chen chased after the fleeing assassins, the white bone altar in the center of the cavern suddenly trembled violently. The blood-red orb atop the altar blazed with intense brilliance, emanating an even more potent aura of blood and malice. Immediately, blood-red runes illuminated the surrounding rock walls. These runes interconnected, forming a colossal blood-colored formation that enveloped the entire cavern. Chapter 292. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanated from the formation, engulfing the miners who were excavating. They let out anguished cries, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if their very essence was being siphoned away. Even the fleeing assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower were affected. Their speed significantly reduced, pain etched across their faces. This is bad. It's the Blood Fiend soul-devouring array. The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower exclaimed in horror. Activating the defensive formation of the altar, Lin Chen too felt a formidable force pulling from all directions, attempting to consume his spiritual energy and soul. The might of the Blood Fiend soul-devouring array was far more potent than the previous puppets and symbols. His gaze sharpened. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. This sinister array had to be dismantled swiftly, or the miners would be drained of their lifeblood and perish. Disregarding the fleeing assassins, he turned and charged directly toward the skeletal altar. Seeking death, the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower sneered at Lin Chen's audacity to breach the Blood Fiend soul-devouring array. They had expended countless efforts to establish this array, which was immensely powerful. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core would find no solace within it. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. Suddenly, brilliant azure light erupted from Lin Chen's body, a more magnificent and overwhelming aura radiating from him. Refine for me, myriad furnace, Lin Chen bellowed. And the ancient furnace's phantom within his sea of consciousness began to whirl with unprecedented speed. A terrifying force of devouring surged forth from the furnace, clashing violently against the pull of the blood fiend's soul-devouring array. Boom! The entire cavern shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The crimson light emitted by the array began to twist and tremble fiercely under the furnace's consuming power, as if it had encountered its nemesis. The blood-colored mist that had originally been drawn toward the altar began to swirl back uncontrollably, rushing toward Lin Chen's brow, where the furnace phantom voraciously devoured and refined it. How is this possible? The leader of the Blood Shadow Tower was utterly dumbfounded. He could not comprehend how this mere sixth-tier foundation establishment youth could unleash such terrifying power, capable of reversing the energy of the blood fiend's soul-devouring array. Lin Chen, however, paid no heed to his astonishment. He sensed that the energy contained within the blood fiend's soul-devouring array was far purer and more substantial than that of the previous puppets and symbols. After the furnace devoured this energy, the feedback to his spiritual and soul power was significantly more remarkable. He even felt that the cultivation bottleneck, which had long since stagnated, seemed to show the faintest signs of loosening. "Break for me," Lin Chen shouted once more, amplifying the devouring power of the furnace. Chapter 293. Crack. Crack. The blood-red runes etched upon the rock face began to shatter, extinguishing one by one. The skeletal altar emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Ultimately, with a resounding thunderclap, the entire blood fiend soul-devouring array collapsed entirely. The crimson orb atop the altar lost all its radiance and fell to the ground with a sharp crack, shattering into several fragments. As the sinister array disintegrated, the terrifying pressure and suction within the cavern vanished in an instant. The miners, who had previously been in anguish, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with relief from surviving the calamity and gratitude towards Lin Chen. The few fleeing assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower also found themselves liberated from the array's bindings, yet they were so terrified that they dared not linger. Scrambling away into the deeper passages of the cavern, Lin Chen did not pursue them immediately. Instead, he approached the nearest elderly miner and helped him to his feet, asking solemnly, "Are you all right?" The old miner looked at Lin Chen, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he trembled. "Benefactor, thank you for saving our lives. If it weren't for you, we would likely have perished here today." The other miners gathered around, bowing in thanks to Lin Chen. He quickly assisted them up, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by and could not bear to witness these vile beings harm the innocent." He paused, then inquired, "Do you know where the people from the Blood Shadow Tower have fled?" A younger miner pointed towards a passage deeper into the cavern, saying, "Benefactor, they escaped that way. That passage seems to lead to deeper veins of the mine. It is said that there are more formidable beasts there." Lin Chen nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. "They shall not escape." He turned to the miners, stating, "This place is not safe for you to linger. You should return along the original path and wait for me at the entrance of the mine. Young Master Qin Lang should still be there. He will ensure your safety." Though the miners were worried about Lin Chen's safety, they understood that remaining would only be a burden, and so they nodded in agreement. With a few miners who still had strength leading the way, they helped one another as they made their way out of the cavern. Once the miners had departed, Lin Chen's gaze returned to the now dilapidated skeletal altar. He approached and examined it closely. The altar was composed of ordinary beast and human bones, yet the runes inscribed upon it were distinctly malevolent, clearly part of a sinister formation. He picked up the shattered crimson orb. It felt icy to the touch, exuding a faint scent of blood, with remnants of pure blood fiend energy still lingering within. This object might yet hold some utility. A thought crossed Lin Chen's mind as he stored it in his spatial ring. After completing his task, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with resolve. It was time to settle the score with the Blood Shadow Tower. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing after the direction in which the assassins had fled. This time, he aimed not only to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Shadow Tower, but also to uncover the purpose behind their clandestine collection of the malevolent blood energy in this place. He sensed that as the furnace had devoured a vast amount of soul and blood fiend energy, a remarkable transformation was occurring within him, and the next breakthrough seemed tantalizingly close. Chapter 294. Deeper within the cavern, the passage grew increasingly narrow and rugged, and the light dimmed further. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, occasionally punctuated by the distant sound of dripping water and the subtle rustling of insects. Lin Chen moved like a shadowy leopard through the dark corridor, silently navigating the terrain. Although his spiritual awareness was somewhat restricted here, it was considerably improved compared to his previous encounters in the corpse puppet cave and the blood sacrifice altar. He could distinctly sense the lingering essence of the fleeing remnants of Blood Shadow Tower not far ahead. To think they could escape my grasp is a foolish dream. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Each assassin from Blood Shadow Tower bore heavy sins, and he would spare none. The spiritual energy within him surged. inexhaustible under the influence of the 10,000-path melting furnace technique. The vast energy he had absorbed from the blood soul devouring array had been largely refined by the furnace, yet a small portion of pure energy remained. Coursing through his meridians and continuously nurturing his body and spirit, he could feel his strength ascending. A mere step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of foundation establishment, even on the brink of breaking into the 7th level. This sense of empowerment filled him with confidence. Suddenly, a clamor of clashing weapons and brief, anguished cries echoed ahead. Lin Chen felt a jolt within, quickening his pace. As he rounded a bend, the scene that unfolded before him momentarily stunned him. In a relatively spacious underground chamber, the fleeing assassins from Blood Shadow Tower were ensnared by a swarm of pitch-black, giant ant-like beasts. These creatures stood about half a human's height, their shells as hard as iron, glimmering with a metallic sheen. They possessed sharp mandibles and menacing compound eyes, emitting hissing cries as they relentlessly attacked the Blood Shadow assassins. The assassins, already panicked, were thrown into further chaos by the ferocity of these beasts. One weaker assassin had already been brought down by several of the creatures. His cries abruptly silenced as he was torn apart. Ironclad ants. Lin Chen recognized the beasts. Ironclad ants were social creatures that typically dwelled deep underground, subsisting on a diet of ore and flesh. Individually, they were not particularly formidable, akin to late-stage Qi refinement or early foundation establishment cultivators. But their sheer numbers and formidable defenses made them a significant challenge. It appeared that the assassins from Blood Shadow Tower had recklessly stumbled into the lair of these beasts. The leader of Blood Shadow Tower was in dire straits, wielding a crimson blade that, while sharp, was inadequate against the relentless swarm of ironclad ants. He bore multiple wounds and, upon seeing Lin Chen, his eyes flickered with despair, only to be replaced by a glimmer of hope as he grasped at a straw for salvation, shouting, "Sir, we harbor no grudges against you. Why must you pursue our annihilation? If you grant us a path to escape, Blood Shadow Tower will offer ample rewards." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sardonic smile. No grudges? When you of Blood Shadow Tower indiscriminately slaughter innocents and harm the living, did you ever consider such words? As for your promised rewards, I fear you lack the means to deliver. He refrained from striking immediately. Although the ironclad ants were fierce, they posed little threat to him. He was content to observe the assassins from Blood Shadow Tower engage in a mutual destruction with the beasts. You, the leader of Blood Shadow Tower, fumed. But as he watched the surrounding ironclad ants multiply, he realized that if he did not break through soon, he would surely meet his end here. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he suddenly produced a black orb from his robe and crushed it with a swift motion. With a hiss, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted from the orb, swiftly enveloping the entire chamber. The smoke carried a pungent, foul odor, accompanied by piercing shrieks that were disorienting. The ironclad ants, upon sensing the smoke, became agitated, their attacks descending into chaos. Run! The leader of Blood Shadow Tower seized the opportunity, bellowing as he charged towards another exit with his remaining 2 subordinates in tow. Thinking to escape with such petty tricks? Lin Chen scoffed. He had anticipated their contingency plan. With a swift motion, he pursued them like an arrow released from a bow. The black smoke, while somewhat disruptive to his spiritual awareness, could not hinder his pursuit. Just as Lin Chen was about to catch up to the Blood Shadow assassins, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The entire underground chamber began to tremble violently. As if an earthquake had struck, rocks rained down from above, and fissures began to appear in the ground. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the chamber, followed by a chilling, terrifying aura that spread from the depths like an awakening ancient beast. This aura was saturated with brutality, destruction, and an overwhelming might akin to thunder. This is bad. Lin Chen's expression shifted. This aura was far more powerful than the ironclad ants. It was even more terrifying than any golden core cultivator he had encountered before. Could there be an even more dreadful existence hidden deep within this mine? The ironclad ants, which had been fervently attacking moments ago, ceased their assault upon sensing this overwhelming aura, emitting anxious hisses before retreating in all directions like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 295. The fleeing assassins from Blood Shadow Tower were struck with terror by this sudden turn of events, their faces paling as they froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Lin Chen also halted his steps, his expression grave as he gazed into the depths of the cavern. He could sense an unimaginable, colossal energy gathering deep within the earth, brewing ominously, as if it were on the verge of eruption. This aura, could it be the Thunder Tribulation? A bold conjecture emerged in Lin Chen's mind. This pure and savage power of thunder bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Heavenly Tribulation. Was it possible that some formidable entity deep within the mine was undergoing its tribulation? At that moment, The ancient furnace's ethereal silhouette within his consciousness began to tremble violently, far more than when it had consumed soul energy and blood essence before. The ancient runes adorning the furnace's surface seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling brilliance. An unprecedented yearning emanated from the furnace, reaching Lin Chen's very spirit. The furnace craved the thunderous power brewing in the depths of the earth. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from the furnace towards the power of the tribulation. He sensed that if the furnace could devour a portion of this thunderous energy, a transformative upheaval would surely ensue. Furthermore, he might seize this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. However, the power of the tribulation was terrifying. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Fortune favors the bold. A flicker of resolve ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. He was not one to cower in fear. With such a monumental opportunity before him, he had no reason to retreat. Moreover, he possessed the greatest trump card, the 10,000 Paths Furnace art. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the now paralyzed assassins and focused all his attention on the increasingly menacing thunderous aura from the depths below. He could feel that within this thunderous power, there seemed to be a hint of searing flame, thunder and fire. Could it be a unique form of tribulation? Lin Chen pondered. At that instant, the spiritual energy within his body surged uncontrollably. The chaotic energies he had previously absorbed appeared to be triggered, rampaging through his meridians. A faint azure glow gradually enveloped his body, with flickers of lightning dancing upon its surface. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching heat surged from deep within his dantian. Was this a breakthrough? Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that the terrifying aura of thunder would stimulate an early opportunity for advancement. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of the situation, it seemed not merely a breakthrough in cultivation realm, but his 10,000 Paths Furnace art was also on the cusp of a new transformation. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the earth once more. A more violent surge of thunderous energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion. The entire subterranean cavity was instantaneously filled with blinding lightning. The assassins from Bloodshadow Tower did not even have time to scream before they were reduced to mere ashes amidst the terrifying illumination of thunder. Lin Chen felt an irresistible wave of destructive energy sweeping toward him from all directions, threatening to tear him apart. "Furnace, respond to me," he bellowed, exerting all his strength to summon the ethereal furnace in his consciousness. The furnace erupted with an unprecedented radiance, spinning wildly to form a colossal vortex that voraciously consumed the surrounding violent, thunderous energy, along with the mingled flames. Under the glow of the lightning, Lin Chen's body appeared almost transparent, revealing the surging spiritual energy within his meridians and the furnace within his dantian undergoing drastic transformation. Arcs of electricity flickered across his skin, accompanied by crackling sounds. Simultaneously, waves of scorching airflow burst forth from his pores, distorting the very air around him. Chapter 296, Agony. An indescribable torment. Lin Chen felt as though his body were being torn asunder, his very soul on the brink of annihilation. Yet, he gritted his teeth, valiantly enduring the suffering. He understood that this was a monumental opportunity, a trial of life and death. If he could persevere, he would be reborn, his strength ascending to unprecedented heights. As time elapsed, he gradually acclimatized to the pain. He sensed that the thunderous power and fiery essence consumed by the furnace were merging with his own spiritual energy in a wondrous manner, tempering his flesh, meridians, and soul. His cultivation soared at an astonishing rate. The pinnacle of the foundation establishment 6th layer, the bottleneck loosened. Breakthrough. Lin Chen roared within. Boom. Something within him shattered. A surge of even greater power erupted from his being. The initial stage of the foundation establishment 7th layer. He had remarkably broken through to the 7th layer in such a brief span. Yet, this was not the end. The spectral image of the furnace, after devouring a vast amount of thunderous energy and fiery essence, underwent a remarkable transformation. The ancient surface of the furnace began to manifest distinct patterns of lightning and clusters of flickering flames. Thunder and fire, two utterly distinct yet equally formidable forces, achieved perfect equilibrium within the furnace. The furnace emitted a melodious hum, as if reborn. A brand new power resonated back to Lin Chen from the furnace. He could feel his mastery over the thunderous and fiery energies reaching unprecedented heights. In fact, he sensed that he could potentially harness these two forces directly through the furnace, bending them to his will. The thunder-fire patterns. The 10,000 Path Furnace technique had unexpectedly given rise to the thunder-fire patterns. Lin Chen's heart swelled with ecstatic joy. This was undoubtedly a tremendous fortuity, just as he reveled in the joy of his breakthrough. The terrifying aura of thunder from deep within the earth suddenly began to wane rapidly. The dazzling lightning gradually dissipated. The entire subterranean chamber returned to tranquility. as if the cataclysmic upheaval had never occurred. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them, as if thunder and flames danced within. He could feel that his current power was severfold greater than before. What secrets lay hidden in the depths of this mind, capable of invoking such a terrifying thunder calamity? Lin Chen was filled with curiosity. He resolved to delve deeper and uncover the truth. Chapter 297. A frenzied aura erupted from Lin Chen's body, causing the surrounding dim space to distort ever so slightly under the influence of this formidable power. The newly formed azure blue pattern traversed his skin like a living, icy flame, exuding a chilling presence and an uncanny devouring force. This qualitative transformation of power transcended mere enhancement of spiritual energy. It resembled a fundamental leap, rendering Lin Chen's entire aura significantly more profound. Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, acutely aware that Lin Chen's strength at this moment was incomparable to his previous state. Particularly striking was the azure pattern. Even a fleeting glance at it sent a subtle, almost imperceptible sting through their souls, as if something deep within their very essence was being drawn towards that pattern. This soul-derived tremor instilled a fear far greater than any spiritual pressure. Lin's senior brother Lin, what is this? Zhang Yuan stammered, overwhelmed and unable to articulate a complete thought. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating due to overwhelming anxiety. Just an hour ago, Lin Chen had been grappling with the precipice of life and death, yet now he radiated a pressure that left Zhang Yuan breathless. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. Coming from an extraordinary background, she had encountered numerous prodigies both within and beyond sects. Yet she had never witnessed anyone like Lin Chen, who broke through under dire circumstances and summoned such an enigmatic and potent phenomenon. In her heart, she instinctively compared Lin Chen to those core disciples hailed as the future pillars of the sect, only to find their brilliance dimmed in the presence of Lin Chen's current might. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of brilliance flickering before settling into the depths of tranquility. Internally, he examined himself, sensing the much more concentrated and formidable spiritual energy in his dantian, along with the azure pattern in his sea of consciousness, now more vibrant than ever. At the initial stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment, his progress had exceeded his expectations with an exceptionally solid foundation. More importantly, that newly formed pattern, a fusion of azure fire, soul power, and the pattern of profound ice, seemed to possess a peculiar ability aimed at the soul, an almost instinctual power of devouring and intimidation. A fortunate breakthrough, Lin Chen stated evenly, his voice calm, devoid of any tremor. He did not linger on Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu, but instead cast his gaze towards the remnants of the corpse king that had just dissipated. There, only charred remains and faint energy fluctuations remained, whispering of the previous battle's ferocity. He did not immediately deal with the remnants. Instead, he focused on the few disciples of the Blood Soul sect who had been severely injured by his earlier thunderous assault and were now huddled together, trembling like startled birds. The disciples of the Blood Soul sect appeared ashen, their bodies shaking. They had witnessed Lin Chen ascend from the 4th level of foundation establishment to the 7th with astonishing swiftness, inducing a thunderous calamity to obliterate the immensely powerful corpse king. This surreal spectacle shattered their pride and will to fight, leaving only an abyss of fear in their hearts. Flee. One disciple, with a grim countenance and sunken eyes, was the first to react from the depths of terror, issuing a frantic scream. He bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Invoking the blood escape secret technique, transforming his body into a blurry flash of crimson light, racing desperately towards a shadowy passageway in the distance. He understood that remaining behind meant certain death. Against this monstrous youth, they had no hope of victory. The others, awakening from their stupor, followed suit. Some employing the blood escape technique while others, in a panic, chose different paths to flee, all seeking to escape the clutches of this harbinger of doom. In an instant, multiple streams of bloodlight and disheveled figures scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, a sinister smile curling at his lips. He never allowed his enemies to slip away easily, especially not those from the Blood Soul sect, who practiced malevolent arts and were stained with the blood of countless innocents. To let a tiger return to the mountains would only invite greater troubles for himself and his companions. He did not rush after the fastest fleeing disciples. Instead, he focused his thoughts, causing the newly formed azure pattern on his body to glow brightly, emanating a chilling and eerie light. An invisible wave, laden with extreme coldness and piercing energy, radiated from him like ripples across a tranquil surface, silently expanding outward. Chapter 298. My head. It hurts. My soul is about to shatter. In a desperate flight, several disciples of the Blood Soul sect simultaneously emitted piercing cries of agony. They felt as though countless icy, sharp steel needles were brutally stabbing into their minds, swirling chaotically, inflicting excruciating pain upon their souls, as if they were being torn apart alive. Their fleeing forms staggered as if intoxicated, and those utilizing blood escape suddenly fell from the bloodlight, clutching their heads and writhing on the ground in torment. Blood seeping from their orifices. This was the soul-shattering impact accompanying the awakening of the Netherfire Tao pattern, a pervasive, invisible assault targeting the very essence of their souls. A cold, chilling smile graced Lin Chen's lips, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The power of this pattern exceeded his expectations, proving to be even more domineering. It was not a direct physical attack, but rather an engagement with the most vulnerable aspect of living beings, their souls, inflicting terror and harm. For these disciples, who had already dabbled in soul-cultivating sorcery, their souls muddled and impure, the effects were immediate and devastating, akin to a natural nemesis. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen's figure flickered, lightning crackling beneath his feet as he appeared before a nearby Blood Soul sect disciple, who was clutching his head in agonizing screams. The disciple, still tormented by the excruciating pain of his soul, was utterly incapable of mounting any effective defense. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's fingertip, akin to a sword, was enveloped in unparalleled and razor-sharp metal sword energy, devoid of any ostentation, effortlessly piercing through the disciple's brow. The surging sword energy erupted like a volcano, instantly invading his sea of consciousness, utterly shattering his already damaged soul, thereby extinguishing his very life force. The furnace. The myriad furnaces began to operate silently. An irresistible suction emanating from Lin Chen's palm, enveloping the lifeless body of the fallen disciple. The residual soul power within, the chaotic blood energy, and the marks of his nefarious cultivation, along with the despairing thoughts that plagued him in his final moments, were all completely devoured by the furnace. Although the energy provided by these early-stage and mid-stage Foundation Establishment disciples was minimal for Lin Chen, who had already ascended to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, it was better than nothing. Furthermore, the furnace itself could absorb fragments of special Tao rhythms from this process, enhancing its own accumulation, and, more importantly, thoroughly eradicating any potential remnants or tracking marks left by these malevolent practitioners. Chapter 299. Almost simultaneously with Lin Chen's decisive action, Zhang Yuan, recovering from his shock, felt a surge of adrenaline at the sight of the Blood Soul sect's demon being wounded. With a roar fueled by righteous fury, he shouted, "Demon, do not flee. Face your demise." Despite his inferior strength compared to Lin Chen, he found himself more than capable of dealing with the severely weakened disciples of the Blood Soul sect, whose spirits were shattered and combat abilities greatly diminished. In a fit of rage, he summoned a heavy, formidable axe-like artifact, its brilliance shimmering as he swung it with ferocity at another disciple of the Blood Soul sect who was struggling to rise from the ground, creating a howling gust of wind. Meanwhile, Lu Yu elegantly raised her hand, conjuring several ice spikes that glimmered with a chilling light, like arrows released from a bow. They shot forth, effectively sealing all escape routes for a disciple attempting to endure the agonizing pain and slip into a dark alley nearby. Her strikes were calm and efficient, clearly demonstrating her recovery from the initial shock as she began to coordinate with Lin Chen to eliminate the remaining foes. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Lin Chen moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a butterfly flitting among the wounded disciples of the Blood Soul sect. Each of his strikes was succinct, precise, and lethal. The ethereal fire patterns he wielded significantly diminished the resistance of these disciples, rendering them as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. He would occasionally pierce through their brows with a finger, unleash devastating punches to shatter their hearts, or deliver earth-shaking palm strikes that crushed their skulls. Each blow was imbued with the formidable spiritual power of a 7th-layer foundational cultivator, far beyond what these beleaguered disciples could withstand. "Please, spare me. I am willing to submit. I will offer all my treasures." One disciple, cornered against a stone wall with nowhere left to retreat, crumbled under the sight of his fallen comrades. Tears streaming down his face, he knelt and pleaded for mercy, hoping to barter his submission for a chance at survival. Lin Chen remained impassive, his gaze as cold as ice, betraying no hint of compassion. With a single punch, he unleashed a violent gust that tore through the air, obliterating the pleading disciple and the stone wall behind him into a gruesome amalgam of blood and debris. He harbored no sympathy for these wicked cultivators whose hands were stained with the blood of innocents, only an unyielding intent to kill. Moments later, all disciples of the Blood Soul sect who had attempted to flee or resist were mercilessly eradicated, leaving no survivors. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood mingled with a faint acrid odor, creating a nauseating atmosphere that blended with the pre-existing chill of the surroundings. Lin Chen stood silently, his internal furnace, a ravenous beast, slowly processing the diverse energies he had just refined, purifying and distilling them one by one. Although the enhancement these energies provided was negligible for someone of his 7th-layer foundational cultivation, the accumulation over time held potential. And the furnace could also draw unique fragments of essence from them, grasping the fundamental nature of various techniques and energies. Brother Lin, you are truly astonishing. Zhang Yuan gasped, blood-stained axe in hand, approaching Lin Chen with a face alight with exhilaration and genuine admiration after surviving the ordeal. He had just dispatched an enemy severely weakened by Lin Chen, yet his efforts paled in comparison to Lin Chen's swift and decisive slaughter. Akin to a firefly competing with the brightness of the moon, Lu Yu approached gracefully, her gaze towards Lin Chen now imbued with complexity. This youth, seemingly younger than herself by a few years, had demonstrated prowess, tactics, and fortitude that far exceeded her expectations. She began to feel grateful for her earlier decision to ally with Lin Chen rather than oppose him over trivial matters, for the consequences could have been dire. Lin Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Zhang Yuan's praise. His gaze swept across the battlefield, meticulously scanning for any overlooked threats. Once satisfied, he proceeded to the spot where the corpse puppet king had dissipated, where remnants of fist-sized hard bone fragments and a small pool of viscous black liquid exuding a chilling aura still lingered. Chapter 300. He crouched down, scrutinizing the remains before him. The fragments of bone exhibited an extraordinarily unique material, radiating a dark golden hue, reminiscent of the skeletal remains of some immensely powerful beast, refined over time through the nefarious arts of the Blood Soul sect. Their hardness could rival that of mid-grade spiritual artifacts, if not exceed it. The pool of black liquid, on the other hand, was imbued with an exceptionally pure and potent aura of the underworld, along with a faint, almost imperceptible ripple of soul power, clearly indicating it was the residual core energy of the corpse puppet king. These items surely held some value, Lin Chen mused, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, and the formless suction of the myriad path furnace enveloped the area, akin to a great whale drawing in water, collecting all valuable skeletal remnants and the pool of black liquid into the furnace's space, preparing to study and refine them at a later time. Just as Lin Chen concluded his collection of spoils and was about to confer with Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu regarding their next course of action, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Without warning, an intense surge of energy rippled from the depths of the dark passageway where the three had previously descended. The tremors were so powerful that the stone walls of the chamber quivered, and small fragments of rock began to tumble down. In quick succession, a presence emerged that was far more formidable, more sinister, and more malevolent than the corpse puppet king. Akin to an ancient beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber in the abyss, suddenly erupting forth. This is bad. There is an even stronger entity. Lu Yu's complexion turned ashen. Her lovely eyes filled with horror as she gasped in disbelief. She could distinctly sense that this new aura was at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, if not beyond. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He too felt the overwhelming pressure of this newly appeared presence, far surpassing that of the corpse puppet king, and even exceeding the elder of the Blood Soul sect whom he had barely defeated during the lightning tribulation. This was undoubtedly a terrifying existence that he could not confront head-on at this moment. Damn it! The Blood Soul sect truly possesses a hidden trump card here. Lin Chen's heart sank, cursing inwardly. He had thought that by vanquishing the corpse puppet king and the disciples of the Blood Soul sect, the most significant threat would be temporarily neutralized, allowing them to depart unscathed. Little did he realize that the true peril, or rather, an even greater crisis, was only just beginning to unfold. The terrifying aura approached with astonishing speed. Almost instantaneously, a blurred crimson shadow shot forth from the depths of the passage, reeking of nauseating blood and exuding a chilling intent to kill, unerringly aiming for Lin Chen and his companions. The speed of this blood shadow surpassed the limits of Lin Chen's foundational realm consciousness to capture clearly, revealing only a distorted afterimage. Its target was not a specific individual but rather a manifestation of wrath and destruction, intent on tearing apart and devouring all living beings within sight. Be careful. Lin Chen instinctively uttered a low warning, his internal spiritual energy surging to its peak in an instant, as new azure runes swirled chaotically around his form, emitting a cold glow. He had no time to hesitate. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward resolutely, positioning himself before Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu. He understood that given Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu's capabilities, should they be struck directly by this blood shadow, they would likely have no chance to resist and would perish on the spot. Chapter 301. The blood-colored shadow. As the blood-red shadow approached its peak intensity, the air was rent asunder by its high-velocity movement, producing a piercing wail akin to the cries of anguished spirits, brutally assaulting the eardrums of the three companions. The overwhelming stench of blood and chilling aura coalesced into a palpable presence, plunging Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu into an icy abyss, their limbs growing cold as if their very blood threatened to congeal. they were rendered nearly incapable of resistance. Forced to watch helplessly as the annihilating blood shadow drew ever closer, Lin Chen's gaze was as piercing as a beacon, his pupils reflecting the rapidly advancing specter. Yet his visage bore no trace of panic, only an unparalleled calmness. The newly awakened 10,000 Paths melting furnace foundational technique surged within him, unleashing a radiant brilliance from the foundational platform in his dantian, which seemed forged from countless stars. The robust spiritual energy of the 7th level of foundation poured into his limbs and veins like a torrent, unrestrained and absolute. He refrained from foolishly confronting this force, which was evidently several tiers above his own. Its aura fluctuated at least at the mid-stage of the golden core, possibly even brushing against the threshold of the late stage, a power beyond his current capacity to withstand. Retreat. Seek an opportunity, Lin Chen bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. His reflexes were razor-sharp. Almost instantaneously upon the Shadow's emergence, he grasped Zhang Yuan, who had stiffened in fear, and issued a clear command to the still somewhat composed Lu Yu. With a thunderous crack beneath his feet, the thunder step was propelled to its zenith, his figure retreating like a released arrow, striving to distance himself from the terrifying shadow and grasp even the slightest chance for reprieve. However, the blood shadow seemed to have locked onto them from the outset, or rather, to the vital essence they exuded. It pursued them relentlessly. Akin to a shark scenting blood or maggots clinging to bone, its despairing speed instilling a heavy pressure even upon Lin Chen, renowned for his swiftness. As the distance between them dwindled at a discernible pace, how delectable the fresh blood, and two rather enticing souls, a raspy, grating voice echoed from the swiftly moving shadow, reminiscent of rusted metal scraping together, each syllable dripping with a chilling greed and sanguine yearning. This utterance was not merely an auditory assault. It resembled a sinister whisper that penetrated the very fabric of their souls, akin to a devil's murmur, relentlessly battering the mental fortitude of Lin Chen and his companions. Zhang Yuan's complexion turned ashen as he broke into a cold sweat, his grip on the axe trembling violently from fear and the mental onslaught, nearly slipping from his grasp. Lu Yu furrowed her brows tightly, biting her lip as she endeavored to circulate her technique, guarding her spirit against the pervasive mental invasion, yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness and struggle. Such a grotesque entity. Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. He understood that in this precarious situation, should the other party's momentum completely overwhelm him, there would be no hope of recovery. As he hastily retreated, his mind raced, and the newly formed azure runes on his body blazed forth, emanating a purer, colder wave of soul energy, as if unleashing a tempest of spiritual force that surged forth in defiance. Buzz. The invisible soul energy collided violently in the void, rippling outward in visible waves. The once aggressive and rapidly advancing blood shadow faltered upon encountering this sudden spiritual storm, its indistinct form momentarily stalling, emitting a sound of perplexity. Clearly, it had not anticipated that this mere junior cultivator, seemingly at the 7th level of foundation, could unleash such a potent and pure soul attack, enough to disturb its very essence. This fleeting pause granted Lin Chen a rare opportunity to breathe. This way, quickly, he decisively transmitted to Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu, abruptly altering his retreat, veering not in a straight line, but into a narrow, dimly lit side path that could accommodate only two. He vaguely recalled from prior exploration that this passage led to a complex terrain filled with naturally formed towering stone formations. If they could reach that area, perhaps they could exploit the intricate geography to evade the terrifying blood shadow, seeking a glimmer of hope. Chapter 302. At this moment, Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu had long regarded Lin Chen as their cornerstone. Upon hearing the words, they dared not show the slightest negligence, forcing themselves to endure the discomfort in their souls, closely following Lin Chen as they plunged into the side path. Quite an interesting little insect. To think it could inflict harm upon a fragment of my soul force through external means. The hoarse voice from the blood shadow echoed once more, this time lacking some of its mockery and imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Nevertheless, that was all it was. Before me, all struggles are in vain. As the voice faded, the speed of the blood shadow surged dramatically, and the crimson light emanating from it became even more concentrated and blinding. A claw-like manifestation of blood, stretching nearly a foot in length and incomparably solid, emerged like a demonic hand from the netherworld, carrying an overwhelming force capable of rending everything asunder. It silently cleaved through the air, directly targeting Lin Chen's vulnerable back, before the blood-red claw could truly reach him. The fierce gust it generated had already caused Lin Chen's garments to flutter and sent sharp pains coursing through his skin. An unprecedented sense of danger engulfed him like a tidal wave, causing his scalp to tingle and every hair on his body to stand erect. Without hesitation, He fervently channeled the meager amount of spiritual energy he had recently restored into the ethereal flame patterns on his surface, awakening a newfound protective ability of this nascent inscription in the face of peril. The azure blue patterns seemed to come alive, swiftly detaching from his body, whirling and coalescing behind him, transforming in an instant into a palm-sized yet remarkably solid shield of ethereal ice, radiating a faint blue glow. The intricate and arcane patterns on the ice shield were clearly visible, ebbing and flowing, exuding an extreme chill and an ineffable power of diversion. Clang! A sound resounding like the toll of an ancient temple bell erupted in the narrow passage. The formidable blood claw struck fiercely against the seemingly inconspicuous azure ice shield. The overwhelming force surged through the shield, and Lin Chen felt an unstoppable might crashing into him like a cataclysmic avalanche, as if his internal organs had been displaced. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he nearly spat blood on the spot. His body was violently propelled forward as if struck by an invisible hammer, staggering several steps before he barely managed to regain his balance. Yet, astonishingly, that seemingly fragile azure ice shield had withstood this earth-shattering blow. Although the surface of the shield was now covered in a spiderweb of fine cracks, and its azure glow had dimmed considerably, as if it might shatter entirely at any moment, it ultimately did not collapse. What? The hoarse voice from the blood shadow was tinged with incredulity and a hint of astonishment for the first time. This claw, containing nearly 30% of its power, was sufficient to effortlessly tear apart the innate treasures of an ordinary early-stage golden elixir practitioner, even capable of severely wounding a mid-stage golden elixir body cultivator. Yet it was thwarted by a mere 7th-layer foundation establishment junior, using a bizarre shield that appeared to be a manifestation of some innate divine ability. Chapter 303. How is this possible? This completely exceeds its comprehension. Lin Chen felt a surge of both fear and relief within. The defensive capacity of the Ghost Fire Dao pattern surpassed his expectations. It truly withstood the assaults of a golden core being. However, the attacking power of the Blood Shadow was also beyond his judgment, its terrifying might sending shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the pattern demonstrating its power at a critical moment, he would likely have sustained severe injuries, or worse, been slain by a single claw. He could not afford to confront it directly. He needed to swiftly devise a countermeasure. In an instant, Lin Chen made a clear determination. Suppressing the turbulence of energy and blood within him, he harnessed the force from being repelled by the crimson claws to propel himself to his utmost speed, dashing forward into the intricate terrain of the stone pillar forest without a glance back. Damn it! I shall see how many attacks you can withstand. The blood shadow seemed thoroughly incensed by Lin Chen's tenacity, emitting a piercing roar. Its surrounding blood light surged violently, transforming into a more frenzied crimson shadow, brimming with murderous intent, relentlessly pursuing him. It appeared resolute in its intent to tear apart this junior who had repeatedly surprised it, in order to vent its pent-up rage. Upon entering the stone pillar forest, Lin Chen relied on his extraordinary spiritual perception and rapid assessment of the battlefield, coupled with his agile movements, to weave through the bizarre and towering stone pillars, evading the onslaught. The Blood Shadow's attacks came like a tempest, each strike carrying cataclysmic force. Its razor-sharp crimson claws, deviously angled blood arrows, and the overwhelming corrosive blood mist descended like the scythe of death, effortlessly shattering and dissolving the ancient stone pillars that had stood for countless ages. Zhang Yuan and Lu Yu, under Lin Chen's deliberate guidance and protection, barely managed to follow in his wake. At times, they took refuge behind the stone pillars to escape lethal attacks, while at other moments, they mustered the courage to launch feeble counterattacks. However, against such a formidable foe, their minuscule efforts were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile and incapable of inflicting any significant harm on the Blood Shadow. Brother Lin, this cannot continue. Our spiritual energy is depleting too rapidly. Zhang Yuan exclaimed anxiously, dodging a large shard of stone that had been propelled by the Blood Shadow's strike. His face had paled due to the excessive drain of energy and continuous fright. Lin Chen was acutely aware of their predicament. Although the Ghost Fire Dao pattern was remarkably powerful, each activation, especially in withstanding an attack from a golden core being, imposed a heavy burden on his current cultivation level. The recent clash with the Crimson Claws had already drained nearly 20% of his spiritual energy. If this continued, he would likely exhaust his strength before the Blood Shadow could deliver the fatal blow. I must find a way to weaken it or discover its vulnerabilities. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Lin Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty as his mind raced like a finely tuned instrument, analyzing every attack method and energy fluctuation from this terrifying Blood Shadow. The Blood Shadow emanated a peculiar aura, not resembling a typical corporeal being, nor merely a monstrous beast or cultivator, but rather a unique existence formed from pure energy and resentment. Its assault methods were filled with malevolence and peculiarity, seemingly imbued with a particular craving for flesh and soul. As Lin Chen pondered his strategy, the fearsome entity that had maintained a vague shadowy form suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. In an instant, the blood light enveloping it contracted inward, coalescing into a figure about 10 feet tall, entirely blood-red, with a faintly discernible human shape, although its specific features remained obscured. The eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty glow resembled two hellish flames, fixating intently on Lin Chen as he maneuvered between the stone pillars. Chuckle, chuckle, little insect. Your soul, it smells exquisite. So pure. I have decided to extract your soul completely, savoring it slowly, chuckled the entity ominously. Chapter 304. The blood-colored figure emitted a chilling laughter, and before its voice faded, its indistinct head suddenly tilted back slightly, then violently opened its seemingly non-existent mouth. In the next instant, an invisible, yet overwhelmingly despairing force of terror surged forth, akin to a soul black hole that had manifested from thin air. Lin Chen felt as though his very soul was being inexorably dragged from his consciousness by an irresistible might, a profound dizziness and an excruciating pain. As if his soul were being torn asunder, enveloped his entire awareness. Cursed be this. An assault on the soul. Lin Chen's heart sank, his complexion paling. This was the adversary's true trump card. Such a direct attack on the spiritual level was far more perilous and difficult to defend against than the previous physical assaults. Without hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into the sea of awareness, envisioning the ancient and enigmatic shadow of the myriad furnace, attempting to suppress his soul with it to withstand the horrifying force. Simultaneously, the azure patterns on his body erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, swiftly forming a cold and resilient barrier around his consciousness. However, despite Lin Chen's swift response and the dual protection of the myriad furnace and the ethereal flame patterns, he could not suppress a muffled groan, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips. His soul was struck by a tremendous impact, the sea of awareness trembling as if on the verge of collapse, yet he barely managed to prevent his soul from being directly snatched away by the foe, thanks to his exceptionally formidable spirit and the safeguard of his two powerful trump cards. Yet, behind him, Zhang Yuan and Liu were far less fortunate. Zhang Yuan, being the weakest, possessed a relatively frail soul, and before this terrifying soul-aimed force, he had little resistance. He felt darkness envelop him, his mind blank, his spirit swaying like a flickering candle in a tempest. After merely a few breaths, he emitted a profoundly anguished groan, his body slumping to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Teetering between life and death, Liu fared slightly better than Zhang Yuan, for she was a late-stage foundational cultivator, her spiritual prowess considerably superior. However, her complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color, her delicate form trembling violently, clearly suffering from severe trauma. She struggled to steady herself with her sword, barely managing to remain upright, yet her gaze had grown unfocused, indicating she was on the brink of collapse. Zhang Yuan, senior sister Liu. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen's heart burned with fury, a tidal wave of rage surging from the depths of his soul. Hiki, I do so relish savoring the tender souls of you younger cultivators. Let us begin with these two weaker ones. The blood-colored figure let out a gleeful and cruel laugh, the terrifying force aimed at the soul intensifying under its deliberate control, as if seeking to devour every spirit within this space entirely. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with rage. He understood that if he could not immediately thwart this malevolent soul-devouring technique, the three of them would surely meet their demise today, their souls extinguished for eternity. Chapter 305. The Myriad Path Furnace. Devour it for me. Lin Chen's heart erupted with a frenzied roar. In that moment, he cast aside all hesitation and restraint, actively extending a portion of his mental power beyond his body, recklessly invoking the primordial force of the Myriad Path Furnace within his consciousness, fiercely retaliating against the intangible, yet overwhelmingly domineering soul-absorbing force. This act was exceedingly reckless and perilous. While the Myriad Path Furnace was renowned for its ability to refine all things, the clash at the level of the soul was fraught with dangers far surpassing any physical confrontation. A single misstep could lead to soul damage, a collapse of one's foundational path, or even a tragic fate of soul dispersion. Yet at this moment, Lin Chen had no alternative. He must take a gamble on the furnace's defiance against fate, a gamble on his slender chance of survival. Two distinctly different yet equally formidable invisible soul forces collided violently in the void, strangling and devouring one another. Lin Chen felt as if his consciousness had been thrown into a boiling cauldron, akin to being seared repeatedly by countless red-hot irons. The excruciating agony that originated from the depths of his soul nearly caused him to lose consciousness. However, amidst this extreme torment, the ethereal fire runes within him, which had been passively defensive, suddenly seemed to respond to some mysterious force, beginning to instinctively absorb all the dissipating soul power in the surrounding space. Whether it was the soul-absorbing power emitted by the crimson humanoid or the soul essence that Lin Chen expended in his resistance, it welcomed them all with ravenous greed. The deep azure glow intensified, and the form of the runes appeared to undergo subtle yet profound changes at an almost imperceptible speed, becoming more profound and enigmatic, with the flowing patterns becoming increasingly intricate and mysterious. What is this power? What is this abomination? It can actually devour my soul-absorbing power? The voice of the crimson humanoid was filled with incredulity and a hint of deep-seated wariness and unease. It could distinctly feel that its once invincible soul-absorbing force was being devoured and refined by an even more tyrannical, peculiar, and greedy power. Moreover, that power seemed to be growing ever stronger. This unimaginable sensation involuntarily reminded it of certain forbidden legends that existed only in the most ancient texts of the Blood Soul sect. Terrifying entities that even the ancestral figures of the Blood Soul dared not discuss openly. Who are you? What is it that you possess? The voice of the crimson humanoid was tinged with unmistakable terror and a tremor for the first time. Lin Chen, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul being torn, managed to curl his lips into a sinister smile, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The one who seeks your life. Chapter 306. The ethereal fire patterns resembled an ancient beast, thoroughly enraged, or perhaps a slumbering black hole that had awakened from eons of silence, ravenously devouring every trace of soul power that permeated the air. Whether it was the soul-devouring force of the crimson humanoid, imbued with a ferocity and malevolence, or the essence of Lin Chen's own soul that had dispersed in their earlier fierce confrontation, both were consumed without a trace by the ghostly blue patterns, leaving no remnants behind. Within Lin Chen's sea of consciousness, the ancient and mysterious phantom of the myriad furnace began to spin faster, resonating with a series of profound, low rumbles as it responded to the fervent absorption of the ethereal fire patterns. Streams of purer and more refined soul power, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, were meticulously extracted from the chaotic energies of the soul. These refined soul energies divided into two paths. One portion nourished Lin Chen's wounded soul, allowing it to recover swiftly from the earlier violent impacts. The other continuously surged into the ghostly fire patterns suspended at the center of his consciousness, amplifying their enchanting blue luminescence and rendering the intricate designs even more vivid and complex. In stark contrast, the once formidable crimson humanoid, exuding a terrifying pressure, began to tremble under the relentless and insatiable consumption of the ethereal fire patterns. The dense bloodlight surrounding it flickered and wavered with alarming rapidity, akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Its prideful soul-devouring power, which had previously posed a grave threat to Lin Chen, now seemed like a tempting morsel, becoming sustenance for the ever-growing ethereal fire patterns. No, this is impossible. This cannot be. What dark sorcery is this? What kind of demonic art can counteract my soul-devouring secret technique? The voice of the crimson shadow was filled with disbelief and a profound terror that stemmed from the depths of its very soul. It could distinctly sense that its very essence, the source of its survival and strength, was being stripped away, consumed, and refined by the enigmatic blue patterns in a manner it could neither comprehend nor resist. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the indescribable agony that arose as his soul was repeatedly torn and fused. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, were fixated on the writhing, contorted crimson shadow amidst the ghostly blue glow. He could feel the instinctual desire and excitement emanating from the ethereal fire patterns. Akin to a famished beast that had finally discovered the most delectable and nourishing prey, greedily consuming all powers that could augment its essence. The soul of this powerful cultivator from the Blood Soul sect, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, was the most exquisite and potent sustenance it had encountered thus far. Regardless of your origins or nature, today you were destined to become the nourishment for my myriad furnace. Lin Chen let out a low growl, reminiscent of a wounded beast, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He cast aside all reservations and hesitations, relentlessly urging the myriad furnace within his sea of consciousness and the ethereal fire patterns that had fused with his soul, intensifying the force of absorption to its utmost. The ghostly blue-eye shield, formed from the ethereal fire patterns, had long since dissipated in the earlier assaults. At this moment, he was engaging in the most primal, savage, and perilous battle of souls, using his own essence as the battlefield against the terrifying crimson shadow. This level of conflict transcended the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. Stop, young one. Cease at once. If you spare me, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the true treasure behind the Blood Soul sect scheme. That artifact could elevate you to unimaginable heights. Furthermore, I could even swear a blood oath of the soul, pledging my loyalty to you, aiding your cultivation, and clearing all obstacles in your path. The voice of the crimson shadow grew frantic and hurried, realizing its soul was growing increasingly feeble. It abandoned its previous pride and cruelty, resorting to various offers to entice Lin Chen, hoping to secure a glimmer of mercy. It had roamed the realms of cultivation for centuries, never imagining it would fall to an obscure foundation establishment junior in such a humiliating manner, nearly consumed alive. Chapter 307. The Secret Treasure of the Blood Soul sect. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. Yet his actions and the focus of his consciousness did not waver in the slightest. Once you are utterly shattered in spirit, I shall undoubtedly glean all that I desire from the remnants of your fragmented memories. He understood well that any mercy or compromise towards such a ruthless and malevolent practitioner would only serve to inflict cruelty upon himself. You dare to probe into my soul? Do you know who I am? The blood shadow seemed utterly incensed by Lin Chen's resolute and ruthless demeanor. Screaming in astonishment and fury, I am Blood Wuhan, the third guardian under the Blood Soul Ancestor. Should you attempt to inflict harm upon me today, the Blood Soul Ancestor will certainly sense it, and he shall ensure that you find no escape from suffering, enduring a torment of soul eating for all eternity. The mention of the Blood Soul Ancestor and the third guardian, Blood Wuhan, caused Lin Chen's gaze to sharpen, awakening a ripple of concern within him. The Blood Shadow's origins seemed to surpass his initial expectations, revealing itself as a figure of considerable terror under the auspices of the Blood Soul Ancestor. Did this imply that the overall strength and foundation of the Blood Soul sect was far more formidable and daunting than what he had previously gleaned from the branch in Heishan County? These thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind like lightning, yet they did not in the slightest diminish his determination to eradicate the threat before him. He was acutely aware of the dangers of letting a tiger return to the mountains if he failed to eliminate this self-proclaimed Blood Wuhan today. Allowing it to escape would undoubtedly bring catastrophic repercussions in the future. Enough. You dare to threaten me even at death's door. Lin Chen shouted coldly. No longer engaging in futile dialogue with Blood Wuhan, he concentrated his consciousness intensely as the ethereal fire runes upon his body and within his sea of consciousness surged dramatically, transforming into an unfathomable azure vortex that emanated a terrifying power of absorption, enveloping the already weakened blood-colored soul figure entirely. Ah, my soul, my essence. No. Blood Wuhan emitted a final, heart-wrenching cry, filled with immeasurable resentment and despair, under the relentless absorption of the ethereal fire runes. His once solid blood-colored soul dissipated at a visible pace, growing increasingly tenuous and dim until it ultimately transformed into insignificant crimson specks of light. Wholly consumed by the azure vortex, leaving no trace behind, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Enduring the tremendous spiritual backlash and energy surge that accompanied the absorption of such a powerful soul, this process was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. A slight misstep could result in being harmed by the lingering malevolence and chaotic energies of his adversary, leading to the injury of his own spirit. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and his body was thoroughly drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. Yet, within his bloodshot eyes, a resolute and luminous determination shone ever brighter. He could distinctly sense that as Blood Wuhan's soul was completely annihilated and refined, waves of pure, immense soul power surged back to him like a river breaching its dam, astonishingly repairing his spirit, which had been damaged from the earlier confrontation, while simultaneously amplifying and refining the essence of his own soul. It felt as if the range of his sea of consciousness had expanded significantly in that moment. Within the furnace of myriad paths, the newly formed ethereal fire rune, after consuming the formidable soul of Blood Wuhan, who was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, became increasingly solid and distinct. Its hue transitioned from an initial ethereal blue to a deeper, more mysterious ink blue, inscribed with profound patterns that seemed to embody ineffable truths of the cosmos and the laws of the soul, subtly emanating a terrifying pressure that made all souls tremble in fear. Chapter 308. As the final trace of the blood-colored essence belonging to Shui Wuhan was completely devoured and refined by the ethereal fire rune, Lin Chen exhaled a long breath of relief. The tension in his body instantly gave way to an indescribable sense of exhaustion, causing him to sway as if he might collapse to the ground. He quickly steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged, and immediately began to circulate the 10,000 path furnace technique, meticulously adjusting the chaotic energies within him and replenishing the immense depletions of his spiritual power caused by the fierce battle. Within the furnace of myriad paths, the fully transformed azure ethereal fire rune floated serenely at the center of the space, having increased in density severalfold. The intricate patterns that flowed upon it had become even more complex and profound, as though it had formed its own small realm, emanating an ineffable aura of Tao and power. To Lin Chen's surprise and delight, with the complete refining and purification of Shui Wuhan's soul body, a torrent of information, though overwhelmingly vast, yet exceptionally precious, surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. These fragments of information were remnants of Shui Wuhan's memories from his past life, Although the forceful devouring and refining by the 10,000-path furnace and ethereal fire rune had rendered most of the memories fragmented and even somewhat disordered, they still contained numerous crucial insights of immense value to Lin Chen. Suppressing the fatigue and sharp pain that surged from the depths of his soul, Lin Chen hastened to sift through and organize these tangled memories. He first confirmed the identity of Shui Wuhan. He was indeed the third guardian of the Blood Soul sect, serving under a mysterious figure known as the Blood Soul Ancestor. In his previous life, he had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, standing merely a step away from the legendary nascent Soul Realm. The reason for his daring infiltration into the perilous locked Dragon Valley was to carry out a direct order from the enigmatic Blood Soul Ancestor, seeking specific clues regarding a sacred relic of the Blood Soul sect that had been lost deep within the secret realm. The sacred relic of the Blood Soul sect? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, pondering within himself. This seemed to be the true core purpose behind the sect's willingness to expend great resources and send numerous experts into the locked Dragon Valley secret realm. Chapter 309. What left Lin Chen feeling both alarmed and apprehensive was the chilling secret he unearthed from the fragmented memories of Shui Wuhan within the Qinyan sect. The Blood Soul sect had long since embedded an informant of considerable standing, possibly even among the core elite. However, the specific identity and details concerning this informant were not clearly indicated in the fragmented memories, suggesting that even a guardian of his rank lacked complete awareness. The revelation that there was a traitor within the Qinyan sect struck Lin Chen like a frigid dagger to the spine. This news was far more shocking and unsettling than the so-called Blood Soul sacred artifact itself. If this information proved accurate, and the hidden traitor could not be swiftly uncovered, the entire Qinyan sect would be plunged into chaos, perpetually teetering on the brink of catastrophe. In addition to these two critical pieces of information, Lin Chen gleaned scattered insights from Shui Wuhan's memories regarding the core techniques and sinister arts of the Blood Soul sect, as well as some clandestine strongholds and communication methods within the Tianfeng dynasty and neighboring regions. Although fragmentary, these insights possessed immense strategic value. As Lin Chen endeavored to assimilate this overwhelming array of information, he suddenly sensed a tremor emanating from the myriad furnace within his consciousness, as if something new had begun to coalesce. With a focused thought, he immersed his awareness into the furnace's space. At the center of this space, alongside the already transformed indigo flame patterns, there appeared an extraordinary crystal, roughly the size of a dove's egg, radiating a mesmerizing blood-red hue and exuding a potent and pure wave of soul energy. Is this a soul crystal? No, that cannot be right. The purity and energy intensity of this soul power surpass any soul crystal I have encountered before. Lin Chen's heart raced with incredulous delight. This crystal, emanating a bewitching crimson light, was clearly the culmination of Shui Wuhan's life force essence, refined and purified within the myriad furnace, resulting in a unique treasure. Its value surely far exceeded that of ordinary top-grade spirit stones, rivaling some legendary treasures of heaven and earth. What a magnificent find! Truly a remarkable treasure. A gleam of joy flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, and the weariness that had weighed upon him seemed to diminish significantly. This Blood Soul crystal could not only be used for direct cultivation to enhance one's soul and elevate its mastery, but in critical moments, it could also swiftly replenish vast amounts of consumed soul power, serving as an ultimate trump card for survival and counterattack. Carefully, he extracted this invaluable Blood Soul crystal from the furnace space, securing it with great care, before slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Chapter 310. At this moment, the stone forest remained in disarray, the ground strewn with the remnants of battle. The once pungent scent of blood and malevolence in the air had significantly lessened, yet a lingering sense of unease still pervaded the atmosphere. Not far away, Liu sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed in meditation. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, her breath had stabilized considerably, indicating a gradual recovery from her injuries. Beside her, Zhang Yuan lay unconscious, his brow furrowed tightly, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face as if he were enduring some torment on a spiritual level. Lin Chen took a moment to center himself, forcefully suppressing the waves of weakness emanating from the depths of his soul. He stood and walked slowly to Zhang Yuan's side. Crouching down to examine his condition closely, Zhang Yuan had primarily succumbed to the intense assault of the bloodless specter's soul-devouring power, leading to a loss of mental stability and a deep coma. Fortunately, Lin Chen had intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The good news was that his soul's essence had not sustained significant damage. It merely required time for nurturing and recovery. From his storage bag, Lin Chen retrieved a low-grade elixir, the heart-purifying soul-nurturing pill, which he had concocted during his time in Qingyang City specifically for the purpose of soul healing and restoration. He carefully administered it to Zhang Yuan, then extended a finger to touch his forehead, channeling a strand of his recently restored pure spiritual energy imbued with the essence of ghostly fire runes, aiding in the dissolution of the elixir's potency to nourish the injured soul. Having completed these tasks, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Lu Yu, who had opened her beautiful eyes and was regarding him with an exceedingly complex expression. Her eyes, clear and bright, reflected emotions that were difficult to articulate: relief from surviving a calamity, profound gratitude, and an awe towards Lin Chen's unfathomable strength and mysterious trump cards, along with a hint of an unfamiliar sentiment she herself had yet to recognize. She gently shook her head, her voice still slightly weak yet melodious as she spoke. "Thank you, junior brother Lin, for saving me once more. I am mostly unharmed, though my spiritual energy and soul have been greatly depleted and will require some time to fully recover." However, that terrifying blood shadow. She had witnessed firsthand the harrowing clash between Lin Chen and the entity that had identified itself as Bloodless Shadow. Especially the astonishing moment when Lin Chen had bravely confronted the soul-devouring secret technique with his own spiritual essence, ultimately turning the tables and consuming the adversary. The visual and emotional impact of that scene had left her feeling as if she were still dreaming. Lin Chen managed a faint smile, albeit somewhat pale, as he replied calmly, "They are merely aberrations practicing forbidden arts, and I have dealt with them thoroughly. There shall be no further repercussions." He chose not to elaborate on how he had vanquished Bloodless Shadow. For the secrets of the 10,000 Paths furnace and the ghostly fire runes were matters he preferred to keep known to only a select few, as they pertained to his most significant trump card and the foundation of his existence. Chapter 311. A complete resolution. Lu Yu murmured softly, repeating the words as she gazed upon Lin Chen's visage, which, though slightly juvenile, was now imbued with unwavering determination and composure. Her eyes grew ever more profound and elusive. This young lad, who was even a few years her junior, seemed capable of conjuring astonishing miracles in the direst of circumstances. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who had remained in a deep slumber, emitted a faint groan from his throat. His eyelids fluttered and gradually opened. "Lin, brother Lin, am I still alive? Are we all alive?" Upon seeing Lin Chen by his side, Zhang Yuan initially wore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. It soon transformed as he recalled the terrifying soul-devouring force he had encountered before losing consciousness, along with the excruciating agony that felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder. A shiver coursed through him, and a look of lingering fear crossed his face. "Rest assured, it's all over now. That fiend has been dealt with," Lin Chen said, feeling relieved at Zhang Yuan's awakening. He gently patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder in consolation. Zhang Yuan shook his still-dazed head and sat up. Upon surveying the chaotic battlefield and catching a glimpse of Lu Yu's pale countenance, he exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of relief and embarrassment. He scratched his head sheepishly and spoke in a low voice. "Alas, brother Lin, I have once again become a burden. Every time danger arises, it is you who protects me." "Zhang Shidi, you must not say such things. If it weren't for you, brother Lin, we might not have." Liu interjected earnestly, her words brimming with gratitude towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised a hand, interrupting their discourse, and with a grave expression declared, "Now is not the time for pleasantries. We cannot linger here. Although we have vanquished this blood wound, we cannot ascertain whether the Blood Soul sect has other contingencies in this secret realm, or if more formidable entities might be stirred. We must depart swiftly and find a way to safely convey vital information regarding the Blood Soul sect back to our sect." He paused, inhaling deeply as his gaze sharpened and grew somber. "Moreover, based on the fragments of memory I acquired from the remnants of Blood Wuhan's soul, I have strong suspicions that there may be an insider planted by the Blood Soul sect within our Qingyan sect, and their position is likely quite significant." "What? There is an insider within Qingyan sect?" Both Lu Yu and Zhang Yuan were struck with disbelief, their faces displaying an expression of utter shock. This revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue for them. Chapter 312. The majestic Qingyan mountain range loomed as ever, shrouded in mist, with the outlines of the sect barely discernible. However, as Lin Chen traversed the protective barrier and stepped into the familiar sect square, an unusual sense of oppression enveloped him. The once vibrant shouts of disciples during their morning exercises and the clanging of swords during sparring now seemed markedly subdued. The disciples bustling about the square wore expressions laden with gravity and unease, a stark contrast to the previous air of lightheartedness and vitality. "Junior brother Lin, you have finally returned," a voice tinged with urgency called out from behind. Lin Chen turned to see Wang Yuan, the inner sect steward, his brow furrowed and composure replaced by concern. "Brother Wang, has something happened within the sect?" Lin Chen's heart sank. The scene before him drastically different from when he had departed. Wang Yuan hastened forward, lowering his voice. "It's a long story. During your absence, several bizarre incidents have transpired within the sect. First, A number of outer sect disciples mysteriously vanished while on missions, neither alive nor dead were they found. Subsequently, several vital storerooms in the herb garden and the equipment hall were robbed, leading to the loss of numerous precious herbs and crafting materials. He paused, his expression growing graver. Most alarmingly, 3 days ago, one of our spirit stone mines located at Hafing Ridge was attacked by unidentified cultivators. The 2 stewards and over a dozen disciples stationed there all perished. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The Hafing Ridge outpost. It was one of the sect's crucial sources of spirit stones, not easily defensible. The ability to silently eliminate such a stronghold indicated formidable power and meticulous planning on the assailant's part. Have you identified the perpetrators? Wang Yuan shook his head, a hint of despair crossing his features. Their methods were exceedingly clean and efficient, leaving behind no valuable clues. The sect leader and several elders are at their wits' end, and the atmosphere within the sect is fraught with anxiety and speculation. He sighed, adding, by the way, Elderly instructed you to see him immediately upon your return. He seems to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang. I shall go at once. Lin Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. His demeanor calm, though his heart was tumultuous. The disappearances of disciples, the theft of storerooms, the assault on the outpost. This sequence of events was far from coincidental. Blood Soul Sect. The ominous words of Shui Wuhan echoed in his mind, warning that those from the Blood Soul Sect were among them in Qinyan Sect, ringing like a warning bell. These upheavals were likely intertwined with the so-called internal traitors. He strode purposefully across the square, observing the disciples along the way, most of whom bore solemn expressions, huddled in small groups murmuring in hushed tones. An intangible tension pervading the air. The once lively discussions about cultivation insights and sect anecdotes were now nearly silenced. This atmosphere only solidified Lin Chen's conviction that the sect was on the brink of a significant crisis. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Li Yuandao's cave dwelling. After announcing his presence, the stone door slowly creaked open. Li Yuandao sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, his visage appearing somewhat more aged than usual, etched with deep lines of worry. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a fleeting, barely perceptible shift crossed his eyes as he beckoned him closer. Lin Chen, you have returned. Your cultivation has reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment? Lin Chen bowed respectfully. I was fortunate enough to break through. He refrained from elaborating on the dangers of the nether cave, as the matters concerning the sect were far more pressing. Good, very good. Li Yuandao's voice was slightly hoarse, forcing out a semblance of a smile. Your growth is always unexpected. Please, take a seat. Chapter 313 as Lin Chen took his seat. Li Yuandao wasted no time. You must have heard about the recent events in the sect. Lin Chen nodded, his expression grave. I just learned some details from senior brother Wang Yuan. Master, does this matter pertain to the Blood Soul Sect? He boldly articulated his suspicion. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Yuandao's eyes at Lin Chen's directness in implicating the Blood Soul Sect. Why do you believe that? Lin Chen did not shy away, succinctly recounting his encounter in the nether cave where he eliminated Shui Wuhan and the intelligence he had gathered regarding the Blood Soul Sect's infiltration within the Qinyan sect. Naturally, he withheld the specifics regarding the anomaly of the Azure Runes and the process of consuming Shui Wuhan's soul, merely stating that he had narrowly triumphed using his hidden cards. Upon hearing Lin Chen's account, Li Yuandao's countenance darkened, tinged with a hint of fear. Shui Wuhan, it was indeed him. This fiend's methods are devious. Years ago, he caused considerable trouble for our righteous sections. I never anticipated he had infiltrated the nether cave. He took a deep breath, his tone slightly relieved. Your ability to vanquish him was no small feat, and it has indeed alleviated a significant threat for the sect. However, his expression soon turned serious again. If what Shui Wuhan claimed is true, and there are agents of the Blood Soul Sect within our Qinyan sect, then the recent occurrences gain a reasonable explanation. They are colluding from within and without, eroding our power and instilling panic. Master, regarding the attack on the Black Wind Ridge stronghold, have there been any leads? Lin Chen pressed, eager to uncover the hidden serpent lurking in the shadows. Li Yuandao shook his head, a trace of helplessness visible on his face. The assailants were meticulous, leaving almost no useful clues. We have scoured the battlefield. The attackers were formidable and seemed intimately familiar with our defensive arrangements. They clearly came prepared. Most of the fallen disciples were dispatched in a single blow, their souls captured by peculiar methods. This bears the hallmark of the Blood Soul Sect. Capturing souls. Lin Chen's heart tightened. This was entirely in line with the Blood Soul Sect's malevolent practices. It appeared that Shui Wuhan's words were not unfounded. The sect leader and several elders have ordered a thorough investigation, but progress has been slow, Li Yuandao lamented. As long as the traitor remains, the sect will know no peace. However, this infiltrator is deeply concealed. Extracting them will not be a simple task. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen spoke resolutely. Master, I dare to request participation in this investigation. My slaying of Shui Wuhan means I alone may grasp the weight of the intelligence he divulged before his demise. Moreover, during my external training, I have acquired certain tracking and investigative techniques that might prove useful. More importantly, with the Azure runes, I possess a heightened sensitivity to malevolent energies, which could be pivotal in identifying the infiltrator. Li Yuandao regarded Lin Chen's determined gaze, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. Your thoughts are meticulous, and your strength is sufficient for self-preservation. However, this matter is exceedingly perilous. Since the infiltrator dares to act so boldly, they undoubtedly possess some form of leverage, perhaps even holding a high position. You must exercise utmost caution and avoid alarming the enemy. Chapter 314. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Chen, stating, within this slip lies the complete documentation of recent incidents, as well as preliminary investigation directions and suspects identified by the higher echelons of our sect. Examine it thoroughly, and should you uncover anything of note, report to me immediately. Understood. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip, his consciousness delving into its contents, an overwhelming tide of information flooding his mind. The list of missing disciples, the inventory of stolen items, a detailed account of the attack on the Black Wind Ridge, and the specifics of the on-site investigation. All were intricate, yet each piece potentially concealed vital clues. Li Yuandao reiterated, at present, the existence of an insider is known only to a select few in the upper ranks, and publicly we assert that we were assaulted by unidentified malevolent cultivators. As you conduct your investigation, maintain utmost secrecy to prevent unnecessary panic, or worse, alerting the traitor. Disciple will comply. Go. Li Yuandao waved his hand, his eyes reflecting both hope and profound concern. Lin Chen took his leave, departing from Li Yuandao's abode, his heart heavy with the weight of his task. He chose not to return to his quarters, but instead sought out a secluded meditation chamber to meticulously examine the contents of the jade slip. As night deepened, the chamber was brightly lit, and Lin Chen's gaze flitted over the jade slip, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turn. The missing disciples had all been notably active recently or were responsible for patrolling specific areas. The seemingly scattered storerooms from which items had been stolen contained numerous key ingredients for concocting healing elixirs and replenishing spiritual energy, as well as special materials essential for maintaining formations. The attack on the Black Wind Ridge was a precise strike, suggesting that the assailants possessed intimate knowledge of the sect's defensive arrangements and personnel rotations. A multitude of suspicions arose in Lin Chen's mind, each interlinked in a web of intrigue. It appeared as though an unseen hand was orchestrating these events, a hand that lay concealed within the Qingyan sect. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze fixated on a record concerning personnel movements at the Black Wind Ridge. 3 days prior to the assault, an intersect steward had briefly visited the Black Wind Ridge under the pretense of inspection, reviewing the defensive schematics. This steward, renowned within the sect, was responsible for upholding the sect's regulations and outwardly appeared to be incorruptibly upright. The name of this individual was prominently inscribed in the jade slip, Steward Zhao Mingsheng of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened with intensity. While this did not directly implicate Zhao Mingsheng as the insider, the timing and nature of his actions were far too coincidental. Moreover, as a steward of the Law Enforcement Hall, he wielded considerable authority, granting him access to numerous confidential sect matters and facilitating the concealment of his whereabouts. He silently committed Zhao Mingsheng's name to memory, resolving to prioritize this individual as his first subject of investigation. Yet, he was acutely aware that haste would be perilous. Any hint of movement could alert the cunning traitor. Chapter 315. In the tranquil confines of the cultivation chamber, Lin Chen's fingertips glided delicately over the jade slip, the name Zhao Mingsheng and related information swirling repeatedly in his mind. The steward of the Law Enforcement Hall, renowned for his unyielding demeanor, commanded a sense of reverence among the disciples. Could such a figure truly be an insider for the Blood Soul sect? Lin Chen hesitated to draw hasty conclusions. Yet Zhao's peculiar behavior prior to the assault on the Black Wind Ridge stronghold undoubtedly cast a shadow of suspicion. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Chen refrained from directly approaching Zhao Mingsheng, wary of alarming the proverbial snake in the grass. Instead, he resolved to take a more circumspect approach, seeking to ascertain the recent movements and acquaintances of this individual. His first destination was the task hall. Typically bustling with activity, the hall now appeared somewhat desolate. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the steward disciple responsible for task registration was momentarily taken aback before displaying a hint of respect. Lin Shixiao, having gained considerable esteem among the inner disciples, especially following his successful completion of a challenging task, Lin Chen's reputation had grown. Indeed, Lin Chen responded casually, his gaze scanning the task board. Are there any recent tasks related to tracking or investigation? Or perhaps any disciples assigned to missions in the vicinity of Black Windridge? The steward disciple perused the records and shook his head, replying, in response to the events at Black Windridge, the sect has designated that area as a forbidden zone, strictly prohibiting disciples from approaching. Furthermore, tasks related to tracking and investigation have been scarce of late, as the sect's primary focus has shifted towards enhancing internal defenses and pursuing the perpetrator. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. This was to be expected. He subtly inquired about the recent dynamics among the sect's disciples, and while the steward was forthcoming, he provided little of substantial value. It seemed that uncovering any anomalies related to Zhao Mingqing directly from the task hall would prove challenging. Exiting the task hall, Lin Chen contemplated his next course of action. As a steward of the law enforcement hall, Zhao Mingqing primarily operated within that realm and patrolled various locations within the sect. To observe him effectively, Lin Chen realized he would need to find a way to approach the law enforcement hall or identify a vantage point from which to discreetly monitor Zhao's movements. An idea struck him. He thought of Zhang Pongzi, an outer disciple. This individual was well informed, with connections across the sect, and possessed a clever disposition. Having previously benefited from Lin Chen's assistance, he might be the right person to gather some less sensitive yet elusive information. Lin Chen soon located Zhang Pongzi in the outer disciple quarters, where the latter was animatedly boasting to a group of familiar disciples. Spotting Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Lin Shixiao, what an unexpected honor! How may I assist you?" Lin Chen pulled Zhang Pongzi aside to a secluded spot and whispered, "Pongzi, I need a favor. I wish to know the recent whereabouts of Steward Zhao Mingqing from the law enforcement hall and with whom he associates closely. Remember, this must remain absolutely confidential. No one should know I am inquiring." Zhang Pongzi's expression shifted to one of hesitation upon hearing Lin Chen's request about the law enforcement steward. Lin Shixiao, Zhao is known as the iron-faced enforcer of the law enforcement hall. He seldom engages in light-hearted conversation. Gathering information about him is no simple task. And if he were to discover, Lin Chen produced a mid-grade spirit stone and pressed it into Zhang Pongzi's hand. There will be a generous reward upon successful completion. Just keep an eye on his public movements and any observable details from a safe distance. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. If you encounter any difficulties, do not push yourself. Upon seeing the spirit stone, Zhang Pongzi's eyes widened, and his earlier reluctance was swiftly replaced by avarice. He patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Lin Shixiao, this is a trivial matter for me. While Steward Zhao may be stern, he is not infallible. There will surely be traces to uncover. Within 3 days, I will have news for you." "Very well. I await your updates." Lin Chen nodded, confident in Zhang Pongzi's resourcefulness. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen focused on solidifying his cultivation at the 7th level of Foundation establishment while discreetly monitoring the sect's activities. The atmosphere remained tense, with the higher-ups seemingly conducting some secret investigations, though outwardly, everything appeared calm. He refrained from troubling Li Yuandao, knowing his master was likely under immense pressure as well. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Pongzi stealthily approached Lin Chen's residence. "Lin Shixiao, I have news," he whispered excitedly, a glint of mystery in his eyes. "Speak." Lin Chen gestured for him to enter. Zhang Pongzi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before shutting the door and leaning closer to Lin Chen. In addition to his regular duties at the law enforcement hall and sect inspections, Steward Zhao has exhibited 2 noteworthy behaviors in recent days. First, he consistently visits the thought reflection cliff alone at dusk, spending a considerable amount of time there. What he does remains unclear, but he always appears hurried. Second, I've noticed that he has been associating closely with Lu Ming, a steward from the pill hall. Lu has privately visited Steward Zhao's residence twice recently, both times under the cover of night. Thought reflection cliff? Steward Lu Ming from the pill hall? Chapter 316. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The cliff of reflection was a place where the sect punished errant disciples. Typically, it was seldom visited by anyone other than the punished and their guards. Zhao Mingqing, as an enforcer of the law hall, had a plausible reason to inspect the cliff of reflection, but the phrases "every evening," "alone," and in a hurried manner instilled a sense of unease in Lin Chen. As for Lu Ming, the steward of the pill hall, Lin Chen recalled him somewhat. He was responsible for the procurement and distribution of elixirs and was generally regarded as a shrewd individual. Logically, the law hall and the pill hall had little interaction. Yet Lu Ming had visited Zhao Mingqing late at night, not once, but twice. This certainly warranted scrutiny. "What is Lu's reputation like?" Lin Chen inquired. Zhang the Fat pondered for a moment before responding. "Steward Lu is generally amiable, though I've heard whispers of his greed and questionable practices. However, nothing major has ever surfaced. He holds some power in the pill hall, and many disciples seek his favor for quality elixirs. Greed and questionable practices." Lin Chen's mind stirred. If Zhao Mingxing was indeed an insider, he would certainly require a means to handle illicit gains or transfer certain materials. The pill hall steward was undoubtedly a fitting choice. Is there anything else? Lin Chen pressed. Nothing particularly special. Steward Zhao spends most of his time in the law hall or patrolling the sect, interacting primarily with other enforcers and disciples. Zhang the Fat scratched his head. Excellent. This information is of great significance to me. Lin Chen retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Zhang the Fat. This is your reward. Remember, today's matters must remain confidential. Not a word should be uttered. Zhang the Fat accepted the spirit stones, his face lighting up with joy. Rest assured, senior brother Lin. My lips are sealed. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command. After bidding farewell to Zhang the Fat, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. Zhao Mingxing's visits to the Cliff of Reflection and his clandestine interactions with Lu Ming both bore an air of peculiarity. He resolved to investigate the Cliff of Reflection first. If Zhao Mingxing harbored any secrets, that secluded locale would undoubtedly serve as an ideal venue for clandestine activities. That night, under a shroud of darkness, with the stars and moon concealed, Lin Chen donned inconspicuous night attire and quietly departed from his dwelling. His form merged with the shadows as he stealthily made his way towards the Cliff of Reflection on the back mountain. He sought to witness firsthand what Zhao Mingxing was up to at the Cliff of Reflection. The path to the back mountain was rugged. Utilizing his superior perception and agility, Lin Chen deftly evaded a series of patrolling sentinels. The closer he approached the Cliff of Reflection, the more the spiritual energy thinned, and a faint chill permeated the air. Soon, he arrived at a concealed hollow on the periphery of the Cliff of Reflection. The cliff itself loomed as a massive black precipice, beneath which lay several rudimentary caves for the punished disciples. At that moment, flickering lights could be discerned within a few of the caves. Lin Chen suppressed his presence, blending with the rocks like a shadow, patiently awaiting his quarry. He was uncertain whether Zhao Mingxing would arrive that night or when he would come. But he possessed ample patience. His instincts hinted at the possibility of significant revelations here. As time slipped by, the night breeze carried the mountain's chill. Just as Lin Chen began to doubt whether there would be any outcome that night, a familiar figure quietly emerged on the path leading to the Cliff of Reflection. It was indeed Zhao Mingxing. Clad in the attire of the law hall, his demeanor was imbued with heightened vigilance and secrecy compared to the daylight hours. Rather than heading directly towards the caves where the disciples were confined, he made his way to a secluded section of the cliff, to a crevice nearly concealed by vines. Lin Chen's heart quickened, and he held his breath. The crevice was exceedingly discreet. One would hardly notice it unless intentionally searching. Zhao Mingxing, familiar with the terrain, parted the vines and slipped inside. Moments later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from within the crevice, so subtle that had Lin Chen not possessed a powerful spirit, he would scarcely have perceived it. This wave carried a chill reminiscent of the Blood Soul sect's techniques. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. It appeared he had indeed stumbled upon something significant. Zhao Mingxing was, without a doubt, embroiled in something dubious. Chapter 317. The night wind swirled between the cliff faces, emitting a sound reminiscent of a mournful wail. Lin Chen lay concealed in the shadows, his gaze fixed intently upon the fissure through which Zhao Mingxing had vanished. The faint, chilling energy fluctuations danced like the flickering tongue of a venomous serpent, heightening his vigilance. He refrained from rashly pursuing, for the conditions within the crevice remained shrouded in uncertainty. Zhao Mingxing's cultivation at the late Foundation establishment stage was formidable. If there were an ambush, the consequences could be dire. After patiently waiting for the duration of a stick of incense, the chilling energy fluctuations continued to linger near the fissure's entrance, fluctuating in strength, as if Zhao Mingxing were engaged in some ongoing activity. Time was of the essence. Lin Chen resolved to uncover the truth behind Zhao Mingxing's enigmatic actions. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his aura to the utmost, the azure Dao patterns within his dantian vibrating subtly, enhancing his perception of the surrounding environment, particularly his ability to detect malevolent energies. With a slight shimmer, he glided forward like a wisp of smoke, silently approaching the vine-covered fissure, parting the dense foliage. An even more potent wave of cold, damp air surged forth, mingled with a faint scent of decay. The interior of the fissure was shrouded in darkness, barely allowing for visibility. The passage was narrow, accommodating only a single person sideways, winding downward into the unknown. Lin Chen focused intently. Faint sounds of rustling and the oppressive movements of what seemed to be some living entity emanated from deep within the fissure, sending a shiver across his scalp. He refrained from igniting a torch to avoid revealing his presence, instead relying on the night vision capabilities inherent to Foundation establishment practitioners and the unique perception granted by the azure Dao patterns to cautiously advance inward. The walls of the fissure were slick with moisture, covered in moss, and the ground beneath was soft earth and gravel, requiring utmost care with each step to avoid any sound. As he ventured deeper, the chill intensified, penetrating him with an almost bone-deep cold. This was no ordinary natural chill. It harbored a disquieting, sinister energy. After traversing several dozen zhang, the passage opened into a modest underground cavern. At the center of this cavern, a ball of ghostly green flames flickered quietly, casting eerie light that illuminated the space in a dim, fluctuating glow. Zhao Mingcheng sat with his back to the fissure's entrance, cross-legged before the green flames. Before him lay dozens of fist-sized black ceramic jars, their openings sealed with talismans. Yet wisps of black mist escaped and were drawn toward the ghostly flames. To Lin Chen's horror, scattered across the ground around Zhao Mingcheng were incomplete skeletal remains, resembling that of small demonic beasts, and even fragments that appeared to be human bones. In a corner of the cavern, there were boxes marked with alchemical symbols and several empty cauldrons. What was he concocting? Lin Chen's heart raced with shock. This scene, this aura, undeniably pointed towards some malevolent secret technique. The black ceramic jars, along with the black mist being consumed by the green flames, exuded a nauseating aura of death and resentment. At that moment, Zhao Mingcheng seemed to complete a phase of his incantation, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, causing the glow of the ghostly flames to dim slightly. He reached for a box of herbs beside him, extracting several pitch-black plants that emitted a foul odor, casting them into an empty cauldron before retrieving a jade bottle from his robe and pouring several drops of a viscous dark red liquid into the cauldron. Lin Chen noted that the instant the dark red liquid fell, the cauldron emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion, releasing a thin wisp of sweet, cloying smoke. Though faint, this scent caused the azure Dao patterns in Lin Chen's consciousness to tremble violently, delivering a stark warning. This was the soul-devouring fragrance? A malicious narcotic recorded in ancient texts flashed through his mind. This fragrance was colorless, initially alluring with its sweetness, but excessive inhalation would paralyze the soul, rendering one vulnerable to slaughter. Moreover, the materials for concocting this fragrance included rare poisonous herbs and the resentment of living beings. Zhao Mingcheng was crafting a poison capable of corroding the soul, with thoughts of the stolen herbs and refining materials within the sect. Along with the disappearance of disciples and the attacks on their stronghold, a terrifying hypothesis took shape in Lin Chen's mind. Could it be he intended to use this poison against the cultivators within the sect, perhaps even on a grand scale? Just as Lin Chen's mind raced with turmoil, Zhao Mingcheng suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head, his voice sharp. Who? His gaze, like a bolt of lightning, locked onto the direction of Lin Chen's concealed presence. Lin Chen's heart sank, realizing that a moment of emotional lapse had betrayed his aura. There was no longer any point in concealment. With no hesitation, he stepped forth from the fissure, his expression icy as he locked eyes with Zhao Mingcheng. Zhao Steward, what nefarious plot do you scheme by concocting such wicked substances in the dead of night? Chapter 318. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen, Zhao Mingcheng was initially taken aback. But a glint of ruthless malice and murderous intent quickly flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen? You wander into hell when there is a path to heaven. Since you have discovered me, you shall not leave here alive today. As his words fell, a surge of formidable energy erupted from Zhao Mingcheng. With a flick of his hand, a streak of dark light shot forth from his sleeve, aiming directly at Lin Chen's face. The dark light moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing sound, clearly a malevolent artifact. Anticipating the attack, Lin Chen deftly retreated like a wraith, simultaneously drawing his crimson flame sword. A fierce crimson sword aura swept out, accurately severing the dark light. With a clang of metal, the dark projectile was deflected and fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a short, pitch-black dart, its tip glimmering with a sinister blue glow, evidently laced with deadly poison. Humph, your reactions are quite swift. Zhao Mingcheng scoffed, his hands weaving intricate seals. The eerie green flames surged violently, transforming into a fearsome fire serpent with a gaping maw, lunging toward Lin Chen. Concurrently, the black ceramic jars sealed with talismans before him began to tremble violently, the talismans bursting open, releasing dense black mist that coalesced into indistinct vengeful spirits, shrieking as they surged toward Lin Chen. In the confined space of the cavern, Lin Chen found himself in a precarious position as the relentless and malevolent attacks closed in. 10,000 Path Furnace, activate, he shouted, channeling his spiritual energy wildly. A faint array of multicolored light enveloped him, while the azure runes radiated brilliantly, emanating a peculiar devouring force. The moment the approaching vengeful spirits encountered this force, they let out shrill cries, their forms rapidly becoming ethereal, as if being directly absorbed and disintegrated. What kind of technique is this? Zhao Mingcheng's expression shifted. He felt his painstakingly summoned spirits succumb to Lin Chen's bizarre method without resistance. Yet, Lin Chen offered him no time to ponder. The crimson flame sword danced like a dragon, its searing sword energy weaving through the air, forcing the green fire serpent to retreat. Simultaneously, Lin Chen formed seals with his left hand, golden lightning erupting from thin air, a manifestation of his cultivation in the purple cloud divine thunder technique. Lightning technique? Zhao Mingqing was even more alarmed. The lightning was the nemesis of all malevolent entities, and Lin Chen had mastered such a potent form of it. Boom! A massive bolt of golden lightning descended from above, striking the fire serpent's head. The serpent let out a mournful cry, its brilliance dimming significantly. Zhao Mingqing, you conspire with the Blood Soul sect, harm your fellow disciples, and forge wicked artifacts. Today, I will act on behalf of justice and purge this evil. Lin Chen's voice was as cold as ice, his assault growing increasingly fierce. He was certain that Zhao Mingqing was the traitor, and everything in this cavern was irrefutable evidence of his wrongdoing. A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Mingqing's eyes, but as a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he quickly regained his composure, declaring fiercely, "You arrogant fool. Even if you possess some skills, you will undoubtedly die today. Do you think I lack a backup plan?" He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the largest black ceramic jar before him. The jar exploded instantaneously, releasing a terrifying aura far more potent than the previous vengeful spirits. From the shattered jar emerged a grotesque ghost king, entirely black, sporting a single horn and blood-red eyes, roaring as it unveiled an aura that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. This is the Blood Fiend Ghost King forged using the souls of dozens of missing disciples from our sect, enhanced with secret techniques. Lin Chen, prepare to die? Zhao Mingqing cackled maniacally. The Blood Fiend Ghost King unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal claws imbued with an overwhelming blood fiendish energy, crashing down toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. The strength of the Blood Fiend Ghost King exceeded his expectations. However, he felt no trace of retreat, instead igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. To use the souls of fellow disciples to forge wicked artifacts is a crime deserving of death. Lin Chen bellowed, channeling the 10,000 Path Furnace technique to its zenith, unleashing an even more formidable devouring power. Meanwhile, the azure rune within his consciousness radiated with an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 319, The Blood Fiend King. The massive claws of the Blood Fiend King, steeped in a pungent aura of blood and resentment, nearly confined Lin Chen's every avenue for evasion. Even before the claws descended, the suffocating pressure emanating from them caused the vibrant colors surrounding Lin Chen to fluctuate violently. Confronted with this terrifying strike at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He understood all too well that engaging such a fierce entity would lead to dire consequences if he lost the initiative, plunging him into a passive state of being relentlessly battered. With a roar resembling no human sound, Lin Chen unleashed a primal growl from his throat. Within him, the myriad techniques of the furnace method surged with unprecedented speed, and the ethereal blue patterns within his dantian erupted with blinding brilliance, nearly piercing through his very being. A raw, domineering force of devouring energy radiated outward from Lin Chen, sweeping in all directions. At the instant the Blood Fiend King's enormous claws encountered this consuming power, their forward momentum faltered ever so slightly. The bloodthirsty aura swirling around the claw seemed to be ensnared by an invisible vortex, dissipating tendrils of energy that mingled with the resplendent colors surrounding Lin Chen. What? Zhao Mingqing's pupils constricted. He could distinctly sense that the Blood Fiend King's strength was waning. Lin Chen's technique was not only peculiar, but overwhelmingly powerful, capable of restraining even such a malevolent entity that embodied resentment, malice, and death. Seizing the fleeting moment of hesitation from the Blood Fiend King, Lin Chen sprang into action. He chose not to confront it head-on, but instead lowered his body, slipping beneath the claws with the grace of a fish evading a predator. The crimson flame sword emitted a jubilant cry, its blade surging with fiery red flames that expanded several feet, no longer mere spiritual fire, but a conflagration interwoven with ethereal blue, a transformation infused with the power of the patterns. Break the soul, Lin Chen called out, the sword light slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Rather than cleaving the corporeal form of the Blood Fiend King, he directed his strike unerringly towards the densest point of black energy at its forehead, the core of its soul fire. Zhao Mingqing's face paled, and he cried out sharply, "Beware its soul fire." He had not anticipated that Lin Chen's assault would be so cunning and lethal, targeting its vital essence directly. The Blood Fiend King let out a more pitiful roar, its other claw abruptly slamming towards its own face in an attempt to block. However, Lin Chen's strike was swifter than a startled swan, executed with an exquisitely precise angle. With a soft thud, akin to leather being sliced by a sharp blade, the tip of the crimson flame sword found its mark, piercing directly into the soul fire at the Blood Fiend King's forehead. A deafening wail erupted from the Blood Fiend King, its vast form trembling violently as the bloodthirsty aura surrounding it roiled like boiling water. The injury to its soul fire was a catastrophic blow. "You little wretch, you seek death." Zhao Mingqing's eyes burned crimson, his demeanor frenzied. The Blood Fiend King was a creature he had painstakingly crafted, even sacrificing the souls of his sect's disciples to forge it, a formidable trump card. Now, after being grievously wounded by Lin Chen's sword, how could he contain his fury? Zhao Mingqing's hands moved rapidly, weaving intricate seals as he muttered incantations under his breath. A series of bizarre blood-red runes erupted from his fingertips, merging into the Blood Fiend King's body. As the runes integrated, the previously weakened aura of the Blood Fiend King surged again, emitting a defiant roar that echoed skyward. Its bloodthirsty energy swelled, even more intense than before. Yet the wound at its soul fire continued to expand at a visibly alarming rate, with black energy seeping away. This was a desperate act, sacrificing its essence to forcibly elevate its combat prowess. Chapter 320. Kill him. Kill him. Zhao Mingqing roared, his face contorted with rage. The bloodthirsty Demon King's eyes glowed with an even more sinister light, disregarding the wounds inflicted by the soul flames. Its massive form spun violently, accompanied by a howling wind, as it lunged once more at Lin Chen. This time, its assault was even more ferocious and reckless. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. He could sense the Demon King's madness. Taking a deep breath, he activated the myriad furnace technique to its fullest extent. He chose not to evade, aware that Zhao Mingqing surely had more tricks up his sleeve, and prolonging the conflict would be detrimental. "Since you wish for mutual destruction, I shall grant you that." A flicker of determination crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He stood firm, allowing the Demon King's frenzied attack to approach, while a deeper, abyssal blue radiance suddenly illuminated his exterior, enveloping him like an invisible vortex. "Furnace of soul refinement," Lin Chen internally declared. This was a forbidden technique derived from the myriad furnace technique after absorbing the soul of Bloodless. Combined with insights gathered from the transformation of the abyssal blue runes, it could directly refine soul entities. However, this technique demanded immense energy and placed a burden on his own soul. Boom! The Demon King's violent assault struck the abyssal blue barrier surrounding Lin Chen with tremendous force. Contrary to expectations, Lin Chen did not get sent flying. The blue barrier stood as an indomitable bulwark, withstanding the full force of the Demon King's attack. Simultaneously, a far more terrifying devouring power erupted from the blue barrier, akin to a black hole, voraciously pulling the bloodthirsty essence and soul power from the Demon King. Ah! The Demon King let out a scream of anguish more wretched than any before. It could feel its strength dwindling at an alarming rate, its soul flames flickering like a candle in the wind. It struggled to break free, but the devouring force clung to it, rendering it immobile. "No, impossible. My bloodthirsty Demon King." Zhao Mingqing's face turned ashen, unable to believe the unfolding scene. His proud Demon King was utterly powerless against Lin Chen's enigmatic blue barrier. Lin Chen's eyes were tightly shut, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly bearing immense pressure. Refining a Demon King at the perfected foundation establishment stage was a formidable trial for him. His spiritual energy surged forth like a released flood, while the abyssal blue runes within his dantian spun with unprecedented speed. Threads of pure soul power, intertwined with assorted grievances and malevolent energy, were forcibly stripped from the Demon King by the blue barrier. A portion was directly refined into pure energy to replenish Lin Chen, while the remaining chaotic negative energy was gradually absorbed by the abyssal blue runes. This process was excruciatingly painful for the Demon King. Its body shrank violently, the bloodthirsty essence around it diminishing, and the glow of its soul flames waning. "Stop! Please stop!" Zhao Mingqing finally snapped out of his shock. Unable to watch his hard work be destroyed, he roared in fury and summoned a blood-red banner, adorned with countless grotesque faces, exuding a strong stench of blood, which descended upon Lin Chen. This blood soul banner was also a malicious artifact, capable of tainting treasures and corroding souls. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce light shining within. His left hand continued to maintain the refinement of the bloodthirsty Demon King, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent from his fingertips. He chose not to employ the Crimson Flame Sword, but instead attacked with pure sword intent. Chapter 321. Break. With a hushed exclamation, the exquisitely refined sword intent pierced through the fabric of illusion like a divine blade, arriving ahead of time to precisely strike the center of the Blood Soul banner. A soft rip echoed, akin to the sound of fabric tearing, as the Blood Soul banner was unexpectedly penetrated, creating a small hole. Following this, a searing and vigorous aura erupted from the sword intent, infused with the thunderous power of the Zixiao Thunder technique. "Ah!" Zhao Mingqing let out a pained wail, as if struck by lightning. His hand, grasping the blood soul banner. Turned charred black. The banner emitted a mournful cry, its ethereal light dimming as it fell to the ground. Connected by spirit to the banner. He suffered a backlash from the damage inflicted upon the artifact. In that fleeting moment of Zhao Mingqing's distraction from injury, Lin Chen reached the culmination of his refinement of the Blood Fiend Ghost King. Roar. The Blood Fiend Ghost King emitted a faint, reluctant growl. Its massive form ultimately collapsing, transforming into countless pure soul energy particles and chaotic black mist, all of which were devoured by the ethereal blue shield enveloping Lin Chen. Zhao Mingqing violently spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper. With the complete refinement of the Blood Fiend Ghost King, he, connected to it by soul, suffered unimaginable repercussions, his cultivation aura beginning to wane. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the ethereal blue radiance surrounding him gradually retracting. The process of refining the Blood Fiend Ghost King had drained him significantly, yet the rewards were equally monumental. A vast influx of pure soul energy surged into his body. A portion was converted into spiritual power by the Myriad Paths refinery, nourishing his meridians and dantian, while another portion directly fortified his soul. He could sense a subtle loosening of the foundational realm he occupied, the early stage of the 7th layer of foundation construction. More importantly, the ethereal blue Dao pattern, having absorbed the chaotic resentments and malevolent aura of the Blood Fiend Ghost King, seemed to have become more solid and profound, its radiance flowing with an enigmatic allure. He lifted his gaze, his icy stare landing upon the faltering Zhao Mingqing. Zhao Mingqing, your time of demise has arrived. Zhao Mingqing's eyes brimmed with terror and despair. All his trump cards had been exhausted, while Lin Chen appeared to grow ever more formidable in battle. He yearned to flee, yet in his grievous state, even maintaining his footing proved arduous. No, please don't kill me. Zhao Mingqing's voice trembled. I can reveal to you all the arrangements of the Blood Soul sect within the Qingyan sect. I can also disclose an even greater secret. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, yet he did not halt his advance. Step by step, he drew closer, the flames of the scarlet flame sword surging, emanating a chilling aura of impending death. Chapter 322. Lin Chen's steps did not falter in the face of Zhao Mingqing's pleas for mercy. The flames upon the Qi-Yin sword blazed fiercely, emanating waves of scorching heat. He was not a man who reveled in bloodshed. Yet the transgressions committed by Zhao Mingqing colluding with the Blood Soul sect, harming his fellow disciples, and concocting malevolent artifacts, were egregious enough to warrant his death 1,000 times over. As for your secrets, save them for the law elders of the sect. Lin Chen's voice was icy, devoid of any hesitation. He feared this was merely a ploy by Zhao Mingqing to buy time. Upon witnessing the unmasked murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes, Zhao Mingqing's last vestige of hope was shattered. He understood that if he did not divulge something that would sway Lin Chen's resolve today, he would be left with no escape. Enduring the excruciating pain that tore at his very soul, he hurriedly exclaimed, "The Netherworld Cave." The disturbances within the Netherworld Cave are linked to a shocking plan by the Blood Soul sect. They intend to awaken an ancient evil deep within the Qingyan mountain range. The Netherworld Cave is merely a forward base established to gather sacrifices and to experiment with a certain formation. Lin Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, bringing his stride to a halt. To awaken an ancient evil? This revelation was staggering. He had personally experienced the malevolent aura of the Netherworld Cave, which far exceeded the ordinary, and the appearance of Shui Wuhan corroborated the Blood Soul sect's involvement. Yet, what Zhao Mingqing spoke of now was evidently more serious and central than anything he had previously comprehended. Elucidate further. Lin Chen's tone remained frosty, though the intensity of his murderous intent waned slightly. If Zhao Mingqing's words held truth, this was not merely a crisis for the Qingyan sect, but potentially a calamity for the entire righteous cultivation realm. Seeing Lin Chen seemingly captivated by his words, Zhao Mingqing gasped. The Blood Soul sect has operated within the Qingyan mountain range for many years, and their ambitions extend far beyond merely infiltrating a few sections. To my knowledge, they have discovered a site of ancient seals deep within the mountains, imprisoning a terrifying ancient evil. Should this evil be revived, the Blood Soul sect could harness its power to sweep across the entire eastern domain. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The sinister energies and vengeful spirits within the Netherworld Cave are partly used by the Blood Soul sect to forge wicked artifacts and cultivate blood slaves. Another portion is continuously transported to that sealed location through a secret formation aimed at weakening the seal's power. My responsibility has been to covertly assist them in constructing and maintaining several formation nodes within the Qingyan sect's domain, providing them with sacrifices. At the mention of sacrifices, Zhao Mingqing's voice involuntarily trembled. Lin Chen's heart churned violently. No wonder the Netherworld Cave was saturated with such oppressive malevolence. And why Shui Wuhan had appeared there? If Zhao Mingqing spoke the truth, The extent of the Blood Soul sect scheme was utterly unfathomable. Where are the formation nodes? And where is the sealed location? Lin Chen pressed, knowing that this information was of paramount importance. A cunning glint appeared in Zhao Mingqing's eyes. I can reveal all the node locations I know and some clues regarding the sealed site. But you must vow with the heart demon oath to spare my life. Otherwise, I would rather die than speak. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. He could not possibly allow Zhao Mingqing to escape. Yet the value of this intelligence compelled him to deliberate carefully. Just as Lin Chen pondered how to extract more information without compromising his principles, an unforeseen calamity struck. A pitch-black arrow, silent as the night, shot forth from the crevice like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the vulnerable back of Zhao Mingqing as he spoke. This arrow was ensnared with a potent aura of death, its power rivaling a full-force strike from a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. Be cautious, Lin Chen instinctively bellowed, his figure flickering as he sought to intervene. But it was too late. Zhao Mingqing, wholly engrossed in his negotiation with Lin Chen, remained oblivious to the lethal ambush approaching from behind. Thud. Chapter 323. A pitch-black arrow pierced through Zhao Mingqing's back, emerging from his chest and scattering a spray of crimson blood. The terrifying force contained within the arrow erupted instantaneously, shattering his heart's pulse. While a sinister energy swiftly invaded his soul, Zhao Mingqing's eyes widened in disbelief and resentment. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately, only a faint gasp escaped, and his head tilted, leaving him lifeless. The last remnants in his eyes were a flicker of pleading towards Lin Chen and the regret for the undisclosed secrets of the unknown. Lin Chen's visage turned ashen as he abruptly faced the fisher's entrance, his voice resonating with authority. Who goes there? The assailant, having accomplished their strike, showed no sign of hesitation. A powerful aura fluctuated and swiftly dissipated beyond the chasm, vanishing into the distance. The adversary was evidently decisive and ruthless, eliminating the target and promptly retreating. Lin Chen did not pursue immediately. Firstly, the opponent's strength remained uncertain, and their ability to execute the kill right beneath his nose indicated they were far from ordinary. Secondly, with Zhao Mingqing deceased, any clues he left behind might be irrevocably severed. He hastened to Zhao Mingqing's lifeless body, reaching out to inspect, only to find that all vitality had fled, and the malevolent arrow had utterly obliterated his soul, leaving no opportunity for soul-searching. Cursed, Lin Chen muttered under his breath, his heart laden with frustration and a tinge of dread. Who could it be? Who wished to silence Zhao Mingqing and prevent the revelation of that secret? Was it someone from the Blood Soul sect, or a deeper traitor hidden within the Qingyan sect? Lin Chen's gaze settled on the pitch-black arrow that had pierced Zhao Mingqing's body. The arrow was made of a peculiar material, neither metal nor wood, chilling to the touch, adorned with intricate and bizarre runes that emitted a disquieting aura of death. Such an arrow was unfamiliar to him. He carefully stowed it away. It might be the sole lead in tracking down the perpetrator. Within the stone chamber, the eerie green flames continued to burn, casting light upon Zhao Mingqing's unblinking corpse and the scattered remnants of chaos. What he had initially perceived as a significant catch revealed itself to be merely a facade, overshadowed by a more formidable hand lurking in the shadows. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Although Zhao Mingqing was dead, the information he disclosed before his demise awakened ancient evils, indicating that the underworld cave was merely a precursor, with formation nodes hidden within the Qingyan mountain range. This intelligence was exceedingly vital. He meticulously searched Zhao Mingqing's storage pouch. Aside from some spirit stones, elixirs, and a few low-quality magical artifacts, he uncovered no direct evidence related to the Blood Soul sect or the so-called secrets, such as maps or letters. It appeared that Zhao Mingqing had indeed been cautious, as he had not carried crucial items with him, or they had been disposed of by the silencer ahead of time. However, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Chen discovered a fragmentary map crafted from special beast hide. The map marked only a few vague locations and some unintelligible symbols. One of these locations bore a resemblance to a forbidden area behind the Qingyan sect. Could this be one of the formation nodes he mentioned? Lin Chen secured the map, his mind racing with calculations. This place was no longer safe. The murder of Zhao Mingqing would inevitably stir a tremendous uproar. He needed to promptly report the matter to Li Yuandao, sharing his discoveries and speculations. He cast one last glance at Zhao Mingqing's body, his expression complex. This man was guilty of heinous crimes and deserved his fate. Yet the secrets he held could potentially impact the safety of the entire sect and even the realm of cultivation. Without further delay, Lin Chen swiftly departed from the blood-soaked and treacherous underground cavern. He chose not to retrace his steps but instead took a more concealed route, evading any potential surveillance. Chapter 324. Lin Chen traversed the dim mountain path, unwavering in his resolve as he made his way to the summit of Tianshu Peak, the seat of the Qingyan sect. The murder of Zhao Mingqing and the astonishing revelations he disclosed regarding the ancient evil and the sinister plot of the Blood Soul sect weighed heavily on his mind. These matters were of utmost gravity, necessitating immediate communication with the highest echelons of the sect. Throughout his journey, his thoughts were consumed by the events that had transpired in the underground cavern. The ominous black arrow, Zhao Mingqing's final moments filled with reluctance and dread, and the fragmented beast skin map all indicated that the Qingyun sect, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, found itself at the epicenter of a monumental upheaval. Before long, the majestic silhouette of Tianshu Peak loomed before him. The night was now deep, and Lin Chen, careful not to disturb anyone, utilized the identity token bestowed upon him by his master, Li Yuandao, along with his familiarity with the sect's restrictions, to approach the secluded chamber of the sect leader. Xiao Yuanshan in silence. He adjusted his sleeves, calming the tumultuous emotions within him, then bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Disciple Lin Chen urgently requests an audience with the sect leader." His voice, though not loud, contained a trace of spiritual energy, sufficient to resonate clearly within the chamber. After a moment, the stone door of the chamber creaked open, releasing a serene yet commanding aura. The sect leader, Xiao Yuanshan, clad in simple robes, with a gaunt visage yet piercing eyes, appeared at the threshold. Noticing Lin Chen's late-night visit and the gravity of his expression, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Lin Chen? What stirs such urgency?" Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Lin Chen bowed again, urgency evident in his tone. "The matter concerns the survival of our sect. I dare not delay." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yuanshan's eyes. He discerned that Lin Chen did not speak lightly. Nodding, he replied, "Come inside." Upon entering the chamber, Xiao Yuanshan waved his hand to establish a soundproof barrier. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a meditation mat, a Dan furnace atop a stone table, and a few scattered scriptures on the floor. "Speak plainly. What has transpired?" Xiao Yuanshan seated himself, his gaze calm, yet penetrating as he focused on Lin Chen. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chen recounted his discovery of Zhao Mingqing's treachery, tracing it to the secret cavern beneath the thought-reflecting cliff, detailing the confrontation with Zhao Mingqing, the explosive revelations regarding Blood Soul sect's intentions to awaken ancient evils, and the subsequent silencing of Zhao Mingqing by a mysterious figure. He emphasized the Blood Soul sect's use of the Nether Cave as a forward base to weaken the seals and their strategic placement of array nodes within the Qingyun Mountains. Narrating the events with meticulous detail, with his account complete, he respectfully presented the ominous black arrow he had retrieved from Zhao Mingqing's corpse, along with the fragmented beast skin map. As Lin Chen spoke, Xiao Yuanshan's expression grew increasingly grave. Upon hearing of the ancient evil and the Blood Soul sect's audacious plan, the tranquility in his eyes was replaced by tumultuous waves of emotion. When Lin Chen finished, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. Holding the cold black arrow and the seemingly ordinary beast skin map, Xiao Yuanshan remained speechless for a long time. The aura of calm that had surrounded him vanished, replaced by an impending sense of storm. Zhao Mingqing, it was he. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yuanshan finally spoke, his voice laced with incredulity and barely concealed fury. To think he disguised himself so well, proving to be a dire threat to the Qingyun sect. As he spoke, he slammed his hand upon the stone table, reducing it to dust in an instant. "Please, sect leader, temper your anger," Lin Chen murmured. Xiao Yuanshan inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire, and his gaze returned to Lin Chen, this time imbued with complexity and admiration. "Lin Chen, you have performed admirably. Were it not for your timely discovery of Zhao Mingqing's crimes and your perilous investigation, the Qingyun sect would likely face catastrophic disaster, and the entire eastern region of the cultivation world would descend into chaos." He examined the black arrow closely. This arrow harbors a remarkably pure essence of death and soul destruction. Its crafting technique is peculiar, unlike anything of our righteous path. To execute a precise silencing beneath your very eyes and escape swiftly, its wielder must possess at least the cultivation of a perfected foundation establishment, if not, possibly a nascent Golden Core practitioner. Chapter 325, The Golden Core Stage. A shiver ran through Lin Chen's heart. If a practitioner at the Golden Core stage were to intervene, the gravity of the situation would escalate significantly. The mastermind behind this was far more formidable than he had imagined. Xiao Yuanshan picked up the fragmented map again, his consciousness delving into it for a thorough examination. After a moment, his brow furrowed tightly. The map was crafted using an ancient technique, and the symbols inscribed upon it seemed to pertain to a long-lost ancient restriction. One of the marked points indeed pointed towards a forbidden area in our sect's rear mountain known as the Locking Dragon Abyss. Locking Dragon Abyss? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had encountered this name in an ancient sect tome, which claimed that it sealed an ancient malevolent creature, a monstrous serpent known for its perilous nature, and was listed as one of the sect's most dangerous forbidden zones. Could it be that this was one of the array nodes mentioned by Zhao Mingcheng? The locking dragon abyss has been under the vigilant watch of the supreme elders for years, heavily guarded. How could the Blood Soul sect have established a node there? Lin Chen pondered in confusion. Xiao Yuanshan shook his head, his expression grave. This matter is fraught with doubts. If Zhao Mingcheng's claims are accurate, then the infiltration of the Blood Soul sect is likely far beyond our expectations. It is even possible that higher-ranking individuals have been compromised or that they possess some means of infiltration unknown to us. He turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this matter is of great consequence. With far-reaching implications, it would be unwise to make a public outcry before we have concrete evidence, lest we alarm the snake in the grass and incite unnecessary panic and turmoil. Lin Chen nodded. I understand, Master. I have only informed elderly Yuandao and you, the sect leader, of this matter. Indeed. Xiao Yuanshan pondered for a moment and said, although Zhao Mingcheng is dead, severing this lead. The map he left behind along with this arrow is our breakthrough. I will immediately send trusted individuals to investigate the clues related to this arrow in secret, while I will personally look into the situation at the Locking Dragon Abyss. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. As for the Blood Soul sect's scheme to awaken the ancient evil, this is exceedingly alarming. I will promptly communicate with other righteous sects through covert channels to discuss countermeasures. However, before that, we must conduct a thorough internal purge within our Qingyan sect. A glint of cold murderous intent flickered in Xiao Yuanshan's eyes. All individuals who have had dealings with Zhao Mingcheng or exhibit suspicious behavior must be closely monitored. If any evidence is discovered, there will be no leniency. Xiao Yuanshan looked at Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Lin Chen, you are young yet possess such courage and strength. It is a fortune for our Qingyan sect. You have played a crucial role in this investigation. However, this has also embroiled you in great peril. The one who silenced Zhao Mingcheng will undoubtedly not spare you either. From this day forth, you must exercise utmost caution in your affairs. He produced a jade pendant and handed it to Lin Chen. This is my sect leader's talisman, containing a fragment of my consciousness. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, shatter this talisman, and I will sense it immediately. Additionally, I will discreetly assign someone to ensure your safety. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Chen accepted the talisman, warmth spreading through his heart. You should return to rest now. Tonight's events are known only to heaven, earth, you, and I, as well as Yuandao. Before the sect takes formal action, do not disclose this to a fourth party. Xiao Yuanshan reiterated. I obey, Master. Lin Chen bowed respectfully and exited the quiet chamber. Instead of returning to his quarters, he proceeded directly to Li Yuandao's cave dwelling. He needed to inform his master of the latest developments and discuss the next steps for action. After all, Master Li Yuandao held high esteem within the sect, possessing extensive connections that would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the forthcoming internal cleansing and external investigation. Chapter 326 Li Yuandao's cave abode is situated on a relatively secluded slope of the Tianshu Peak. Lin Chen, well acquainted with the surroundings, soon found himself standing on the azure stone platform outside the cave. He did not rush inside but instead bowed respectfully towards the tightly shut stone door, saying, Master, your disciple Lin Chen has urgent matters to report. After a brief silence from within, Li Yuandao's calm voice echoed, Come in. The subtle hint of fatigue in his tone suggested that the recent upheavals within the sect had taken a toll on his spirit. The door opened silently, and Lin Chen stepped inside. The cave remained as unadorned as ever, featuring a single blue lamp, several rows of bookshelves, a stone table, and 2 cushions. Li Yuandao sat cross-legged on one of the cushions, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Upon sensing Lin Chen's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon him. What brings you here at such an hour, disturbing the lord of the sect? Li Yuandao inquired, his tone tranquil yet underscored by an unmistakable gravity. Lin Chen understood that his late-night visit could not have escaped his master's notice. Not daring to delay, Lin Chen recounted the matter concerning Zhao Mingcheng, along with the lord of the sect, Xiao Yuanshan's assessment and preliminary arrangements, detailing everything in full, while also sharing some of his own speculations and concerns. As Lin Chen spoke, the tranquility on Li Yuandao's face gradually began to shatter. Upon hearing terms such as ancient evil spirits, awakening, and the sealed ground, an expression of shock could not be concealed in his usually composed gaze. His hand, which held a feather duster, instinctively tightened slightly. Once Lin Chen finished his account, silence enveloped the cave. After a long moment, Li Yuandao exhaled a deep breath, as if to expel the shock and weight from his heart. He opened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen with a complex expression. Disciple, you have truly stirred a great storm this time. In his words lay reproach, a hint of dread, but more so, an indescribable heaviness coupled with a trace of relief. I understand the gravity of this matter and do not dare to conceal anything, Lin Chen replied softly. Li Yuandao rose slowly, pacing a few steps within the modest cave, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Zhao Mingcheng hum. This old scoundrel, hiding himself so well. The sect has raised a tiger, nearly resulting in a cataclysmic disaster. His tone brimmed with repressed fury. The Blood Soul sect's appetite is insatiable. Attempting to lay claim to the power of ancient evil spirits, they seek to drag the entire eastern region into an abyss of no return. He halted. Turning his gaze to Lin Chen, the lord of the sect suspects that the perpetrator of the silencing may be a golden core cultivator. This matter is of utmost significance. This implies that the Blood Soul sect's arrangements within the Qingyan sect, or rather, within the Qingyan mountain range, may be far more intricate than we had imagined. It is even possible that they have more than one golden core expert operating in the shadows. Lin Chen felt a weight settle heavily in his heart. If this were true, then the pressure faced by the Qingyan sect would be unprecedented. That incomplete map. The lord of the sect deduced it points to the Dragon Lock Abyss? Li Yuandao inquired further. Yes. The lord of the sect mentioned that there are supreme elders guarding the Dragon Lock Abyss, Lin Chen replied. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Yuandao's eyes as he pondered. The Dragon Lock Abyss that place is indeed perilous, and the sealed entity is no trifling matter. The supreme elders are often in seclusion, and may not be fully aware of external affairs. If the Blood Soul sect indeed possesses means to infiltrate, it is not entirely impossible. However, this matter may harbor deeper mysteries. Chapter 327. He shifted his tone, imbued with a hint of sharpness. Zhao Mingcheng. Even as a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner and an elder of the Pill Hall, has limited access to core secrets. What he knows about the ancient evil is likely merely a facade presented by the Blood Soul sect. Behind it, there must be deeper schemes and higher-level insiders. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Does Master imply that there might be traitors within the sect who hold a higher status and are more deeply concealed than Zhao Mingcheng? Li Yuandao did not provide a direct answer, instead gazing deeply at the flickering flame. The Qingyan sect, with its millennia-long heritage, is indeed vast and deeply rooted. Yet it is not immune to the infestation of worms. Some of these worms lurk in the shadows, undetectable even to us old-timers. The Blood Soul sect has always acted with a blend of cunning and ruthlessness, if they truly harbor such grand ambitions. They would never place all their bets on a single Zhao Mingcheng. This statement sent a wave of cold dread surging from Lin Chen's heart. If even Li Yuandao harbors such suspicions, then the internal crisis within the Qingyan sect is likely even more grave than sect master Xiao Yuanshan anticipates. The sect master's decision to carry out an internal purge is indeed an inevitable course of action. Li Yuandao continued, however, the purging operation is fraught with danger, as it could easily alarm the snakes hidden in the grass. Should the true core traitors catch wind of it, they would undoubtedly destroy evidence and might even resort to desperate measures. He turned to Lin Chen, his tone growing unusually grave. Chen, your revelation of Zhao Mingcheng has already exposed you to the light. The individuals responsible for silencing him, since they could eliminate Zhao Mingcheng, will likely set their sights on you next. The sect master has bestowed upon you a talisman and discreetly assigned someone to protect you, which is proper. Yet, you must not let your guard down. The disciple understands. Lin Chen nodded, fully aware of his current predicament. In the upcoming cleansing operations, you should avoid direct confrontation as much as possible, Li Yuandao advised. Your task is to utilize your understanding of Zhao Mingcheng and that incomplete map to assist the sect in uncovering more clues from the shadows, particularly regarding the sealed land and the other nodes of the Blood Soul sect's formations. He paused, retrieving a dark-hued jade slip from his storage pouch and handing it to Lin Chen. This is a unique insight I obtained during my travels in my youth concerning ancient restrictions and formation runes. It may contain information that could aid you in interpreting the symbols on that incomplete map. Take it and study it diligently. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip, feeling its coolness, sensing the ancient aura it exuded. Thank you, Master. This gift is undoubtedly a timely boon for him. As for the long lock abyss, Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed slightly. The waters there run deep. The sect master will investigate personally, and you should refrain from approaching it recklessly for the time being. If anything arises, I will inform you separately. The master and disciple discussed several details, with the Yuandao leveraging his extensive experience and understanding of the intricate relationships within the sect to analyze many potential risks and points of caution for Lin Chen. Many of his deductions and analyses opened Lin Chen's eyes to new perspectives. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn had begun to break outside, casting a soft light. Despite his evident fatigue, the resolute spark in Lin Chen's eyes brought both comfort and concern to Li Yuandao. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Go forth. Remember, no matter the time or place, preserving your own safety is paramount. Only by surviving can one harbor hope. The disciple solemnly acknowledged his master's teachings. Lin Chen bowed once more and then exited the cave. Standing on the bluestone platform outside, the early light illuminated the distant mountains. Though he had not slept a wink, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. His master's words had granted him a clearer understanding of the situation at hand. The storm within the Qingyun sect was on the horizon. Chapter 328. After a clandestine meeting at the Tianshu Peak, the esteemed leader Xiao Yuanshan and several core elders swiftly issued a series of secret orders that reached the hands of the sect's law enforcement hall, discipline hall, and the heads of various peaks with astonishing speed. An abrupt and formidable operation targeting potential spies and destabilizing elements within the sect commenced, unbeknownst to the majority of disciples. The first to bear the brunt of this upheaval was the Pill Hall. Zhao Mingqing, as an elder of the Pill Hall, had his trusted confidants scrutinized as prime targets for investigation. Disciples from the law enforcement hall swiftly cordoned off most of the Pill Hall's areas, summoning and isolating those who had close ties to Zhao Mingqing or whose daily activities appeared suspicious. Fear permeated the Pill Hall as those who had previously wielded power and profited from Zhao Mingqing's influence now appeared pallid and trembled in terror. Innocent bystanders, bewildered and confused, could only comply with the rigorous inquiries of the law enforcement hall in the face of such overwhelming force. Lin Chen, however, refrained from participating in these apprehensions. He adhered to the counsel of his master, Li Yuandao, remaining discreetly in the shadows. At that moment, he was ensconced in a concealed chamber belonging to Li Yuandao, diligently studying a jade slip that contained esoteric records of ancient prohibitions and formation runes. The content of the jade slip was profound and obscure, with many symbols unfamiliar to him. Yet, leveraging the extraordinary comprehension bestowed by the myriad path-refining technique and his acute sensitivity to energy through the Azure Dao patterns, he gradually began to unravel some mysteries. Particularly intriguing was a fragmentary beast skin map obtained from Zhao Mingqing, upon which peculiar symbols were inscribed. By correlating these symbols with certain records in the jade slip, Lin Chen began to form conjectures. These symbols did not merely denote locations, they appeared to represent nodes of energy circulation. If these symbols indeed indicated formation nodes, then this map could very well be a layout of the Blood Soul Sect's formations within certain areas of the Qingyun mountain range. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his eyes igniting with clarity. Just as he immersed himself in his research, the restrictions outside the chamber were triggered. It was a trusted disciple sent by Li Yuandao to convey urgent news. Brother Lin, while interrogating a steward named Sun from the Pill Hall, he became desperate and attempted to resist and flee, but was subdued on the spot. A suspicious item was discovered in his storage bag. The visitor lowered his voice, his expression grave. What item? Lin Chen's heart stirred with curiosity. A uniquely shaped blood-red jade pendant, the disciple replied. The pendant is inscribed with bizarre runes and emanates a faint aura of bloodthirst. The initial assessment by the law enforcement hall's elders suggested that this item bore a striking resemblance to a communication token associated with the Blood Soul sect. The blood-red jade pendant, a communication token. Lin Chen's expression hardened. Zhao Mingqing, as an elder of the Pill Hall, having subordinates in possession of such a token was not unexpected. However, the critical question remained. Would this pendant implicate more individuals? Where is Steward's son now? What has he confessed? Lin Chen pressed. Steward's son is currently detained, but he remains obstinate, claiming the pendant was acquired by chance and denying any connection to the Blood Soul sect. The law enforcement hall is employing torture, but he appears to have undergone special training, exhibiting remarkable willpower. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed this lead would not be easily pried open. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, return to Elderly and inform him that I shall devise a way forward. Additionally, please relay to Elder Chung of the Law Enforcement Hall that during the interrogation of Steward's son, they might consider investigating his usual activities, the specific groups he interacts with, and financial transactions, as these could reveal a breakthrough. Particularly, pay attention to any unusual contacts he may have with individuals outside the Pill Hall within the sect. Chapter 329. Yes, Brother Lin. The newcomer acknowledged and departed. Lin Chen once more cast his gaze upon the incomplete map. The appearance of Manager Sun further solidified his conviction that the infiltration of Blood Soul sect into the Qingyun sect was not solely the work of Zhao Mingqing. He required additional clues to weave these scattered threads into a cohesive narrative. Meanwhile, the cleansing operations across the other peaks of Qingyun sect were proceeding methodically. Although not as ostentatious as those at the Dan Hall, they were nonetheless characterized by a facade of laxity concealing an underlying tension. Disciples and stewards, whose conduct had previously been questionable, often clashing with sect regulations or possessing ambiguous connections to external forces, were being discreetly summoned for questioning. A suffocating and tense atmosphere enveloped the entirety of Qingyun sect. Ordinary disciples, though unaware of the specifics, sensed the unusual air and began to restrain their words and actions, refraining from idle movements and discussions. In the afternoon, another piece of news emerged. A typically reticent craftsman from the Qi Hall, during a routine inquiry, suddenly erupted in violence, attempting to take the elder from the discipline hall hostage. This individual's cultivation had surprisingly reached the mid-foundation stage, indicating a deep-seated concealment of abilities. Fortunately, the discipline hall had been prepared. Several experts acted simultaneously to subdue him. Upon his capture, a similar crimson jade pendant and some materials for crafting sinister artifacts were also discovered. There were indeed individuals within the Qi Hall. As Lin Chen received the news, a heavy weight settled further in his heart. The Dan Hall and the Qi Hall were both crucial departments within the sect, rich in resources and with extensive connections. The fact that the Blood Soul sect chose to target these areas highlighted their nefarious intentions. Brother Lin, Elder Li Yuan requests your presence. The disciple announced once more as he entered the quiet chamber. Lin Chen, not daring to delay, promptly rose and proceeded to Elder Li Yuan's cave dwelling. Within the cave, aside from Li Yuan, there was also a middle-aged cultivator, Elder Qing Qian from the enforcement hall. Qing Qian had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, serving as a capable aide to Li Yuan and one of the principal executors of the ongoing cleansing operations. Qin'er, you have arrived. Li Yuan gestured for him to take a seat. Elder Cheng has encountered some challenging circumstances. Qing Qian nodded at Lin Chen in acknowledgement, and then, getting straight to the point, stated, the manager's son from the Dan Hall and the craftsman Lu Meng from the Qi Hall, whom we apprehended, are both extremely obstinate. In preliminary interrogations, they claimed that the jade pendants were merely acquired by chance and professed ignorance regarding the Blood Soul sect. Even after employing torture and utilizing the soul binding ring, we made little headway. Furthermore, they seemed to possess some form of special protection for their souls. Protection for their souls? Lin Chen recalled Blood Wuhan, recognizing the peculiar methods of the Blood Soul sect. Indeed, Qing Qian replied, his expression grave. Moreover, we discovered a common thread. Both individuals have frequented a certain location multiple times over the past year, a modest apothecary named Baichao Xian located at the edge of the Back Mountains marketplace. Baichao Xian? Lin Chen recalled the name. It was a small establishment dealing in ordinary herbs and low-tier elixirs, often inconspicuous in daily life. Chapter 330 We have investigated the details of the Baichao Xian. The shopkeeper is an itinerant cultivator named Gu San, whose cultivation level is merely at the late stage of qi refinement. On the surface, there seems to be nothing suspicious. However, Qing Qian remarked, it is rather unusual for Manager Sun and Lu Meng, both of whom are foundation establishment cultivators, to frequently visit a shop that only deals in low-tier items. Li Yuandao added, Elder Qing and I suspect that this Baichao Xian may very well serve as a liaison point for the Blood Soul sect on the outskirts of the Qingyan sect, or even as a transit station for transmitting information and goods. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately recalled that incomplete map. If Baichao Xian is indeed a stronghold, could it be marked on the map as well? He promptly took out the fragmented map and began to study it alongside Li Yuandao and Qing Qian. Based on the approximate location of Baichao Xian provided by Qing Qian, Lin Chen meticulously searched the area and, indeed, discovered a unique mark that, although slightly different from the other symbols on the map, emanated a faint energy signature. Here it is. Lin Chen pointed at the mark, his gaze resolute. Qing Qian and Li Yuandao exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It seems that Baichao Xian must be taken under control immediately, Qing Qian said in a deep voice. However, Li Yuandao shook his head. This is unwise. If Baichao Xian truly is a stronghold of the Blood Soul sect, any action we take would inevitably alert those behind it. With Zhao Mingsheng just dead and the sect undergoing a purge, moving against Baichao Xian now would essentially inform the enemy that we have grasped part of their network. They are likely to sever all connections, destroy evidence, and possibly take even more drastic countermeasures. What does the master mean? Qing Qian inquired. Li Yuandao turned to Lin Chen. Qin'er, you possess knowledge of formations and runes and are familiar with Zhao Mingcheng's connections. I would like you to covertly investigate this Baichao Xian. Do not alert anyone. Simply ascertain its true nature and see if you can uncover substantial evidence or discover their ties to other members within the sect. The disciple obeys. Lin Chen responded without hesitation. It was a perilous mission, yet it also represented an opportunity to draw closer to the truth. Elder Cheng, you continue to apply pressure on Manager Sun and Lu Meng, but be cautious not to push them to their limits. Additionally, keep a clandestine watch on all sect disciples who have had contact with Baichao Xian, especially those exhibiting unusual behavior. Li Yuandao instructed Qing Qian further. Yes, master. Li Yuandao then looked at Lin Chen, a hint of concern in his eyes. Qin'er, you must exercise utmost caution. Since Baichao Xian is a stronghold, it will undoubtedly have its protective measures in place, and there may even be formidable experts stationed there. Your task is to investigate, not to forcefully breach. Should you encounter any danger, retreat immediately. Safety comes first. The disciple understands. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. He knew that a true covert battle had already commenced. As night fell once more, Lin Chen donned a nondescript gray outfit and quietly departed Tianshu Peak, stealthily making his way toward the back mountain marketplace. His figure soon melded into the deepening shadows of the night. Chapter 331. In the bustling marketplace by day, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. With only a few flickering lanterns swaying in the wind, barely illuminating the cobblestone path beneath, Lin Chen stealthily navigated through the secluded alleys of the marketplace. Under the influence of the myriad furnace technique, his presence melded seamlessly with the environment. Even the patrolling disciples of the sect, wandering through the marketplace, failed to detect his existence. The Baichao Pavilion resided in a relatively obscure corner of the market, surrounded predominantly by storage rooms and shuttered shops, lending it an even more desolate air as night descended. From a distance, Baichao Pavilion appeared to be an ordinary two-story wooden building, its doors and windows tightly shut. Devoid of any light, as if it had long succumbed to slumber, Lin Chen halted in the shadow of a wall, meticulously observing the movements around Baichao Pavilion. His consciousness cautiously extended towards the rear courtyard of the apothecary. Upon making contact with a desolate well in the courtyard, he sensed an extremely faint wave of restrictive energy. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The fluctuation was exceedingly subtle, had it not been for his superior spiritual power and the assistance of ethereal blue patterns. It would have been nearly imperceptible. Indeed, there were restrictions in place. How could an ordinary apothecary set up a restriction around a mere dry well? A glimmer of insight ignited in his eyes. He silently vaulted over a low wall and landed in the rear courtyard of Baichao Pavilion. The courtyard was modest, cluttered with discarded medicinal herbs and various sundries, with the well standing solitary in the center, its mouth covered by a heavy stone slab. Lin Chen cautiously approached the well. The nearer he drew, the more he could discern a faint chill emanating from below, along with a peculiar energy fluctuation reminiscent of the blood soul sex techniques. It seemed the true secret lay beneath this well. Standing by the well's edge, he murmured softly. Lin Chen refrained from immediately attempting to dismantle the restriction by shifting the stone slab, for such an action would undoubtedly trigger the protection and alert those within. Instead, he meticulously examined the area surrounding the well, discovering several inconspicuous flag slots, indicating a more complex formation than he had initially sensed. Simultaneously, he delved into the knowledge regarding formations and restrictions imparted to him through the jade slip from Li Yuandao, repeatedly calculating in his mind to identify the weak points of the restriction. Before long, with the aid of the myriad furnace technique, he pinpointed the vulnerability. He then retrieved several specially crafted restriction-breaking cones from his storage pouch, tools he had refined based on the knowledge from the jade slip. With utmost caution, he inserted the cones into the ground surrounding the flag slots in a specific order and orientation. Each insertion caused a minute shift in the energy fluctuations around the well. When the last cone was placed, the runes adorning the stone slab dimmed momentarily, causing the entire operation of the restriction to momentarily freeze. At that instant, a brilliant light surged in Lin Chen's eyes, and his spiritual energy erupted within him. He pressed his palm forcefully against the stone slab, channeling the devouring power of the myriad furnace technique, lifting it with a swift motion. A faint yet resonant thud reverberated, sufficient to echo through the courtyard. The massive stone slab was pried open, creating a gap. A denser chill, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, rushed forth from the crevice. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen crouched low and slipped through the opening, gently closing the slab behind him, leaving only a barely noticeable vent. The interior was not the vertical shaft he had envisioned, but rather a dimly lit sloping passageway. The walls were slick with moisture, revealing traces of artificial excavation. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a sinister energy, heightening his vigilance. He produced a luminous pearl, its feeble glow illuminating the path ahead. The passage was not lengthy. After traversing a mere 10 or so paces, it opened into a spacious underground stone chamber. At the center of this chamber stood a small-scale teleportation array. The base of the array was constructed from an unknown black crystal, inscribed with a myriad of blood-red runes, currently emanating a faint crimson glow, clearly in a dormant state. Beside the teleportation array were several shelves, upon which rested jade boxes and peculiar containers. As Lin Chen swept his consciousness over them, he was horrified to discover that the jade boxes housed various human organs that had undergone peculiar treatments: hearts, livers, eyeballs, each exuding an overwhelming aura of resentment and bloodlust. The containers contained viscous blood and strange writhing creatures. These are intended for the sacrificial rites of dark sorcery, or perhaps as offerings. A surge of anger welled within Lin Chen. He recalled Zhao Mingqing's dying words about offerings, which must have referred to these. What alarmed him further was the sight of several incompletely processed corpses in one corner of the chamber. Judging by their attire, two of the bodies unmistakably belonged to outer disciples of the Qinyan sect. Beasts. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. He forced himself to remain calm. This was not the time for rage. He needed to gather evidence and report the situation here as swiftly as possible. Chapter 332. He meticulously examined the teleportation array. According to the knowledge contained within the jade slip, he deduced that this array was not designed for long-distance transport. Rather, it functioned as a short-range teleportation mechanism, likely aimed at a specific location within the Qinyan mountain range. Could it be that this place serves as a transit hub connecting the sect's internal network with other clandestine strongholds of the Blood Soul sect? Lin Chen speculated. He attempted to ascertain the destination of the teleportation through the array's runes and energy fluctuations, yet the intricate construction of the array, imbued with bloodline prohibitions that he could not fully comprehend at present, made it exceedingly difficult to decipher within a short span of time. Just as he prepared to document these findings using a recording stone and collect some critical physical evidence, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from the corridor at the entrance of the stone chamber. Someone was coming, and there was more than one. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Chen's mind. He promptly extinguished the luminous pearl, his figure flickering as he concealed himself behind a pile of discarded animal hides in the corner of the stone chamber, simultaneously suppressing his presence to the utmost degree. At that moment, he employed the myriad furnace technique to its fullest extent, forming an almost imperceptible film of azure runes on his body, effectively isolating his aura and energy fluctuations. The footsteps grew louder, and soon, two figures appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber. The foremost was a gaunt middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a sinister gaze, his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Behind him followed a somewhat portly man, slightly weaker in cultivation, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Gu San, the manager of the herb pavilion. How are the goods delivered today? Gu San. They are pressing us. The sacrificial ceremony requires more materials, the hawk-nosed man rasped. Gu San replied with a sycophantic smile. Rest assured, Eagle Protector. I have just pulled 2 fresh specimens from the fishing pond today, of superior quality, guaranteed to satisfy the higher-ups. Everything is over there. He gestured toward the shelf where human organs were stored. The Eagle Protector nodded, his gaze sweeping across the stone chamber, as if conducting a routine inspection. When his eyes momentarily lingered on the corner where Lin Chen was concealed, a slight pause ensued. Lin Chen's heart raced to his throat. A flicker of confusion crossed the Eagle Protector's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, seemingly dismissing any suspicion. He approached the teleportation array, retrieving a blood-red token and pressing it into a recess of the array. Suddenly, the crimson runes on the teleportation array flared to life, and a spatial fluctuation began to permeate the air. Prepare the goods for teleportation, the Eagle Protector instructed. Gu San hurriedly complied, moving to the shelves to gather the jade boxes and containers filled with human organs and blood, preparing to place them into a specially designed storage bag. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Lin Chen, who had been lurking in the shadows, knew he could wait no longer. Once this evidence was transported away, tracing it would become exceedingly difficult. Act now. Lin Chen bellowed inwardly, abandoning his concealment as he surged forth from the shadows, targeting the Eagle Protector who was initiating the teleportation array. The Qi-En sword materialized in his grasp, its blade enveloped in a fierce crimson flame intermingled with ethereal azure, radiating an astonishing might. Both the Eagle Protector and Gu San sensed the imminent peril, turning in horror. But Lin Chen's attack was already upon them. Chapter 333. The Eagle Guardian's pupils suddenly constricted, an unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, his reflexes were incredibly swift. In the nick of time, he leaned back sharply, letting out a piercing shriek as a crimson light shield swiftly coalesced before him. Clang! The scarlet flame sword, entwined with a blend of ethereal blue and fiery red sword energy, struck fiercely against the blood-red shield. The shield quivered violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Yet it ultimately remained unbroken. Utilizing the force of the impact, the Eagle Guardian's body drifted back several feet, creating distance between himself and Lin Chen. Who dares? The Eagle Guardian's voice was sharp, laced with astonishment and anger. He had never encountered such a bizarre sword energy. The ethereal blue flames instinctively sent a shiver through him, as if they could scorch his very soul. Beside him, Gu San was utterly terrified, his spirit nearly shattered. As a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment, he was accustomed to wielding power, yet had never witnessed a scene of such life and death struggle. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket for a pouch of dark green powder, intending to cast it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, was already prepared. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed the devouring force of the 10,000 Ways furnace technique. Gu San felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, losing control of the pouch, which flew towards Lin Chen instead. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen redirected the toxic powder into the air, sending it hurtling towards the Eagle Guardian. Despicable. The Eagle Guardian spat in fury, sweeping his sleeve to conjure a gust of wind that dispersed the toxic powder. Yet, a sense of dread washed over him. This sudden adversary not only possessed formidable cultivation but also displayed exceptional combat experience. Undeterred by his initial failure, Lin Chen pressed forward, his footwork shifting as he closed the distance once more. He understood that prolonged fighting was inadvisable. A swift resolution was imperative. In his hands, the scarlet flame sword came alive, each strike precise and ruthless, targeting the Eagle Guardian's vital points. The Eagle Guardian, refusing to yield, spread his fingers wide, his nails darkening and sharpening to a sinister black, emanating a strong scent of blood as he met Lin Chen's blade head-on. His technique was exceptionally peculiar. As he swung his claws, trails of blood-red claw shadows tore through the air, colliding with Lin Chen's sword light and issuing a hissing, corrosive sound. Bang, bang, bang. Within the confines of the small stone chamber, the clashing sounds of metal reverberated endlessly. Sword energy and blood claws surged forth, carving deep gashes into the surrounding stone walls. The racks displaying human organs were toppled, jade boxes shattered, and foul liquids spilled across the ground. Gu San watched in trepidation, his heart racing. He made several attempts to intervene but found no opportunity. Lin Chen's relentless assault kept the Eagle Guardian firmly under pressure. Blood shadow splitting claw. Frustration mounting from his inability to gain ground, the Eagle Guardian bellowed fiercely. A surge of bloodlight enveloped his claws, conjuring dozens of tangible blood-red claw shadows that descended upon Lin Chen, sealing every possible avenue for escape. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. The power of this attack was immense. Even if he could withstand it, he would be momentarily hindered, granting the Eagle Guardian a chance to regroup. As a flicker of ethereal blue light shone in his eyes, the 10,000 ways furnace technique surged within him. Just as the myriad claw shadows were about to descend upon him, Lin Chen's figure suddenly blurred, appearing as if rippling like a reflection upon water. In the next moment, multiple identical figures materialized from thin air, converging upon the blood-red claw shadows from various angles. Phantom clones? No. The Eagle Guardian gasped in shock. He sensed that these figures were not mere illusions, each imbued with a degree of offensive capability. Thud, thud, thud. Several blood-red claw shadows struck Lin Chen's clones, causing them to shatter into motes of spiritual light. Yet, at that very moment, the real Lin Chen had already positioned himself behind the Eagle Guardian. Not good. An alarm bell rang in the Eagle Guardian's mind. Too late to mount a defense. Furnace subduing spirit. Lin Chen called out, as ethereal blue patterns suddenly illuminated his left palm, an invisible force of suppression enveloping the Eagle Guardian's soul. The Eagle Guardian felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, a piercing pain in his spirit, as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing at him, momentarily freezing his movements. In that fleeting instant, Lin Chen's scarlet flame sword blazed with brilliance. At the tip of the blade, the crimson flames and ethereal blue fire harmoniously fused, forming an exquisitely refined beam of destructive sword light. Break. He thrust the sword forth, a flash as swift as lightning. Sizzle. An excruciating tearing sound echoed. The tip of the scarlet flame sword pierced through the Eagle Guardian's left shoulder blade, emerging from his body and spraying forth a torrent of crimson blood. The power of the fire within the sword erupted instantaneously, wreaking havoc upon his life force. Ah! The Eagle Guardian let out a chilling scream, his body convulsing violently. He could feel a mysterious force invading his meridians through the wound, ravenously devouring his spiritual energy and essence. Chapter 334. What? What kind of technique is this? The Eagle Guardian's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. The Blood Soul Sect's techniques were renowned for their bizarre and tyrannical nature. Yet in the presence of this eerie blue flame, he felt an overwhelming sense of being restrained. Lin Chen did not respond. Having struck successfully, he swiftly withdrew his sword, remaining vigilant as he observed his opponent. He was acutely aware that practitioners of the Blood Soul Sect often possessed hidden cards for self-preservation. Indeed, although the Eagle Guardian was grievously wounded, he did not collapse immediately. A frenzied and ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly bit down on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto a crimson jade pendant hanging on his chest. Blood escape technique. The crimson jade pendant erupted with blinding red light, enveloping the Eagle Guardian entirely. In the next moment, his form transformed into a blood shadow, shooting toward the passage at an astonishing speed. Thinking of escaping, Lin Chen scoffed coldly, refusing to let him have his way. With a quick motion, he prepared to pursue. At that moment, the oft-overlooked Gu San, with malice glimmering in his eyes, lunged toward the teleportation array in the center of the stone chamber. Unbeknownst to him, a formation plate had appeared in his hand. and he slammed it onto the activation hub of the teleportation array. Buzz. The blood-red runes on the teleportation array suddenly blazed with brilliant light, a powerful spatial fluctuation instantly flooding the entire stone chamber. Damn it! Lin Chen's expression changed. He had not anticipated that Gu San would dare to activate the teleportation array at this moment. Once fully activated, not only could the Eagle Guardian escape, but he himself might also be swept into an unknown spatial maelstrom, or directly exposed to enemies waiting at the other end of the array. In a critical moment, Lin Chen made a decisive choice. While pursuing the Eagle Guardian was undoubtedly important, preventing the activation of the teleportation array and capturing Gu San, who was privy to the secrets of this place, was far more crucial. He abruptly changed direction, abandoning the chase of the retreating Eagle Guardian to dart toward Gu San. Stop right there! Lin Chen bellowed, unleashing the red flame sword, which transformed into a fire dragon, piercing toward Gu San's back. Sensing the imminent threat, Gu San let out a terrified shriek, pouring all his spiritual power into the formation plate without hesitation. The brilliance of the teleportation array intensified, and the spatial fluctuations grew ever more violent, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble slightly. With a decisive thrust, the red flame sword managed to strike first, accurately piercing Gu San's right shoulder just before the teleportation array was fully activated, pinning him against the edge of the array. The fiery power erupting from the sword instantaneously shattered his meridians. Gu San screamed in agony, the formation plate slipping from his grasp as the light of the teleportation array suddenly dimmed. Though it did not extinguish completely, it still emitted unstable spatial fluctuations, indicating that it had been partially activated, albeit with an uncertain destination. Meanwhile, the blood shadow that had raced into the passageway, just as it was about to escape, collided with an invisible wall, giving a dull thud as it was violently rebuffed, crashing back at the entrance of the passageway. It was none other than the Eagle Guardian, who had failed to execute the blood escape. His face was as pale as paper, his breath reduced to a mere whisper, incredulously staring at the faint golden barrier that had mysteriously materialized at the entrance of the passageway. A formation? The Eagle Guardian exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Chen was equally taken aback. He had not set up any formations in this location. Just then, a slightly aged yet robust voice resonated from above the passageway. Humph. Blood Soul sect scum daring to wreak havoc on the territory of my Qingyun sect. Do you truly think I am a mere decoration? Before the words had fully settled, a figure gracefully descended from above the passageway, clad in the robes of a senior elder of the Qingyun sect, with white hair and a gaunt face. It was none other than Su Qizi, one of the senior elders who had previously conferred with Xiao Yuanshan in the sect's main hall. Su Qizi's gaze swept across the chaotic stone chamber, taking in the fallen Eagle Guardian and the pinned Gu San, before finally resting on Lin Chen, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Well done, young man. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he promptly bowed. Disciple Lin Chen pays respects to the esteemed elder. He had not expected that the higher-ups of the sect were covertly monitoring the situation and had intervened in a timely manner. It seemed that the arrangements made by Xiao Yuanshan and Li Yuandao were even more meticulous than he had imagined. The Eagle Guardian, upon seeing Su Qizi's arrival, felt the last vestiges of color drain from his face, his eyes reflecting utter despair. This time, he was utterly doomed.